Tang Xian, after traversing to Blue Star for a decade, suddenly found himself bound to a portal system, enabling him to submit modern items, including tanks and artillery, to a fantastical realm. In this enchanting world, characterized by verdant mountains, crystal-clear waters, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms, gold and oil lay scattered across the landscape, and its inhabitants were notably affluent. Under the influence of Blue Star's commodities and artillery, the economy was swiftly plundered. Cultivator 1. What on earth is this? A syringe that can directly inject spiritual energy into the bloodline? It's clearly a divine artifact. Cultivator 2. Goodness. This instant noodle is absolutely delectable, far more fragrant than beast meat. Elder of the sect. Master. A rebellious disciple has provoked those from the Dragon Kingdom. Their fire sticks can annihilate cultivators from a distance, leaving us utterly powerless. Sect leader. What is that in the sky, trailing a long tail as it approaches? The sect was left in shock. Chapter 1. A decade, the system has arrived. In a military district of the Dragon Kingdom, soldiers were intensely training in a vast training ground. The sounds of gunfire and rallying cries melded into a cacophony, with smoke and fireballs erupting all around. On the observation platform, a man clad in camouflage surveyed the area through binoculars, occasionally urging the trainees to hasten their progress. His name was Tang Xian, age 23, a time traveler from the 21st century, who had been in this reality for 10 years. In his past life, he had been an assassin, but upon arriving here, he resolutely chose to enlist in the military. With exceptional military aptitude and combat skills, he ascended the ranks to ultimately command the nation's premier elite force, the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade, holding the rank of Major. Commander Tang, General Zhang, is calling for you to attend a meeting at headquarters. Understood. Tang Xian descended from the observation platform, handing the binoculars to a nearby soldier, and proceeded directly to the office. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Portal system binding successful. A portal. Tang Xian halted, certain he had not misheard. A slight smile crept upon his lips, for he had read numerous novels about traversing worlds in his previous life and was well acquainted with the concept of systems and extraordinary boon reserved for protagonists. Though it had arrived a decade late, it had not failed to manifest. Fortune had finally graced him. Fascinating. System, do enlighten me about your capabilities. Ding. Portal system. Function, traverse to alternate worlds. Ding. Current portal attributes. Portal level, LV1. Number of entrants, unlimited. Items that can be carried, unlimited. Dimensions, 3 meters, 3 meters. Activation time, 1 minute per day. Upgrade method, complete tasks to level up. Upgrade focus, extension of activation time. Note, to activate the portal, simply recite it in your mind. The ability to traverse alternate worlds? Tang Xian pondered, realizing this meant he could take the Special Operations Brigade and any items he desired into an entirely new realm. If that world lacked modern firearms and contemporary thinking, would he not wield unparalleled power? To which alternate world can I now traverse? Tang Xian inquired urgently. Fantasy world, with a universal language. A fantasy world indeed? Tang Xian chuckled softly. In my previous life, the genre I most frequently indulged in was fantasy. While I cannot claim to be a bibliophile, I can certainly recite passages from memory with ease. Aside from the exhilarating prowess of martial strength, there exists no modern elements, which suits me perfectly. Imagining a showdown between special forces equipped with advanced gear and cultivators is quite intriguing. Pulling back his thoughts momentarily, Tang Xian earnestly posed a question regarding the system's activation time, as his choice directly determined how much he could bring into the fantasy realm. System, how do you define your activation time? Ding. The daily activation time is a total of 1 minute, which can be initiated or terminated at any moment. Ah, I see. Tang Xian nodded with a smile. Within a minute, and with a portal size of 3 meters, transporting an entire platoon of soldiers should be no issue. The firepower of a platoon is already quite sufficient, and this is merely at the initial level. If we proceed further, gradually relocating an entire regiment will pose no challenge whatsoever. At that point, the fantasy world will gain an additional force equipped with modern weaponry. Delightful. Ding. Please complete the main task. Share the portal with the nation. Task reward, portal level upgrade. Additional reward for the host, 10 years of lifespan. Note, additional rewards are always included, encompassing but not limited to lifespan, abilities, etc. Hearing this, Tang Xian's earlier enthusiasm waned slightly, but he quickly discerned the system's intent. It likely sought to alter the state of the Dragon Nation and even the world through the alternate realm. At this juncture, it is imperative to discuss the current global situation, which can be summarized in 4 words: precarious predicament. Due to reckless exploitation, the world's resources now face a dire shortage. Several nations have depleted their oil and mineral resources, nearly plunging into paralysis. Moreover, global technology has reached a bottleneck, lacking any breakthroughs or avenues for research. These 2 factors alone have rendered nations on edge, with powerful countries engaging in an arms race, tensions escalating, and a large-scale conflict merely a matter of time. When that occurs, it will undoubtedly result in widespread devastation. Tang Xian had no qualms about sharing, as he considered himself a part of the Dragon Nation. With the nation's support, he could command the military at will. However, reality is harsh should the matter of the portal be reported, and if it were to fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, the situation would surely deteriorate. Ultimately, not only would the Dragon Nation fail to transform, but it could very well face destruction. System, I must clarify, unless I can ensure there are no repercussions, I will not choose to share even if I do not require your assistance. Host, you possess absolute control over the portal. Whether to enter or withdraw must be led personally by the host. Moreover, the system will ensure the safety of the host in today's world. Anyone who becomes aware of the existence of the portal will be compelled, unconditionally, to believe in and protect the host, harboring no ulterior motives. Upon hearing the system's words, Tang Xian felt a sense of relief. With no lingering worries, he could unleash his full potential. Thus, it was time to embark on an extraordinary journey to another realm. He could hardly contain his excitement. Lao Lu, present. Chief of Staff Lao Lu of the Special Operations Brigade rushed over. Commander Tang, how may I assist you? Immediately assemble the first combat team, fully armed, to accompany me. You two, I am taking you all to a special location. With that, Tang Xian strode away with purpose. Lao Lu stood momentarily in shock before hastily issuing commands over the radio. He pondered what significant event warranted the presence of the esteemed soldier, Tang Xian. Hurry, hurry. First combat team, assemble at once. Bring extra weapons and ammunition. Li Fei, don't treat that Barrett like a treasure, bring it all. At the military district headquarters office, the guard saluted Tang Xian, who returned the gesture and quickened his pace as he entered. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering, Tang Xian found Zhang Yi rubbing his temples. Zhang Yi looked up and immediately stood to attention. Tang Xian, you've arrived. Quickly, I have something important to discuss regarding the border. General, please hold your horses. I assure you what I'm about to reveal is of far greater significance. Zhang Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. Speak. I have discovered a portal that can transport our modern soldiers and weaponry to an entirely new world, one unexplored by contemporary science. Furthermore, it may contain resources that are scarce not only in our Dragon Nation, but globally, of course. This will require thorough investigation once we enter. Zhang Yi's gaze faltered slightly. Wait, I'm not following. What portal? This matter cannot be succinctly explained, General. I have already assembled a special operations team. Prepare to enter and explore. You will understand everything once we are there. Tang Xian spoke with urgency, eager to explore the other world. Lengthy discussions here would yield no conclusions. Zhang Yi, sensing the gravity of the situation, responded, Then what are we waiting for? Let's act swiftly. That's precisely what I was hoping to hear, Tang Xian said with a smirk. Tang Xian and Zhang Yi proceeded to the underground operations room of the military district. Inside, the soldiers stood tall and proud, clutching their rifles with resolute grace. Tang Xian meticulously inspected their weaponry, fully aware of the unknown dangers of the other realm. Thorough preparation was essential. Fortunately, Chief of Staff Lao Lu, well acquainted with Tang Xian's work ethic, ensured that the soldiers were equipped with armor-piercing rounds. He had also included captured anti-material weapons. Indeed, that resonated with Tang Xian's approval. Sniper Li Fei noticed Tang Xian's gaze upon him. With a slight smile, he adjusted his heavy sniper rifle. Report, Commander Tang. I have not only brought the Barrett, but also a high-precision sniper rifle, adaptable to any battlefield scenario. Tang Xian nodded and patted Li Fei on the shoulder. Taking a step back, he solemnly declared, Comrades, we are about to embark on a unique mission, an extraordinary operation that will undoubtedly remain etched in your memories for a lifetime. Chapter 2, A Marvelous Fantastical World. Without further ado, let us embrace the 4 words, safety first. the soldiers proclaimed in unison, puffing out their chests. Yes. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished. A knowing smile graced Tang Xian's face. He had personally led the first squad, instilling a sense of confidence. General Zhang, unless you have other matters to attend to, we shall commence our operation. Very well, please exercise caution, Zhang Yi replied. Rest assured, we shall return triumphantly. Tang Xian responded eagerly, then silently invoked, open the portal. As the words were spoken, a pale, blue luminescent curtain suddenly manifested within the operations room, shimmering like flowing water and continuously expanding until it reached a diameter of 3 meters, with a swirling vortex at its center, exuding a futuristic aura. Absolutely stunning. Tang Xian's eyes sparkled. Let us proceed. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the portal, but before he could utter a word, Tang Xian and his team stepped through, and the portal vanished without a trace. Oh my heavens, this is utterly unimaginable. He hastily dialed a phone, dramatically relaying this explosive news. In another realm, within an unknown mountain range, the soldiers and Tang Xian emerged from a luminous gateway, donning gas masks. The scene before them was entirely foreign, resembling an unspoiled forest. Towering trees, robust and lofty, stood 5 meters apart, densely packed, their leaves nearly obscuring the sunlight. The ground was adorned with grass that sprouted amidst the rocky terrain. Although sparse, it reached waist height, resembling a mutated variety. Upon closer inspection, a large rodent was spotted among the grass, its size surpassing that of a cat by twofold. The fantastical tales do not deceive. The wonders within this realm are indeed remarkable. Old Lu, instruct the soldiers to disperse swiftly, remain vigilant, and should danger arise, fire without hesitation. Assess the air quality parameters, and do not remove your gas masks until we are absolutely certain of safety. Understood. Commander Tang. The special forces quickly spread out, their rifles loaded, entering a state of heightened alert. Tang Xian was equally industrious, swiftly donning specialized gear, wielding an assault rifle, transforming into a formidable warrior. This place could harbor unforeseen dangers. Prudence is the mother of safety. The personnel tasked with air testing promptly retrieved their instruments and soon gathered data. Commander Tang, there are no toxic gases aside from a slightly elevated oxygen density. Everything is in order. Upon concluding, the air testing personnel were the first to remove their gas masks, followed by the others, taking deep breaths. As the fresh air filled their lungs, they suddenly felt a refreshing breeze surging through their bodies, akin to a sweet spring, invigorating and exhilarating. It felt as though it could cleanse their very essence, leaving them more spirited than before. Old Lu's eyes sparkled with realization. Clearly he too was taken aback by this revelation. Commander Tang, where exactly is this place? Tang Xian chuckled. Is it not somewhat astonishing? We have transcended the realm of Blue Star and entered a parallel world. The air that currently envelopes us, providing such comfort, is likely the legendary spiritual essence. Of course, we should inquire from someone to ascertain the truth. A parallel world? Indeed, a completely new realm awaits our exploration, replete with potential new technologies and resources we currently lack. Our mission is to gradually unveil its mysteries. Oh, old Lu nodded in a daze, feeling as though his store of strange knowledge had just expanded. Relax. As long as we leverage our modern advantages, the danger level remains low. Moreover, we can take this opportunity to savor the exotic charm of this new world. You're still unmarried, are you not? Would it not be delightful for you to seek out a fair-skinned, beautiful sister-in-law? Upon hearing this, old Liu's expression shifted dramatically, a blend of surprise and dismay crossing his face. Truly, one should never broach such topics. Even at your rank as commander, you remain so frivolous. All right, old Lu, let's get to work. Tang Xian swiftly donned a serious expression. He lowered the visor of his specialized helmet, and the aura of a seasoned warrior instantly radiated from him. Have the snipers and observers take up positions with their heavy rifles on the high ground, but do not stray too far. Activate the thermal imaging system and deploy all drones. Remember, safety is paramount. Engage directly if any situation arises. Understood. Old Lu hurriedly departed to assign the tasks. At that moment, a series of subtitles flashed in Tang Xian's mind. Ding. Mission. Share the portal with the nation. Completed. Portal upgraded to level 2. Time extended to 5 minutes per day. Reward. 10 years added to host lifespan. Current lifespan 90 years. Note. Upon reaching a lifespan of 500 years, another portal to a different world can be opened. The subtitles vanished as quickly as they appeared. Subsequently, a stream of water, perceptible only to Tang Xian, materialized above him. The water cascaded down from the air, drenching him and imparting an otherworldly sensation, akin to basking in the gentle spring breeze of a forest. The refreshing and comforting feeling coursed through him, making each heartbeat resonate with a sense of euphoria, as if his very soul had been elevated. Exhaling deeply, Tang Xian's eyes became clearer, imbued with a unique aura. I must admit, this sensation is utterly exhilarating. I've casually gained an additional 10 years of life. Moreover, the extended duration for the portal means we can bring in more resources next time, ensuring greater safety. As for the prospect of opening another world gate at 500 years of life, that is a distant consideration for now. Even if we venture forth later, we must first thoroughly understand this fantastical world. Before long, old Lu hurried over. Commander Tang, as per your request, the snipers have taken their positions, and the thermal imaging and drones have been arranged. Our thermal detection range extends to 3 kilometers, and within that distance, there is only one heat source. Is it that rat? Commander Tang inquired, directing his firearm towards the bold, unperturbed rat that frolicked in the grass. Old Lu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is that very rat. However, we should proceed with caution and detect a few more targets to test the efficacy of the thermal imaging in this area. We have deployed 4 reconnaissance drones. As soon as a target appears, I will promptly bring the thermal imaging equipment. By the way, the drone feed has already been synchronized to your operational screen. Old Lu swiftly conveyed this information, and Commander Tang found himself increasingly at ease. Truly, as an old partner, he handled these fundamental matters with remarkable efficiency, without needing to be reminded. Casting a glance of appreciation, Commander Tang retrieved his operational screen to observe the footage captured by the drones. Majestic mountains, verdant grass, peculiar stones, and babbling brooks painted a breathtaking tableau. The scene exuded tranquility and harmony, reminiscent of a utopian paradise. This fantastical world was undeniably beautiful, mirroring the vivid descriptions found in novels. Were it not for the looming threat of cultivators, it would surely serve as the ideal sanctuary. Indeed, I must seek a secure location to construct a fortified base. Once equipped with substantial anti-aircraft weaponry, we shall disregard all forms of invasion. As night falls, adorned with a tapestry of stars, breathing in the pure air bestowed by nature, envisioning a bonfire accompanied by roast lamb, a few cups of fine wine to discuss the next phase of our development plans. That vision, that life, is simply enchanting. Chapter 3. Are the inhabitants of another realm truly valiant? The scenery, the lifestyle, simply enchanting. Just contemplating it evokes a sense of nostalgia that far surpasses mundane training. A faint smile graced Tang Xian's lips as he resolved that identifying threats and constructing a base would be his foremost priorities. Captain Tang, the drone has located the target. The voice of the scout, with wide eyes, crackled through the radio. Tang Xian swiftly grasped the operational screen. Displayed before him was a beast foraging for grass on the ground. It resembled a wild boar, yet it was several times larger. Its long black mane flowed like ink, and beneath a pair of blood-red eyes, 2 stark white tusks stood erect. In 2 words, utterly grotesque. Beat. Please complete the main mission. Return the creatures from the other realm to the Dragon Kingdom for research. Mission reward. Portal level enhancement. Additional reward for the host. Increase of 200 kilograms in strength once more. A series of subtitles materialized in Tang Xian's mind, urging him to capture a creature from this alien world and return it to the Dragon Kingdom. The large rodent from earlier still meandered through the grass, but Tang Xian had no desire to capture it. To bring back a mutated rat would be quite a disgrace. Even though it was indeed an alien creature, it would undermine the reputation of elite soldiers. Moreover, thermal imaging required validation of success rates, and he had to proceed regardless. It was also an opportune moment to assess the effectiveness of modern weaponry against creatures from another realm, achieving multiple objectives at once. Old Lu informed the team to advance towards the target location and exercise caution. Understood. The first combat team moved forward, and after several minutes, a moving red dot appeared on the thermal imaging screen. It occupied the same position as the repulsive wild boar creature, indicating the technology was functioning correctly. However, just as the sniper and observer sought a vantage point to test whether the creature could withstand the ruthless assault of a Barrett rifle, the scout returned with more news. Captain Tang, the thermal image reveals 2 additional targets behind the original. Send a drone to investigate, but be mindful of the flying altitude. Old Lu promptly maneuvered the drone closer, and as its speed diminished, the image grew increasingly clear. To Tang Xian's delight, it turned out to be two individuals, inhabitants of another realm. They were crouched on a small hillside, dressed in long robes and wielding swords, evidently preparing to capture the boar-like creature. Nas, this world holds an abundance of mysteries that require elucidation. I was just pondering where to find the indigenous people to inquire about the situation, and now they have presented themselves, Tang Xian remarked with a smile. Old Lu, instruct the team to continue advancing, but lower the volume. Additionally, prepare the tranquilizer guns for unforeseen circumstances. I am uncertain whether the inhabitants of this realm will react to anesthetics, but it is prudent to be prepared. If one shot fails, then two. If two fail, then 10. They all breathe oxygen and consume flesh, so I refuse to believe they can resist. The two inhabitants remained oblivious atop the hillside, occasionally shifting their bodies. Little did they know, they were being broadcasted in real time, while a contingent of elite soldiers, armed with tranquilizer guns and 10 rounds each, prepared to invite them for a cup of tea. Brother Dong, I can no longer sense the aura of that second-tier beast. Zheng Yu cast a vigilant glance around, his expression tinged with anxiety. I felt the same. Should we continue our pursuit? Ahead lies the depths of Yuanshan. Dong Kui appeared somewhat apprehensive as well. For the beasts in the deeper regions of Yuanshan are all of 4th tier or higher. With their foundational cultivation, encountering one would spell certain doom. Perhaps we should withdraw. It would be unwise to risk our lives for a single beast. Indeed, that notion holds merit. Let us retreat. Dong Kui nodded resolutely, and the two began to back away, supporting themselves with their elbows. At that moment, however, Dong Kui suddenly sensed the presence of the second-tier beast they had been pursuing for so long. It was merely 300 meters ahead of them. The earlier inability to sense it was due to its swift escape and their sluggish pace, causing their sensing range to exceed its limits. Zheng Yu, too, picked up on the beast's aura. They exchanged a glance. Should we proceed? Shall we take a gamble? Otherwise, these past 2 days would have been in vain. And since the creature appears unscathed, it likely means there are no other beasts nearby. Comforting himself with such thoughts, Dong Kui found Zheng Yu agreeing. They hastened their pace, swiftly approaching the beast's location. Minutes later, they spotted the second-tier pig demon beast not far away. Dong Kui rubbed his hands together, his earlier worries dissipating. Splendid. I will attack from the left with the demon suppression fist, and you shall strike from the right with the ice sword technique. We must not let it escape again. After discussing their plan for the attack, Zheng Yu raised no objections, and they split up, stealthily surrounding the creature. Yet at that moment, Dong Kui suddenly perceived a peculiar sound emanating from his ears. It was faint, reminiscent of a dragonfly. However, as cultivators, their senses of sight and hearing were unparalleled, enhanced by the ability to sense living beings. Not even an ant could elude their notice. He raised his head to survey the area and soon spotted a creature hovering at a height of several meters, possessing 4 arms. Zheng Yu noticed it simultaneously. What in the world is that? They quickly ducked behind a tree, wide-eyed, exchanging startled glances before unleashing their sensing abilities to locate the unknown entity. To their dismay, they could not detect it. Yet the sound was unmistakably clear. It had not departed. Could it be non-living? Perspiration beaded on Zheng Yu's forehead as he struggled to steady his breathing, cautiously peeking out. Oh no! Just as he was about to exclaim, he clamped a hand over his mouth. What is it? What did you see? That creature has one eye, emits a white light, and even rotates. It just looked at me. They had discovered a drone, urging them to quicken their pace and not let it escape. Tang Xian observed the expressions of the two from the combat screen. If they fled now, it would truly be a missed opportunity. After all, they had finally located humans in the depths of the mountains. They could not let them slip away. The first combat team accelerated, and minutes later, the voice of the scout, Dyn, crackled through the radio. Report. The target is 500 meters away, within our firing range. All right, halt. This is the spot. Tang Xian raised his hand to signal the combat team behind him to cease all actions and disperse into position. Sniper Li Fei and observer Zhou Tong hurried to the elevated vantage point on the right, setting down their shooting rest. As the hollow muzzle of the Barrett coldly gazed into the distance. Report. I have reached the designated position, and the target is within range. Li Fei, your aim is that beast. Do not harm my guest. Zhou Tong, activate the data analyzer. This is our first opportunity to assess the combat capabilities of the otherworldly beings. A matter of great significance, and we must not err. Tang Xian issued 2 commands simultaneously over the radio, prompting immediate responses from Sniper Li Fei and observer Zhou Tong. Understood. Old Lu stood by, somewhat dazed, for the data analyzer is a high-precision instrument capable of calculating the instantaneous damage output of an object. Its primary function is to detect explosives and artillery shells. Are the beings from the other realm truly this formidable? Chapter 4. The astonished beings from another realm before further contemplation could ensue. Tang Xian dispatched 3 individuals armed with tranquilizer guns, with a total of 30 tranquilizer rounds. It was deemed sufficient for the task at hand. The mission was straightforward. Should the beings from another realm attempt to flee, they were to be incapacitated. Once the tranquilizers reached their designated positions, Tang Xian instructed Yin to retract the drone, opting instead for telescopic observation. 1,000 meters away, the alien creature that had inflicted psychological pressure upon Zheng Yu and Dong Kuei took flight. The 2 men gazed skyward at the unknown entity receding into the distance, exhaling deeply as they emerged from behind the trees. It was indeed peculiar. What manner of being was that? Zheng Yu stared at Yin. His worldview nearly shattered moments ago. A flying entity devoid of any semblance of life force. Who would believe such a tale? Urgency coursed through them. They were in unfamiliar territory rife with oddities, and they needed to complete their task swiftly and depart. With this resolve, they cast aside distractions and advanced towards the second-tier beast. As they drew near, Dong Kuei dashed forward without hesitation. He shifted his right shoulder back and then unleashed a powerful punch. A thick mist surged forth, coalescing into a formidable black fist that charged towards the second-tier creature like a tiger breaking free from its cage. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the beast sprang into action, its legs propelling it off the ground, seeking to escape. Yet, in that fleeting moment of its turn, Zheng Yu lunged forward, brandishing his longsword with precision. With a sudden tremor, the blade resonated with a buzzing sound, and a multitude of icy spikes formed, hurtling toward the beast at high velocity. Caught between adversaries, the creature let out a thunderous roar. The sound echoed like thunder, and a faint dark barrier materialized around its body. Both Dong Kuei's demon-subduing fist and Zheng Yu's ice sword technique struck, but were entirely absorbed by the barrier. Both were taken aback, having never anticipated such formidable defenses from this beast. Faced with a formidable challenge, Zheng Yu urged, "Press the attack. We must breach its defenses if we are to have any hope of vanquishing it." Agreed. They rallied their spirits and pressed on with their assault. All of this was meticulously observed by Tang Xian and old Lu through the telescope. "How does it feel?" "Quite exhilarating, isn't it?" Tang Xian inquired with a smile. Old Lu clicked his tongue in awe, remarking that such combat was only witnessed on television, an enchanting spectacle. At that moment, Zhou Tong's data analysis results were also forthcoming. Report: the instantaneous damage potential of those 2 individuals can reach up to 500 kilograms. However, due to the influence of contact area, it cannot be compared to firearm efficacy. The beast has yet to launch an attack. Thus, there is currently no damage data. However, computer simulations suggest that its defensive capabilities are roughly equivalent to the attacks of those 2. Understood. Maintain vigilance at your sniping positions. If either of the beings from the other realm is in mortal peril, engage immediately, Tang Xian instructed. Understood. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's assessment, old Lu could not resist taking another glance through the telescope. An instantaneous damage potential of 500 kilograms, truly remarkable. However, our Barrett can unleash a force exceeding 2,000 kilograms, with a small focal point and considerable damage, surpassing it just slightly. Indeed, it is wise for us to observe the unfolding drama without haste. Shortly after this exchange, the tide of battle shifted unexpectedly. The pig demon began its counterattack, exuding a dark gas that enveloped its form, while its fangs grew at a visibly alarming rate. With each step, the ground trembled slightly beneath it. After several exchanges, Zheng Yu and Dong Kuei bore the marks of battle, their faces marred with bruises. Though not life-threatening, Li Fei refrained from firing, his finger poised on the trigger. "Alas, we have been deceived. This pig demon feigned defense to exhaust our stamina." After delivering a punch, Dong Kuei swiftly retreated. Zheng Yu also jumped aside, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, hastily consuming a recovery pill. The elixir coursed through him, bringing a sense of relief. What should we do? Have we overestimated ourselves, realizing that we are not truly the match for this second-tier beast? Before they could continue their discourse, the second-tier pig demon bared its teeth and charged once more, propelled by its powerful hind legs like an arrow, generating a fierce wind. Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu exchanged tense glances and leaped in opposite directions simultaneously. In the meantime, Dong Kuei produced a dark pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The long-preserved frenzy pill. "I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." Upon ingesting the potion, a surge of immense power enveloped Dong Kuei, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he prepared to strike again. Yet, he had underestimated the pig demon's defense and agility, and after several exchanges, his disadvantage became increasingly apparent. The threat of imminent defeat loomed. Damn it! After being forced back, Dong Kuei spat blood, prompting Zheng Yu to rush to his side. "Do not continue the fight." The pig demon's eyes glowed brighter red. Once it entered its frenzied state, escape would be impossible. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong was analyzing the latest data from the monitor. Report to Commander Tang. The data indicates that the beast's maximum instantaneous damage can reach 1,000 kilograms. Tang Xian nodded. See, this is an increase of a full magnitude. Those two interdimensional beings are in grave danger. Without delay, he commanded, sniper position, lock on the target. Once locked, prepare to fire and rescue our guests from another realm. Understood. Zhou Tong remarked softly, raising the observation scope. Target at 3 o'clock, distance 10-50 meters. Height 25 meters, wind speed from left to right at 3 kilometers per hour, with a quarter-mil deviation to the left. Ah. Watch me take it down with a single shot from my Barrett. Li Fei, already impatient, had engaged with men, beasts, and even aircraft, but never with an interdimensional creature. He squeezed the trigger, and with a resounding bang, the Barrett's 12 7mm round, imbued with nearly 2,000 kilograms of lethality, sliced through the air and pierced the advancing pig demon. The body of the pig demon was propelled by inertia over 3 meters, its head resembling a blood-soaked gourd, with one of its large crimson eyes having fallen out. It was utterly lifeless. Astonished, both Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu, who were poised to flee, suddenly froze, casting anxious glances around them. What could possibly have dispatched a second-tier ferocious beast with such swiftness? Then came the sound again, swish, 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 almost simultaneously. They cursed under their breath and quickly concealed themselves. Following the sound, they beheld that strange creature with eyes but devoid of life. Could it have been responsible for this? Whatever the case, it was clear that this place was no longer safe, and they needed to leave immediately. Dong Kuei unsheathed his treasured sword once more, a surge of spiritual energy enveloping it instantly. If death was inevitable, then when it draws near, I shall test it with my sword energy while you seize the opportunity to act. Excellent. Friends, you need not hide any longer. I can see you both. Come forth, and we may converse. Old Lu's voice resonated through the drone. This simple act sent Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu into a frenzy, causing Dong Kuei to lose his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground. This creature could actually speak human language. Chapter 5. The encounter with the master. Once they regained their senses, an eerie silence enveloped them as they seized their spiritual swords and fled like madmen, desperately striving to leave the other behind. Their faces contorted with terror, their voices lodged in their throats, unable to utter a sound. Suddenly, 2 muffled thuds resonated through the dense forest. A tranquilizer dart shot forth with remarkable speed, striking both Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu squarely in their posteriors. It felt as if something had pierced them, rendering their backsides numb. It's over. I feel as though a piece of flesh has been severed away. I can't feel anything, Dong Kuei exclaimed. Me too. Hurry, run. Are we immune to the tranquilizer? Bring it on. A cacophony of sounds erupted as a barrage of tranquilizer darts rained down upon them, embedding themselves into their backsides. Their pace slowed, and with each passing moment, fear gripped them tighter. Eventually, they could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. Though their vision blurred, a sliver of lucidity remained, accompanied by overwhelming dread. Zheng Yu, please check if my lower half is still there. I can't feel anything. Zheng Yu, equally terrified, felt utterly numb, save for his ability to move his mouth. Straining to shift his gaze downward, he found it impossible to see anything no matter how hard he tried. As exhaustion set in, he turned his attention back to Dong Kuei, just as he was about to voice their dire predicament when a colossal bird materialized in his field of vision. Indeed, it was an exceptionally large avian creature. Boasting a wingspan of 3 meters, its plumage a deep obsidian, with eyes the size of fists. A 4th-tier ferocious beast, the blood eagle. Zheng Yu gasped, his eyes wide with terror. Though Dong Kuei could not see, a fragment of his residual consciousness sensed the impending danger. It's over. We are utterly doomed. If a 2nd-tier beast nearly annihilated us, what chance do we have against a 4th-tier beast? And we have yet to confront that strange creature that spoke to us. Then came a thunderous sound, and Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu witnessed the blood eagle in midair, appearing as though it was showering down like a celestial being. Its skull shattered, crystal core obliterated, and blood, red and white, splattered across them. The carcass landed squarely between them, one wing covering each. Zheng Yu, shocked. Dong Kuei, astounded. The 4th-tier blood eagle had been vanquished in an instant. Shivering, the two stared at the corpse of the blood eagle, rendered speechless by sheer fright. As the rustling sounds of the unknown creature approached once more, they gritted their teeth and resolutely shut their eyes. Helpless. What a predicament. Come on. Muster your strength. Hey, why do these people feel so heavy? Moments later, they found themselves seemingly laid upon a soft, comfortable bed, and the sounds indicated the presence of humans. Before they could even shift their eyes to look, a black cloth was suddenly draped over them. My goodness. It must be a human. As long as we don't perish at the hands of that creature, anything else is acceptable. Thank you. Dong Kuei felt the black cloth over his eyes had become damp. Tang Xian led the team. retreating with the ferocious beasts to an area that had recently regained some tranquility. Dong Kui and Zheng Yu were seated on two stools, their bodies still tingling with numbness, requiring the support of the soldiers to prevent them from collapsing. With a cheerful demeanor, Tang Xian approached the two individuals shrouded in black cloth, addressing them, "Gentlemen, this manner of introduction may seem rather unfriendly, but fret not, your bodies will soon recover." Dong Kui swallowed hard, sensing the presence of life before him. Astonishingly, this individual was not a cultivator. He could detect no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, indicating that he was merely a mortal. Several others nearby were also mortals. What purpose could mortals have in capturing him, and how had they evaded the attack of that terrifying creature? "Young brother, though I am unaware of your intentions in capturing us, how did you manage to evade that flying creature?" Yes, the one with a single eye and 4 arms. Zheng Yu interjected, his voice trembling as he recalled the harrowing brush with death. "Are you referring to the drone?" Tang Xian waved his hand, and the drone promptly came into view. Whoosh! The ominous sound returned, and though Dong Kui and Zheng Yu could not see it, a wave of dread surged within them, their faces turning from ashen to pale. "Do not let it come closer." Tang Xian, however, remained amiable, smirking slightly as he recalled the drone. Only then did the two men begin to feel a measure of comfort, exhaling deeply as they gazed at Tang Xian as if he were an otherworldly being. "Young brother, so that creature is your pet?" "Not a pet, per se. To clarify, it is crafted from various special materials." "Crafted?" Dong Kui and Zheng Yu felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of formidable individual could create such a killing automaton? "May I inquire, young brother, from whence do you hail? Who is your master? Or who is the head of your family?" Tang Xian smiled at their inquiries. "We hail from the Dragon Kingdom, a distant continent. We approached you to gain insight into this place." Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Dong Kui and Zheng Yu immediately associated it with the term high-dimensional invasion. Reflecting on it, it was indeed fitting, the ability to annihilate a 4th-tier ferocious beast in an instant, along with the flying, articulate killing automaton. As for the inability to detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was not that they could not detect it. Rather, they were simply unqualified to do so. Heavens! This was a formidable being. Unbeknownst to them, beads of sweat began to trickle down Dong Kui and Zheng Yu's foreheads. They were mere foundation builders, entirely untrained in the art of communicating with such powerful figures. Ultimately, they could only stammer, "What would you like to ask?" Tang Xian, satisfied with their response, nodded appreciatively. "Since you both are willing to provide us with information, I shall first assist you in healing your injuries. However, until all questions have been addressed, I advise against any thoughts of departure. And the blindfolds, do not remove them." This statement carried a significant weight of threat, prompting Dong Kui and Zheng Yu to nod in agreement repeatedly. What a jest! You can eliminate the blood eagles with a single move, leaving us with no chance of escape? The blindfold is even more perilous. Those who behold it meet their demise. This is well understood. Shortly thereafter, a medic approached bearing 2 vials of coagulation serum. The two individuals remained acutely aware of their surroundings, only to feel a sharp sting emanating from their arms. Following this, a refreshing sensation coursed through their bodies, evidently the introduction of some ethereal liquid elixir. This indicated that the device they had inserted contained an internal channel. What kind of master craftsman could forge such intricately designed apparatus? They soon discovered that their wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace. Good heavens! The inhabitants of higher realms are indeed terrifying. Once the injections were completed, the medic withdrew. Tang Xian gazed at the two bewildered beings from another world and elucidated. "This is called a syringe. It is used for healing and salvation." "Oh, I see. A syringe, you say? How understated of you beings from higher realms. If our leader were to witness this, he might very well deem it a divine artifact. Elixirs and potions often require the body's absorption. Utilizing this divine instrument would be far swifter than mere ingestion." Chapter 6. Discovery of a suitable base. The efficacy of elixirs and medicinal herbs relies heavily on the body's absorption. Employing this divine artifact, one could achieve results far swifter than mere consumption. The pivotal moment was when they personally experienced the miraculous healing. It truly occurred in the blink of an eye. With a sharp snap, the medic disposed of the syringe several meters away. To their astonishment, Dong Kui and Jing Yu instinctively stood up, the anesthetic seemingly ineffective. Though unseen, the sounds alone conveyed the gravity of the situation. Had the artifact been so casually discarded? It appeared that the two gentlemen were rather fond of it. Observing their reactions, Tang Xian called out to the medic, "Shali, bring 2 more syringes for our new friends, 1 for each." Moments later, Dong Kui and Zheng Yu, their eyes covered, held the syringes encased in plastic with an air of disbelief. "Is this truly for us, esteemed one?" "Indeed, but this should ideally be used once and then discarded. Unless one possesses exceptional health. Understood, understood. Thank you, esteemed one. While they could not afford such extravagance as to use it once and discard it, they would certainly not allow others access, fearing the potential for dire consequences stemming from such lucrative interests. May I now address my inquiries? Tang Xian maintained his amicable smile. Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu, sensing the urgency, promptly stood ready to respond to all questions. Please, esteemed one, feel free to inquire. Half an hour later, Tang Xian had gleaned the information he sought. This land is known as Xianling Continent, where practitioners are categorized into realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine separation, integration, transcendence, and great ascension. Those of superior cultivation can soar through the skies on swords or cleave through boulders. The most formidable martial artists are either in seclusion or hidden in remote mountains, often shunning the mundane world. The air is infused with spiritual energy, a vital resource for cultivators. Elixirs, medicinal herbs, and spirit stones serve as supplementary materials, with spirit stones also functioning as currency. The human factions are divided into two: the demon sect and the immortal sect. The immortal sect is expansive, with sacred lands and numerous sections. The demon sect, too, is considerable, with demon domains and sects flourishing throughout. This region is called Yuanshan, stretching for hundreds of miles. The two individuals are disciples of the nearby Qinyuan sect, who ventured to Yuanshan to hone their skills and slay fierce beasts, only to encounter the earlier incident due to their reckless pursuit. In gratitude for Tang Xian's life-saving intervention and the generous gift of the artifact, they offered their storage bags. However, they refrained from explicitly stating it as a debt of gratitude, opting instead for the guise of providing reference materials. After all, the contents of the storage bags were not particularly valuable. Accepting them was a sign of respect rather than a mere act of gratitude. Ultimately, Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu were escorted from the dense forest by special forces, their eyes shielded throughout the journey. Tang Xian examined the storage bag, feeling its cool texture. Akin to silk, exquisitely crafted, intricate totems were embroidered upon its surface. As he pulled at one of the bag's locking threads, it gradually opened. Peering inside, he was met with darkness and wisps of white mist swirling within. Quite intriguing indeed. Tang Xian turned the bag upside down, and a multitude of pills in various colors tumbled out, accompanied by numerous stones that emitted a faint, iridescent glow. The stones were undoubtedly spirit stones. While regarding the pills, he picked up a blue pill and brought it to his nose, inhaling a refreshing fragrance that enveloped him in a sense of comfort. Akin to receiving a massage, I surmised that such substances would likely confer numerous benefits to mortals as well. Nonetheless, Tang Xian had no intention of sampling them himself. He would leave that to the research department for further investigation. Commander Tang, have we released those two individuals? Surely, they won't summon reinforcements to disturb us? There's no need for concern. Their reactions indicate that even if they sought assistance, it would merely be to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, if they were to cause trouble, it would be of little consequence. This mountain range stretches for miles, so let them search if they wish. We must focus on our primary objective, locating a suitable site for establishing a base. The area should be expansive, ideally flanked by forests capable of housing heavy artillery. Old Lu nodded in agreement. Dian, deploy the drone. Ascend to a greater altitude and conduct a circular reconnaissance. The scout, Dian, promptly acknowledged. Understood, Lieutenant Lu. After a brief interval, a location that precisely met Tang Xian's specifications emerged. Commander Tang, we have located the target area. Please examine the operations screen. Tang Xian retrieved the operations screen, revealing a breathtaking vista. It depicted a plain nestled beneath a veil of mist, encircled by mountains, approximately the size of 3 football fields. Approaching, he noted a small stream meandering across the plain, culminating at a cliff adorned with cascading waterfalls. The splashes of water formed billowing mists, while numerous avian creatures frolicked nearby. Truly magnificent, and there's a water source. Moreover, with mountains on all sides, it's the ideal location for positioning our air defense systems. This is it, Tang Xian exclaimed, his joy palpable. This base seemed tailor-made for him. Old Lu beamed as well and quickly commanded, gather the team. We shall proceed to the target point immediately. An hour later, the members arrived at the designated location, having dispatched several formidable beasts from another realm along the way. The most powerful among them had withstood the impact of an RPG, demonstrating considerable resilience. They brought back a single specimen for the modern research department to examine. While following Tang Xian's instructions, they extracted the crystal nucleus from the others. Observing the surroundings, Tang Xian's elation was unmistakable. Old Lu, we shall establish the base here. The foundational construction is in your hands. What are your plans? Old Lu surveyed the area, contemplating for a moment before responding. I have heard Commander Tang mention that the portal's activation time is limited. Therefore, if we wish to enclose this area all at once, we will require substantial steel, cement, and construction materials. However, our firepower and personnel would undoubtedly be insufficient for such a task, so we must advance steadily, ensuring both sides are attended to. Agreed. Tang Xian nodded, then continued. However, there is one point I must convey. In the realm of fantasy, individuals of a slightly higher rank possess the ability to fly, rendering walls practically ineffective, so we shall set that aside for now. Moreover, such breathtaking scenery, when combined with walls, would be rather disappointing. Additionally, the presence of 4 towering mountains serves as a natural barrier, and with anti-aircraft weaponry in place, we have an inherent fortification. Thus, my focus must be on enhancing our anti-air capabilities. As for the construction of other military camps and infrastructure, I shall entrust that to you. Old Lu straightened his posture and respectfully stated, Very well, leave it to me. Once everything is settled, Tang Xian summoned a portal, and the group vanished into another world. At this moment, within the underground operations room of the military district, a pale blue light portal appeared abruptly, prompting Zhang Yi to hastily approach it. When Tang Xian and the others emerged, he eagerly inquired, How did it go, Tang Xian? All went smoothly, Tang Xian replied, showcasing the recorded video to Zhang Yi, whose expression grew increasingly animated until he finally exhaled with relief. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Chapter 7. I can't help but show off. Tang Xian, this so-called otherworld is truly a paradise. The environment is indeed beautiful, yet the creatures within are anything but simple. General Zhang, come take a look. Tang Xian and Zhang Yi approached the fearsome pig demon beast. Zhang Yi crouched down to observe, his expression one of skepticism. Is this a beast from another realm? Yes. Over there they refer to such entities as ferocious beasts. This one possesses a core, right here. Tang Xian handed over the crystal core, and after examining it for a moment, Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. There is indeed an air of mystery about it. Tang Xian, I will immediately dispatch personnel to deliver these items to the research department. I shall inform you of any updates. Furthermore, the military committee has issued a special order for the Special Operations Brigade to serve as the vanguard for the exploration of this otherworld. Tang Xian, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, General, I will handle it with utmost diligence. By the way, take these as well. Once the analysis is complete, we can assess their value, and if necessary, I will collect them in bulk. He handed over the storage bags to Zhang Yi and departed the headquarters with a contingent of Special Forces soldiers. Ding. Task of researching otherworldly creatures completed. Portal level increased to LV3. Duration extended to 10 minutes day. Additional reward of 200 kilograms of strength credited. At that moment, Tang Xian suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power coursing through his body, akin to a long-dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. His bones and muscles quivered slightly, and he experienced an extraordinary lightness, as though he could almost soar with each step. He had previously been a fitness aficionado, weighing 130 pounds, capable of delivering a punch with a force of 380 kilograms, a feat deemed formidable internationally. Now, that strength had nearly doubled to 600 kilograms. Tyson, at his peak, weighed almost 200 pounds and could only muster around 450 kilograms of force. Delivering a fatal blow to him would be a trivial matter. I must say, this is utterly exhilarating. Without a moment's pause, Tang Xian arrived at the Special Operations Brigade, where he found the soldiers training with stone blocks, eagerly wishing to test his newfound strength. And then, he effortlessly lifted a 100-pound stone with a single hand, performing a series of toss and catch motions as if playing with a ball. This spectacle left the Special Forces soldiers envious beyond measure. Their brigade leader possessed such incredible strength. The 100-pound stone in his hand appeared as light as a feather. How astonishing! After a brief exercise, Tang Xian set the stone down, a look of satisfaction on his face. Absolutely remarkable. At this moment, he noticed the Special Forces soldiers who had been secretly observing. Is it impressive? Indeed. I want each of you to lift it 500 times. Battalion leaders, ensure you keep count diligently. For every soldier short, 10 will be added. Yes. The soldiers rallied with fervor, genuinely admiring their brigade leader, each inspired to begin their training with renewed vigor. Upon leaving the training ground, Tang Xian promptly coordinated 4 anti-air missile vehicles, each equipped with 12 missiles and possessing a blast radius of 30 meters. While not the most advanced, they would suffice for deployment in the otherworld. He also arranged for an additional reconnaissance radar vehicle, capable of extensive aerial surveillance and early warning capabilities. Currently, the daily operational time is limited to merely 10 minutes. The remaining equipment can be set aside for now, as Old Lu's base construction requires considerable resources. Coupled with daily supplies and ammunition, time is indeed quite constrained. Ding. Please complete the main task. Task: erect a structure in the Otherworld. Task reward: upgrade the portal level. Additional reward: grant the host an additional 10 years of life. Behold, the system task has arrived once more, leaning towards base construction, thus it seems prudent to allocate more time to Old Liu. The following morning, Tang Xian. Old Liu, along with the first combat team and 5 military vehicles, 3 specialized vehicles, and several construction personnel, entered the Otherworld. The specialized vehicles, being extraordinarily wide and tall, were ultimately disassembled for transport. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a vast plain, shrouded in mist. Yet one could vaguely discern the presence of a cliff waterfall and hear the rhythmic crashing upon the riverbed. This confirmed that upon returning from the Otherworld, they would arrive back at their original location. This was indeed splendid, ensuring that large equipment could bypass the rugged terrain and seamlessly integrate into the base. Subsequently, everyone attended to their respective duties. Old Liu led the construction personnel in measuring and planning, confirming locations for dormitories, dining halls, radar stations, and medical stations before commencing construction. Meanwhile, Tang Xian contemplated how to transport the anti-air missile vehicles up the mountain, as road construction was progressing rather slowly. Several dozen miles away at the Qin Yuan sect, Zheng Yu and Dong Kui observed the continuous flow of disciples preparing for the external examination, and a smile unconsciously crept upon their lips, despite still bearing some bruises. Brother Dong, I find it increasingly difficult to suppress the urge to show off. What should I do? Ah no, Dong Kui promptly interjected. Insisting that the matter regarding the syringe must remain undisclosed, they aimed to rise quietly and astonish all. Your words hold merit, Brother Dong. Yet I find it hard to contain my inner elation. Just imagining the elixir being propelled into our bodies by our miraculous syringe brings a sense of unparalleled exhilaration. The senior and junior sisters gaze at us with a blend of admiration and awe, and I feel an overwhelming desire to laugh heartily. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, Dong Kui lowered his head, gritting his teeth to endure. Indeed, how could one remain composed when a person of meager cultivation acquires a divine artifact? It is undoubtedly a tremendous trial. Why are you two still standing outside, foolishly laughing? An elder, noticing the pair's suppressed mirth, furrowed his brow and admonished them sternly. Consequently, Dong Kui and Zheng Yu cleared their throats, fell silent, and entered with heads held high. The elder was momentarily taken aback, astonished that these 2 outer disciples dared to disregard him. Standing atop the blue stone platform with hands clasped behind his back, Sect Master Xiaohe surveyed the outer disciples below, a look of disappointment crossing his features. After a moment's pause, he spoke slowly. Those disciples who fail this examination should pack their belongings and return home. Upon hearing this, the disciples were rendered speechless. Xiaohe continued, in recent years, the Qin Yuan sect has seen a dearth of exceptional youth, leading to a gradual decline. Meanwhile, the Southeast Demon sect, particularly the Qin Yu sect, has grown increasingly rampant, wantonly trampling the nearby towns and villages, leaving the populace in despair amidst a landscape strewn with corpses. The Qin Yuan sect had dispatched exceptional disciples from its inner circle to eliminate the threat. Yet, at this point, Xiaohe hesitated. The disciples also displayed sorrowful expressions, for they were well aware of the situation. A few days prior, a small team led by a senior brother from the inner circle had been sent out, only to meet a tragic fate. Their lifeless bodies, drained of blood, were shamelessly discarded at the entrance of the Qin Yuan sect. This was a profound humiliation and a blatant display of disdain from the demonic faction towards the Qin Yuan sect. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it would not be long before the Qin Yu sect launched an all-out assault against them. Given the current strength of the Qin Yuan sect, annihilation seemed inevitable. Xiaohe merely wished to spare those lacking talent and power, for in the event of conflict, they would be of no assistance whatsoever. One could merely listen to the cries of despair. Enough, let us commence the testing. Xiaohe waved his hand dismissively and prepared to leave. At that moment, Zheng Yu and Dong Kui exchanged glances, both recognizing unwavering determination in each other's eyes. Master, I, Zheng Yu, am ready to bear the banner. I, Dong Kui, share the same confidence. It is my duty to thwart the demonic faction's assault. Xiaohe? Within the elder hall of the Qin Yuan sect, Zheng Yu and Dong Kui sat solemnly on a bench, surrounded by a dozen standing elders. Master, esteemed elders, I initially intended to keep this a secret, but given the grave situation facing our sect, I must reveal it. I possess a divine artifact. As Zheng Yu spoke, his eyes sparkled with fervor, exuding an air of authority. Dong Kui, not to be outdone, held his head high and declared, Indeed, I possess one as well. The master and elders were filled with excitement upon hearing this. Astonishingly, 2 outer disciples were concealed powerhouses, each possessing a divine artifact. What divine artifact? A syringe. Chapter 8. Behold the divine artifact. The syringe? Zheng Yu and Dong Kuei exchanged knowing smiles, reflecting on the naivety of those unacquainted with such marvels, as they had never laid eyes on a syringe before. Oh, how exhilarating this pretentious feeling was. With a synchronized flourish, they slowly extracted 2 syringes encased in plastic from within. Cradling them delicately in their hands, they proclaimed with pride, "Masters, elders, behold the syringe, a divine artifact. Indeed, we refer to it as the injection artifact, capable of infusing spiritual liquid directly into the flesh through the body's surface. Current tests show efficacy in the arm, but we believe that closer proximity to the dantian may yield even better results." "May I see it?" Xiaohe asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the exquisite items in their possession. It was undeniably exquisite. The thin, transparent material was intriguing, and there appeared to be inscriptions upon it. "All right, but be cautious, master," Zhang Yu said as he handed it over to Xiaohe. Upon receiving it, Xiaohe examined the inscriptions closely. Sterile and non-toxic syringe, adhering to IS 39849 standards, manufactured in Longhua. I cannot comprehend. Yet, he noted the sharp object within, astonished to discover a passage at its center. My heavens, what kind of master craftsman could forge such precision in metal? Zheng Yu beamed with pride. Of course, a mere representative from a higher realm would surpass us by several magnitudes. Upon hearing this, the elders and Xiaohe turned their gazes towards Zheng Yu, astonished, and inquired. Individuals from a higher realm? Immortals? Ah, well. Zheng Yu hesitated, unsure of how to elucidate, but alongside Dong Kuei, he recounted their experiences in Yuan Mountain, particularly the harrowing tale of the slaughtering puppets, drones that dispatched ferocious beasts with unblinking precision. The elders were left dumbfounded, pondering the implications. Had an immortal truly descended to their realm? They shook their heads vigorously. After all, the ascension of cultivators was predicated on the inability of the current world to withstand their power. The notion of immortals descending was utterly implausible. That is roughly the extent of it. We do not know who they are, Dong Kuei remarked, glancing at the astonished elders, and urged, "Master, shouldn't you hasten to retrieve the treasured spiritual liquid from within the sect? We must quickly elevate our cultivation to shield our sect from the demonic forces." Xiaohe nodded, resolute. Regardless, the injection artifact was indeed a tangible reality, and they should test it first. Later, they would personally visit Yuan Mountain. Someone fetch several vials of premium spiritual liquid from the spiritual herb pavilion, and additionally summon Murong Shui. Murong Shui, the inner sect's senior sister of the Qin Yuan sect, was exceptionally gifted. Having achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment before even turning 20, her future was promising. Xiaohe feared that the 2 outer disciples might struggle to absorb the spiritual liquid, thus retaining a backup plan. Upon hearing the name Murong Shui, Zheng Yu and Dong Kuei's hearts raced with excitement. Ah, the esteemed senior sister, possessing beauty akin to a celestial being and an extraordinary demeanor, is a rare sight indeed. We seldom have the privilege of her presence, yet today she graces us with her visit. What an exhilarating sensation this is. Quick, the 2 of us must steady our breaths. Such an opportunity must not be squandered, and we must present ourselves with an air of sophistication. Dong Kuei cast a furtive glance at Zheng Yu, thinking to himself that this unattractive fellow could never compete with him. Zheng Yu, in turn, observed Dong Kuei, contemplating that the senior sister would surely not be enamored by a man of such a coarse physique. The fragile vessel of friendship can capsize at a moment's notice. For a brother, one might endure great peril, but for a woman, one could easily betray a brother. This is an undeniable truth. Before long, Murong Shui arrived at the elders' hall, bearing precious spiritual liquid of the highest quality. "Shuer, please hand me the spiritual liquid," called out Xiaohe, who carefully unwrapped the syringe's protective film, one hand clutching the cylinder and the other grasping the needle, deftly assembling the 2 components. "Is this correct?" Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu were unaware of the appearance of the liquid, as it had been shrouded in darkness. However, they noticed Murong Shui gazing at them, and they were struck by her unparalleled beauty. They nodded calmly, exuding an air of authority. Indeed. Yet, how does one draw the spiritual liquid into the syringe? The 2 participants remained silent. It was Xiaohe, through trial and error, who ultimately discovered the method, successfully drawing the liquid into the syringe. "Who shall be the first to try?" "I will," Dong Kuei declared, eager to rise. Internally, he reveled in his triumph, thinking to himself that the other had fallen behind. Without further ado, he seized the syringe, aimed it at his abdomen, and slowly inserted it, beginning to push the liquid. Upon completion, he sensed a slight discomfort in his stomach, but nothing more. Xiaohe and the other elders, witnessing this, felt a pang of sorrow. After all, that was a century-old treasure of spiritual liquid, priceless. "I told you, the injection method must be flawed. Allow me." Zheng Yu, sensing an opportunity to impress, lifted his robe. revealing a hint of his navel. Murong Shui turned away, slightly displeased, but Zheng Yu paid it no mind. Merely having her gaze upon his form was worth the effort. Master, the spiritual liquid must ultimately reach the Dantian, so I shall inject directly. Gasps filled the room at his words. Surely you jest. If something goes awry, your Dantian could be ruined. Yet Zheng Yu was resolute in his confidence. After drawing the spiritual liquid, he began to inject it directly into his Dantian. Initially, all seemed well, but as time progressed, he grimaced increasingly until finally, he could contain himself no longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is unbearable. It hurts too much. I shall give it a try, Murong Shui said, gracefully approaching. She took the unopened syringe into her delicate hands. After drawing in the spiritual liquid, she gently lowered a portion of her robe, exposing a small expanse of her pristine skin. With a gentle thrust, she injected the liquid. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within her surged, causing the entire room's spiritual essence to dance in harmony. It began to coalesce into a vortex, ultimately converging at her brow. The liquid spiritual energy within her Dantian suddenly solidified, culminating in the formation of a resplendent golden elixir. The golden elixir is complete. Good heavens. Schwer, you have transcended to the golden elixir stage. In mere moments, it was utterly astonishing. Indeed, this was a miraculous artifact, effortlessly enabling a breakthrough to the golden core. It is true that many foundation establishment practitioners toil for years, even decades, without achieving such advancement. Who would have imagined that Shui would surpass this hurdle with such ease? Remarkable. Zheng Yu and Dong Kui were utterly bewildered. It dawned on them that it was not the inadequacy of the injector, but rather their own insufficient aptitude that hindered progress. Zheng Yu, Dong Kui. You two have rendered an immense service. If we can summon the individual who gifted you the injector, the crisis facing our Qin Yuan sect shall be resolved. Xiaohe was filled with excitement and urgently began deliberating what gifts to bring, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Master, Shui wishes to accompany you to express her gratitude to our benefactor. Zheng Yu, astonishing. Dong Kui, dumbfounded. Aren't we your benefactors? Meanwhile, within Yuanshan, Tang Xian was directing the excavators, yet their progress was painfully slow. After all, precision was paramount, and at this pace, the project would likely extend into the new year with just 2 excavators. Perhaps tomorrow, we should arrange for a transport aircraft to expedite the process? Although the portal's dimensions are limited, requiring disassembly and reassembly, it would undoubtedly be swifter than this painstaking route. Old Lu's infrastructure project was also underway, beginning with the dormitories. Constructed with brick and concrete, outfitted with solar panels and air conditioning, everything one could desire. Ding. The construction of a building task has been completed. Portal level upgraded to LV4. Opening time extended to 15 minutes per day. Additional reward of 10 years of lifespan has been infused. Current lifespan, 100 years. A spring of water, perceptible only to Tang Xian, cascaded from above, enveloping him in a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, revitalizing his spirit. The impurities from his body began to dissipate. His eyes took on a profound, ethereal quality, imbued with an enigmatic charm. 100 years, excellent. Tomorrow, I shall have that transport aircraft brought in. The air defense weaponry must be rapidly deployed. Commander Tang, the radar vehicle has detected several targets in the sky 10 kilometers away. The voice of the radar operator crackled through the radio. Chapter 9. The uninvited guests at the scene. Both the construction personnel and the elite soldiers from Wolfang concealed themselves simultaneously, their steel rifles loaded and poised for the command to engage. Old Lu also set aside his work and swiftly approached with an assault rifle in hand. He recalled Tang Xian mentioning that those with advanced cultivation could fly, hence he felt as if facing a formidable adversary and dared not to be complacent. Commander Tang, what are our orders? Stay calm. The 2 otherworldly individuals we captured yesterday indicated that this is a trial area, and the appearance of cultivators is quite normal. Moreover, they are currently 10 kilometers away, granting us ample preparation time. The initiative lies with us. As Tang Xian analyzed the situation, he began to strategize. The military personnel dispersed, and the air defense missile vehicles were also instructed to scatter, lest they be taken out in one fell swoop by an unfriendly force. It remained unclear whether the opposing entity was human or a ferocious beast, prompting him to order De Yin to promptly launch a drone for long-range reconnaissance. Relay the imagery to the combat screen. Everyone, assume a state of heightened readiness. If we engage, unleash all our firepower. This includes the air defense missile vehicles. If they fall within range, let them fire indiscriminately. In short, our safety is paramount. The strength of the adversary was uncertain. Waiting for them to strike first before employing detection equipment to determine our response would be too late. If we are to fight, it must be without reservation. Especially now, With the stability of our foundational forces in jeopardy, any unforeseen event before the completion of our base could profoundly affect our future. To put it bluntly, if we hesitate and allow ourselves to be annihilated, it would render this system utterly tragic. How could one dare to claim the title of a transmigrator? Yes. Old Lu squared his shoulders and promptly communicated Tang Xian's orders via radio. Tang Xian lowered the visor of his Special Forces helmet and retrieved a domestically produced sniper grenade launcher from the combat box. This weapon was akin to a miniature mortar, with accuracy comparable to a standard sniper rifle. In the hands of this elite soldier, its deterrent power was naturally amplified several-fold. Soon, the reconnaissance drone operated by De Yin took off, equipped with a specially modified long-range camera, swiftly advancing toward the target point. This maneuver neither enticed the enemy nor revealed their location, for at such a distance, even if the adversary spotted the drone, they would be oblivious to its origin. As a seasoned warrior, Tang Xian adeptly managed this situation. Dense forests flashed across Tang Xian's combat screen, and after approximately 10 minutes, the drone hovered in place and focused. The distant imagery gradually transitioned from a blur to clarity. There were more than a dozen figures clad in white robes. Among them, 9 were soaring on swords, while one was seated atop a massive, unidentified creature. Clearly, this individual was the leader. Appearing to be around 60 years old, he exuded an imposing presence, his thick black hair vibrant with energy. His demeanor vastly surpassed that of any elderly man participating in square dancing back on Blue Star. The creature beneath him was adorned with long, yellow fur, clean and sleek, reminiscent of a lion. However, akin to a mutated wild boar transported to modern society. It was larger, more formidable, and sharper than a lion. Is this the spirit beast? The kind that can be tamed, Tang Xian murmured to himself, recalling that this foundational information had been gleaned from the otherworldly individuals. Spiritual beasts possess sentience and serve as mounts for cultivators, though typically only those of significant stature can afford them. Those of lesser cultivation often find themselves unable to tame such creatures, or worse, susceptible to theft when venturing forth. Indeed, the likelihood of ridicule is even greater. Amidst the throngs of sword-wielding cultivators, an enigmatic figure, colloquially known as a powerhouse, makes an appearance. Who, one may wonder, are these individuals? As the question arises, the scene that unfolds before Tang Xian clarifies everything. Behind the spirited elder, 2 heads emerge, peering furtively. They gesture animatedly, seemingly conferring with the elder. Although the blindfold is no longer present, Tang Xian instantly recognizes them as the 2 interdimensional beings he had released the previous day. They are practitioners of the Qin Yuan sect, likely accompanied by their fellow disciples. However, certainty lies just beyond inquiry. De Yin, maneuver the drone closer for a query. Commands Tang. Understood, Captain Tang. De Yin responds with a grin, recalling the panicked expressions of the 2 interdimensional visitors upon sighting the drone the day before. His anticipation to observe the reactions of other interdimensional beings is palpable. As he guides the drone closer, nearing the 1-kilometer mark, the sect leader, Xiaohe, suddenly whirls around. His advanced cultivation endows him with heightened senses, allowing him to detect something amiss. The elders riding their swords also soon spot the approaching anomaly. As it draws nearer, clarity dawns. Upon reaching a distance of 100 meters, their eyes widen in unison. Is this an artificial entity? They exclaim in disbelief. It is utterly astounding. When Dong Kue and Zheng Yu finally perceive the sound, a chill runs down their spines, but it subsides quickly. After all, their revered masters are present, and the beings from the high plane appear amicable, even providing them with syringes. Thus, the sense of dread diminishes, replaced by curiosity as they lean forward. Master, this is the lethal apparatus of the high plane powerhouses, capable of annihilating ferocious beasts without so much as a blink, Dong Kue states composedly, momentarily forgetting his earlier shock. He steals glances at Mu Rongshui, wishing she would take notice of him. Zheng Yu nods vigorously, adding, Master, when we encounter the immortal, please convey that we were compelled to act. We mustn't let them know we divulged any secrets. We fear their disdain. The gazes of Xiaohe, the elders, and Mu Rongshui remain fixated on the enigmatic entity. Were it not for their age, they might have been unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. For arms, with palms that can rotate, and a single large eye dangling below, this diminutive puppet can obliterate 4th-tier ferocious beasts in an instant, a truly astonishing feat. May I inquire as to your purpose here? De Yan's voice booms, his tone naturally resonant. After a brief silence, the figure before them opens its mouth. Goodness, this creature can articulate human language. The scene is surreal, yet remarkably harmonious. Zheng Yu and Dong Kue once heard the esteemed elders, who had once held lofty positions, utter these words, which instantly elicited laughter from them. They whispered among themselves, noting that their reaction was by no means exaggerated. It was simply a bit louder than the usual remarks made by their masters. Indeed, they were taken aback that their masters could express such sentiments, eliciting giggles in response. Then, the unyielding gaze of Sister Murong Shui fell upon them. In an instant, Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu changed their demeanor, speaking with the utmost seriousness. Master, the formidable killing machine of the Celestial indeed possesses the ability to articulate human speech. They continued, it seems we neglected to inform you, esteemed elder, but fret not. It is quite amicable. With expressions of stoic calm, they deliberately lowered their voices, exuding an air of worldly wisdom. Upon hearing their words, Xiao He felt his breath quicken. Such a significant matter, and you two chose to overlook it. Had you merely mentioned it, we could have avoided such remarks. And to laugh about it, seemingly indignant. Xiao He leaped down from his mount, bowing respectfully. I humbly report to the celestial being, I am Xiao He, the head of the Qin Yuan sect. Upon their return, my two disciples hastily informed me that a celestial being has appeared in Yuanshan and came to their rescue. Thus, I have prepared a humble gift to express my gratitude. Zhang Yu, astonished Dong Kuei, flabbergasted. Chapter 10, the polite puppet of the celestial being Xiao He launched a counterattack, leaving Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu in a state of acute anxiety. They clearly remembered being blindfolded at the time. Even a fool could discern that the celestial being desired solitude. To their dismay, they found themselves betrayed by their own sect leader. Master, you valued our syringes at that moment. We only revealed the truth under duress. You must not speak carelessly. Indeed, Master. This could lead the celestial being to misunderstand our intentions. Their explanations were loud, deliberately audible to the killing puppet across from them. However, Xiao He turned around, his expression grave. You wretches dare to quibble. Do you require me to summon witnesses for you to acknowledge the truth? Being rescued is one thing, but why not clarify the situation? If the celestial being sought solitude, would I have dared to intrude? Upon hearing this, Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu's eyes widened in alarm. Good heavens, our master! What do the elders mean by gazing at us so? Are they here to bear witness? You must not treat us this way. The entire scene, along with the audio, was heard by Tang Xian, who found it utterly hilarious. These two were ensnared in a dire predicament. Even the usually serious old Lu could barely contain his amusement. Though their identities were likely confirmed now. Haha, Captain Tang, what do you say? Shall we bring them in? Indeed, Tang Xian responded, chuckling as he pointed to the enormous yellow lion displayed on the combat screen. This creature can fly, if it truly comes to express gratitude. My anti-air missile vehicle need not be transported by helicopter. However, we shall maintain a state of alert, just in case. Allow them to approach. Understood. Old Lu communicated via radio to Diyin, who then instructed the group through a drone. Follow me, please. Hearing this, Xiao He and the others were elated, nodding in gratitude. Only Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu felt their hearts racing, fearful that this reckless crowd might lead them to an untimely demise. Master, we shall wait for you here. Yes, otherwise we could hunt some fierce beasts. After all, with our lack of aptitude, we must strive harder. Xiao He ignored them and addressed his mount instead. Spirit Lion, wait here for me. Riding you over would be too disrespectful. With that, he followed the drone. Just as Zheng Yu and Dong Kuei began to relax, they found themselves unceremoniously lifted from the lion's back by two elders. Elder Yang, this is unacceptable. Elder Fu, please have mercy. Do not take me with you. Without further ado, they were led away. Moments later, the group arrived at a vast plain. As they looked around, they spotted several buildings erected, and within the area lay colossal puppets. The arms of these puppets were extraordinarily long, with the foremost palm embedded deep into the ground. My heavens! The elders gasped in astonishment. These puppets were of an immense scale and appeared to be made of iron. It seems that even the most skilled blacksmiths would find this task insurmountable, primarily due to the absence of such a large furnace. Ah, but wait. Suddenly, the crowd recalled a matter of grave significance concerning the very survival of their sect. And with eager anticipation, they turned their gazes towards Xiao He. They pondered whether this puppet could unearth the long-buried spiritual pool of the Qin Yuan sect, sealed for a century. If the spiritual pool could be accessed, the disciples' cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Xiao He, too, had considered this possibility. For his very purpose in coming was to borrow something from the immortal to resolve their crisis. Nevertheless, his heart raced with trepidation, unsure of how to broach the subject. To avoid arousing the immortal's suspicion, Xiao He swiftly redirected the conversation. What you have witnessed is merely the surface, in truth. These puppets possess not only a physical form but also a soul. Moreover, it is a soul of utmost purity, devoid of arrogance, embodying the grace of a gentleman. With this proclamation, Xiao He once again left the crowd in astonishment. Their leader's discernment had always been profound, and such lofty praise for the puppets could only imply. Following Xiaohi's gaze, they realized that what their leader regarded as a puppet was not the one digging 3 feet into the ground, but rather the 4 peculiar figures, seemingly burdened by large logs with pointed heads. The crowd quickly comprehended Xiaohi's intent. Indeed, no matter where they moved, those 4 puppets maintained their unwavering gaze upon them, their angles perfectly aligned, even observing as they landed. Such decorum was remarkable. Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu felt a bit of relief. Fortunately, the immortal possessed great composure. But where was the individual? At this moment, the group surveyed their surroundings, finding no one aside from the puppets. They dared not recklessly unleash their perception abilities, fearing to offend the immortal. Unbeknownst to them, the officials had concealed themselves within the foliage, with at least dozens of gun barrels aimed in their direction, including RPGs and other high-caliber weaponry. Tang Xian was no exception. He had not intended to reveal himself today. Although the individuals below exhibited no hostility, caution was paramount. In close proximity, should an error occur, he could not guarantee that the opposing party would be swiftly eliminated by his own forces. Tang Xian's proficiency in combat was unparalleled, yet he had never faced beings from another realm. Grasping the microphone, the loudspeaker above the base emitted a beep. The robed figures promptly turned to look. Before they could even discern what it was, Tang Xian's voice resounded. "Is this the leader of the Qin Yuan sect, Xiaohi?" Xiaohi hastily cupped his hands in respect. "I am indeed Xiaohi. May I inquire how the immortal prefers to be addressed? My surname is Tang, but I am not fond of the title immortal. Please, call me Captain Tang." As someone who is not a practitioner, being referred to as an immortal, while respectful, felt somewhat peculiar to him. Xiaohi shared this sentiment. What does Captain imply? Nonetheless, he remained exceedingly respectful as he replied, "Captain Tang, I have come here today to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance to my disciples." Upon concluding, the elders hurriedly approached, each holding delicately crafted storage bags in their hands, their expressions imbued with sincerity. "Commander Tang, this is a small token of appreciation from Xiaobai. I hope you will graciously accept it. Since you have shown such sincerity, I shall accept it. However, I have another matter I would like to trouble Master Xiao with." Tang Xian got straight to the point, leaving Xiaohi momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the immortal would request my assistance. Such familiarity could indeed facilitate my request for that puppet capable of digging. He quickly continued, "Immortal? No, Commander Tang, please speak. As long as it is within the capabilities of my Qin Yuan sect, I shall lend my utmost support. I would like your mount to assist me in relocating those 4 anti-aircraft vehicles to the dense forest." "Are you referring to those puppets?" This posed no problem. Puppets? This terminology left Tang Xian momentarily perplexed, as if drones were being referred to as puppets, and missile vehicles were likewise labeled as such. "Very well. If you call them puppets, then puppets they are. There is no need for further explanation." "Indeed, those 4 puppets." Xiaohi nodded, slightly exhilarated. He had feared the task might involve some formidable challenge, but now he felt a sense of relief. He promptly summoned the spirit lion with his divine sense, and the colossal creature soon arrived at the center of the arena, accompanied by a gust of wind. "Zhou Tong, when that creature relocates the anti-aircraft vehicles, please assess its strength," Tang Xian communicated over the radio. Any opportunity to investigate the explosive power of extraterrestrial beings would not be overlooked. Understood. Chapter 11. What do you want it for? The spirit lion, endowed with remarkable intelligence, soared to the top of the anti-aircraft vehicle upon understanding Xiaohi's intention. Gently grasping it, its size was comparable to that of the missile carrier, and one could distinctly perceive the sensation of weightlessness as it lifted. Commander Tang, in a moment of sheer strength, demonstrated a force of 5,000 kilograms. This equates to approximately 5 tons, nearly the weight of the vehicle itself, indicating that its peak strength exceeded 5 tons. However, the sensation of descent was also palpable, suggesting that the spirit lion was not overly powerful despite its imposing presence. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a formidable creature, indirectly affirming the prowess of its master. It was wise to refrain from a face-to-face meeting for now, opting instead to engage more intimately once a deeper familiarity had been established. Guided by a drone, the spirit lion efficiently returned all the anti-aircraft vehicles to their designated positions in a matter of minutes. Commander Tang felt a wave of satisfaction. He had initially planned to use a helicopter the following day, but this arrangement saved considerable time. However, a thought struck him. If they could utilize the spirit lion for future lifting tasks, there would be no need for large machinery to enter the site. This would allow them to focus on the most critical weapons and supplies, significantly accelerating base construction. Commander Tang, at this moment, Xiaohi initiated the conversation. "To be frank, I have a request." "Ah, an opportunity had arisen." "Oh, Please, Xiao Shuang, share your request. Xiao He appeared slightly hesitant before clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I wish to request a puppet, a digging machine, specifically one capable of excavating the earth. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian and old Lu exchanged glances, puzzled. What could he possibly need an excavator for? Might I inquire about the purpose of this excavator, Xiao Shuang? Oh, so this puppet is called an excavator, a most impressive name. Xiao He mused, then sighed deeply, his expression turning melancholic as if recalling a painful memory. Commander Tang. Within the Qin Yuan sect lies a reservoir of spiritual energy known as the spirit pool. A century ago, the sect thrived due to this resource. But the subsequent battle with the demonic sect devastated the pool, covering it with immense boulders. These rocks are incredibly hard, and despite numerous attempts, I have been unable to shatter or move them. The Qin Yuan sect has gradually weakened, facing relentless assaults from the demonic sect. It is only upon seeing the puppet of Commander Tang that I dare to hope for assistance. As Xiao He concluded, the voice of Sniper Li Fei crackled through the radio. I suspect he seeks an excavator equipped with a hydraulic breaker. Wait, he likely doesn't know that an excavator can be fitted with a breaker. Observed the scout Zhou Tong, interjecting. Li Fei nodded vigorously. Exactly. Commander Tang, what do you think? Should we grant him this request? Old Lu whispered. Tang Xian pondered thoughtfully. Providing an excavator is not an issue, but I am concerned about his ability to operate it. Perhaps we should first establish our terms. He resolved to present his own inquiries, intending to send a skilled warrior to instruct Xiao He on the use of the excavator afterward. Master Xiao, I can empathize with your predicament, however. That excavator is our lifting equipment. While I possess several excavators, they must work in concert to accomplish the task at hand. Of course, your steed performed admirably in placing the puppet into the dense forest. If I were to lend it to you, Commander Tang, this is not an issue. I can leave my spiritual lion mount behind. Xiao He exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sensed that the immortal seemed to harbor no intention of refusal. Commander Tang smiled broadly but quickly reverted to a serious demeanor. Oh, is that truly appropriate? Ah, Xiao He momentarily faltered. Commander Tang, I understand that the value of the spiritual lion does not compare to that of the excavator. However, realization dawned upon Xiao He. This was indeed inappropriate. He promptly engaged his mind, and an idea illuminated his thoughts. But I see that Commander Tang seems to be engaged in the construction of a sect. My sect boasts thousands of disciples, all of whom could lend their assistance. Indeed, this awareness is simply remarkable. Originally, exchanging the spiritual lion for an 8-year-old excavator would have been a profitable deal, and now it is further enhanced. Thousands of disciples aiding in the construction of the base. Surely, the progress would soar. Xiao He was genuinely earnest in his proposal. Ahem, since Master Xiao is so resolute, I shall acquiesce, Commander Tang replied. By the way, that lion will not disregard my commands, will it? Agreed. My heavens. Xiao He responded with fervor. Rest assured, with but a word from me, it shall recognize you as its master and accompany you across the skies to establish the sect. That is splendid. However, traversing the skies is perhaps best left aside. I am not adept at sword control, and should I fall, the consequences would be dire. A helicopter is decidedly more dependable. Master Xiao, I shall now send a soldier to instruct you in the operation of excavators. Subsequently, Commander Tang dispatched a construction personnel. The crowd soon realized that this individual exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary mortal. As Commander Tang had indicated, was this person truly to teach them how to manipulate the puppet? The elders were exhilarated, rubbing their hands together behind him. Excellent. The Qi Yuan sect is saved. Shui, why not entrust the control of this puppet to you? Xiao He eagerly turned to Murong Shui, who had finally emerged from her thoughts of gratitude. She wished to express her appreciation to Commander Tang. Were it not for him and his syringe, she would not have swiftly attained her breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Thus, she momentarily overlooked Xiao He, raising her delicate, fair hand and bowing her head gently. Commander Tang, I am the junior Murong Shui, and I wish to remain by your side as an attendant. Dong Kue, what the? Zhengyu, this is unbelievable. Commander Tang? Commander Tang could hardly believe his ears. The stunning woman who had remained silent throughout had expressed a desire to serve as his attendant. Regaining his composure, he felt compelled to refuse. To claim that men are not drawn to beauty would be a falsehood. However, in this world, cultivators reign supreme. Would one dare to keep an unfamiliar female cultivator by their side to brew tea and serve? To do so would be tantamount to courting disaster. A foolhardy act driven by lust. Commander Tang was not inclined to commit such folly. Should he entertain the idea, it would be prudent to first gain a thorough understanding of her character. Indeed, true admiration can only be sustained by unwavering loyalty. After all, the system ensures one's safety solely within the confines of reality, with no assurances for alternate realms. At this moment, Old Lu and the special forces regarded Tang Xian with a mischievous glint in their eyes. Tang Xian then solemnly declared, "The time for fate has yet to arrive. Let us discuss it again later." Upon hearing this, Murong Shue's expression dimmed slightly, yet she soon displayed an intense admiration. She was acutely aware of her beauty and figure, qualities that others could only aspire to. Whenever she passed by men, she invariably attracted their attention. Now, as she wished to pledge herself, this celestial being had gently declined her offer. However, upon deeper reflection, his words were not a rejection but rather an indication that the time was not yet right. Perhaps her cultivation was insufficient, rendering her unworthy to serve as his concubine. With her cheeks flushed and a newfound determination, Murong Shue confidently proclaimed, "Captain Tang, when my wings are fully spread, I shall return to Yuanshan. Until then, I implore you, do not refuse me, for I wish to serve, for a lifetime." After a prolonged silence, Tang Xian's voice resonated softly, "Very well. It is rare to encounter such lofty aspirations in a young lady." Chapter 12. The Cultivator and the Puppet Machine. Upon hearing the immortal agree to her request, Murong Shue's joy was akin to that of a child. Yet, she refrained from overt displays of exuberance, merely clutching her hands gently, offering herself silent encouragement. With a goal in sight, motivation surged within her. "Go, Murong Shue." Not only she, but even Xiao He and the elders were elated. If their disciple could indeed forge a connection with the immortal, the future of the Qin Yuan sect would be smooth sailing. Who would dare to defy them? Shuer, from today onward, you shall be the foremost true disciple of the Qin Yuan sect. I shall provide you with the finest cultivation resources, Xiao He declared with palpable excitement. The elders echoed in agreement. "Shuer, I have decided to impart to you the earth-grade cultivation technique, a treasure of my lifelong learning. Shuer, he will teach you his techniques, and I shall instruct you in swordsmanship, ensuring your swift rise to power." Indeed, indeed. With this, the foundation of the Qin Yuan sect will have the opportunity to flourish, and your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. When that time comes, you shall return to Yuan Mountain to rekindle your connection with Tang Lu. Thank you, Master and esteemed elders. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Murong Shue bowed respectfully, her humility intertwined with boundless confidence. Witnessing this scene, Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu pressed their lips tightly together, their eyes reflecting nothing but envy and jealousy. The advantages enjoyed by the immortal were undeniable, leading the sect leader to fawn over him, while beautiful women gravitated toward him. "I am consumed with envy. Zheng Yu, Dong Kuei, you are henceforth forbidden from entangling yourself with Shuer for any reason. She is already the chosen one of the immortal. I shall inform the entire sect of this matter, and should anyone dare to test the waters, the Qin Yuan sect will not hesitate to exact severe retribution." Xiao He's fierce gaze made the two retreat involuntarily, before they managed to force smiles. "Master, you flatter us. How could we?" Seeing their forlorn expressions brought Xiao He some comfort, and he turned back to Murong Shue. "Shuer, how do you feel about controlling this puppet?" It was expected that Murong Shue would readily accept, but her subsequent words stunned everyone. "Master, Shuer cultivates the Tao and wishes solely to enhance her cultivation, returning to Yuan Mountain to serve Tang Lu as soon as possible. The puppet is simply not suited for me. I implore you, Master, to assign it to another." Such realization. Her objectives were remarkably clear. Xiao He recognized his presumption, and the elders nearly cast him reproachful glances. As the sect leader, how could I lead my disciple astray? Establishing a connection with the immortal is of utmost importance. Shuer, I was overly hasty. In that case, would any elders be willing to learn? Me. An astonishing scene unfolded as the robed elders eagerly raised their hands, displaying great enthusiasm. This was entirely understandable, for mastering the puppet could very well resolve the foremost troubles of the Qin Yuan sect. Such a contribution would surely be recorded on the merit board, etching their names in history. What better opportunity could there be? Xiao He nodded, pondering for a moment before deciding to appoint Elder Yang for the task. Elder Yang waved his sleeve, and his face could hardly be described with a mere word of delight. "Splendid. I shall learn to operate an excavator. Esteemed celestial being, I beseech your assistance." He bowed respectfully to the construction officers, his countenance filled with reverence. No need for formalities. The smile of the construction officer appeared somewhat rigid, for he had not anticipated that learning to operate an excavator would be so in demand. Even individuals from other realms were vying for a position. Indeed, the level of mythic grandeur was astonishing. "Commander Tang, I am on my way," the construction officer murmured into the radio. "Indeed, take it easy. We are here for you," came Tang Xian's reply, followed by an order for the officers to each lock onto a target to prevent any unforeseen developments. Although the likelihood of complications was minimal, One could not afford to be unprepared. Elder Yang followed the construction officers as they ascended the tracks and stepped into the cockpit. He marveled at the dashboard and the array of control buttons. Exquisite. First, let us turn this ignition switch to start the excavator, he observed. The construction personnel gently twisted the key. Vroom, vroom, thud, thud, thud. The excavator roared to life, but Elder Yang leaped down in an instant. His speed was akin to that of an arrow released from its bow, a veritable leap from the vehicle. At this moment, he was utterly astonished, stammering as he pointed at the excavator. How could the roar of this machine be so extraordinary, and why does it emit smoke? Hiss. Taking a deep breath of exhaust, Elder Yang's lips twitched. This scent is invigorating. The elders beside him and Xiao He nodded in agreement. The aroma was indescribably peculiar yet refreshingly novel. Lucky old Yang. Indeed, such a colossal contraption, with its unique structure. Oh, how splendid it would be if it were mine. The construction officer, bemused by their antics, hurriedly urged him to return. Once Elder Yang was back inside, he began his lesson. Pressing these two pedals makes it move forward. Pressing one independently allows it to turn. The two control levers manage the boom and rotation. Do give it a try. With that, the construction officer jumped down and retreated to a safe area. Elder Yang vigorously flicked his sleeve and settled into the seat. The pneumatic suspension of the seat was so plush, it was infinitely more comfortable than any steed. Oh, delightful. Elder Yang was utterly elated, cautiously manipulating the control levers. Oh no. The excavator began to spin uncontrollably, the boom moving erratically up and down, nearly tipping over as it struck the ground. Elder Yang hastily leapt out, the previous exhilaration evaporating, replaced by sheer terror. Xiao Zhongmen, this contraption does not heed my commands. Having witnessed the earlier scene, Xiao He could only send another elder up. The outcome was similar to Elder Yang's, if not worse, as they nearly got thrown off as well. Subsequently, more attempts were made. Yet 4 consecutive failures left no one daring to ascend. Commander Tang was nearly in stitches amidst the forest. The sight of cultivators operating an excavator was simply incongruous. The special forces were also suppressing their laughter. This group of interdimensional beings was undeniably humorous. Commander Tang, I wonder if there is a quick learning method for this contraption? Xiao He expressed his difficulty, stating, if this proves useless, how shall we manage the essence of the spirit pool? Tang Xian, recognizing the challenge of maneuvering the excavator, pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, Master Xiao. I shall provide you with a more rapid, simpler, and more convenient method to access your spirit pool. Is that truly the case? Xiao He inquired. To which Tang Xian affirmed, indeed. De Yin, please bring 2 packages of C4 explosives to Master Xiao. The drone departed, and shortly thereafter, it returned. Suspended beneath it were 2 bundles of yellow solid material. Each piece was modest in size, slightly larger than a hand. After placing them on the ground, Xiao He examined one closely, discovering alongside it 2 white wires, each as long as an arm. Just as he was about to pick them up for further investigation, Tang Xian cautioned, do not handle those wires carelessly. Xiao He promptly halted his actions, inquiring, Commander Tang, what are these? Return and insert them into the crevices of those large stones. Then, connect the white wires and pull. Once ignited, make haste to flee. Is it truly that simple? Xiao He expressed skepticism, but why must we run after igniting it? Would it not be better to stay and see if we can be of assistance? Chapter 13. Let him play with a C4 Master Xiao. It would be prudent for you to heed my advice. Otherwise, your esteemed sect may face a calamity of bloodshed. Moreover, it is imperative that you attend to this matter post-haste, for as you have stated, the demonic sect remains ever watchful. Tang Xian, unwilling to squander any more time, pressed on. If they do not leave, the base cannot continue its operations. Hearing these words, Xiao He dared not inquire further, nodding vigorously. Understood, Captain Tang. I shall adhere strictly to your directives. Spirit Lion, he called, and the colossal beast soared towards him. I hereby terminate our contract. From this day forth, Captain Tang shall be your master. Captain Tang, you need only to drop your blood onto the Spirit Lion's spiritual altar to establish your bond. Once you recognize your master, should you require assistance from the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect in constructing the sect, merely summon the Spirit Lion to notify us. We shall take our leave for now. Until we meet again. Xiao He led his companions aloft on their swords, while Murong Shui cast a lingering, affectionate glance back before following suit. Minutes later, Captain Tang, the radar can no longer detect them. They have distanced themselves. Very well, let us resume our work. The construction continued in an orderly manner as Tang Xian and Old Lu approached the immense Spirit Lion. Standing beside it, they found themselves dwarfed by its stature. The Spirit Lion lowered its head, signaling Tang Xian to proceed with the blood offering. Captain Tang, will this work? It should be fine. Allow me to give it a try. Tang Xian drew forth a dagger, slicing his fingertip before pressing it against the lion's head. In an instant, his blood seemed to seep into the ground, entirely absorbed by the spirit lion. Its eyes suddenly radiated with a glimmer of light, reflecting its excitement and eagerness as it regarded Tang Xian, akin to a loyal dog recognizing its owner, almost wagging its tail in delight. Goodness! Old Lu's mouth hung open as he gazed at Tang Xian. It truly has recognized you as its master. Tang Xian chuckled, pleased with the smooth transition. With such a formidable spirit beast at his side, not only would the construction of the base be expedited without the need for heavy machinery, but their safety would also be exponentially enhanced. The ranks of spirit beasts are akin to those of ferocious beasts, classified from levels 1 to 10. Although not visible to non-cultivators, Tang Xian felt confident that this creature would not be lacking in prowess. Contemplating further, Tang Xian pondered whether the inclusion of a cultivator at the base might provide him with real-time intelligence, such as insights into ferocious beasts, the rankings of elixirs, and analyses of surrounding factions. I was hasty. I should have apprehended a person from Shaohe earlier. Of course, capturing the young woman was out of the question. The term apprehend implied confinement, and one who cherishes beauty would not resort to such measures. This matter shall be prioritized. After all, they were within the trial mountains. And if another cultivator were to enter, they could simply seize them. Old Lu, I intend to return to the real world shortly. Tomorrow, I will bring in more supplies. Please make a note of what you need. Understood, Captain Tang. I shall prepare a list for you immediately. Old Lu responded and then recalled something important. Handing over a dozen storage bags left by the elders of the Qin Yuan sect. Commander Tang, I have taken a brief glance at the contents, which are densely packed with the spoils we acquired last time. Notably, their hue and flavor have significantly improved compared to the previous batch. Would you like to take some back with you? Not just yet. The value to the Dragon Kingdom remains uncertain. Please leave it in my office for now. This is one reason, but there are two more of considerable importance. These elixirs and spirit stones serve as the currency of the fantasy realm, essential for forging connections and exchanging goods in the future. If one can procure what they desire through spirit stones, they would undoubtedly refrain from sending soldiers to risk their lives in battle. Furthermore, regarding efficacy, it stands to reason that the items personally delivered by the sect leader are of exceptional quality. Should modern scientific research prove beneficial to human health, it is only fitting that Tang Xian and the frontline troops be the first to benefit. Would it be wise to send everything back to the real world, leaving my comrades to fend for themselves? Only when we are secure can our rear be stable. This is both a principle and a fact. Having concluded this discussion, Tang Xian returned to the real world with the supplies compiled by Old Lu. As the portal opened, Tang Xian materialized in the training grounds of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. The ground bore faint traces of the tracks left by special equipment during his last departure. The troops were still engaged in rigorous training, fully aware of the events in the other realm. As the vanguard, they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to enter the other world and fight alongside their commander. After providing brief guidance on the training, Tang Xian boarded a jeep and headed to the military district headquarters. Inside the headquarters, Zhang Yi and several directors from the Dragon Kingdom were engrossed in discussion, their expressions increasingly jubilant. Upon seeing Tang Xian enter, they quickly stood to welcome him, excitement radiating from their faces. Commander Tang, we have good news, Zhang Yi exclaimed, presenting a test report. The pills you brought back last time contain components that are dozens of times purer than century-old herbs. They can cure ailments and plagues. Indeed, they can enhance physical constitution, an extraordinary tonic. Tang Xian smiled knowingly. This was splendid news. General Zhang, in light of this, I will strive to ensure that the frontline troops receive priority access to these pills. Yes, this is precisely what I wish to discuss. Zhang Yi nodded earnestly. Our soldiers are risking their lives on the front lines. We must prioritize their safety. As long as the influence of the Dragon Kingdom can take root, we need not worry about resources in the future. Absolutely, the health of our frontline soldiers is paramount, echoed the other directors, expressing firm agreement. I extend my gratitude to all of you on behalf of the soldiers at the front, Tang Xian stated. Oh, by the way, have there been any conclusions regarding the creatures from the other realm? At this moment, a young woman wearing glasses approached. Greetings, Commander Tang. I am from the Biological Research Institute, specifically tasked with studying the creatures from the other realm. Our dissection and analysis of the beast reveal that its bones and internal organs are over 8 times stronger than those of the beasts in our world. This seems to be inherent from birth. As for the spherical solid within its head, the crystal nucleus, it emanates a unique energy. We have already submitted the solid materials to the Academy of Weapons, where they are diligently working on the energy cannon. An energy cannon? Indeed. What once belonged to the realm of science fiction is poised to become a reality. By the way, Commander Tang, solid stones, spiritual stones, also harbor energy. surpassing even that found within the skulls of beasts. Very well, Tang Xian nodded, noting that we are currently in the process of collecting those as well. Once we achieve developments, I shall bring back a substantial quantity. Indeed, the bespectacled woman nodded, exchanging glances with the other officials. After a prolonged silence, she tentatively inquired, Commander Tang, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Since we are all familiar with one another, please speak freely. Well, we would like to send an expert team to accompany you into the other world. This would allow for on-site research and significantly enhance our efficiency. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian pondered for a moment before responding, this matter is not insurmountable, but it is not the right time. The assembly looked puzzled, all eyes fixed on Tang Xian, who further elucidated, the inhabitants of that realm can effortlessly shatter colossal stones with their bare hands, exhibiting a force nearing 1,000 pounds. Until the Dragon Kingdom's base is fully constructed and the large anti-aircraft weaponry is stationed, there are too many undefined factors at play. Of course, if the experts you mentioned possess the spirit of the battlefield, then consider my words null and void. Chapter 14. The manifestation of reality upon the utterance of these words. The directors and researchers fell into a profound silence. Subsequently, they nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang Xian's statements. To be candid, the inability to guarantee their safety presents a dilemma, as does Tang Xian's reluctance to allow them entry. This leads us to address the purpose of their intended foray. Their aspirations revolve around the study of elixirs, the exploration of life, the examination of spiritual stones, and the development of mineral resources. I have already provided samples of the elixirs. Should you require me to retrieve more? I can do so with the aid of a spatial storage pouch from another realm, capable of transporting a substantial quantity at once. You have also delved into the essence of life. If you need crystal cores, I can procure them for you, as well as spiritual stones should you so desire. As for minerals, that is a consideration for the future. Even if it were to be contemplated now, would it not necessitate the expertise of specialists? To speak candidly, should these experts be granted entry, they might become overwhelmed by scientific fervor. In such a scenario, would it not be imperative for my comrades to escort them? If calamity were to strike, it would be most unfortunate. Firstly, should any special forces perish, Tang Xian would not accept responsibility. Secondly, if an expert were to meet an untimely demise, accusations would surely arise regarding the inadequacy of the escort and safety measures, questioning how such carelessness could occur. Therefore, in conclusion, Tang Xian had no intention of permitting their passage. It is best they remain where they are. I have no need for bureaucrats unskilled in handling firearms. Beep. Please complete the main task. Assist the Dragon Kingdom in retrieving 500 elixirs. Task reward. Portal upgrade. Additional reward for host. 200 kilograms of strength. General Zhang and esteemed directors. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Captain Tang, take care. Tang Xian nodded and strode away from the military headquarters with purpose. His focus shifted to the subtitles dancing in his mind. The requirement of 500 elixirs did not specify types or grades, thus, fulfilling this task based solely on quantity seemed highly achievable. The Qin Yuan faction must possess alchemists. I could enlist their assistance to expedite the process. Once again, it is the reward that holds paramount importance. An upgrade of the portal would extend its operational capacity, significantly accelerating the construction of the base. Moreover, an additional 200 kilograms of strength would bring me perilously close to a remarkable 800 kilograms. The thought of possessing such formidable strength is almost unfathomable for a mere mortal. Yet, it is imperative to note that as strength increases, one's physical constitution must also keep pace. After all, strength is one thing, but the ability to withstand the impact of one's own might is another. However, a slight smile graced Tang Xian's lips. I possess elixirs. The researchers have stated that these potions can enhance one's physical constitution. With such advancements, I would be able to develop steadily. Tang Xian found himself eagerly anticipating whether he might one day shatter boulders with a single punch. Upon returning to the alternate realm, he would immediately test the efficacy of the elixirs. First, he must coordinate supplies and equipment. With the presence of the spiritual lion, lifting apparatuses are no longer necessary. Moreover, this advantage allows me to extend our operational range outward once more. In simpler terms, this means acquiring additional radar vehicles to place beyond the blind spots of the base's radar system. For instance, the current reconnaissance radius is centered around the base at 10 kilometers. By deploying radar vehicles, it extends to 20 kilometers. This would significantly increase our response time. If circumstances permit in the future, deploying anti-aircraft vehicles deeper into the dense forest would be quite advantageous. Identifying and neutralizing threat targets 20 kilometers away from the base ensures that no one dares to approach us. This time, we are dispatching 5 radar vehicles. while the remainder of the time will be dedicated to transporting personnel, supplies, and infrastructural equipment. In another realm, the Qin Yuan sect. Upon their return, Xiaohe and the esteemed elders, including Murong Shui, eagerly made their way to the Foundation spirit pool. The area was overgrown with weeds and strewn with rocks, a state far beyond mere desolation. Even the disciples assigned to guard it had been reassigned to the intersect for additional manpower. Witnessing this scene, Xiaohe was reminded of the myriad misfortunes and grievances that had befallen the Qin Yuan sect, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. In its heyday, neighboring sects vied for friendly relations with them. Now, in their decline, not only were they unwilling to engage, but they also feared the repercussions of association with the demonic sect. Initially, there was a tangible chance of uniting to combat the Yu demonic sect, yet. Those stubborn old fools failed to realize that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, and they could be taken down one by one. Nevertheless, it matters not. Today, the Qin Yuan sect shall rely on the might of the celestial being to revive its former glory. Elder Yang, procure the C4. Xiaohe utilized his spiritual energy to dry his tears, and Elder Yang quickly handed him 2 blocks of the yellow solid, referred to as C4 by the immortals. Holding it in his hands, Xiaohe felt a heavy weight, not from the substance itself, but from the weight in his heart. Commander Tang, I hope for your blessing. Please assist the Qin Yuan sect in resolving the issue with the spirit pool. A sneeze erupted from Tang Xian in the real world. Who is casting curses upon me? Xiaohe cautiously tucked the C4 into a crevice of the stone, his mind racing to recall Commander Tang's instructions. Insert the white wire and then pull. After doing so, he must flee promptly. Yes, that should be correct. He meticulously inserted the white wire and was just about to pull it when a disciple outside suddenly shouted. The voice startled him, prompting a hasty retreat. The celestial being warned that this task could lead to bloodshed, a near calamity indeed. Master sect leader, the elder from the Qifeng sect wishes to see you. The Qifeng sect? Xiaohe's expression darkened. Among the sects he had just mentioned, this was one of them. Today, they seek a change of heart and have come to approach him? Very well, for the sake of vanquishing the demonic sect in the future, I shall graciously forgive you. You all remain here. Do not move a muscle. I shall return shortly. After speaking, Xiaohe ascended into the air, heading towards the sect leader hall. The elders stood guard, resolute in their stillness, fearful to stir. Within the sect leader hall, Xiaohe encountered an individual shrouded in burlap, dressed in tattered garments. Puzzled, he inquired, "Who might you be?" In response, the figure revealed his mouth, speaking in a flippant tone. "I am Li Xiangxin, elder of the Qifeng sect." After all these years, sect leader Xiao still seems quite forgetful, even forgetting an old man like me. Impudent. With a thunderous roar, Xiaohe startled Li Xiangxin. You are an elder, while I am the sect master. Though we do not belong to the same faction, do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? Li Xiangxin steadied his emotions, taken aback by Xiaohe's unexpected defiance, despite the imminent threat to his sect. Shouldn't he be seeking to appease and request the protection of the Qifeng sect instead? Sect Master Xiao. The Qin Yu sect has publicly proclaimed its intent to annihilate your Qin Yuan sect. Instead of contemplating how to survive, you still speak with such arrogance? I had even intended to represent the Qifeng sect in discussions of collaboration, and this is the outcome. Xiaohe chuckled, a mocking laughter directed at Li Xiangxin. Li Xiangxin, your recent flippant tone reveals that you did not come here to negotiate cooperation. Enough. As the host, it is unbecoming to dismiss a guest. Speak. What does the Qifeng sect desire? Li Xiangxin laughed heartily. Indeed, you could not maintain your composure for even 3 seconds. Your true intentions are now apparent. Fear of death. Li Xiangxin leisurely settled onto a bench, crossing his legs. Xiaohe, my sect master has declared that as long as the Qin Yuan sect agrees to surrender, we will unite with the surrounding sects to collectively resist the Qin Yu sect. Get out. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe erupted in fury, causing Li Xiangxin to nearly tumble from his seat. Chapter 15. The explosive opening of C4. Li Xiangxin was taken aback, staring blankly at Xiaohe, his mind buzzing. It was only natural. Xiaohe had displayed genuine anger moments ago, using spiritual energy when he shouted, "Get out." Li Xiangxin, I truly never anticipated that the leader of the Qifeng sect harbored such ulterior motives. The conflict between immortals and demons was irreconcilable. Initially, he believed that the Qifeng sect had come to seek collaboration, but it turned out to be a pursuit of self-interest. After a moment's pause, Li Xiangxin rose to his feet and spoke in a hostile tone. Sect leader Xiao. My sect's leader is solely concerned about the safety and future of the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect. I trust one need not elaborate on your current predicament, stagnant and in decline. Joining the Qifeng sect is your best option. Do not muddle your judgment. Spare me your good intentions. They are better suited for others. Xiaohe turned away. Someone, see him out. Xiaohe, you would do well to consider this carefully. You may not be the only one facing death. No need for your concern. The thousands of disciples of the Qin Yuan sect fear not death. It is rather you. An elder, who must resort to wearing a mask for negotiations. How pathetic. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiaoyi departed from the hall of the sect leader. The Qifeng sect was infuriating beyond measure. Li Xiangshan was expelled from the Qin Yuan sect, yet he did not stray far. Instead, he took to the skies on his sword to observe this languishing sect. Strange, exceedingly strange. Knowing their sect was on the brink of collapse. Even if they disagreed with the merger, they should at least negotiate terms. Not only did Xiaoyi refuse to listen, but he also expelled him outright. This was entirely contrary to the predictions of his own leader before his departure. He vaguely recalled the leader of the Qifeng sect confidently stating before he left, "Rest assured, the leader of the Qin Yuan sect will surely host a banquet. Elevate your standing and never compromise." It was precisely this assurance that had led him to adopt a frivolous demeanor upon arrival. Yet before he could elevate his status, he was shouted out in disgrace. At that moment, Li Xiangshan noticed Xiaoyi stepping onto his flying sword, heading towards the back mountain of the Qin Yuan sect. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he decided to follow stealthily. He swallowed a pill that concealed his presence and silently pursued. By the spiritual pond at the back mountain, the elders, upon seeing Xiaoyi return, approached him with inquiries. Sect leader Xiao, what brings the Qifeng sect here? Xiaoyi, with a grim expression, recounted Li Xiangsheng's words verbatim. The elder's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. That scoundrel dares to attempt to swallow us whole. How brazen. Not only does he refuse to help, but he also seeks to take advantage of our misfortunes. Enough. Let him say what he will. We shall proceed with our own plans. Time is of the essence. Let us activate the spiritual pond at once, for opportunities may still arise. Xiaoyi approached C4 once more, meticulously inserting a white thread. This action left Li Xiangsheng, concealed in the shadows, utterly bewildered. What on earth is that? It looks like something foul, fashioned into bricks. Has Xiaoyi lost his mind? While one might understand a last-minute grasp for salvation, to directly embrace such filth, and to insert something into it. Oh, Xiaoyi, your childhood must have been incomplete. Li Xiangsheng clicked his tongue, preparing to report this bizarre scene to the sect leader. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the pile of excrement was emitting smoke. Then, he heard Xiaoyi shout, "Run." In an instant, everyone vanished without a trace, leaving Li Xiangsheng alone, bewildered in the shadows. What on earth is happening? Just as he was about to investigate further, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Boom. Stones flew in every direction, the ground trembled, and water splashed everywhere. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy soared into the heavens and centered around the Qin Yuan sect. A rainbow of clouds enveloped the area for miles. Goodness, this! Before he could finish his astonished exclamation, Li Xiangsheng felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. A stone the size of a dog's head crashed onto the back of his skull, leaving him dizzy. After quickly consuming a healing elixir, he stumbled away from the Qin Yuan sect. Once the explosion subsided, Xiaoyi and the elders hurried over, their faces radiant with joy. They exchanged glances and then erupted into cheers. We did it. We succeeded. The mighty immortal has liberated the spiritual pool that has troubled our sect for a century. Xiaoyi was nearly brought to tears. This moment determined the fate of the Qin Yuan sect. It was clear that they had triumphed. Quick, summon all the exceptional disciples on the brink of a breakthrough. And Snow, we mustn't forget about Snow. Hurry. Yes, sect leader, we will arrange it immediately. Meanwhile, Li Xiangshan had returned to the Qifeng sect, his eyes still wide with disbelief upon seeing his own sect leader. What happened to you? Shi Haiqing stared at Li Xiangsheng, waving his hand in front of him. After a long pause, Li Xiangsheng regained some composure, but the first thing he uttered was an exclamation of dismay. Oh no, sect leader, something terrible has happened. The spiritual pool of the Qin Yuan sect has been uncovered. What? Shi Haiqing's face turned pale with shock as he hastily inquired. What on earth happened? Did that Xiaoyi cultivate some extraordinary technique? No. He didn't use a technique. It was a yellow pile of excrement. That pile not only emitted smoke but also exploded. Shi Haiqing stared blankly for a few seconds, then swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Li Xiangsheng's face. You must be joking. Li Xiangsheng covered his face, feeling utterly wronged. Sect leader, I swear it's true. It was indeed a yellow pile of excrement. Then bring me one to see. Shi Haiqing retorted. You fool. I sent you to threaten a collaboration, and now you've nearly frightened yourself silly. Li Xiangsheng had no retort. If he was not believed, there was nothing he could do. Soon, the seven-colored clouds enveloping the spiritual pool drifted over, captivating the disciples of the Qifeng sect. Various discussions and expressions of wonder filled the air. After hearing the news, Shi Haiqing stepped outside, and to his astonishment, it was indeed true. His expression froze. This meant that the spiritual pool of the Qin Yuan sect had genuinely been unlocked. Sect leader, I told you I wasn't lying, yet you wouldn't believe me. Enough. Sure, Haiqing panted heavily. The Qingyu sect has publicly declared its invasion of the Qingyuan sect, and we shall merely observe from a distance. Should the forces of the demon sect triumph, we will remain passive. However, if the Qingyuan sect emerges victorious, the chiefing sect will swiftly launch an offensive. With your spirit pool, can you not achieve your aims without shedding a single drop of blood? What we desire is for both factions to inflict mutual destruction. At this juncture, I find myself hoping for the Qingyu sect's defeat, for then the spirit pool shall belong to me. Ha ha ha. The news of the Qingyuan sect's spirit pool being reopened spread almost instantaneously throughout the region. The immortal sects were filled with both joy and trepidation. While the Qingyu sect found itself in a predicament, the Qingyuan sect is an ancient sect, situated in a favorable location, surrounded by densely populated towns, making it exceptionally conducive for cultivating the demonic path. Thus, they have long coveted it. They aim to seize the opportunity to expand their influence while the Qingyuan sect was in decline. Yet, scarcely had they announced their intent to invade the Qingyuan sect than they uncovered the awakening of the spirit pool, dormant for a century. Demon Lord Xuekui was incensed. He immediately commanded his minions to closely investigate the Qingyuan sect. He then personally traversed the various immortal sects in the area, with a singular purpose, to threaten them into inaction, lest they face immediate obliteration. The ruthlessness and might of Xuekui instilled fear, resulting in several elders from various sects coming forth to assure him of their non-involvement with the Qingyuan sect. Some sect leaders even personally met with him, swearing oaths to sever ties with the Qingyuan sect. Such cowardice, driven solely by self-interest. Some even secretly wished for the Qingyuan sect's annihilation, as it would eliminate a rival for cultivation resources. The cultivation resources of the demonic path differ from those of the immortal sects. Yet the resources among the immortal sects are similar. For instance, the Yuanshan mountain range serves as a natural sanctum for cultivation and training, vital for the survival of the Qingyuan sect and its neighboring sections. The implications are clear. Should the Qingyuan sect regain its strength, what if they deny me access to the mountains? Thus, their demise is desired, though they understand the principle of mutual dependence in this world. Not even the immortal sects nor the demon sects have ever truly united. It has always been a struggle of open and covert conflicts, each pursuing their own agendas. To put it plainly, should a demon sect falter, it is likely that a neighboring faction would swiftly seize control. All are driven by selfish desires, and Xuekui has keenly recognized this. However, he had not originally intended to personally partake in the invasion of the Qingyuan sect, believing that his minions could handle it. Yet now, in pursuit of comprehensive victory, it is time to reconsider his stance. Chapter 16. The Indomitable Demon Lord. At dawn the following day, Tang Xian arrived in the otherworld with the latest supplies. He first directed the Spirit Lion to deploy the radar vehicle outside the base's air defense blind spot. Subsequently, he returned to his office and retrieved several celestial pills from his storage bag, swallowing them whole. They dissolved instantly, igniting an intense warmth throughout his body, akin to a profound refinement of essence and marrow. His bones creaked, as if undergoing a transformation or thickening. The sensation was extraordinarily peculiar. Once the celestial pills were fully absorbed, Tang Xian found himself acutely aware of the balance between his strength and physique. Much like one's stomach senses hunger or satiety, he discerned that his body's resilience was vastly inferior to the power he wielded. Clearly, more celestial pills were necessary. After consuming several more, he finally felt a significant sense of satiation. His body had achieved an elusive equilibrium. Emerging from his office, he approached a large tree and unleashed a punch imbued with nearly 600 kilograms of force. Merging all his strength into his fist, he struck fiercely. The wind howled as his fist connected with the trunk, producing a resounding thud. To his astonishment, a deep cavity, over 10 centimeters, was created in the tree. Retracting his fist, he saw fibers pulled from the bark, and he smiled at his unscathed, even invigorated hand. Exceptional. He felt an overwhelming joy. His body was remarkably powerful. And this was merely the beginning. Surely, the path ahead would be even more promising. Spirit Lion, come here. Tang Xian called out, and the massive spirit beast soared toward him, exuding affection. I need you to deliver a letter to the leader of the Qingyuan sect. Tang Xian was eager to complete the system's task of consuming 500 celestial pills to earn an additional 200 kilograms, thus requiring Xiaohe's assistance. However, due to the considerable distance, a walkie-talkie would be ineffective. A letter was necessary. The Spirit Lion nodded gently and, after a moment, took flight with Tang Xian's handwritten letter toward the Qingyuan sect. Old Lu's construction efforts were in full swing, progressing according to Tang Xian's specifications. He had even constructed a modest yet robust prison. The reinforced concrete walls were 3 meters thick, and the 8-layered bulletproof glass, along with intercom equipment and electric chairs, We're all in place. Commander Tang, are you suggesting we detain an otherworldly being? Old Lu inquired at the prison entrance. Tang Xian inspected the facility and nodded in satisfaction. Quite impressive, but with the design you've implemented, this is not merely house arrest. It's imprisonment. Old Lu chuckled awkwardly. I was concerned about the potential for escape. Given the immense strength of the inhabitants here, do not overthink it. I mean to say you've done an excellent job. Let it be as it is. By the way, there are numerous celestial pills in the storage bag in the office. Distribute them among the brothers. Old Lu was taken aback. Commander Tang, are you saying we can also consume those celestial pills? Indeed. Tang Xian handed Old Lu the Research Institute's analysis report. They can enhance one's physique, rendering us stronger and less susceptible to illness. However, one crucial point must be communicated. This world is home not only to celestial pills, but also to toxic ones. At present, our lack of encounters does not guarantee that we will not face them in the future. One must not indiscriminately consume pills upon sight. Very well. I shall make arrangements at once. Old Lu strode away with purpose. Meanwhile, within the serene gates of the Qingyu sect, a spy hastily entered the main hall of the demon leader. I report to your excellency, we have located the steed of Xiaohe, the leader of the Qin Yuan sect. The mention of Xiaohe's steed caused the eyes of Shuekui to gleam with excitement, prompting him to rise abruptly. Where is it? It emerged from Yuan Mountain. Although we did not see Xiaohe himself, his mount, the spirit lion beast, is unmistakably from Yuan Mountain. A chilling laugh escaped Shuekui, who lightly tapped the table. Xiaohe, Xiaohe, how foolish of you to venture out alone in such perilous times. Very well. I shall take your life first. When I annihilate the Qin Yuan sect, there will be no need for me to personally intervene. With that, Shuekui shot forth like an arrow, heading straight for Yuan Mountain. Approximately half an hour later, a majestic mountain range enveloped in ethereal mist came into view. He soared through the air, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed upon the billowing clouds concealing the great peaks. Xiaohe, you are indeed floundering in desperation. Knowing that my Qin sect plans to assault the Qin Yuan sect, your futile struggle is understandable. But to venture out alone is sheer folly. The spirit pool possesses formidable depth. Yet how could you be so confident as to grant me the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation? Haha, if I eliminate you here, I can rally the demonic forces to eradicate the Qin Yuan sect. Not only will the local populace become my cultivation sustenance, but I shall also render your spirit pool useless. The demise of the Qin Yuan sect will mark the initial stride toward unification under my command. Once my foundation is firmly established, the celestial sects will surely bow in submission, along with the other demonic sects. All will heed my summons. Shuekui was elated, envisioning the long-standing divisions of the Xianling continent coming to an end under his leadership. With a grand gesture, he summoned a dark cloud of demonic mist that rapidly engulfed a vast expanse of the mountain range, transforming the previously clear sky into a somber haze. The once serene atmosphere was now permeated with a foreboding presence. Xiaohe, emerge from the mountain and face me in battle. His voice thundered like a tempest, echoing through the Yuan mountain range, startling numerous birds and beasts into flight. The tranquil mountains were utterly shattered by Shuekui's presence, the air thick with an overwhelming dread. Simultaneously, several groups of celestial beings en route to Yuan Mountain abruptly halted in their tracks, shaken by the sudden phenomenon that had manifested ahead. An elderly man with white hair wore a look of shock. It is the demon leader Shuekui of the Qinyu sect. Elder, I just heard him call for Xiaohe to emerge for a duel. It is quite possible that Xiaohe is indeed here. Indeed. Otherwise, Shuekui would not so readily leave his mountain. The elder's face was etched with unease, and he dared not take another step forward. Elder, in light of this, should we not lend our support to sect leader Xiaohe from the shadows? Perhaps we could take the opportunity to eliminate Shuekui. Upon hearing these words, the elder with white hair regarded the speaking disciple with an expression akin to that of a parent observing a child who has yet to grasp the gravity of their situation. A fool's dream. Blood Kuei has already ascended to the nascent soul stage. Should Xiaohe confront him, he would be annihilated in an instant. How could we possibly provide support? Yet, Elder, if the Qin Yuan sect were to be obliterated, the remainder of our sects would also face dire straits. The elder glared at the disciple, considering his words excessively verbose. Do I, as an elder, possess less insight into the matter than you? Should the Qin Yuan sect fall, the demonic faction would take considerable time to regroup and establish their foothold. During this interval, it is crucial to witness how diligently you younger ones strive. If you do not exert yourselves, you shall inevitably meet the same fate as the Qin Yuan sect, becoming mere prey for the slaughter. Of course, we also possess the opportunity to rise and retaliate against the Qinyu sect. Do you comprehend? The disciple appeared to grasp the essence of the elder's words, albeit vaguely. And upon observing the elder's agitation, he merely nodded in acquiescence. Relay my command. All disciples are to remain on standby. without uttering a single sound. If Blood Kuei detects us, none shall escape unscathed. Acknowledged. The disciples clasped their fists in response, though they appeared somewhat bewildered. Blood Kuei is so formidable. Why not hastily vacate the area? In truth, the elder with white hair was equally perplexed. He too wondered why he had chosen this precarious moment to arrive here. Was it not a death sentence? Deep down, the elder sensed that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The ominous sound from earlier had echoed loudly, and Tang Xian and his companions had naturally heard it. However, at this moment, the radar, scanning nearly 40 kilometers, had not detected any targets, indicating that the adversary had not yet entered the early warning range. It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. After finishing his remark, old Lu turned to Tang Xian. Commander Tang, being able to transmit sound over such distances must be quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 17. The Grand Deception Mode. Tang Xian gazed at the ominous clouds overhead, affirming old Lu's words. Those who dared to challenge Qin Yuan's sect leader, Xiao He, were likely to possess even greater prowess. The current entanglements he faced were presumably linked to the demonic sect Xiao He had mentioned. Yet, there was no need for alarm. Our air defense missiles had a sufficient range. Once that individual entered our radar's scope, everything would become manageable. With missile launch vehicles at his disposal, Tang Xian felt utterly fearless within the confines of the base. For launch vehicles and dozens of high-explosive shells constituted his formidable foundation. However, he harbored reservations about directly annihilating his opponent with missiles. As he spoke, Tang Xian rested his chin upon his hand, his expression contemplative. Old Lu's eyes widened in surprise as he pointed skyward, stammering, "Commander Tang, are you suggesting we imprison him?" "Ah, indeed. Is that not feasible?" Tang Xian replied innocently, causing old Lu to swallow hard. One could not deny the breadth of vision possessed by this commander, whose audacity was commendable. Truly a soldier forged from the crucible of battle. Commander Tang, capturing him would indeed be advantageous. However, during our previous encounter with the interdimensional beings, it took numerous shots with tranquilizers to subdue them. I suspect their physiology might be rather resilient, rendering them somewhat immune to anesthetics. Moreover, those two interdimensional entities were of lower strength. Attempting to capture this one alive might prove somewhat troublesome. Old Lu's insights were astute. During their last confrontation, both Dong Kuei and Zheng Yu had withstood nearly 10 shots before succumbing. Now, facing a potentially more formidable adversary, there were legitimate concerns regarding the safety of the troops tasked with the operation. Nevertheless, old Lu expressed his apprehensions delicately, fully aware that this commander was adept at manipulating people and strategies, and thus refrained from speaking too bluntly. In response to old Lu's concerns, Tang Xian smiled faintly and called out over the radio, "All snipers, assemble in the operations room, bringing your anti-material weaponry." As his words fell, a dozen snipers, hidden and on standby, emerged from various corners of the base, swiftly joining the observers in the operations room. Tang Xian approached a box of military supplies, lifting the lid to reveal a plethora of... Good heavens! The snipers and observers, along with old Lu, were left stunned by the contents of the box. There lay syringes the size of a thumb, with needles that nearly rivaled the thickness of a pencil. "What is this?" Anesthetic. With a grin, Tang Xian tossed a vial of the substance to old Lu. Upon reading the label, "Made in Dragon Country, Special Supply Anesthetic," old Lu instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, he then passed the terrifying syringe down the line, the sniper's eyes widening in astonishment, their mouths curving into wild grins. If this were to be injected, the sensation would be absolutely exhilarating. Upon returning from the first encounter with the interdimensional realm, I had arranged for the relevant departments to mass-produce these specially designed syringes. The anesthetic was also in ample supply, specifically crafted for interdimensional beings, with the crucial distinction that its delivery system was designed as anti-material weaponry, long-range, and immensely powerful. "So, old Lu, do you now believe we can capture him?" Indeed, old Lu was resolute, asserting that if this contraption could not bring down a single individual, it would be a grave disservice to modern technology. "Commander Tang, I shall lead the team for this mission." "No need," replied Commander Tang. "To capture him, we must draw him closer, lest we have to carry him back after he falls." Commander Tang implied a trap for the unsuspecting enemy? Tang Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, a trap for the unwary, and within the range of anti-air missiles. If the tranquilizer fails, we shall strike. The snipers prepared their tranquilizers, lying in wait, as the large-eye drone was set to take flight shortly. Understood. The snipers, equipped with their menacing syringes, wore mischievous smiles. The thought of using anti-material weapons to administer tranquilizers was exhilarating. Old Lu let the large-eye drone take off and instruct the others to conceal themselves. The missile vehicle is to be on high alert. "Yes, Commander Tang." The personnel at the base diligently fulfilled their duties, and the reconnaissance drone, known as the Large-Eyed One, ascended into the sky. The number of drones for this mission had increased from 1 to 3, in accordance with Tang Xian's request, as the incoming threat was uncertain, and the enemy might act unpredictably. Should the drone be shot down, a hasty reinforcement would jeopardize their strategic advantage. Concealed within the thicket, Tang Xian noted that the area had been cleared of many ferocious beasts by his troops, perhaps due to the residual bloodlust lingering in the air. It had been several days since he had encountered any other creatures, which aligned with Tang Xian's expectations. After all, the more tranquil the base, the more comfortable it would be. On the combat screen, one of the 3 drones took the lead, maintaining distance from the other 2. Tang Xian's perspective was from the second drone as the formation ascended, spreading out as the mountains diminished in size, expanding their field of vision in search of the boisterous cultist from the Demon Gate. The sky was overcast, yet the drone effortlessly captured the silhouette of an individual suspended in midair. This figure had crimson hair and donned a flowing black cloak, dancing in the windless air, wielding a sword that emitted dark smoke. The sword shimmered with currents of light, gliding along its blade, creating an imposing aura amidst the ominous clouds. At that moment, the demon lord Shui Kuei sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned to look down and discovered a peculiar entity hovering in the air, lifeless and possessing 4 arms. What was this creature? Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar? Since you have arrived at Yuan Mountain, why not come in for a chat? Shui Kuei's body trembled involuntarily, and he instinctively recoiled several meters. Despite considering himself battle-hardened and well-traveled, he was still taken aback by this scene. What is this thing? And it speaks human language. His eyes widened, and gripping his demonic blade, he pointed furiously at the unknown entity. Do not play tricks. Who are you? Why does everyone love to ask that question? Tang Xian mused as he observed the combat screen, pondering the reaction of this otherworldly demon. Could he possibly flee? If the drone scared him away, how could they capture him? After much contemplation, Tang Xian recalled a clever tactic. In novels from his previous life, cultivators often showed great interest in secret realms. Cackling, my friend, do not harbor doubts. You are indeed the chosen one. Welcome to the mystical realm of the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Xian deliberately lowered his voice, instantly embodying an aura of gravitas. Upon hearing these words, Blood Kuei was initially taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, his breath quickening with disbelief. The mystical realm of the Dragon Kingdom? Yet, how come this demon lord had never heard of it? While excitement surged within him, he indeed had no prior knowledge of this enigmatic realm. However, it certainly appeared to be a sanctuary of mysterious beings, capable of speech yet devoid of life, an anomaly in the Xianling continent. For 5 millennia, the Dragon Kingdom has thrived, and now the realm opens for the first time, awaiting your challenge. So, do you wish to forfeit this extraordinary opportunity? 5 millennia? Good heavens! Blood Kuei felt exhilarated. A sanctuary that had existed for thousands of years was indeed remarkable, a divine blessing. Such a chance had fallen upon him. But wait, where's that Xiaohe? Blood Kuei's mind remained relatively composed. He did not belittle himself, responding with a tone of assertiveness. That sounds promising, yet you claim it is the first opening, while another practitioner has already been here. Chapter 18. The Blood Demon hooks up Hehe. Upon hearing Blood Demon's words, Tang Xian felt an urge to laugh. For his tone was resolute, yet his expression betrayed him completely. His face was a portrait of shock and delight. What was the point of feigning bravado? Little did he know of the drone's high-definition recording capabilities. Otherwise, he would never have acted so recklessly. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Tang Xian continued. Someone just came who has already met their demise. Let us see if you possess the fortune to enter the secret realm. Dead. Blood Demon was momentarily taken aback. Yet when combined with the informant's intel, it indeed made sense. After Xiaohe's death, his mount had departed from Yuanshan alone. The existence of a secret realm explained Xiaohe's perilous journey to the Yuanshan Mountains. It was simply a desperate gamble to escape the relentless pursuit of the Qingyu sect through the opportunities of the secret realm. Goodness, he is dead. I have arrived. And the secret realm remains in a state of activation. This demon lord is truly the chosen one. Who else could rival me on the future Xianling continent? To think I would encounter a coward. Alas, the Dragon Kingdom's secret realm will soon close. Do not close it. Blood Demon hurriedly reached out to intervene upon hearing this. This demon lord is no coward. I shall venture into the secret realm. Very well, if that is the case. Let us discuss the rules of the secret realm. Rules. Blood Demon was once again bewildered. He had entered several secret realms before and had never encountered any rules. Tang Xian was fully aware of his own little ruse. Since you believe in the existence of the secret realm, I shall maximize your challenge difficulty, my friend. The Dragon Kingdom's secret realm has existed for 5,000 years. Can those lesser places even compare? That is a valid point. All right, I believe you. What are the rules? The rules are simple. Surrender all of your possessions. Blood demon. It appears you are somewhat reluctant. Very well, you may leave. I am willing. Blood demon was once again ensnared. The allure of a millennia-old secret realm was far too enticing for a mere demon lord to resist. Moreover, being at the nascent soul stage, his physical body could shatter without leading to death. As long as he emerged successfully, everything would be splendid. Without further ado, Blood Demon swiftly removed his storage bag, stowing his demonic blade within, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he pushed the storage bag toward the unidentified entity. 2 of the 3 drones moved to receive it, while the remaining one maintained the dialogue. This maneuver astonished Blood Demon once more. Remarkable. The Dragon Kingdom's secret realm is indeed shrouded in mystery. How could such articulate non-living entities exist in such numbers? What a thrill. Entering the secret realm would surely elevate my status. My friend, now come with me. Very well. This demon lord shall follow you at once. At this moment, on the outskirts of Yuanshan, the white-haired elder and his companions did not overhear the conversation but sensed that Blood Demon had entered the mountains. Elder. He must have discovered Xiao He's trail and gone to eliminate him. Indeed, that is most likely the case. The white-haired elder stroked his beard and then produced several bottles of pills to distribute among the accompanying disciples. The pills are concealment pills, which will significantly reduce the likelihood of being detected by divine senses. Once we swallow the concealment pills, let us advance a little further. Remember, maintain silence. And do not make a sound. Yes, elder. The elder with white hair was determined to discern the true intentions behind Xiaohe's schemes. Daring to bring forth Blood Kuei for a one-on-one confrontation. Should Xiaohe perish, it would be one matter. However, if he were to emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly indicate that this was all orchestrated by Xiaohe. The intention became painfully clear. It was to transform the sect battle into a solitary duel, revealing the ambition to obliterate the Qingyu sect. Yet, to be fair, Xiaohe had not yet reached the nascent soul stage. He could not possibly contend with Blood Kuei. The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became, eventually choosing to abandon his thoughts. With a wave of his sleeve, he cautiously led the disciples closer. Meanwhile, Blood Kuei remained blissfully unaware of Tang Xian's minor scheme, soaring through the air with a sense of self-satisfaction. With Xiaohe's demise, the Qin Yuan sect would undoubtedly fall. And soon he would encounter a millennia-old secret realm. This journey would be immensely profitable. He paid little heed to the ever-changing scenery below and simply obediently followed the creatures of the secret realm. Before long, he entered the outermost radar detection zone, skillfully maneuvering his drone while deliberately avoiding the areas where radar vehicles were stationed. In truth, it mattered little whether he concealed himself or not. For Blood Kuei's attention was entirely captivated by the drone and the secret realm, leaving no room for him to observe anything else. 10 minutes later, the base radar screen displayed Blood Kuei's target point. Tang Xian smiled slightly and pressed the radio to give orders. The snipers prepared themselves. As the enemy would reach the battlefield in 60 seconds, they were to be anesthetized. A dozen snipers exchanged knowing smiles. If Commander Tang were not a king of soldiers, he would surely be a spirited young man, muttered Li Fei softly. Indeed, he was far too approachable. The observers set up range finders based on the coordinates provided by the drone, continuously updating the data. The snipers aimed their dark barrels mercilessly at the sky, eagerly anticipating the effects of the pencil-thin anesthetic needle striking its target. Moments later, Blood Kuei's figure appeared in the sniper's scope, and the observers quickly relayed the shooting environment data to their teammates. Report to Commander Tang. Target locked successfully. Commander Tang, target is locked. Report, anti-air missile locked successfully. The officers continuously sent back confirmations, while Tang Xian held a pair of binoculars in one hand, gesturing to signal a downward motion with the other. Do not rush. Draw closer, and you will exert less effort in lifting. On the missile vehicle, do not fire without my command. Understood. As Blood Kuei approached the base, his eyes widened in astonishment. The plains below were dotted with bizarre structures and several alien creatures. Those hands were excessively long and devoid of any life essence. There was no need to ponder. The buildings must represent some form of sacrificial custom, and those beings were undoubtedly guardians. The secret realm of Long Kingdom was terrifying beyond imagination. Was this the secret realm below? Did the demon lord need to defeat those guardians to gain entry? Blood Kuei felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, and as he spoke, a surge of demonic energy erupted from his arms. Without the demon blade, he would have to rely solely on his physical prowess. The millennia-old secret realm demanded utmost vigilance. One brush from those creatures' massive hands would surely spell disaster. Please move a bit closer. All right. This humble lord adheres to the rules. Is this position suitable? Can we commence? Commence? What does that mean? Shui Kuei's face was filled with confusion, and even the demonic energy emanating from his arm diminished slightly. However, at that moment, several explosive sounds suddenly resonated through the dense forest. Bang! Bang! What is that? Shui Kuei swiftly extended his divine sense to investigate, but could not detect any presence of cultivators. There were signs of life, but he presumed they were ferocious beasts. As this was the deeper region of the Yuan Mountain Trial, instinctively defensive, he immediately unleashed his demonic energy, transforming it into a tangible form that enveloped his entire body, resembling a suit of black armor. Clang! Clang! Then came the sounds of metal clashing, accompanied by a few sparks. Hidden weapons. This was Shui Kuei's first reaction. Indeed, this is a secret realm. Hidden weapons are standard equipment here. Hiss. But suddenly, Shui Kuei felt a sharp pain in his rear. He turned to find a metallic hidden weapon embedded there. How terrifying. The speed of this hidden weapon was so incredible that it could strike me even while this lord was raising a shield. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he sensed a spreading numbness beneath him. This hidden weapon is poisoned. In a panic, Shui Kuei hastily removed the shield and pulled out the hidden weapon, but the very next moment, he regretted it. It's over. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 19. A dreadful demon. At the very moment Blood Kuei retracted his shield, the snipers erupted in manic delight, particularly Li Fei, whose expression was most pronounced. Following this, the relentless sound of gunfire pierced the air. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of specially designed tranquilizer darts, as thick as pencils, sped towards him. In that fleeting instant, Blood Kuei perceived a multitude of elusive projectiles darting towards him, brutally embedding themselves into his body. His mouth contorted, his eyes glazed over, and a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from his throat. The pain was but momentary, for it was merely the effect of the tranquilizers, and soon he felt nothing at all. Blood Kuei's eyes uncontrollably fluttered shut, descending as if in freefall. Thud! As he made contact with the ground, for Special Forces operatives, their faces painted in camouflage, swiftly lifted him away. The Yuan mountain range fell silent once more, as if the preceding chaos had never transpired. It was so abrupt. On the periphery of the Yuan mountain range, the elder with white hair felt a jolt of alarm. What on earth was happening? Why did his spiritual sense detect that the demon lord of Qingyu Gate, Blood Kuei, had been defeated, his presence nearly vanishing without a trace? The body of the vanquished was weakened, and the aura of a cultivator would naturally diminish, something his spiritual sense could easily discern. Yet, had a battle even taken place? It seemed he had merely heard a few peculiar sounds, and yet Blood Kuei had succumbed so decisively. The elder was flustered, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he began to retreat, his demeanor waning. The sect was on the brink of a major upheaval. The master of Qin Yuan's sect, Xiao He, had triumphed over Blood Kuei. This seemingly inconspicuous individual had concealed his depths so profoundly. His cultivation must have reached the nascent soul realm. Elder, what shall we do now? Observing their elder in such a state of disarray, the disciples were seized by fear. They had not personally witnessed Blood Kuei's formidable prowess. Yet the leaders of various sects were evidently terrified. There was no room for doubt, especially now that he had been defeated by the master of Qin Yuan's sect. Wait a moment. Suddenly, one disciple recalled something, his expression shifting into one of panic as he hastily spoke to the elder. Elder, I believe I heard Master Shi mention yesterday that he sent Li Xiangxing to Qin Yuan's sect to provoke them, intending to absorb them. What? The white-haired elder felt as if a blade had been thrust into his back. To negotiate absorption with Qin Yuan's sect? Good heavens, if they were not absorbed. One should merely offer thanks. How could one dare to presume they might absorb them? Quickly, return to chiefing sect. Urgently instruct the master to extend an apology, or else the turmoil that began with Qin Yuan's sect yesterday will soon engulf us, now that the demon lord of Qingyu Gate has been defeated. The ambition to trample Qin Yuan's sect has self-destructed. If that Xiao Yi is inclined, he could easily turn his attention to conquering chiefing sect. This master Shi Haicheng was merely stirring up trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, the white-haired elder, accompanied by his disciples, hastened back. Bang! The heavy iron door of the confinement chamber at the Longhua base slammed shut. Inside lay a man with red hair and clad in black. His consciousness clouded and his mouth askew, continuously frothing at the lips. Tang Xian exchanged a glance with old Lu in the surveillance room. Could it be that the dosage of the drug was excessive? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, old Lu nodded. It is likely so, however. The military doctor has just examined him and found no severe issues, merely a profound coma. When the syringes were removed, the doctor was nearly in tears. The procedure was too deep, too merciless. A comprehensive assessment indicates that the physique of this otherworldly being is remarkably resilient. Had it been one of us, we would certainly require sutures. Tang Xian inhaled deeply. Indeed, I shall mention this to them later. The needles should be slightly smaller, and we must experiment gradually. We will eventually find the most suitable syringe for them. Yet, this individual is a demon, whose strength primarily derives from taking lives. I am not a benevolent soul. However, in dealing with such entities, as long as they do not perish, we can afford to be ruthless. Old Lu grunted in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Tang Xian's words. As long as they do not die, we can save them. Assign someone to monitor. Should they awaken, we must ascertain if they pose a threat to the confinement chamber. If so, we shall continue administering the injections. We cannot allow what we have painstakingly built to be dismantled. Understood, Commander Tang. I will make the arrangements immediately. Once old Lu departed, Tang Xian gazed at the demon within, his eyes narrowing slightly. He contemplated the potential value this individual might hold for him. The prospect of having this being serve as an informant, discerning the nature of elixirs and the tears of ferocious beasts, seemed rather dim. After all, this entity was a demon, primarily engaged in slaughter. In other words, even if it agreed to assist him, trust would be a luxury he could not afford. Who could guarantee it would not harbor ulterior motives? Since this avenue of benefit appeared blocked, alternative paths must be explored. Tang Xian was not one to idly capture individuals. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The resources of the demonic sect must be considerable. For instance, that cursed blade. He recalled the storage pouch handed over prior to the demon's entry into the mountains and turned it upside down, spilling its contents. Spirit stones, serving as universal currency, were plentiful within. The pills were black, adorned with golden stripes, their nature uncertain. However, the blade was strikingly sharp, entirely black with patterns reminiscent of lightning, exuding an air of dominance. Tang Xian initially intended to wield it for a trial, yet, recalling tales from his previous life about the perilous nature of demonic weaponry, particularly their potential to consume one's consciousness, he refrained from doing so. It would be prudent to understand it more thoroughly before engaging with it. If it proved valuable, he would compel this being to assist him in acquiring or forging means of obtaining similar artifacts. If it held no value, cough cough. Commander Tang, the leader of the Qin Yuan sect has arrived. The voice of Big Eye crackled through the radio. Tang Xian pondered that this was likely due to the letter sent by the spirit lion regarding the 500 celestial pills. Understood. Instruct him to meet me in the confinement chamber. This time, Tang Xian prepared to meet Xiaohe, recognizing the numerous opportunities for collaboration that lay ahead. It would not suffice to rely solely on loudspeakers for communication. As for the choice of the confinement chamber, it was to afford Xiaohe a glimpse of this demon. Your formidable adversary has been effortlessly subdued by me. Do you still dare to harbor any doubts? At the Dragon Kingdom base, Xiaohe discovered that within merely a day, the number of structures had notably increased. Moreover, he finally encountered people. Each individual brandished a dark, stick-like object directed at him. Additionally, one person carried a thicker, pointed implement, which appeared rather peculiar. Are you Xiaohe, the leader of the Qin Yuan sect? Please follow me. Our commander is awaiting your arrival, said the bespectacled individual, adjusting his glasses and smiling at the otherworldly visitor before him. Xiaohe nodded fervently, even feeling a surge of excitement. The celestial being is personally coming to see me. Having resolved the significant predicament regarding the spirit pool for my sect, I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed celestial. Your efforts are much appreciated. After traversing several buildings, the bespectacled man led Xiaohe to the entrance of the confinement chamber. Upon the soldiers guarding the chamber opening the door, he gestured for Xiaohe to proceed. As Xiaohe stepped inside, his gaze fell upon a young man smiling warmly at him. This young man was Tang Xian, a tall figure exceeding 6 feet, clad in camouflage attire. His sharp gaze and the smile gracing his lips exuded an extraordinarily unique charisma. Master Xiao, I trust you are well. Chapter 20. The Enchanted Blade of the Land. To be frank, Xiaohe initially envisioned the immortal to be an elderly figure, perhaps adorned in a flowing robe of purple and gold. However, the individual before him was not only youthful but also exuded an air of casualness that was quite unexpected. His attire, while distinct from that of the denizens of the Xianling continent, bore a remarkable resemblance to that of his subordinates. Such amiability, devoid of pretentiousness, was rather striking. With a surge of profound admiration welling up within him, Xiaohe clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Respected Leader Tang, I am Xiaohe, the head of the Qin Yuan sect. It is an honor to meet you. Please, Xiao sect leader, there is no need for such formality. I apologize for not having the opportunity to meet you sooner, Tang replied, a hint of humor in his voice. You flatter me, Leader Tang. Even though we have not crossed paths until now, my admiration for you is genuine. Today, your personal reception is a privilege I hold in the highest regard. Xiaohe bowed deeply, his tone earnest and fervent. Tang Xian observed this display but was eager to dispense with pleasantries, as he felt somewhat awkward in such exchanges. With a wave of his hand, he smiled. Xiao sect leader, I've just invited a friend over. Come, let us see if you recognize him. Following Tang Xian's gesture, Xiao He turned and peered through the bulletproof glass. The moment he did, a reflexive urge to draw his sword surged within him, and his expression turned to one of sheer terror. It was Xue Kuei. Wait, don't be hasty, Xiao sect leader. Take a moment to assess the situation. Tang Xian quickly interjected, realizing the gravity of Xiao He's reaction. If he did not intervene, the brothers nearby might misconstrue Xiao He's motion as an assassination attempt on Tang Xian. Xiao He, showing remarkable self-control, halted his action upon hearing Tang's words. His gaze fixed intently on Xue Kuei. It was only when he discerned that Xue Kuei lay unconscious, his lips twitching slightly, that he began to lower his guard. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. The demon lord of the Qingyu sect was present, appearing to be in a state of unconsciousness. This indicated that he had been captured by Leader Tang. Leader Tang, is this demon lord? Indeed, as you surmised. What do you think? Is he not the one you mentioned who intended to encircle the Qin Yuan sect? Although Xiao He had anticipated this outcome, he could not suppress a gasp of disbelief upon hearing Tang Xian's affirmation. Xue Kuei, at the nascent soul stage, had been captured so easily. Moreover, he was unbound. Normally, when other factions apprehended formidable individuals, they would restrain them with sealing formations or specially crafted chains. Yet, Leader Tang had simply left him as he was. Leader Tang, I can assure you, this is indeed Xue Kuei, the demon lord of the Qingyu sect. He has reached the nascent soul realm, and his strength is formidable. Xiao He exclaimed, his anxiety palpable, his grip on his sword unwavering, as if fearing that Xue Kuei might suddenly awaken and unleash his malevolence. Tang Xian, witnessing this, refrained from offering further explanations, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. He is already a captive, and with the tranquilizers in effect, there is little concern of him regaining consciousness. Do not fret, Xiao sect leader, it's all under control. Now, since you are here, help me assess the value of these items. Setting aside the topic, Tang Xian produced the storage bag of blood kuei. After emptying its contents, he requested Xiao He to assist him in identifying the items. To his astonishment, Xiao He exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is a mid-grade, earth-tier weapon. Upon uttering these words, he summoned his spiritual energy, enveloping his hand with it, and carefully picked up the demonic blade. Commander Tang, this is the soul-devouring blade. In our Xianling continent, weapons and elixirs are classified into tiers: divine, celestial, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The elixirs are demonic pills, which have limited use. However, this blade is a mid-grade earth weapon, a rare find indeed. Tang Xian nodded. Yet he noticed Xiao He's subtle gesture of channeling spiritual energy into his palm. Thus, he tactfully remarked, I wonder what this blade would be like in the hands of practitioners from your celestial sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao He suddenly assumed a serious demeanor and declared earnestly, Commander Tang, such a demonic blade in the hands of an ordinary disciple is a calamity. It can lead one to madness in an instant. Even I would have to use spiritual energy as a barrier to prevent the demonic aura within the blade from invading. Typically, when a celestial sect acquires such a weapon, they seek powerful blacksmiths for reforging. This process yields a celestial sword of the same grade. A mid-grade earth-tier celestial sword can slay foundational cultivators with ease, making it extraordinarily formidable. However, this sword is quite heavy, and a mere mortal may struggle to wield it. Oh, Tang Xian's eyes brightened, and he nodded thoughtfully. His primary focus now was to enhance his strength, and he believed lifting this sword would not pose a challenge. As Xiao He had mentioned, a mere mortal could slay foundational cultivators with a single strike. He pondered what the effect would be once his strength reached 10,000 pounds. Although Tang Xian had not come to this other world to boast or show off, he certainly did not wish to squander opportunities to bolster his own power. Finding a blacksmith would not be too difficult. He could simply inquire and capture a few. However, he needed to establish a stable foundation first. Rather than pursue such matters at this time, let us postpone this agenda for now. Once everything is stable, I will seek out several blacksmiths to nurture. Tang Xian resolved silently, determined to transform this blade into a celestial sword and replace his personal dagger. With this thought in mind, another question crossed his mind. Earth-tier weapons were challenging to handle, but yellow-tier ones should be more accessible, right? What would a mortal experience using a yellow-tier celestial sword from the sect? More precisely, what kind of power could a modern individual wield with it? It was known that the Sangua frequently stirred trouble at the borders, and cold weapons had already been employed. General Zhang Yi had mentioned this previously. If the spiritual sword proved effective, equipping each soldier with one would surely leave the troublesome Sangua reeling. Master Xiao, may I request something from you? With a decisive thought, Tang Xian approached Xiao He directly. Xiao He, being reliable, promptly responded, Commander Tang, you are too polite. Whatever you need, I shall gladly provide it with both hands. Indeed. I seek a few low-grade spiritual swords for my collection. This is quite manageable. Xiaohe readily agreed, subsequently assuring, I shall deliver them alongside the 500 celestial pills. However, as he mentioned the celestial pills, his tone shifted slightly. Commander Tang, the materials required for the 500 pills are rather extensive, and completion will not be swift. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall endeavor to expedite the process. Xiaohe's primary purpose for this visit was indeed the matter of the 500 celestial pills, fearing that Commander Tang might grow anxious and face reprimand. Alas, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of Shui Kuei, leaving him unable to elaborate. Commander Tang, displaying understanding, recognized the unspoken complexities of pill refinement through Xiaohe's demeanor. Just hasten the process. I entrust this to you. Today, I have nothing of great value to offer, so please accept this. With that, Commander Tang produced a handgun from his waist. Upon seeing this, Xiaohe repeatedly declined, fully aware that when Commander Tang made a gesture, it was nothing short of a divine artifact. How could he accept such a gift so readily? Commander Tang, you truly flatter me. The C4 you provided last time resolved the issues at the spirit pool, and I have yet to express my gratitude. How could I dare to accept more from you? Do not be modest, Tang Xian insisted, thrusting the handgun into his hand. There is a saying in our circles, a partnership without mutual benefit does not endure. I consider you my partner, striving for a win-win situation. Then, I thank you, Commander Tang, Xiaohe replied, somewhat perplexed by Tang Xian's words, yet reluctantly accepting the gift. Tang Xian instructed him on its use, advising that it contained only 3 bullets and to be economical with them. Xiaohe nodded repeatedly, cherishing the handgun with great affection. After a considerable pause, he finally engaged the safety and cautiously tucked it into his sleeve. Previously, he had received a divine injector, and now he possessed another artifact in the form of a handgun. How delightful! He then glanced at Tang Xian, suddenly reminded of a most significant matter concerning Murong Shui. Chapter 21. The pinnacle of life. Xiaohe initially sought to align himself with the powerful by bringing Murong Shui into the fold. However, the situation has transformed entirely. Commander Tang, with his youthful vigor and striking presence, has outshone the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect by a considerable margin. What was once a mere promise of servitude now seems to teeter on the brink of facilitating a marriage. Yet, Xiaohe, mindful of Tang Xian's strength and status, hesitated to voice such thoughts directly, fearing the repercussions of overstepping his bounds. Thus, he adopted a reporting tone as he addressed Tang Xian. Commander Tang, ever since you agreed that once Shui reaches a certain level of growth, she may be taken as a concubine, she has been tirelessly cultivating day and night, and she has now attained the 3rd level of the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian nearly choked. What do you mean by taking her as a concubine? Did I ever utter such words? Furthermore, it appeared that Xiaohe was indirectly inquiring when he would bring Murong Shui over. The mere mention of Murong Shui conjured her graceful figure, her exquisite curves, and angelic visage in Tang Xian's mind. To put it succinctly, she epitomized the ideal goddess for the reclusive young man, everything one could desire. However, the notion of bringing her over was fraught with complications. It would be a blow to his pride to have mentioned that she would be taken in once she reached a certain level, only to reconsider so hastily. Where would his dignity lie? This concern extended beyond the Qin Yuan sect to his circle of brothers, who would undoubtedly discuss it in private, leading to endless speculation. Of course, the girl was most willing. It seemed merely a matter of time before she would be taken in. Master Xiao, Tang Xian continued. Let's wait until she reaches the, nascent soul stage. What? The nascent soul stage? Xiaohe felt a chill run down his spine. It was no simple feat to attain such a level. The expectations of this immortal were indeed high, yet upon reflection, they were not unreasonable, considering that the blood demon of the nascent soul stage was nothing more than a nuisance in his eyes. A casual encounter could leave one bloodied, and yet it had not awakened after such a long time. How could one settle for anything less than suitable when acquiring a concubine? Very well, Commander Tang. I shall relay this message to Shui, so she may prepare herself. Indeed, Tang Xian nodded, before steering the conversation to the primary topic, the construction of the base. The initial agreement to supply him with C4 was contingent upon the Qin Yuan sect providing 1,000 disciples to assist in the construction of the base, a matter of considerable importance that could not be overlooked. Master Xiao, the base here requires further development. The requests I made previously, are there any issues on your end? None whatsoever, Commander Tang. As long as you give the word. The entire Qin Yuan sect stands ready to obey your commands. That was more like it. The timeline for the completion of the base would be accelerated. After concluding their discussions, Xiaohe departed from Yuan Shan, having largely met Tang Xian's expectations. Within the Red Phoenix sect, the white-haired elder hastened to the Master's hall without pause after returning. he discovered the sect leader, Shi Haiqing, leisurely engaged in a game of chess with another elder. Sect leader Shi, how can you be so reckless as to flaunt your strength at the Qin Yuan sect? Upon hearing this, Shi Haiqing looked up, and the elder he was playing with cast a puzzled glance in his direction. What is going on? What do you mean by that? Elder Bai. The Qin Yuan sect has received an annihilation order from the Qin Yu sect, coupled with their strength being far superior to ours. Their display of arrogance is merely an attempt to seize an opportunity for merger. The elder engrossed in chess nodded repeatedly. Indeed, old Bai. I wonder what madness has overtaken you to suddenly discuss this matter. Come, let us play a few rounds with Master Shi. I am almost at my wit's end from losing. Listening to their conversation, the elder with white hair scoffed coldly, pointing first at Shi Haiqing and then at the chess-playing elder. The Qin Yuan sect, Xiao He has already defeated the bloodthirsty Kuei of the Qin Yu sect, and yet you remain fixated on your game. Do you comprehend that this provocation could very well bring catastrophic disaster to our Qifeng sect? Both men were left dumbfounded. Xiao He defeated the bloodthirsty Kuei. Is that even possible? Elder Bai, suppressing his fury, conveyed the events he had witnessed in Yuan Mountain with utmost sincerity. Shi Haiqing and the elder engrossed in chess stared in disbelief. Could this truly be the case? I speak only the truth. And Xiao He's prowess has ascended to an unfathomable realm. Master Shi, you have stirred a great calamity. Crack. Shi Haiqing stood bolt upright, feeling as if a thunderclap had resounded in his mind. If this is true, then the spiritual reservoir of the Qin Yuan sect has indeed been single-handedly upheaved by Xiao He. The foul, yellowish mass that Li Xiangxing beheld is real. Master Shi, what shall we do? The elder engrossed in chess was also flustered, pacing back and forth. Shi Haiqing was at a loss. He had initially intended to profit from the conflict, but now it appeared that the clam and the snipe had fought, leaving him on the losing end. If Xiao He, capable of defeating the bloodthirsty Kuei, sought to deal with him, it would be a trivial matter. No time should be wasted. As the sect leader, one must take responsibility. You must personally go to the Qin Yuan sect and offer your apologies now, commanded Elder Bai, reveling in the authoritative tone he had seldom dared to adopt. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Shi Haiqing found them reasonable and hastily set off towards the Qin Yuan sect. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Meanwhile, within the Qin Yu sect, the elder Thousand Slaughters grew anxious as time passed. Where could the demon lord be? Report. A disciple of the demon sect rushed in. Elder Qian, the Qin Yuan sect leader, Xiao He, has been spotted in the Yuan mountain range. Xiao He. Thousand Slaughters was taken aback. The demon lord was searching for none other than Xiao He. Is he unharmed? And since the life soul tablet remains intact, it indicates he is indeed safe. What on earth is happening? The life soul tablet is a small stone tablet into which a cultivator channels their true energy. If one dies, the tablet shatters. This current situation left Thousand Slaughters utterly perplexed. Their demon lord was not one to indulge in frivolity, and he should have returned promptly after completing his task. Now, with Xiao He having departed Yuan Mountain, where could the demon lord be? Could it be that Xiao He has employed some formation to ensnare the demon lord? What of the others? Have they discovered any trace of our demon lord? Thousand Slaughters inquired urgently. Yet, none of the onlookers responded. The answer was all too evident. This is dire. At this moment, Qianrenzhan truly realized that a grave issue had arisen, and the overseer from the demon sect began to brainstorm solutions. Some suggested sending demons deep into Yuanshan to investigate the whereabouts of the demon lord, while others proposed a direct assault on the Qin Yuan sect, reasoning that any schemes would be rendered futile in the face of such an attack. The more Qianrenzhan listened, the more absurd it all seemed. Yuanshan was vast, and even if the entire Qin Yu sect were dispatched, they would likely find no answers. Moreover, the internal situation within Yuanshan was intricate. It was likely that before they could muster an attack against the Qin Yuan sect, they would inflict significant harm upon themselves. To put it another way, who could say whether this might be a trap laid by others, perhaps even waiting for the Qin Yu sect's people to enter the mountains? Enough. He breathed heavily, interrupting the discussions, and then summoned an elder from the Foreign Affairs Department. Send a spy disguised as a person from the immortal sect to infiltrate the Qin Yuan sect and gather intelligence. Yes, Elder Qian. After the elder departed, Qianrenzhan paced restlessly. If the demon lord truly encountered a problem, what could the nature of the Qin Yuan sect be? And to what level had Xiao He's cultivation ascended? Surely, the Qin Yu sect would not be in any peril. Chapter 22. A dual visit within the confines of the Qin Yuan sect. The disciples diligently pursued their daily cultivation. Their efforts intensified beyond previous levels. Unbeknownst to them, the landscape of their world had undergone a profound transformation. Their relentless training was a means of survival amidst the chaos of impending conflict. However, one individual among them harbored a uniquely profound aspiration, Morong Shui. Clad in a flowing white robe that accentuated her graceful silhouette, Murong Shui wielded a delicate sword, performing a captivating dance upon the martial arts arena. At times, she glided like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the azure stones, and at others, she surged through the skies like a magnificent dragon. Her movements embodied both offense and defense, exuding an awe-inspiring presence devoid of any hesitation. Many disciples stood mesmerized by her display. "Senior Sister Murong, your flowing cloud sword technique is nearing perfection," exclaimed a female disciple, her face radiant with admiration as she approached, filled with envy. The other female disciples cast admiring glances, their voices a chorus of praise. While the arena was populated with many, it was only women who lauded Murong Shui, with not a single man in sight. Though the men longed to bask in the splendor of Murong Shui's beauty, they dared not approach. The sect leader had issued a decree: anyone who dared to disrespect or entertain designs upon Murong Shui would face severe repercussions. The lightest punishment from the sect involved the forfeiture of one's cultivation, and even the shallowest glance into forbidden waters could lead to irrevocable consequences. Such thoughts were inconceivable. As Murong Shui sheathed her sword, she gently closed her enchanting eyes, allowing her consciousness to delve into her dantian. The golden core realm was at its third level, and she contemplated her growing closeness to Master Tang. In her view, achieving the golden core stage was already a remarkable feat, especially considering her master was merely at the 8th level. Master Tang had assured her that once she cultivated her strength, she could join him in Yuan Mountain, to be with him. At this thought, a blush graced Murong Shui's cheeks. It was drawing near. "Greetings, esteemed master." At that moment, Xiaohe returned from the skies, prompting Murong Shui to greet him with a respectful clasp of her fists. To her surprise, Xiaohe bore an unusually bright countenance, his smile radiating joy. The capture of blood kuei and the acquisition of a powerful pistol artifact surely contributed to his elation. "Shui, today I met the illustrious Commander Tang in person." "Really?" "Indeed. Commander Tang appears to be only a few years older than you, strikingly handsome and remarkably poised. I never imagined that such a formidable and enigmatic master would be a young man." Upon hearing this, Murong Shui nervously clutched the hem of her garment. "I knew he couldn't be that old." "Huh? What do you mean, Shui?" Murong Shui's whispered musings were caught by Xiaohe, compelling her to shyly elaborate. "Initially, I merely wished to express my gratitude to Master Tang, but after our last encounter and hearing his voice, my thoughts have changed." "You can discern age by voice?" "Master, it shouldn't be that difficult. Many elders have guessed correctly." Xiaohe's lips twitched. It seemed he was the last to realize this. "And he certainly didn't have impaired hearing." "Master, did he mention me?" "He did." In order to not dampen Murong Shui's enthusiasm, it was initially Xiaohe who mentioned her name. Now, he must alter the narrative and deceive her into believing that it was Tang Xian who brought her to light first. "The esteemed Tang, the leader of the Tang clan, has conveyed that you must diligently cultivate, and he will certainly invite you to Yuanshan in due course." "How splendid. But has the esteemed Tang set any specific requirements regarding the level one must attain?" "Well, this." Xiaohe found himself in a bit of a predicament. Despite Murong Shui's innate talent, having swiftly advanced from the initial stage of Golden Core to the 3rd stage, the path ahead would only grow more arduous. Progressing further necessitates not only combat but also potent celestial elixirs for assistance. If he were to inform her that Tang Xian required a minimum of the nascent soul stage, wouldn't that utterly discourage the young girl? After all, achieving such heights could take decades. Though the esteemed Tang has not explicitly stipulated any requirements, he has entrusted me with a gift for you. "A gift?" Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's heart raced, as it signified that the immortal held her in regard. She was elated, while Xiaohe felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. To provide this girl with the utmost motivation, he resolved to bestow upon her the divine pistol as a token of his regard. Alas, he felt a twinge of sorrow. The artifact was barely warmed by his presence. Yet, for the sake of his disciple, for the glory of the Qin Yuan sect, he would make the sacrifice. However, as he prepared to retrieve it, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Trembling, he fumbled to extract the exquisitely crafted pistol from his sleeve. "Shui, this is..." "Master, it's beautiful." Before Xiaohe could finish his sentence, Murong Shui eagerly reached out to receive it, her eyes sparkling with joy and a hint of bliss. "The immortal has brought me a gift." "Ah, this." "Shui, you must not aim it at anyone." Xiaohe, fearing that her excitement might cause the artifact to misfire, quickly took it back to instruct her on its proper use. Murong Shui proved to be astute, mastering its operation with but a single demonstration, and she cherished it dearly. "Now that you have received the gift from the immortal and understand Tang Xian's intentions, you must devote yourself to your training. Rest assured, master, I shall strive with all my might." The interactions between Xiaohe and Murong Shui did not go unnoticed by the disciples observing from the training grounds. Among the 1,000-strong assembly, Confusion reigned among many. What on earth did the master present to senior sister Moro? It appears exquisite. Although it looks refined, it is rather diminutive and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. It cannot possibly be a spiritual artifact. I concur, it must be merely a decorative piece. Alas, let us not dwell on it further. Gazing too long at senior sister could prove perilous. As this chatter ensued, a voice echoed from afar, penetrating the sanctum of the sect. Brother Xiao, I have heard that a rebellious disciple from my sect has offended you. I have come to offer my sincerest apologies. It was Shi Haiqing. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao He recognized it to belong to Shi Haiqing, the leader of the chiefing sect. What trickery is this? Just yesterday, he sent emissaries to threaten annexation. And today he appears to apologize? Moreover, he refers to himself as beneath you? Unbeknownst to Xiao He, the debacle with Shui Kuei had been laid at his feet. And Shi Haiqing was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had no choice but to seek forgiveness. I am an elder of the Xiaoyao sect, here to discuss significant matters with you and the esteemed leader of the Qin Yuan sect. However, after Shi Haiqing, another voice emerged, seemingly from the Xiaoyao sect. My own sect has had no dealings with the Xiaoyao sect, so why the sudden desire to discuss significant matters? What could be the nature of this important discussion? Xiao He felt somewhat bewildered. Today's events were exceedingly strange. Could it be, after much contemplation, the only event that could be linked was the spirit pool? Could it be that these individuals have realized that the Qin Yuan sect's spirit pool has been unsealed, and their rise is imminent? Upon reflection, this seemed highly probable. A subtle smile graced Xiao He's lips. Since you are here with sincere intentions, I shall seize this opportunity to fulfill the task entrusted to me by Captain Tang, 500 immortal pills and a batch of spiritual swords. Standing in the training arena with his hands clasped behind his back, the gentle breeze swayed his robe and hair, exuding an air of authority. Observing this, the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect readily complied, promptly sheathing their swords and positioning themselves on either side. Come, Shuer, might I first borrow your divine artifact? Shi Haiqing's cultivation surpassed his own, and though the individual from the Xiaoyao sect remained uncertain, it was prudent to prepare thoroughly. In terms of momentum, he must suppress them. And in terms of power, he must rely on the divine artifact to gain the upper hand. Chapter 23. Did Xiao He lose his composure? Soon, two formidable forces converged. Shi Haiqing from the chiefing sect and Elder Tang Xian from the Xiaoyao sect arrived at the martial arts arena of the Qin Yuan sect. Before them stood two rows of spirited disciples from the Qin Yuan sect, each wielding a slender sword in their right hand, its tip pointed skyward, exuding an intimidating presence. At the center stood Xiao He, chest held high, radiating an unwavering confidence. The two newcomers were momentarily taken aback, particularly Shi Haiqing, who now harbored genuine apprehension toward Xiao He. Having encountered him several times before, there was always a sense of trepidation, and today, witnessing such an imposing display left him astounded. It seemed the defeat of Blood Kuei at Xiao He's hands was indeed a reality. How careless of him to underestimate this obscure leader. Tang Xian, a spy from the Qinyu sect, had never met Xiao He before. He had merely received orders to extract information from him. He had approached with a sense of certainty, but now felt a twinge of anxiety. Was this Qin Yuan sect leader truly so arrogant? Hold on, let me assess his cultivation. Tang Xian unleashed his probing technique, and upon doing so, he nearly gasped in disbelief. Xiao He was merely at the golden core stage, far from reaching its pinnacle, barely achieving the 8th level of completion. What is this? Doubt crossed Tang Xian's face, and the apprehension he had felt moments ago vanished without a trace. It was no wonder, after all. The Thousand-Men Slayer had not informed him of Blood Kuei's situation. He certainly could not disclose it, as the Qinyu sect's authority rested solely on Blood Kuei's strength. To suggest that the Demon Lord's disappearance could implicate Xiao He would be absurd. Each held their own secrets. Thus far, Tang Xian had gleaned the facts, while Shi Haiqing, out of respect, refrained from employing his probing technique, aware that such actions could be perceived by the one being scrutinized. Master Xiao, Shi Haiqing began, cupping his hands in a gesture of apology, eager to fulfill his mission. However, Xiao He interrupted him with a raised hand. He then cast a peculiar gaze towards Tang Xian. Friend, though we have not met, is it appropriate to employ the probing technique upon our first encounter, especially within my own sect? In the Xianling continent, there exists an unwritten rule. Outsiders visiting a sect may be scrutinized by its members, yet it is unheard of for one to probe the leader immediately. Such an action could easily be construed as an affront. Although Xiao He understood that Tang Xian was not there to provoke, he deemed it necessary to establish a show of authority. After all, they were to discuss matters concerning elixirs and spiritual swords shortly. By interrupting Shi Haiqing and questioning the elder, he effectively established two displays of power in one fell swoop. The exhilaration of having support. Tang Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In order to fulfill the Qinyu sect's mission, He could not afford to confront Xiao He directly. Thus, he humbly replied, "I sincerely apologize, Master Xiao. I am Tang Xian from the Xiao sect. Having spent so long away from the mountains, I have lost my sense of propriety. I hope you will not hold it against me." Ah, so that was the crux of the matter. It was evident. Xiao He reined in his remarks and continued. "Then you must be unaware that after losing one's sense of propriety, reparations must be made. Certainly, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to enlighten you on the customs of the celestial sects, considering your infrequent excursions beyond your abode. This is to prevent any misunderstandings that may arise should you venture into another's domain in the future." Tang Xian offered a rather awkward smile. Little did I anticipate that this Xiao He could be so persuasive. I had never heard of such regulations within the celestial sects. Alas, this fellow's cultivation is on par with my own, and I cannot feign ignorance, nor can I expect to escape without compensating him. Is it merely a matter of sharing a smile? At that moment, Shi Haiqing abruptly turned his gaze, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Xiao, the sect leader, graciously pointed out your misstep to spare you from future embarrassment in other sections. Yet you remain rather ungracious, dismissing it with a mere smile. The Chiefing sect and the Xiaoyao sect have no connection, and their purpose today was to pay homage to Xiao He. Thus they would not mind incurring enmity with the Xiaoyao sect. On the contrary, they would seize this opportunity to take advantage. He had discerned that Xiao He's words implied a desire for compensation. How could such a splendid opportunity be squandered? However, I find myself lacking in suitable offerings today. Tang Xian did not anticipate that Shi Haiqing would take a bite out of him. He felt a simmering irritation, yet maintained a rigid smile. After all, the Qin Yuan sect is a century-old establishment. Ordinary items hardly pique their interest. Next time, I shall surely make amends. Ah, Elder Chang, you are far too courteous. In truth, I care not for the value of the items, but rather their quantity, Xiao He quietly interjected. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Tang Xian found it unreasonable to withhold anything further. With a forced smile, he retrieved his storage pouch. I possess merely over 100 ordinary celestial pills. Elder Chang, your intentions are commendable. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao He took the pills and tucked them into his sleeve. This action left not only Tang Xian but also Shi Haiqing and the assembled disciples in a state of astonishment. What is this? Can ordinary celestial pills even benefit a cultivator of the golden core stage? Moreover, if they were intended for the disciples, surely they ought to be specially crafted pills, not just any common ones. As a leader of a sect, your collection seems somewhat lacking in decorum. Xiao He paid no heed to their bewildered gazes, for he understood their ignorance. This is a tribute to Elder Tang. 500 celestial pills, how long would it take to refine such a quantity? Though Elder Tang claims not to be in a hurry, it is evident that he is quite urgent. For the sake of Elder Tang, my esteemed ally, I shall not concern myself with matters of decorum. Now, let us proceed to discuss the matter at hand. Xiao He smiled faintly, and then turned his attention to Shi Haiqing. Sect leader Shi, not long ago, an elder from your sect came here, clamoring to swallow the Qin Yuan sect. I trust you are already aware of the situation. Ah, sect leader Xiao. I must admit I only learned of this matter afterward. Prior to his arrival, I was entirely in the dark. Nevertheless, rest assured, I have dealt him a severe punishment. I implore you not to take it to heart. It is well that he has been punished, and with you, sect leader Shi, personally coming to apologize today, I see no reason to withhold my forgiveness. Xiao He cast a meaningful glance at Shi Haiqing, for after all, the face of sect leader Shi has always held considerable weight, has it not? Shi Haiqing's expression changed, and he repeatedly waved his hands. No, that won't do. Our Qifeng sect is unlike any other. Not only do we visit without bringing any gifts, but we also cannot shirk responsibility for our misdeeds. Master Xiao, I have brought a ground-level fire refinement pill for you today. I hope you will graciously accept it. Shi Haiqing offered a red brocade box with both hands. Xiao He felt a surge of excitement. No, to be precise, it was profound exhilaration. The ground-level fire refinement pill was custom-tailored for Tang Xian. He had just acquired a ground-level soul-devouring demon blade. With the assistance of a somewhat skilled craftsman, it could be transformed into a spiritual blade. It was evident that Tang Xian held a deep fondness for that sword, and if the transformation succeeded, his joy would undoubtedly be magnified. If Tang Xian were pleased, then future endeavors involving excavators, syringes, and handguns would surely be secured. Chapter 24. Utter confusion in the bureau. Xiao He forcefully suppressed his joy, nodding slightly before accepting the item. As he gently opened a small aperture, the essence fire pill revealed a radiant crimson glow, strikingly beautiful. Indeed, this was a rare earth-grade elixir, an extraordinary treasure. Master Shi had shown considerable thoughtfulness, and thus, I shall graciously accept it. Shi Haiqing nodded repeatedly, a smile gracing his face, though his heart bled internally. He had cherished this essence fire pill for decades, dreaming of one day wielding a legendary demonic blade. Yet now, alas, to be able to align myself with someone as prominent as Xiao He, it was worth it. Master Xiao, what of the relationship between the Qifeng sect and your esteemed sect? Oh, do we have any ties with the Qifeng sect? He chuckled. Indeed. There are no connections. Shi Haiqing laughed heartily, relieved that this trip had not been in vain. The exchanges and dialogues among them left the disciples utterly bewildered, while the hidden elders were equally astonished. They could not comprehend what had transpired, for only Xiao He was privy to the matter concerning Shui Kuei. All they knew was that the Qifeng sect had consistently regarded their sect as inconsequential, rarely even selecting it for sparring. Yet today, could it be that the sect was experiencing a turnaround? Or was it that Master Xiao had acquired some treasure? At that moment, the elders discreetly realized the crux of the matter. Yes, a treasure. The master had just returned from Yuan Mountain, where he had gifted something to Murong Shui, only to retrieve it shortly thereafter. Presumably, that was the treasure, the divine artifact bestowed by Tang Lu. No wonder the master displayed such unparalleled confidence today. This was indeed a moment of overwhelming superiority. The Qin Yuan sect had successfully allied with the esteemed Tang, poised for a resurgence. Master Xiao, may we now discuss matters of importance? Tang Xian, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. He harbored deep-seated disdain for Xiao He and would have turned against him long ago were it not for the mission from the Qin Yu sect. Now, he was impatient, unwilling to endure any further displays of Xiao He's superiority. If Elder Chang has something of importance to convey, please do so directly. Master Xiao, the situation here seems muddled. Is it appropriate? Xiao He's expression shifted. Among celestial sects, what could be amiss? Did Elder Chang suspect the presence of demonic spies here? Upon hearing this, Tang Xian felt a twinge of guilt and hastily replied, I have been overly suspicious. In truth, I have come on behalf of the Xianyao sect to discuss matters regarding an offensive against the Qin Yu sect, particularly targeting the demon lord, Shui Kuei. After speaking, Tang Xian carefully scrutinized Xiao He, seeking any hint in his demeanor. Shui Kuei had already been defeated. What further strategies could there be against him? Before Xiao He could respond, Shi Haiqing interjected suddenly. It was this very interruption that left both Xiao He and Tang Xian momentarily stunned. What's going on? The demon lord Shui Kuei has been defeated? When did this occur? How does he know that Shui Kuei has already been captured by Tang Lu? The two turned their gazes simultaneously towards Shi Haiqing, who, taken aback, focused his eyes intently on Xiao He. Xiao Zhangmen, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. In truth, when you vanquished Blood Kuei, one of our elders was not far from the scene. You must be mistaken. Xiao He promptly denied the matter. The fact that Blood Kuei is detained by Captain Tang must remain a secret. Otherwise, the disciples of the demonic sect will surely descend upon Yuanshan. Strictly speaking, no information regarding Captain Tang's presence in Yuanshan should be disclosed. His sect is not yet fully established and would prefer to remain undisturbed. I have never encountered Blood Kuei and was pondering when he might launch an attack on our Qin Yuan sect. Upon hearing this, Shi Haiqing felt overwhelmed. What is going on here? Tang Xian inwardly scoffed, contemplating how naive Shi Haiqing was to think about defeating the demon lord. It seems he is merely testing Xiao He's capabilities. Xiao Zhangmen, it appears your sect is quite confident in repelling the assault from Qinjiumen. Initially, our Xiaoyao sect intended to lend you a helping hand. There is no need. Xiao He waved his hand dismissively. This is a matter for the Qin Yuan sect alone, and we shall not trouble your sect. Oh, very well. Tang Xian secretly wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering what exactly could instill such confidence in Xiao He. Then, Xiao Zhangmen, might I inquire what preparations your sect has made against Qinjiumen? I would like to ascertain if assistance is required. There is no need for concern, Elder Chang. I have everything under control. Are you not going to elaborate? I am genuinely curious. It is a matter of utmost secrecy, and I shall not disclose it. If you gentlemen have no further business, I shall take my leave, for we cannot predict when Qinjiumen may launch their attack. Xiao He issued an implicit dismissal, unwilling to discuss further lest he inadvertently reveal information about Yuanshan. Shi Haiqing and Tang Xian, compelled to comply, exchanged stiff bows and departed. Once outside, Shi Haiqing called out to Tang Xian. Pray, tell me, what was Xiao He's cultivation level during your observation? At this moment, Shi Haiqing's confidence had begun to wane. For Xiao He had openly admitted to not having defeated Blood Kuei. Moreover, it appeared he was hastily preparing for battle, that earlier confidence was likely a fade. Thus, he impatiently inquired about Tang Xian's findings. Tang Xian let out a cold laugh. Xiao Zhangmen, today I have truly broadened my horizons. A pinnacle golden core cultivator can appear so humble before an 8th level practitioner. What? Shi Haiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say Xiaohe's cultivation is still at the 8th level of Golden Core? If you're lying, may thunder strike you. He is indeed at the 8th level of Golden Core. Crack. Shi Haiqing's expression darkened, feeling as though the world were crumbling around him. By heavens. This Xiaohe has deceived me regarding my fire refinement pills. He had just acted so convincingly, as if he feared nothing. Especially when he humbly accepted the fire refinement pills, that sincerity, that submission, that. The earlier scenes flashed through Shi Haiqing's mind like a cinematic reel, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Xiaohe, I shall skin you alive today. Swish. Without uttering another word, Shi Haiqing swiftly made his way to the chiefing sect, calling for reinforcements. Today, I must reclaim the quenching elixir, you shameless scoundrel, Xiaohe. Ha. Chao Shan continued to sneer. This Shi Haiqing is nothing but a farce, possessing only superficial cultivation. Decades of prestige can be obliterated in a single day, how tragic. Yet, does that Xiaohe truly possess a treasure? His outward confidence is undeniable. Could it be a mere fade? Or has he disowned my role as a spy and is deliberately performing? Chao Shan pondered for a moment, finding no resolution, ultimately deciding to leave this conundrum for the Qingyu sect to unravel. After all, the task was accomplished. Subsequently, Chang Shan departed. Within the Red Phoenix sect, the elder with white hair provided crucial intelligence regarding Yuan Shan, garnering accolades from others who nearly exalted him to the heavens. He reveled in his own tales, embellishing the circumstances of the battle to an astonishing degree. In the midst of his self-satisfaction, Shi Haiqing suddenly entered, his expression grim. Without uttering a word, he struck the white-haired elder with a palm, causing blood to spew forth. You fool! Xiaohe never defeated Shui Kuei. You have made me waste a precious quenching elixir. All disciples of the Red Phoenix sect, heed my command. Let us march forth to cleanse the Qin Yuan sect in blood. Chapter 25, Shi Haiqing's confrontation suddenly. Shi Haiqing appeared, striking the elder with white hair, causing him to spew blood and faint on the spot. This unexpected turn of events left the other elders, who had been listening to the elder's boastful tales, momentarily stunned. Sect Master Shi, what on earth is happening? Breathing heavily, Shi Haiqing recounted all the events leading to his visit to the Qin Yuan sect, casting scornful glances at the elder. This scoundrel is the root of the trouble. No need for further inquiries. Summon the disciples immediately. If the Qingyu sect does not take the lead, then the chiefing sect shall. Today, we must make that Xiaohe suffer. Upon hearing this, the elders dared not delay, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. Yes. At that moment, in the main hall of the Qin Yuan sect, Xiaohe opened the storage pouch from Chang Shan, discovering an abundance of celestial pills, at least 300 in total. Although the quality was generally low, they all met the requirements set by Elder Tang Lu. The alchemy pavilion was also working diligently, and the production of 500 celestial pills would not take long. Sect Master Xiao, a solemn elder, entered the hall. It seems Shi Haiqing was acting strangely before he left. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaohe recalled Shi Haiqing's declaration that blood Kuei had lost. Could it be that the situation had been uncovered? Surely not. Xiaohe had witnessed Elder Tang Xian's capabilities firsthand. For Shi Haiqing to spy would be nearly impossible. Elder Yang, first and foremost, I must tell you something, keep it strictly confidential. Blood Kuei has been captured by Elder Tang Lu. What? Elder Yang's eyes widened in shock. No wonder you seem so relaxed, Sect Master. You anticipated that the Qingyu sect would not attack, right? My goodness, Elder Tang truly is remarkable, effortlessly capturing a Yuanying. However, the issue lies in Shi Haiqing's knowledge of Blood Kuei's defeat. What else does he know? I'm uncertain. Elder Yang stroked his beard and mused. I'm not sure either. Nevertheless, Sect Master, as long as we increase our flattery towards Elder Tang Lu, even if others discover the secret and seek to align themselves with him, they cannot compare to us at the Qin Yuan sect. Moreover, with Blood Kuei now captured and the spiritual pool's resources at our disposal, we are in an advantageous position. This indeed made sense. Otherwise, how could Xiaohe have been so elated upon acquiring the fire tempering pill? Winning Elder Tang Lu's favor is the wisest course. Currently, Elder Tang Lu requires 500 celestial pills and a batch of spiritual swords. The swords are already prepared. We are merely lacking the pills. Inform the alchemy pavilion to expedite the process. The sooner they reach Elder Tang Lu, the better. Understood. I will notify them immediately. Oh, wait. I shall join in the alchemical preparations as well. We must hold tightly to this opportunity. At that moment, a flustered disciple rushed in, his face pale with fear. Reporting to the sect master, the chiefing sect has come. What? Xiaohe sprang to his feet. The man, Shi Haiqing, truly embodies a double-edged sword. Moments ago he was wagging his tail, and now he is ready to bite. The sect leader remarked, since he has returned. He must be unaware of the secret of Yuan Shan. Elder Yang's expression brightened as he continued, if he knew of the existence of Tang Lukhang from Yuan Shan, He would be too busy flattering us to dare launch an attack. This is splendid news. Such reasoning held merit, yet nothing else mattered at this juncture. Out of respect for the fire-refining pill he had gifted, I shall confront him today to let him witness the consequences of his provocation. With a satisfying click, Xiaohe drew his pistol and chambered around, the sound resonating delightfully. Elder Yang's eyes sparkled at the sight. Sect leader, is that not the gift from Tang Xian? Indeed, Xiaohe replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a sense of superiority washing over him, filling him with delight. He briefly explained, this device is called a pistol, capable of firing 3 times. It was originally intended for Schwer, but I shall borrow it for the moment. After finishing his words, Xiaohe tucked the pistol into his sleeve and confidently soared into the air. Elder Yang rubbed his hands together, filled with envy, hastily following him. Gifts from Tang Xian are invariably extraordinary. It would be a shame if the sect leader were to miss witnessing its power. Xiaohe, come out, old man. In the skies above Qinyuan's sect, Shi Haiqing wielded his spiritual sword with an imposing presence, his gaze icy and his voice thunderous. You deceived me regarding the fire-refining pill. If you do not return it today, I shall raise your Qinyuan sect to the ground. Raise Qinyuan sect to the ground. Below, the disciples of Qifeng's sect stood in formation, their shouts ringing out ceaselessly. The disciples of Qinyuan's sect were also prepared, facing them defiantly. At the forefront was Murong Shui, clad in a flowing white robe, radiating beauty like a celestial being. At that moment, Shi Haiqing's gaze fell upon Murong Shui, captivated by her stunning appearance. Truly, she was exceptionally beautiful. If loyalty were to be attributed to men, it would be said that at 20, they prefer 18-year-old maidens, and at 50, they still favor 18-year-olds. In the Golden Core stage, I had not anticipated that Qinyuan sect possessed such a strikingly beautiful and promising woman. Shi Haiqing smiled slightly, as he happened to be in need of a devoted disciple. Who dares to boast of flattening Qinyuan's sect? Xiaohe arrived, his demeanor unchanged, exuding confidence. He stood opposite Shi Haiqing in midair. This time, Shi Haiqing did not hold back, immediately unleashing his insight. Upon inspection, he confirmed that Xiaohe indeed possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of the Golden Core. Xiaohe, you old rascal, have you been deceiving me all along? Since when have I ever deceived you, Shi Haiqing? Enough. Shi Haiqing bellowed, do not say another word. Return the fire-refining pill at once. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe nearly laughed in disbelief. There was no reason to return what had been willingly offered. Moreover, this was a necessary item for Tang Xian. Even if it meant defeating Shi Haiqing or leaving him incapacitated, he would not relent. If your purpose in coming here is for that, you may as well leave. For I shall not part with it. Shi Haiqing, upon hearing these words, was furious beyond measure. I see you're courting death. He had long been holding his breath. And upon hearing Xiaohe's words, he could no longer contain himself, immediately beginning to gather spiritual energy. A thick plume of white mist swirled rapidly, heralding the manifestation of combat techniques. Daring to act recklessly before me, an 8th-tier Golden Core cultivator, I shall kill you today and reclaim the fire refinement pill, while also letting your beautiful disciple witness just how inept you are as a master. Only by following me, Shi Haiqing, can one attain enlightenment. As he spoke, Shi Haiqing deliberately glanced at Murong Shui, provoking her to draw her sword, eager to strike. She considered herself a disciple of the esteemed Tang, and would never allow anyone to insult her master. Xiaohe felt similarly. He was instantly enraged by Shi Haiqing's words. It could be said that he had remained calm until that moment, but those words had ignited his fury. How dare you covet someone favored by Captain Tang? This is the Thunder Pool. It seems you are courting death. With a swift motion, Xiaohe intervened to block Murong Shui's intended attack, then dramatically swung his right hand, revealing a pitch-black pistol. Shi Haiqing, you have crossed my line. Do you believe I will not end your life with a single shot? Having never encountered a firearm, Shi Haiqing was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was only for an instant, as he discerned no trace of spiritual energy emanating from that object. It turned out to be nothing more than trash, inferior even to an ordinary spiritual sword. Chapter 26. A shot to repel the enemy. At the very moment Xiaohe drew his pistol, the disciples present widened their eyes in astonishment. None had ever laid eyes upon such an object, and they foolishly believed that the esteemed leader might wield a spiritual weapon. Yet, as they extended their consciousness to perceive, they soon realized it was merely an inconsequential piece of scrap metal. What on earth is this? Haha. The disciples of the Qifeng sect began to stifle their laughter, only to succumb to a chorus of hearty guffaws. The venerable leader, attempting to intimidate with a mere hunk of iron, was simply too ludicrous. The Qinyuan sect had historically been beneath our Qifeng sect, and now they dared to place their fate in this rusted trinket. What audacity! Mockery echoed through the air, and Shi Haiqing's expression was one of disdain. Xiaohe, To deceive me once was despicable enough. To attempt it a second time is intolerable. If it's a deception, step forward and find out for yourself. Xiaohe remained remarkably composed, donning his long robe while brandishing the pistol. His words were cold yet powerful. Am I to fear you? Shi Haiqing was not one to be trifled with. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he was poised to strike. However, in the next instant, a resounding crack rang out from the muzzle. Bang! Following the gunfire, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Shi Haiqing was momentarily taken aback. What manner of contraption produces sound? Yet before he could utter a word, an excruciating pain surged through his shoulder. Instinctively aware of the impending danger, he lowered his gaze only to discover a gaping wound. Crimson blood oozing forth. The reason for the silence among the crowd was evident. Who would have imagined that such a rusty object could inflict harm upon a peak golden core cultivator like Shi Haiqing from a distance? The crucial aspect was that none had witnessed the entire sequence of events. Good heavens, is this an artifact of divine might? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Shock etched upon their faces, while the elders of the Qin Yuan sect reveled in unrestrained joy. Indeed, it is a divine artifact. Commander Tang's strike was nothing short of miraculous. Our Qin Yuan sect has gained another life-saving treasure. Haha, outrageous. You dare employ a concealed weapon. Have you ever seen a concealed weapon with such speed? This is no ordinary tool, given our shared status as members of the immortal sect. I shall spare your life this time. Speak again, and I shall shatter your skull. His words dripped with menace, and as Shi Haiqing contemplated the situation, cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. Indeed, it was impossible for a concealed weapon to move with such velocity, and as a peak golden core cultivator, his physical resilience should be impervious to such attacks. What on earth is this? Shi Haiqing was flustered, even the pain in his shoulder momentarily forgotten. So, was it indeed blood Kuei that he had vanquished? That enigmatic confidence he had just possessed, could it have stemmed from this unknown artifact? According to Xiaohe, a strike to the head would spell instant death for a golden core practitioner. Xiaohe, Shi Haiqing stammered, his threats evaporating. It was impossible for him to utter soft words. Retreat. Ultimately, Shi Haiqing was compelled to command withdrawal, vowing to thoroughly interrogate the elder with the white hair upon his return, for he must uncover the truth behind blood Kuei. Did I grant you permission to leave? At that moment, Xiaohe pointed his gun once more. You think you can come and go as you please, Master Shi? What more do you desire, Xiaohe? Shi Haiqing bared his teeth. Xiaohe smiled faintly. Let us speak plainly. Relinquish all your storage bags. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Leave behind hundreds of storage bags? Are you aiming for the heavens? Shi Haiqing retorted. If you do not comply, I shall no longer consider the dignity of our sect. Xiaohe added. I merely aim to give you a light nudge. I still need 500 spirit pills, and I cannot miss this opportunity. Initially reluctant to yield, Shi Haiqing found himself swallowing his pride and reluctantly relinquishing all his possessions, retreating in disgrace. His resentment towards the elder with white hair intensified. In truth, the firearm could not breach the defenses of a cultivator's spiritual shield, yet Shi Haiqing had been careless, underestimating the iron projectile. After being struck, he immediately sealed the artifact, offering no resistance whatsoever. It could be said that he had squandered a perfect opportunity, allowing Xiaohe to reap substantial rewards. As they beheld the multitude of storage bags, the disciples' eyes sparkled with eagerness. They felt they were on the brink of fortune. The elders were equally exhilarated. The resources of the Qi Feng sect had always been commendable, and this influx would surely invigorate them. Just as they prepared to approach and inspect the treasures, Xiaohe halted them. Do not move. These storage bags serve another purpose. Indeed, they were intended for his benefactor, Commander Tang Lu. Without him, the Qin Yuan sect would not have thrived, nor would they have enjoyed such gains today. Anyone who dares to touch these will face my wrath. With the storage bags secured, Xiaohe felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. So many valuable items, Commander Tang Lu would surely be delighted. He wondered what gifts he might receive in return. He quickly banished such greedy thoughts. How could one be so presumptuous as to demand gifts from an immortal? Accept graciously what is offered, and remain devoid of selfish desires. Reaffirming his resolve, Xiaohe set forth on the path to Yuan Mountain, this time accompanied by Murong Shui. Her presence was both a request from her and a means to expedite her entry. After all, it was said that one must reach the nascent soul stage, and frequent encounters could lead to unforeseen consequences. Taking a deep breath, Xiaohe reflected on the considerable efforts he had made to flatter the immortal. In the deeper regions of Yuan Mountain, at the Longhua base, Commander Tang's office awaited. Based on the current timeline, the completion of all infrastructure would require approximately a month. Inside the office, old Lu handed a blueprint to Tang Xian, who tapped his fingers on it before speaking. The main concern lies in the transportation of raw materials, like cement and timber. Labor is not an issue, as the master of the Qin Yuan sect has agreed to send assistance. Once our engineering materials arrive, we can commence construction at any moment. At this point, Tang Xian had to consider the timing for the activation of the portal. The portal is currently at level 3, allowing for a mere 10 minutes of usage per day. The task involving 500 elixirs remains uncompleted, preventing any potential upgrade of the portal. Furthermore, each return to the realm of reality necessitates the transportation of grain and vegetables. Should we acquire any additional weaponry, time would be entirely consumed. Lao Lu, for now, focus on enhancing the accommodations for the soldiers. The other recreational facilities can be constructed gradually. It seems there is no alternative. Has that demon not yet awakened? Tang Xian inquired further. The military doctor responded that it would take at least a day, with tomorrow being a likely time frame for recovery. Well, let us proceed with this plan for the time being. Tang Xian stood up and stretched, revealing a look of contentment. I shall return shortly. Do you fancy roasted whole lamb? Upon hearing this, Lao Lu instinctively nodded. Indeed. Then it is settled. We shall have roasted lamb tomorrow night to reward our brothers. We have been occupied since the beginning, and it is time to unwind. Thus, this pleasant decision was made. Just as Tang Xian was about to depart, a voice crackled through the radio. Commander Tang, the sect leader has arrived. This time, he is not alone. He has brought along the young lady who wished to serve you last time. Chapter 27. Flattery grows ever smoother. The big-eyed one hesitated, longing to speak, as he harbored genuine envy. The otherworldly maiden was indeed flawless in beauty, surpassing any star or performer by a significant margin. It is often said that extraordinary beauty encounters extraordinary admiration. However, Captain Tang is also quite handsome. Upon hearing the big-eyed one's words, old Lu cast a beaming glance at Tang Xian. Captain Tang, at your tender age, do you not ponder such matters? Enough. Tang Xian interrupted him. What is there to ponder? You, my older brother, have yet to find a wife, so why should I be in a hurry? Furthermore, our military camp is filled with bachelors. Am I the only one who should be treated differently? You are inherently special. No one would dare to criticize you. Old Lu chimed in. Spare me your double standards. When the time comes, your words will surely twist. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively, not swayed by their banter. Come, let us take a look. He beckoned old Lu, and the two departed the office. At that moment, the afternoon sun was descending, casting a warm crimson hue across the land and elongating the shadows of the two otherworldly beings in the distance. The light wove through the woman's flowing hair as if she bore the sun upon her head, her exquisite features illuminated by the vivid glow, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. I have met Captain Tang, exclaimed Shuer as she greeted him with a bow. Please, no need for formality, Master Xiao. What brings you here today? You seem to have made quite a few trips, Tang Xian remarked playfully. Master Zhao's face flushed at the comment. Indeed, I have been somewhat frequent today. Yet he quickly shifted to the matter at hand, producing his storage bags. Captain Tang, I have come to deliver gifts, elixirs, and spirit swords. Oh? Tang Xian's interest was piqued. If the elixirs were plentiful, he could complete his system task. The portal could also be upgraded, extending the time available. As Master Xiao opened several hundred storage bags, pouring their contents onto the ground, the array included spirit stones, elixirs, spirit swords, and various tomes. The process of emptying the bags lasted a full half-hour, and by the end, the heap on the ground nearly towered over them. Both Tang Xian and Master Xiao were overjoyed. The more gifts delivered to Captain Tang, the better. Upon arrival, he had not noticed. But now it was clear that the display was certainly impressive. Captain Tang, all these were left by the Red Phoenix sect. Oh, and this is the most important item. Master Xiao presented a specially crafted storage bag to Tang Xian. Upon receiving it, Tang Xian observed the exquisite craftsmanship, adorned with a vividly crafted dragon totem. This is the storage bag of the Red Phoenix sect's leader. I implore you, Captain Tang, to open it personally. By the way, Captain Tang, have you heard of the Red Phoenix sect? Master Xiao inquired, perhaps hoping to gauge Tang Xian's awareness. In response, Tang Xian remained unfazed, casually stating as he opened the storage bag, I have not. As the bag opened, he discovered an ancient tome within, imbued with an aura of antiquity. Its title read, True Art of Golden Core Fortune. Master Xiao, are you familiar with this item? Tang Xian was unaware of the true value of the item, so he simply handed it over to Xiaohe. Upon receiving it, Xiaohe was taken aback. This is actually an Earth-grade cultivation technique. Now I understand why Shi Haiqing made such rapid progress during his Golden Dance stage. It was due to this manual. Morong Shui, standing nearby, was equally exhilarated, recognizing this technique as a true treasure, one that is fortuitously encountered but seldom obtained. If she could possess it, her advancement in the Golden Dance stage would be significantly expedited. Director Tang, Xiaohe presented the precious manual before Tang Xian with both hands. This technique is incredibly valuable. Your luck is truly remarkable. Ah. Xiaohe's flattery had noticeably improved in just half a day. It seemed that possessing a storage bag was directly linked to one's fortune. After taking the manual, Tang Xian flipped through its pages. It spoke of harnessing the energy of the surroundings into the spiritual platform and then distributing it throughout the body's extremities. The instructions were concise and clear, yet ultimately irrelevant to Tang Xian due to his physical constitution, which rendered him incapable of practicing it. He pondered that while it might hold considerable monetary value, he had no use for it. At this moment, Tang Xian noticed Morong Shui's gaze fixated on the manual. Do you find it appealing? Oh. Morong Shui was jolted from her trance, suddenly appearing flustered. Director Tang, I truly admire it. With it, I can grow more swiftly. Rapid growth means I can reach Yuanshan sooner. Lao Lu, overhearing this, chuckled silently, while Tang Xian was taken aback by her candor. Xiaohe, however, interjected with a blend of admonition and laughter. Such an earth-grade technique is exceedingly rare, even if one wishes to enhance their cultivation. Before he could finish, Tang Xian declared, Very well, I shall gift it to you. Morong Shui, really? Xiaohe, is that truly so? Tang Xian nodded, feeling pleased with Morong Shui's earnestness. I hope you grow more swiftly. Take it. Thank you, Director Tang. Morong Shui exclaimed. I also extend my gratitude on her behalf. Xiaohe said, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Surely, this meant he might also benefit from her good fortune? He had been stagnating at the 8th level of Golden Dan for nearly 5 years. By the way, I invite both of you to the base tomorrow evening for a bonfire feast. It serves as an opportunity to properly thank you for swiftly procuring those 500 celestial pills. Director Tang, you are too kind. We will definitely attend. Xiaohe replied frankly, thinking of ways to draw closer to Morong Shui. How could he refuse such a generous invitation? Moreover, she must accompany him. A bonfire feast would surely take place in the evening. A perfect setting for a few cups of fine wine, leading to a delightful atmosphere. Smack. That would be splendid. Furthermore, judging by Director Tang's demeanor, he undoubtedly harbored feelings for Shui, having even gifted her an earth-grade technique. Goodness, springtime for the Qin Yuan sect was indeed approaching. Director Tang, I will make an effort to bring over another artifact craftsman tomorrow. An artifact craftsman? Indeed, Commander Tang, I bring you delightful news. Today, I have meticulously procured a fire-quenching pill of the earth grade, specifically for you. If all goes well, it should effortlessly transform the blood blade into a spiritual blade. Although I endured countless trials to obtain this precious pill, it is undoubtedly worth the effort. Xiaohe, mindful of his words, chose to refrain from further embellishing the tale, as he felt he might soon be overwhelmed by his own exaggerations. It has been proven that his initial speculation was correct. The current Tang Xian is indeed elated. He has a fondness for that earth-grade demonic blade and often contemplates the moment it can be transformed into a spiritual blade. He is also curious whether his strength could lift it and what formidable power it would wield once elevated. Xiaohe has proven to be quite capable, demonstrating commendable efficiency in his endeavors. Tang Xian cast an appreciative glance in his direction, oblivious to the fact that all of this was made possible solely due to the capture of Blood Kuei. Xiaohe merely played the role of a courier, yet his flattery certainly grew ever more resonant. Chapter 28. The practicality of the spirit sword. The arrangements have nearly been finalized. Tomorrow evening, the Dragon Kingdom base will host a bonfire party, featuring a craftsman forging a magical blade as entertainment. Once matters were settled, Xiaohe and Morong Shui took their leave. Before departing, Morong Shui cast a lingering gaze that momentarily made Tang Xian question whether he was being overly harsh. Old Lu, please distribute these storage bags. They are perfect for storing ammunition and supplies, he instructed. The capacity of the storage bags is quite substantial. These several hundred bags will adequately meet the current needs of the officers and soldiers. Old Lu accepted them with a smile, saying, Commander Tang, you may not know, but those soldiers have long been coveting these items. They've tested them, and these bags can indeed ensure food remains unspoiled. The technology from another world has truly given us a taste of advanced innovation. Tang Xian nodded with a smile. Some things are unique to this world. Such storage bags are not easily manufactured even with the advancements of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, they rely on a crucial element, spiritual energy. Therefore, our path forward must be one of mutual benefit. Anything the Dragon Kingdom cannot produce, we shall have the locals assist in creating. Mutual benefit is the undeniable truth. Once everything was conveyed, Tang Xian summoned a portal and returned to the real world. He found himself once again at the Wolf Fong Special Operations Base, where the soldiers were engaged in vigorous training. However, upon seeing their commander suddenly appear, the soldiers exchanged glances and hurried over. Tang Xian stood in place. Observing them with interest, they all appeared disheveled, some even sporting bruises. What is the matter? Have you all missed me so much after just 2 days? Is the training not intense enough under the company commanders, leaving you with time to come greet me? His tone was firm, yet his expression conveyed complete affirmation and profound admiration. Each individual present was a paragon within the ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's military, the finest of the finest. The missions they bore were of utmost importance, and the weight of such responsibilities was mirrored in the grueling training they endured. Naturally, they were all aware of the affairs in the other world, and their gathering here suggested they wished to inquire when they might accompany him there. Tang Xian wished to evade this question, for he too desired to take them there as soon as possible, yet he knew he could not do so. Firstly, the Dragon Kingdom's base was not yet fully constructed, with many large-scale installations yet to be deployed. Secondly, should all of the elite special forces suddenly vanish, it would undoubtedly provoke suspicion on the international stage. Discussions of confidentiality were futile. One could only say that spies were omnipresent and caution was imperative. At that moment, a company commander approached, scratching his head with a look of helplessness. Commander Tang, my daily task list is nearly full, and these soldiers are not only uncomplaining but are incessantly asking me when we can venture into the other world. Today, I am at my wit's end. I cannot find a way to explain this to them. Could you please come and address them? Tang Xian cast a piercing glance at the battalion commander, who responded with an awkward smile, helplessly raising his hands. Subsequently, the soldiers united in a thunderous chorus, imploring Commander Tang to lead them into the other world, to fight alongside him. Their voices resounded like thunder, echoing across the training ground, filled with fervor and eagerness for battle. Tang Xian surveyed the thousands of special forces gathered before him, and after a prolonged pause, he spoke slowly. While it is true that soldiers are meant for combat, one must also consider the arrangements of leadership and the broader strategic landscape. To be candid, I yearn to march with you into the other world, sweeping away all adversaries. However, now is not the time. In an effort to soothe the soldiers' spirits, Tang Xian produced his mobile device, revealing the construction and environment of the otherworld base before their eyes. Most of the brothers from the previous 2 batches were currently engaged in construction tasks, rather than combat missions. Although you may appear to be reserves, you actually form the backbone of our forces. Once we complete the base's construction in the other world, we will systematically organize and assign combat missions, marking the true commencement of our venture into this new realm. At present, you are merely warming up. We are still in the introductory phase, and there is no need for haste. If I were to transport all of you there at once, the daily opening of the portal would solely serve to transport supplies, turning our endeavor into a mere holiday rather than a serious undertaking. While my words may be blunt, they are meant to guide you. The soldiers comprehended Tang Xian's intent immediately. Indeed, without a combat plan, deploying the entire contingent into the other world would only hinder our progress. The battalion commander, quick to grasp the situation, cleared his throat. Did you hear that? Commander Tang is considering the larger picture. Do not indulge in trivial thoughts. When the time comes for you, do not hesitate. The soldiers fell silent for a moment before standing tall, raising their voices in unison, proclaiming, "Always ready." Tang Xian nodded. Gaining the understanding of his subordinates was crucial. He then retrieved a spiritual sword from his storage pouch. This was a gift from Xiaohe, described as a low-grade yellow spiritual sword, perhaps an introductory weapon. The weight of the sword felt like a feather to Tang Xian, given his strength of nearly 600 kilograms. However, he was curious about the impact of this weapon on the soldiers and whether it could be deployed en masse to the border regions. "Li Battalion Commander, come here." Upon hearing this, the battalion commander hurried over. "What is it, Commander Tang?" Tang Xian handed him the spiritual sword. "Give this a try. Do not hold back. Use your full strength." Li Battalion Commander was momentarily taken aback. A typical sword might weigh merely a few dozen pounds. Did it require such exertion? Yet, upon grasping the weapon, he was astounded by the oppressive weight. It likely weighed around 50 pounds. Struggling to keep the sword upright, he found the tip nearly grazing the ground, requiring both hands to manage it. "Commander Tang, this is exceedingly heavy, at least 50 pounds. Observing his reaction, Tang Xian contemplated. A weapon that is excessively heavy cannot be wielded effectively. The remaining special forces soldiers were equally astonished. "Is this sword truly so heavy? Approach me." Tang Xian guided Captain Li to a training stone pedestal. "Bring it down. Strike?" "Indeed." "Very well." Captain Li exerted all his strength to lift the sword, took a deep breath, and with a flushed face, brought it down. The result was astonishing. The mystical sword struck the stone pedestal as though it were slicing through tofu, effortlessly cleaving it in two. The pedestal was several centimeters thick, yet it was severed with ease, leaving the blade remarkably sharp. "My goodness, this sword is truly impressive." The soldiers stood in stunned silence, and Captain Li marveled repeatedly. The earlier strike relied almost entirely on gravity, he hardly used his own strength, revealing the formidable nature of weapons from this other world. In contrast, Tang Xian was not particularly surprised, as individuals from this realm possessed enhanced physiques, and the mystical sword was likely crafted from unique materials, making such an occurrence unsurprising. However, a thought struck him. If weapons of this caliber were to be delivered to the border, one could hardly expect to wield them with sluggishness, could they? Suddenly, Tang Xian had an idea. The elixirs and spiritual medicines from this realm possessed the ability to strengthen mortals. Would consuming them enhance the use of the mystical sword? After all, it bore the character spiritual. Tang Xian retrieved a pill from his storage bag. Captain Li, consume this and try again. Without a moment's hesitation, Captain Li accepted it and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt as though every pore in his body had opened, bringing immense relief. He felt as if he were transcending the mundane, nearly soaring into the air. Once more, he grasped the mystical sword, and with a resounding shout, he swung it towards the nearby stone pedestal. Bang! The pedestal shattered into fragments. The visual impact was striking. It worked. A look of satisfaction spread across Tang Xian's face. With this, wouldn't the border regions of Long Kingdom be secure? How delightful it would be to crush them utterly. Chapter 29, The Upgrade of the Portal After the Recent Experiment. Tang Xian became convinced of the crucial role that the elixir played in wielding the spiritual sword. This revelation opened the possibility of crafting weapons in the other world, which could then be delivered to the real world alongside the elixirs for frontline combat troops. Such a symbiotic relationship would ensure an advantageous position in non-kinetic confrontations at the border. As he pondered this, Tang Xian recalled the system's task of procuring 500 elixirs. Surely, this was not mere coincidence. Perhaps the system was orchestrating this deliberately? It was evident from the outset that the system's insistence on sharing the portal with the nation revealed its intent. Clearly, the system harbored as much concern for the Dragon Kingdom as he did. Indeed, this was an exhilarating turn of events. The recent display of the spiritual sword shattering a stone pillar left the officers and soldiers in a state of astonishment, which soon erupted into thunderous applause. Remarkable! This sword was tailor-made for me. Nonsense. You are a marksman. I am the master of close combat. One soldier retorted. Hey, the self-proclaimed master of close combat. Are you disregarding Commander Tang, the warrior king? The banter continued among the troops, but their true intention was singular. Commander, grant each of us one of those swords. Tang Xian was amused by their reaction and waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush. There will be plenty of such treasures in the future. Quality steel belongs on the blade, and the front line needs them more than we do. With that, he patted Captain Li on the shoulder. Continue with your training. He then hopped into a jeep and sped away. At the military district headquarters, Tang Xian strode purposefully into General Zhang Yi's office. Upon entering, he was struck by the familiarity of the scene before him. Zhang Yi was rubbing his temples, and upon noticing Tang Xian's arrival, he quickly rose and approached him. Tang Xian, your timing is impeccable. I have something urgent to discuss. There has been trouble at the southwestern border. Those obstinate invaders have repeatedly encroached upon our territory. Yet, we cannot be the first to fire a shot. The higher-ups have decided to dispatch the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade to deal with them decisively. I thought it would be difficult to reach you in the other world, yet here you are, just as I mentioned your name. There's no need to send the Special Operations Brigade, Tang Xian replied confidently. A mere band of cowards drinking cow urine. Our border forces can handle them. As he spoke, he produced a spiritual sword. This is what I brought from the other world, known as the spiritual sword, crafted from unique techniques and materials, with boundless power. Zhang Yi was utterly convinced by Tang Xian's words, his face lighting up as he reached to take it. Wait, General Zhang must first consume this. Tang Xian then produced an elixir, and Zhang Yi's expression turned momentarily skeptical, though it quickly faded. He gingerly placed the elixir in his mouth and immediately felt a peculiar energy coursing through him, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Incredible! Zhang Yi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he accepted the spiritual sword. With a gentle swing, a glimmer of cold light flickered, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This is astonishing. Zhang Yi was taken aback, utterly amazed. Tang Xian chuckled at his reaction. General Zhang, there is no need for astonishment. The realm of fantasy is indeed fascinating. This time, I have brought nearly 600 celestial elixirs. As for these spiritual swords, there are several hundred of them. Sufficient for that group of third sons to drink from a single jug. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Yi chuckled heartily. Tang Xian, your remarkable abilities are truly commendable. Oh, it is but a mere service to the nation. After speaking, Tang Xian continued. In truth, both the celestial elixirs and the spiritual swords are classified by rank. And what I have brought today are all of the lowest grade. Are you suggesting that these are the lowest grade spiritual swords? They possess such formidable power. Indeed, they are truly of the lowest grade, Tang Xian affirmed. Thus, I am quite curious. If the celestial elixirs are of a higher grade, would it not follow that the spiritual swords they can wield are also of a higher caliber? Tang Xian implied that a yellow-grade celestial elixir could manipulate a yellow-grade spiritual sword. Could a earth-grade celestial elixir wield an earth-grade spiritual sword as well? If so, assembling a formidable task force for special missions would certainly be feasible, though I may not fully grasp your meaning. I shall lend my utmost support in whatever I can do. Zhang Yi's words carried significant weight, and Tang Xian found them quite comforting. General Zhang, to speak candidly, there are certain things that our cutting-edge technology cannot replicate. After all, the unique spiritual energy of the fantasy realm is absent in Blue Star. So I intend to focus on production from the other world in the future. This means I will manufacture in the other world and subsequently send it back to the Dragon Kingdom. Consequently, there are indeed matters where your assistance is required. Zhang Yi nodded, encouraging Tang Xian to continue. Just as in reality, cooperation is difficult without mutual benefit. To prevent the proliferation of advanced weaponry, I wish to refrain from offering them rewards in weaponry. Therefore, I would like you, General Zhang, to help me prepare everyday supplies, such as white paper, ink, instant noodles, and vehicles. This is not a problem. Zhang Yi replied without a moment's hesitation. So, Tang Xian, you mean to exchange those items with them, correct? Precisely. Very well. I shall arrange this matter. You need not worry. Tang Xian nodded but hesitated momentarily, then softly added, there is one final matter. What is it? Zhang Yi observed Tang Xian's mysterious demeanor, lowering his tone considerably. General Zhang, you know I do not favor those who merely talk but do not wield firearms. Once the base in the other realm is completed, I plan to investigate the mineral and oil resources there. How do you suggest we proceed? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before smiling. I know your temperament all too well. Let this be the plan. When you require personnel in that regard, I will mobilize them from the national military districts. Do not forget, among our Dragon Kingdom soldiers, there are countless PhDs and masters, skilled in firearms and possessing superior expertise. Haha. Tang Xian laughed heartily. Then I shall entrust this to you. The task of providing 500 elixirs to the Dragon Kingdom has been successfully completed. The portal's level has been upgraded to level 4, with current activation time set at 15 minutes per day. An additional reward of 200 kilograms of strength has been credited to the account. As Tang Xian conversed with Zhang Yi, the system's rewards arrived. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his muscles, as if infused with boundless strength. 800 kilograms, an undeniably formidable force. Tomorrow, upon returning to the other realm, if Xiao Yi can locate a craftsman, he will refine the soul-devouring entity. At that moment, when the spirit blade is unleashed, he will test whether he can lift it and discover the extent of its power. By the time their discussion concluded, night had fallen. Tang Xian instructed the logistics department to procure several dozen sheep, and they ignited a bonfire at the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade base. The brothers in the otherworldly base have been diligently occupied, yet those here have not been spared either, training tirelessly day and night. They too deserve moments of respite. The officers were elated, sharing their innermost thoughts amidst the flickering flames. The bonfire blazed brightly into the night. Laughter resonated, and each face radiated a long-awaited sense of ease. The following morning, Tang Xian returned to the other world laden with fresh supplies, including not only everyday provisions but also seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, 2 anti-air missile vehicles, and an armed helicopter. To maximize the utility of time, he resolved to cultivate fresh vegetables. The anti-air missile vehicles would bolster the base's defenses, while the armed helicopter could launch proactive strikes under secure conditions. Thus, his base was now equipped for short-range combat operations. Chapter 38 Targeted Drill Commander Tang. The demon has awakened. Just after finishing the logistics coordination, old Lu dashed over. Finally awake. How did it go? Did it cause any damage to the confinement chamber? Commander Tang inquired with keen interest. Old Lu chuckled at the remark. He did intend to cause some havoc, but our soldiers promptly administered another dose of the specially formulated sedative. Although he is not unconscious again, he has temporarily lost the ability to move. Well done. Let us go have a look. Commander Tang and old Lu made their way to the confinement chamber, which was bustling with activity. A crowd had gathered, with soldiers standing in layers, and 5 sharpshooters armed with anti-material rifles were keeping a vigilant watch. The bulletproof glass of the chamber had shooting holes, and the 5 dark muzzles were aimed directly at Blood Kuei, who lay on the ground in a daze. What in the world is this? Not dead, but unable to move, huh? You wretched mortals. I am the demon lord of the Qingyu sect. Do not delay in releasing me. Enough nonsense. Keep talking, and I'll give you another shot. One soldier barked, while another stifled a laugh. The close-range firing of anti-material rifles was utterly merciless. How amusing. Commander Tang is here. Someone yelled, prompting the surrounding soldiers to quickly make way. All non-essential personnel, step outside. Old Lu commanded coldly, and the soldiers hastily complied, leaving only the 5 sharpshooters. As Commander Tang approached, he could see through the glass that the demon was in a pitiful state. Once adorned with flamboyant red hair, it was now disheveled, though bloodied. The vitality of life was conspicuously absent. This specially formulated sedative was truly remarkable. However, it seemed he had forgotten to discuss the syringes with the logistics department during his return yesterday. Well, a slightly thicker needle would suffice. "Hello, my friend," Commander Tang said with a smile. No matter how clueless Blood Kuei was about his predicament, he could discern that the young man outside was their leader. His fury erupted. "Who the hell are you? Release me at once." Click, click. At those words, the 5 Special Forces soldiers immediately chambered their weapons. Blood Kuei trembled at the sight and quickly recoiled. That damn thing pressed against him truly hurt. There's no need to be so anxious. It is perfectly normal to voice discontent when treated like this. Commander Tang waved a hand to halt the soldiers' actions, then continued. "By the way, hasn't food been prepared for our guest?" "The kitchen is already at work," Old Lu replied. "I, the Demon Lord, have already transcended the need for sustenance." Blood Kuei shouted once more, glaring at Commander Tang with blood-red eyes. "You deceitful fiends lured me here, claiming it to be the secret realm of the Dragon Kingdom." Commander Tang paused for a moment. "Indeed, this is the secret realm of the Dragon Kingdom. You failed the trial, and I have shown you mercy by sparing your life." Blood Kuei was taken aback. "What? This is truly the secret realm?" It must be said that Tang Xian's statement left Blood Kuei utterly disoriented. The adornments and weapons of this place are indeed unparalleled, yet it somehow doesn't feel like a secret realm. "What exactly do you desire?" Tang Xian squinted thoughtfully. Although he had not yet reached a conclusion, he remarked that since you have chosen to fast, we have no objections to keeping you here indefinitely. After all, it does not deplete our resources. Given Tang Xian's current limitations, inquiring about resources, weapons, or treasures seems rather futile. It would be more prudent to confine this demon, first taming its rebellious spirit, and gradually make use of it. "Old Lu, take him out for a run." Old Lu was momentarily taken aback and replied softly. "Let him out." It should be more accurate to say drag him out. Once the effects of the anesthetic wear off, we can run. "But Commander Tang, once the anesthetic wears off, he will likely flee, don't you think?" "Trust me, he won't. Just drag him out, and you'll see." Tang Xian chuckled mischievously and strode out of the confinement room, heading directly to the reconnaissance team. The scout, Big Eye, stood alert in front of the radar screen, occasionally rubbing his tired eyes. Shift changes must be adhered to. Vigilance cannot be neglected. Upon hearing the sound, Big Eye quickly stood up, reporting to the commander. "I just took my post. I didn't sleep well last night." It was evident that today's logistics had provided more coffee. "I'll brew a few cups later." "Thank you, Commander." Tang Xian seated himself in front of the reconnaissance screen and then brought out the drone control panel. Subsequently, he activated the radio and commanded, "Attention helicopter pilots, I will shortly deploy a drone. Upon receiving my command, destroy it. This is a drill intended to assess the reliability of our anti-aircraft weapons. Acknowledge receipt." "Acknowledged." Tang Xian smiled. "The pretense of killing a chicken serves to warn the monkeys, and I do not believe you will dare to escape." The surveillance footage shifted to outside the base, revealing Old Lu instructing 5 soldiers to drag the demon out of the confinement room. Blood Kuei was nearly in tears at that moment, thinking, "So this is how a bunch of mortals treat me? I'm the Demon Lord, the esteemed master of the Clear Serenity sect at the Yuan Ing realm. I am a being of great power. Nevertheless, fine, once the effects of your poison wear off, I shall seize the opportunity to flee. Do not let me escape, if I manage to leave this place. I will surely summon the demons of the Clear Serenity sect to trample you all. What a disgraceful realm of Dragon Country. I will obliterate it all." Blood Kuei was dragged into an open area, where over a dozen armed soldiers surrounded him. Old Lu issued the order that should this individual dare to flee, he is to be sedated if possible, or else shot on sight. In short, the message was clear. No letting the tiger return to the mountain. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a drone ascended from the reconnaissance unit, drawing everyone's attention as they assumed it was on a reconnaissance mission. Blood Kuei glared, filled with rage. This creature that can speak human language lured me here, resulting not only in my capture but... Suddenly, Blood Kuei's eyes widened in realization. Damn it. My soul-devouring demon blade has been deceived from me as well. That blade represents my lifelong dedication. It is a treasured artifact of demonic quality. You all, since I have failed in the secret realm, are you not obliged to return my belongings to me? It is that pitch-black dagger. I demand my dagger." The crowd ignored him. Shui Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you not the ones who uphold the rules? When we arrived, you spoke so confidently. Yet now you choose to deny it. I warn you, I am at the nascent soul stage. You mere mortals cannot hope to slay me. For I possess a primordial spirit. Even if my physical form is destroyed, I shall not perish. The matter of returning my demon blade is negotiable, but otherwise, prepare for your doom as I obliterate this wretched secret realm. I am addressing you. Do you comprehend my words? Armed helicopter, take off and destroy. Over the radio, Tang Xian's commands were issued. In the next moment, a piercing sound resonated through the dense forest. Suddenly, an armed helicopter, laden with missiles and exuding overwhelming power, ascended into the sky. Shui Kuei's eyes widened in terror, overwhelmed by the sight of this colossal beast. Before he could speculate further, the helicopter launched a missile. The missile, as if guided by an unseen force, soared towards the drone with astonishing speed, executing intricate maneuvers. Upon nearing its target, it detonated with a resounding explosion. Boom! A massive fireball erupted, followed by a shockwave that swept through the area, causing the flesh of the soldiers' faces to ripple. The sheer force disheveled Shui Kuei's hair, and he instinctively closed his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he opened his mouth in awe, waves of terror washing over him as his heart raced uncontrollably. Good heavens! What kind of divine artifact is this? Should it strike my body, I would surely be reduced to ashes. Chapter 31. Blood Kuei's terror. The scene of armed helicopters bombarding drones truly instilled a profound fear in Blood Kuei. His body, already weakened, felt even more feeble. Who was he? A merciless killer, a bloodthirsty demon, and now he perceived the seemingly unskilled individuals before him as the true devils. The entity that had just appeared, though its nature remained unknown, moved with astonishing speed, capable of sharp turns and relentless pursuit. When the final explosion occurred, Blood Kuei couldn't help but envision the loquacious figure as a reflection of himself. If he managed to flee after recovering, would he not become the target? Blood Kuei dared not entertain any hope of survival, fearing that even his essence would be utterly obliterated. How terrifying! He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Old Lu and the others. Who are you? Guardians of the secret realm, or something else? Old Lu smiled gently, recognizing from the demon's reaction the meaning behind Tang Xian's words. Want to escape? Allow me to demonstrate our methods of prevention. Fear not. Dear friend, Old Lu said, adopting Tang Xian's tone with a benevolent gaze directed at Blood Kuei. We in the Dragon Kingdom treat captives with kindness. Under our guidance, you shall soon regain your freedom. Blood Kuei, momentarily dazed, nodded slowly, only to shake his head vigorously. This demon lord does not wish to be imprisoned here. Can you not exchange me for someone else? Oh, by the way, I have a subordinate at Qinyu Gate named Qianrenjian. He is both clever and cunning, quite suitable for your needs. Blood Kuei's instinct for survival surged, completely oblivious to the fact that his former arrogance had been utterly stripped away. In that moment, he resembled a humble ant, pleading with the mortal before him. Old Lu calmly shook his head. That won't do. However, if you feel lonely, I could bring him here as well. Very well. Blood Kuei agreed instantly. The presence of another would provide companionship, and perhaps, in the future. He repressed the thought of escape, which vanished as quickly as it came. Such a fearsome weapon would surely not let him slip away. Companionship would suffice. Perhaps these individuals would falter when they approached Qinyu Gate, leaving him with an opportunity. I will reveal the location of Qinyu Gate to you. Go and capture him. Blood Kuei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, Old Lu regarded him with a look of patronizing concern. Are we to seek out trouble? We shall discuss it when your comrades come to rescue you. Have a few individuals keep an eye on him. Once the anesthetic wears off, he must run laps around the area. Understood, Commander Lu. After issuing his orders, Old Lu departed, leaving Blood Kuei despondently seated on the ground. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Why had his brothers not yet come to his rescue? It had been 2 days since he vanished in Yuanshan, enduring inhumane treatment. Did they not know of his plight? What is wrong with him? Tang Xian inquired, observing Blood Kuei, who was pounding the ground in despair. Old Lu glanced back and chuckled. Startled by our missile, the belief of escape has likely turned to ashes. Commander Tang, your tactic of shaking the mountain to frighten the tiger is truly remarkable. Merely a small trick. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that it was indeed just a trivial maneuver. Old Lu, I have brought back a plethora of seeds. Please send someone to plant them at the base for observation. If the environmental conditions and soil prove satisfactory, I believe that for future development, we must venture out to seek farmers for bulk cultivation, Tang Xian stated with profound significance. Given the limited time for the portal's activation, the current construction at the base for transporting goods to the other world will eventually stabilize, transitioning to resource transportation to Longhua. Hence, it is best if we can achieve self-sufficiency in food supply. Moreover, the food resources in the other world seem rather singular, which could also present business opportunities. Commander Tang's reasoning was sound. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Old Lu promptly set about his arrangements, while Tang Xian returned to the office to consume a batch of elixirs. Having recently augmented his strength by 200 kilograms, he needed to ensure that his physical condition kept pace. Ding. Please complete the main task. Bring back 50 sets of spirit armor to Longwa task reward. Portal level upgrade additional reward. 10 years of lifespan for the host. The system task has arrived. Tang Xian eagerly anticipated its directives, as they could elevate the portal's level and provide additional rewards. This time, the task involved spirit armor, a term he had heard from the two beings from the other world. The material of spirit armor is akin to that of spirit swords, crafted from rare materials. However, the intricacy of its design demands a higher level of skill from the blacksmith. The requirement of 50 sets in the system's task attests to its rarity. Tonight, Xiaohe mentioned he would bring over a blacksmith, and Tang Xian planned to interrogate him thoroughly. 10 years of life. The corners of Tang Xian's mouth curled upward. Upon completing this task, he might just become the longest-lived individual in Longwa. Even if not, he would be in the future. At this moment, within the serene confines of the Qingyu sect, the elder Tang Xian of the Xiaoao sect was forcefully repelled by Qianren, spitting blood as he staggered away. While fleeing, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. I helped you gather intelligence only to be met with betrayal. Should I break through to the nascent soul stage, the first to be bloodily purged will be your Qingyu sect. Inside the elder hall, Qianren paced back and forth, panting heavily. It's over. This is truly the end. The other elders were also panicking. They had all heard the words of the informant Tang Xian. Although Xiaohe did not admit to having defeated the Blood Kuei demon lord, he exuded an aura of unparalleled dominance and confidence. The leader of the chiefing sect, Shi Haiqing, had also visited, bowing deeply to Xiaohe in an oddly subservient manner. These words left Qianren in a state of confusion, prompting him to inquire about what happened next. And then there was no further information. This led to the scene of Tang Xian being struck and spitting blood. After pacing back and forth in the hall for several rounds, Qianren finally grasped a glimmer of insight. The demon lord is likely deceased. The remaining elders found it hard to believe. Elder Qian, the demon lord is at the nascent soul stage. It is no longer merely a matter of cultivation level. Suddenly, the tone of Qianren grew louder. The leader of the Crimson Phoenix sect is even stronger than Xiaohe. What does it signify to flatter him so openly? Furthermore, Xiaohe is undeniably self-assured. Surely he must be concealing some hidden strategy. Setting aside the matter of cultivation, that hidden strategy must undoubtedly involve a divine artifact. Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent, hesitant to utter a word. To lure the demon lord into a killing spree. How despicable. Elder Qian, if he intentionally drew out the blood demon lord, does it not imply that he lacks confidence in the sect's battle? Indeed. Well said. Qianren pointed at the elder who posed the question, his face a mask of appreciation. Thus, we are not without opportunity to annihilate the Crimson Phoenix sect. We simply need to conserve our strength. The position of the demon lord must not remain vacant for a single day. It is time to nominate a successor. Precisely. Elder Qian speaks with great wisdom. The elders nodded in agreement. Then allow me to assume the role of the demon lord. Do any of you have objections? Qianren uttered with a hint of melancholy. The elders were taken aback, thinking they would be voting on the matter. Very well, since none of you object, I shall reluctantly take on this mantle. The elders responded with confusion. Isnt Elder Qian, are you certain you want to consider looking for another demon lord? You would go? If you are unwilling, then who else would dare? Enough. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, we shall intensify the slaughter in the nearby villages and towns. I demand blood. Furthermore, my identity as the demon lord must not be disclosed. It absolutely must remain a secret. Otherwise, the Qingyu sect will undoubtedly face encirclement. We must rely on the guise of blood demon, this nascent soul, to hold them at bay for a while. Chapter 32. Shocked once more as dusk approached. A towering pile of wood had accumulated at the heart of the Long Kingdom base. The officers and soldiers busied themselves, joyfully preparing materials for the evening's roast lamb. Bustling to and fro. Run faster. A soldier, wielding a megaphone, shouted as he chased after a sluggish man with bright red hair. Today's target is 1,000 laps. And you've only managed 10. If you delay my dinner, I won't hesitate to administer some tranquilizers. Shuekue gritted his teeth, but upon hearing the mention of tranquilizers, he hastened his pace. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, such running did not exhaust him significantly, yet he felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him. The thought of the tranquilizers, however, was daunting. The pain would be unbearable. As he continued to run, he noticed Tang Xian emerging from a nearby building, his face brimming with joy. This only intensified Shuekue's irritation. It was this young man who had captured him. and all his current tribulations were orchestrated by Tang Xian himself. Cursed be him. As he seethed internally, he observed Tang Xian making his way toward the dense forest at the edge of the base. With keen eyesight, Xue Kuei scrutinized his adversary. What was it about this young man that commanded the respect and obedience of so many? He reflected on his ascent to the position of Demon Lord, recalling how he had vanquished countless rivals. What extraordinary skill did this young man possess? As he watched, he saw Tang Xian stand before a massive boulder, raising his fist in preparation. Xue Kuei's lips twitched. Did this fool intend to break the stone with his bare hands? Surely, he was overestimating his capabilities. Even he, at the nascent soul stage, relied on demonic techniques to achieve such feats. How could a mere mortal entertain such lofty ambitions? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he froze in disbelief. Tang Xian's fist struck the boulder, and a crack appeared. With a resounding crack, a large chunk of the stone broke away. My goodness! Xue Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of physique and strength was this? He was merely immortal. Don't just stand there, brothers. Load your weapons. Let him rest. The sound of 3 anti-material sniper rifles being readied echoed from the jeep behind him. Panicked, Xue Kuei quickened his pace, his voice a flurry of words. No, please don't misunderstand. I was just joking. Don't shoot me with those. When Xiao He, Murong Xue, and the elders of the Qin Yuan faction arrived, they were met with a curious sight. Xue Kuei was frantically fleeing as a colossal creature pursued him. Despite being unrestrained, Xue Kuei's face was a mask of sheer terror. Heavens! The elders had heard rumors of Xue Kuei being captured by an immortal, but they never imagined he would be allowed to roam freely afterward. The might of the immortal's power was astounding, toying with a nascent soul cultivator as if he were a mere plaything. Even Xiao He was left wide-eyed in astonishment. The last time he had come, Xue Kuei had been securely confined to a room, yet today he was simply drawn out into the open. Esteemed guests, please come this way. Commander Tang has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. With a smile, old Lu approached, prompting Xiao He and the others to quickly regain their composure and perform a respectful salute. They then handed over the fine wine they had prepared, obediently following old Lu's lead. Originally, Commander Tang had only invited Xiao He and Murong Xue to this banquet. However, Xiao He, ever so cunning, sought to seize this opportunity to facilitate a closer bond between Murong Xue and Commander Tang, fearing he might not be able to match Tang in drinking alone. He summoned several elders to join them. Among them was Elder Zhang, known as the Wine Immortal, whose expertise would prove crucial to the success of the evening. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Old Lu gently pushed open the door to Commander Tang's office. Commander Tang, our guests have arrived. Please let them in. And then see to it that everything is in order for the banquet to commence shortly. Old Lu nodded and stepped aside, allowing the otherworldly guests to enter. Greetings, Commander Tang. Greetings, Commander Tang. Murong Xue greeted him as well. Even as Commander Tang rose to welcome them, they remained respectfully bowing, exercising great caution. You are all too kind. Please, have a seat, Commander Tang smiled, gesturing for them to sit. As the elders settled into the leather sofas, a wave of incredulity washed over their faces. They shifted about, unable to contain their surprise. This is soft and springy, far more comfortable than that excavator. One must admit, the items belonging to Immortal Tang are indeed extraordinary. Master Xiao, before we commence the banquet, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with all of you, Commander Tang said, pouring tea as he spoke. Xiao He and the others, taken aback by the honor, contemplated rising to assist but were uncertain how to proceed. They could only repeatedly assure him, Commander Tang, please feel free to speak. We shall do our utmost to assist in any way we can. Commander Tang offered the tea, and regardless of whether it was Xiao He or the other elders, they all stood to receive it with both hands, not daring to show any negligence. When it came to Murong Xue, the young lady blushed slightly and nodded gently. Thank you, Commander Tang. No need for formality. Oh, by the way, I have replaced your cup with milk tea. Please let me know if it suits your taste. As long as it is from Commander Tang, I shall enjoy it. Commander Tang felt a sudden rush of warmth from her words. After all, this young lady was already at the golden course stage. How could she still appear so delicate before him? This easily ignited a protective instinct within any normally inclined man. Not wishing to linger on the matter, Commander Tang returned to his desk after handing over the tea. Master Xiao, first, I wish to discuss the construction of our base. I will require personnel starting tomorrow. That is no issue, Commander Tang. We are always prepared. However, might it be possible for them to come over tonight? Xiao He inquired. Commander Tang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? You wouldn't want your disciples to come merely for a roasted whole sheep, would you? That wouldn't suffice. After a pause, Xiao He finally spoke. To be candid, Commander Tang, the Qin Yuan sect nearly faced total annihilation. Thankfully, with your C4 and handguns on hand, We were able to avert disaster. However, I remain uncertain whether there exists any lingering hostility beyond the serene gates. Should there be spies present? The large-scale departure of disciples from the Qin Yuan sect could potentially expose the whereabouts of you, Commander Tang, within the confines of Yuan Mountain. Furthermore, Xiaoyi hesitated, and Tang Xian nodded in understanding. There is also the concern that the Qin Yuan might have vacated, leaving them vulnerable to being outmaneuvered. Indeed. Thus, Commander Tang. There is no need for excessive explanation. Your apprehensions are of great significance, so let us proceed as you deem fit. Thank you. Commander Tang. Tang Xian nodded and continued. There is another crucial matter. I would like to request Master Zhao's assistance in crafting a topographical map of the area within 100 li, detailing the distribution of power. The construction of the Dragon Country base is nearing its midpoint, and it is high time we familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. We must locate agricultural households for grain cultivation and ascertain the nearby factions to prepare for any eventualities. The reason Tang Xian seeks a map within 100 li is due to the operational radius considerations. One cannot consume an entire meal in a single bite. It is best to proceed steadily and methodically. Chapter 33. Discovering business opportunities and preparing to reap profits. Upon hearing Tang Xian's request, Xiaoyi exchanged glances with the other elders, each reflecting a mutual sense of perplexity. Tang Lukang, what exactly is a map? Xiaoyi inquired, visibly taken aback. Tang Xian responded with disbelief. Could it be that there are no maps here? Xiaoyi clarified. A map is essentially a distribution chart, detailing features such as mountain ranges and their names, as well as the dimensions of villages, among other things. Understanding dawned on Xiaoyi. Oh, you must be referring to bamboo slips. We have documented all significant terrains on these slips. If you require them, I can have someone fetch them immediately. Noticing Xiaoyi's enthusiasm, Tang Xian realized the absence of paper-making technology in this world. He bent down to open a drawer and retrieved a sheet of full-size paper. Laying it flat on the desk, Xiao Zhongmen, bamboo slips may not be the most convenient medium. Let us use this for recording instead. He then produced a marker and placed it atop the paper. Xiaoyi and the other elders approached with curiosity, only to find a pristine white sheet. What is this? They wondered. Tang Xian, feeling somewhat helpless, offered a brief explanation and demonstrated the marker's use. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. My heavens, this can write so clearly and conveniently. Captain Tang, our most advanced mediums are bamboo slips and animal hides, which we typically burn with heated iron to create impressions. Thus, the production cost of a single bamboo slip is exorbitant. I never imagined you possessed such a remarkable artifact. Truth be told, Tang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Even plain paper had become a coveted item. However, if this held true, it might indeed be quite valuable in another world. Perhaps he could exchange it for spiritual stones or other resources. A smile crept onto Tang Xian's lips. Earlier that day, as he consumed elixirs to enhance his physique, he noticed that the quantity required had significantly increased. Previously, about 10 pills sufficed to induce a feeling of fullness. But this time, he had consumed 20. It appeared that his future needs would be even more substantial, but with something to barter, many complications could be alleviated. Xiao Zhongmen, what do you think of a collaboration? I shall provide the paper and pens, and you can assist in selling them, splitting the profits between us. Xiaoyi hastily waved his hands in refusal. Captain Tang, you are far too gracious. How could I profit at your expense? If there is a demand, I will assist you in selling them directly. For items like these, I estimate a minimum selling price of 100 spiritual stones or 10 low-grade elixirs. 10 elixirs? Tang Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. If things continued this way, he could amass a significant quantity of elixirs, sufficient for both himself and the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Xian, a monumental idea. Xiao Zhongmen, what would be the price if the paper contained cultivation manuals? Xiaoyi stiffened momentarily, responding with utmost seriousness. There truly seems to be no bottom line. It all depends on the preciousness of the martial arts manuals. If it is a yellow-grade technique, it could fetch at least 500 spirit stones or 50 low-grade pills. Ah, indeed. Tang Xian nodded thoughtfully with a smile. So, Master Xiao, do you have any manuals for sale? I would like to purchase one. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi was taken aback and quickly retrieved a high-level yellow-grade martial arts manual from within his sleeves. No need for a transaction, Commander Tang. I shall gift you one. Tang Xian accepted it with a smile, saying, since you insist on gifting it, I shall not return it. This technique is not unique to you, is it? Feeling a pang of embarrassment, Xiaoyi sighed with a wry smile. This manual has been circulated for a long time. I merely kept a copy. That is satisfactory. Tang Xian stated, it is important to uphold principles in life, since it is not exclusive to you. Do not blame me for reproducing it in bulk. Thus, Tang Xian perceived a business opportunity. Since printing martial arts manuals was feasible, Why not print a few novels as well for the entertainment of the affluent? For instance, a tale about acquiring a teleportation portal to conquer other realms might just garner substantial profits. Yes, let us proceed with that, haha. I shall initiate mass production upon my return. After finalizing the arrangements, Tang Xian handed several stacks of paper to Xiao He, intended for mapping. Additionally, he symbolically gifted him a few bullets, reiterating that collaborations with mutual benefits tend to endure. Xiao He was utterly exhilarated upon receiving the bullets. He vividly recalled the moment he injured Shi Haiqing with a single shot. Receiving more bullets today meant an increase in the usage of that powerful weapon. How exhilarating! He vowed to work diligently for Commander Tang from now on. Thank you, Commander Tang, thank you. Master Xiao, you are too modest. Let us go? The evening is drawing near. We can chat while we dine. Tang Xian was equally delighted, imagining the future prospects of reaping profits, causing a smile to unconsciously spread across his lips. As they exited the room, stars had begun to twinkle in the sky, adding an elegant touch to the picturesque landscape of verdant mountains and clear waters. The bonfire blazed high, with dozens of whole lambs roasting nearby, perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, filling the air with a rich aroma. Several were specially prepared for the spirit lion, which had been neglected since following Tang Xian. This was a small token of compensation. Was the milk tea enjoyable? Tang Xian inquired while walking toward the feast. Addressing Murong Shui, it was not that he sought her favor, but rather because the young lady had been gazing at him with a curious expression throughout. She was merely being polite. Murong Shui, perhaps taken aback by his sudden address, felt her cheeks flush and nodded slightly. Commander Tang, the milk tea was delightful. Thank you. Tang Xian smiled faintly, offering no further reply. Murong Shui continued to observe Tang Xian's profile, her lips pursed, pondering when Commander Tang might accept her. At that moment, Shui Kuei was still running around the area, the tantalizing aromas in the air causing him to swallow hard. Logically speaking, he had already undergone fasting. So why was he so sensitive to the allure of such food? What on earth smells so divine? Hurry up. The whole lamb is about to be served. The soldiers in the jeep behind were becoming increasingly agitated. If we cannot feast on lamb, we shall surely make you the butt of our jokes. Ah, indeed, indeed. Blood Kuei nodded repeatedly and quickened his pace. By the campfire, Tang Xian and Xiao He, along with their companions, sat cross-legged upon the grass. Tang Xian took a deep breath, savoring the sensation of connecting with nature, a feeling that would never grow tiresome. When they first arrived, they had planned a grand feast of roasted lamb, but to achieve it so swiftly was beyond their expectations. Moreover, sharing this experience with beings from another realm, alongside a captivating beauty utterly infatuated with him, filled him with unparalleled delight. By the way, Master Xiao, has the blacksmith arrived today? Tang Xian redirected his thoughts to a more serious matter. Not only does the demon blade require refinement, but he also has a task involving the crafting of 50 sets of spirit armor. Xiao He nodded emphatically. Captain Tang, allow me to introduce you to Elder Zhang from the Qi Yuan Sect's Forge Pavilion, who possesses profound expertise in smithing. He also has a particular fondness for wine. Today, I summoned him not only for his skills in forging, but also to share a few cups with you. As Xiao He spoke, he winked at Elder Zhang, urging him to put on a good show today and ensure that Captain Tang indulges in ample libations. Elder Zhang nodded in agreement, contemplating his strategy. Swear, he said. My sole purpose here is to intoxicate Captain Tang. The ensuing offensive will be entrusted to you. Chapter 34. A resounding slap in the face upon hearing the introduction from Xiao He, Tang Xian smiled at Elder Zhang. Very well. As long as I can refine the demon blade, I shall drink with you until dawn. With such bold words, Tang Xian was undeterred by the prospect of heavy drinking. When it came to alcohol, he was a stalwart, able to consume 3 gin without faltering, and had never bowed to anyone in the realm of libations. Originally, today was meant to be a celebratory occasion, and he had thought his comrades were incapable of drinking, leaving him without company. To his delight, he had now found a willing partner. Elder Zhang, who had previously feared that Tang Xian might decline, instantly beamed at this affirmation. Rest assured, Captain Tang, I shall certainly assist you with the matter of the demon blade. After saying this, he produced an enormous storage bag, and with a mere flourish, the opening of the bag expanded. Moments later, a bronze furnace thunderously descended to the ground. It stood impressively tall, adorned with 4 dragon heads, exuding an aura of grandeur. Elder Zhang stroked his beard and chuckled. Captain Tang, this is my bronze furnace. I kindly request you to present the demon blade so that I may refine it. Old Lu, bring forth the black blade. I wish to witness Elder Zhang's craftsmanship, Tang Xian commanded. Yes. Old Lu departed, and shortly thereafter, 5 individuals approached, laboriously carrying a wooden crate. The burden appeared quite heavy, indicating the blade's considerable weight. The crate was utilized to prevent the soldiers from coming into direct contact with the perilous demon blade. This commotion caught the attention of Shuekue, who, while running, employed his spiritual senses to investigate. His eyes widened in horror. My soul-eating demon blade. Perhaps driven by instinct, he turned to flee in that direction. However, the soldiers in the jeep would not afford him such an opportunity. Aware of the contents of the crate, a gunshot rang out. Bang! This was live ammunition, not tranquilizers. The ground erupted, grass torn asunder, dirt and sand scattering everywhere. Shuekue trembled, his gaze darting in terror. What kind of power is this? What on earth are they wielding? Don't even think about making any moves. Otherwise, the next shot will be your last. A soldier warned, his weapon ready and primed. After all, should this demon truly lose control, danger was inevitable. Upon hearing this, Shuekue took several deep breaths, his feet daring not to pause as he veered away. Damn it, my soul eater. What are they planning? Are they truly attempting to refine it? However, as he pondered, a mocking smile crept across his face. These fools actually believe they can refine my earthly grade soul-eating demon blade. What sheer delusion. Haha, how utterly naive. Today, I shall relish watching you attempt to refine it. By the campfire, the wooden crate containing the demon blade was opened. A blade, shrouded in black mist, with a body that crackled with lightning like tendrils, slowly emerged. Under the glow of the firelight, it appeared particularly sinister, especially the blade itself, which seemed poised to pierce the very eyes of onlookers. Elder Zhang inhaled deeply. He had long heard tales of the blood-cooked demon blade. Today's encounter is indeed extraordinary. The imposing aura emanating from it even instilled a sense of retreat within him, a retreat akin to being coerced. As his gaze lingered away from the soul-devouring blade for a while before it gradually softened, this blade truly penetrates to the marrow. Merely gazing upon it for an extended duration evokes a profound reverence. Elder Zhang composed himself and proceeded to speak. Captain Tang. This blade is forged from refined iron and tempered with blood, sacrificed with flesh, thus it possesses such a demonic nature. Ah, does Elder Zhang possess the confidence to refine it? Elder Zhang's lips curled into a subtle smile. My confidence is substantial, especially with the presence of the tempering elixir. Success is virtually assured. Master Xiao, please bring forth the tempering elixir. I shall commence the refining process. Elder Xiao felt gratified observing Elder Zhang's unwavering confidence. If he were to personally escort someone to meet immortal Tang, and then be unable to assist, it would be quite embarrassing. He promptly handed over the tempering elixir, whispering a few cautionary words. This blade is of great importance to immortal Tang. Utmost care must be taken. We cannot afford to fail. Elder Zhang nodded gently, calm and composed, his eyes seemingly inscribed with the words, steady as a rock. Upon receiving the crimson tempering elixir, Elder Zhang first channeled spiritual energy into his right hand and cast the soul-devouring blade into the furnace. The moment the furnace lid closed, flames erupted across his hand. With a gentle push, the flames surged into the furnace as if guided by an unseen force. The furnace, towering over a person, ignited with a blazing inferno, illuminating the surroundings, nearly overshadowing the open bonfire. The soldiers clapped their hands in awe. This is rather intriguing. Captain Tang, please step back. I'm about to add the tempering elixir. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Elder Zhang held the tempering elixir in one hand and, with a delicate flick, sent the elixir soaring into the furnace. In that moment, an explosion of flames erupted, painting the very heavens above in a fiery crimson hue. Elder Zhang marveled at the tempering elixir's reputation, for he had never used it before. Experiencing it now was truly exhilarating. How domineering. He then extended his consciousness into the furnace, intending to observe the melting of the blade. However, the instant he entered, the smile on his face froze. The blade showed no reaction whatsoever. Elder Xiao and the other elders, sensing this, immediately broke into a cold sweat. What in the world is happening? Elder Zhang, have you come here to jest? Initially, you assured everyone of your impending success, yet now you falter at such a critical moment. Could you not have been more tactful earlier? Immortal Tang has high expectations, and you forget about drinking. You've ruined everything, you wretched Elder Zhang. Blood Kue, who had been pacing nearby, smirked. Fools, do you believe that a single tempering elixir can refine my soul-devouring blade? The crafting of the soul-devouring blade took 99 days and nights, utilizing the purest and most formidable flames throughout. With your ordinary refining flames, even 10 tempering elixirs would be futile, naive, fanciful, utter rubbish. Blood Kue cursed inwardly, his disdain palpable and exhilarating. He felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that as long as the soul devourer remained unrefined, he would have ample opportunities to reclaim it. The adage a gentleman's revenge is never too late echoed in his mind. They had taken his blade, and he would ensure they paid with their lives. With 100 more rounds to go, he urged them to hasten. Ah, splendid. Blood Kue agreed aloud, yet his gaze could not resist another furtive glance. Reveling in their failures with undeniable delight. Was something amiss? Tang Xian, a perceptive individual, swiftly discerned the unease etched on the faces of Xiao He and his companions. Elder Zhang, the one in charge, was drenched in sweat, beads trickling down his forehead, nearly reaching his lips. Captain Tang. Xiao He bowed slightly, his demeanor laden with regret. Captain Tang, the refining of the soul devourer may falter this time. The craftsmanship is too intricate, given Elder Zhang's capabilities. Melting it is beyond reach. Tang Xian, his expression unyielding, surveyed the furnace before turning his attention to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, if I were to melt this blade, would you be able to forge it into shape? Chapter 35. The Dragon's Roar. Elder Zhang was initially taken aback by Tang Xian's words, but quickly nodded in affirmation. As long as you can melt it into shape, I can assure you of that. Xiao He and the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of embarrassment. They felt their dignity had been tarnished in the presence of the celestial being. Tang Xian, do you have any method to melt it? Oxygen acetylene, Tang Xian replied. Xiao He and the assembly of elders were left bewildered. Noticing their confusion, Tang Xian refrained from offering an explanation, as he was no chemistry teacher. Let us attribute this to the brilliant scientist of Blue Star, he mused. Lao Lu, bring over several sets of gas welding equipment. Elder Zhang, can you extract the blade? Elder Zhang nodded vigorously, without hesitation, and opened the furnace lid. Once the flames died down, the demonic blade was merely warm to the touch. Before long, the construction team arrived with 5 sets of gas welding equipment. The sight of this contraption left Xiao He and the others in a state of astonishment. Made of iron? Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Let us commence, Tang Xian commanded, and the soldiers ignited the welding torches, unleashing a torrent of blue flames. By the heavens! Elder Zhang nearly fell to the ground in shock, realizing the immense power of the flames. Clearly, they were of the earth grade. Xiao He and the assembly of elders paused, their expressions frozen, before they collectively turned to behold the flames. Incredible! Such formidable power. Indeed, they are earth-grade flames. They marveled at Tang Xian's prowess, who effortlessly summoned 5 clusters of earth-grade fire. Look, it has begun to melt. An elder pointed at the demonic blade, his voice trembling with excitement. The blade was glowing red, exhibiting clear signs of melting. Tang Xian, just initiate the preliminary melting. I shall handle the rest. Elder Zhang exclaimed, his earlier humiliation forgotten, wholly consumed by the spectacle of the flames. Moments later, Elder Zhang placed the demonic blade back into the furnace, the flames now even more resplendent. The spiritual energy swirled, and sparks erupted from the seams, signifying the blade's transformation into molten metal. Blood Kue, upon discovering the grim reality, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. My demonic blade. My demonic blade. After more than half an hour, the furnace's flames gradually extinguished. Beads of sweat still adorned Elder Zhang's forehead, yet a satisfied smile graced his lips. Tang Xian, we have succeeded. He opened the lid and retrieved the weapon, unleashing a chilling radiance that swept across the room, causing several individuals to instinctively shield their eyes. This blade is astonishingly majestic. Tang Xian beamed, his heart swelling with elation. It is accomplished. The earth-grade spiritual sword has emerged. He approached slowly, beholding a blade radiating an icy aura, adorned with intricate patterns. The designs were remarkably unique, reminiscent of dragons soaring through the clouds, with dragons and clouds intertwined. The back of the blade a vivid azure, resembling a boundless sea. Beautiful, utterly exquisite. Elder Zhang, your efforts are greatly appreciated. As he spoke, Tang Xian reached out and effortlessly grasped the blade, the advantage of nearly 800 kilograms of strength immediately manifesting. What had previously required the effort of several individuals to lift was now effortlessly held aloft by him with a single hand. The weight was indeed palpable, akin to an adult carrying a bucket of water. The heavy sensation led Tang Xian to surmise the lethal potential of the weapon with a mere thought. Let me give the sword a try, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, striding purposefully towards the forest. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. The soldiers were well aware of the sword's weight, and they were astounded that Commander Tang could lift it with such ease. Xiao He and the others, along with Blood Kue, were gripped by fear. This was a spiritual sword, and he could lift it without using spiritual energy. It was evident that their perception of strength was utterly lacking. 800 kilograms could crush 2 cows with a single punch. Do not question, for it is merely striking a cow against another cow. Captivating the attention of all, Tang Xian arrived at a ridge where not a single blade of grass grew, revealing large expanses of rock. The rocks were a solid mass, conservatively estimated to weigh at least 100 tons. Eager to test his strength, a smile crept onto Tang Xian's lips. After steadying his breath, he exerted himself to lift the blade and then brought it down with a resounding crash. Boom! The moment the blade made contact with the rock, the sound erupted like a bomb detonation. Strangely, despite the loud noise, not a single fragment of stone was dislodged. Peering closely, Tang Xian saw that the massive ridge had been cleaved open, creating a 2-meter-deep gash. The fissure was as clean-cut as tofu, clearly demonstrating the blade's sharpness. Remarkable! Tang Xian could not suppress a hearty laugh. What an exceptional sword! With his current strength nearing 800 kilograms, should he enhance it further? Wielding this blade would become even more effortless. In other words, if he were to swing it with the same ease as an ordinary sword, it would undoubtedly inflict even more terrifying damage. It was simply a perfect match for him. At this moment, Xiao He and the others remained in a state of shock. The fact that he could wield a spiritual sword without requiring spiritual energy was astonishing enough. But to unleash such formidable combat prowess was utterly unbelievable. Truly, the immortal was worthy of the title. They thought this, while Blood Kuei was equally wide-eyed in astonishment. Initially, he had perceived these individuals as mere mortals possessing unique artifacts, but now it was clear they were anything but ordinary. They were indeed prodigies, especially the leader, who could effortlessly melt even his demonic blade. Oh, woe is me. After testing the sword, Tang Xian returned to the campfire with a face full of satisfaction. The group erupted in celebration, and Tang Xian's smile only grew wider. Thank you, Master Xiao and Elder Zhang, for today. Oh, not at all. The two quickly deferred. We merely facilitated your success. The credit belongs entirely to you. It would have been embarrassing had you been unable to melt it. Hearing that the people here liked to name their weapons, Tang Xian decided it was fitting to bestow a mighty name upon such an extraordinary blade. I shall call it Long. Applause erupted at his declaration, particularly among the soldiers of the Dragon Nation, who naturally held a fondness for all things dragon-related. Thus, in this otherworldly realm, a new weapon of earthly quality was born, known as Long. Very well, everyone, let us indulge in food and drink. Tang Xian broke into a hearty smile, prompting old Lu to quickly add, tonight's on-duty personnel are prohibited from consuming alcohol. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian cast a glance at him, feeling a profound sense of comfort. What does it mean to have a right-hand man? This is precisely what it signifies. The whole roasted lamb was sliced into pieces and presented before Tang Xian and the others. Xiao He and Murong Shui had already fasted, and logically, they should have been disinterested in food. However, today seemed to be an exception. The aroma was simply irresistible. Out of courtesy, Tang Xian refrained from taking the first bite. Knowing that they would certainly follow suit, he silently swallowed several times. Everyone, stop dawdling, let us eat, he urged, as he boldly seized a piece of leg meat. And upon taking a bite, the meat stretched delightfully. Crispy on the outside yet tender within, it left a lingering flavor on the palate. He then raised his wine glass, exclaiming heartily, to my friends, I toast you first. Oh, Commander Tang, you were too gracious. Elder Zhang, whose craving for alcohol had long since awoken, wasted no time in grabbing a cup to drink fervently, followed by a hearty bite of the meat. My goodness, how utterly delectable. Old Lu. What kind of wine is this? Commander Tang, this is the brew brought by Master Xiao and his companions. Old Lu had already conducted a thorough inspection prior to offering it to Tang Xian. Xiao He quickly nodded in agreement, explaining, Commander Tang, this is our Qin Yuan sect's special brew, rich in flavor with a strong finish. When it comes to wine, Xiao He was quite confident in his brewing skills. Despite not being a frequent drinker himself, this has too low an alcohol content, and besides, how could Master Xiao come to visit without bringing his own wine? Old Lu, go fetch a few bottles of the 52 Maodai specially reserved for us. Chapter 36. Murong Shui. Before long, several bottles of Maodai liquor were delivered. Upon seeing the exquisite packaging, Elder Zhang immediately recognized that it was no ordinary item. The intricate designs were striking, and the material appeared to be quite exceptional. After a moment's contemplation, his expression changed. Such beautifully detailed patterns surely could not be mere paper, could they? Goodness. A single sheet of that quality could fetch a price of 100 spirit stones. Thus, this embellished version must be even more costly. The extravagance displayed by Tang and his companions was truly remarkable. Tang Xian opened the packaging and poured a glass for everyone. Friends, let us all savor our national liquor from Long Nation. Commander Tang, it is indeed a privilege today. I shall partake first as a gesture of respect. With that, Elder Zhang raised his glass and drank heartily. As the liquor slid down his throat, an intense spiciness surged to his head. Tears and mucus erupted from him in an instant. My apologies, Commander Tang. It's too spicy, I couldn't hold back. Tang Xian chuckled at the sight. No worries. This liquor is known as Baijiu. It has a high alcohol content and should be savored slowly. He then demonstrated the proper technique. They all followed suit. But Murong Shui's method of drinking was particularly striking. Her delicate lips parted slightly as she gently pressed them to the rim of her glass, carefully raising it. As the liquor flowed down her throat, one could see her throat gently swell, and upon closing her eyes momentarily, she opened them again, revealing a hint of enjoyment in her large, expressive gaze. Commander Tang, this liquor is truly exquisite. It seems Miss Shui has a refined taste. Tang Xian remarked with a smile. As they reached the halfway point of their drinks, Elder Zhang appeared thoroughly intoxicated, swaying even while seated. This left Xiao He and the others feeling awkward. What was the meaning of this? Why was he in such a state while they remained unaffected? Can you not hold your liquor, Elder Zhang? Elder Zhang, I have a question for you. Tang Xian needed to discuss the matter of the spirit armor. And given Zhang's current state, it could not be delayed any longer. If they waited much longer, Elder Zhang might become completely incapacitated. Elder Zhang straightened his swaying form, clasping his hands together as he spoke through the haze of alcohol. Tang Xian, please, just speak candidly. Oh no, I mean Commander Tang. I wish to inquire if the crafting of spirit armor is a complicated process and what materials are required. Ah, spirit armor. Elder Zhang patted his chest confidently. I understand spirit armor. Commander Tang, this armor is actually crafted from exquisite ironstone. There is nothing overly difficult about it. Upon hearing this, the faces of Xiao He and the others darkened significantly, with the one closest hastily pinching Elder Zhang's arm and whispering sharply, "Stop boasting already. Is the shame you just incurred not sufficient?" Elder Zhang, upon hearing this, became considerably more lucid. Commander Tang, both spirit armor and spirit swords share a commonality: purification. If crafting a high-grade spirit sword requires 10 rounds of purification, then spirit armor demands 100. Naturally, the iron ore used for spirit armor must also be special, otherwise it cannot withstand multiple purifications. Generally speaking, to forge yellow-grade spirit armor, one requires at least profound-grade ore. Tang Xian pondered this thoughtfully, realizing the complexity involved. Then Elder Zhang, how does one acquire the ore, and if found, can you forge it here? Elder Zhang offered an awkward smile, his face flushed with embarrassment. The Xian-grade ore is capable of crafting a Xian-grade spirit sword, making it not only expensive but also quite difficult to procure. I have heard that a prominent sect several hundred miles away produces such materials, yet without connections, one cannot obtain them at all. As for whether I could forge it upon acquiring it, unfortunately not. The requirements for a craftsman are exceedingly demanding. Tang Xian remarked. It seems that those who indulge in copious drinking share a common trait. They tend to boast. Your earlier reaction suggested you were overly confident. Master Xiao, I kindly ask you to mark the sect that Elder Zhang mentioned on the map I entrusted to you today. He must acquire the ore himself. Understood, Commander Tang. Xiao He responded, genuinely admiring Tang Xian from the bottom of his heart. The sect renowned for producing fine iron stones is known as the Jiugong sect, boasting nearly 100,000 disciples, making it the strongest celestial gate within hundreds of miles. Its profound heritage is extensive, yet notably concealed. No one truly knows its depth. Commander Tang is exceptionally bold, indeed. After conversing and consuming much wine, Elder Zhang's feeble body succumbed to a fragrant cigarette, causing him to cough and shed tears, creating a rather comical scene. Naturally, Xiao He and the others could not match Tang Xian's drinking capacity and gradually succumbed as well. Just as they were preparing to conclude the gathering, Morong Shui, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally spoke. Commander Tang, I raise a toast to you. Miss Shui, you are overly courteous. Come, let's drink. They clinked their glasses in the moonlight. One donned a pristine white robe while the other wore a camouflage military uniform. Though their attire did not quite complement each other, their striking appearances made them a handsome pair. Upon noticing Morong Shui engaging with Tang Xian and sharing drinks, Xiao He and the others hastily sought an excuse to step outside for a moment. They dragged Elder Zhang along to find old Lu in the guest quarters. The soldiers surrounding the campfire were thoroughly entertained by the two, all being single and inexperienced in such matters, their laughter never ceasing. However, this pleasant scene was short-lived, as old Lu soon shooed them away, asserting, for the sake of the commander's lifelong affairs, you lot should refrain from being mere light bulbs. Not to mention, even Shui Kuei was preemptively confined to the detention room, no escape necessary. The expansive grassland was cleared, and the barracks lay several dozen meters away. At this moment, only two figures remained by the campfire. Their elongated shadows danced upon the ground, illuminated by the occasional raised wine glass and the sounds of joyous laughter that filled this small space. After some time, Morong Shui's cheeks gradually took on a rosy hue, her gaze becoming hazy yet more enchanting. Commander Tang, thank you for assisting me in breaking through to the Golden Core realm. It seemed somewhat convoluted, but Tang Xian had only just realized why this young lady held affection for him. It turned out to be due to the syringe that had aided her in her breakthrough. Miss Shui, no need for gratitude. It was merely a simple effort on my part. Morong Shui playfully pursed her rosy lips and laughed, a charming, tipsy giggle. At that moment, her consciousness wavered. And like any ordinary person who had indulged too much, she became rather familiar. In her eyes, at that moment, Tang Xian was no longer the esteemed Tang Xian or the long-traveling Tang Lucang. Instead, he resembled the beloved figure she was pursuing. She shed her inhibitions and began to radiate a newfound brightness. Her tone became considerably more relaxed. Tang Lucang, when you broke through to the golden core stage, I imagine you must have been a rather decrepit old man, haha. Yet, to my surprise, upon our meeting, you appeared so handsome that I found myself falling for you. With that, Morong Shui lifted her gaze to the stars, resting her chin on her delicate hand. I recall a childhood friend once inquired, "Do you know what love is?" I paused for quite some time, my mind racing to gather information about emotions. Since it was evident she was merely flaunting, I could not allow her to prevail. Thus, I strained to think and think, but ultimately, I could not arrive at an answer. Ashamed, I confessed my defeat, only to have her point and laugh, declaring, "You are a child without parents, living off others. And you don't even understand familial love." After sharing this, the laughter that once danced on Morong Shui's lips gradually faded into a straight line. Perhaps awakening to a sudden realization, she took a deep breath and looked once more at the stars, a bitter smile gracing her face as she shook her head. I have never met my parents, so how could I comprehend what love truly is? In fact, even now, I do not understand my feelings for you. Chapter 37. Significant news. Tang Xian found himself uncertain if this could be considered Morong Shui's confession. Nonetheless, it felt remarkably sincere. That night, he refrained from uttering further words, opting instead to be a listener. Morong Shui's life story was fraught with hardship. Her parents had not succumbed to natural causes, yet she remained oblivious to the intricacies of her past. Perhaps, as she had articulated, her understanding of such matters was non-existent, often merely a tapestry woven from fanciful imaginings. The unfolding of events did not veer in the direction of Xiaohe, Elder Zhang, or even Old Lu. Much later, Tang Xian personally escorted Morong Shui back to her guest quarters, while he leisurely made his way back to the meadow. At that moment, the campfire had extinguished, and a gentle breeze stirred, causing tiny embers to dance in the wind. They vanished completely after ascending 2 or 3 meters into the air. Such is the power of a collective. Sometimes, even if one cannot rekindle the flame, it need not dissipate instantaneously. Captain Tang. There is a dense cluster of targets appearing 20 kilometers away. The voice of the duty soldier crackled through the radio. Tang Xian glanced at the sky and replied, "Deploy a drone for reconnaissance. It is highly likely that the individuals are sent by Qin Yuan to assist in the construction of the base." Understood. Approximately half an hour later, the reconnaissance report reached Tang Xian, confirming the presence of Qin Yuan's personnel. He chose not to elaborate further, with Old Lu present. The temporary accommodation of so many individuals was best entrusted to him, for there were more pressing matters at hand. First and foremost were the building materials. With so many people willing to lend a hand, it was an opportunity not to be squandered. Ideally, it would be resolved in one fell swoop. Secondly, there were printed materials. Since paper had proven profitable in this world, there was no reason to forego its production. With a flourish, the portal opened, a pale blue light emerging from the meadow. Blending seamlessly with the night, an exquisite spectacle. Tang Xian stepped through, vanishing into the vastness of the night. In the present world, darkness enveloped everything. Tang Xian could have chosen to return during the day. However, in a bid to save time and maximize the production of printed goods, he acted with haste. He first contacted General Zhang Yi by telephone, disregarding whether the general was resting, for matters concerning another world were of utmost importance. Moreover, General Zhang relished the interruptions from Tang Xian. To his surprise, as midnight approached, Zhang Yi's line was still engaged. Resigned, Tang Xian drove to the military headquarters. Upon arrival, he noted the lights still ablaze in Zhang Yi's office. The sentry saluted him. "Good day, sir. Is General Zhang still awake?" "He should be. He just returned from a meeting in the capital." With a nod, Tang Xian entered Zhang Yi's office, where he found the general animatedly conversing on the phone. His face alight with joy, exuding a boisterous energy akin to that of a lottery winner. Upon spotting Tang Xian, his expression shifted from astonishment to exuberance as he exclaimed into the phone, "All right, our great benefactor has returned. I must share this news with him personally." After terminating the call, Zhang Yi swiftly approached Tang Xian, grasping his hand with great enthusiasm. "Tang Xian, you have accomplished a remarkable feat at the border." Upon the arrival of that batch of extraordinary weapons from another realm, they immediately exhibited unparalleled combat prowess. The enemy was utterly overwhelmed, suffering devastating losses, and has retreated in disarray. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian could not help but chuckle. He had anticipated the unfortunate fate of the adversaries. Yet the swift realization of this outcome was surprising. Moreover, the use of spirit swords, without the aid of celestial elixirs, rendered them exceedingly heavy, making it impossible for the enemy to wield them effectively. This was truly a situation of overwhelming dominance, a source of great satisfaction for all. Indeed, a most gratifying outcome. Tang Xian, you are a true hero of our dragon nation. Additionally, I bear wonderful news that you must heed closely. The military commission has announced your promotion to general. Tang Xian was momentarily taken aback. From the rank of major directly to general? While the merit was substantial, the rank of general typically entails command over vast armies and the authority to mobilize countless troops. Such power is astonishing and necessitates exceptional leadership and strategic capabilities. Usually reserved for seasoned veterans, Tang Xian did not doubt his abilities. However, he found it hard to believe, as he had never commanded such a large force before. Surely, this could not be a mere titular position, relegated to overseeing a special operations brigade. Rest assured, your status is indeed exceptional. Before Tang Xian could voice his inquiries, Zhang Yi hastily interjected. Originally, the Special Operations Brigade was under my direct command. However, with your promotion to general, it will naturally be assigned to you. Furthermore, you will be entrusted with the command of the 5th, 6th, and 7th Armies, in addition to an armored brigade. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's doubts and uncertainties dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating sense of elation. This was no empty title. He would have substantial forces at his command, a prospect of great significance. At present, the extent of the otherworld remains unknown, and thus the territories to be conquered in the future are uncertain. In such circumstances, having a larger force is undoubtedly advantageous. After all, one cannot predict the wealth of resources or the magnitude of territories to be secured down the line. The presence of troops equates to leverage. Indeed, this is splendid. Just because the forces may not be immediately needed does not imply they will not be essential in the future. Moreover, now that he holds the rank of general, he can manage many matters independently, alleviating the burden on Zhang Yi and bypassing numerous intermediaries. Tang Xian felt a surge of joy. He did not concern himself with the increase in military pay, for what value is money when a portal exists? What truly mattered was his status and the influence it conferred. Even more significant was the exhilarating experience of traversing other realms, the thrill of victory. General Tang. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly addressed him with utmost respect as he approached. Due to the discreet nature of the portal, the formal promotion ceremony may be omitted. I hope this does not trouble you. Our dragon nation requires a general of your caliber. I implore you. Tang Xian nodded lightly. General Zhang, rest assured. I shall not fail in my mission, and I will dedicate my strength to ensuring peace and prosperity for our nation. After exchanging these sentiments, they proceeded to discuss matters concerning technology. The development of the energy cannon continues, with an anticipated testing period of 6 months. The Lingjin has also been brought to the research department, where numerous peculiar substances and energies were discovered. Replication should be feasible, however. Tang Xian believes that if the process is overly complex, it may be deemed unnecessary. The manufacturing responsibilities can undoubtedly be handled by the otherworld. It was just before 2 in the morning when Tang Xian departed from the military headquarters. Although the military commission had prepared a general's office for him, he declined the offer. His reasons were twofold. He had grown accustomed to life in the Special Operations Brigade, and the main forces were still stationed at Wolfang, making proximity advantageous for coordination. After leaving, he headed directly to the military printing factory, demanding the swiftest printing of the martial arts manual from Xiao He and the novel he had provided. He then coordinated the procurement of construction materials, preparing a full complement of 10 trucks. By noon that day, Tang Xian had spent 13 minutes transporting 2 trucks filled with martial arts manuscripts and novels, along with 10 trucks of construction materials, back to the otherworld. Chapter 38. What incredible speed! The portal at the Dragon Kingdom base opened, and a procession of trucks began to enter one after another. The sight left Xiao He and his companions utterly astonished. To their disbelief, Tang Xian was capable of opening a void gate. In the eyes of the beings from another realm, the ability to tear through space and create a black void was the mark of a formidable power. They had never imagined that Tang Xian had mastered control over space itself, allowing him to summon individuals from higher planes at will. Remarkable. Master Xiao, have you sobered up? Tang Xian approached with a smile. The mere thought of the previous night's events made Xiao He feel a pang of regret. After planning for so long, he had made his intentions so obvious upon his departure, only to find that Tang Xian had refrained from taking action. His schemes had undoubtedly been seen through. Commander Tang, I must admit, I may have indulged a bit too much last night. I intended to step out for a moment, but somehow fell asleep instead. Elder Zhang chuckled awkwardly. recognizing that he had been the most embarrassed of all. He had botched the artifact crafting, overindulged in drink, and ultimately required assistance to return. Your drinking capacity is truly impressive, Xiaohe remarked with a hint of admiration. Tang Xian merely smiled knowingly, refraining from a response. He casually produced a volume of martial arts techniques and a novel, handing them to Xiaohe. Master Xiao, take these and see if you can sell them. Should they succeed, the profits will certainly benefit you. As I have said, cooperation breeds mutual prosperity for the long haul. Xiaohe took the items, and in the next moment, a wave of astonishment washed over his face. These techniques were indeed crafted by Tang Xian himself, and in just one night. They had been completed. Moreover, the calligraphy. Upon opening the pages, Xiaohe's shock deepened. Commander Tang's handwriting was exquisite. Commander Tang, I will undoubtedly help you sell this technique. It is bound to create a frenzy. Ah, but that is not all, he continued. As the soldiers began to unveil the truck's tarpaulin, revealing a plethora of tightly packed boxes within. Goodness! The spectacle was not only mesmerizing for Xiaohe, but also left the elders and disciples of the Qin Yuan sect wide-eyed. To produce such an abundance of hand-copied techniques in a single night, what astonishing speed. Gulp. Elder Zhang swallowed hard. These items could no longer be regarded merely as techniques. They had transformed into piles of spirit stones, a veritable fortune. Commander Tang, do you have confidence in selling them? Xiaohe nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Tang Xian smiled, then added. However, Master Xiao, when you sell them, refrain from displaying a clear price. Employ a strategy of scarcity marketing. Scarcity marketing? The term left the group momentarily perplexed. Cultivators could easily fast, relying on spiritual energy rather than food. How could one create a sense of hunger? Tang Xian, noting their confusion, clarified. Scarcity marketing entails limited supply. Sell only one today, none tomorrow, and then suddenly offer 3 the day after. If we sell them all at once, their value diminishes, failing to showcase the worth of our offerings. Xiaohe nodded thoughtfully, seemingly grasping the essence of the situation. Quite the clever game. Isn't it? Director Tang. Does this mean that whoever offers the highest price will prevail? Naturally, it is a trade based on merit, with no faults therein. Very well then. Due to the inconvenient transportation of trucks within the mountainous region, Ling Shi took on the role of transport, making several trips to deliver goods to the Qin Yuan sect. Returning with a bamboo slip. This slip contained a map marked by the Qin Yuan sect. Xiaohe assigned 3 individuals to sketch it out on a large sheet of paper, as per Tang Xian's request. As they drew, they marveled at how remarkably effective the brush was. Simultaneously, construction outside was in full swing. With over 1,000 disciples of the Qin Yuan sect under the unified coordination of Old Lu, actively participating in the development of the base. It must be said that the sight of otherworldly individuals clad in long robes wielding iron shovels was quite striking, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Tang Xian chuckled several times while observing from the window. By evening, the map had taken shape. The rudimentary map on the large sheet was transformed into an ornate illustration by the special operations personnel and was hung in Tang Xian's office. Tang Xian withdrew his gaze and stood before the map. Within a 100-kilometer radius, there were dozens of mountains and numerous sects, many of which were not overly distant from one another. Between these sects lay villages and towns, with meticulous otherworldly individuals marking the territories that governed them. This detail was crucial, for Old Lu had reported to Tang Xian that the soil here not only posed no issues but was also exceptionally rich in nutrients, making it ideal for grain cultivation. Cultivating grain requires land and people, both of which are found within the villages and towns. Understanding the governing sects would allow for targeted efforts. As it stands, the Qin Yuan sect, closest to Yuanshan, oversees 6 villages and towns that could be utilized directly. However, flatlands are scarce. A bit further away lies the Qifeng sect, which governs 10 villages and towns, boasting larger areas and more plains. Beyond that, there are numerous villages under the jurisdiction of the Xianyao sect and others. Additionally, there is the Qin Yu sect, marked in black and noted as a demonic sect, with its leader being Blood Kuei. While it governs no villages, its terrain is exceptionally favorable, a vast expanse of flatland. It is likely due to fear that the populace dares not approach too closely. Interesting indeed. Tang Xian gently tapped the map with a marker. The initial grain cultivation will take place within the territory of the Qin Yuan sect, should it prove viable. The plains of the Qifeng sect and Qin Yu sect will follow. In Tang Xian's eyes, there are only 2 types of people, friends and foes. Do not speak to me of neutrals. We have no need for neutrality. Once the base is completed, it will signal the moment for Longhua to strike. Based on the map, securing the plains of the Qifeng sect and Qin Yu sect should adequately sustain his 7,000 Special Operations Brigade. As always, it is a matter of consuming as much as needed. Tang Xian has no intention of overindulgence. With this matter settled, Tang Xian's gaze shifted to the north. There lies the source of fine ironstone, the Jiugong sect. It occupies an extensive area, significantly larger than others, yet remains at least 150 kilometers distant from his position. That was deliberately marked by the denizens of another realm, with the surroundings left unillustrated, merely indicating a direction. The operational radius is rather extensive. Tang Xian fell into contemplation. The considerable distance meant passing through numerous sects, each harboring uncontrollable variables. After all, whether traveling by car or by plane, one is bound to attract attention. With dozens of sects involved, news would spread rapidly through whispers and rumors. In this otherworldly domain, the highest cultivation level could reach the Great Ascension realm. A staggering 4 major stages above the Yuan Ying he had captured, should trouble arise, ensuring a decisive victory would be far from guaranteed. Tang Xian was always prudent, never engaging in ventures without certainty. His gaze returned to the map, where he observed a conveniently located town at its center, named Peiqing, within 100 kilometers. It was the largest settlement, undoubtedly thriving in trade. After a moment of reflection, Tang Xian nodded slightly, a smile curving his lips. Iron ore is indeed precious. I am curious if the Dragon Kingdom possesses anything that might incite envy among you. Humans, after all, are often driven to take risks for profit. If I do not seek you out, others will do so on my behalf. He chuckled softly. Chapter 39. The construction of the base reaches completion. Tang Xian sought to utilize the hands of those from another realm to acquire their possessions. This plan, undoubtedly, was a win-win situation. It would not only generate profit from the sale of goods, but also present an opportunity to obtain precious iron ore. Why not embrace such an opportunity? He resolved that once the base was fully constructed, he would personally lead a team to Peiqing for a visit. After a night had passed, the base underwent a remarkable transformation. Structures propped up by scaffolding sprang up everywhere, including medical facilities, fitness rooms, radar stations, and armories. Indeed, the presence of many individuals amplified their collective strength. Commander Tang, along with Elder Xiaohe and several other elders, arrived at the office. Murong Shui followed behind. Her previous evening's inebriation seemingly lending her a temporary vivacity, though she still appeared somewhat bashful. Commander Tang, Chief Lu mentioned that the construction is nearly complete. So we shall take our leave, Xiaohe expressed. Thank you immensely, Elder Xiao, Commander Tang replied. There is no need for such formality, it was but a trifling effort. Xiaohe repeatedly nodded, his heart swelling with joy. It seemed he had secured a formidable ally. Henceforth, who would dare to covet the interests of the Qin Yuan faction? Elder Xiao, allow me to present you with a few gifts. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe was utterly elated. Are you bestowing upon me a divine artifact? Tang Xian guided Xiaohe to the warehouse, where he retrieved a handful of rice seeds from a burlap sack. Xiaohe's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Elder Xiao, these are seeds of a plant that can yield food. Shortly, I shall instruct you on the basic methods of cultivation, which you may then disseminate among the farmers. Once the harvest is ripe, if they enjoy the produce, they may retain half. If not, I shall reclaim it all at a later date, with the price to be determined then. Upon realizing these were provisions, Xiaohe eagerly accepted a seed, cautiously placing it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he nodded fervently, expressing his gratitude profusely. Commander Tang, the villagers are not cultivators and require copious amounts of food to sustain themselves. They often find themselves wanting. You are indeed our benefactor. Tang Xian mused. Indeed. Individuals from another world are robust and possess substantial appetites. However, with Elder Yuan's diligent efforts and experimental outcomes, these challenges are surmountable. Currently, we nurture billions of souls from Blue Star, and in the future, we shall extend our blessings to the other realm. Such contributions are immeasurable. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards Elder Yuan. I am merely a porter. Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unaware of who Elder Yuan was, he could discern the profound respect in Tang Xian's tone. The esteemed Tang, already formidable in his own right, must have held in high regard someone who could command such reverence. Thank you, Elder Yuan. Xiaohe respectfully clasped his fists towards the heavens in salute, subsequently departing with the seeds and Tang Xian's cultivation manual. Once they had left, Tang Xian engaged in a discussion with Old Lu regarding matters related to Peiqing and the issue of food supplies. Old Lu firmly believed that their understanding of the other realm was still murky and vehemently opposed to Tang Xian personally visiting Peiqing, insisting that as the commander, he ought to remain steadfast at the base. Despite Tang Xian's earnest explanations, he could not sway Old Lu's resolve. The two individuals had collaborated for an extended period, and such matters could not be resolved through mere official titles. Reluctantly, Tang Xian agreed to dispatch a small team to investigate, but he insisted that his position be advanced. Due to the limited range of radio communications, Tang Xian had to ensure real-time reports to stay informed of developments. The lives of his soldiers were not only precious but akin to those of brothers. Their safety was paramount. Lao Lu had no objections to this, but they could not proceed immediately. First, they needed to create garments and wigs for the otherworldly beings to avoid drawing attention. Thus, a gentleman's agreement was established, with the departure scheduled for the following morning. In the afternoon, Xiaohe returned to the sect with a group of followers. Upon entering the hall of the sect leader, he noticed Elder Lu pacing anxiously in the main chamber. "Elder Yang, what troubles you?" Xiaohe inquired. "You have returned, sect leader. A grave incident has occurred. One of our villages has been attacked by Qingyu sect, resulting in the demise of over 100 villagers. Their heads and blood have all been taken." "What?" Xiaohe exclaimed, his anger ignited. How could the Qingyu sect still act so brazenly without their demon lord? "Sect leader, I was contemplating whether we should request Tang Xian's intervention to eradicate the Qingyu sect and prevent future calamities." Without hesitation, Xiaohe responded, "That is out of the question. We have just established a base for Tang Xian. It would be too presumptuous to ask for his assistance so soon. Moreover, he provided us with food seeds, which will alleviate the plight of our people. For this alone, it is our duty to address this turmoil ourselves." Xiaohe spoke with unwavering conviction. Although the Qingyu sect had lost their demon lord, the strength of their remaining forces was still formidable. When the bloodthirsty Kuei had threatened to annihilate the Qingyuan sect, he had never intended to act personally, he had merely been caught by chance by Tang Xian. The malevolence mindset would never turn benevolent. Hoping to halt Qingyu sect's actions through negotiation was a futile endeavor. Therefore, it was imperative for Qingyuan sect to take action themselves. "I shall personally lead this mission," Xiaohe declared, gritting his teeth, his rage beyond mere words. "Sect leader, this is inappropriate. The Qingyu sect still has a vice lord, Qianren, whose cultivation has reached the 8th level of golden core. The demonic arts are insidious and treacherous. What if you encounter danger? What then for the Qingyuan sect?" Xiaohe posed a soul-searching question, continuing, "The spirit pool that has been sealed for a century is now open. While the Qingyuan sect is on the rise, it cannot swiftly regain its former glory. Our disciples are perishing in droves. I will not allow them to die in vain this time." Elder Yang, observing Xiaohe's steadfast demeanor, wished to persuade him further but was interrupted. "The seeds provided by Tang Xian also require me to teach the villagers how to cultivate them. So let us not discuss this matter further. It is settled. I will draw 10 disciples from the inner sect to accompany me. Do not inform Shuer. I fear she may act impulsively and insist on following. Anyone else may encounter danger, but not her." Elder Yang sighed in resignation and nodded in agreement. "Very well. I understand. I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xiaohe turned to him with a smile and nodded. "Indeed, it is imperative that you go." Elder Yang was momentarily taken aback. The smile seemed rather unexpected. "Why is it so essential?" "Elder Yang, your cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of the golden core. Has it not?" "Indeed, Master Xiao. Therefore, the one known as the 1,000-Man Slayer possesses a higher cultivation than yours. After you eliminate a few of the demonic cultists, he will undoubtedly reveal himself." Elder Yang responded with a puzzled expression. "And then, Master, your task is to draw him out. Do not forget, we still possess firearms." At this juncture, a smile suddenly curved at the corners of Xiaohe's mouth, even more unexpected than before. "This time, Tang Xian has provided me with several bullets. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate the 1,000-Man Slayer. With Blood Kuei captured and the 1,000-Man Slayer slain, how could the Qingyu sect dare to act recklessly?" Elder Yang inhaled deeply. "So, Master Xiao, when you mentioned personally taking action, you meant to personally wield the gun, did you not? I suspect it would be wiser to remain concealed until the 1,000-Man Slayer appears, then spring into action. Did I speak in vain about the sinister and treacherous nature of the demonic sect's techniques?" Chapter 40. The first departure from the base. Elder Yang, while internally grumbling, was indeed quite committed to the welfare of the people. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to volunteer for an ambush against the demonic sect. That night, Xiaohe borrowed a firearm from Murong Shui and set off with Elder Yang and his disciples towards the somewhat secluded shepherd village. Within the realm of the Qingyu sect, the newly appointed demon lord, Qianren, sat comfortably upon the skeletal throne in the demon lord's hall. "Ah, Blood Kuei. I never imagined this position would bring such comfort," he mused. "Fortune has favored me. Everything seems predestined." The Qingyu sect was founded by Blood Kuei, a culmination of his efforts, and it was indeed a time of great strength. To have Qianren inherit it effortlessly felt like soaring to the heavens, filling him with immense satisfaction. Suddenly, a disciple of the demonic sect rushed in, breathless. Reporting to the vice demon lord, "News has arrived from ahead that Xiaohe The leader of the Qin Yuan sect has personally taken people out of the mountains. Qianren Zhan's expression turned icy upon hearing this. Next time, refer to me as Demon Lord Qian. The messenger, taken aback, quickly corrected himself. My apologies, Demon Lord Qian. I was unaware. Please pardon my transgression. Qianren Zhan ignored him, his fingers lightly tapping on the throne. Xiao He's personal foray was undoubtedly related to the massacre in the village. He likely possessed a divine artifact, having even defeated Blood Kuei. Thus, it was wise not to engage directly. After contemplating, Qianren Zhan ordered, inform the disciples to temporarily cease the slaughter of the common folk within the jurisdiction of the Qin Yuan sect and redirect our efforts to the Qifeng sect. Yes. The messenger bowed and swiftly departed. Once he left, Qianren Zhan lifted a cup filled with vibrant red blood, instantly enveloping it with demonic energy. The essence within the blood transformed into swirling crimson mist, seeping into his mouth and nose. Qianren Zhan took a deep breath, his face darkening. Xiaohe, I shall not confront you for now, but once my power is augmented, I will settle the score. The following morning, within the Dragon Kingdom base, over 20 Special Forces soldiers clad in long robes gathered on the training ground, each adorned with long wigs. Though the garments had been hastily crafted overnight, their quality was impeccable, showing no signs of haste. Furthermore, each soldier was remarkably good-looking, and in their attire, they appeared as if they had stepped from another realm. Among the dispatched team members were the scout, Dian, sniper Li Fei, and observer Zhou Tong, who had stowed their weaponry in storage bags. It must be said that with the convenience of otherworldly technology, their operations became exceedingly efficient. Soon, Tang Xian emerged from his quarters, drawing the attention of the soldiers, who widened their eyes in amazement. Dressed in a black robe adorned with intricately designed golden dragons, he exuded an aura of dominance. Particularly striking was Tang Xian's handsome visage, making him resemble a quintessential otherworldly hero. The soldiers, who moments ago felt confident in their own appearances, suddenly found their self-assurance waning. After all, their leader was truly dashing. Commander Tang, this attire suits you perfectly, old Lu remarked with a smile as he observed Tang Xian approaching. This design is your creation, isn't it? Indeed. As representatives of the Dragon Kingdom, it is only fitting that you, as the foremost leader here, don the dragon's emblem, old Lu teased. Noting Tang Xian's evident satisfaction with the outfit, he then issued a command. All personnel, heed my instructions. Safety is our paramount concern during this operation, especially for the security team. We must ensure Commander Tang's safety at all costs. Yes. Everyone stood tall, and Team 1 boarded the aircraft first. The helicopter would transport them to a remote location, far from the hustle and bustle of civilization, with the remainder of their journey to be completed on foot. Due to the absence of a navigation system, the helicopter would fly at a low altitude. However, armed with a map, they need not worry about traversing the skies above the sect, as their course was secure. Once the helicopter had taken off, Tang Xian turned to old Lu and said, the base is in your capable hands. Rest assured, Commander Tang, there will be no mistakes here, old Lu assured him with confidence. Tang Xian nodded and, accompanied by 5 security personnel, boarded the Spirit Lion en route to their designated point. The chosen encampment was named Shishui Village, conveniently located neither too close nor too far from Peicing, thereby facilitating radio communication and timely support. However, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Qifeng sect, with whom they had yet to establish relations. The decision to settle within the village rather than an open space was predicated on their attire, which was conspicuously from another world. Erecting tents would be too obvious. Around 10 a.m., the Spirit Lion burst through the clouds, revealing a tapestry of buildings below. Tang Xian could discern the outline of Peicing in the distance, a grand sight with its structures obscured, yet unmistakably reminiscent of an ancient town. Directly beneath them lay Shishui Village, the very destination they sought. The village was sizable, though the homes were sparse, interspersed with vast expanses of farmland. Having studied the map beforehand, Tang Xian was not surprised by the prevalence of plains within Qifeng sect's territory. He felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of observing the characteristics of the farmers from this otherworldly realm during his stay. If they proved to be as unpretentious as the farmers of Blue Star, future endeavors would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Once they were a distance away, to avoid drawing suspicion, Tang Xian dispatched the Spirit Lion back to the base. Li Fei, what is your current location? Tang Xian inquired over the radio. A swift reply came through. Report, Commander Tang, we are 3 kilometers from the target point, proceeding on foot without encountering anyone. The helicopter has returned. Understood. Exercise caution and avoid conflict whenever possible. Should confrontation be unavoidable, find a concealed location and neutralize the threat without hesitation. We cannot ascertain whether they are cultivators. If they remain alive, you may be in peril. However, remember, do not discharge your firearms in public view. Received. Li Fei responded over the radio. exchanging glances with his comrades. In their eyes, they shared a sense of fulfillment and reassurance. It was well known that Commander Tang treated his soldiers as brothers, a sentiment he had expressed in the real world, which his brothers still vividly recalled. Tang Xian proclaimed, "The moment you perceive the other party as a threat, ensure they meet their demise before they draw their weapon. Remember, if you have been dispatched to confront them, they are certainly not of honorable nature. Fear nothing. Should any misfortune arise, I, Tang Xian, shall safeguard you. Return to me unscathed." At that moment, everyone understood that following Commander Tang's orders was undoubtedly the right course of action. Li Fei, serving as a sniper, now assumed the role of temporary commander. He addressed the group, "Our primary objective this time is to test the limits of the otherworldly beings using modern artifacts, in hopes of acquiring the precious iron or that Commander Tang requires. Naturally, we may encounter attempts of robbery during this endeavor, for we are perceived as mere mortals, easily vanquished in their eyes. It will then be a matter of observing your stealthy methods of dispatching foes. However, remember to remove the storage bags after the deed is done. Many of our brothers from the Special Operations Brigade still reside in the realm of reality. Should they one day arrive here, we would not want them to hold grievances against us for failing to offer a proper greeting." A few Special Operations team members exchanged knowing smiles and signaled an okay gesture. They then disguised themselves as a merchant convoy and set forth once more. Chapter 41. Unfolding action. At this moment, Tang Xian and his companions were not far from Shishui village. In the distance, one could discern a scattering of thatched cottages, expansive fields, and several ditches. Within the fields, it was difficult to ascertain whether the plants were wild grasses or cultivated crops. They resembled a chaotic mix, with no coherent patches to speak of. After traversing a dirt road that stretched over 100 meters, they finally arrived at the village entrance. A few children were frolicking, but upon spotting Tang Xian and his group, their faces turned pale with shock, and they hurriedly fled. Upon entering the village, they found every household's door firmly shut, with not a sound to be heard. "Captain Tang, it seems they are quite afraid of us," remarked one of the guards. Tang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "There is a demonic sect nearby, notorious for their bloodlust and brutality. They surely fear us, as we are outsiders. However, once the villagers realize we do not mean to intrude, they will eventually emerge." Indeed, as Tang Xian and his party meandered harmlessly through the village without displaying any aggression, the villagers gradually began to open their doors. Initially, heads tentatively peeked out, and after a while, they ventured forth from their homes. "Who are you?" An elderly man with a head of white hair approached Tang Xian and his companions. Upon noticing the storage bags at their waists, a look of reverence crossed his face. With a thud, he knelt down and exclaimed, "Commoner pays respects to the esteemed immortal." The other villagers, upon hearing this, instinctively followed suit, bowing and kneeling in unison. "We pay respects to the esteemed immortal." The villagers, being mere mortals, lacked the ability to discern the intricacies of power. They only knew that immortals carried a storage bag, a symbol of their transcendent abilities. In the presence of such beings, kneeling was the only way to express their respect. "Please, there is no need for such formalities. Rise," Tang Xian urged, assisting the elderly man to his feet. Only then did the rest of the villagers stand. "Immortal, I am the village chief of Shishui. May I inquire if your visit is concerning the tribute of grain?" The old chief gazed at Tang Xian with weary eyes, his face etched with the lines of time. He gestured to those behind him, saying, "Hurry, bring forth the grain for the esteemed immortal." Immediately, a seemingly robust, yet somewhat emaciated young man stepped forward, carrying a patched cloth bag. After placing it down, he bowed deeply before retreating. "Esteemed immortal, this is our village's harvest for the year. We are aware it does not match the agreed-upon quantity, but this is truly all we have. We are grateful for the protection the immortal sect provides to the villagers of Shishui. If it is insufficient, may we make up for it next year?" The old chief's tone was low, filled with a sense of helplessness and humility. Tang Xian surveyed the villagers and noticed their frail, malnourished state, their skin a sallow hue. He had not anticipated that the immortal sect would still be collecting grain from the common folk. "Old chief, we have not come to collect grain this time. We are here to deliver seeds to you," Tang Xian replied with a smile. The elderly village chief, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, unable to utter a word. He found himself perplexed by the words of the celestial being before him, a situation he had never encountered before. "Village chief, we are disciples of the Qin Yuan faction. We have come to assist, having heard of the food shortages in Shishui village this year." Tang Xian, aware that this area fell under the jurisdiction of the chiefing faction, identified himself as a disciple of the Qin Yuan faction. He had no connections with the chiefing faction and certainly would not bestow unwarranted praise upon himself. After speaking, a guard produced a storage bag and poured out several packets of seeds. The soil of this otherworldly realm was fertile enough to eliminate the need for chemical fertilizers. thereby alleviating much of the burden. Upon witnessing the abundance of seeds brought forth by the celestial being more than their entire yearly harvest, the village chief knelt down, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears. He silently lamented that the villages under the Qin Yuan faction must indeed be prosperous and fortunate. Tang Xian dispatched a soldier to instruct the villagers on cultivation methods before seeking out a place to stay. Mistaken for a celestial being and having generously offered assistance, the village quickly prepared for him a luxurious dwelling. The roof was thatched, and the walls were made of earth and clay, simple yet exceedingly tidy. The remaining 4 guards included one for reconnaissance and 2 sharpshooters who lay in ambush outside the village, ensuring a continuous 24-hour vigilance. The last were the assault troops, equipped as per old Lu's arrangements, with armor-piercing ammunition and submachine guns of formidable firepower, all aimed at safeguarding Tang Xian's security. As for Tang Xian's own possessions, they were rather modest, consisting solely of an assault rifle and the longing treasure blade. The discussions regarding the Peicheng plan from the previous day were now taking shape, eagerly awaiting results. In Peicheng, the sharpshooter Li Fei, the observer Zhou Tong, and the reconnaissance soldier Di Yin had already entered the city. Due to the proximity of various sects, and to prevent conflicts among them, they had tacitly designated this area as a neutral zone. Trade flourished here, even attracting demons disguised for transactions. The demons were cautious, as the prosperous region was home to many capable individuals. Causing trouble here would be tantamount to inviting disaster upon themselves. Thus, amidst the chaotic realm of the Xinling continent, this place was a rare sanctuary. Of course, entry into the city came with its own demands. One had to pay 500 spirit stones, a measure designed to deter a massive influx of refugees. Before their departure, Tang Xian had provided Li Fei and the others with ample spirit stones, allowing them to enter the city without incident. Once away from the city gates, the team exchanged dubious glances. They had just seen the individuals collecting fees at the entrance draped in robes, resembling monks. What was the meaning of this? Did the otherworld harbor a Buddhist sect? Reporting this to Tang Xian yielded no clarity, for he had not inquired about the forces beyond 100 kilometers. Having only requested Xiao He to sketch the factions within that range, he instructed Li Fei and the others to disregard this matter and proceed as planned. The group sought out a bustling area, initially using printed manuals of cultivation to attract the crowd. However, as soon as they presented their materials to the passers-by, they were immediately encircled, not by troublemakers, but by eager buyers. The crowd jostled, voices clamoring in excitement. What a remarkable material for a hand-copied technique. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing. Indeed, it is exquisitely crafted. How much does the vendor ask? I shall purchase it for my collection. Naturally, there are those who perceive that Li Fei and his companions are not practitioners, and thoughts of seizing it begin to stir within them. A burly man furrows his brow, seemingly eyeing his prey, lost in contemplation. Whoever obtains the manual today shall be my target, he muses with a smirk. Li Fei and his companions had long anticipated the fervor surrounding this item, but their ultimate objective was not merely to sell the book. After much deliberation, an idea struck him. What if a brawl were to ensue, directly filtering out the extraordinary individuals from another realm he sought? For the victor would undoubtedly possess greater strength and a higher likelihood of holding precious items. Perhaps they could even acquire the refined iron stone that Captain Tang requires. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Clearing his throat, Li Fei raised his hand to quell the commotion around him. Esteemed guests, we hold great admiration for the immortals. However, as we cannot cultivate ourselves, this manual is of no use to us. Yet, the demand for it is overwhelming. Therefore, I propose this. I have heard that Pei City hosts a platform for fair competition. Whoever emerges victorious shall receive this treasure free of charge. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at his proclamation. To bestow such a precious item so readily? Incredible! I shall sign up. Who dares to challenge me? Shouted one wandering practitioner. Defeating you will require no effort at all. I shall take you on, taunted another. The initially malevolent, burly man twitched at the corners of his mouth. What a farce. You should stick to your trade. Why organize a tournament? I could have simply defeated one opponent to claim the manual, and now I have no idea how many I must face. Chapter 42. Your demands are quite modest. Li Fei spontaneously decided to organize a contest, stirring up a commotion that captured the attention of many, including several individuals of considerable prowess. Since the competition imposed no restrictions on cultivation levels, the participation of a master would render those of lesser abilities incapable of taking the stage. The burly man felt a twinge of apprehension, glancing around with his stubbled face until he finally relaxed, reassured by the fact that the technique in question was of low rank and thus overlooked by the capable. Before long, a throng of spectators gathered around the arena at the center of Peicheng. Passers-by halted in their tracks to witness the unfolding spectacle. and soon the area was teeming with onlookers. The first contestant to ascend the stage was a man of approximately 30, wielding a long sword. His challenger, older and equally equipped with a finely crafted sword, exchanged no words and immediately engaged in combat. It was evident that experience prevailed. The younger contender was unable to withstand even 10 exchanges before being bested. The audience erupted in applause, for the elder's swordplay, though both formidable and cunning, was a sight to behold. From the onset, I could foresee the conclusion of this duel. The elder's technique was unmistakably the mid-tier Huang-grade Yunqing sword art, rendering the young man's defeat far from disgraceful. With a graceful flourish of his sword, the elder, brimming with confidence, addressed the spectators, inviting any challengers to step forward. "I shall take you on," declared a figure clad in black robes, leaping onto the stage. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. A third-tier Jin Dan master challenging a peak foundational cultivator? This was akin to an adult preying upon a child. The victorious elder, his lips twitching in astonishment, struggled to articulate his thoughts. After all, the organizers had imposed no restrictions on cultivation levels, leaving him with no choice but to concede his position and exit the arena. The black-robed elder chuckled to himself, reveling in the feeling of intimidation he believed he wielded. Yet he had become the object of derision, particularly among the passing late-stage Jindan cultivators, who shook their heads in disdain. To bully even a foundational child was a disgrace to their order. The burly man found amusement in the scene. Witnessing the elder's embarrassment, he saw an opportunity to deliver a crushing blow. Why not seize the moment for both fame and fortune? Without hesitation, he wiped his stubble and soared into the air. "Old man, I see you possess considerable skill. But what is it to bully a foundational child?" As expected, the arrival of the burly man elicited thunderous applause from the crowd, eager to witness the fall of the shameless challenger. The black-robed elder, without a word, promptly ingested a pill. The burly man was taken aback. Was he really consuming medicine in public? He glanced at Li Fei and the others, questioning, is such behavior permissible? While it technically was not. The oversight at the beginning had slipped his mind. Well then, my friend, if you have such a pill, you may partake as well. Li Fei, though unable to discern the elder's cultivation level, recognized that he was consuming an elixir of celestial origins. To casually ingest a celestial pill was precisely the sort of individual I sought. To penalize him for a transgression? That was merely a pipe dream. The burly man was momentarily stunned. It can be done this way? The crux was, he had none. Young friend, prepare yourself. Before anyone could react, the old man in the black robe had already taken action. Wielding his spiritual sword, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind with a single stroke, targeting the burly man with the ferocity of 1,000 soldiers. The man, undeterred, drew his own blade, instantly infusing it with spiritual energy to withstand the blow. The clash echoed like the sound of metal on metal as the sword was halted just above his head. The burly man retaliated with a fierce kick. The old man, employing his light-footed agility, swiftly retreated to evade the attack, but just as he steadied himself, he realized the man had closed the distance with astonishing speed, seemingly using some arcane method of displacement. It was the 7-star cloud step, a technique of the yellow-grade realm. To his astonishment, the old man recognized the skill. Although it was of a lower tier, it was notoriously difficult to master. He never expected this companion to have succeeded in its practice. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the black-robed elder felt a surge of regret. As a member of the Clear Tranquility sect, he had consumed a celestial elixir solely to conceal his demonic aura, without any enhancement to his strength. Now, facing this adversary capable of executing the 7-star cloud step, he felt the tide of battle turning against him. He had initially intended to intimidate the righteous cultivators and seize their unique techniques to present to the Lord of 1,000 demons, as the manuscript was indeed exceptional. Little did he know he had encountered an opponent of formidable caliber. Before the black-robed elder could devise a strategy, the burly man's sword came crashing down. Take this, old man. With his robust physique, the force of the blow, amplified by spiritual energy, nearly shattered the old man's frame. After retracting his sword, the elder hastily leaped off the stage in surrender. You are truly formidable. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their disdain for the black-robed elder growing ever more pronounced. As he fled in disgrace, upon finding his elder, he lamented, I have lost. Do not blame yourself. His 7-star cloud step is indeed remarkable, and his mastery of the blade is nothing short of transcendent. The second elder of the Clear Tranquility sect stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with a cold, determined light. I shall personally deal with him and seize the 7-star cloud step along with that unique technique. You keep a watchful eye on the temple of Buddha's monks at the city gate. If they catch wind of this, it will spell disaster. The black-robed elder nodded vigorously, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. If they managed to acquire everything, the Lord of 1,000 demons would surely be pleased. As the tournament concluded, Li Fei and his companions exchanged glances with the burly man, acknowledging his prowess. They thought to themselves, not bad, but I hope you possess the iron essence, or else we'll have to continue fishing. However, the man in the black robe had proven to be quite ineffectual. They had expected him to triumph. Once the crowd dispersed, the burly man raised an eyebrow and approached Li Fei and the others. Hey, can I have the goods now? The disdainful demeanor of a celestial being looking down upon mortals was vividly embodied by this man. Li Fei and his companions remained unfazed, recognizing the mutual benefits at play. My friend, this isn't the best place for discussion. Shall we find somewhere more private? Li Fei sought a secluded spot, for he intended to showcase a pistol shortly. He aimed to entice or manipulate this fellow into trading for the iron essence, or perhaps even resort to stealing it. Noticing their merchant-like attire, the burly man was more than willing to find a less populated area. After all, wouldn't it be delightful to rob them in the process? With a light chuckle, he replied, all right, lead the way. The group arrived at a secluded alley, where Li Fei directly handed over the ancient manuscript to him. The burly man received it and casually flipped through its pages, his eyes reflecting a multitude of astonishment that could hardly be contained. The artistry of the characters within the text was simply extraordinary, undoubtedly crafted by a master's hand. It was entirely possible that it contained insights born from the master's own enlightenment, perhaps even a refined version of the original technique. How foolish these individuals were to offer such a precious treasure for free. Hey, my friend, would you be interested in engaging in a more substantial transaction? Observing the burly man suppressing a grin, Li Fei could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question directly. Upon hearing this, the man slightly raised his head, nonchalantly tucking the manuscript into his sleeve with an air of superiority. What transaction? I must first see what valuable items you can present. To be clear, anything of lesser worth than this master-copied manuscript is not even worth considering. Li Fei and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly taken aback by such modest expectations. Chapter 43. You're not quite honest, Brother Ahem. Li Fei cleared his throat, surprised by the low demands of this burly man. However, to fish for information directly, he produced a handgun. The muscular figure was momentarily stunned by the peculiar metallic object. What on earth is this? Its dark, polished surface exuded no spiritual energy. It could not possibly be a priceless spiritual artifact. This device can allow you to kill from 10 meters away, Li Fei remarked with interest. The burly man nearly cursed in disbelief at the notion that such a piece of junk could be lethal from such a distance. Yet, his keen eyes soon caught sight of the storage pouches at Li Fei and his companions' waists. Never mind the trivialities. Let us get down to business. The man's demeanor suddenly turned icy. A group of mortals. Hand over all your storage pouches, and I shall spare your lives. We're in the most secluded corner of Peiqing. Don't even think about screaming for help. Hurry, or I shall unleash a massacre. Bang. As soon as his words fell, Li Fei pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the burly man's skull, and he fell straight to the ground, his arrogant eyes remaining wide open even in death. Retrieving his handgun, Li Fei shook his head in bewilderment. Was it so difficult to conduct a straightforward transaction? I've shown such sincerity. Zhou Tong and the others nearby chuckled, casually removing the man's storage pouch. Inside, they found some spirit stones and a manual on the 7 Stars Cloud Step, but not a single elixir. It seems we have chosen the wrong target, Li Fei mused. Clicking his tongue, it appears we must reopen the arena. As for the manual, I shall hand it over to Captain Tang for publication. Judging by the reactions of the otherworldly beings, it should hold considerable value. At that moment, hidden in the shadows of the alley, the second elder, who was poised to ambush the burly man, was left dumbfounded. What on earth could kill a nascent golden core cultivator in a single strike? Naturally, he had overheard the entire exchange. The group of mortals genuinely sought to trade, yet that man refused and attempted to rob them. Are you foolish? The very thing that can kill you was offered to you. This is nothing but self-destruction. Taking a deep breath, the second elder's emotions calmed somewhat. He desired that deadly artifact. However, he could no longer entertain fantasies of theft. Instead, he must present sincerity. Adjusting his robe, the second elder stepped gracefully into the alley. Li Fei and his companions, noticing the newcomer, immediately concealed their firearms. Gentlemen, I am here to propose a trade. With utmost sincerity, the second elder declared, fearing for his life as he spoke, displaying the most amicable demeanor he could muster. With a smile that radiated sincerity, Li Fei chuckled, realizing immediately that this fellow must be a cultivator, and indeed stronger than the man on the ground. After all, he had overheard the conversation without being detected. Oh, my friend, just stay right there. Li Fei gestured for him to halt. The second elder, obediently, stopped while maintaining his genial smile. Several esteemed individuals, I desire the magnificent artifact in your possession. What would suffice as a suitable exchange? Perhaps 100 pieces of refined ironstone? Do you possess such a commodity? Refined ironstone? The second elder exhibited a look of skepticism, questioning the purpose of a mortal seeking refined ironstones. What grade of refined ironstones do you require? Li Fei promptly replied, without a moment's hesitation. What grades do you possess? I have yellow grade stones. The second elder felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke, realizing the absurdity of trading yellow grade refined ironstones for a lethal artifact. Surely, they would not acquiesce to such a proposition. Yellow grade stones can be disregarded. We require at least the mystical grade. Upon hearing this, the second elder's expression turned troubled. While mystical grade refined ironstones were not entirely absent, having been amassed during the Blood Kuwait Demon Lord's refinement of the earth grade soul-devouring stones, they were still quite precious. He could not unilaterally decide this matter and must consult with Qian Rinzhan. Esteemed individuals, we do have mystical grade refined ironstones. Yet we require our sect leader's approval. May I request a single day to inquire? Upon hearing this, Li Fei's heart soared with joy. Could it be this fortuitous? Yet he maintained a facade of tranquility. Very well, I shall grant you one day. Excellent. After the second elder responded, he swiftly departed. Once he was gone, Li Fei eagerly contacted Tang Xian to report the developments. Tang Xian issued 2 directives. First, to place no trust in anyone, ensuring that operations remained uninterrupted while continuing the search for allies. Second, to unload the bullets from the firearms and refrain from teaching others their usage. Firearms must not be carelessly circulated. Even Xiao He had merely received a few bullets. Upon confirming the instructions, Li Fei acted accordingly. That night, the second elder of the Qingyu sect arrived back at the sect, eager to meet Qian Rinzhan. Lord Thousand Demon, I bear significant news. Observing the second elder's hurried demeanor, Qian Rinzhan initially feared an attack from Xiao He. What is the matter that requires such urgency? I have discovered the artifact, the killing artifact. The artifact, Qian Rinzhan exclaimed, rising to his feet. Where is it? In the possession of a merchant caravan in Peiqing. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinzhan's earlier excitement evaporated. Are you jesting, second elder? The enforcers in Peiqing are from the Buddhist sect. Do you wish for me to lead an assault? No. The second elder fervently shook his head. That caravan has offered to exchange it for refined ironstones. 100 mystical grade refined ironstones. As Qian Rinzhan heard this, he slowly sat back down, pondering the merchant's intentions for requiring refined ironstones. After all, they were mere mortals. What audacity did they possess to trade materials of cultivation? Are you certain it is an artifact? Lord Thousand Demon, I am unequivocally certain. I witnessed them effortlessly obliterate a gold core cultivator. The sound was deafening, and the cultivator had no chance to struggle. It was utterly terrifying. Seeing the second elder's earnestness, Qian Rinzhan discerned that he was not fabricating tales. If it were indeed an artifact, then exchanging 100 mystical grade refined ironstones would not be out of the question. The Lord of the Thousand Demons. They have granted me but a single day. Should I fail to proceed with the exchange by tomorrow, it is likely that someone else will seize the opportunity. If Xiaoyi possesses a divine artifact, acquiring one for ourselves would enable us to avenge the Blood K Demon Lord. This reasoning is sound. Qian Rinzhan nodded in agreement. Avenging is one matter, yet eliminating the threat posed by Xiao He is indeed worthwhile. It is settled then, second elder. You shall promptly take the fine iron stone and set forth at dawn. Very well. The second elder responded with enthusiasm, delighted that the Qingyu sect would also possess a divine artifact. When the time comes for the Qingyu sect to rise, I, as the second elder, shall also reap greater rewards. Later that evening, within the confines of Shishui village, Tang Xian was being warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although he wished not to impose upon them, he found himself unable to extricate himself from their hospitality. Some households even went so far as to slaughter their livestock, all to provide this kind-hearted immortal with a meal. Just as the festivities were at their height, a sudden voice crackled through Tang Xian's earpiece. Report, Commander Tang. Thermal imaging has detected multiple targets 5 miles outside the village. Upon receiving this information, Tang Xian addressed the villagers, saying, Old village chief, remain here and do not venture outside. With that, he strode purposefully out of the house, ensuring that no one was watching. He retrieved an assault rifle and tactical helmet from his storage bag. One shall stay behind, the rest follow me out of the village. Chapter 44. Amaba. I have wasted you outside the village. A group of over a dozen individuals clad in black, their faces twisted with malice, advanced steadily, brandishing ghostly blades. Their steps were deliberate, and an air of sinister confidence adorned their lips. They regarded themselves as harbingers of death, preying upon the defenseless mortals. Mere ants in the grand scheme of existence. The villages governed by the Qin Yuan sect had been ravaged countless times, aside from what was surrendered to the demonic sect. They had reaped considerable rewards. This time, it is finally our turn, remarked a disciple of the Qin Yu sect with a tone of discontent. The other cultists nodded in agreement. What second brother said is indeed true, yet it is fortuitous that our target lies within the jurisdiction of the chiefing sect. For many years, they have never endured our plunder, and I presume they are ill-prepared. This operation shall undoubtedly be a resounding success. The individual known as second brother said with a faint smile. Shao he possesses a divine artifact, thus, the demon lord dares not encroach upon the territory of the Qin Yuan sect. Selecting the chiefing sect as our target today, as you mentioned, surely indicates their lack of readiness. Of course, if they were prepared, I would not be daunted, for I wear spirit armor. He reminisced about a perilous encounter long ago between the celestial and demonic sects, where he had risked his life to strip the armor from the fallen. Fearing detection by the demon lord and the elders, I have kept it concealed in my storage bag, only to be donned in times of crisis. With a rather lewd grin, he continued to rally his brethren. Listen up, brothers. It's been a year since we last made our mark. This time, we must leave no survivors. Take everything you can. Half shall be surrendered to the demonic sect, and the rest will be ours. Understood? Understood. Several demonic beings licked their dark, crimson lips, gripping their ghostly blades even tighter. In a slightly elevated area at the village entrance, Tang Xian, equipped with a thermal binocular, spotted the nocturnal marauders. Judging by their appearance and attire, it was hard not to associate them with the demonic sect. Their nocturnal visit could only imply nefarious intent. What terrible luck these people have. Just as I arrive, they come seeking trouble. They have delivered themselves to me. I shan't let this opportunity slip away, and at the very least, they carry a dozen storage bags. Everyone, be alert. It's time to get to work. The immediate targets are the demonic beings. The mission is to eliminate them entirely, leaving none alive. Yes, just as the words left his lips, the reconnaissance soldier detected further developments. He hastily continued his report. Commander Tang, radar indicates 3 targets approaching from the distance at high speed. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's expression shifted. Those capable of flight must possess formidable cultivation. Who could they be? Do not act rashly. We must ascertain the identities of both groups before taking any action. Maintain concealment, switch to armor-piercing rounds, and leave only one sniper. The other shall be armed with heavier weaponry. Yes. As Tang Xian's orders were issued, one of the soldiers exchanged his sniper rifle for an RPG. Preparing for the command to engage, Tang Xian also aimed the infrared telescope at the sky, eager to identify the newcomers. A few minutes later, his telescope revealed 3 monks clad in robes. It reminded him of what Li Fei had mentioned earlier in the day, that there were monks collecting donations at the city gate. Indeed, the presence of the Buddhist followers was confirmed. Intriguingly, one might speculate that the Buddhist realm and the demonic domain should be at odds with one another. A slight smile crept across Tang Xian's lips as he commanded, "Be mindful, the figures in the sky are likely the monks. Do not act recklessly. Let us observe whether a conflict arises." Understood. If a confrontation were to ensue, Tang Xian would certainly refrain from intervening, relishing the prospect of reaping the benefits of their discord. At that moment, the demonic squad seemed to sense an anomaly, their steps growing increasingly cautious as they suddenly turned to look behind them. They soon spotted the 3 bald-headed monks draped in robes hovering above. Damn! Almost instinctively, the demons brandished their cursed blades, instantly enveloping them in dark energy. The one referred to as second brother cursed vehemently, "Damn it! Our luck is abysmal. On our first mission, we encounter these righteous bald heads. Second brother, we cannot gauge the cultivation of those 3 monks. They appear to be superior to us." Umitba. As they spoke, the 3 monks had already descended upon the village, gazing down at the demons below. "Lay down your weapons and depart swiftly, good people. I have come to Shishui village to relieve suffering and do not wish for bloodshed." Several demons grew anxious, unsure of how to respond. The Buddhist order is renowned for its compassion, not killing, but rather taking what is needed and distributing it to the needy. They had little of value on them, but they could not simply relinquish their possessions. Not only would they fail their mission, but they would also risk being ruthlessly punished upon returning to the demonic realm. In a moment of desperation, second brother had a sudden inspiration: use the villagers as human shields. He immediately commanded, "Scatter and enter the village." With that, a dozen or so demons fled in all directions, rushing into the village. "Umitba, this is the consequence of your own actions," the monks proclaimed. "Pursue." The 3 monks immediately gave chase. Tang Xian observed this scene unfold before him, inwardly marveling. He had not anticipated that upon encountering demons, the monks would not engage in direct combat but rather seek to seize their belongings. This was indeed intriguing. Tang Xian felt a profound curiosity about the Buddhist presence in this region. Listen closely. As long as the demons do not pose a threat to our safety or that of the villagers, refrain from firing. I wish to see what the monks intend to do. After issuing his command, Tang Xian vaulted over the earthen wall and swiftly pursued. Within the village, second brother fled in a frenzy, continuously scanning for signs of life. To escape unscathed, he needed to use the villagers as shields. But where were they? Since entering the village, he had not encountered a single soul. Now he began to suspect that Shirshui village was a trap. At that moment, the sounds of anguish echoed around him. He recognized the cries of his comrades. Damn it, the monks of the Buddhist order are unwilling to kill. Yet they take great pleasure in destroying the cultivation of others. Cursing under his breath, he realized that in order to preserve what he had in his own cultivation, he could only continue to flee. After circling several times, the second brother of the demonic sect suddenly noticed a house glowing with light, with a presence of people inside. Salvation at last. Driven by an overwhelming desire to survive, he immediately extended his right hand, conjuring a massive orb of dark red demonic energy that swelled and expanded until it formed a sphere. Amitabha, dear benefactor, do cease your flight. I shall render your cultivation void and seize your possessions. At that moment, 3 monks caught up, brandishing numerous storage bags, trophies from the recent encounters with demonic beings, indicating that the second brother's comrades had all fallen victim. If they fell into their hands, his cultivation would undoubtedly be lost. With bloodshot eyes, the second brother threatened vehemently. Old Baldies, do not approach. Take one more step, and I shall annihilate that family behind me. Amitabha, the monk replied, his hands clasped in prayer. Life is precious. I implore you, do not commit such a heinous act. Are you aware of the grievous sins of your demonic sect? We of the Buddhist order merely seek to nullify your cultivation. Do not let this escalate to bloodshed. Ha ha. The second brother laughed heartily. Thus I have seized upon your weakness. Your refusal to kill does not imply that I share the same sentiment. On the contrary, I take great delight in slaughter. I offer you one final chance. Release me and return all the storage bags you have just seized, and I shall spare their lives. The monks exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Benefactor, your thinking is overly simplistic. Today, it is impossible for you to leave. To release, you would only invite more suffering upon innocent lives in the future, thus your cultivation must be rendered void. The second brother retorted. I have many allies behind me. The monk responded, I understand, and I act for the greater good. However, rest assured, should you dare to act against us, not only will I nullify your cultivation, but I shall also sever your limbs. The second brother was taken aback, bewildered. You, a monk, are not adhering to the expected code. Are you not supposed to embody compassion? Damn it, you are forcing my hand. Then we shall all perish together. Enraged, the second brother soared into the air, and the sphere of demonic energy began to pulsate as if infused with life. A tempest arose, and lightning crackled, as if Shirshui village were about to descend into chaos. Yet, he merely intended to intimidate these high monks, for he had yet to don his protective armor. They were pursuing him too closely. But just at that moment, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, a sound pierced through. Click. The unmistakable sound of a weapon being chambered. Immediately following. Chapter 45. Monks, do not play with fire. A furious tongue of flame, accompanied by a sound that tore through the night air, abruptly shattered the stillness. The sorcerer, known as the second brother of the Qingyu sect, had yet to comprehend the situation when a barrage of armor-piercing bullets transformed him into a sieve. The malevolent orb he had prepared to obliterate the house vanished in an instant. With a soft thud, his body collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unfulfilled rage. The assailant was a guard stationed at the scene. Tang Xian had instructed that firearms be used in the event of any threat to the villagers or himself. This was entirely justified. Once the gunfire ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the setting. The 3 monks felt a chill descend upon them. Who was that individual? What was that weapon he wielded? It was astonishing. In mere moments, he had reduced a man to such a state. Were it to be themselves, would they not meet the same fate? Amitabha. The 3 monks almost instinctively ascended into the air, feeling a modicum of safety. Benefactor, why have you wrought such slaughter? They inquired. These beings are sorcerers, and, as such, deserve their fate. As Tang Xian emerged from the shadows, he was accompanied by a soldier bearing an RPG. The missile pointed skyward. The 3 monks furrowed their brows. What was this contraption? It resembled incense, but was thicker and seemingly shorter. Esteemed masters, Tang Xian continued, speak your minds. We were forewarned of the sorcerer's impending chaos, thus we lay in ambush. It is an honor to witness your presence and assistance. We are deeply grateful. Though Tang Xian's words were nonsensical, he had no choice but to speak thus. Otherwise, the monks might pursue the matter further, and he could not simply eliminate them. Amitabha. This is a transgression, a transgression. Upon hearing this, the leading monk hastily clasped his hands together, distancing himself from any wrongdoing. I have come to aid the impoverished villagers of Shishui, not to entangle myself with the sorcerers. We offered them a chance. Yet they did not heed our warnings before we acted. Moreover, it is you, benefactor, who has taken a life. Do not implicate the Buddhist community in this matter. Amitabha. Indeed, the compassion in his heart was evident, preferring to spare lives rather than merely incapacitate them. It appeared he was also quite interested in the prospect of crippling limbs. Tang Xian chose to refrain from further dialogue, for it seemed the monks were not particularly intrigued by his weapons or his identity. After the initial shock, they had returned to their usual demeanor. Let each follow their own path. You pursue your acts of compassion, while I seek my precious iron ore. The task of acquiring 50 sets of spiritual armor must be completed promptly. Tang Xian ordered that the sorcerer's storage bag be retrieved, intending to depart. However, the monks were displeased by this and immediately intervened. Benefactor, please refrain from further transgressions. The storage bag is meant for the refugees, not for you. Tang Xian turned back, a skeptical expression on his face, and pointed at the storage bag in their possession. So, esteemed masters, you believe that by rendering someone powerless, you are entitled to seize their possessions, yet we are not allowed the same? Not at all, Amitabha. I, a humble monk, do not seek to seize, but rather to accrue merit for those who have committed wrongdoing. These storage bags are ultimately destined to be exchanged for wealth and delivered into the hands of the refugees. I, along with the monastic order, shall take not a single coin. Perhaps there is truth in their words, and thus, Tang Xian can only regard it as such. Oh, it matters not. The storage bag I carry shall also be gifted to those in need. With that, Tang Xian disregarded them and continued onward into the village. The three monks, witnessing this, promptly brandished their weapons, 3 Zen staffs. As they swayed, the iron rings upon the staffs clinked ominously. Halt, benefactor. The Buddhist order serves as impartial enforcers of the law. You must relinquish that storage bag, they declared. Otherwise, we shall. Just as one was about to threaten the destruction of his cultivation, he suddenly remembered that these individuals lacked such abilities. He swiftly altered his threat. We shall break your arms instead. Upon hearing the monk's intent to disable Captain Tang's arms, the guards immediately protested. Armor-piercing rounds were chambered into machine guns. RPG launchers were disengaged from safety, directly aiming. The snipers' anti-material rifles activated their infrared sights, the small red dots dancing across the foreheads of the 3 monks. Let us see if you remain unmoved. It was evident that the monks dared not stir. Though they had not encountered much, they had certainly heard the roar of that formidable weapon. In a moment of tense silence, as both parties stood at an impasse, Tang Xian prepared to depart once more when the old village chief, accompanied by the villagers, rushed over. Their eyes widened upon seeing the corpse of the demon on the ground, hearts pounding in trepidation. Upon noticing the high monks brandishing their staffs, fear gripped them further. Were they about to clash with these celestial beings? The villagers, trembling, addressed the esteemed monks. This Tang Xian is a good person. Please, I implore you, do not resort to violence. The monks exchanged glances, and the village chief proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, the 3 monks simultaneously lowered their staffs and clasped their hands in prayer. Amitabha, it seems this humble monk has misjudged the situation. Please do not take offense, benefactor. Since the famine issue in Shishui village has been resolved, let these items serve as a gift from the Buddhist order to you. The monks then bestowed all the storage bags upon Tang Xian before departing. Later, the village chief explained that a millennium ago, the Buddhist order, moved by the suffering of the common people due to the strife over the Xinling continent, established the thriving town of Peiqing. Taking on the role of enforcers of the law, anyone could enter to trade, but a certain fee of spiritual stones was required. The initial intent was noble, aimed at fostering trade and easing tensions among various factions. However, the results were less than satisfactory. They had contemplated closing it down, but as Peiqing's influence grew, so too did the influx of wealth. Thus, it became a channel for the Buddhist order to provide aid to the populace. After hearing the village chief's explanation, Tang Xian gained a clearer understanding of the Buddhist order's intentions here, silently giving them a thumbs up for their commendable efforts and genuine concern for the common folk. Yet, he mused, peace cannot be attained without the absence of bloodshed. He instructed the guards to properly dispose of the bodies to avoid attracting further trouble. Thereafter, Tang Xian returned to his dwelling. The night had deepened, and Tang Xian opened a few storage bags. The contents were rather unremarkable. Aside from a modest quantity of spirit stones, there were merely a few pitiful weapons. Their quality was indiscernible. Yet the demeanor of their former owners revealed them to be mere foot soldiers who could hardly possess anything of value. However, upon opening the last storage bag, Tang Xian's eyes instantly brightened. A finely crafted vest tumbled forth, catching the moonlight and gleaming brilliantly. It was as delicate as a cicada's wing. Yet when pinched between his fingers, it exuded a formidable sense of resistance. With nearly 800 kilograms of strength, even his fingertips bore an immense pressure. This vest was astonishingly resilient. Could it be spiritual armor? Filled with joy and anticipation, Tang Xian promptly commanded the sniper to stand by outside the village. He then hurriedly took the vest and dashed out. Outside the village, Tang Xian secured the vest to a sturdy tree. Stepping back, he instructed the sniper to fire. Bang! In the aftermath of the shot, the tree shook violently from the bullet's impact. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that the tree behind it had been shattered. Yet the vest remained unscathed. Chapter 46. Swift departure. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Xian was able to ascertain that it was indeed a spiritual armor. However, its grade remained uncertain, necessitating a glance from Xiao He and the others to determine its true nature. Commander Tang, this item is remarkably sturdy, exclaimed the sniper, his eyes wide with astonishment as he approached. If individuals from another realm were to don such an artifact, their defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Tang Xian chuckled at the remark. What? Do you believe that beings from another realm possess bodies of steel or hearts of iron? Such immense impact. Who could possibly survive it? The sniper scratched his head awkwardly, having become so enraptured by the spectacle that he momentarily forgot the most fundamental principles. Though it may withstand bullets, the internal organs would certainly suffer. However, if this were to be affixed to a tank, it would be utterly formidable. Tang Xian mused. Envisioning the sight of Dragon Country tanks galloping across the battlefield, lightweight tanks facing heavy ones with unperturbed composure. The significance of the spiritual armor became abundantly clear. Now he understood why the system insisted he undertake this task himself. No need for haste. Let us proceed with patience. I hope there are favorable developments from Li Fei and his group. The following morning, at the Qingyu sect, the second elder, bearing a weighty mission, hastened towards Peicing with 100 pieces of exquisite mysterious iron ore. No sooner had he departed the demon sect than a disciple rushed into the demon lord's hall. Reporting to the demon lord, the individuals dispatched on a mission last night have yet to return. What? Have you sent someone to search for them? Qian Renjian inquired. His brow furrowed. The disciple replied, We have searched thoroughly, but no traces have been found. Neither the living nor the deceased are in sight. With a resounding clap, Qian Renjian sprang to his feet. How could such a calamity occur? The Qingyu sect has never provoked the Qifeng sect, yet our first mission has ended in failure. It cannot possibly be Xiaohe. A sudden thought struck him. This individual had consistently evaded sect wars, mastering the art of subterfuge. Indeed, if even Xue Kuei had fallen, it was entirely conceivable that a few lesser soldiers could succumb to an ambush. Cursed Xiaohe, you wretched scoundrel! Relay my orders. The Qingyu sect is not to venture outside for the time being. Do not grant that Xiaohe any opportunity. Understood. The disciple promptly departed. Yet, scarcely a moment had passed before Qian Renjian rose again, agitation surging within him. Alas, the second elder has ventured out with the precious iron ore. Summon someone to the elders' hall to inform the elders to escort the second elder. Meanwhile, the second elder reveled in his possession of the storage bag brimming with precious iron ore, elated at the prospect of the Qingyu sect acquiring an artifact. However, a twinge of concern nagged at him, fearing that someone might seize the opportunity before him. Thus, he quickened his pace, successfully evading the pursuing elders. Returning empty-handed, the elders left Qian Renjian in a state of unrest. Those 100 pieces of exquisite mysterious iron ore were of incalculable value. Xiaohe, I shall ensure that this debt is settled. Though he uttered fierce words, Qian Renjian dared not pursue retribution. Yet, his heart bled at the thought of such a substantial and unwarranted loss. The bitterness was palpable. In a corner of Peicing, on a towering edifice, the vigilant figure fixed his gaze upon the city gate through a telescope. After a brief interval, he discerned the black-robed elder he had sought to exchange firearms with the previous day. Upon delivering spirit stones to a monk, he entered the premises. The arrival of this individual was met with understanding from Li Fei and his companions, who promptly retreated to the alley from the day before. Moments later, the second elder appeared before them, his heart filled with joy upon seeing Li Fei and his companions awaiting his presence. It seemed the artifact had yet to be exchanged. Esteemed ones, I have brought the refined iron stones. The artifact remains, correct? Indeed, Li Fei replied, summoning the hired cultivator. They could not ascertain the grade of the refined iron stones and needed someone to verify them. The second elder produced a storage bag and retrieved a fist-sized refined iron stone. The hired cultivator's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, this is indeed the Xian grade refined iron stone. Li Fei observed him, musing on how the cultivator appeared more exhilarated than himself. My friend, it is 100 pieces, correct? Li Fei inquired with a smile. The second elder nodded affirmatively. 100 pieces, not a single one less. The cultivator hefted the storage bag, and Li Fei peered inside. It was filled to the brim. Ha ha ha, the task assigned by Commander Tang has been accomplished. He signaled to Zhou Tong, who promptly tossed the handgun over. Take it, the transaction is successful. The second elder's expression was one of elation. He had acquired the artifact. Indeed, these merchants are quite honorable. They kept their word. He swiftly grasped the handgun and, without so much as a word on its usage or any further inquiries, made a hasty exit. His speed was remarkable. Li Fei and his companions stood in astonishment. However, it simplified matters, sparing them the need to concoct excuses, especially since it was devoid of ammunition. The second elder was astute. Though the alley was deserted, there were others outside. In Peicing, where hidden talents abounded, should anyone glimpse the artifact, he would surely be unable to contain it. Not only would he face accountability, but he might even meet his demise right there. Later, Big Eye observed him swiftly departing the city, soaring away without a backward glance. Commander Tang, the matter is resolved. Li Fei eagerly reported back to Tang Xian. Tang Xian's heart soared upon hearing the news. Even without visiting the Jiogong sect, they had secured the refined iron stones. This was a triumph. Return to the base at once. Exercise caution. I will dispatch a helicopter for your retrieval. Understood. With the acquisition secured, Li Fei and his group prepared for their departure. Before leaving, they deposited numerous seeds and returned aboard the Spirit Lion. Later, the second elder arrived back at the Qingyu sect. His return was heralded throughout the sect, as if a new son-in-law had arrived. The second elder had never experienced such treatment. He walked with his chest out and head held high, a grin nearly splitting his face. Behold, this is the power of the artifact. The entire demon sect is elated. Where have you been? Upon reaching the demon lord's hall, a thunderous reprimand from Qianren felt like a bucket of cold water drenching the second elder, leaving him utterly bewildered. What have I been doing? I am heading to exchange for the divine artifact. Aren't you aware? Lord Qianmao. I'm going to Peicing to exchange for the artifact. What? Didn't Tishui stop you? Upon hearing this, the second elder was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What is happening? Xiaohe is outside preventing me? No, not at all. The second elder stammered. Hearing this, Qianren let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was none. Now, where's the artifact? Quickly present it to me. The second elder hurriedly ran over, eager to present the artifact to Qianren. Once Qianren received it, a look of bewilderment spread across his face. This is it. Indeed, Lord Qianmao. This is the artifact. Smack. Before the second elder could say anything further, Qianren delivered a resounding slap. You worthless fool. This is merely a piece of scrap metal, devoid of any spiritual energy, and you dare claim it's an artifact. The second elder, feeling aggrieved, covered his face and explained, Lord Qianmao, I too believed it to be so, yet this is indeed the artifact. I witnessed with my own eyes that the individual used this to annihilate a golden core cultivator. It was a swift kill. Very well, if you assert this is an artifact, then demonstrate it for me. Qianren directly shoved the weapon back to the second elder. Steadying his emotions, the second elder took it and studied it for a while. Subsequently, he placed his finger on the trigger. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. This object actually conceals a mechanism. Qianren listened intently, his eyes widening as he quickly snatched it back. Such a small item crafted with such precision. Could it genuinely be an artifact? He felt a surge of excitement. If it truly was an artifact, then what was Xiaohe still prancing about for? Chapter 47. The conspiracy unfolds. Qianren, holding a handgun, studied it intently for a while before suddenly ejecting the magazine. The unexpected turn of events startled him, causing him to hastily discard the weapon. The second elder was equally alarmed, for this device truly had the capacity to inflict harm. After a moment, as they observed the motionless object on the ground, they cautiously picked it up once more. With meticulous care, Qianren reinserted the magazine and, mimicking the second elder's demeanor, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 attempts, Qianren furrowed his brow, realizing he was utterly perplexed. How does one wield this to kill? The second elder found himself stumped by the question. In his haste to evade others, he had neglected to inquire about its operation. However, he knew that admitting ignorance would likely earn him a reprimand. Thus, he forced himself to appear knowledgeable and declared, Lord of the thousands of demons. I surmise this device requires spiritual energy. Of course, our demonic energy should suffice as well. Allow me to give it a try. Cautiously, the second elder took the weapon, and his palms soon enveloped it in demonic energy. With a sudden exertion, a plume of black smoke erupted from the barrel, soaring at least 20 centimeters into the air. Qianren, are you jesting with me? Smack. Another slap struck him. You worthless fool. This is the toy you exchanged 100 pieces of refined iron for. Lord of the thousands of demons, this truly is a divine artifact. At that moment, while the second elder was being reprimanded, a disciple of the demon sect rushed in, reporting to the Lord of the thousands of demons. Master Shi Haiqing of the Chiefing sect seeks an audience. Shi Haiqing? Qianrenzhan was filled with confusion. Why would the leader of a celestial sect come to seek an audience with the master of the demon sect? Could it be that he intends to gather intelligence? Let him in. Yes. Soon, Shi Haiqing entered the demon lord's hall and was greeted by the sight of Qianrenzhan and the second elder standing below. The skeletal throne remained unoccupied, as Qianrenzhan had descended to avoid revealing his identity. Master Shi, what brings you to my Qingyu sect? Qianrenzhan inquired. As Shi Haiqing opened his mouth to respond, his gaze fell upon the divine artifact clutched in the second elder's hands. By the heavens, he instinctively took several steps back, his expression fraught with fear. Elder Qian, where did you acquire this divine artifact? Qianrenzhan was equally bewildered. What was happening? Had he seen this artifact before? That is of no concern to you. Now speak, what brings you here? Qianrenzhan chose not to address the question, knowing that Shi Haiqing's fear could work to his advantage. Regaining his composure, Shi Haiqing stated directly, the Qin Yuan sect has developed a new type of grain seed, and a significant number of the villages under my jurisdiction have defected, wishing to ally with the Qin Yuan sect. Therefore, I wish to collaborate with the Qinyu sect to jointly suppress Xiaohe. Elder Qian, there is no need for you to conceal the truth from me. I am already aware that Blood Kuei, the demon lord, has met with misfortune. When Blood Kuei ventured to Yuanshan, one of my elders was nearby and witnessed the entire ordeal. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the expression of Qianrenzhan turned cold, yet he offered no explanation. After all, the witnesses had seen it with their own eyes. What good would it do to fabricate stories? So, you seek my collaboration to strike against the Qin Yuan sect? Knowing that Xiaohe possesses a divine artifact, do you wish for my Qinyu sect to sacrifice itself for your cause? His divine artifact is identical to the one wielded by the second elder, Shi Haiqing asserted with certainty, simultaneously revealing the wound on his shoulder. A remnant of a recent altercation. Old Qian, he deliberately spared my life back then. Had he struck my head, I would undoubtedly have perished, the second elder interjected, seemingly having found a point of justification. The Golden Dan that was slain suffered a head injury. Golden Dan? Shi Haiqing was quick to seize upon this detail. Astonishingly, this useless individual had risen to the rank of demon lord. This was advantageous. It would be far easier to negotiate than if he were to align with Blood Kuei. Observing the seriousness of the two, Qianrenzhan remained skeptical that such a thing could truly result in death. However, since they believed it, let them test it for themselves. Oh wait. Qianrenzhan suddenly recalled that it was Shi Haiqing who sought his cooperation. He had a request of him. How could he not extract something from this? Hee. Master Shi, I comprehend your intent. You wish for me to send someone with the divine artifact to eliminate Xiaohe, thereby securing our collaboration? Precisely. Bringing the divine artifact is paramount. Shi Haiqing, having witnessed its formidable power, proposed, you send someone with it, and I shall ambush them en route to reclaim it. A flawless plan. Then we must discuss remuneration, Qianrenzhan replied, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You cannot expect my Qinyu sect to labor without compensation, even though I find Xiaohe quite disagreeable. Shi Haiqing discerned the ulterior motive in this proposition, however. In pursuit of the divine artifact, he was willing to negotiate. Of course, remuneration is not an issue. Old Qian. I should say, Demon Lord Qian, what do you deem appropriate? Qianrenzhan feigned contemplation, and after a protracted pause, he slowly articulated, I believe 200 pieces of Xian-grade refined iron stone would be quite fair. Your Qifeng sect has connections with the Jiugong sect. Acquiring a bit of refined iron stone should be manageable. Upon hearing Qianrenzhan's demand, Shi Haiqing nearly spat blood. 200 pieces of refined iron stone, and of the Xian grade no less. You are truly audacious. Even with my connections to the Jiugong sect, I would still have to purchase it. Demon Lord, do you truly believe Xiaohe's life is worth so much? I do, Qianrenzhan replied resolutely. Otherwise, Master Shi would not have traveled such a distance to seek my collaboration. Moreover, with my divine artifact in hand, this transaction is assuredly profitable. You could even take the opportunity to merge the villages and towns of the Qin Yuan sect. Rest assured, as long as it lies within your jurisdiction, the Qinyu sect shall not interfere. Isn't that incentive sufficient? Qianrenzhan expounded at length, leaving Shi Haiqing entrenched in thought. He harbored doubts regarding Qianrenzhan's promise of fidelity. After all, human lives were viewed as resources for cultivation within the demonic sects, serving as nourishment for enhancing one's prowess. If my Qifeng sect were to consume the nearby towns, would you not find yourself bereft of resources and left to await your demise? However, if the divine artifact were to fall into my hands, you would be powerless to act against me, and I could even turn the tables and obliterate you. This transaction is straightforward, as long as I can seize the artifact. It is a guaranteed profit. After a prolonged silence, Shi Haiqing spoke with an air of deliberation, as if he were making a monumental decision. Since the Lord of 1,000 Demons is so earnest, I shall acquiesce. I have recently mastered a secret technique that allows me to traverse 1,000 miles in a day to procure the fine iron stone from the Nine Palaces sect. Tomorrow morning, we shall eliminate Xiaohe. Shi Haiqing's proclamation was nothing but bravado. He possessed no such technique for swift travel. Rather, it was merely a reserve of fine iron stone that the sect had accumulated over the decades, intended to avoid attracting unwanted attention and peril. Very well, replied the 1,000 Slaughters enthusiastically. However, I can only provide you with the fine iron stone once the task is complete. Agreed. If all else fails, I shall simply take it from you. 1,000 Slaughters mused inwardly. Both individuals harbored ulterior motives, and thus, they reached this remarkably sincere agreement. The second elder, who had been listening nearby, was filled with excitement. The Lord of 1,000 Demons was quite impressive. Not only would he acquire the divine artifact, but he would also gain an additional 200 fine iron stones, a remarkable feat indeed. Chapter 48, New Plans and Layouts at the Dragon Nation Base. Both teams returned safely, and old Lu hurried over to greet them. How did it go, Commander Tang? Was the matter resolved? Tang Xian made an okay gesture, his face beaming with a smile. Indeed, it went exceedingly well. By the way, let me show you something remarkable. Tang Xian approached the center of the base and displayed the captured spirit armor, draping it over a stone pillar. Old Lu inquired with interest, Commander Tang, is this the spirit armor? Yes, it was an unexpected find. But wait, the most important demonstration is yet to come. Signaling, Li Fei approached, carrying an anti-material sniper rifle. The commotion drew the attention of numerous soldiers, who gathered to witness the event. Li Fei positioned himself on the ground, aiming at the spirit armor, and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the bullet struck its target, and the stone pillar disintegrated as if blasted apart, debris flying everywhere. Remarkably, the spirit armor remained unscathed, and even the flattened bullet could be retrieved. Good heavens! The officers were astonished, and old Lu couldn't help but express his admiration. Commander Tang, this spirit armor is simply extraordinary. Imagine if it were affixed to an armored vehicle. It would be invincible. Indeed, this is the mark of seasoned veterans, who do not limit their thinking to mere personal protection. Clearly, it has the potential to revolutionize our modern armor. Tang Xian remarked as he lifted the spirit armor. We need to find someone knowledgeable to assess its grade. At that moment, Blood Kuei rushed over from a distance, followed by a jeep filled with soldiers. The occupants of the jeep shouted slogans, echoing each line as Blood Kuei followed suit. One misstep need not be a lifelong regret. Today, I resolve to become a new man. Blood Kuei frowned and joined in the chant. Bring that demon over. Tang Xian's voice crackled through the radio to the soldiers. They escorted Blood Kuei to the testing ground. My friend, have you been well these past few days? Your brethren from the demon sect must have long forgotten you. Busy sowing discord in the villages instead. Why not show some sincerity and join us in the Dragon Nation? Tang Xian smiled, ever amiable when addressing beings from other realms. Blood Kuei had somewhat acclimated to this repetitive lifestyle, yet upon hearing Tang Xian's words, he felt a lump in his chest. What is happening? They not only neglect me but also send people to plunder the villages. It must be that 1,000 Slayers. Blood Kuei's face paled, aside from himself. 1,000 Slayers was the most seasoned and powerful within the quiet sect. The temporary commander, Dakian, surely remained in his grasp. And here they acted as if he did not exist? That wretch. He better pray I never return. Otherwise, I shall rend him limb from limb. What are you thinking? Our Commander Tang is addressing you, a soldier in the jeep remarked, observing Blood Kuei, who appeared somewhat dazed. Shui Kuei reacted almost instinctively, seeking to evade the peril before him. This fiery, stick-like object often turned the grassy fields he traversed during his runs upside down. Its power was utterly demonic. Tang, Commander Tang. This was the first time Shui Kuei addressed him in such a manner. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively. There's no rush to discuss defection. For now, assist me in examining this piece of spirit armor. As Shui Kuei grasped the armor, his eyes widened in horror. This is a high-grade Xian spirit armor. Where did you acquire this? Oh, by the look on your face, it seems this item is quite precious. Precious is an understatement. Shui Kuei inhaled deeply, tenderly polishing the armor as if it were a cherished treasure. He murmured to himself, forging high-grade Xian spirit armor requires earth-grade fine iron stones, which are exceedingly rare. Moreover, The number of artisans capable of crafting such armor is scant. To my knowledge, only the Lord of Falling Cloud Valley within 100 kilometers is able to do so. However, that individual is notoriously proud, crafting only a few pieces each year and imposing stringent demands on those who seek armor. First, the requester must be female. Second, she must possess remarkable beauty. And finally, her cultivation must be above golden core. Shuekui continued, seemingly lost in reverie. As he envisioned himself donning a high-grade armor paired with his earth-grade demon blade, a sight of unrivaled majesty. Yet now, with the demon blade refined away, he could only caress the armor wistfully. I was once a formidable demon lord, overshadowing countless celestial sects, and now I find myself reduced to this. Therefore, from whom did you acquire this armor? Shuekui abruptly inquired. Tang Xian produced several storage bags, each adorned with the emblem of the Clear Serenity sect. I seized it from one of your Clear Serenity disciples. Shuekui stood dumbfounded, as if struck by a thunderbolt. What nonsense is this? You took it from a disciple of the Clear Serenity sect? Who on earth has such a thing? How was I not aware of it? Tell me at once, from whose storage bag did you extract this treasure? I shall return and flay him alive. If only I had received this armor sooner, I would never have been captured. Shuekui was nearly driven to madness, only to feel a sharp pain in his backside. Moments later, he lay limply on the ground, dragged away by the officers. Did you hear that, old Lu? Falling Cloud Valley, Tang Xian said with a sly glint in his eyes, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Shall we invite him over as a guest? Old Lu nodded in agreement with Tang Xian's proposal. Commander Tang, bringing him over is feasible, but I believe we should cultivate a dedicated group of artisans for our own use. Indeed, I have contemplated this, Tang Xian replied, gazing skyward with his hands clasped behind his back. After all, our nation possesses a vast reservoir of steel. Relying solely on one individual would be utterly exhausting. Laughter erupted among the surrounding officers at Tang Xian's occasional dark humor. Thus, from this moment forth, we must seek the talents we require. After listening to Tang Xian's words, Old Lu remarked, entrusting this matter to Xiao he should pose no issues. Indeed, he is our only option. Aside from him, we possess no other allies. Tang Xian called upon the Spirit Lion and promptly penned a letter, instructing it to deliver the message to the Qin Yuan faction. However, unbeknownst to Tang Xian, Xiao He was currently lying in ambush in the villages under his jurisdiction, not far from Yuan Mountain. In a village within the southern region of Yuan Mountain. Under the control of the Qin Yuan faction, Xiao He had already been waiting for 2 days, yet not a trace of the demon had appeared. Moreover, the nearby villages had their own informants, and no news of an attack had emerged. What could this mean? Master Xiao, it's possible the demon has learned of our ambush and hence refrained from approaching, Elder Yang suggested. Xiao He pondered this, nodding in contemplation before shaking his head. Regardless of whether they were aware of our presence here, we cannot retreat at this juncture. The seeds bestowed upon us by the celestial Master Tang have yet to fully disperse, and there are indications that the Chi Feng faction may be inclined to switch allegiances. Seizing this opportunity, I must ensure the Chi Feng faction pays dearly. Little did Xiao He know. The Chi Feng faction had already entered into a deceptive alliance with the Qin Yu sect. A grand conspiracy was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 49. Attention builds early the next morning at Qin Yu Gate. Before dawn broke, Qianren summoned a gathered demonic crowd to the command platform. The platform was vast, currently hosting over 10,000 disciples of the demonic sect. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back on the elevated stage, Qianren soon received an elder who approached, cradling a black box. The box was intricately carved with hollowed-out totems, emanating a dark red demonic aura. This is the divine demon pill. The disciples gasped in astonishment, realizing that the elder held one of Qin Yu Gate's treasures, the divine demon pill. This pill, classified as an earthly-grade elixir, could exponentially boost the cultivation of a practitioner of demonic arts, elevating their combat prowess to a terrifying degree. However, its backlash was formidable. Once the effects waned, the user would be rendered utterly useless. The pill was regarded as one of Qin Yu Gate's invaluable assets due to its immense power. In dire situations against formidable foes, consuming this pill could turn the tide in their favor. Why has the Lord of 10,000 Demons suddenly brought this forth? Could it be that Qin Yu Gate is facing an unforeseen crisis? With this thought, the demonic crowd became increasingly anxious, their expressions taut with apprehension. Fear not. Qianren addressed them after accepting the box, his tone calm. We are not confronting a great enemy. Rather, we have an extraordinary opportunity for advancement and wealth. The leader of the Chiefing sect, Shi Haiqing, has made an agreement with me, offering a reward of 200 pieces of profound iron ore. 200. If we can ambush them en route, we could acquire an abundance of spirit stones, significantly bolstering the strength of Qin Yu Gate. Thus, I have summoned you all to the command platform today to see which brave warrior of the demonic sect dares to undertake this mission. Qianren, a man who greatly feared death and had already secured his position as the demon lord, would not risk his cultivation for mere iron ore. It was only fitting to send a fearless disciple on this perilous task. However, upon hearing his words, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Practitioners of demonic arts are not fools. Consuming such a pill would lead to a loss of cultivation, rendering them akin to mere mortals, easy prey for others. Qianren seemed to anticipate this reaction, raising one hand to the heavens in reassurance. Qianren thought that whoever accepts this task shall be hailed as a great benefactor of Qing Yugate. They will enjoy a century of provisions from the sect, be elevated to the rank of elder, and secure a life of comfort. Indeed, upon hearing this proclamation, some in the audience began to stir with eagerness, particularly those disciples whose cultivation was neither particularly high nor low. Here, without opportunities to stand out, perhaps seizing this chance could be worthwhile after all. The promise of a life of ease at Qing Yugate was temptation enough. Demon Lord, I am willing to go. Demon Lord, I shall go. I can do it. In no time, the previously hesitant disciples of the demonic sect began to clamor for the opportunity. Qianren smiled, observing the scene. See how effortlessly matters unfold. Even a random selection would surely favor the more capable, enhancing the likelihood of success. In the end, he chose a disciple at the initial stage of the golden core and, after bestowing upon him the divine demon pill, cautioned him for a considerable time before the disciple led several hundred demonic followers, accompanying the second elder out of the mountain. The second elder, armed with a pistol, had to go. Several dozen kilometers south of Qing Yugate, Shihai personally led several hundred disciples from the chiefing sect, awaiting the arrival of the Qing Yugate members. Intelligence had revealed the location of Xiaohe, and once they neared their destination, they would eliminate the disciples of the demon sect and seize the divine artifact, allowing them to journey southward and eventually eliminate Xiaohe. How delightful! Master, they have arrived. Upon hearing this, Shihai gazed into the distance and, upon spotting the leader as the second elder of the demon sect, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. 1,000 kills, indeed. Your timid demeanor pales in comparison to that of Blood Kuei. The divine artifact is brought forth and yet you do not follow. How fortunate for me. Master Xiao, do you have the refined iron stones? Upon their approach, the second elder was the first to inquire. Their mission was to seize the refined iron stones, and it was imperative to confirm beforehand. Rest assured, 200, not a single one missing. Shihai brandished 2 storage bags, allowing the sound of stones clinking to be heard. To assuage the second elder's doubts, he even produced a few pieces for the other to inspect. The second elder, secretly pleased, nodded in approval before retrieving the divine artifact. He pulled the trigger several times. Click, click. The sound was as crisp as it had been the previous day. The divine artifact was here. Xiaohe was surely doomed today, and he hoped for a pleasant collaboration. Shihai, however, felt a flicker of suspicion. The appearance of the artifact was identical to that wielded by Xiaohe, yet the sound differed so greatly. The latter produced a resounding crack, while his own was still silent. Was it perhaps that the demonic energy could not activate it? After much contemplation, Shihai could only rationalize this with that explanation. As for the truth, it would be determined once they seized it. This actually suited him well. If their demonic energy could not stimulate the divine artifact, this operation would be all the more effortless. Second elder, Xiaohe is currently in a village town in the southern part of Yuanshan. Let us proceed swiftly. After the kill, we shall trade promptly. Shihai could hardly contain his impatience. The second elder and his group were equally anxious, the divine demon pill nearly sweating in their hands. The vicinity of Yuanshan was open, and it was there that they would strike. Both sides harbored ulterior motives as they rapidly advanced toward their target. As they drew nearer to Yuanshan, their expressions grew increasingly tense. Just before reaching their destination, Shihai first revealed a cunning glint in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the accompanying disciples of the chiefing sect halted immediately, their hands resting on their swords, poised for action. The demonic followers led by the second elder were caught off guard by such a maneuver and quickly drew their ghostly blades. Second elder, I feel you are deceiving me. Shihai spoke softly, forcefully seeking justification. The divine artifact you hold does not seem to be what it claims. The second elder, being astute, realized from Shihai's gaze that matters were not as they appeared. Shihai, I did not expect you to be scheming to seize from us. Master Shih, you are intentionally provoking trouble. When I visited the Serene Gate yesterday, the Lord of 1,000 Demons saw through your deceit. Now, do not attempt to resist any longer. Surrender the refined iron stone at once, and we shall spare your lives. Shihai laughed as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. You speak of your esteemed Lord of the 1,000 Slaughters. I have never feared him. Do you think you few can intimidate me? It is like striking a stone with an egg. In an instant, Shi Haiqing drew his spiritual sword with a swift motion. The blade emitted a resonant clang, carving a long rainbow in the air. Immediately, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the sword, causing it to burst forth in dazzling radiance. How dare you, wretched creatures, utter such reckless words? Surrender the sacred artifact, and I shall grant you mercy. Upon hearing this, a tall demon from the serene gate stepped forward. From an unknown hiding place, he produced a divine demon pill box, which he crushed with a swift motion, holding the divine demon pill tightly in his grasp. In that instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and the once clear sky was shrouded in darkness. The members of the serene gate glared with red eyes, their lips curling into sinister smiles. The divine demon pill. Shi Haiqing's eyes widened in astonishment. This power, this terrifying influence, must undoubtedly be the profound divine demon pill of the serene gate. Hurry, stop him from consuming it. Chapter 50, The Potent Demon-Slaying Pill. Shi Haiqing. Injured Shi Haiqing was in a state of panic, fully aware of the formidable nature of the demon-slaying pill. As a treasured asset of the Qingyu sect, it was utterly unexpected that Qianrenzhan would dare to employ such a powerful item. Gradually, he came to understand that Qianrenzhan had long ago deemed himself a plump target for slaughter. At that moment, disciples of the Qifeng sect simultaneously arranged a sword formation, attempting to encircle and prevent the demonic disciple from consuming the pill. Shi Haiqing surged to the forefront, but alas, he was a moment too late. The demonic disciple showed no hesitation as he swallowed the pill, all in pursuit of a life of ease. In the next instant, he felt his internal organs tearing apart, a searing pain quickly enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, his muscles began to swell, and his hair transformed from a dark crimson to a striking blood red. Boom! A tremendous surge of demonic energy erupted in a wave, effortlessly shattering the Qifeng sect's sword formation with a mere careless motion. The disciples who had arranged the formation cried out in agony, being flung like kites several meters away before crashing to the ground. Even Shi Haiqing was not spared. He instinctively used his sword as a shield, but the overwhelming force propelled him back several meters, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. PFF. His complexion turned pale, drained of color in an instant. Ha! The second elder and others, who had remained inactive, burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Shi Haiqing, today marks your downfall. Did you not foresee the sheer might of the demon-slaying pill? To be honest, we too did not anticipate its potency, rendering a cultivator close to the pinnacle of the golden core utterly defenseless. Listen well, surrender the fine iron stone, and I may consider sparing your life. Do not delay our progress. We still have Xiaohe's fate to secure. With a divine artifact already in hand, coupled with the strength of the disciple who had consumed the pill, failing to eliminate Xiaohe would be an affront to justice. Shi Haiqing stood on the brink of despair, never having imagined he would find himself in such a dire predicament. Yet, he refused to concede. The prosperity of the Qifeng sect and the value of the fine iron stone fueled his unwillingness to surrender. Casting a glance at the Yuanshan mountain range behind him, Shi Haiqing hesitated not a moment longer and leapt onto his flying sword, making a swift retreat. The Yuanshan stretched for hundreds of miles, teeming with ferocious beasts. Hiding within it offered a glimmer of hope for escape. Remaining here was tantamount to certain death. Thus, he resolved to fight for survival. Upon witnessing Shi Haiqing's flight, the second elder trembled with rage. Shi Haiqing, you brought this upon yourself. After him, 100 demonic followers swiftly pursued, receiving orders to spare no effort in slaying Shi Haiqing and seizing the fine iron stone. A chase ensued between the two factions. At the Dragon Kingdom base, Tang Xian sipped tea in his office while assessing the situation in the falling cloud valley. His primary concern remained the terrain along the route, aiming to avoid any sect strongholds if possible. Until he had fully solidified his power, it was best to avoid drawing attention. He took a pen and drew a line, marking the path from the Dragon Kingdom base to Falling Cloud Valley. This route most closely aligned with his requirements, minimizing encounters with sects and mountainous regions. As he continued to paint, Tang Xian found the corners of his mouth lifting in anticipation of what the master of Luoyun Valley, a connoisseur of beauty yet bound by numerous rules, would be like once captured. Commander Tang. Suddenly, old Lu burst in without knocking. There's been an incident. The radar has detected nearly 100 targets 18 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian set down his teacup and rushed to the radar room. Just as old Lu had indicated, the monitor was filled with densely packed target points. He immediately issued commands. Dian. Deploy a drone to ascertain the identity of the approaching individuals. The air defense units are to enter a state of heightened readiness. Await my orders to engage. Armed helicopters. Power up and stand by. Understood. Came the synchronized replies over the radio. Soon, Dian's drone took off, racing towards the direction of the incoming figures. Within 10 minutes, The visuals were transmitted back to headquarters. Tang Xian beheld a cultivator riding a flying sword, blood trickling from his mouth, pursued by nearly 100 oddly dressed individuals. One stood out distinctly, his long hair a vivid crimson and his physique exceptionally imposing, a demon. Such unmistakable traits could only belong to a demon. Bring Shuekui to me. The group following is from the demon sect. If we can persuade them to surrender, do so. Otherwise, eliminate them. Understood. Old Lu hurriedly departed. Tang Xian continued to relay orders over the radio. Combat units, be advised. A group of demons is approaching, with a cultivator from the immortal sect at the forefront. Caution, do not engage the first individual. Follow my command regarding the others. Repeat, let the first pass. Do not kill. The air defense units acknowledged. The armed helicopter units confirmed as well. Before long, Shuekui was escorted out by several special forces. As a demon, he was highly sensitive to demonic energy and was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming aura emanating from the approaching group. What is going on? Is there such a powerful demon within 100 kilometers? Could they be here to rescue me? Shuekui's expression brightened, but he quickly regained his composure. No. The Qingyu sect has no allies. They wouldn't come to my aid when they seek to consume me. If it weren't for the threat posed by the divine demonic pill, the Qingyu sect would have long since perished. Who could this be? Just then, he noticed Shi Haiqing speeding towards him. Shi Haiqing, what brings you here? Shuekui was taken aback, and Shi Haiqing, equally surprised, gazed around in astonishment. Where's this place? Why are there so many buildings? And who are those individuals dressed in peculiar attire below? Goodness. Shi Haiqing then spotted Shuekui gazing up at him. The once fearsome demon lord now appeared remarkably docile, resembling an innocuous mortal. Only Shuekui knew that he had been dulled by the passage of time. Friend, capture the cultivator in the sky, but do not harm him. Tang Xian approached Shuekui with a beaming smile. Shuekui dared not resist. He gently raised his hand, and a formidable surge of demonic energy swiftly coalesced into a claw. Startled, Shi Haiqing prepared to evade, but alas, his injuries rendered him incapable of escaping the grasp of a nascent soul-stage being. In an instant, he was captured, his throat firmly grasped by Shuekui. Do not trouble me. Remain still, Shuekui commanded coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Xian. Tang Xian nodded slightly, thoroughly pleased with Shuekui's actions. Shi Haiqing was utterly bewildered. Shuekui, what is this situation? Willingly obeying a mere mortal? Shi Haiqing exclaimed. Now, let us see where you can flee. The voice of the second elder echoed from afar. Sensing Shi Haiqing's aura, he surmised that escape was futile for the gravely injured. However, upon appearing, a look of sheer astonishment washed over his face. What in the world? The demon lord Shuekui. Chapter 51. Reaping the benefits of others, he encountered Blood Kui. And naturally, Blood Kui saw him as well. Behind them stood a disciple of the demon sect, whose physique was grotesquely disproportionate. Uft! Blood Kui nearly spat blood. You've consumed the divine demon pill. That is the foundation of the Qingyu sect. Blood Kui, the demon lord. What brings you here? The second elder wept tears of joy, overwhelmed and unanticipated by the demon sect's arduous search. It seems you weren't really looking. Who gave you the audacity to consume the divine demon pill? Blood Kui erupted in fury, unable to fathom how the one who devoured the demon pill could possibly save himself. These Dragon Kingdom people are utterly insufferable. I knew the ultimate technique I used to protect the Qingyu sect would be recklessly employed by you incompetent fools. It was the Thousand Demon Lord who advocated for consuming the demon pill. The Thousand Demon Lord? Blood Kui's rage ignited at the mention of his name. I knew it was him. Not only did he fail to seek out this demon lord, but he even dared to usurp the throne. My friend, since we are already acquainted, let us compel their surrender, Tang Xian remarked nonchalantly amidst the awkward atmosphere. Blood Kui nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Commander Tang. I shall ensure their capitulation. However, may I discuss a matter with you? There is a grave issue within the Qingyu sect. Might I return to eliminate that scoundrel? The Thousand Cuts? Tang Xian remained silent, and Blood Kui gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. At that moment, the disciple who had consumed the divine demon pill swelled with power. It was evident that his demon lord was under threat. Do not worry, demon lord. I shall save you. The disciple's voice resonated deeply, akin to a rumbling thunder, as if a true demon had descended upon the world. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with a murderous intent, causing nearby ferocious beasts to flee in panic. Do not move. It's fine. He disregarded Blood Kui's words and raised his ominous blade with fervor. Then, 3 fiery projectiles streaked toward him, leaving long trails of flame in their wake. Boom! A sound erupted louder than thunder. In the very spot where the disciple had just hovered, 3 colossal fireballs materialized. Whoosh! A shoe then flew out from behind, smoking as it landed before Blood Kui. Blood Kuei's expression was utterly beyond description, frozen in shock. He was on the verge of tears. Ah, those worthless scoundrels. The divine demon pill is ruined. The spectacle that had just unfolded was clear to all present. The second elder stood dumbfounded, suspended in the air. Unsure of what to do, Shi Haiqing was astonished. What on earth was that, possessing such overwhelming destructive power? The disciple of the divine demon pill, pushed to the brink, was utterly obliterated. Those in the skies surrender swiftly or face total annihilation. At that moment, armed helicopters hovered above, loudspeakers blaring. Dragon Kingdom offers leniency to captives. The second elder and the gathered demons twitched at the corners of their mouths. This thing it possessed no life. It was a colossal puppet. Slap. A ghostly blade was cast to the ground, followed by 2, then 10, until ultimately, all surrendered, succumbing and lying on the floor under control. In the detention chamber of the base, a soldier, pen and paper in hand, addressed the 2 otherworldly beings within. The second elder and Shi Haiqing exchanged courteous glances and inquired, "What shall we discuss? What shall we say? Let us discuss the reason for the conflict." He attempted to seize my divine artifact. He sought to steal my essence iron stone. The 2 accused each other. The soldier taking notes chuckled softly at their words. Goodness. A divine artifact and essence iron stone? What a lucrative catch. Where are they? Present them. They were taken by you. In the monitoring room. Laughter echoed incessantly, particularly from Li Fei, who exclaimed, "Ha! I never anticipated that the old man in the black robe with whom I transacted was this fellow. He didn't even ask how to use the pistol before dashing away at lightning speed." Zhou Tong and Big Eyes joined in the mirth. Reminiscing about the events in Peiqing, astonished that this individual turned out to be an elder of the demon sect. "Li Fei, you have rendered a great service." Tang Xian beamed as he opened Shi Haiqing's storage bag, revealing it to be brimming with essence iron stones of the profound grade. This was an immense boon for him, who was in dire need of essence iron stones. The 2 otherworldly beings resembled gangsters in a transaction, ready to seize from one another at the slightest disagreement. It seems Shi Haiqing had astutely infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom base, ultimately allowing Tang Xian to reap considerable rewards. "Commander Tang, what shall you bestow upon us as a reward?" Li Fei inquired with a smile. Tang Xian chuckled warmly, responding generously. "How about 500 push-ups each?" "Haha, that won't be necessary." Li Fei and the others exchanged knowing glances and hurriedly departed. Old Lu, observing their antics, couldn't help but chuckle. These kids. Each shall receive a 3rd-class merit award. They risked their lives in Peiqing to complete the mission. Such valor must not be overlooked, Tang Xian stated earnestly. Old Lu nodded. "Rest assured, I understand. Commander Tang, how shall we handle these otherworldly beings? Shall we release them?" "Certainly not. We cannot allow that," Tang Xian asserted decisively. "Did you witness the actions of that demon lord? Within our base, we dictate the terms. Should there be foreign invaders, they represent a formidable force." Old Lu nodded in agreement. Blood Kuei recalled Tang Xian's words. Visualizing the scene with Shi Haiqing, it was exceedingly useful. Report. At that moment, the soldiers conducting the interrogation of the second elder and Shi Haiqing entered. They submitted their testimonies to Tang Xian before departing. Tang Xian briefly reviewed the statements, unable to suppress a smile. It appeared that Xiaohe was swiftly becoming a public enemy. Their dealings were not merely transactional, but rather an attempt to eliminate him. However, with their hidden agendas, they had inadvertently provided us with an opportunity. Lao Lu took the confession and observed it for a moment before speaking. The current situation of the Qin Yuan faction appears rather bleak, does it not? Should we extend our support? Support is certainly warranted, as the Qin Yuan faction is our ally. However, the circumstances are now favorable for Xiaohe. With the leader of the Qi Feng faction captured and the demon lord of the Qin Yu sect also in our midst, both factions are left leaderless. He can focus on economic development, which bodes well for our future. As for the other factions, I currently lack the time to deal with them. We shall take a step back for now. Our priority is to proliferate rice cultivation, as our base has acquired numerous captives, necessitating additional personnel for management. Moreover, with the completion of our defensive measures, it is time we bolster our forces and expand outward. Firstly, we shall focus on those 2 factions. Tang Xian marked 2 red circles above the Qin Yu sect and the Qi Feng faction on the map, merging them and instructing that all villages under their jurisdiction cultivate crops for us. Commander Tang, considering that the leaders of both factions are in our custody, could we not leverage this as a direct threat? Lao Lu conjectured. Tang Xian replied, "That could be one approach, but I cannot guarantee its success. Let us put it this way. If I undertake this endeavor, I must ensure its success. The principle of force prevails. Once we subdue them, we can threaten them effectively, significantly increasing our chances of success." Lao Lu was greatly impressed by Tang Xian's words. Although the commander was merely in his 20s, his mind was sharp. and his actions were prudent, truly a rare and exceptional talent. Chapter 52, The Crucial Reinforcement Deployment Plan, though it may sound simple in words. The true implementation is fraught with numerous tasks, Tang Xian elaborated. Old Lu remained silent, observing as Tang Xian once again approached the map. Tang Xian pointed to the locations of Qingyu Gate and Chiefing Sect, analyzing their positions. Both sects are prominent factions with a vast number of members. Although they lack a central leader, there are always elder-level figures to maintain order. Should these numerous cultivators act in unison, their combat capabilities would be formidable. Therefore, before confronting them, I intend to secure these 4 locations first. With a black marker, Tang Xian circled the 4 smaller sects surrounding Yuanshan. These sects are strategically positioned in a square formation around the base, providing an excellent tactical advantage. Upon seeing this, Old Lu remarked, "Are you suggesting we establish forward observation posts to maximize the safety of the base?" Precisely, it enhances our early warning capabilities. This is not merely directed at Qingyu Gate and Chiefing Sect. The other world is vast, and we cannot predict the talents that may emerge. Our current warning range does not suffice to bolster my sense of security. As we engage externally, discovery is merely a matter of time. Hence, this task must be executed promptly. Simultaneously, our base requires the construction of another facility. Old Lu pondered briefly before tentatively inquiring, "Are you referring to an air raid shelter?" "Astute, you truly understand me," Tang Xian replied with a smile. "Strategic depth is crucial, but the air raid shelter is even more vital. It will serve as the final bastion for the Longwo base. As the saying goes, one man at the pass can hold back 10,000 with an air raid shelter in place. Even if adversaries breach multiple defenses, our core will remain intact." Gazing at the map, Tang Xian muttered to himself, "With so many sects within merely 100 miles, who can guarantee the external situation? One must prepare for rain before it falls. Every matter requires thorough consideration." Commander Tang, the excavation of the air raid shelter can commence at any time. Should we directly annihilate those 4 sects? No, such measures are unnecessary. We can initiate negotiations first. Tang Xian replied with a smile. We can offer them certain rewards, merely placing radar vehicles and missile launchers. In doing so, we can ensure their safety. And they will strive to safeguard our equipment, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Who knows, we may even gain a few allies. Old Lu nodded repeatedly. What a brilliant strategy. Tang Xian continued, "Let Xiaoyi lead our personnel. If they refuse, then we shall have no choice but to eliminate them. Regardless, I have set my sights on these territories." Though Tang Xian did not vocalize this thought, Old Lu understood its implication instantly. "Commander Tang, I shall personally oversee this matter." Having concluded these discussions, Tang Xian returned to the realm of reality. The primary objective of this venture into the other world was manpower, as the excavation of the air raid shelter would require a substantial workforce. Upon hearing of the opportunity to enter the other world, the members of the Wolf-Tooth Special Operations Brigade eagerly vied for spots. At long last, after a prolonged wait, the moment had arrived. Tang Xian gazed upon the assembled soldiers, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Do not rush. The construction of the base over there is nearly complete. Within 2 days, you shall all be able to venture forth." Tang Xian was known for his decisiveness, and the soldiers felt reassured by his words. The following morning, as the portal opened, 3,000 fully equipped Special Forces soldiers descended into the other world. Upon their arrival, they were awestruck by the enchanting scenery, birds chirping and flowers blooming. Verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters. How splendid this other world was. "Do not linger in wonder." Tang Xian's voice snapped them back to reality. "Assist the construction department in excavating the air raid shelters." Yes. Upon hearing this command, the soldiers enthusiastically joined the ranks of those engaged in the arduous task of tunneling, their spirits high amidst the allure of this fantastical realm. Nearby, the time for their daily exercise had arrived. Nearly 100 individuals formed 3 lines, jogging around the enclosed area under the watchful eye of 2 jeeps. Their shouts echoed continuously as they dutifully complied. This was in light of the formidable impact they had faced from the Dragon Kingdom's weaponry the previous day, compounded by the threat posed by Blood Kuei. With Blood Kuei as their overseer, it was imperative to keep a close watch on these soldiers, for he yearned to leave Yuanshan and settle accounts with Xianzhan. Of course, this was also at Tang Xian's behest, who would make decisions based on their performance. "Commander Tang, Xiaoyi has arrived," came a voice over the radio. Soon, Xiaoyi landed gracefully atop his flying sword, reaching the skies above the Dragon Kingdom base. Upon disembarking, he was immediately struck by the scene of soldiers jogging in formation. What on earth? Sure, Haiching has been captured as well, along with a second elder from the demon sect. "Xiao Xiaomin, I happen to have matters to discuss with you. Let us converse in the office." Tang Xian led the way, while Xiaoyi steadied his nerves and followed closely. Upon entering the office, Xiaohe quickly clasped his fist in apology. Commander Tang, I sincerely apologize. I was not at the Qin Yuan sect recently and thus did not receive your letter in a timely manner. My disciples were careless upon seeing your handwritten note. They should have notified me immediately. There is no need for explanations, Xiao Xiaomen. I am already aware of the circumstances. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively and continued. Let us get to the point. I require your assistance with a few matters. Please, speak, Commander Tang. First, bring all those from the Qin Yuan sect who possess talent in artifact forging to the Yuanshan base. Second, act as an envoy and visit these sects, he instructed, pointing at the map on the wall. Their geographical locations are crucial to me. No need for further inquiries. Our personnel will handle the negotiations in due course. Without hesitation. Xiaohe responded, understood. His heart brimmed with joy. This was a splendid opportunity, especially since Murong Shui also excelled in artifact forging. By the way, how is the situation with the rice paddies? Tang Xian inquired, glancing at the visibly anxious Xiaohe. Xiaohe promptly replied, Commander Tang, the cultivation of rice has progressed exceptionally well, and I have discovered something particularly significant. Through our spiritual nourishment, the growth rate of the rice is remarkably swift. It is estimated to reach maturity in just 10 days. Is such a phenomenon truly possible? Hearing Xiaohe's words, Tang Xian's heart brimmed with joy. In this case, there is no need to worry about the soldiers' rations at all. Not only for the 7,000 special operations troops, but even if an entire army were to be relocated, there would be no cause for alarm. Excellent. Thus, Master Xiao, I urge you to devote considerable attention to the matter of provisions. It is my duty, Commander Tang. And there is this as well. Xiaohe produced a storage bag filled to the brim with spirit stones. The batch of books that Commander Tang entrusted to me sold exceptionally well. The proceeds are all contained here. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian felt even more elated. As we are soon to negotiate collaborations with the 4 sects, these spirit stones will be indispensable. Master Xiao, you are indeed a benefactor of our dragon nation. Here, allow me to present this to you. It will surely be of assistance. As Tang Xian spoke, he retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his drawer. Chapter 53. The sunglasses-clad Xiaohe, utterly pretentious when Xiaohe beheld the sunglasses in Tang Xian's hands, his eyes widened in astonishment. Commander Tang, what is this? This is essential for your frequent flights. You will inevitably encounter sandstorms or flying insects. This item will perfectly address such issues, Tang Xian replied with a smile. Handing it over to him, Xiaohe examined it for a moment before placing it before his eyes. To his surprise, the lenses changed color. This is indeed a remarkable item. Commander Tang, how do I use it? Xiaohe inquired with great enthusiasm. Tang Xian approached and assisted him in putting them on. As soon as Xiaohe donned the sunglasses, his demeanor transformed instantly, exuding an air of aloofness and arrogance. Indeed, sunglasses are a natural accessory for pretense, even for beings from other realms. It was evident that Xiaohe was quite fond of these glasses, as he carefully adjusted the frames while stepping out, radiating exhilaration. Commander Tang, which celestial being will accompany me to the 4 sects? Lieutenant Liu from the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, the armed helicopter roared to a halt on the playground. Old Liu and a cadre of soldiers descended, and upon spotting Xiaohe, they were momentarily taken aback. Wow, the sunglasses suit him so well. Looking quite the part of a Shanghai big shot. Unable to resist, they stole a few more glances before old Liu approached Tang Xian. Commander Tang, I shall take my leave. Be cautious. If trouble arises, engage directly and do not give them a chance to strike. Rest assured, I will accomplish the mission. After exchanging a few more words, old Liu departed with Xiaohe aboard the helicopter. How on earth did Xiaohe end up here? How did he forge a connection with these Dragon Kingdom individuals? On the grassland, Shi Haiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he ran, exclaiming in shock. Silence, you lot! Barked a soldier from the jeep, followed by a swift kick from Shui Kuei. The nascent soul against the golden core is akin to a father disciplining his son, leaving no room for mercy. Shi Haiqing, if you continue to babble nonsense, do not blame me for rendering you immobile. Damn it. I had plans to reform and return to Qin Yu sect to eliminate that scourge, 1,000 souls. Shi Haiqing nodded frantically, realizing that no matter how bewildered he felt, he dared not inquire further. Shui Kuei, he truly can deliver on his threats. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Haiqing and the demonic followers of Qin Yu sect had not returned for an entire night, causing both sects to near a boiling point. They exchanged accusations, each blaming the other for the turmoil, and tensions were high, almost erupting into conflict. Fortunately, 1,000 souls, though timid, urged the elders to remain calm and avoid confrontation, providing ample reasoning. After all, if they had been defeated even after consuming divine elixirs, what could they possibly use to fight? Let us focus on development. The chiefing sect, lacking a leader, did not contend for positions as the Qinyu sect did. Instead, the elders took charge, intensifying their cultivation and ramping up trials. They all adhered to a singular conviction: they must crush the Qinyu sect to avenge Master Shi. Thus, the two sects fell into a state of heightened military readiness, poised for confrontation. The Qin Yuan sect finds itself in a state of comfort, and at this moment, Xiao He is equally at ease. Seated within the confines of a helicopter, adorned with sunglasses and large headphones, he exudes an air of nonchalance. As he gazes at the swiftly passing scenery below, he reflects inwardly. Indeed, the items provided by Commander Tang are superior. They offer far greater comfort than flying on a sword. The most crucial aspect is the gentle breeze. Master Xiao, which sect shall we visit first? Inquired old Lu. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao He responded, Advisor Lu, among the 4 sects selected by Commander Tang, I am well acquainted with the leaders of 3 of them, all of whom are quite amiable. Their likelihood of refusal is minimal. However, the leader of the Copper Bell sect, located to the north, is obstinate and dismissive. He considers his advantageous position so formidable that he disregards even substantial sects like the Qin Yuan and the Crimson Phoenix. Therefore, Advisor Lu, I suggest we visit there first. Should we encounter failure, it will facilitate a swift reassessment of our strategies. Understood. After a considerable time, a majestic mountain range emerged, its peak piercing the clouds. This was the Copper Bell sect that Xiao He had mentioned. It was indeed a strategic location. Old Lu remarked nonchalantly. If a radar were positioned there, it would offer a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape. Advisor Lu, I shall scout ahead, lest that fellow causes you any inconvenience. Xiao He stated, promptly stepping onto his flying sword and departing first. This was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his sunglasses. They truly defied the wind. With long hair flowing and his blue robe billowing, at this moment, Xiao He was the epitome of elegance. Let us also proceed. The fire control switch is activated, and under Commander Tang's orders, this location must be secured. Indeed, the pilot activated the fire control switch and followed suit. At the Copper Bell sect, a charming little pavilion housed 3 graceful women, who were feeding cherries to a middle-aged man reclining in a lounge chair, engrossed in a book. The man occasionally chuckled softly to himself, pondering the merits of this fantastical narrative, which was filled with exhilarating exploits. It served as an entertaining diversion, and he marveled at the talent of its unknown author. The 200 spirit stones spent on it were well worth it. Master Lu, the Xiao He from the Qin Yuan sect has arrived and wishes to see you, announced a brash disciple who approached, cupping his fist in greeting. Xiao He? What does he want? Lu Qishan replied casually, clearly not regarding Xiao He with much seriousness. The disciple continued, he claims to have important matters to discuss with you. Should the master meet him? Lu Qishan slowly rose, stretching leisurely, and replied unhurriedly, yes, of course, we shall meet. Xiao He has been under considerable pressure lately, with the demonic sect eyeing him covetously, and it seems the Crimson Phoenix sect also harbors ambitions of annexation. I suspect he is here to solicit my assistance. What better opportunity to mock him than this? The Qin Yuan sect? What significance does a large sect hold? Come, let us go see for ourselves. With a look of satisfaction, Lu Qingshan resembled a monarch embarking on a royal procession, leading the 3 women and a dozen disciples towards the mountain gate. In front of the mountain gate, Xiao He pondered how to negotiate with Lu Qingshan. After all, Lu Qingshan was notoriously obstinate, rendering the chances of success rather slim. Contemplating his options, Xiao He resolved that should Lu refuse to acquiesce, he would eliminate him on behalf of the immortal Tang. Just as he was formulating his plans, Lu Qingshan emerged with his entourage. This fellow had gained quite a bit of weight over the past 5 years, accompanied by several maidens who occasionally fed him cherries from gleaming bronze trays. Such a lack of ambition. Xiao He muttered to himself. 5 years had elapsed, and there was not a hint of progress. Meanwhile, upon spotting Xiao He, Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in surprise. What on earth was that peculiar item adorning Xiao He's face? It was dark and rather striking. Although he could not discern its nature, Lu Qingshan coveted it. Surely, donning such an extravagant piece would elevate one's presence significantly. Chapter 54. Annihilation of the clan. The nearby maidens and disciples wiped their eyes, filled with curiosity about the expression on Xiao He's face. Sect leader, he wasn't like this when I came to report to you just now. It is of no consequence. Lu Qingshan replied, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Inform the sect's disciples to prepare for battle. I shall secure that object of his. Splendid. After all, Xiao He has come alone. The disciple rejoiced quietly and hastily departed. Lu Qingshan cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, Sect leader Xiao. What brings you to my Copper Bell sect today? I come on behalf of the Celestial of Longhua. They have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing Xiao He's words, Lu Qingshan's brows furrowed. followed by a burst of laughter. Xiaohe, are you throwing a desperate lifeline? What is this Longhua? I have never heard of it. Is it a newly established minor sect? Lu Qingshan, I warn you not to belittle Longhua. They are not to be trifled with. Xiaohe's fury surged, and his spiritual energy began to manifest. Had it not been for the discussion at hand, Xiaohe would have certainly struck immediately. Goodness, look at him. He has truly riled up. Lu Qingshan clicked his tongue, and the surrounding disciples and maidens erupted into laughter. Enough of this. Since you, sect leader Xiao, have graced us with your presence, I must give you this courtesy. I may consider meeting this Longhua you speak of, but that object upon your face. As he spoke, a wicked glint appeared in Lu Qingshan's eyes. Xiaohe's countenance darkened. This fellow dares to covet his sunglasses. Such an absurd desire. Cast aside your unrealistic thoughts. Do you believe you are worthy of it? Xiaohe retorted, nonchalantly removing his sunglasses to reveal his piercing gaze. Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. By heavens, he looks so striking with those on. I never anticipated he would be even more dashing without them. I must have them. They are meant for me. Xiaohe. Lu Qingshan's tone suddenly turned frigid. You will hand them over, or I shall ensure you cannot leave the Copper Bell sect. Xiaohe chuckled upon hearing this. Ah, I suspected your attitude before arriving. Yet I held on to a shred of hope, wishing to offer you a chance for redemption. Now it appears I have overestimated you. Therefore, do not blame me for being merciless. You wish to seize my sunglasses? You are courting death. Xiaohe's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly raised his right palm. An immense surge of spiritual energy coalesced, causing the air to ripple. White Dragon Slash. He executed a downward slashing motion with his hand, and the spiritual energy surged forth like a mountain-splitting axe, imposing and fearsome. However, in the next instant, a shimmering aura seemed to materialize in the void, instantly neutralizing Xiaohe's attack. A formation. Xiaohe's expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated that the Copper Bell sect had constructed a protective array. Haha. Lu Qingshan remained unfazed, laughing heartily as he regarded Xiaohe with the bemusement one might reserve for a fool. Xiaohe, do you really believe that a mere broken golden elixir can dismantle the intricate array I painstakingly forged at great expense? You are utterly deluded, haha. I shall grant you another opportunity. Hand over that object in your possession, and I shall spare your pitiful life. At that moment, Lu Qingshan noticed a colossal figure soaring from the mountainside, its voice remarkably coarse. To his astonishment, there was a person inside, and shockingly, they were a mere mortal. What on earth is this? Staring in disbelief, he soon witnessed a mortal descending rapidly to the ground via a rope. The individual was dressed quite peculiarly, yet exuded an air of vitality. Greetings, are you the leader here? Old Lu inquired. Lu Qingshan nodded, then promptly shook his head. What kind of situation is this? How dare a mere mortal speak to an immortal in such a manner? At the very least, one should kneel. Who are you? That you do not prostrate yourself before me? Do you not believe I can grant you death this very moment? Lu Qingshan's haughty demeanor nearly brought a smile to old Lu's face. This otherworldly individual is rather amusing. Without acknowledging the comment, old Lu got straight to the point. Our dragon nation intends to occupy a small portion of your territory. Name your price. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan was utterly taken aback. What? A public declaration of invasion? Who gave you the audacity? Listen, I care not for what your dragon nation represents, nor your intentions. Leave that object in your hand behind, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Old Lu followed Lu Qingshan's gaze and realized he was referring to a pair of sunglasses. I can offer you one of those, Old Lu said with a smile, retrieving a pair of sunglasses from his backpack and tossing them onto the ground. Is this sufficient? If not, I have more. Lu Qingshan was bewildered. How could he possess so many? If every disciple of my Copper Bell sect were to receive one, we would undoubtedly be the envy of all. He chuckled. I want 5,000, and you still won't receive any land. What say you, can you accommodate this? As he spoke, he regarded Old Lu with a disdainful, cold stare. Old Lu laughed. This time, it was genuine amusement. My friend, do you consider yourself humorous? Humorous? I do not perceive it as such. I see it as an overwhelming display of strength. The mere opportunity to converse with me is a testament to my utmost benevolence. As Lu Qingshan spoke, a multitude of disciples had gathered behind him, wielding spiritual swords and displaying wicked smiles. Observing this, Old Lu shook his head gently and raised his hand to display an international gesture of goodwill. To borrow your words, granting you the chance to converse is indeed my greatest act of mercy. With that, Old Lu turned and began to walk away. Lu Qingshan, infuriated, thought, how dare he leave without relinquishing the object? Brothers, seize them. In the blink of an eye, the hovering giant unleashed a fiery club. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the sect's array shattered. Before Lu Qingshan could gather his wits, a second and third fiery club came hurtling towards them. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously, enveloping the Copperbell sect in thick smoke. Without turning his body, old Lu addressed Xiao He, saying, "Master Xiao, it appears that this territory has been taken over by your Qin Yuan sect." Upon hearing this, Xiao He stood in stunned silence, nodding slowly. My goodness. The Copperbell sect has been utterly annihilated. Even after discussing the remaining 3 sects, Xiao He remained entranced by the shocking demise of the Copperbell sect. The Dragon Kingdom is truly formidable. A mere puppet can obliterate a small sect. How terrifying. Later that night, at the Dragon Kingdom's base, old Lu reported the progress of events to Tang Xian. Tang Xian expressed his approval of old Lu's decisive action against the Copperbell sect. As previously stated, in Tang Xian's worldview, there exist only 2 types of individuals, friends and foes, with no allowance for neutrality. Old Lu. Tomorrow I will send over the accompanying radar and anti-aircraft weaponry. Master Xiao should also dispatch disciples with refining talents to our base. Therefore, we must expedite the matter concerning Falling Cloud Valley. Listening to Tang Xian's words, old Lu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Commander Tang. I have already traversed the route you marked on the map leading to Falling Cloud Valley today. There are no factions or civilian zones, allowing us to execute that plan. However, there is one point to consider, since the Valley Master possesses formidable refining abilities and no one has attempted to abduct him. It stands to reason that either Falling Cloud Valley's defenses are strong or his personal strength is exceptional. Chapter 55. Is the syringe sufficient? Tang Xian chuckled and shook his head, explaining, Xiao He once told me that Falling Cloud Valley has formidable backing, and not just one. Among them is the Jiugong sect, renowned for its abundant supply of fine iron ore. That's why he can act without fear of danger. However, this strategy will not be effective with me. While launching a proactive assault on the great immortal sect may seem implausible, approaching the Dragon Kingdom base is a different matter entirely. I have no reason to fear him there. I am determined to capture the Valley Lord of Falling Cloud. Let them come if they dare. The current Tang Xian and those great immortal sects are akin to the Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce on Blue Star. When near home territory, no one can claim victory with certainty. Of course, the future remains uncertain. With matters settled, Tang Xian returned to the real world under the cover of night. The system had activated for 15 minutes, and the 4 anti-air vehicles and radar vehicles would not take long. Therefore, he had kept his promise to send all the special operations troops to the other world. Naturally, before undertaking this task, he sought out Zhang Yi. The complete disappearance of the Wolf Fang would be impossible to conceal, so to prevent any espionage detection, elite personnel were rushed in from various military branches to be stationed in the Special Operations Unit, including geological specialists. Recently, Tang Xian had discussed with Zhang Yi the development of resources in the other world, as he preferred not to involve those unskilled in firearms. Zhang Yi had sought out several talented individuals adept at geological surveying from the entire military. At this moment, they were all stationed with the Wolf Fang Special Operations Unit, ready to enter the other world at any moment. Once everything was in place, the next day, Tang Xian returned to the Xianling continent with the soldiers and their equipment. It was morning when he arrived, and by the time Tang Xian appeared, Xiao He was already there, accompanied by over 20 disciples from the Qin Yuan sect, who seemed to be visiting the Dragon Kingdom base for the first time, displaying a sense of wonder as they curiously peered around. However, this did not extend to Murong Shui. Upon seeing Murong Shui, Tang Xian noticed her smiling and gesturing towards him, her demeanor seemingly elevated. All personnel, stand by. They are currently excavating air raid shelters. Go lend a hand. Yes. The soldiers, upon receiving their orders, promptly and orderly rushed to assist in the excavation. Tang Xian then approached Xiao He. Master Xiao, are these the disciples skilled in weapon forging from the Qin Yuan sect? Indeed, Commander Tang. Xiao He confidently replied. Then turned to Murong Shui. Commander Tang, Shui Air has profound expertise in weapon forging and has deeply grasped the true teachings of Elder Zhang. Furthermore, through the aid of the syringe in her recent training, her cultivation has now ascended to the 4th level of the Golden Core. Hence, I brought her here today. Please issue your command on what they should do. Unaware of Tang Xian's intentions, Xiao He was oblivious to the reason behind gathering those skilled in weapon forging. Tang Xian did not respond to this inquiry, but instead focused his gaze on Murong Shui, admiring her rapid advancement in cultivation. While Xiao He, as the sect leader, had only reached the 7th level of the Golden Core, Murong Shui had recently broken through and already attained the 4th level. According to the tales told in the realm of fantasy novels, it is highly likely that one possesses extraordinary talents. However, acquiring the true teachings of Elder Zhang seems rather far-fetched. The image of Elder Zhang sharing a drink with him remains vividly etched in Tang Xian's memory. To attain such profound knowledge, it might be better to forget it altogether. Miss Schwer, a syringe is typically a single-use item. If it proves beneficial for you, feel free to obtain more from the Dragon Kingdom's repository. Since she is indeed gifted and harbors a fondness for him, it would be prudent to nurture her abilities. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the surrounding disciples were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. What a surprise! The syringe, which the sect leader treasures and has strictly reserved for Murong Shui, is now suggested to be taken in greater quantities. And it is disposable, to be discarded after use? Witnessing the disciples' reaction, Tang Xian chuckled. If it serves you well, you may also take some. The disciples were left in utter shock, quickly replaced by a surge of excitement. They gazed at Xiaohe with a pleading look, yearning for their leader's approval. If only they could also receive a syringe. How much closer would they be to soaring to new heights? Their enthusiasm was palpable, and Xiaohe felt even more exhilarated, though he kept his composure, his heart racing like a torrent. Who wouldn't wish for their disciples to ascend to greater heights? Elder Tang is remarkably generous. We should express our gratitude to him. Xiaohe proclaimed with fervor. Thank you, Elder Tang. It's Tang Luzhong. Xiaohe corrected them, and the group quickly complied. Thank you, Tang Luzhong. Murong Shui clasped her hands together, her face a picture of gratitude and shyness. Thank you, Tang Luzhong. There's no need for formality. Since you have arrived at the Dragon Kingdom base, you are friends of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, you may very well remain here for an extended period. Do you have any questions? Tang Xian surveyed the group. Without a moment's hesitation, the disciples eagerly responded, no issues at all. To be by the side of the elder is a rare privilege. The freedom to use the syringe alone puts us ahead of others. Hearing this, Xiaohe felt a surge of satisfaction. He had truly secured a solid partnership. Thus, he inquired, what do you require us to do, Tang Luzhong? He was eager for Tang Xian to demonstrate its use, particularly for Murong Shui. He had keenly observed Tang Xian's gaze moments ago. You will need to learn the art of refining tools. I will summon a teacher shortly. Xiaohe paused for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. Absolutely. This is an immense gain, truly a monumental opportunity. The disciples were not only receiving syringes, but also the prospect of staying by Elder Tang's side permanently. Now they could even learn the art of tool refinement. The person summoned by Elder Tang would surely be remarkable, as Xiaohe reveled in his good fortune. Tang Xian called for old Lu via radio. The two then retreated to a quieter location. Lao Lu, equip the radar and air defense weaponry to those four sects. And once completed, assign dedicated personnel for round-the-clock shifts. Ensure each shift has a sufficient number of personnel to prevent errors due to fatigue. Rest assured, Commander Tang, I shall make the arrangements. However, are you truly planning to personally visit the Fallen Cloud Valley? Lao Lu's face displayed a hint of skepticism. And Tang Xian was well aware of his unvoiced concerns, likely opposing the idea of allowing him to lead a team. The situation at Fallen Cloud Valley remains unclear, which necessitates my direct involvement this time. Nevertheless, before Lao Lu could continue, Tang Xian raised his hand to interrupt, continuing, this operation differs from previous ones. We require living captives, thus necessitating a covert special operations approach. I dare say, in matters of special operations, I am unrivaled, and none would dare claim otherwise. While that may be true, you are the leader. What would become of our dragon nation if anything were to happen to you? Upon hearing this, Tang Xian chuckled, then called into the radio, bring Shui Kuei over. Chapter 56. Tang Xian's devious scheme. Upon hearing Tang Xian's intention to bring Shui Kuei along, old Lu immediately grasped the implication. Commander Tang, are you suggesting we take that demon lord with us? Tang Xian nodded, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Shui Kuei has complete faith in our combat prowess. The chances of him betraying us are virtually non-existent. Bringing him along not only enhances our security, but also provides an opportunity to eliminate a foe using his own weapon. Old Lu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he quietly inquired, are you implying that if we capture the Valley Lord, it will likely incite trouble for the Qingyu sect? Precisely. Tang Xian chuckled with delight. They may not know us, but they are certainly familiar with Shui Kuei. This way, not only do we capture someone, but we also skillfully shift the blame, creating chaos outside. Whatever we wish to do afterward will be easier to execute. Who would dare to think that all of this originated from Yuan Shan, right? Old Lu inhaled deeply and gave a hearty thumbs up. Impressive. Commander Tang, this move of yours is truly cunning. Are you complimenting me? Tang Xian retorted, prompting old Lu to nod vigorously. Of course, it's a term of praise. Before long, the soldiers brought Shui Kuei before Tang Xian. Recently, Shui Kuei had been exceptionally cooperative, driven by his desire to return and exact vengeance on Qianren Zhan. Now, standing before Tang Xian, he was as docile as a puppy. Commander, are you planning to set me free? I intend to take you with me, Tang Xian replied. Take me with you? Where to? To Luoyuan Valley, Tang Xian smiled. We're going to capture someone there, and if you perform well, you might just earn your way back. Upon hearing this, Shui Kuei's expression soured instead of brightening. After a long pause, he asked, Commander, you wouldn't be intending to capture the Valley Lord, Ling Feng, would you? You guessed correctly. So, are you afraid of him? Tang Xian scrutinized Shui Kuei, who immediately responded with righteous indignation. Am I afraid of him? He is merely a mid-stage golden core cultivator. If it weren't for Ling Feng's backing from the Jiugong sect, I would have already flattened Luoyun Valley. Shui Kuei was no fool. He understood the repercussions of capturing Ling Feng. After all, no one in Long Country could afford to cross the Jiugong sect, which would undoubtedly vent its wrath upon the Qingyu sect. Thus, he hesitated, even contemplating refusal. Observing Shui Kuei's demeanor, Tang Xian deduced a general idea. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, My friend, this is a rare opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty. If you can capture the Valley Lord, I might just allow you to return. You could then settle your personal affairs, and Long Country would ensure that the Qingyu sect remains unharmed by the Jiugong sect. Upon hearing this, Shui Kuei immediately looked up at Tang Xian. Is that truly the case? As a cautious individual, how could Tang Xian ever consider releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Shui Kuei was well aware of the location of the Long Country base and could swiftly reclaim his position as the Demon Lord, commanding the Qingyu sect. With its vast numbers, who would dare take such a gamble? The most favorable outcome would be to place Blood Kuei under close surveillance and subsequently elevate him to the position of Demon Lord. This would effectively establish a puppet regime. Thus, Tang Xian's words were rather convoluted. I could allow you to return and resolve your disputes. However, once the matters are settled, you must obediently come back, or else you will face immediate execution. If everything unfolds according to my design, I can guarantee that Qingyu Gate will remain unscathed. It suffices to position an anti-aircraft gun within. This would ultimately signify the nominal demise of Qingyu Gate. Tang Xian himself was quite impressed by this strategy. Keeping his promise, he instructed, capture the Lord of Luoyun Valley alive for me, and you may return. Excellent. Blood Kuei was overjoyed. If that were the case, it would be perfect. At noon, Tang Xian personally led a special operations team, taking a helicopter straight to Luoyun Valley. Blood Kuei also boarded the helicopter, his forehead pressed against several guns. Yet he continued to smile. Finally, after enduring such prolonged oppression, I am about to attain my freedom. Upon my return as the Demon Lord, I shall swiftly eliminate that 1,000-man slayer and make my immediate escape. This region is no longer tenable. Those Dragon Country people are utterly terrifying. In the central region of Xianling Continent, two exquisitely beautiful celestial mountains stood tall. Despite it being midday, a delicate mist still cloaked the area. Flowers bloomed amidst the fog, releasing a gentle fragrance that permeated the entire mountain range. A narrow winding path snaked between the two mountains, leading directly to the central canyon. Deep within the canyon lay a magnificent structure adorned with wind chimes. The chimes swayed in the breeze, their melodious sounds echoing throughout the elongated space. Report to the Valley Master. Today 10 sect leaders seek an audience. In the main hall of Luoyun Valley, a disciple approached Ling Feng with this news. At that moment, Ling Feng, the Valley Master, was holding a brush, sketching the portrait of a beautiful woman on a piece of exquisite animal hide. Perhaps sensing the critical moment approaching, his expression soured upon hearing the disciple's report. He halted his brush, discarding the unfinished artwork. The disciple immediately recognized his grave mistake and hurriedly lowered his head. I am guilty. Please punish me, Valley Master. Ling Feng slowly approached the disciple, whose heart raced in fear. Clean this place up, and release all the women previously offered by the sections. Yes. After issuing his commands, Ling Feng summoned a terrestrial-grade spirit sword and soared to the welcoming square of Luoyun Valley. In the square stood a high platform, upon which rested an intricately crafted ancient bronze chair. Ling Feng gracefully took his seat, gazing down at the assembly and calmly stated, Let us begin. The sect leaders and elders below promptly stepped aside, presenting the beauties they had brought for Ling Feng's inspection. The 10 sects collectively brought over 100 women, varying in age and physique, from youthful to mature, from voluptuous to slender. The most formidable sect even brought forth a flower-like beauty. They presented a diverse array of types, all with the aim of soliciting Ling Feng's assistance in forging a spirit sword, for his forging prowess was indeed formidable beyond measure. Had the chair he currently occupied been melted down, it could effortlessly yield a transcendent spiritual sword of exceptional quality. Thus, the sect was particularly invested, even going so far as to procure another beauty overnight. At this juncture, Ling Feng suddenly directed his gaze towards the invincible sect, which elicited a gleam of joy from its leader. Could it be that I have been chosen? Initially elated, the leader was rendered speechless upon hearing the subsequent proclamation, Your sect is henceforth forbidden from ever entering the fallen Cloud Valley. With this declaration, the surrounding sects erupted in laughter. After all, you are well aware of Ling Feng's penchant for depicting beautiful women. Presenting such a scenario was akin to sabotaging the event. Yet, This turn of events also had its silver lining, one less competitor. Ha ha ha. The remaining 9 sects reveled in the misfortune of the Invincible sect, which was now permanently barred from entry. However, the leader of the Invincible sect was incensed. Ling Feng, are you toying with me? After all the effort I expended to prepare a variety of women, surely you could find someone to your liking beyond just this beauty. To outright dismiss my painstaking efforts, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Chapter 57. The green-haired, white-bearded The Invincible sect is renowned for its tenacity. During the peak period of territorial disputes among the celestial sects, their leader, Li Wuti, boldly faced off against the 3 major sections. Although he did not emerge victorious, he suffered minimal losses, merely ceding 2/3 of his territory. His notorious stubbornness is well known. However, it is essential to recognize that the situation cannot be entirely attributed to him, as Ling Feng's arrogance was indeed excessive. Seated upon the high platform, exuding an air of superiority, his demeanor was irksome to all, though none dared to voice their discontent. Li Wuti had previously sought to visit the Falling Cloud Valley to request a spirit sword, but either the location was already occupied or Ling Feng was in a foul mood. Finally seizing the opportunity today, he had prepared meticulously, only to encounter this unexpected turn of events. His inner turmoil erupted like a supernova. With a weathered right hand, calloused from years of training, Li Wuti pointed an accusing finger at Ling Feng atop the platform. Ling Feng, let me make it clear, the Invincible sect possesses wealth. You may have connections with the 9 Palaces sect, but we can forge our own as well. You must provide me with an explanation for today's incident. Ling Feng remained unfazed by his words, maintaining his aloof countenance, offering no response, let alone an explanation. Li Wuti, witnessing this insolence, felt his temper flare. Just as he prepared to speak again, he noticed 2 beams of light emanating from the position of the Falling Cloud Valley's main hall, descending upon Ling Feng's sides. Adorned in blue robes, with green hair and white beards, the 2 figures exuded an aura of authority that was unmistakable. Masterly, since the Valley Master Ling has issued a command, we kindly request that your esteemed sect adhere to it. The elder on the left spoke softly, grinding his teeth. Li Wuti recognized that these 2 were no ordinary individuals, yet he could not restrain himself from employing his insight technique. It was only fitting for his character. However, as soon as the technique was activated, a voice rang out. Impudent, the elder on the right exclaimed, accompanied by a fist formed from condensed spiritual energy, nearly manifesting in physical form. The speed of the assault was astonishing. Li Wuti had no time to evade and was struck squarely in the chest, propelled backward several meters, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. The remaining members of the 9 sects quickly adopted a serious demeanor, abandoning their mockery of Li Wuti. All eyes turned towards the 2 figures on the platform. Both bore green hair and white beards. Could it be? One leader began to speak but abruptly fell silent, his expression shifting to one of horror. The 2 great elders of the law enforcement hall of the 9 Palaces sect, the green-haired and white-bearded. Instantly, the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation, nearly in unison swallowing hard. Beyond the 9 celestial palaces, the law enforcement hall instilled dread in all who heard its name. The hall was presided over by 2 elders in the early stages of the nascent soul, colloquially known as the green-haired and white-bearded. They were also referred to as the Twin Walkers. The duo was inseparable, whether executing sect laws or venturing outside. The green-haired elder was amiable and loquacious, while the white-bearded elder was ruthless and reticent. In summary, these 2 individuals are observing the fearful expressions of those below. The elder with azure hair stroked his beard. There is no need for such trepidation, esteemed guests. We have always relied on virtue to win others over. It was Master Li who acted with discourtesy and rashly employed his insights. Moreover, Elder Bai did not resort to lethal measures. You may all proceed. After making this statement, the azure-haired elder gracefully descended the platform, carrying the unconscious Li Wuti down the mountain. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain whether his discontent stemmed from this interruption or from the enchanting women below. Rising, he took to the skies on his sword and departed. The onlookers exchanged glances, feeling utterly perplexed. One might think, was it all in vain? Such thoughts may have crossed their minds, yet they dared not voice them. For they did not wish to become the next Li Wuti. The consequences were far too daunting. Thus, with furrowed brows, they lined up to descend the mountain. At this moment, at the foot of the celestial mountain, Tang Xian and his companions had arrived. The armed helicopter, cutting through the howling winds, had just begun to land when the radar detected a target. Commander Tang, 3 targets have appeared 5 kilometers away. Cease forward motion, hover in place, and maintain vigilance. Understood. The pilot activated the fire control switch, his gaze fixed intently on the radar. Blood Kuei was not idle either. He swiftly unleashed his spiritual awareness. However, he found nothing. Casting a dubious glance at Tang Xian, he pondered whether even the Dragon Kingdom could make misjudgments. Yet, within mere moments, 3 cultivators manifested within his perception. A multitude of exclamations surged through his mind. From such a distance, you could discern their presence. Without further ado, this demon lord was genuinely impressed by your extraordinary talents. Commander Tang, those 3 must be the minions of Falling Cloud Valley. I shall deal with them. With that, Blood Kuei soared into the air. The soldiers aboard the aircraft raised their weapons, ready to fire, fearing Blood Kuei might escape. However, Tang Xian intervened. Do not be alarmed. He dares not flee. Even if he tried, could he outrun a rocket? With a pathfinder, we shall pursue them. Yes. The pilot swiftly maneuvered the helicopter to give chase. As Tang Xian had predicted, Blood Kuei harbored no thoughts of escape. His sole intention was to assist Tang Xian in completing the mission and then return to the Serenity Gate with honor. Thus, his enthusiasm was palpable, even without weapons. He charged ahead with fervor. Before long, he encountered the 3 cultivators, and both parties were momentarily taken aback. Blood Kuei had not anticipated that 2 of them would be in the nascent soul stage. Conversely, the azure-haired and white-bearded figures were astonished to confront a demonic being of the nascent soul. So, you must be Blood Kuei of the Serenity Gate. Who goes there? State your name. The azure-haired elder scrutinized Blood Kuei. Blood Kuei furrowed his brow. He found himself in a predicament where retreat was not an option. How else could he gain the trust of those from the Dragon Kingdom? However, he could fight casually, once the Dragon Kingdom's people arrived. The 2 of them would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I have come to claim your lives. As the words of Blood Kuei fell, a surge of demonic energy suddenly enveloped his body, imbuing his hands with power as he launched into battle. Observing this, the green-haired and white-bearded elders abandoned Li Wudi to engage him. Both parties were at the nascent soul stage, and their strikes were devastating. In a mere clash, the skills collided, obliterating the flora and fauna within 100 meters. The tremendous commotion startled several sect leaders descending the mountain, their faces reflecting astonishment. What is happening? It feels as though 2 nascent souls are locked in combat. I can sense it too. There seems to be demonic energy involved. Goodness. The nearest demonic sect is the Qingyu sect. Could it be that Blood Kuei? One elder raised a question. The others nodded in agreement. Only Blood Kuei has reached the nascent soul stage. Who else could it be? Shall we go and take a look? Upon hearing this, the sect leaders regarded the elder who spoke as if he were a simpleton. A confrontation between nascent soul powerhouses, and you dare to approach? Quickly retreat and seek safety. Down the mountain, Blood Kuei was engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 elders, the surroundings in utter disarray. The demonic techniques were bizarre and vicious, offering a distinct advantage over the celestial sect's combat skills. After exchanging blows for more than a dozen rounds, Blood Kuei showed no signs of fatigue. In a moment of desperation, the white-bearded elder drew his sword and shouted, "Heavenly Extermination Sword Array." The green-haired elder retreated in sync, drawing his sword alongside the white-haired elder. Blood Kuei, today marks the anniversary of your demise next year. In an instant, the sky above Falling Cloud Valley was shrouded in a shimmering array of blades. A palpable aura of slaughter instantly permeated the air. Chapter 58. Blood Demon Showdown. The radiant brilliance of the demon-slaying sword array spun rapidly above the head of Blood Demon, its luminescence surpassing even that of the sun. The very air was rent with a piercing sound, an overwhelming force that left the few cultivators retreating to the main hall gasping for breath. The beautiful women accompanying them were unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage, their faces paling in distress. However, Miss Hua was an exception. Her robust physique allowed her to remain vibrant and spirited, leaving the sect leaders momentarily stunned. It turned out she possessed such innate abilities. Approaching, Tang Xian sensed the dire situation, struggling to breathe. Cease forward movement. Ascend, he commanded urgently. The helicopter pilot immediately pulled back the ascent lever, causing the aircraft to rise vertically. As altitude increased, the symptoms experienced by Tang Xian and his companions began to alleviate, allowing them to observe the fierce confrontation unfolding below. He spotted the elder with green hair and a white beard, who, upon seeing the helicopter, nearly dropped his sword in shock. What on earth is that? The green-haired elder's eyes widened in astonishment, while the white-bearded elder maintained his stoic demeanor, calmly stating, "No matter, we must eliminate Blood Demon first." Upon hearing this, Blood Demon chuckled. "So, the Dragon Kingdom's forces have arrived. Do you truly believe you can kill me? How amusing. However, since Commander Tang remains inactive, I presume he wishes to see my performance first. Very well, I shall oblige. Hopefully, you'll release me soon." With this thought, Blood Demon bellowed, "Indestructible demon body." In an instant, an immense surge of demonic energy erupted within a 100-meter radius, manifesting suddenly and without warning, like ink spilling into clear water. creating an immediate transformation. The green-haired elder was astonished. He has actually cultivated the indestructible demon body. Initial stage, it can be killed. The white-bearded elder replied succinctly before unleashing a sword strike towards the heavens. The amassed sword light, gathered from his poised movement, coalesced into a magnificent golden dragon that surged toward Blood Demon. Unfazed, Blood Demon thrust his hands forward, conjuring a shield the size of a grinding disc. When the golden sword dragon collided with the black shield, the atmosphere darkened abruptly, followed by a powerful shockwave that spread outward. In a radius of several hundred meters, vegetation was obliterated, and even stones were shattered into fragments. Although Blood Demon was sent flying several dozen meters away, he had withstood the impact. He glanced proudly at the distant helicopter, contemplating whether this display would suffice. Indeed, he possesses considerable prowess, Tang Xian remarked, clapping his hands in delight, a broad smile illuminating his face. He had not anticipated Blood Demon's formidable combat ability. This only reinforced the necessity of keeping him at the Dragon Kingdom base, a rare and valuable fighter. Having this individual at his side would prove more advantageous than a close-range artillery piece, he mused, laughing heartily. Certainly, aside from the blood kuei. The colossal dragon formed by the convergence of sword light reaffirmed Tang Xian's recognition of the significance of early warnings. The vastness of the fantastical realm is overwhelming, with countless beings inhabiting it. Proceeding with caution and preparing for unforeseen circumstances is undoubtedly the wisest strategy. Perhaps he did not anticipate that blood kuei could withstand the initial layer of his sword formation. The elder with the white beard displayed a fleeting expression of confusion, which quickly vanished. Together, they resolved to eliminate him. With a shared glance of understanding, the two elders, one with azure hair and the other with a white beard, simultaneously unleashed their assault, re-establishing the lethal array. Upon witnessing this, Blood Kuei's back broke out in a cold sweat. Having endured a single Yuaning sword formation, he knew he would surely perish against two. Blood Kuei, it's time for you to meet your end. Two golden sword dragons appeared in unison, merging into a single magnificent golden dragon, seemingly capable of devouring mountains and rivers. Yet, as soon as the golden dragon took form, the two elders sensed a rushing sound behind them. Upon turning, they were confronted by a fiery object. What is this? The elder with azure hair instinctively dodged, and the elder with the white beard swiftly retreated. They had sensed the danger in time and avoided the explosive projectile, but the sword-light dragon suffered immensely, losing half its head to a violent explosion. The sword formation was destroyed. An ambush. The elder with the white beard wasted no time, drawing his sword and launching towards the hovering helicopter. Although he was unaware of the nature of the object, he was certain it was the source of the chaos. He was confident in his ability to cleave the unidentified object in two. The previous sword formation had lost its potency in the effort to evade, rendering it ineffective. The ambush merely exploited the gap, hardly worth mentioning. Thus, the elder's expression was particularly frigid, filled with an air of aloofness and murderous intent. However, just as he made his move, within a second, he heard several loud sounds emanating from the unidentified object. The noises were deafening bang, bang. Then, a sharp pain surged through his head, followed by a dizzying spin. In that moment, Blood Kuei perceived a scene of sheer disbelief. The once arrogant and imposing elder with the white beard had his head blown apart, his limbs convulsing as he fell in freefall. Oh no! Blood Kuei swallowed hard. It was inconceivable that the same explosive device capable of creating deep craters in the grass during his sprint would possess such formidable power when striking a human. Fortunately, they were merely attempting to intimidate him. Otherwise, he would have already met his demise. Old Bai, the elder with azure hair, now stricken with terror, swiftly descended to catch the headless corpse. Without a moment's pause, he employed a secret technique on the ground to make a hasty escape. Captain Tang, should we pursue? Inquired the helicopter pilot. Tang Xian, following the fleeing azure-haired elder with his binoculars, shook his head. His speed was rather swift. Even if they could pursue, it was unnecessary. Their mission was clear, and capturing the leader of the falling cloud valley was paramount. Understood. The armed helicopter promptly hovered before Blood Kuei. Tang Xian smiled at him and said, "My friend, please proceed." All right. If Blood Kuei had been as docile as a dog before, he now resembled a dog multiplied. Trembling slightly, with the intent to swiftly capture Ling Feng, the entire demonic faction of the Qingyu sect sought to flee this place fraught with conflict. At the reception platform before the main hall of the Falling Cloud Valley, the stewards of 9 sects exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. For the auras of Qingfa and Baihu had vanished, leaving only a formidable figure steeped in demonic energy. It was over. They were doomed. An elder from one of the sects suddenly cried out in despair. Blood Kuei, that fiend, has committed countless atrocities. Surely we shall meet our end here today. The others erupted into chaos at his words. Blood Kuei's bloodthirsty reputation was well known within 100 miles. Who could possibly escape his clutches? Some even stepped forward, vehemently denouncing the sect leader who had just advocated retreat. You scoundrel! It was your suggestion to withdraw. Otherwise, we could have seized the opportunity to escape amidst their chaos. Yes, indeed. It's all your fault. Others echoed this sentiment, gathering their energies, ready to confront him. Little did they know, Blood Kuei was drawing near. Being at the nascent soul stage, his perception extended far beyond theirs, while they could only sense the demonic energy without identifying its source. Blood Kuei had already detected their presence. Contemplating the situation, he turned to Tang Xian and said, Captain Tang, I have a request. Oh? What is it? Pray, do tell. There are a group of cultivators below. I wish for you to spare them. Tang Xian paused, taken aback. The demon lord is pleading for the lives of mortals? What kind of narrative is this? Blood Kuei was well aware of his own ulterior motives. He sought to ensure that when the Qingyu sect relocated, these individuals might extend him some semblance of respect. If he made enemies of all, uniting against him would prove quite troublesome. Chapter 59. The Astonishing Otherworldly Beings. Commander Tang. I wonder if you can fulfill my request? Blood Kuei inquired once more. Tang Xian nodded. As long as they do not pose a threat to me. Rest assured. Commander Tang, should they dare to lay a hand on you, I shall be the first to oppose it. Blood Kuei declared with righteous fervor. Moments later, the helicopter descended upon the grand hall of Falling Cloud Valley, gazing at the majestic architecture below. Accompanied by the melodious chimes of wind bells and the enchanting array of women on the ground, Tang Xian could not help but marvel at the luxurious life he led. What on earth is that? Below, the various leaders were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Though Blood Kuei was fearsome, the colossal figure next to him was even more terrifying. Disregarding the expressions of those around him, Blood Kuei addressed Tang Xian, Commander Tang. I shall proceed to capture the Valley Master, Ling Feng. With that, he soared into the air, arriving at the entrance of the hall. Channeling his magical energy, he struck with both hands. A resounding crash echoed as the nearly 5-meter-high bronze doors of the hall collapsed. Blood Kuei stepped inside, discovering Ling Feng standing before a wall, hands clasped behind his back, absorbed in admiring the mural that adorned it, occasionally shaking his head as if utterly undisturbed by Blood Kuei's intrusion. Ling Feng, the people of the Dragon Kingdom wish to have a word with you. Blood Kuei's tone was calm and devoid of any hostile intent as he approached. Just then, the entire hall began to tremble, and countless luminous gates descended, trapping Blood Kuei in place with a resounding thud. Startled, Blood Kuei quickly regained his composure and unleashed all his power against the gates. However, they stood unwavering as if forged from diamond, not even a crack appearing upon their surface. Ling Feng, you scoundrel, have you crafted a mechanism from fine iron? Release me at once. Blood Kuei shouted loudly, but his voice failed to resonate. At last, Ling Feng slowly turned around, speaking softly. Blood Kuei, you are not the person I imagined. Yet, his words were lost on Blood Kuei, who could only see the haughty expression upon his face. At that moment, a bare iron object was suddenly tossed in from outside the door. The next second, whoosh, a blinding light illuminated the palace in an instant. Caught off guard, Ling Feng shielded his eyes, feeling the world transform into a blinding white. Before he could regain his senses, he felt a sharp bite on his rear, quite profound indeed. Soon, he lost all feeling in his backside, and gradually, half of his body became numb. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. As the blinding light faded, he discovered several oddly dressed mortals had entered. Ling Feng was taken aback. Who are they, that they could breach Falling Cloud Valley? Commander Tang, the target has been sedated, announced the marksman, raising the anti-material sniper rifle to his shoulder. Tang Xian subsequently entered with a smile, disregarding the presence of Ling Feng on the ground, and instead expressed profound interest in the grandeur of the hall. Resplendent in gold and jade, it exuded magnificence. He pondered whether he could ever construct a residence of such opulence. After a moment's reflection, Tang Xian shook his head with a smile. This was not the time for indulgence, perhaps at a later date. Who are you? Ling Feng inquired coldly, his voice barely above a whisper. Tang Xian did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Are you the leader of the Falling Cloud Valley? Ling Feng clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Observing this, Tang Xian chuckled inwardly, thinking what a proud individual he was. Captain Tang, save me. Blood Kuei incessantly pounded against the light gate, his lips forming words that were inaudible. Friend, please release my companion, he implored. Such delusions, this demon deserves his fate. I am offering you an opportunity, will you not confirm? Tang Xian retorted. Hearing this, Ling Feng laughed, a natural mockery. Tang Xian curled his lips in disdain, nodding slightly. He then summoned the engineering soldier. Examine this material and devise a method to liberate him. The soldier approached, inspecting it closely and tapping it lightly. Ling Feng found this action utterly mocking. A mere mortal dares to dismantle the formation and the exquisite steel gate of this valley's lord? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the so-called mortal produced a dark, block-like object. With a thud, it adhered to the surface. Witnessing this, Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that in your hand? The engineering soldier shook it. This is a magnet. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt a profound gap in his knowledge. The lord of this valley was a genius in artifact refining, having encountered countless stones, yet he had never heard of such a thing as a magnet. Moreover, its quality was indiscernible. What kind of stone is this? Ignoring Ling Feng's bewildered expression, the engineering soldier addressed Tang Xian. Captain Tang, this is ferrous material. It can be opened with a gas torch. Then proceed. Yes. The soldier then produced a portable gas torch, igniting it to commence cutting. As this scene unfolded, Ling Feng's limp body trembled involuntarily. This flame is of earthly quality. A mortal wielding earthly flames. What kind of celestial law is this? The lord of this valley had traversed countless mountains in search of earthly fire seeds, only to discover. Puffed. At this realization, Ling Feng spat out blood and fainted on the spot, his face etched with unwillingness. Soon, a hole was opened in the light gate that had confined blood Kuei, and Ling Feng's array was consequently disrupted, the brilliance dimming. At this moment, the gate remained transparent, though it was no longer as luminous. After being rescued, Blood Kuei expressed his gratitude profusely, and Tang Xian nodded before striding forward. He caressed the transparent iron gate, his heart brimming with excitement that words could scarcely convey. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. To transform iron into transparency, this leader of Falling Cloud Valley possesses remarkable skills. It is said that tank armor can be adorned with mystical enchantments. And even the observation lenses can be replaced with this special ironware. Capturing one of them is akin to equipping an invincible armored brigade. Splendid. This endeavor has truly been worthwhile. My friend, might I trouble you with another request? At this moment, Tang Xian turned to look at Blood Kuei. Blood Kuei promptly nodded. Please, Commander Tang, what is it that you require? I have taken a liking to these iron gates. Could you assist me in carrying them back? Oh, and I noticed that the bronze chair outside is rather appealing as well. Might we take that too? Blood Kuei was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he absent-mindedly replied, sure. The reason Tang Xian asked him to carry the items was to cleverly lead him back to the base. There was no urgency regarding the matter of the Qingyu Gate. It would be advantageous to further hone his mental acuity for future utilization. Outside the palace, the various sect leaders were alarmed to witness several individuals carrying Ling Feng onto that enormous flying contraption. They were utterly astounded. This group had captured Ling Feng. Hey, you old fool, stop spouting nonsense. An elder nearby quickly interjected. Just a moment ago, you suggested we flee, causing us to miss our opportunity to escape. And now you utter such reckless words. Do you wish for our demise when we would rather avoid it ourselves? Indeed, if it is because of you that those people were drawn here, we shall not hesitate to take your life. Chapter 60. The showdown. The individual who dared to speak the truth recoiled in fear as he beheld the menacing leaders of the 9 sections. They stood frozen in place, voiceless and hesitant to make any significant movements, lest they draw attention to themselves. Suddenly, they beheld Shui Kuei soaring through the air, burdened with objects resembling doors. Their hearts raced with trepidation. Shui Kuei, known for his brutality and bloodlust, surely wouldn't contemplate using those items to crush them, would he? As it turned out, their fears were unfounded, yet they were indeed bewildered. Shui Kuei, one hand gripping a door, raised the chair typically occupied by Ling Feng at the reception desk with the other, approaching the assembly with an unexpectedly docile demeanor. Gasp! Shui Kuei has been tamed, exclaimed the leader who had earlier dared to speak the truth. The others, still dazed, shivered at this revelation. They immediately turned their ire upon him. You fool! If Shui Kuei hears you, we'll lose our heads. Are you trying to lead us to our doom? At last, their commotion caught the attention of Tang Xian. You lot, gather all movable items from the palace and pack them into storage bags. Yes, having instructed the guards on their tasks. Tang Xian descended from the platform and approached the members of the 9 sections. Panic ensued among them, although they steeled themselves for a desperate fight. With their spiritual swords ready at their backs, they prepared for a fight to the death. Esteemed ones, Lord Shui Kuei has decreed that if you surrender all your belongings, you may depart, Tang Xian stated upon arrival. This proclamation caused those who had contemplated a fierce struggle to exhale in relief. Very well. Some promptly submitted their storage bags. Others, recognizing the value of their lives over material wealth, conceded that it was wiser to compromise, for the mountains would still stand, and there would be future opportunities. In the midst of this tense moment, the leader who had spoken the truth interjected once more. My lord, our storage bags contain only fine iron stones, intended for forging spiritual swords. Such precious items cannot be given away. Tang Xian stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Was this the forthrightness of another realm? How many fine iron stones do you possess, and of what grade? Without hesitation, the leader replied, 10 pieces of low yellow grade. Tang Xian. Thus, blunt honesty bore no advantage. Their impoverishment was beyond measure. Keep them for yourself. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. The leader's lips curled into a faint smile as he surveyed the astonished faces around him, boasting, now I possess fine iron stones, while you are all bereft. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Damn it, strike him. A throng of individuals surged forward, pummeling him mercilessly. They thought to themselves, you brought us into this predicament. And now you dare to gloat? We shall seize your worthless yellow-grade fine iron stones. Later, Tang Xian and his entourage returned to the Dragon Kingdom base. After Blood Kuei stored those items in the warehouse, he eagerly sought out Tang Xian. Commander Tang, may I return to Qingyu Gate now? Do not rush. In a few days, I will send someone to accompany you back. Upon hearing this, Blood Kuei appeared bewildered. If you send someone to take me back under your watch, how can I possibly change my address? Commander Tang, really, it would be simpler if I returned on my own. No, 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 Tang Xian shook his head. Now that the master of Falling Cloud Valley has been captured by us, and there were witnesses, the Jiogong sect behind him will undoubtedly come after you. By the way, it was you who suggested I spare their lives. Blood Kuei remained perplexed. I intended to spare them to facilitate my relocation in the future. Commander Tang, I truly must return. If I do not, Qingyu Gate will be in grave danger. Blood Kuei was evidently torn, caught between two worlds. Observing his distress, Tang Xian pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, would you accept a position as a general from another realm? Blood Kuei? What does general from another realm mean? Commander Tang, I do not understand your meaning. Speaking frankly, Tang Xian continued, it means that in the future, you and your Qingyu Gate will completely submit to me. You will lead Qingyu Gate, but I will lead you. Blood Kuei was left speechless. As a demon lord, how could I possibly take orders from another? That would be more unbearable than death. At this juncture, Tang Xian pressed on, you must carefully consider the pros and cons firstly. The Jiogong sect will not let you off easily. Their strength is well known, and you may not even have the chance to relocate. If Qingyu Gate is destroyed, you will gain nothing. By aligning with me, the Dragon Kingdom can help protect Qingyu Gate from external threats. Additionally, I can provide you with blood. So you will no longer need to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent and can truly reform. Since the elixirs from the other realm can enhance the constitution of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, with a population of 1 per billion, offering blood would be insignificant. Of course, this carried a hint of deception. He understood the concept of releasing a tiger back to the mountain and the dangers of raising one. At that moment, Blood Kuei began to waver, for what Tang Xian spoke was indeed the truth. The Jiogong sect would not spare Qingyu Gate. With the Dragon Kingdom's backing, these matters would no longer be a concern. Moreover, the promise of blood was tempting, if it came to it. Friend, if it truly becomes too much, a single shot would suffice. Commander Tang, I agree. Blood Kuei said earnestly. Not forcing you. Absolutely not forcing. Very well, in a few days, I will take you back. For now, you should rest. Tang Xian smiled, and then departed. Ling Feng was taken to the infirmary for a revival injection. During this time, as he was being carried, Shi Haiqing and the second elder of the demon sect were left in stunned silence. What the hell? The master of Falling Cloud Valley has been captured. What kind of beings are these people from the Dragon Kingdom that even Ling Feng, under the protection of the Jiogong sect, can be in peril? They were utterly astonished, simply because the Nine Palaces sect is exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, someone would have taken action against Ling Feng long ago. Yet, such a daunting figure, whom many sects dared not confront, was somehow subdued by them. Incredible. This is truly astonishing. Their shock was palpable, but Xiao He was even more astounded. It turned out that the renowned blacksmith invited by the esteemed Tang was none other than the illustrious Ling Feng. Commander Tang is truly remarkable. He has successfully brought Ling Feng here. Who could argue otherwise? If we could glean even a fraction of Ling Feng's wisdom, we might achieve unprecedented heights. Yet, there lies the fear that he may not impart his knowledge. At that moment, Xiao He voiced his concerns. Ling Feng is known for his pride. It is said that even when the Nine Palaces sect requested his craftsmanship, it depended on his mood. Over there, they are making an invitation, while on Tang's side, it feels more like a capture. Do you think his mood could possibly be favorable? Xiao He's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. At that moment, Ling Feng had already awakened, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the wall, and remained entirely unresponsive to the interrogator's inquiries. Just as Xiao He had surmised, seeking his instruction would be an endeavor fraught with immense difficulty. Chapter 61. The peculiar man with a repressed nature in the surveillance room. Tang Xian observed the footage, chuckling at Ling Feng's aloof demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Old Lu, perceptively reading the atmosphere, suggested, perhaps we should give him a bit of a hard time? Absolutely not. Tang Xian swiftly countered, elaborating. This fellow has the ability to transform steel into transparent glass. He is destined to become our future weaponry expert. We cannot risk leaving him with any psychological scars. Commander Tang, yet his current demeanor hardly suggests a willingness to cooperate, Old Lu remarked. At this, Tang Xian chuckled, rising to retrieve Ling Feng's beautiful beast skin artwork. Observe this, he remarked before proceeding to the confinement room. I failed to comprehend why a fine craftsman would become so infatuated with such trivialities. Upon entering, Tang Xian immediately voiced his thoughts. Ling Feng, with his back turned, furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice of the one who had captured him. What do you intend to do? He finally inquired. With a smile, Tang Xian replied, nothing of consequence. Merely seeking to enlist you as the foremost craftsman of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha! Ling Feng scoffed coldly. Dream on. I, the master of this valley, shall not languish in such a trivial place. Do as you wish. Tang Xian, rather than being angered by this reaction, found delight in it. So, my friend, is your idea of freedom to create such worthless art? With a swift motion, he tore the beast skin artwork to shreds. At this moment, Ling Feng could no longer contain himself, turning around to glare furiously at Tang Xian. You may insult me, but do not desecrate my art. Oh, do not be so agitated. You may have misunderstood. Tang Xian maintained his benign smile, a facade of harmlessness. What I mean to convey is, with your exceptional talent in crafting, why squander your time on such trivial pursuits? That is my passion. Ling Feng's voice boomed, a stark contrast to his earlier haughtiness, indicating he had struck a nerve. At that moment, the guards readied their weapons, prepared to sedate him at any moment. Tang Xian, undeterred by Ling Feng's sudden outburst, continued to smile as he remarked, your passion has resulted in such abominable works? You seek your own demise. Ling Feng, unable to hold back any longer, summoned his spiritual energy, poised to attack Tang Xian. Simultaneously, the guards fired their tranquilizer darts. Before long, Ling Feng was once again lying down, glaring at Tang Xian with eyes that resembled a predatory beast. Tang Xian, witnessing this scene, could not suppress his laughter. Open the door, he commanded the guards, laughing as he entered the room. Squatting down, he said, my friend, I do not mean to insult you. Your artwork is simply lacking. Allow me to show you this. With that, Tang Xian produced a large tablet, flipping through it before presenting it before Ling Feng's eyes. As Ling Feng lay there, upon seeing that painting in Tang Xian's hands, he nearly sat up in shock. Is this not compelling enough? If not, I have more to show. Tang Xian began to swipe through the images on the tablet. Various bikinis, three-piece swimsuits, and party attire were all displayed. With a gulp, Ling Feng swallowed audibly, astonished. He had never imagined that someone could render such lifelike images. What kind of miraculous device is this? How can it produce such masterpieces? This was a heartfelt inquiry from Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian stood up, reclaiming the tablet, having successfully established dominance over it. You are not yet entitled to know its secrets. However, should you choose to collaborate with our dragon nation, I shall bestow this wondrous artifact upon you. Bestow it upon me? Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heart having already consented countless times. Indeed, this device is yours. And I can also grant you a welding torch, or rather, in your eyes, it should be termed as earth-grade flame. Ling Feng could hardly contain his urge to rise. His previously proud demeanor shattered. Indeed, who could remain composed when something they believed they would never possess suddenly lay before them? I promise to serve your dragon nation. Huh. Then welcome to the Dragon Nation family, Tang Xian replied, gently placing the tablet before him. This is for you. The earth-grade flame will depend on your performance. Having concluded this exchange, Tang Xian exited the confinement room. At that moment, the observers in the monitoring room were all in a state of bewilderment. Old Lu, usually so composed, was equally flabbergasted. The stoic Ling Feng had been so easily subdued. It's not difficult, Tang Xian remarked upon his return. He is merely an eccentric and reserved man. To him, women may be inconsequential, yet he cannot resist the allure of beautiful images. Perhaps possessing such pictures is akin to having a harem. The others nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced of this notion. Hey, Commander Tang, do you think he might be a man without roots? A soldier inquired. Otherwise, why would he only be interested in images? He probably can't perform, fearing he might overheat. Perhaps we should arrange a time to investigate? No, no, no. The soldier hastily gestured in refusal. That evening, in celebration of gaining 2 allies for the Dragon Nation, Tang Xian organized a banquet. Regardless of whether they were coerced or willing, the situation was now under control. After a hearty meal, Ling Feng commenced his instruction. He borrowed his exclusive refining furnace from the Dragon Nation, and as per Tang Xian's suggestion, began by forging spiritual armor. When the soldiers presented him with 300 pieces of earth-grade refined iron, Ling Feng was taken aback. The Dragon Nation casually offered such a bounty. How long would it take to craft that much armor? Yet, Ling Feng was still too inexperienced. When Blood Kuei brought forth his proud traps and the throne he had occupied for decades, Ling Feng nearly convulsed on the spot. You even acquired this? Friend, what has happened to you? Tang Xian inquired. Ling Feng merely shook his head. It is nothing, just these matters. What are you prepared to do? Oh. Those capable of crafting spiritual armor shall do so, while those unable shall forge spiritual swords. Huh. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nearly coughed up blood once more. With so many tasks at hand, am I not destined to be utterly exhausted? Casting his gaze around, Ling Feng ultimately resolved to swiftly equip his subordinates with the fundamental techniques of artifact forging. Otherwise, he would truly be overwhelmed. This, of course, was part of Tang Xian's strategy. It was precisely his intention to instill a sense of urgency, hastening the formation of a combat-ready team of dedicated craftsmen for the Dragon Kingdom. At the stroke of 10 in the morning, 50 sets of spiritual armor were completed. Tang Xian collected the armor and returned to the realm of reality. The long-awaited sound of the system finally resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the main task, portal level has been upgraded. Current portal level, LV4, current portal activation time, 20 minutes day, additional reward. 10 years of lifespan has been granted. Host's current lifespan, 110 years. Note. Upon reaching a lifespan of 500 years, a new gateway to another world may be unlocked. As the system's words concluded, Tang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of elevation. Every pore of his being exuded a sense of relief. After a few busy days, the weariness that had once enveloped him vanished, replaced with an invigorated spirit that surpassed his previous state. Even his hair seemed to thrive, a delightful enhancement indeed. Chapter 62. The reorganization of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Unit. The location of this return remains the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. Despite the late hour, the training grounds are still ablaze with light. However, the familiar faces of the past have been replaced by newcomers. The soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade have all been dispatched to another world, serving as the vanguard, while those currently undergoing training represent the subsequent force. These individuals do not lament the grueling training imposed upon them by suddenly entering the special forces. Rather, they are invigorated, fervently shouting as they navigate the obstacles, sweat pouring down their brows as they chant slogans. Their legs may tremble, their hands may grow weak, yet they relentlessly push their physical limits. They are grateful to become the second echelon of the Dragon Kingdom's exploration of the otherworld. This is their honor. Observing this scene, Tang Xian nods in approval. This group of soldiers embodies the valiant spirit of the Wolf Fong. At that moment, Tang Xian notices someone standing on the observation platform, a face that seems familiar. As he approaches, he realizes it is Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, too, spots Tang Xian and greets him with a slight smile as he descends from the platform. How's General Tang? The soldiers I selected for you were quite impressive, aren't they? General Zhang, you personally monitor the training at this late hour? Zhang Yi chuckles heartily, then replies after a moment, if you, as a general, can fight valiantly on the front lines, what is so unusual about a general overseeing troop training? Besides, we are quite familiar with each other. Aside from Chief of Staff Liu, I understand your training methods better than anyone else. With the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade's personnel deployed to another world, and you and old Liu unable to break free, isn't it most suitable for me to take charge? Tang Xian smiles in response and says, General Zhang, come, let us discuss this indoors. The two make their way to the operations room, while the soldiers outside continue their rigorous training. Inside the operations room, Tang Xian presents the 50 sets of spiritual armor. Zhang Yi, intrigued, picks one up and examines it, noting the exquisite craftsmanship and lightweight design. General Tang, is this armor from the other world? Indeed, its defense against bullets is unparalleled, Tang Xian replies, producing one of the sets for Zhang Yi's inspection. This type of armor is considered low-grade, yet testing shows it can disregard handgun fire at close range. Even at a distance of 500 meters, it can mitigate the impact of an AK. How remarkable! Zhang Yi exclaims, his expression brightening as he fondles the spiritual armor. It is indeed impressive, but its advantages would not be fully realized if made into a bulletproof vest. It would be formidable as armor. As he speaks, Tang Xian removes his outer garment to showcase the high-grade spiritual armor he had seized from the Qingyu Gate. He then smiles slightly. This armor is one I personally retained. It can directly ignore the damage from anti-material sniper rifles at close range. Zhang Yi gasps at this revelation. Anti-material sniper rifles can penetrate light armor with ease. This armor can withstand such explosive force. If applied to tanks, would it not be invincible? General Tang, the implications of this matter are immense. Zhang Yi's tone grew increasingly animated, exclaiming, "This is truly a national treasure." Tang Xian nodded in agreement and continued, "This type of armor is exceedingly rare, primarily due to the scarcity of the otherworldly fine iron. Thus, it will take a considerable amount of time to be widely adopted by armored divisions." "I understand," Zhang Yi acknowledged. "It's akin to the gold of Blue Star. Where there is production, it cannot be found everywhere. General Tang, there is no need for concern. The armor we have at hand can significantly enhance our defenses. Take your time to explore further, as currently no one dares to test the military strength of our dragon nation, especially after the previous severe defeat that has left India considerably subdued." Tang Xian smiled and nodded. Glancing at the monitor outside, he inquired, "General Zhang, how many recruits has the Special Operations Brigade enlisted?" "Approximately 10,000, Zhang Yi replied. "That's a substantial number." Tang Xian mused, before delivering words that made Zhang Yi's heart race. "General Zhang, how about transforming them into a special operations force that merges otherworldly capabilities with modern technology? A truly elite unit. Are you suggesting we abandon conventional special operations thinking and genuinely transition to equipping our forces with unique technologies?" Zhang Yi responded with surprise. Tang Xian nodded affirmatively, elaborating, "Training is essential, but in the event of combat missions, we should not limit ourselves to mere infiltration and decapitation. Instead, we must leverage the advantages of otherworldly equipment to engage in battles where we hold absolute superiority. For instance, once we equip our border forces with items like spirit armor, spirit swords, and elixirs, the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade will receive priority supply. In the event of any conflict, this will provide us with a decisive edge, catching the enemy completely off guard. Just imagine lightweight armor galloping across the battlefield, impervious to heavy tank assaults. That would be exhilarating." Zhang Yi nodded vigorously, recognizing the soundness of this strategy. Indeed, it would be far beyond mere exhilaration. Given the current border situation, prioritizing supplies for border forces is entirely justified. As for the Special Operations Brigade, focusing on their development to become a precise strike force capable of penetrating the enemy's heart is a reliable plan. General Tang, I will report this to the military committee and seek authorization as swiftly as possible," Zhang Yi exclaimed, filled with excitement. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "By the way, how is the otherworldly base progressing? Do we need to send troops there for support?" "The otherworldly base is primarily concerned with the safety of our Dragon Nation's personnel. Everything else pales in comparison," Tang Xian replied, shaking his head. "The base's construction is nearly complete, and the defensive measures have taken shape. With a little more stabilization, we will be set. However, sustaining a force of over 7,000 soldiers poses a challenge in terms of food supply. Fortunately, I have identified numerous suitable areas for cultivating crops. Once we clear the hostile elements, the Dragon Nation can firmly establish its roots. At that point, we can begin searching for mineral and oil resources within the controlled zone." "That sounds splendid," Zhang Yi exclaimed, his delight evident. "It is reassuring to know the otherworldly base is stabilizing." As Tang Xian himself stated, his current ambition is to reclaim and safeguard the territories of the Chiefing sect and the Qinyu sect. In doing so, the agricultural laborers will be provided, allowing members of both sects to cultivate the land. This strategy would not only yield 2 additional bases for the Dragon Kingdom, but also increase its manpower, achieving 3 objectives in one stroke. Therefore, this matter should be prioritized without delay. Meanwhile, a considerable distance away, approximately 100 kilometers from Yuanshan, the Jiugong sect is abuzz with activity. It is astonishing that 2 esteemed elders of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, both at the nascent soul level, were ousted from the falling Cloud Valley. Elder Baihu's physical form was even destroyed, forcibly dragged back by Elder Qingfa. This incident has left the entire Jiugong sect in a state of shock. The sect leader, Ding Kuan, convened an urgent meeting overnight with the leaders of the 9 celestial palaces to discuss a plan for retaliation. Within the leaders' hall of the Jiugong sect, Elder Qingfa placed the remains of Elder Baihu beside him, still haunted by the events that transpired. The fear etched on his face revealed that he had yet to recover from the ordeal. He could only recount that the assailants were Shui Kuei and a colossal creature. The leaders of the 9 celestial palaces regarded his state with disdain. How could an elder of the Law Enforcement Pavilion be so easily frightened? "Leader Ding, how do you propose we handle this matter?" one of the palace leaders inquired. With a resounding slap on the table, Ding Kuan expressed either his hatred for Shui Kuei or his contempt for Elder Qingfa's cowardice. "Regardless, The force of his strike left cracks on the slate table. This debt must be repaid in blood by Shui Kuei. Chapter 63. A shift in the winds. The Jiugong sect has suffered a tremendous humiliation, and Ding Kuan has resolutely decided to exact punishment upon the Qingyu sect. The leaders of the 9 celestial palaces exchanged glances, and it was the leader of the heavenly palace who stepped forward. With a clasped fist, he spoke, "The foundation of the Qingyu sect lies in the divine demon pill, which possesses formidable powers. If we insist on exterminating Shui Kuei, should he consume the divine demon pill, the consequences would be dire." "Indeed, I find your reasoning sound," echoed the leader of the underground palace. Continuing, "Shui Kuei has already reached the early stage of the nascent soul. Should he ingest the divine demon pill, he may very well unleash the prowess of an advanced practitioner. At that point, our disciples tasked with subduing the Qingyu sect would face catastrophic ruin." Upon hearing this, Ding Kuan's eyes shimmered with disdain. "Are we to simply let this matter rest? True, Shui Kuei possesses the divine demon pill, yet we can orchestrate a feigned assault. The moment he consumes it, we shall retreat. By the time he arrives at the Jiugong sect, the pill's effects will have long waned, rendering him powerless. What then shall we fear?" The 9 leaders exchanged glances once more, for although they had contemplated this strategy, they deemed it perilous. It was evident that such a significant incident would compel the leaders of the celestial palaces to take action. Who among them had witnessed the might of the divine demon pill, and who would dare tread into such treacherous waters? A silence enveloped the room. Observing this, Ding Kuan chuckled, a sardonic mirth laced with exasperation. "So I have gathered a cohort of cowards, have I?" Master Ding, at that moment, the elder with azure hair, who had been in a state of sorrow and shock, spoke up, his voice filled with earnest pleading. "We cannot attack the Qingyu sect." Ding Kuan cast a cold gaze in his direction and replied harshly, "Elder Bai was akin to a brother to you, and now his physical form has been destroyed. Even if he were to be reforged, he would only regain the cultivation of the golden core. Do you understand how arduous it is to break through from the golden core to the nascent soul?" I know everything," the elder replied. "But the Qingyu sect is far too enigmatic." Rising to his feet, he choked out, "Shui Kuei and I battled for several rounds. We had the upper hand and were poised to annihilate him when suddenly, a colossal, flying entity appeared in the sky. It bore no life, no aura. Yet it could launch hidden weapons. Elder Bai sought to investigate, yet before he could approach, he met his fate. There was merely a sharp sound, and we did not even comprehend how he was struck. Therefore, Master Ding, we cannot engage the Qingyu sect." Upon hearing these words, the room fell into silence once more, each face etched with confusion. What manner of being is this, a flying entity devoid of life? Such a notion defies the laws of nature. Ding Kuan was equally perplexed. While the account sounded fantastical, the elder's demeanor suggested he spoke with utmost sincerity. At this juncture, the leader of the heavenly palace once again rose to speak. "Master Ding, the situation of the Qingyu sect remains shrouded in mystery. Should we rashly strike, the repercussions could be unfathomable. Aside from the Qingyuan sect, which possesses the foundation of the spirit pool, the other sects are armed with formidable weapons capable of altering the celestial hierarchy. The 9 palaces of the 9 palaces sect each fulfill their distinct roles. Should any palace encounter difficulties, it would provide opportunities for the remaining celestial sects, and even the demonic sects, to take advantage." After hearing the words of the heavenly palace's leader, the other leaders hastily echoed in agreement. "Master Ding, the heavenly palace leader speaks wisely. Let us not forget that the Shura Mountain's demonic sect is lurking with intent. If we were to falter, Shura Mountain would undoubtedly seize the moment to strike at the 9 palaces sect, resulting in chaos across the entire Xianling continent." At this moment, Ding Kuan fell into silence, meticulously weighing the pros and cons. The 9 palaces sect, burdened with a great mission, ultimately aims to unify the Xianling continent and put an end to sect disputes. Yet, the Shura Mountain, equally powerful, harbors the same ambition for unification. As the heavenly palace leader suggested, a failed assault on the Qingyu sect by the 9 palaces would spell danger. Should that occur, they would either fall to Shura Mountain or be replaced by other celestial sects, thus losing their status as the foremost sect. Upon comprehensive consideration, it was evident that the risks outweighed the benefits. However, having previously adopted an aggressive stance, a direct compromise now would be a loss of face. As the other leaders fixed their gaze upon Ding Kuan, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he spoke with newfound clarity. Blood Kuei injured Elder Bai and abducted Ling Feng, yet gained nothing substantial. Firstly, Elder Bai's primordial body remains intact. He will not perish. Secondly, what use is abducting Ling Feng? Without fine iron, and even if he had it, Ling Feng's temperament would prevent him from forging weapons. With the resolve to remember this incident, Ding Kuan declared, when the 9 palaces sect embarks on its unification endeavor, blood Kuei shall certainly face dire consequences. Upon hearing Ding Kuen's final pronouncement, the leader's anxieties were finally alleviated. Ding Kuen, having preserved his dignity, felt a sense of accomplishment. Yet, the elder with green hair, who continually urged Ding Kuen against attacking the Qingyu sect, bore a hint of resentment upon his countenance. The unfolding of events was beyond Tang Xian's expectations. As was Ling Feng's current situation, yet in this grand scheme, the ultimate victor was Tang Xian. For no matter the outcome of the Nine Palaces sect's intentions towards the Qingyu sect, the latter had already become prey on the chopping block for the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Tang Xian had returned to the otherworldly realm, equipped with the latest armaments, including anti-aircraft artillery, sniper grenades, radar vehicles, and vehicle-mounted surface-to-air missiles. These would provide robust protection for the Dragon Kingdom's outer bases. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was still engrossed in his forging, reportedly having worked tirelessly through the night, clearly showing signs of fatigue. The dozen or so students from the Qin Yuan sect, however, remained spirited, eagerly absorbing every learning opportunity. "Brother Ling," Tang Xian approached, having altered his address to seem more amicable. "If you're tired, you should take a moment to rest. There is no need to push yourself." In truth, Tang Xian wished to convey that while productivity is indeed critical, quality holds equal importance. "I'm fine. Once I finish forging this batch of spirit armor, I'll melt down the throne and then take a break." To Tang Xian's astonishment, although Ling Feng appeared weary, he still took a moment to glance at his tablet after answering him. What a source of mental sustenance, indeed. Without uttering another word, Tang Xian ambled away. At that moment, Murong Shui approached him. "Commander Tang, Master Xiao has asked me to convey a message to you." "Oh, what is it?" Master Xiao mentioned that the rice would be ready for its first harvest today and wanted to inquire about the collection method. Hearing this, Tang Xian was overjoyed. "The harvest has begun? The collection shall proceed as I previously discussed with him. If the farmers wish to keep a portion for themselves, they may do so, while I will exchange the remainder for goods or allow purchases with spirit stones. By the way, how come Master Xiao didn't inform me of such a significant matter yesterday? It would have been beneficial to negotiate face-to-face." Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Murong Shui's face flushed, and she struggled to find her voice. How could she not realize that this was a strategy devised by her own master? The intent was to encourage her to communicate more with the esteemed Tang, and she had been cautioned repeatedly to share drinks with him. "Commander Tang, this." Noticing the conflicted expression on Murong Shui's face, Tang Xian seemed to comprehend the situation. Rather than pressing further, he smiled and inquired, "Which village did Master Xiao visit?" "I shall go and take a look." Chapter 64. The system's new mission. Murong Shui informed Xiao He of his whereabouts, and Tang Xian subsequently departed. He summoned Blood Kuei and inquired, "General, would you care to accompany me for a visit to Qingyu Gate?" Upon hearing this, Blood Kuei momentarily paused, then responded, "Is Commander Tang preparing to take me back?" Tang Xian chuckled softly. "See, you are beginning to recognize your own identity. Indeed, the time has come for your return. It is time to organize your demonic kin for agricultural pursuits." "Agriculture?" Blood Kuei exclaimed, bewildered. "What do you mean by agriculture? Isn't that the domain of farmers? What demons engage in farming?" Noticing Blood Kuei's perplexity, Tang Xian continued, "If you desire blood, then engage in farming. In due course, I shall exchange it for blood." He directly cast the bait, which proved to be irresistibly enticing for Blood Kuei. With renewed excitement and confidence, he declared, "The majority of the demonic folk at Qingyu Gate hail from farming backgrounds. They are quite adept at cultivation. Some disciples even know how to plow by hand." Plowing by hand? Is such bravery necessary? After a moment, Tang Xian smiled and said, "In that case, let us set off. We shall first visit Gui village. Have the soldiers load a supply of provisions from the warehouse to ensure the local populace, who may not favor rice, have something suitable for trade." Subsequently, Tang Xian, accompanied by his troops, boarded a helicopter and departed the base en route to Gui village. This time, Old Lu did not intervene, as the 4 outer observation posts had already been activated, providing extensive radar coverage. Furthermore, the widespread deployment of radio bases allowed for seamless wireless communication throughout the area, ensuring real-time updates on the latest developments. Thus, he felt secure in allowing Tang Xian to proceed personally. The helicopter roared away from the base and, after approximately half an hour, arrived above Gui village. Tang Xian gazed down, captivated by the sprawling fields of golden rice, a truly breathtaking sight. He marveled at the extraordinary fertility of this otherworldly soil and the vigorous growth it facilitated. Rice, which typically requires a lengthy growth cycle, now flourished in mere days. Absolutely remarkable. Beep. Main mission has been issued. Mission, transport 500,000 pounds of grain to Long Country. Mission reward, upgrade of the portal level. Additional reward, 200 kilograms of strength for the host. This is a straightforward task. Upon receiving the system's mission, Tang Xian immediately deemed it an easy assignment. Given the current rate of cultivation, 500,000 pounds would be accomplished in no time. If he were to seize the territories of Qingyu Gate and Chifeng Sect and employ their resources for farming, the pace would accelerate even further. Excellent. The portal is set to upgrade, and he shall soon acquire an additional 200 kilograms of strength. With such enhancements, wielding the Longan sword would undoubtedly become even more effortless. Commander Tang, several targets are approaching your direction. Do you require assistance? At that moment, Old Lu's voice crackled through the radio. Soon after, the helicopter's radar detected the targets, followed by Blood Kuei's keen senses picking up the presence of the cultivators. No need. I have plenty of people with me, and with Shui Kuei by my side. There will be no danger, Tang Xian replied, as the helicopter descended gracefully onto the fields. The villagers, who had been watching from afar, were now in a state of astonishment, witnessing the helicopter's landing firsthand. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the marvel that could fly and accommodate passengers. Xiaohe, spotting Tang Xian's arrival, hurriedly approached from the crowd, his expression tinged with anxiety. Commander Tang, there are cultivators approaching. They are likely from the Qifeng sect. Fear not. One comes, I shall slay it. Two come, I shall dispatch them both. Shui Kuei interjected, arms crossed defiantly, his face a mask of disdain. Xiaohe cast a surprised glance at him, then back at Tang Xian, astonished that the esteemed Tang Xian had managed to tame Shui Kuei. His earlier concerns were not for Tang Xian's safety, but rather for the potential damage to the rice fields, considering this was indeed the territory of the Qifeng sect. The audacity of Shui Kuei's words was shocking. The demon lord had been subdued. What a remarkable feat. Just as he finished his thought, the cultivators made their appearance. Before they could fully land, they were already trembling with trepidation, instinctively reaching for their storage pouches to draw their spiritual swords. By the heavens, what is Shui Kuei doing here? And what manner of creature is that on the ground? A cultivator asked, trembling with fear. The others remained silent, consumed by their own dread, mentally lamenting. How are we to know? Perhaps emboldened by their own territory, they nonetheless landed under duress, their eyes constantly darting towards Shui Kuei, wary of the demon's unpredictable nature. Shui Kuei, under Tang Xian's command, chose to ignore the throng, standing with his arms crossed, observing silently. The Qifeng sect members, upon noticing Shui Kuei's non-hostile demeanor, regained their composure. They approached Xiaohe with indignation. Xiaohe, this is Qifeng sect territory. You Qin Yuan sect are overstepping your bounds by encroaching here. Had this been a prior occasion, Xiaohe might have shown some leniency, recognizing his initial misstep. However, ever since he had allied himself with Tang Xian, his demeanor had shifted dramatically. He now perceived all actions through the lens of righteousness. Especially considering that their sect leader had been captured, their protests seemed utterly futile. With a light chuckle, Xiaohe retrieved a pair of sunglasses from within his sleeve and donned them, a gesture that left the Qifeng sect members utterly dumbfounded. What an air of celestial presence this displayed. Even Shui Kuei was taken aback, remarking to himself how impressive the sunglasses appeared. The soldiers around them widened their eyes in astonishment, thinking to themselves, when did sunglasses become artifacts of suppression in this realm? As the tension escalated, Xiaohe removed his sunglasses, his tone turning icy. The villages under your Qifeng sect's management are in dire straits. Yet you demand tributes from them to sustain your unworthy cultivators. Here with the Qin Yuan sect, not only can they fill their bellies, but they shall also receive appropriate rewards. The people's desire to join the Qin Yuan sect is unanimous. What grounds have you to question this? You speak nonsense. A furious cultivator from the Qifeng sect retorted. These divisions were long agreed upon by the celestial sections. Even if you aspire to annex them, you ought to consult our esteemed master Shi, shouldn't you? Shi Haiqing, perhaps? Xiaohe's lips curled into a slight smirk, but just as he was about to boast, he was interrupted by Tang Xian. Observations from this incident reveal that the Qifeng sect has not lost its leadership despite Shi Haiqing's disappearance. Someone has indeed emerged to impede progress. In contrast, the Qingyu sect has shown a marked decline in confidence, clearly lacking a steadfast leader. Thus, conquering the Qifeng sect cannot rely on the tactics used to incite dissent within the Shui Kuei. Tang Xian was keen to prevent these individuals from becoming wary, as they might learn of their leader's capture, thereby complicating the conquest. Friends, may I offer a few words? Tang Xian proposed with a smile. The cultivators turned to see a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, speaking. Instantly, disdain flickered in their eyes. Who do you think you are to converse with, celestial beings? Upon hearing this, Shui Kuei, arms crossed, glared fiercely. How dare you speak to Captain Tang in such a manner? Chapter 65. The calculating Tang Xian. The words of the few cultivators from the Qifeng sect infuriated Blood Kuei. With a single hand, he gathered demonic energy. instantly emanating an inexplicable malevolence that enveloped the surrounding crowd like the chill of a frigid winter's day, leaving everyone shivering, including Tang Xian. Observing the situation, the chiefing cultivators quickly drew their spirit swords from their storage bags. How dare they confront the demon lord? Blood Kuei's voice dripped with disdain as he prepared to strike. Hold on, Tang Xian interjected suddenly. Let us clarify matters without resorting to violence. Blood Kuei thought to himself, oh my, Commander Tang. You certainly do not hesitate to kill when the time comes. Yet, he kept this thought to himself and obediently dispersed his demonic energy. Meanwhile, the chiefing cultivators were already sweating profusely, as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Drawing their swords was merely a reflex. They had no confidence in victory against this formidable foe. Who was this young mortal before them, capable of commanding the demon lord of Qinjiamen? This realization made them instinctively step back, no longer daring to underestimate Tang Xian. In the spirit of peaceful coexistence, Tang Xian spoke again. Regarding the issue of the Qin Yuan sect encroaching upon your residential area, I can take charge. Speak. What are the chiefing sect's intentions? Or can you represent the chiefing sect? If not, please fetch your superior for a discussion. Should they dare to come, I will apprehend them. Let us see how many leaders you truly have. This was the terrifying aspect of Tang Xian. His every action concealed a cunning strategy. The chiefing cultivators exchanged glances, their confidence wavering in the presence of such a powerful aura. We can take charge of this village. Their meaning was clear. They would never relinquish it to the Qin Yuan sect. Otherwise, who would provide food for the chiefing sect? Tang Xian nodded in acknowledgement and continued to inquire, what if I refuse? The chiefing cultivators fell silent, rendered speechless by his question. So, all this back and forth indicates you are unwilling to return it to us. Why bother asking for our thoughts? The atmosphere abruptly descended into a stalemate. These chiefing cultivators, perhaps aware of the stakes, bore the pressure from Blood Kuei, but dared not return empty-handed. After a long pause, the previously stern Tang Xian suddenly smiled. Very well. Since I cannot draw out your leader, if a direct approach fails, I shall attempt to outwit you. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has an abundance of provisions. How about we make an exchange? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the cultivators exchanged glances before inquiring, what kind of exchange? You will have the villagers within your jurisdiction cultivate this, he said, producing a packet of chicken-flavored compressed biscuits from his pocket, and I shall collect it. In return, we will trade. As the cultivators beheld the biscuits, disdain flickered across their faces. What is this worthless item that warrants such a significant amount of food in exchange? They thought, yet they dared not voice their sentiments. My dear fellow cultivator, the item you hold, surely it cannot be worth such a considerable amount of grain? Upon hearing this, Blood Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment. The individual who spoke, frightened, took a step back, unable to meet his gaze. It was Tang Xian who stepped in front of Blood Kuei, extending his hand to offer the compressed biscuit. Here, give it a try and see if it is indeed worth it. The cultivator cautiously accepted it and attempted to take a bite, only to find it nearly indigestible. How perplexing. It seems one must tear it open before consumption. Observing the struggle, a nearby soldier could no longer contain himself and offered some guidance. The cultivator, demonstrating decent comprehension, managed to tear open the packaging. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The cultivator, holding the biscuit, was momentarily stunned, glancing incredulously at his companions. The keen sense of smell possessed by cultivators was not lost on them. The scent of meat was unmistakable. Shall I give it a try? One of them reached out, only for the first to refuse. With a decisive bite, he exclaimed, "MMM." His face transformed with astonishment as his taste buds experienced a profound shock. What an extraordinary sensation! Seeing his reaction, the others quickly inquired, only to witness him nodding fervently. Delicious. It surpasses the taste of fierce beast meat. Before long, however, his expression shifted once more, and he froze in surprise. His fellow disciples, fearing he had been poisoned, instinctively drew their spiritual swords. Then, he declared, to my astonishment, I now feel completely sated. Sated? Hearing this, the group regarded him with skeptical expressions. Just from that one bite, you are full? My dear fellow, may I inform my sect elder so he too may partake? I believe this exchange holds great value. Certainly, if you are resolute. You may seek out Master Xiao at the Qin Yuan sect. Excellent. The disciple's demeanor transformed entirely as he clasped his fists in gratitude towards Tang Xian, beckoning his companions to return. This sequence of events left Xiao he bewildered, and Blood Kuei was equally puzzled. Blood Kuei queried, Captain Tang, why fear the Qifeng sect? With the forces of the Qin Yu sect at my disposal, we could easily extinguish them. I concur, Captain Tang, Xiao he chimed in, having sensed that the Qifeng disciple was not feigning. Moreover, with Tang Xian wielding a divine artifact, it was evident that the food was of extraordinary nourishment. Why not share it with our Qin Yuan sect as well? Would it not be a waste? Yet, these two could not fathom Tang Xian's intentions. As Blood Kuei suggested, obliterating the Qi Feng sect was indeed feasible and could be accomplished effortlessly. Yet, who would then cultivate the rice? Who would tend to the subsequent crops of corn, sweet potatoes, and barley? The critical point mentioned by Xiaohe previously was that crops could be nurtured with spiritual energy. If we were to annihilate their sect, what tremendous losses would I incur? The Qin Yu sect is a demonic faction. Even in the future, should they engage in agriculture, they would require the assistance of cultivators. After all, the demonic sect lacks spiritual energy. Within my sphere of influence, if lives can be spared, they shall be spared. After all, they are laborers. I have my own plans, and that is that. I do not wish to elaborate excessively. A mere phrase from Tang Xian suffices. Subsequently, I inquired about the farmers' opinions on their preference for rice. To my astonishment, some expressed that it was too tough to consume. However, it is understandable, as they had never encountered such an exotic plant and were unaware of its culinary applications. Tang Xian resolved to reserve a portion for them and to enlighten them on its preparation before proceeding further. Xiao Zhongman, have the other areas reached maturity yet? Captain Tang, we have remained in this village. We have yet to explore elsewhere. Thus, the spiritual energy may be somewhat lacking. Tang Xian nodded, further affirming his decision to avoid direct confrontations to prevent the loss of celestial beings. Then I must trouble you greatly. Tomorrow, I will bring a team to harvest the crops, and Xiao Zhongman, you may leave one person on guard here. Rest assured, Captain Tang, I have already made arrangements for this. One individual will remain to oversee, and we shall promptly move to the next village. Indeed, after concluding their discussion, Tang Xian boarded the helicopter and departed, heading directly to the most expansive region of the plains, Qinjiumen. Today, he intended to gain complete control over that area, establishing a grand granary for himself and for the Dragon Kingdom. Additionally, he would need to return to the real world tonight to procure several combined harvesters. Chapter 66. An unexpected calamity within the serene confines of Qinyu Gate. Qian Rinzhan sat in a daze upon the skeletal throne of the Demon Lord's Hall. For several days, he had remained there, lost in deep contemplation. Why had so many bizarre occurrences transpired recently? First, the sudden disappearance of Blood Kuei, followed by the inexplicable vanishing of the second elder after negotiating with the Qi Feng sect. On the surface, it appeared that Shi Haiqing was behind these misfortunes. Yet, Qian Rinzhan found it difficult to accept this notion. After all, the disciples of the demon sect possessed the divine demon pills, rendering them incapable of being vanquished by a mere golden core expert like Shi Haiqing. Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, the grim reality that Qin Yu Gate had reached a dead end could not be altered. If other factions discovered that the divine demon pills had been expended, the demise of Qin Yu Gate would be inevitable. In that moment, Qian Rinzhan's eyes were devoid of spirit, filled with self-recrimination for having placed such a monumental wager. Now, with the precious iron stone unattainable and the foundation of the demon sect depleted, he clenched his fists tightly and struck the throne in frustration. Had he known how it would turn out, he would never have ascended to this position. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the Demon Lord's Hall. Alarmed, Qian Rinzhan sprang to his feet and soared into the air on his sword. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure suspended 1,000 meters above, a cultivator from the immortal sect. His expression faltered momentarily before he barked orders. Prepare for battle, all disciples of the sect. An immortal sect assailant approaches. Panic surged within him as he realized he could not discern the opponent's cultivation level from such a distance. As he himself approached the pinnacle of the golden core, it was highly probable that the intruder had attained the terrifying realm of the nascent soul. As feared, with their resources exhausted, how could they withstand the assault of a nascent soul cultivator? Someone immediately fetched the elixirs and spirit stones from the treasury. In his haste, Qian Rinzhan uttered words that left all the disciples of the demon sect in stunned silence. The disciples, who had drawn their ghostly blades and set up formations, were momentarily taken aback by his declaration. What did this mean? The elders of Qinyu Gate were equally perplexed, inquiring, Lord Qian, are you suggesting we prepare for an escape? Do not refer to me as Lord Qian. Qian Rinzhan retorted sharply, his tone urgent. With Blood Kuei's disappearance, I am merely leading the disciples of the demon sect through a temporary ordeal. Henceforth, address me as Elder Qian. The crowd fell silent, their faces clouded with uncertainty. Stripped of the title of Demon Lord, they clearly feared the repercussions. Then, Elder Qian, what is your intention in procuring items from the treasury? As Qian Rinzhan had relinquished his claim to the title, the elder's tone shifted. Rather than feeling anger, Qian Rinzhan experienced a sense of relief as the weight upon his heart began to lift. He explained, the assailants are undoubtedly driven by greed. Yet Qinyu Gate possesses nothing of value now, save for the treasures in the treasury. If we surrender everything to him, we may yet preserve our lives and rise again. Nonsense. At that moment, the third elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he spoke in a stern voice. The divine demon elixir has been squandered by you. Had it not been for your actions back then, we would not find ourselves in this predicament today. Now, you wish to relinquish the last remnants of value from the Qingyu sect. Are you intent on driving it to its demise? Do you possess any alternatives? Qian Rinzhan speaks without a flicker of shame, glaring at the third elder as he articulates his reasoning. If we were to relinquish it, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, it would truly be a dead end. Should you slay us, he would still attain his desires. I refuse to be a coward consumed by the fear of death. The third elder, gritting his teeth, suddenly unsheathes his ghostly blade and strides towards the throne. Yet, at that moment, Qian Rinzhan's expression twists into a sinister snarl. A flash of cold light appears as a blade, which had mysteriously found its way into Qian Rinzhan's hand, plunges into the third elder's back. With a gasp, the third elder, struck by the blade, turns begrudgingly to face Qian Rinzhan. Despicable villain! Qian Rinzhan kicks him aside. Blood from the ghostly blade splattering the ground. The third elder, who sought to annihilate the Qingyu sect, has been slain by my hand. Any disciple who dares tread the same path shall face no mercy. The disciples, trembling in fear, are rendered mute by the shocking demise of the third elder at the hands of Qian Rinzhan. Hurry and fetch items from the treasure house. Qian Rinzhan commands once more. The disciples nod fervently. Yes, yes. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the elder with green hair gazes down upon the desolate expanse where the Qingyu sect stands, a vicious smirk curling at his lips. Heavenly blood, you have harmed my brother. I must avenge this grievance. After a moment of contemplation, the elder retrieves an ancient tome from his sleeve. It bears the title The True Method of the Heavenly Prison Offering. This tome enables one to sacrifice the life of the supplicant in exchange for the secret techniques contained within, a method far crueler than the 7 injuries fist, rivaling even the divine demon elixir. While the elixir may strip one of all cultivation without being fatal, this is different. A life sacrificed today could lead to death tomorrow. Hence, it is deemed forbidden. No one would dare to use it without a profound vendetta. The elder, contemplating the ancient text in his hands, resolutely channels his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the tome radiates brilliance, resembling a miniature black hole, voraciously drawing spiritual energy from the elder's body. His visage ages visibly as his hair shifts from dark green to white. He grits his teeth, enduring a pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. Along with this agony comes an overwhelming surge of power. The air surrounding the elder begins to warp, even the sunlight refracting away. In the next moment, an intense, suffocating spiritual pressure envelopes the area. The elder, now with hair cascading down his shoulders, slowly lifts his head, his gaze filled solely with the thirst for slaughter. With a single step, he instantaneously traverses dozens of meters, arriving directly above the Qingyu sect. He looks down upon the vacant sect with a cold, disdainful remark. If one conceals themselves, shall they escape death? Blood Kuei, emerge swiftly and engage in battle with me. The voice resonated like thunder, causing some of the hidden disciples of the demonic sect to perish on the spot, their internal organs shattered by the overwhelming spiritual pressure. Esteemed immortal, I have something to convey. At this moment, the 1,000-man slayer, bearing the weight of immense pressure, stepped forward, clutching a multitude of storage bags. He gradually placed the bags upon the ground, resembling a coward surrendering their weapons. Esteemed immortal, Blood Kuei has already perished. Your grievances with him bear no relation to the Clear Serenity sect. What? Upon hearing these words, the elder with azure hair extended his hand, and the 1,000-man slayer was abruptly lifted into the air, as if seized by an unseen force. Repeat what you just said. I meant to say that Blood Kuei has already perished. Nonsense. Chapter 67. Do you think this is powerful enough? The elder with green hair commanded Qian Rinzhan to repeat those words. As soon as Qian Rinzhan spoke, he felt as though his chest had been struck by a rhinoceros, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, blood spilling from his mouth onto the floor. The elder's fury erupted, his once white hair now a disheveled mess. He pointed angrily at Qian Rinzhan, exclaiming, Blood Kuei has just obliterated the physical form of our 9 palaces elder with a white beard, and you dare tell me he is dead? What? Has Blood Kuei become a coward, fearing the prisoner's heavenly truth, and hiding away? At that moment, Qian Rinzhan's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, bloodstains littering the ground. He struggled to rise, stammering, but the demon lord Blood Kuei has indeed been slain by Xiaohe. Upon hearing this, the elder erupted into a chilling laugh. Ha! Blood Kuei, you coward! Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall annihilate the Qingyu sect and see if you dare to emerge. Sensing the looming specter of death, Qian Rinzhan suddenly realized that the unfolding events were contrary to his expectations. He hastily fell to his knees, pleading in a humble tone, "Please do not kill me. I have never wronged the 9 palaces, and I can assure you, I harbor a deep hatred for the Qingyu sect and am prepared to destroy it myself." "Nonsense. Do not mock me for the sake of your own survival," the elder retorted. "I truly have not." Qian Rinzhan persisted, kneeling and gazing up at the elder, raising one hand towards the heavens. "I swear, everything I say is true, or may the heavens strike me down with thunder. I have already destroyed the divine elixir of the Qingyu sect." "What did you say?" The elder's interest was piqued. "The divine elixir has been destroyed? The Qingyu sect is devoid of its foundation? I swear." The elder observed the pitiful demeanor of Qian Rinzhan, a smirk slowly forming on his lips before he burst into laughter. "Ah, so the foundation of the Qingyu sect has been obliterated. Blood Kuei. No wonder you dare not confront me. It is because of the divine elixir. Please spare my life. I am willing to follow you forever." Qian Rinzhan's expression shifted to one of hopeful anticipation as he continued to bow fervently. The elder responded with a cold laugh, "Since you are so insistent, I shall assign you an important task: cleanse the Qingyu sect with blood." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinzhan's previously eager expression dimmed significantly. His gaze became vacant, and his breath quickened. "What, are you unwilling?" the elder inquired, gathering an immense amount of spiritual energy, preparing to strike down this man at the moment he uttered yes. However, Qian Rinzhan's desire to survive had reached unfathomable depths. He would stop at nothing to live. Drawing forth his ghostly blade, he imbued it with demonic energy and clasped his hands in reverence, stating, "I await your command, my lord." "Ha!" the elder chuckled lightly, retracting his spiritual energy and standing with his hands behind his back. "Then go forth." He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. As long as the Qingyu sect is annihilated, the previous disgrace can be cleansed, and the vendetta against elder by who shall be avenged. He watched as Qian Rinzhan entered the grand hall, followed by a series of anguished screams emanating from within. Qian Rinzhan had truly begun to massacre his fellow disciples. "Report to Commander Tang. Radar indicates a target has appeared 10 kilometers to the southeast. The helicopter en route to the Qingyu sect detected an anomaly." Tang Xian immediately retrieved a map to ascertain the location of the target. Beside him, Shui Kuei also noticed the prominently marked Qingyu sect. His expression faltered, as an ominous premonition arose within him. "Commander Tang, could it be the Jiugong sect's people?" He was acutely aware that having captured Lingfeng, the Jiugong sect would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Qingyu sect. He had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Uncertainty loomed. "Diyan, deploy the drone. Ascend to a higher altitude. If it is indeed the Jiugong sect, their strength will not be insignificant." "Understood." Diyan pressed the drone release switch from the co-pilot's seat. The drone shot forth like a missile, swiftly climbing into the clouds and racing toward the target. After approximately 10 minutes, the drone reached an altitude of 1 kilometer above the Qingyu sect, transmitting the visuals to Tang Xian's operational screen. The display revealed a gray-robed elder with white hair, suspended in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Isn't this the individual who fled from Luoyun Valley that day?" Shui Kuei immediately recognized him, yet confusion enveloped him. The last time he had seen him, he had black hair. How had he suddenly transformed to white and appeared so much older? After a moment's contemplation, Shui Kuei's eyes widened in realization. The immortal sect's forbidden technique, the prison sky sacrificial true art. Hearing Shui Kuei's words, Tang Xian regarded him with skepticism. "Is it truly formidable?" "Indeed, it is," Shui Kuei affirmed with certainty. "It rivals the divine demon pill. This individual is willing to sacrifice lives to hunt me down." Just then, the elder with green hair suddenly stirred. He lifted his gaze and detected the drone's presence, swiftly closing the distance in mere strides. With a single palm, he shattered the drone, and the transmission was abruptly severed. "Ah!" Shui Kuei inhaled sharply, urgently imploring Tang Xian. "Commander Tang, I beseech you, save the Qingyu sect." Tang Xian did not respond to his plea, instead marveling at the elder's prowess. Even at a kilometer in altitude, he not only discovered the drone, but managed to approach it with such remarkable speed. This indicated that his ascent and mobility capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what an ordinary Yuaning could compare to. Yet, the question of his strength remained: could he lift several tons? A curious thought struck Tang Xian, and he turned to inquire, "General, what exactly is this prison sky true art you mentioned?" Shui Kuei, now akin to an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly replied, "The advantage of the prison sky true art lies in its enhancement of strength and displacement." He was originally at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, but his current strength is conservatively estimated to be around the 7th layer of nascent soul. His displacement speed is 3 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the early stage of nascent soul. "Captain Tang, I am certain you possess a method to deal with him. Please act swiftly." "Very well, I shall indeed take action to subdue him." Tang Xian's bold proclamations were truly reminiscent of a rocket in the making. If we could capture this individual alive, who knows if he could carry a satellite into the heavens? Of course, he cannot do so in a lab coat. At the very least, he must don a spacesuit. If that were feasible, it would eliminate the intricate steps of launching a rocket, implying that the Dragon Kingdom's missiles could traverse into other realms. At that time, should anyone pose a threat, we could simply obliterate them with nuclear force. Naturally, capturing him alive would necessitate General Xuekui's intervention. For during the events at Falling Cloud Valley, Tang Xian had truly sensed the formidable nature of spiritual pressure. General Xuekui, how confident are you in apprehending that individual? Having made his preparations, Tang Xian suddenly inquired of Xuekui. Xuekui was momentarily taken aback. Why must I be the one to go? I am at the early stage, while he is at the 7th layer. Even with strange demonic techniques, I possess no chance of victory. After a long pause, he numbly responded, Captain Tang, since he employs the prison heaven secret technique, I can only guarantee a 30% chance of subduing him. Very well. The remaining 70% will be afforded by the Dragon Kingdom. With that, Tang Xian retrieved a metal cylinder, as thick as an arm, from the helicopter's supply box. He then attached a metal tube, about the thickness of a finger, to it. Once assembled, it resembled a colossal syringe. However, this contraption was not intended for administering injections. Rather, it was designed for lubricating the helicopter. Tang Xian's actions left all the soldiers utterly bewildered. Chapter 68. The Grand General Blood Kuei. What is Colonel Tang doing with the butter gun? Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry up and sharpen the nozzle. And you few, bring out all the anesthetics and pour them in. Upon hearing Colonel Tang's words, the officers and soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief and quickly set to work. The shock in their hearts was palpable. Using a specially designed large syringe from the Dragon Kingdom was already terrifying enough, but now they were resorting to a butter gun. The nozzle was thicker than a finger, and injecting it would be quite an experience. Very much so, huh? Blood Kuei observed the actions of the officers and soldiers and seemed to grasp Colonel Tang's intent, especially when the Dragon Kingdom personnel disassembled the device that had made his rear end tingle and poured it into the iron container. He felt a tightening in his chest. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom's confidence of 70% rested on that miraculous drug. It was coarse and merciless. Soon, the needle was sharpened, flat, and appearing quite sharp. The anesthetic was all poured in. Once assembled, Colonel Tang, as if entrusted with a grave responsibility, placed it into Blood Kuei's arms. General, as long as you strike true, this battle is ours. Blood Kuei gazed at the deadly weapon in his hands, his heart stirring with conviction. This device was indeed powerful, but that individual's cultivation and strength still overshadowed him. Was this battle truly winnable? Perhaps sensing Blood Kuei's apprehensions, Colonel Tang promptly handed him a pair of headphones. Do not fear, General. Wear these, and I will guide you on how to strike. Although the objective is to capture him alive, I will eliminate him if you find yourself in peril. As he spoke, Colonel Tang glanced at the unlaunched missiles on the rack, providing Blood Kuei with immense reassurance. At last, Blood Kuei solemnly nodded. He may have lacked confidence in himself, but he had never doubted the power of the Dragon Kingdom. The incident where disciples of the Divine Demon Pill were obliterated was no mere fabrication. Colonel Tang, I shall proceed. Blood Kuei hefted the butter gun syringe and soared into the air. We should not merely watch. We must close into the range of firepower. If anything were to happen to Blood Kuei, the Qingyu sect would find it difficult to take over smoothly. Yes, the helicopter roared after him. At that moment, above the Qingyu sect, the elder with green hair held a piece of wreckage, his expression darkening to the extreme. What on earth is this thing? It can fly yet possesses no life. Moreover, this material is unfamiliar to me. A gust of wind swept by, causing the wreckage in his hand to spin suddenly. It was the rotor from a drone's tail, but the elder with green hair was unaware, and in fright, he crushed it in his hand, tossing the fragments several meters away. When he realized there was no further movement, the veins on his forehead began to throb with growing intensity. Who dares to mock me? Where is that enormous entity that destroyed Elder Bai's corporeal form? The elder with green hair roared into the sky, while below, the Qingyu sect was in turmoil. The cries of battle had long since melded into a cacophony. It began with a solo massacre by 1,000 manslayer, and now many followers had surged forth. They sought to preserve their lives, thus assisting in the massacre of countless souls in a desperate attempt to evade catastrophe. The once eerie and malevolent Qingyu sect had now irrevocably descended into a hellish nightmare. At this moment, the elder with emerald hair resembled a warden commanding the chaos, his temper fluctuating wildly in the air. Amidst this turmoil, a thunderous roar resounded from the distant heavens. All you scoundrels, cease at once. The sheer force of that voice instilled an immediate calm within the fray engulfing the Qingyu sect. The disciples, clutching their bloodied ghostly blades, stood frozen, gazing into the distance. After a brief moment, someone exclaimed, "It is the Blood Demon Lord." Excitement spread among the others as they nodded fervently. The Blood Demon Lord has returned. Some, overwhelmed with joy, what as they cast furious glances at the slaughterer, Qian, at the sight of their fallen comrades, still warm yet lifeless. Emotions surged like an infectious tide. Within the main hall, over 1,000 disciples of the Qingyu sect, eyes reddened, collectively turned their gaze towards Qian. This was the wretch who squandered the divine demon pills and murdered the third elder, plunging the sect into the brink of annihilation. Now, with the return of the Blood Demon Lord, hope flickered alive for the Qingyu sect. Qian. The disciples dragged their ghostly blades along the ground, howling like wolves as they charged forward. Outside the main hall, the emerald-haired elder clenched his teeth and turned. To his astonishment, he beheld none other than the coward he had deemed Blood Demon. Blood Demon cradled a grotesquely hideous weapon, and upon closer inspection, it bore no discernible rank. Where then had his earth-grade demon blade vanished? And what of the colossal entity that had obliterated Elder by S physique? Old fool, who grants you the audacity to act recklessly within the Qingyu sect? Before the emerald-haired elder could utter a word, Blood Demon interjected. The elder, feeling a surge of relief, reassured himself. My strength now approaches the 7th level of the nascent soul, even if Blood Demon wields an earth-grade demon blade. What difference would it make if that colossal entity were to return? They shall all find their demise. Dispelling his doubts, the elder's gaze turned fierce as he spoke coolly. Blood Demon, I never expected you would dare to emerge without the divine demon pills. Blood Demon let out a cold chuckle, inwardly scornful of such remarks. What are divine demon pills but mere targets in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom? With his right hand gripping a butter gun and his left finger pointed menacingly at the emerald-haired elder, Blood Demon declared, the divine demon pills are useless. I can only impart this warning. Were there any left, you would suffer dearly today. With that, Blood Demon unleashed his demonic aura, enveloping himself in a layer of ebony armor. Leaning forward, he surged toward the emerald-haired elder. You overestimate yourself. The elder remained steadfast, waiting until Blood Demon drew near before striking his palm downwards. A massive ethereal hand, brimming with spiritual energy, bore down upon Blood Demon. As it pressed forward, the hand expanded, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Blood Demon. Suddenly, he felt as if his body were encased in lead, rendering his movements excruciatingly burdensome. This was spiritual pressure, constraining Blood Demon's every action. Alas, I may have overstated my confidence. Fear not, great general, for I shall lend you my strength. At that moment, the voice of Tang Xian resonated through Blood Kuei's earpiece. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed as a figure, trailing a fiery tail, emerged from the distance. Blood Kuei was elated, yet the elder with green hair seethed with rage. He was all too familiar with this adversary. It was this very entity that had once obliterated the Golden Dragon sword array in Falling Cloud Valley. Cursed be that wretched foe. Yet, where was this behemoth now? Why could he not be seen? Within the elder's line of sight and detection range, there was no discernible target. This unsettling realization sent him into a panic, prompting him to quickly withdraw his spiritual pressure and evade. With a resounding boom, the object resembling a flaming stick detonated not far from him, unleashing a thick plume of azure smoke that enveloped the air. The acrid fumes nearly caused his eyes to shut, as they were intensely irritating. General, press on. Tang Xian's voice rang out once more. With the assurance of support, Blood Kuei hoisted his flamethrower and charged forward, a mischievous grin playing upon his lips. Chapter 69, Bound and Determined. Previously, Tang Xian had employed interference bombs, fearing that using lethal munitions might inadvertently harm his own formidable rocket. After all, who would bear the burden of launching satellites into space? As it turned out, the interference bombs proved remarkably effective. At this moment, the elder with azure hair had turned gray, the result of the explosions. His face was smeared with soot, and it took him several attempts to rub his eyes before his sight returned. However, upon opening his eyes, he witnessed Blood Kuei charging towards him once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended into the sky, hoping to evade the assault from the lurking giant. Yet, during his ascent, the helicopter's radar tracked his movement. A second interference bomb was launched. Tang Xian instructed Blood Kuei to create some distance, and at the instant the interference bomb detonated. Blood Kuei pressed on with his butter gun. The azure-haired elder was nearly beside himself with frustration, coughing incessantly from the smoke. You coward, come out and fight me openly. He shouted. Am I not engaging you in a fair battle? Blood Kuei soared higher, launching an attack from below against the elder. The elder was truly enraged. With a single finger, he conjured a massive golden net. Blood Kuei, I shall see you perish. Prison of Heaven technique. With a whoosh, the net descended upon Blood Kuei, who was momentarily taken aback. Tang Commander, I, Blood Kuei's words were cut short as yet another interference bomb hurtled towards him. Its speed was so great that the azure-haired elder barely had time to react before it was almost upon him. With an exasperated curse, he resorted to his secret technique, retreating hastily. However, this action significantly diminished the power of the Prison of Heaven technique, allowing Blood Kuei to break free in an instant. Ha ha ha, delightful. Old man, what does your 7th level nascent soul strength amount to? Today, witness how this demon lord will vanquish you. Blood Kuei was ecstatic. He had never experienced such a dominating battle against a formidable opponent. It was utterly exhilarating. A kilometer away in the sky, Tang Xian observed every movement on the battlefield through his binoculars. Time was of the essence. The supply of interference bombs was finite and could not last indefinitely. Xiaoxiang, do we have any seismic bombs? He inquired. 3 rounds, came the reply. 3 should suffice. Tang Xian speculated that the individual he had bombarded multiple times must be in a frenzy by now. Should the helicopter appear, he would undoubtedly charge at them. It would then hinge upon Blood Kuei's reflexes. Follow my command. We will approach now and expose the target for him to see. All weapons loaded, missiles ready. Should the situation spiral out of control, we will eliminate him. Understood. With the command issued, the helicopter swiftly advanced. Meanwhile, a plume of smoke billowed above the Qingyu sect. The azure-haired elder was so enraged, he could nearly grind his teeth to dust. Unprincipled, this is utterly dishonorable. Always lurking behind to launch covert attacks. How despicably low. Old man, brace yourself. Blood Kuei charged once more, and the azure-haired elder instinctively shifted his position, fearful of another ambush. Yet, to his surprise, that bothersome fire stick did not appear. Haha. Blood Kuei pointed at the elder with green hair and laughed heartily, mocking him. To think that a mere 7th level nascent soul cultivator could be frightened off by someone at the early stage. You might as well spare yourself the embarrassment here. How outrageous. At that moment, the elder felt the greatest humiliation of his life, more disgraceful than being scorned by the leaders of the 9 palaces at the 9 palaces sect. He suddenly drew his spirit sword. A chilling aura of intent to kill swept through the air. Blood Kuei, this time no one can stop me. You shall surely perish. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder was drawn in by a voice he recognized all too well. Turning towards the sound, he beheld the formidable figure that had appeared in Falling Cloud Valley. His eyes widened in shock, and his mind was instantly flooded with boundless hatred. It was this very creature that had caused the demise of Elder Bai Hu, and his recent humiliation was also attributed to it. You have finally shown yourself. The elder gritted his teeth, abandoning Blood Kuei to swiftly pursue the helicopter. General, stay close to him. Tang Xian's voice crackled through Blood Kuei's earpiece. Without a moment's hesitation, Blood Kuei hastened to follow. However, the elder, having trained in the celestial prison technique, moved with such speed that Blood Kuei could not keep up. Captain Tang. He is too fast. Blood Kuei exclaimed. I know. I will give you 10 seconds. The next move is yours. With that, Tang Xian focused intently on the radar, predicting the assailant's arrival time. Launch the stun bomb. Boom. The first stun bomb was launched. Before the elder could react, a deafening explosion erupted before him. Almost simultaneously, his vision was engulfed in white, and a ringing filled his ears, causing his speed to diminish. Timing it perfectly, Tang Xian ordered the launch of a second stun bomb. Just as the elder's sight began to recover, it was once again blinded by a flash of white. You bastard! The elder's mindset shattered, in a fit of rage. He recklessly unleashed a sword beam in the direction he had just occupied. The pilot abruptly ascended, yet the landing gear still bore a deep gash from the attack. Unperturbed, Tang Xian commanded the launch of a third stun bomb. The elder could barely open his eyes, so furious that he spat in anger. At that moment, however, his spiritual sense detected Blood Kuei's presence. Oh no! The elder realized that all his attention had been diverted to that insufferable creature, forgetting that Blood Kuei was still behind him. Regret came too late. By the time his spiritual sense alerted him, Blood Kuei was merely 3 meters away. At that moment, Blood Kuei gripped the butter gun tightly, his teeth clenched as he gleefully shouted, Old man, let me show you something even more formidable than what this demon lord has to offer. Take this. Splat. The elder gasped him. As the butter gun pierced him, blood erupted from the elder's rear. Had it not been for the protective aura, Blood Kuei's butter gun, infused with demonic energy, would have surely penetrated him completely. As the bloodthirsty figure grasped hold of the situation, he promptly relinquished the butter gun and forcefully kicked the lever. The tranquilizer was administered, and due to the excessive dosage, the elder with azure hair developed a swelling the size of a fist on his posterior. Before he could even examine his wound, he succumbed to a drowsy state and collapsed. Fortunately, he was caught by the bloodthirsty figure, who, albeit reluctantly, felt compelled to obey the command for fear of the elder's demise. Splendid! exclaimed Commander Tang, delighting in the moment aboard the helicopter. Xiaozhang, General. You both deserve the lion's share of the credit for this battle. Heh, it is thanks to Commander Tang's adept leadership, Xiaozhang replied. Commander Tang turned his gaze towards the elder being hoisted by the bloodthirsty figure. Once you place him in the helicopter, be ready to administer an injection at the first sign of revival. We shall handle the rest upon our return to the base. Understood, Commander Tang. The azure-haired elder was unceremoniously tossed into the helicopter, while the bloodthirsty figure approached the grand hall of the Qingyu Gate. Commander Tang, I must attend to some personal matters. He communicated via radio. Observing the blood seeping from within the hall, his teeth were clenched tightly in determination. Chapter 70. Audacious ideas. As Xue Kuei pushed open the gates of the Demon Lord's palace, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his senses. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, resembling a battlefield of carnage. The surviving disciples of the demon sect gazed at their former lord with a mix of excitement and sorrow. Qianrenzhan was forced to kneel on the ground, his robe stained with blood and several wounds already festering. At this moment, he was but a shadow of his former self, barely clinging to life as he coughed up blood incessantly. Upon catching sight of Xue Kuei, Qianrenzhan, as if rejuvenated, suddenly raised his head. My lord, Xue Kuei, please allow me to explain. It's not as you imagine. That fellow from the Jiugong sect forced my hand, and I never revealed your whereabouts. Xue Kuei remained impassive, striding purposefully toward Qianrenzhan. Drip, drip. The sound of Xue Kuei's footsteps echoed throughout the hall, splashing in the bloodied floor. Simultaneously, a malevolent aura, as if imbued with life, spread forth, enveloping the butter gun he held. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable killing intent, startling Qianrenzhan, who shook off the disciples binding him, begging fervently, spare my life. Please, Xue Kuei, do not kill me. Those who fear for their lives are unfit to exist in this world. I am merely assisting you. As Xue Kuei's cold words hung in the air, he forcefully thrust the butter gun, the needle, the thickness of a finger, piercing directly through Qianrenzhan's skull. He died with his eyes wide open, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground. With the abomination eradicated and the demon lord returned, the disciples of the Qingyu sect were filled with elation, their spirits lifted. Soon, Tang Xian's helicopter descended before the demon lord's palace. The disciples, having never witnessed such a contraption, mistook it for an invasion from another realm and hastily armed themselves with ghost-headed blades, preparing to resist. Put down your weapons. Xue Kuei emerged from the palace. Following the recent battle, he, now in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, effortlessly overpowered the elder with 7 layers of power. This only reinforced his conviction regarding the formidable strength of Longhua. Having already set his sights on the position of general, Xue Kuei's determination solidified further. Under the protection of Longhua, the Qingyu sect would undoubtedly thrive. Then, Xue Kuei performed an unexpected gesture that left the disciples puzzled. He clasped his hands in salute, bowing his head slightly, demonstrating profound respect. Greetings, Commander Tang. Commander Tang. The disciples were momentarily stunned. Their bewilderment stemmed from 2 facts. First, they were unaware of the title's significance, and second, why had this mortal gained the acknowledgement of their demon lord, even referring to himself as a subordinate? Quickly, pay your respects to Commander Tang. Xue Kuei's words forcibly snapped the group back to reality. Stifling their astonishment, they hastily clasped their hands and bowed. Greetings, Commander Tang. Tang Xian nodded slightly, smiling as he addressed them. There is no need for formality. From now on, we are all one family. He continued. Let me briefly outline the path that the Qingyu sect will follow henceforth. First and foremost, the slaughter of innocent civilians is strictly forbidden. Anyone who violates this rule shall face severe punishment. Upon hearing the news, the disciples of the Qingyu sect were utterly astonished, momentarily rendered speechless, and now even more bewildered. The demon sect does not kill. Without blood, how can one cultivate? Observing their incredulity, Xue Kuei interjected, stating that in the future, Commander Tang would supply us with the fresh blood necessary for our cultivation. Thus, this rule must be firmly remembered, otherwise, I shall not spare you. The disciples gasped in astonishment. If there is blood without killing, they hastily nodded in agreement. Who would wish to take a life if it were not for the sake of cultivation? Tang Xian was quite pleased with their response. If they adhered to this stringent regulation, future matters would be much simpler. He continued, secondly, we shall engage in the cultivation of crops. Regarding this, I will dispatch a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom to instruct you on the necessary procedures. As for the accommodations of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers here, it is up to General Xue Kuei to arrange. Commander Tang, I will promptly establish the Elder Pavilion, which will be directly responsible for the daily lives and security of the personnel from the Dragon Kingdom. Should there be any negligence in care, do not hesitate to hold me accountable. Shuekui spoke with confidence, greatly reassuring Tang Xian. In a place like Qingyu sect, having stationed troops is essential, first to monitor the yield of crops and second to prevent the demons from wreaking havoc upon the populace. Should the Qingyu sect, under our protection, commit acts of slaughter, it would severely impact our future commands to the people regarding agriculture. The mission at Qingyu sect was essentially complete, and the strategic objectives had been achieved. Once Shuekui finalized the list for the Elder Pavilion, he accompanied Tang Xian back to the Dragon Kingdom base. Commander Tang, was everything smooth sailing? Old Lu approached with brisk strides. Tang Xian nodded with a smile. Extremely smooth, and I have also captured something quite remarkable. As he uttered the latter part, his smile took on a deeper significance. Being an old subordinate, Old Lu understood immediately and quickly glanced behind Tang Xian, only to see several soldiers carrying an elderly man on a stretcher, an individual with white hair, appearing to be in his late 80s or 90s. Old Lu wore a look of skepticism, pointing at the old man on the stretcher and then back at Tang Xian. Seeing Old Lu's expression, Tang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Do not underestimate him. His speed of movement and ascent is nothing short of extraordinary. I expended considerable effort to sedate him without killing him. Old Lu still failed to grasp the implication. The speed of movement and ascent is extraordinary? What is Commander Tang planning? After a moment of contemplation, Old Lu's eyes widened in realization. Commander Tang, you do not mean to make him into a rocket, do you? Like launching a satellite into the sky? Haha, precisely. Tang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching as the elderly man with green hair was carried into the medical room. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was destined for rocket making. Old Lu, do you have any idea how much financial, material, and human resources are required to launch a rocket? If this endeavor succeeds, we shall eliminate a great deal of trouble. Old Lu nodded, still in a daze. Tang Xian comprehends the essence of the conversation, yet the notion of a person bearing a satellite into the heavens seems rather far-fetched. Does it not? Commander Tang, even if you assert that such a method is feasible, it appears that only the robust and youthful ought to undertake this endeavor. The individual who recently transported the satellite appears to be nearing his 80s or 90s. Can he truly manage such a feat? The concern expressed by Old Lu is also on Tang Xian's mind. However, his contemplation revolves not around age, but rather the matter of longevity. As Blood Kuei mentioned, the so-called prisoner of heaven's true art is obtained through the sacrifice of one's life. Currently, the Long Kingdom base lacks the necessary equipment to assist in launching a satellite into space, rendering a successful trial improbable. Should he somehow succeed in carrying it aloft? What if he perishes before the experiment reaches fruition? Would it not necessitate an arduous endeavor to seek out another formidable individual? After much deliberation, Tang Xian resolves to summon Xiao He for inquiry, as he belongs to the immortal sect and should possess a more profound understanding of this matter. Meanwhile, at the Red Phoenix sect, several disciples burst through the sect's gates, with the leading disciple brandishing a packaged item high above. The sacred grounds of the sect prohibit such uproar. The law enforcement disciple attempts to intervene, only to be met with a fierce retort from the leading disciple. I possess an important item to present to the elders. It concerns the life and death of those disciples who have yet to embark on the path of abstinence. Do not impede my progress, or you shall bear the consequences. The law enforcement disciple takes a deep breath. Currently, the tensions between the Red Phoenix sect, the Qin Yuan sect, and the Qingyu sect are escalating. Although the conflict has not yet surfaced overtly, everyone is aware that a fierce battle looms on the horizon. Coupled with the meager harvests from the villages under the sect's jurisdiction, the disciples of the Red Phoenix sect who have not yet embarked on their abstinent journey are already famished to the bone. These brave disciples have discovered a solution to their predicament. Follow me at once. Chapter 71. Not a bit less currently, within the radiation range of the Dragon Kingdom's base. Both the Qin Yuan sect and the Qingyu sect have become aware of the existence of the Dragon Kingdom's influence. However, the Qifeng sect remains blissfully ignorant, wholeheartedly focused on enhancing their trials in preparation to overthrow the Qingyu sect and avenge Shi Haiqing. Upon hearing of a solution to the food predicament faced by the uninitiated disciples, they were, of course, utterly exhilarated. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Disciples from the law enforcement pavilion escorted a fellow disciple, who clutched a pack of compressed biscuits. As they rushed forward, their shouts resonating even louder than their own excitement. Upon reaching the elders' pavilion, they burst in without so much as a knock. Bang! The elders, who were engrossed in discussions regarding the next trials, were startled by the sudden intrusion. Turning around, they were met with a throng of exuberant disciples gazing at them with unbridled enthusiasm. Fools! What is the meaning of this commotion? Since Shi Haiqing's disappearance, Tang Xian, who had once boasted of swallowing the Qin Yuan sect, had risen to the position of the Qifeng sect's Grand Elder. Now, He glared at the group of disciples with a stern demeanor. Elder Chong, while addressing the Chi Feng sect's encroachment on the village, we discovered Shui Kuei, exclaimed the disciple holding the biscuits, his face still radiating joy. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's brow furrowed immediately. Wasn't Shui Kuei defeated by Xiaohe? He had witnessed it with his own eyes. During the trials at Yuan Mountain, Tang Xian had seen Shui Kuei challenge Xiaohe. If Xiaohe had survived, how could Shui Kuei still be alive? Tang Xian felt as though his head might explode. What in the world was happening? As the proverbial frog at the bottom of the well, Tang Xian, who had long been isolated from the world, remained oblivious to the unfolding changes outside. If he was perplexed, who wouldn't be? The other elders, equally in the dark, began to panic. If Shui Kuei had returned, the Chi Feng sect was doomed. However, amidst this tension, Tang Xian noticed that the disciple was still smiling. Furious, he leapt forward and delivered a punch to the disciple's chest. Fool, what is your intent? Shui Kuei has resurfaced, and you still dare to smile. Hiss. The other disciples, who had entered with him, stared in disbelief as their companion coughed up blood. They thought to themselves, is this fellow out of his mind? What is he trying to be mysterious about at a time like this? Did he really think he could speak his mind and not be punished? The disciple, feeling wronged, slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and choked out, Elders, you misunderstand me. What I meant to convey is that Shui Kuei's return has not led to a massacre. He has even allied with the Qin Yuan sect, seeking to exchange this for our grain fields. As he spoke, he presented the pack of compressed biscuits. The elders, ignoring the offering, widened their eyes in shock as they exchanged glances. After a prolonged silence, they voiced their terror. The Qin Yu sect and the Qin Yuan sect have united? If these two sects join forces, we are undoubtedly doomed. At this point, Tang Xian finally comprehended the situation. No wonder both Shui Kuei and Xiaohe were unharmed. This was clearly an elaborate charade. Alas, Tang Xian slumped weakly into his seat. With the absence of Master Shi, the chiefing sect seemed doomed. The disciples present, those few who were privy to the truth, were on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. Might I ask, can you not grasp the essence of the matter? This is an exchange, not a merger. Elder, would you care to sample this? Sample what? The chiefing sect is on the brink of collapse. I have no appetite for food. And what on earth is this wretched thing, that it dares to be part of an exchange for arable land? Enough. With the two sects united, we have no countermeasures. Let them have it all. As Tang Xian spoke, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Clutching that half-piece of compressed biscuit, he ground his teeth in despair. This is the fate of a feeble sect, relying on such a paltry offering. Before he could finish his lament, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Hiss. He squinted, inhaling deeply, and in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with wonder. He took a bite. As he chewed, disbelief painted his features. How could this be so delicious? The disciples below revealed long-lost smiles. The foolish elder finally had an epiphany. Elder Chong, what flavor is it? The other elders, having caught the scent, were now filled with immense curiosity, especially given Tang Xian's lingering expression of delight. It was fragrant, more enticing than the flesh of ferocious beasts. Tang Xian practiced fasting and seldom partook of food. Today, unexpectedly encountering such a delicacy, he found it hard to swallow it down immediately. Instead, he chewed and savored, relishing the exquisite flavor that danced upon his taste buds. However, he soon felt something was amiss. Why did this morsel seem to grow larger with each chew? Elder Chong, it's overflowing. Upon hearing the warning, Tang Xian quickly covered his mouth and swallowed. His stomach felt instantly full. After a long moment, he exclaimed in astonishment. This is a divine artifact in the realm of sustenance. Utterly remarkable. One bite can satiate one's hunger, simply unparalleled. Upon hearing Tang Xian's revelation, the other elders eagerly approached. If we ascertain that this item is free of poison, it can only be aromatic. Then these elders began to break off small pieces, tasting them, their expressions mirroring that of Tang Xian, exclaiming in awe, this is truly wondrous. Indeed, it seems that one piece could sustain 5 disciples. 5 disciples? Do you wish to overfeed them? Tang Xian shot a disapproving glance at the elder, as if to say, have you never experienced the world? At the very least, it could ensure the sustenance of 10 disciples. Yes. Tang Xian took a deep breath and returned to his seat. If they are willing to exchange such a divine artifact for our arable land, it appears that the two sects do not intend to annihilate us. Then let us proceed with the exchange. The elders unanimously agreed with Tang Xian's words, and then inquired, how much of this delightful item should we exchange for a plot of arable land? This matter was initiated by them, so naturally, we must leverage our position a bit more. After all, if the relationship deteriorates, we will not benefit. So we should seize the opportunity to gain as much as we can now. Tang Xian pondered for a moment. then struck the bench with determination, declaring, at the very least, one piece of farmland should be exchanged for half of this. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing it. Later that evening, at the Longwa base in Tang Xian's office, Xiao He arrived, appearing deeply troubled. Noticing this, Tang Xian inquired, Master Xiao, what seems to be the matter? Xiao He clasped his fist in response, stating, reporting to Commander Tang, we have received news from the chiefing sect. They have agreed to our exchange. Within their jurisdiction, there are approximately 60 plots of farmland. Tang Xian, upon hearing this, began to calculate internally, given that the crops would mature in 3 to 4 days. With the current planting areas alongside the Qingyu sect and the chiefing sect's territories, they could yield hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain, surely to be accomplished within 2 weeks. Any continued planting thereafter would be profit, apart from ensuring the soldiers at the base have enough rations. The surplus could either be transported back to Longwa or sold in another realm. The mere thought of this caused a subtle smile to grace Tang Xian's lips. At this pace, notions of fertile lands and grain-producing nations would have to take a back seat. The development of agriculture in the other realm is simply remarkable, devoid of competitors. However, Tang Xian soon noticed that Xiao He still wore a frown. Master Xiao, is there something troubling you? Xiao He paused for a moment, and after a lengthy silence, he replied softly, Commander Tang, there is something on my mind that I am uncertain whether to voice. Chapter 72. Tranquility at Qingyu Gates. Speak your mind. There is no need for circumlocution, Tang Xian remarked, observing the evident discomfort of Xiao He. After a considerable internal struggle, Xiao He finally responded, it is this. Commander Tang, the conditions set forth by the chiefing sect are a piece of farmland in exchange for half a block of compressed biscuit. I believe they are being excessively demanding. Such precious commodities as compressed biscuits should not be given away so casually. What I mean to say is, though you may hand over the compressed biscuits to the Qin Yuan sect, should the chiefing sect attempt to seize the farmland, I shall not show them any mercy. Xiao He intended to conquer the chiefing sect through force, believing that providing them with the surplus biscuits would suffice. Upon hearing Xiao He's account, Tang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but after a lengthy pause, he broke into a hearty laugh. If sect leader Xiao desires some compressed biscuits, do not hesitate to ask. You know I am not one to invade others lightly. Cooperation is preferable. Furthermore, the cultivation of grain necessitates your sect's spiritual energy. The chiefing sect is also a vital force in grain production, would you not agree? Xiao He was somewhat taken aback. To be frank, while in the village, he had longed for that piece of compressed biscuit but had hesitated to voice his desire. Now, with Commander Tang's casual invitation, it felt too. Commander Tang, may I take some back to the sect for those disciples who have not undergone fasting? Tang Xian smiled slightly. Certainly, the Dragon Kingdom will provide for you. That is splendid. Thank you on behalf of those disciples, Commander Tang. Xiao He quickly clasped his fists and bowed deeply. There is no need for such formality. It is but a small gesture. Tang Xian waved his hand and continued, Sect Leader Xiao, since we are discussing grain, I wish to assign you a task. Please. Commander Tang, go ahead. I would like you to send people to cultivate grain in this location. As he spoke, he pointed to the position of Qingyu Gate. Xiao He's eyes widened in surprise. The demon sect? Indeed, it is the demon sect. However, there is no need for concern. They have already submitted to my authority. As you know, demons cannot manipulate spiritual energy, and allowing such vast planes to remain idle is a tremendous waste. Therefore, I thought of having your Qin Yuan sect develop it. What are your thoughts, Sect Leader Xiao? Tang Xian's strategy was meticulously calculated, should Xiao He agree. It would not only prevent any potential upheaval from the demon sect, but also ensure the safety of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. In due course, Qingyu Gate would attain complete tranquility. Faced with such a proposal, Xiao He did not hesitate. With such generous offerings from the immortal Tang, what reason could he possibly have to refuse? Even if it meant facing peril, he would accept. Commander Tang, I will personally send an elder to lead the team and ensure your task is accomplished. Excellent. Tang Xian replied joyfully, standing and patting Xiao He on the shoulder. Work diligently, and in the future, among all the immortal sects of the Xinling continent, I shall appoint you as the leader. Xiao He's heart raced at these words. Rest assured, Commander Tang, I shall not disgrace my mission. Tang Xian's words were not mere embellishments. He truly regarded Xiao He as a member of his own family. With such a valuable ally at hand, what reason could there be to neglect his potential? Xiao He undoubtedly perceived this sincerity. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom was evident to all. In his view, Tang Xian sought to prevent turmoil. Otherwise, seizing any sect would be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. The invincible sect stands as a prime example, having been effortlessly obliterated. Now reduced to a mere appendage of the Qin Yuan sect. The paramount sect of the entire Xinling continent. Should I not hasten to elevate my own strength? Xiao He pondered silently. Master Xiao, I have another crucial matter to inquire about. Tang Xian's words abruptly pulled Xiao He from his reverie. What is it, Commander Tang? Have you ever heard of the prison sky sacrifice true art? Upon hearing this, Xiao He's eyes widened in astonishment, as if the phrase I have heard of it were inscribed upon his visage. Commander Tang, that is a forbidden technique of the immortal sections. Those who cultivate this art seldom survive beyond 7 days after achieving success. However, the power they wield post-cultivation is extraordinarily formidable. Typically, only those seeking retribution or burdened by deep-seated enmity would dare to practice it. Why do you inquire about this technique? Tang Xian's heart sank. 7 days was hardly sufficient. And that was only in the best of circumstances. I have captured a practitioner from the Nine Palaces sect, and he has cultivated this forbidden technique. However, I wish for him to live a bit longer, for he holds value for the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder if Master Xiao has any means to assist? Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Kingdom's interests, Xiao He was eager to help. Yet, the situation was undeniably complex. He furrowed his brow and sighed softly. Extending a lifespan is not an insurmountable challenge. The real issue lies in identifying the one capable of doing so. There is but one place on the Xianling continent where this can be accomplished, the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect can extend his life? Tang Xian's hopes soared, and he pressed further. What must be done to enlist their aid? Ah, therein lies the dilemma, Xiao He explained. The Buddhist sect is renowned for its compassion and has historically opposed all forms of violence. The prison sky true art is a forbidden technique, practiced by those intent on killing. Thus, how could the Buddhist sect possibly extend his life while simultaneously heightening the risk of further bloodshed? Tang Xian nodded thoughtfully, recalling the 3 monks from Shishui village. They embodied absolute compassion, opting to forfeit their cultivation rather than take lives. Even distributing the spiritual stones gathered from Peiching to the impoverished, while he himself had fortuitously acquired a set of low-grade spiritual armor that day. It was indeed unrealistic to expect them to rescue a murderer. Yet, this was at least an opportunity. One could not simply dismiss it without trial, after all. Tang Xian's fingers lightly tapped upon the table as he contemplated. After a moment, he mused to himself. I wonder how the Buddhist sect would respond to a construction project supported in the name of the Dragon Kingdom? They say one should not bite the hand that feeds. If one is to extend a hand, it must be generously offered. To take a step back, even if the Buddhist sect were to oppose prolonging that individual's life, the Dragon Kingdom has already established a rapport with them. At that juncture, enlisting the Buddhists for peacekeeping should pose no issue. For instance, if a brawl between the 2 factions escalated into a bloody affair, they could be penalized by being tasked with cultivating rice to aid the impoverished. Refuse? Then your cultivation will be forfeited. Contemplating this, Tang Xian smacked his lips, a look of delight crossing his features. Indeed, this plan could be executed. It would be a win regardless. After instructing Xiao He to mark the Buddhist sect's location, Tang Xian arranged for old Lu to conduct an analysis of potential threats. Given the considerable distance, it was imperative to anticipate all possible risks. Once these matters were addressed, Tang Xian glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. Just as he prepared to activate the portal to the real world for a cooperative harvesting operation, a soldier's voice crackled through the radio. Commander Tang, Master Shi Haicheng of the Chiefing sect wishes to see you. He has been causing quite a ruckus for a while now, having been sedated 3 times already. Upon hearing Shi Haicheng's name, Tang Xian recalled that due to the stability of the Qingyu sect, the second elder of the demon sect had returned with his disciples. Now, he was the only one left in the confinement chamber. Wait, I shall be there momentarily. Chapter 73. So you still have connections with the 9 Palaces sect within the confines of the detention chamber. Shi Haicheng, still reeling from the effects of the anesthetic, was vociferously protesting. Why has everyone else been released while I remain confined? I demand to see your sect leader. I want to meet Commander Tang. With a click, the anesthetic gun was reloaded, causing Shi Haicheng's heart to skip a beat. Yet, he continued to shout, I mean no harm. I merely seek an explanation. Just then, Tang Xian entered the room. Shi Haicheng, seeing a glimmer of hope, hurried to the fortified glass barrier. Commander Tang, please release me. They have pledged their allegiance to you. I wish to do the same. Ah, if you wish to ally with me, that is certainly agreeable, but the situation here is a tad more intricate, Tang Xian replied, taking a seat and gesturing for Shi Haicheng to join him across the table. Noticing Tang Xian's amicable demeanor, Shi Haicheng's anxious heart calmed somewhat. Once seated, he politely inquired, Commander Tang, if even the Qingyu sect can align with you, what complexities hinder my Red Phoenix sect? Because the Qingyu sect has a steadfast leader, Shui Kuei. In contrast, your Red Phoenix sect has not experienced any upheaval despite the disappearance of sect leader Shi. Tang Xian stated bluntly, directly addressing the crux of the issue. This was one of the reasons he had delayed Shi Haicheng's release. Another reason was his lingering distrust of this man. Should he allow Shi Haiqing to return and it incite a conflict between the Dragon Kingdom and the Red Phoenix sect, the fragile peace would be shattered, jeopardizing not only the sect, but also the laborers dependent on agriculture. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Shi Haiqing was at a loss whether to feel relieved or disheartened. How absurd. The sect leader has been missing for so long, and those incompetent elders have not sought me out. They believe the Red Phoenix sect is thriving? Commander Tang, you must believe in my capabilities. Regardless of the current state of the Red Phoenix sect, once I return, it will be under my command. I will rally the entire sect to pledge allegiance to you. Let us refrain from discussing that matter, Shi Haiqing. When the time is right, I shall naturally facilitate your return. Even if you choose not to return, I possess means to secure their allegiance, Tang Xian added, turning to leave. Seeing his chances of freedom dwindling, Shi Haiqing urgently called out, Commander Tang, do not depart. I have more to convey. In truth, the Red Phoenix sect has significant ties to the Nine Palaces sect. Tang Xian paused at this revelation. Is that so? Indeed, it is absolutely true. However, Commander Tang, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely inferred that the Dragon Kingdom would require fine iron or after inviting the master of Falling Cloud Valley. I do not wish to leverage the Nine Palaces sect as a threat against you, Shi Haiqing fervently clarified. Tang Xian nodded with a smile, reflecting, no wonder so much fine iron ore was discovered upon your capture. It seems this connection to the Nine Palaces sect complicates matters further. I must ensure you do not return. What if you were to defect, and the Nine Palaces sect launched an offensive? Sect leader Shi, the information you have just provided is invaluable to me. Congratulations on regaining your freedom starting tomorrow. You will be able to move about within the Dragon Country base. Initially, Shi Hai was wide-eyed with excitement at this news, but upon hearing the subsequent remarks, his demeanor visibly dampened. Commander Tang, Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Xian departed from the confinement room. The situation was clear, further discussion was futile, and a return to his previous circumstances was nearly impossible. The restoration of freedom within the Dragon Country base was the utmost concession. Around midnight, Tang Xian returned to the real world. His recent returns had consistently been at dawn, causing his biological clock to become increasingly disordered. After enjoying a refreshing slumber, he rose around 5 in the morning. Stretching lazily, he felt invigorated and remarkably at ease. Leaving the Special Operations Brigade, Tang Xian first coordinated the acquisition of 2 harvesters, then made his way to the Dragon Country Buddha base. To establish a connection with the otherworldly Buddhist sect, gaining some understanding was paramount. He spent the entire morning there, returning with a truckload of Buddhist paraphernalia, including meditation cushions, wooden fish, incense burners, and scriptures. As afternoon approached and he prepared to return to the alternate realm, the training ground of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade boasted a new, rounded addition, a satellite, specifically the Southern Dipper Navigation satellite manufactured by Dragon Country. General Tang, are you certain this device can be launched into space without a rocket? Zhang Yi approached, his expression filled with skepticism. The satellite had been procured at Tang Xian's request. Tang Xian was uncertain how to respond, as he had yet to conduct a test and did not want to make any definitive claims. He could only say they would try, hoping for success. Very well, the spacesuit is already loaded onto the truck. I wish you safe travels, General Tang. Tang Xian nodded, then summoned a portal, transporting himself and a multitude of supplies into the other world. Due to the oversized nature of the harvesters, they were disassembled for transport, which meant the portal's activation time was quite limited. It was imperative to swiftly complete the system tasks to elevate his level further. In the alternate realm, Shi Hai, having regained his freedom, curiously explored the Dragon Country base, accompanied by several armed soldiers. The excavation of the air raid shelter was in full swing, with rubble being transported to the mountains. Ling Feng's teaching on weapon refinement continued unabated. He could be seen demonstrating techniques with a smile, occasionally inviting students to practice alongside him. A stark contrast to his previously aloof demeanor, Tang Xian recognized that Ling Feng had nearly adapted to his role as an instructor. Indeed, the exclusive team of weapon refiners for the Dragon Country would soon take shape. Commander Tang, the students greeted respectfully as he approached, bowing in unison. Ling Feng was no exception. He expressed deep gratitude for the miraculous tablet computer Tang Xian had gifted him. With a simple click, stunning images of beautiful women appeared. Seeing Tang Xian now evoked a profound respect in him. Commander Tang, the students are learning rapidly, especially Murong Shui. She can now refine yellow-grade spiritual swords. Tang Xian turned to Murong Shui, who blushed slightly, gracefully raising her fair hand. Commander Tang, it is all thanks to Master Ling Feng's excellent teaching. You all have done exceptionally well. I appreciate your hard work. Tonight, I shall treat you to a Chinese dinner, Tang Xian remarked with a smile. Before turning to Ling Feng, Brother Ling, I have a matter to discuss with you. Tang Xian led Ling Feng aside and inquired, "What is it, Captain Tang?" Tang Xian retrieved a butter gun from his storage bag. "Is it possible to forge a weapon in this style?" Ling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this?" He had crafted swords, knives, and halberds, but this peculiar object was entirely foreign to him. Noticing Ling Feng's bewilderment, Tang Xian chuckled. "This will be the exclusive weapon of General Shui Kuei. He possesses only a rudimentary understanding of weapon crafting, which is why he seeks your expertise." "Ah," Ling Feng inhaled sharply. "General Shui Kuei wishes to use this?" Chapter 74. Is disbelief. Tang Xian's butter gun truly left Ling Feng astounded. Upon learning it was intended for Blood Kuei, his bewilderment deepened. What manner of device is this for a formidable demon lord? This was, in fact, Tang Xian's intention. For mere assassination, the Dragon Kingdom could accomplish that without necessitating Blood Kuei's intervention. Once Blood Kuei charged into battle, capture was likely. Following their previous confrontation, Tang Xian deemed it imperative to modify such a butter gun. Ordinary iron was too fragile. Having a high-level artifact craftsman like Ling Feng create a spiritual tool would be ideal. With a decisive thrust, it would provide immense satisfaction. Brother Ling need not inquire further. I merely wish to ascertain the complexity of crafting this item. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries. He reached out to accept the butter gun, scrutinizing it meticulously. After a prolonged pause, he pondered aloud. This device of Commander Tang appears to lack a specific grade, yet the craftsmanship is exquisite. If I were to undertake this, I could manage the metallic components, though this particular area. Ling Feng's attention was drawn to the rubber stopper. You need not worry about that aspect, Brother Ling. Thus, the remaining components can be fashioned, correct? Ling Feng confidently nodded. No problem. When the form nears completion, we shall summon Blood Kuei to infuse it with demonic energy. It should yield a high-grade mysterious item. Splendid, Tang Xian thought to himself, filled with delight. A high-grade mysterious syringe in the hands of Blood Kuei would be nothing short of extraordinary. It would be a decisive weapon. Additionally, Tang Xian held great admiration for Ling Feng's forging prowess. The precision required for such an intricate item, especially with a hollow needle, posed no challenge for Ling Feng. This was indeed reassuring, affirming that his decision to invite Ling Feng had been wise. Brother Ling, I shall convey my gratitude to Blood Kuei on your behalf. Furthermore, I shall dispatch someone to deliver the earthly flames to you immediately. Ling Feng initially paused, then incredulously inquired, "Is what Commander Tang said true?" "Absolutely. You may proceed with your tasks. Shortly, you will have the earthly flames for weapon forging." After speaking, Tang Xian left with a smile. Meanwhile, Old Lu and his team were assembling the harvester, having made considerable progress. Dusting himself off, Old Lu expressed his satisfaction. "At last, we can enjoy a proper Chinese meal." Since their arrival in this otherworldly realm, the limited time for portal activation necessitated prioritizing the transport of crucial supplies, resulting in delays in food delivery. They had subsisted on individual rapid heating meals for far too long. While they were palatable, they could not compare to freshly cooked dishes. "How goes the progress?" Tang Xian approached, prompting Old Lu to respond promptly. "We are ready to depart at any moment." "Excellent. Old Lu, I need you to personally oversee this task and make a quick stop along the way." The term quick stop referred to the current planting of rice, with plans to cultivate different crops next time. This practice helps prevent crop diseases, much like avoiding inbreeding. "Commander Tang, did you bring other seeds?" "Of course. Otherwise, would you not tire of consuming rice alone?" Old Lu nodded with a smile, and shortly after, a helicopter was dispatched to airlift the harvester away. Not long after their departure, medical personnel hurried over. "Commander Tang, the individual you brought back yesterday has regained consciousness." "Good, let us proceed at once." Tang Xian remained at the base to await the awakening of that individual, eager to conduct the initial space experiment. His lifespan was limited, and to squander time was tantamount to squandering life itself. Inside the infirmary, the elder with green hair was tightly bound, struggling in vain to move even an inch. The wrinkles on his face had deepened, and new lines etched into the corners of his eyes, resembling marks carved by a knife. His voice had taken on a much more hoarse tone, akin to that of a seasoned smoker. "Who are you? Release me at once." When Tang Xian entered, this was the sight that greeted him. He couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of the celestial sex confinement techniques, which had transformed a spirited elder into a mere shell awaiting death. "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions," Tang Xian said. The elder with green hair then realized that these individuals were, astonishingly, mortals. So they were the ones at Qingyu Gate as well. How could mere mortals possess such formidable capabilities? The elder's breath quickened as this reality surpassed his comprehension. "Where do you hail from?" "You cannot be from the Xianling continent." "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is my desire to collaborate with you, Tang Xian continued, taking a seat beside him. You provide me with what I seek, and I shall grant you what you desire. What say you? The elder chuckled softly upon hearing this. Haha, regardless of how you captured me, you remain mere mortals. I have cultivated the prison sky true art. Can you help me continue my life? Indeed, Tang Xian replied, his words strikingly bold, rendering the elder momentarily speechless. He was not frightened, but rather at a loss for words. How could a mere mortal comprehend the backlash of the prison sky true art? After a lengthy pause, the elder closed his eyes and spoke with a cold detachment. As you say, who you are now holds little significance. My time is short. I might as well await my demise in silence. Seeing the elder's resolute demeanor, Tang Xian understood that further persuasion would be futile. After all, in the elder's eyes, he was merely a mortal. Speaking of which, isn't there a connection between the Chiefing sect and the Jiogong sect? If so, I shall summon someone to speak with you. Without rising, he pressed the radio and instructed, summon Shi Haiqing. Shi Haiqing, the elder, who had been preparing to resign himself to fate, felt a stir of emotions upon hearing Tang Xian's words. Could he be referring to the leader of the Chiefing sect? Moments later, Shi Haiqing entered the room. Upon seeing the elder bound to the hospital bed, his expression shifted dramatically. He appeared to recognize him, yet at the same time, he seemed unsure. Tentatively, he inquired, Elder Qing from the Jiogong sect? Upon hearing this, the elder's mouth twitched in disbelief as he opened his eyes wide. By the heavens! It truly is the leader of the Chiefing sect. You have also been captured. The elder with the azure hair spoke with conviction. In his recollection, Shi Haiqing possessed a notably unruly disposition, a stark contrast to the current state of affairs, where he appeared akin to a docile creature, nearly trembling with apprehension. It was evident that he had been captured. Shi Haiqing offered an awkward smile before promptly adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, Commander Tang invited me here. With that, Tang Xian rose from his seat and addressed Shi Haiqing. Master Shi, there is a matter of significance that the Dragon Kingdom wishes to entrust to this elder. Please engage in some persuasive discourse. After imparting these words, Tang Xian departed with a knowing smile, leaving only the two of them in the infirmary. Seizing the opportunity, the azure-haired elder hastily implored, Master Shi, please release me from my bindings at once. I shall assist you in departing from this place. Chapter 75. The latest combat deployment. Upon hearing this, Shi Haiqing first wore a bewildered expression, then promptly advised, Elder Qing, a wise person knows when to adapt. Do not entertain foolish ideas. Collaborating with the Dragon Kingdom is undoubtedly the best choice. Elder Qing, taken aback by his words, responded, Shi Haiqing, have you been bewitched? Or perhaps poisoned without an antidote? My current strength has reached the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, regardless of whether you are indeed poisoned or not. There is always a remedy. Restrain your 7th level powers. Shi Haiqing sighed, a rueful smile gracing his lips as he explained to Elder Qing. I was once pursued here by a disciple of the Qingyu sect. The disciple consumed nothing less than the sect's essence, the divine demon pill. It is conservatively estimated that his strength was around the mid-nascent soul stage at that time. Yet, guess what happened? He was annihilated by the Dragon Kingdom before he could even unleash his battle techniques. Recalling that moment still sent a shiver down Shi Haiqing's spine. He gazed at Elder Qing, whose face was a mask of skepticism, and added, if you wish to court death, do not involve me. You will truly be reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of your remains. In accordance with Captain Tang's request, I am merely here to offer counsel. Whether you acquiesce is entirely your decision. With that, Shi Haiqing discreetly retreated back to his humble abode, leaving Captain Tang Xian in the surveillance room utterly perplexed. I instructed you to persuade him, yet you clarified your stance, and then withdrew? Captain Tang, perhaps we should employ the old tactics. Creating a diversion to intimidate that old man, suggested the scout, Di Yin, from the side. Tang Xian shook his head in response. His current situation is unlike that of Shui Kuei. A man facing death fears nothing. If we release him, he might go on a rampage. Di Yin cleared his throat, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Tang Xian fell deep into contemplation. Every individual possesses a vulnerability. What might this man's be? After a while, Tang Xian's eyes suddenly brightened with realization. Indeed, back in the Luoyun Valley, he disregarded his own life to rescue his companion, subsequently directing his enmity towards Shui Kuei. He intended to single-handedly eradicate the Qingyu sect. His Achilles heel is none other than that disembodied nascent soul. During previous conversations with Xiao He and Shui Kuei, Tang Xian had been enlightened about numerous matters within the cultivation world. He understood that practitioners at the nascent soul stage could have their physical form shattered, yet their spiritual essence remained eternal. Through soul possession, one could acquire a new body. Of course, Tang Xian was not foolish enough to barter such a precious asset for soul possession. Should he perish, the satellite would fail to launch, rendering his companions useless. Therefore, this matter must be approached with a threat, capturing his companion and endangering their life. Realizing this, Tang Xian felt a twinge of darkness within himself. Yet he recognized the necessity of such actions. For with the navigation satellite launched into the heavens, the Dragon Kingdom would gain an unparalleled weapon, capable of striking with precision within a radius of several hundred kilometers. This aligned perfectly with the interests of the Dragon Kingdom. Summon the commanders and staff officers of the Special Operations Brigade to the combat conference room immediately. Resolute in his decision, Tang Xian ordered the urgent assembly of the officers. Time was indeed of the essence. That individual could survive at most 7 days. Inside the base's conference room, after articulating his thoughts, Tang Xian marked the location of the Jiugong sect with a black marker. Our objective lies concealed in this very spot. We must deliberate on how to extract it with minimal losses. The various divisions of the Special Operations Brigade promptly began to strategize their operational plans, formulating an approach based on the route ahead. Approximately 2 hours later, after discarding numerous tactical options, the think tank ultimately presented a more viable plan to employ the strategy of fishing in troubled waters from the 36 stratagems. They would first send troops to create a diversion, disrupting the Jiugong sect's formations, followed by a special task force to infiltrate and execute the mission. Upon hearing the report, Tang Xian smiled with satisfaction. It was evident that the entire staff bore the influence of old Lu's teachings. Utilizing modern radar and equipment to conduct a covert operation was indeed a sound strategy. As for the diversionary personnel, it could not be anyone but Blood Kuei, given that he was perceived as a genuine villain in the eyes of the immortal sections. Decision made. Each commander promptly selected elites from the Special Operations Brigade to form a task force. Helicopters were immediately refueled and placed on standby to serve as airborne command units. At approximately 3:00 p.m., the task force, led by Tang Xian, officially embarked on their mission. As they passed by the Qingyu Gate, Blood Kuei issued a command to gather 3,000 demonic troops, ready to heed Tang Xian's directives as they marched grandly toward the Jiugong sect. According to the plan, Blood Kuei's role was to create a ruckus, feigning an assault on the Jiugong sect. Once the sect's members emerged to confront them, the task force would infiltrate to fulfill their mission. At this moment, Blood Kuei was filled with fervor. As the foremost immortal sect on the Xianling continent, he had longed to display his might there. However, his strength had previously constrained him, forcing him to evade and even flatter. With the Dragon Kingdom as his formidable ally, he could finally hold his head high and assert himself. General, remember that upon reaching the Jiugong sect, it is best to avoid conflict for the greater good. Tang Xian's voice resonated through the radio. Blood Kuei adeptly pressed the button, mimicking the tone of Dragon Kingdom soldiers in response. Received, over. The demonic soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. Unfamiliar, are you? This is called English, so learn from this lord a bit more. They were reminded, today, we are here to provoke, not to show off. If Tang Brigade leader's plan fails, we will all face dire consequences. Blood Kuei delivered a stern lecture, and the demonic troops nodded earnestly. Yes, my lord. On the helicopter, Tang Xian surveyed the surroundings through binoculars. Soon, they had flown beyond the range of the forward observation posts, escaping the early warning systems of the 4 sections. Brothers, we are now disconnected from the Dragon Kingdom base, so it is imperative that we maintain composure in the ensuing operations. Rest assured, Commander Tang, we have brought an abundance of heavy weaponry, Sniper Li Fei remarked, patting the adjacent supply crate. Within, there are not only anti-tank missiles, but also grenade launchers. Should those individuals emerge, I will promptly switch to the grenade sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian cast a glance at Li Fei. If our aim is to eradicate the Jiugong sect, wouldn't it be more prudent to deploy long-range rocket artillery? Li Fei hesitated momentarily, then awkwardly scratched his head. My apologies. Commander Tang, I may have been overly belligerent. Tang Xian chuckled before imparting a lesson. There is no harm in communicating more frequently with Chief of Staff Liu. We are not here in this other world to seize territory, but to develop it, to transport what we require back to the Dragon Kingdom. If everything is left as scorched earth, who will cultivate the land for us? Who will provide us with weaponry from this alternate realm? Not to mention the Jiugong sect. A profoundly influential sect, we must avoid conflict with them, as they possess many resources we can utilize. Alright, stay vigilant. Chapter 76. Provocation. The evening glow of the setting sun painted the sky with hues of crimson as it prepared to descend behind the western mountains. At this moment, Tang Xian and his companions were not far from the Jiugong sect. To avoid revealing their position with the sound of helicopters, Tang Xian decided to halt their advance. The members of the infiltration team swiftly donned their specialized gear, each adorned with a piece of spiritual armor forged by Ling Feng. Li Fei, Take this, Tang Xian said, handing a portrait to the team leader, Li Fei. This image had been synthesized by computer based on the description provided by Shi Haicheng, depicting the target known as Elder Bai. Of course, this individual was likely no longer alive, having possibly undergone a soul transfer. Nevertheless, their disciples should provide the necessary clues. Finally, be sure to avoid acting alone to prevent scattering firepower in the face of danger. Li Fei nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Commander Tang, we will accomplish the mission. With that, the 10-member team vanished into the night. Commander Tang, when do we commence? Shui Kuei asked, gazing at the distant Jiugong sect, his eagerness palpable. He inquired through the radio. Tang Xian glanced at the time. It was 6:40 p.m. He estimated that the task force would reach the periphery of the Jiugong sect within half an hour. According to Shi Haicheng, the Jiugong sect was the foremost immortal sect in Xianyuan continent, and it was highly likely they would not withstand the provocation from the Sanxian forces of Qinjiumen. Responding with immediate action, there was no rush. They would wait for the team's arrival before proceeding. As time ticked away, darkness enveloped the landscape. After a considerable interval, Li Fei's voice crackled through the radio. Commander Tang, we have reached the designated location and confirmed that the area is clear of danger. Excellent, Tang Xian replied, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly before relaying the message to Shui Kuei. General, you may begin your performance. This moment had been long awaited. Receiving Tang Xian's directive, Shui Kuei's grin was even more fervent than Tang Xian's. He promptly gathered his demonic energy, summoning towering waves of dark clouds that cascaded downwards. The 3,000 disciples of the Demon Gate soared above on their swords, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle reminiscent of celestial warriors descending from the heavens. Were it not for their black cloaks. In that instant, a murderous aura permeated the air, a terrifying presence casting a shadow over the Jiugong sect. Shui Kuei is here. All you ants of the Jiugong sect, come forth and meet your demise. His voice resonated like thunder among the 9 immortal peaks. At that moment, the entirety of the Jiugong sect was struck with shock. The voice belonged to Shui Kuei of Qinjiumen, a faction that did not even rank among the secondary sects. How dare they provoke the Jiugong sect? Within the hall of the sect's master, several leaders of the immortal palaces had gathered. Ding Kuan smiled indifferently, mocking Shui Kuei. I had not sought him out, yet he comes knocking at my door. Now, tell me, which of the 9 immortal palaces will fetch his head? The leaders exchanged glances. And then the master of the heavenly palace spoke. Moments ago, the disciples ventured out to investigate and confirmed that the followers brought by Blood Kuei number approximately 3,000. Given this scenario, even if he possesses the divine demon pill, he cannot escape his impending doom. I propose that the 8 palace masters accompany me to confront and eliminate Blood Kuei directly, lest his consumption of the divine demon pill adversely affects our sect. The palace masters nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Blood Kuei, having delivered himself to us, is hardly beyond our reach. At this juncture, Ding Kuan noticed that one individual seemed to be absent. Where had the elder from the law enforcement pavilion gone? Elder Bai had just seized the body of a disciple and was currently recuperating, while Elder Qing, according to reports from the disciples, had ventured out with an unknown destination. Upon hearing this, Ding Kuan furrowed his brow, filled with resentment, and coldly remarked, this Qing fellow has deprived us of the prime refining grounds in Falling Cloud Valley. And instead of feeling remorse, he has chosen to flee in the face of adversity. Relay my command. Let it be proclaimed to the world that the law enforcement pavilion is hereby abolished. What about Elder Bai? Inquired the master of the underground palace. Ding Kuan cast a skeptical glance in response and retorted, do you truly believe I would allow a golden core cultivator to serve as the elder of the law enforcement pavilion? The master of the underground palace said no more and departed to execute the order. Soon, a resonant proclamation echoed throughout the 9 palaces sect. The sect leader decrees that from this day forth, the law enforcement pavilion is abolished. The echoes of this declaration pierced the air like a barrage of arrows, each striking the heart of Elder Bai, who had just completed his possession and was in the midst of recovery. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, and after a prolonged moment, his complexion turned ashen as he clenched his fists. To discard the used, he murmured before collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Outside the 9 palaces sect, Blood Kuei hovered in the air, his crimson hair dancing in the wind, surrounded by swirling demonic energy that ultimately coalesced into a formidable suit of demonic armor. At that very moment, the 9 celestial mountains of the 9 palaces sect were illuminated as if by daylight. Subsequently, 9 beams of varying colors erupted from the hall of the sect leader, accompanied by an overwhelming and oppressive spiritual pressure. The 3,000 disciples of the demon sect displayed expressions of anguish, their flying swords trembling beneath their feet. On the verge of plummeting, the 9 palaces sect, renowned as the foremost immortal sect of the Xianling continent, boasted 9 nascent soul masters. In addition to 2 from the law enforcement pavilion, Blood Kuei clicked his tongue, recognizing that he possessed a power unmatched by all the sects combined. Perhaps only the Shura sect could contend with him. Of course, excluding the Dragon Kingdom. With this thought, a smile crept upon Blood Kuei's lips. What the Shura sect dares not attempt, I, Blood Kuei, have accomplished today. Haha. Disciples of the Qingyu sect, heed my command. Consume the demon pill to resist the spiritual pressure. As the disciples swallowed the demon pill, the leaders of the 9 celestial palaces also arrived. Blood Kuei, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Not only have you dared to abduct the master of Falling Cloud Valley, but you also have the gall to provoke the 9 palaces sect. Today, there shall be no sanctuary for you. You are aware that this demon lord has never been one to be trifled with. Do you truly believe that my only trump card lies in this? As Blood Kuei spoke, a cunning and confident expression danced upon his face. Tang Xian had tasked him with luring out as many individuals as possible. Yet, the gravity of his words was not merely an act. They resonated from the depths of his being, a sincere declaration. After all, I possess a formidable secret weapon. One that you cannot contend with. As anticipated, the genuine expression succeeded in intimidating the 9 palace masters. They hastily extended their spiritual senses to survey the surroundings. Wary of any ambush from Blood Kuei, the special task force had already reached the periphery of the 9 palaces sect, drawing near. Thus, the 9 celestial palace masters were oblivious to their presence, remaining unobserved. After a lengthy probe, the master of the heavenly palace could no longer contain himself. This is merely an attempt to deceive us. Even with ambushers, they shall meet their demise. It is but a divine demon pill. I wonder what else you can conjure. With that, the master of the heavenly palace enveloped himself in spiritual energy, donning his armor as he was the first to launch an assault against Blood Kuei and his entourage. The remaining 8 palace masters hesitated not, swiftly drawing their spiritual swords. 8 beams of distinct colors converged, instantly shattering Blood Kuei's magical barrier. Chapter 77. Blood Kuei's grand display of power as 9 nascent soul cultivators charged towards him simultaneously. Blood Kuei remained utterly unfazed, his smile only widening. To him, this was not merely a one-sided onslaught. It was a magnificent stage for his grand performance. He was keenly aware that at this juncture, Commander Tang would be poised to act. With a gesture of his hands, Blood Kuei summoned forth an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, bellowing, 1,000 demons formation. Almost instantaneously, the air above him became saturated with thousands of pitch-black, demonic shadows. These figures melded seamlessly into the night, leaving behind only their blood-red eyes. The 1,000 demons formation was a relatively rudimentary technique, effective during daylight to create illusions and deceive the senses, but its lethality was minimal. Thus, the 9 palace masters felt no fear. Rather, they taunted him mid-attack. Blood Kuei, your indomitable demonic body would serve you better now. However, you have no chance to regret. Prepare to die. With a swift motion, as they prepared to strike with their spiritual swords, Blood Kuei executed a surprising maneuver that left them momentarily stunned. He thrust his right palm forward, declaring with commanding authority, 1,000 demons kill. In the next moment, the 9 palace masters beheld a brilliant light slicing through the distance, accompanied by an unprecedented sound, arriving almost instantaneously. They could not discern its form, only noticing a fiery trail behind it. The foremost Tiangong Palace master instinctively swung his spiritual sword, unleashing a beam of swordlight, expecting it to yield some effect. However, upon contact, a deafening explosion enveloped his eardrums, followed by the emergence of a massive fireball that sent him hurtling uncontrollably away. Not only he, but all 9 palace masters, including Blood Kuei, were caught in the blast shockwave, nearly thrown off balance, struggling to regain their composure for some time. Hiss! Blood Kuei inhaled deeply, astonished. Incredible! Commander Tang's weapon is truly formidable. Had that old fellow not deployed his blade to intercept in advance, I might have ascended to immortality with that strike. The Tiangong Palace Master, the foremost among the 9 celestial palaces, appeared as nothing more than refused before the might of Long Country. A satisfied grin spread across Blood Kuei's face as he spoke nonchalantly. You insignificant insects presume my 1,000 demons kill is impressive. Yet, the palace masters had no time to entertain his bravado. They rushed to the Tiangong Palace Master's side to assess his injuries. What they beheld next caused their eyes to widen in disbelief. The Tiangong Palace Master, clad in spiritual armor forged from late-stage nascent soul energy, had been shattered. At last, the Tiangong Palace Master could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, staring at Blood Kuei in shock. When did you master the 1,000 demons kill? Blood Kuei was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. What? This fellow actually believes me. He chuckled softly. Does this demon lord need to inform you in advance of my learning new techniques? Listen well, surrender all the refined iron and stones of the 9 palaces. And the Qingyu sect shall spare you. Otherwise, I shall raze this place to the ground. Bold Blood Kuei, how dare you utter such reckless words? As the master of the sect, Ding Kuan could no longer remain seated. In an instant, he had traversed from the Master's hall to stand opposite Blood Kuei. The resounding majesty of a sovereign surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, repeatedly crashing against the heart of Blood Kuei. It is no exaggeration to say that even with his considerable confidence, Blood Kuei found himself on the verge of kneeling. Ding Kuan, a king of the out-of-body stage, was truly terrifying. Though Tang Xian was far from the Julong sect in his helicopter, he could still sense the overwhelming spiritual pressure. It was even more intense than that at Falling Cloud Valley. He was acutely aware that the strength of his adversary far surpassed that of Blood Kuei. If action was not taken swiftly, a great battle was inevitable. Li Fei, commence action immediately. Understood, Commander Tang. The Special Operations Team promptly set aside their night vision goggles. And, following Li Fei's hand signal, they stealthily infiltrated the Jiogong sect under the cover of darkness. The sect was vast, with its main hall nestled among the 9 surrounding mountains, being even larger than the one at Falling Cloud Valley. Coupled with the numerous smaller auxiliary halls nearby, the total number was nearing 20. A guide was essential. In a hidden corner, they secretly activated their thermal imaging device. The screen was awash with a multitude of red dots, some of which were isolated. Selecting the nearest one, Li Fei and his team swiftly approached, only to discover a firewood storage room. Just as they were about to push the door open, a voice whispered, "Someone is approaching us. Do not worry, 2 individuals will suffice." Li Fei attached a silencer to his pistol, then kicked the door, commanding, "Come out immediately." The disciple, who had been hiding in the firewood room, trembled at the sound of his voice, fearing he would be summoned to assault the demonic sect. He emerged, quaking with fear, only to find that those calling him forth were mere mortals, adorned with inexplicable items atop their heads. This infuriated him. Damn it! How did you mortals come to Jiogong's sect? Swish. Without a word, Li Fei pressed the gun's muzzle against the disciple's forehead. At that moment, the approaching disciple also noticed them. "What are you doing?" Bang! With a muffled thud, the head of the man hiding in the storage room burst open. The disciple who had followed was nearly paralyzed with fear, realizing that he was meeting the same fate as Elder Bai from the law enforcement pavilion. Not daring to contemplate further, he turned to flee. But Li Fei and his companions would not grant him such an opportunity. They fired several shots at the ground nearby. "Do not move. If you take another step, you will be the next to die." After saying this, Li Fei slowly approached, observing the disciple who dared not even twitch. With a smile, he remarked, "We do not wish to kill. However, if we refrain, you will not comprehend its power. Congratulations on arriving late. Otherwise, you would be the one lying dead. Come, brother, let me show you something intriguing. If you lead us there, you may walk away." With that, Li Fei swiftly unveiled the image. "This individual is Elder Bai. Do you know where he is now?" The disciple, initially trembling with trepidation, was instantly captivated upon gazing at the painting in Li Fei's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. However, this expression of surprise was fleeting. He quickly nodded in acknowledgement. For one who had contemplated seeking refuge in the woods would never refuse an opportunity for survival. Observing this, Li Fei chuckled and remarked, "Do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, your crown will surely take flight." "I dare not." The disciple hastily shook his head and then led Li Fei and the others away towards the sanctuary of restoration. "Li Fei, how much longer do you require?" Tang Xian's voice emanated from the radio. Li Fei responded, "I have already located the guide and we are progressing towards our destination. Make haste. I fear that Shui Kuei may not withstand the pressure." Tang Xian's words were not mere idle chatter. At that moment, Shui Kuei was grappling with immense strain as he confronted Ding Kuan. In the out-of-body stage, Ding Kuan regarded Shui Kuei as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Had he not feared that the Shura sect might seize the opportunity to raid, he would have obliterated the Qingyu sect long ago. "Shui Kuei, to perish at my hands is your honor. You may find peace now." Chapter 78. Do you have any objections? With his final words, Ding Kuan unleashed an intense surge of spiritual energy, dense and thick like a swirling white mist, illuminating the night like a beacon. Just then, a particularly loud and piercing voice echoed from afar, commanding authority, "Do not move." Startled, the crowd turned their gazes toward the sound, only to find an empty space within their consciousness. They had not anticipated that a formidable expert lurked beyond the battlefield. The leaders of the 9 Immortals Palace immediately recalled the words of Blood Kuei, who had previously mentioned that his trump card was not merely the divine demon pill. Could this enigmatic speaker be the very one he referred to? At that moment, Ding Kuan also extended his consciousness to probe the surroundings, but to no avail. Despite being a powerful practitioner at the out-of-body stage, he could only hear the voice without seeing its source. A wave of unease surged within him. Since when did the Xianling continent harbor a cultivator capable of transmitting their voice over 1,000 miles undetected? Not even a trace of spiritual energy could be discerned. Was it truly possible to manipulate energy in such an elusive manner? Ding Kuan clasped his hands respectfully and tentatively inquired, "May I ask which esteemed elder has graced the 9 palaces sect with their presence?" Meanwhile, seated in the helicopter, Tang Xian took hold of the microphone and cranked the high-decibel speaker to its maximum volume. "This is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I intend to take the members of the Qingyu sect with me. Do you have any objections?" The booming voice from the armed helicopter resonated overwhelmingly, especially in the vast expanse of the mountainous forest, penetrating the 9 celestial peaks of the 9 palaces sect without obstruction. Echoes cascaded in layers, culminating in a resonant hum that resembled interference in headphones, quite startling indeed. Upon hearing this, both disciples of the 9 palaces sect and the Qingyu sect instinctively furrowed their brows and covered their ears, their expressions filled with astonishment. Good heavens! The power of a 1,000-mile voice transmission is truly formidable. At that moment, Blood Kuei, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly chuckled lightly, his eyes reflecting a fearless and defiant spirit. He mused inwardly, "Fools, this is the moment when Commander Tang descends personally. Your time is up. You wish to annihilate the Qingyu sect? I can offer you 500 chances." Oh, the thrill of flaunting power while having an escape route is simply exhilarating. As they were still reeling from the startling voice, members of the Wolf Fang Brigade relayed their report. "Commander Tang, we have secured the target. He has indeed undergone possession, but he is currently unconscious." The special task force carried the fainted elder by to report back to Tang Xian. Upon receiving this news, Tang Xian was overjoyed. The operation had succeeded, and now there was hope for the satellite launch. Their next task was to assist Blood Kuei and his team in their escape. Well done. Retreat immediately and exercise caution. Rest assured, Commander Tang. The disciples here are focused on observing the battle above and are completely oblivious to our presence, Li Fei responded. And the special task force promptly made their exit from the mountain. Now unburdened by concerns, Tang Xian continued with remarkable ease. "If you remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. Blood Kuei, take your leave with your companions." Upon hearing this, Blood Kuei nonchalantly waved farewell to his disciples of the demon sect. "Depart, retreat. Stop right there." At this moment, Ding Kuan, who had been silent for an extended period, suddenly came to a realization. He recalled the incident at the Falling Cloud Valley. Drawing his spiritual sword once more, he spoke with a tone laden with hostility. "You were the one who appeared at Falling Cloud Valley not long ago, weren't you? At that time, the enforcement pavilions Qingfa and Baihu were protecting Lingfeng. You destroyed Baihu's corporeal form, but failed to prevent Qingfa's escape. The term senior is merely a title I bestow upon you. Should you assist the wicked, I shall unveil your true visage." Ding Kuan implied that if he truly possessed the capability, both adversaries would have long since been eliminated. There would be no possibility of allowing them to escape. To release a tiger back into the mountain is a grave mistake for any cultivator, especially after shattering a nascent soul's corporeal form, which would inevitably lead to a blood feud with a formidable enemy. Yet, if you were to cease here, I might grant you clemency. Listening to Ding Kuan's words, Tang Xian felt an urge to chuckle. At that time, his sole intention had been to capture the master of the Falling Cloud Valley, completely disregarding those 2 cultivators. Had he known he could utilize Ding Kuan as a stepping stone, he certainly would not have let them go. Of course, such matters were unnecessary for Ding Kuan to comprehend. Tang Xian's primary objective was to ensure Blood Kuei's safe departure, striving to avoid any significant conflict. After all, on the territory of the Jiugong sect, if their disciples swarmed, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. After much contemplation, Tang Xian made a bold decision. "Xiaozhong, activate the high-powered laser spotlight. I wish to reveal our might." Tang Xian, peering through binoculars at Ding Kuan, remarked with a smile. In the next moment, the ultra-high wattage laser spotlight atop the helicopter was illuminated. Instantly, the night transformed into day, casting a brilliant beam that pierced through to Ding Kuan and his entourage. Unfamiliar with such a light source, they initially believed it to be a form of mystical technique, and thus hastily conjured a spiritual energy barrier. However, the light surged through, utterly disregarding their defenses, blinding them and forcing them to shield their eyes with their hands. Blood Kuei was utterly astonished at that moment. He gazed towards the source of the light, feeling as though he were staring at the sun, utterly unable to bear its brilliance. By heavens! Commander Tang is no celestial being, yet he can emit such a formidable radiance. Such light, I dare say, even a superlative powerhouse in the divine separation stage could not achieve. Meanwhile, the Jiugong sect's faction was paralyzed with fear and confusion. Master, why is there not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations? It is entirely undetectable. The master of the underground palace furrowed his brow, facing away from the light, and began to doubt his very existence, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Ding Kuan cast a sidelong glance at the source of the light, his voice dripping with cold disdain. Hiding afar and playing tricks, I have spoken kindly. Yet you refuse to listen. I shall now unveil your veil. Let us see who you truly are. As the words fell, Ding Kuan abruptly drew his sword, stepping out of the illuminated area to prepare for a flanking advance. At that very moment, the light suddenly pivoted, as if it possessed the ability to lock onto its target. Wherever he fled, it followed. It was not merely Tang Xian's keen eyesight, but rather a radar locking mechanism. No matter how swiftly one might move, could they outpace radar? Commander Tang, shall we launch a missile directly? Of course not. If you eliminate him, the remaining disciples of the sect will not hesitate to retaliate against us. Our objective has been achieved. This territory does not belong to us, and we must refrain from taking action. Following this, Tang Xian communicated via the radio, General, now is the time to retreat. Understood. Blood Kuei gestured with a grand sweep of his arm. The disciples of Qinjiumen received their orders and began their withdrawal. Who dares to let them escape shall face the consequences of our sect. Ding Kuan, blinded by the glaring light, felt his composure nearly shatter, his eyes struggling to remain open. Furthermore, he became increasingly convinced that the individual restraining him was no formidable figure. Such an intense light could not possibly inflict harm. Who would believe that? If at this juncture the disciples of Qinjiumen were allowed to depart, the reputation of the first immortal sect would be utterly obliterated. After the order was issued, the masters of Jushin Palace immediately unsheathed their swords. Since the sect leader was engaged with that mysterious figure, Blood Kuei naturally fell into their hands. Master Ding, it seems you still fail to grasp my meaning. Tang Xian's voice resonated once more, followed by commands to the pilots to open fire on the gates of Jiugong sect. Buzz. The mounted Gatling gun initiated its pre-fire sequence, emitting a thunderous sound. Subsequently, a fiery serpent erupted forth. Accompanied by a cacophony of frenzied noise, a torrential barrage of bullets seemed poised to rend the very sky asunder. Chapter 79. Ruthless shock. The scene rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. Gazing at the terminus of the fire line, they witnessed the grand gate of the Jiugong sect, crafted from colossal white stone pillars, shatter in an instant. Fragments of stone flew chaotically, and before long, that majestic edifice, towering at over 10 meters, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Hiss! The 9 masters of the celestial palaces collectively inhaled sharply. Was this combat skill? Was this a technique? How could such terrifying damage be inflicted without the presence of spiritual energy? Their understanding of the world had been utterly upended. Ding Kuan was equally astonished, his movements having ceased entirely. Watching the iconic structure of the Jiugong sect being effortlessly obliterated, he briefly questioned whether this was a dream. Whoosh! Before he could rouse from his reverie, another fiery object, resembling a burning stick, hurtled towards him. Flames emanated from its rear. The speed was so formidable that he scarcely had time to react before the already collapsed stone pillar was sent soaring. It was no exaggeration to say that the debris flew like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, ascending while shattering. Subsequent accounts from informed individuals within the Jiugong sect revealed that fragments of the gate were spotted atop a nearby peak. The lowest mountain stood several hundred meters tall. Could this be true? If the initial fire serpent was shocking, then the subsequent fiery stick was sheer terror. Such immense power could likely overwhelm even an out-of-body cultivator with a single strike. Of course, these were mere speculations. As the leader of the foremost celestial sect, Ding Kuan was not one to gamble recklessly for the sake of a mere Qinyu sect. The sight fell into a profound silence, now punctuated by the distant roar of helicopters. Master Ding, I shall take the individuals from the Qinyu sect with me. Tang Xian spoke kindly, prompting those present to imagine him as a man with a hidden blade beneath his smile. For such harrowing destruction, who was he performing for? Ding Kuan remained in stunned silence until the departure of Xue Kuei and his entourage, at which point he suddenly inquired, "Who are you, truly? We shall meet again." "Then you shall know," replied Tang Xian with a hint of jest. "I hope that when we do, we may share a drink, rather than engage in conflict." With that, Tang Xian and his companions departed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Longwa base, the helicopter landed flawlessly, and a group of soldiers promptly transported the unconscious elder to the medical room. "Commander Tang, what on earth are you doing?" Old Lu rushed over, his expression fraught with anxiety. He had originally gone to the village to harvest grain, only to return and learn of Tang Xian's mission which greatly alarmed him. As Tang Xian walked toward the office, he chuckled, "I am merely replenishing fuel for our rocket." Upon entering the office, Tang Xian gulped down a bottle of water before continuing, "Today, I apprehended an individual from the Jiugong sect, someone of great importance, a colleague of Elder Qing." "Apprehend someone from the Jiugong sect?" Old Lu gasped in astonishment, a hint of reproach in his tone. "Commander Tang, the Jiugong sect is the foremost celestial sect. Beyond our sphere of influence, why take such a significant risk?" "It hardly qualifies as a risk." With Shui Kuei leading the charge, everything proceeded smoothly. Tang Xian recounted the events to Old Lu, who listened with a sense of trepidation. Even the leader of the Nine Palaces sect had emerged, if matters escalated. Wouldn't Tang Xian be in peril? "Commander Tang, although I am not a political commissar, I must insist that during any future perilous operations, you must oversee the command while I take on the task," Old Lu urged. "All right, I understand. Just this once," Tang Xian replied. "By the way, is the Chinese meal prepared? I promised them a feast." Observing Tang Xian's hurried attempt to shift the topic, Old Lu nodded and said, "It's ready. With several dishes awaiting your return to the table." "Perfect. I'm quite hungry and suddenly feel like having a few drinks. Let us go." With the mission accomplished, Tang Xian cheerfully declared. Just as they exited the office, the military doctor rushed over. "Commander Tang, the individual you brought back has awakened. He claims he was feigning unconsciousness." Tang Xian was taken aback. Inside the medical room, Li Fei, the head of the operation, was engaged in a heated debate with the now-possessed Elder Baihu. "I must insist, when our commander arrives, you must refrain from making absurd claims. You were clearly unconscious. Why assert otherwise? Such statements could easily undermine my professional competence." Elder Baihu, having regained several years of youth, shot a sidelong glance at Li Fei and replied indifferently, "You are overly presumptuous." Li Fei's eyes widened, ready to reprimand him, but Tang Xian entered at that moment. "What is going on?" "Cough, Commander Tang. This fellow insists he was merely pretending to faint." I examined his eyes. They were undoubtedly white, Li Fei asserted, both certain and exasperated. Tang Xian had no doubts about his soldier, let alone his professional abilities. He approached Elder Baihu with a smile. "So, you intentionally allowed us to bring you here? What? Has your sect wounded your pride? Is Elder Qinglong here?" Elder Baihu did not respond to Tang Xian's inquiry, but directly posed a question instead. Sensing the Elder's slight irritation, Tang Xian decided that such insolence could not be tolerated. He must learn who held authority here. "Take him to the confinement room," he ordered casually before departing. At this moment, Li Fei shook his head in frustration and addressed Elder Baihu. "What audacity to act arrogantly in front of our commander. Just a moment ago, you called me presumptuous. It seems you are the one who is truly unaware of your own limitations. Bring the anesthetic and take him away." Upon hearing this, Elder Baihu was incensed and attempted to retaliate, but before he could move, he felt as if something had bitten him. His lower body soon became numb and unresponsive. What poison is this?" Elder Baihu exclaimed in horror. Li Fei and his companions, dragging the now incapacitated elder, cast a disdainful glance his way. "Regretting your choices now? It's too late. If only you had answered us honestly. Our commander is quite amicable, you know." On the grassy expanse of the Dragon Kingdom base, Tang Xian and Old Lu stood before a large tarpaulin. Soon, the elder with green hair was escorted out. At that moment, his complexion was exceedingly poor, resembling one who was gravely ill, as if he might succumb at any moment. "I merely wish to enjoy my twilight years. Yet you wretched individuals are utterly detestable. Speak, what is it that you truly desire?" The elder with green hair remarked with evident disdain. Tang Xian swiftly lifted the tarpaulin, revealing a spherical satellite. "It is quite simple. We need to transport this object into outer space." The elder with green hair was left utterly bewildered by this statement. Outer space? What on earth is this large sphere? Chapter 80. A fiery explosion. Tang Xian smiled upon seeing the confusion etched on his face. "We will handle the technical issues. You need only to soar upwards. What do you say? Huh? Are you not afraid that I might flee or wreak havoc here?" The elder with green hair spoke with a hint of mischief, deliberately scanning the surroundings as if seeking a target for ambush. Tang Xian was not intimidated in the slightest. If you could escape, that would indeed be remarkable. He clapped his hands, and the door to the confinement room swung open. "We have already rescued your partner from dire straits. Would you like to converse with him?" The green-haired elder turned to see a middle-aged man lying on the ground, gazing at him with deep, affectionate eyes. The face was unfamiliar, yet the aura was unmistakably familiar. Was it not Elder Bai? "Elder Bai, what brings you here?" the green-haired elder exclaimed, visibly agitated as he hurried towards him. The guards raised their weapons, but Tang Xian halted them. "Let him be. He cannot escape anyway." As the green-haired elder approached the confinement room, he nearly shed tears at the sight of his former partner. "Baihu, you have successfully taken over. Yes, but the law enforcement pavilion is no more. Baihu clenched his teeth, recounting to the green-haired elder all that he had learned at the Jiugong sect. Ding Kuan ordered the dissolution of the law enforcement pavilion. We are castaways. Ding Kuan abolished the law enforcement pavilion? The green-haired elder struggled to believe it at first, only confirming the truth upon witnessing Baihu's expression. After all we have sacrificed for the Jiugong sect, he actually. Misery loves company, in truth. The Dragon Kingdom could serve as your refuge. Tang Xian approached slowly, flanked by armed guards. Not only can I devise ways to prolong your life, but I can also offer you ample opportunity to thrive. At this, Elder Bai raised his gaze, skepticism evident in his eyes. So, the mysterious figure who confronted Ding Kuan at the Jiugong sect was you. Is that even a question? Who else could it be but our Commander Tang? Did you not recognize the tone? Li Fei muttered nearby, reflecting on how the bravado had suddenly dissipated. Do not listen to his nonsense. How could a mere mortal possibly extend life? The green-haired elder retorted sharply. If you want my assistance, release Elder Bai? Tang Xian chuckled at this. Hands clasped behind his back as he countered, Elder Qing, have you forgotten how you were captured by us? The term mortal might be uttered by others, but its use from your lips seems rather inappropriate. At this, the green-haired elder's face flushed with embarrassment, as memories of his past misfortunes resurfaced. Indeed, he had been utterly defeated, ultimately pierced by the ruthless blood Kuei. Currently, the green-haired elder seemed more like a mere shadow of himself, awaiting an inevitable end, given that his time was running short. Noticing the elder's indecision, Tang Xian's patience began to wane. Enough of this. I have no desire to explain further nor the time to do so. The matter is straightforward. Should you refuse to comply with my wishes, I shall promptly end his life. Crack. Upon hearing these words, the guards in the confinement chamber readied their rifles, aiming directly at the head of the elder with the white beard. This action provoked the elder with the green hair. Was it not this very thing that shattered Elder Bai's physical form during the incident at Falling Cloud Valley? I give you 3 seconds to deliberate. I agree. The elder with the green hair hastily replied. Given that Elder Bai was currently at the Golden Core stage, should he perish again, it would truly be the end. A faint smile graced Tang Xian's lips as he pondered in silence. As long as one consents to undertake a task, sincerity matters little. Once the satellite is successfully launched, all else becomes mere dust. Accompanied by the elder with the green hair, Old Lu and the others proceeded to the grassland once more. The technicians responsible for launching the satellite set up rudimentary detection instruments. Meanwhile, the guards approached, carrying a large box, which, upon opening, revealed a white aviation suit. Wearing this suit will provide you with oxygen, one technician explained. The elder with the green hair found no grounds to refuse, especially with hostages in their possession. Thus, he complied and donned the heavy aviation suit. Once he secured the helmet, an unmistakable sensation enveloped him, drawing the attention of the otherworldly beings at the base. Sure, Haiqing clapped in admiration. This suit is incredibly imposing. Do not refer to it merely as a suit. It is a divine artifact, Shui Kuei corrected, adding. What has the commander brought forth that is ordinary? Indeed, indeed. Sure, Haiqing responded, his respect for Shui Kuei evident as he nodded repeatedly. So, are you prepared? Tang Xian approached the technicians, examining the equipment. The technician responded with an okay gesture. Commander Tang, due to altitude, the signal may be interrupted midway. So it's all dependent on luck. I understand. If this experiment fails, I shall take him to the Buddhist realm to prolong his life. Afterward, I will entrust the next trial entirely to you. I will ensure his full cooperation. Understood. 10 minutes later, the first trial of the otherworldly beings carrying the satellite officially commenced. Following Tang Xian's instructions, the elder with the green hair secured the satellite with a rope and hefted it up with a decisive snap. The people of the Dragon Kingdom exclaimed in awe. Incredible! He lifted over 800 kilograms with ease. How brave! Is this how it should be? The elder with the green hair, stooped with effort, cast a displeased glance at Tang Xian. Tang Xian suppressed a laugh. He was undoubtedly well trained. Well then, please take off, and do so with utmost speed, without pause. The elder with the green hair, no longer hesitating, soared into the sky with a swift whoosh. His speed was impressive, and soon he vanished into the night sky. The technicians quickly employed their instruments to track him and reported back to Tang Xian. Commander Tang, the speed is still somewhat lacking. Not sufficient. Indeed, not quite enough. Tang Xian stroked his chin, a contemplative expression forming. We cannot simply attach 2 rocket engines to him, can we? On his legs? That would likely pose significant risks. Given his limited lifespan, now was not the time for extreme velocity. Remarkably, Elder Bai's keen hearing was not to be underestimated, even in the confinement chamber. He could discern their conversation. He continued to speak. Assist Elder Qing in extending his lifespan. Tang Xian glanced at him, smiling without speaking. He pondered that this fellow must have been deeply hurt by the Jiogong sect, and with a bit of effort, he could very well be integrated into the team. Subsequently, there would be candidates for all satellite launch missions, as it was evident that one alone would not suffice. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian resolved to visit the Buddhist temple the following day. As the technician had surmised, due to insufficient speed, Elder Qing failed to break through the atmosphere. The initial experiment ended in failure. However, Tang Xian was not disheartened. Rather, he brimmed with confidence. Leaving these two individuals behind, there would be ample opportunities in the future, especially since there was not an immediate reliance on satellites. Later that evening, a grand Chinese banquet commenced at the Long Country base. Those who had never tasted rice from another realm were nearly going mad, ravenously shoveling rice into their mouths. Xiaohe exclaimed that compressed biscuits paled in comparison, and exchanging with the Qifeng sect was indeed a tremendous gain. Elder Qing and Elder Bai, confined together, were fortunate enough to savor the culinary delights of Long Country, even receiving 2 jars of the national liquor. Soon after, the two unfortunate souls were seen weeping in each other's embrace after a few rounds of drinks. Tang Xian became increasingly convinced that these two would become the backbone of the space transportation department. Surely, they would also undertake launching tasks for Long Country. It was imperative to nurture them diligently. At the mobilization meeting before departure, Xiaohe approached Tang Xian in his office. Commander Tang, this was my first experience with Long Country's cuisine, and it was simply exquisite. Observing Xiaohe's satisfied and excited demeanor, Tang Xian chuckled. The compressed biscuits seem less appealing now, don't they? Xiaohe smiled awkwardly, conceding his lack of experience. After a moment, he continued, Commander Tang, all the villages under the jurisdiction of the Qifeng sect have been fully incorporated and cultivated with crops. I have a slight concern, and I wonder what your thoughts are. Oh, Tang Xian regarded Xiaohe with interest. If Elder Xiao has any reservations, please express them candidly. It's rather simple. We have just taken over those villages, and the Qifeng sect remains immersed in the joy of compressed biscuits. But once they discover the benefits of rice, I fear the previous trade agreements may be unilaterally overturned. Upon hearing Xiaohe's words, Tang Xian gently smiled. This leader of the Qin Yuan sect was commendable in many aspects, yet slightly petty and eager for trifling gains. Setting aside the possibility of the issue he raised, even if it did occur, Long Country would not fret over the additional grain needed for a few thousand mouths. Moreover, the immortals of the Qifeng sect could provide spiritual nourishment to the crops. There was no need to fear the discovery of rice's advantages, nor the desire for it, provided that one adhered to the guidelines and diligently cultivated the land. Naturally, if one intended to solely consume without contributing, it would depend on their resilience. Elder Xiao, you need not worry about this matter. Just focus on assisting Long Country in growing crops. Particularly, the group dispatched to the Qin Yu sect must not squander the vast tracts of land there. Moving forward, it will be simple. Should the Qin Yuan sect desire anything, they may communicate it to Chief Lu. As long as it is not wasteful, Long Country can supply it. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Xiaohe hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his face alight with excitement. Could this not mean a prolonged supply of rice? Captain Tang, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Qin Yuan faction, he said. Xiao Zhongmin, you are too courteous. Effort begets reward, and I pride myself on fairness. After their discussion, Tang Xian returned to the realm of reality. This time, he planned to reintroduce the harvesters, as the vast planting area and rapid maturation rendered a single machine insufficient for the task. Simultaneously, Old Lu was tirelessly constructing granaries to accommodate the need for long-term grain storage. Early the next morning, equipped with the latest gear, Tang Xian promptly returned to the alternate world. Upon arrival, he swiftly convened a meeting to deliberate the specific plans for the journey to the Buddhist sect. Xiaohe, Shi Haicheng, and Shui Kuei were fortunate to receive the role of advisors due to their deeper understanding of the Buddhist teachings. Captain Tang, the Buddhist way of cultivation is rooted in accumulating virtue and performing good deeds, positioning them within a neutral camp, leaning more towards the celestial faction, Xiaohe began. Shi Haicheng added, their resources are abundant, particularly their wealth, as they engage in charitable endeavors to aid the common folk. Thus their reserves are considerable. Tang Xian, contemplative, inquired, given their wealth and ample resources, do other sects not entertain notions of annexation? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at General Shui Kuei, who responded with an awkward smile. Captain Tang, their ability to extend the lifespans of cultivators ensures they have many allies. It's not that any sect would dare to attack. Rather, they are more inclined to offer flattery. He continued, it is well known that if cultivators are unable to break through for extended periods, their lifespan becomes a significant barrier. Thus, the enduring peace of the Buddhist sect is easily understood. Nodding thoughtfully, Tang Xian remarked, this indeed simplifies matters considerably. After all, there exists a common ground: compassion and relief from suffering. The Long Kingdom assists impoverished citizens within a 100-kilometer radius to alleviate famine, while you help extend the lifespans of the elderly. It is a fair exchange. With the profit motives clarified, Tang Xian felt a surge of confidence regarding this venture. He stood to examine the map, noting that the Buddhist sect was even farther than the Jiugong sect, and in close proximity to the Shura sect. Before Tang Xian could voice his inquiry regarding the Shura sect, Xuekui interjected, "Captain Tang, the Shura sect is the foremost demonic faction on the Xianling continent, possessing comprehensive strength rivaling that of the Jiugong sect. Moreover, they maintain a strong relationship with the Buddhist sect, providing numerous resources in return for the many benefits bestowed upon their disciples, such as the extension of lifespans." He elaborated, to put it succinctly. While a foundational disciple typically enjoys a lifespan of around a century, the Buddhist sect's enhancements can increase this to 2 centuries. This is part of the Shura sect's long-term strategy, aiming to preserve their strength through the longevity of their disciples, ultimately seeking to dismantle the Jiugong sect. Once the Jiugong sect falls, no other celestial or demonic faction will stand as their equal. It is merely a matter of leveraging proximity to exert influence over the Buddhist sect. Upon concluding the analysis of the Buddhist sect's conduct and demeanor, Tang Xian immediately drew parallels to the intentions of the Azura sect. However, the Buddhist sect is indeed straightforward. More accurately, they are pragmatic businessmen. They reciprocate benefits without regard for factions. As this assessment unfolded, a smile began to form at the corners of Tang Xian's mouth. To be frank, he relished engaging in commerce with businessmen, much like when he initially allied with Xiaohe. It was a mutual exchange of favors, eschewing notions of loyalty in favor of tangible benefits. "My 2 trucks laden with Buddhist offerings are in dire need of attention." Tang Xian mused quietly before issuing orders. "Lu, gather the elite. We shall pay a visit to the Buddhist sect." "Commander Tang, are you truly going in person?" Old Lu's question made his stance abundantly clear. Observing this, Tang Xian replied with a grin, "This endeavor is not merely to extend the life of the old man Qingfa. It also encompasses business elements. Thus, my presence is essential. Fear not, General Xuekui and Xiaohe will accompany me." Xuekui and Xiaohe were elated at the prospect of undertaking a mission alongside Commander Tang. It was an immense honor, particularly since they usually lacked the privilege to negotiate with the Buddhist sect, given their impoverished status. This journey would undoubtedly facilitate connections and elevate their sect's standing. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Witnessing Xuekui and Xiaohe preparing to accompany them, Shi Haiqing grew anxious. The chiefing sect was a second-rate faction, scarcely daring to dream of engaging with the Buddhist sect, and thus he too wished to join. "Commander Tang, might I accompany you?" Shi Haiqing inquired. Casting a furtive glance at the general, Xuekui, fully aware of his formidable reputation as a stalwart of the Long Kingdom. "Oh, Master Shi wishes to join as well. Then let us go together." Shi Haiqing was taken aback by Tang Xian's acquiescence. Overjoyed, he quickly rose to his feet, clasped his fists, and expressed his gratitude. "I am Shi Haiqing. Thank you, Commander Tang, for this opportunity." "Ah." Xuekui inhaled sharply. "Opportunity? Good heavens, old man, do you misunderstand? Commander Tang has not granted you any special favor." They were unaware that Tang Xian had already categorized these otherworldly individuals within the base. Xiaohe was a steadfast ally, capable of contributing both manpower and resources with a control level of 100. Xuekui served as the combat specialist, currently at approximately 90 control, with plans for further development upon complete trust. Ling Feng, despite his previous arrogance, had transformed since arriving in the Long Kingdom, particularly as the soldiers continually downloaded ancient-style beauties for him, causing his demeanor to deteriorate day by day. His control was above 99, indicating no issues there. As for Shi Haiqing, he remained under evaluation. Chapter 82. The betrayal of the elderly duo. Initially, Shi Haiqing asserted his close ties with the Jiugong sect, vowing to procure their specialty, the refined ironstone. In the reality of Longhua, this opportunity was crucial for the imminent establishment of the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade. However, after Tang Xian's visit to the Jiugong sect yesterday, it became evident that their strength was formidable, far beyond the reach of the chiefing sect. Yet, he had audaciously distanced himself from the other celestial sects and successfully boarded the Jiugong sect's formidable vessel, raising suspicions. Tang Xian, of course, was not foolish enough to confront him directly. As the saying goes, time reveals one's true character. He decided to assign a mere 30 control rating to him for the time being. Half an hour later, the formation was fully assembled. Longwood dispatched 8 fully armed special operatives, accompanied by armed helicopters, to undertake the defense mission. Blood Kue, Xiaohe, and Shi Haiqing soared through the skies on their swords, while Tang Xian's spiritual beast, a lion, was tasked with transporting religious offerings. This impressive display left the ailing elder with blue hair utterly astounded. He stood nearby, coughing heavily, gazing at Tang Xian and the mortals beside the colossal creature known as a helicopter, his heart filled with dread. Was the Xianling continent on the brink of transformation? Mortals, empowered by unknown forces, could command a demon lord and the leaders of two major sects to venture forth to the robust Buddhist faction. This was undeniable. At that moment, the elder with white hair was allowed to step outside under guard. He lamented, "How tragic it is. Not only can that so-called helicopter subdue me, but even the tools in their hands could overpower me." As he spoke, he glanced at the anti-material tranquilizer guns wielded by the soldiers, feeling a tumultuous wave within. The might of Longwo was indeed terrifying. If a single individual could contend with a nascent soul, this place must be home to nearly 10,000. If that person called Tang Brigade Commander unleashed his thoughts, the Xianling continent would truly face a revolution. "Let us collaborate. I believe Longwo's future is bright," the elder with white hair added before being escorted away by the soldiers. The elder with blue hair watched the departing figure of the white-haired elder, vaguely sensing his discomfort as he walked unevenly. Sighing deeply, he empathized with the pain. After all, he had been struck by Blood Kuei's butter gun that day. "Elder Qing, why do you appear so unperturbed?" Tang Xian called out from beside the helicopter, microphone in hand. Blood Kuei merely scoffed and casually retrieved an item from his storage pouch. Upon seeing what Blood Kuei held, the blue-haired elder's heart sank, prompting him to rush over without hesitation. For in Blood Kuei's grasp was an enormous, exquisite syringe of Xian grade. Its polished black surface gleamed ominously, the tip sharpened to a perfect point. "Look out. If you take any longer, I shall jab it into you," Blood Kuei smugly proclaimed, growing even more fond of his butter gun. Although this item was not on par with his Earth-grade demonic blade, its potential for humiliation was substantial. With the formidable support of Commander Tang, what need is there for further lethality? Insulting pretentiousness is the greatest victory. Now, everyone board the aircraft and prepare for departure. Upon receiving orders from Tang Xian, the special forces began to board in an orderly manner. At that moment, Ling Feng approached, his complexion pale and gaunt, resembling one suffering from malnutrition. "Commander Tang, I must discuss something with you. The disciples from the Qin Yuan sect who are engaged in forging have reached a talent bottleneck. Apart from Murong Shui, the others are practically of no help at all. Given the multitude of forging tasks you assigned me, I fear I shall be overwhelmed." Tang Xian understood Ling Feng's concerns very well. In recent days, he had indeed observed the exclusive forging team crafting swords. Aside from Murong Shui, the rest were merely going through the motions. If this continued, the endeavor to arm the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers with weapons from another realm would take an eternity. And time was of the essence. "I possess no knowledge in the art of forging. Do you have any suggestions, brotherling? Talent is not something that can be cultivated after the fact. If it is lacking, it is undoubtedly lacking. I suggest that Commander Tang cast a wider net to recruit talented individuals, rather than confining efforts to the Qin Yuan sect alone. Some disciples claim to be the true heirs of Zhang Lao San from the Qin Yuan sect, yet they prove to be utterly unremarkable. When it comes to drinking, however, they are all quite formidable. Such so-called talents are a disgrace to my profession." Ling Feng launched into a tirade, prompting Tang Xian to quickly interject. "I shall address this matter post-haste. Brotherling, please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself." To prevent Ling Feng from continuing his lamentations, Tang Xian exchanged a few more words before hastily leading his team away. On the helicopter, Tang Xian pondered Ling Feng's remarks. He realized that he had indeed underestimated the complexity of the forging technique. For an ordinary person to attain Ling Feng's level of proficiency, talent was paramount. Recruiting talented individuals was a sound strategy, but the recruitment sites needed to be far removed from the Dragon Kingdom's base. After all, a selection process was necessary, and one could not simply abandon the rejected candidates at the base. Furthermore, releasing them could compromise the base's location. After much contemplation, Tang Xian concluded that Peicheng was the optimal choice. As a bustling trade center, it attracted a diverse array of talent, facilitating his recruitment efforts. However, he faced a pressing issue, the matter of finances, specifically spirit stones. Forgers are an exceedingly proud profession. Without sufficient funds, they would not be inclined to come. Moreover, considerable sums were required to attract them. Indeed, it was a matter of drawing them in, with future remuneration entirely dependent on their personal choice. Since his arrival in this alternate realm, Tang Xian had never placed much value on spirit stones and thus had little in reserve. He possessed numerous valuable items, such as spirit armor and spirit swords. Yet, having painstakingly procured the refined iron stones for forging, he was reluctant to part with them lightly. As he contemplated these matters, Tang Xian's gaze fell upon Shi Haiqing. who was soaring through the air on his sword. This fellow had connections with the Jiogong sect, known for its abundant supply of refined ironstones. Surely he must possess considerable wealth. Meanwhile, within the Jiogong sect, the Heavenly Palace Master sought an audience with the sect leader, Ding Kuan. Ding Kuan stood in a daze within the hall of the sect leader, utterly perplexed by the identity of the enigmatic figure that had appeared the previous day, as well as the terrifying abilities they possessed. Upon hearing the announcement, he sighed and returned to his throne, his demeanor swiftly transforming as the look of worry evaporated entirely. As the head of a sect, it would be detrimental for his subordinates to witness him in such a state of disarray. Master Ding, I have urgent matters to report. The master of the Heavenly Palace declared eagerly upon entering. He had been subjected to the so-called 1,000 Demons kill attack by the bloodthirsty figure the day before, and his complexion remained far from favorable. If you are injured, tend to your wounds first. There is no rush to attend to official business, Ding Kuan replied nonchalantly. The master of the Heavenly Palace shook his head in response. Master Ding, I shall not find peace until the mystery surrounding that individual is unraveled. I visited various immortal sects throughout the night and uncovered significant clues. What clues? Ding Kuan's interest was piqued at the mention of anything related to the mysterious figure. The Qin Yuan sect is highly suspect, the master of the Heavenly Palace asserted with conviction. Chapter 83, The Awakening of the Jiogong sect. The master of the Heavenly Palace spoke with unwavering conviction, adding, I first visited the Qin Yuan sect, only to be turned away at the door. Subsequently, I approached the Qifeng sect, and their response left me astounded. They revealed that Shi Haiqing had vanished, and that the Grand Elder Tang Xian provided a crucial piece of information. It was stated that Shi Haiqing had sustained injuries at the Qin Yuan sect, with a gaping hole pierced through his shoulder. Furthermore, issues arose with the foundational spiritual pool of the Qin Yuan sect. During its activation, Tang Xian observed from the shadows as it was detonated by a foul, yellowish mass. Upon hearing the words of the Heavenly Palace Master, Ding Kuan felt as if he had awoken from a dream, seemingly grasping the crux of the issue. Just yesterday, the gates of the Jiogong sect were shattered by a barrage of pointed projectiles, bullets. If we also consider the explosion he mentioned, could that not correlate with the subsequent colossal stone pillars? The disciples had indeed discovered fragments of stone pillars atop the peak of the Nine Immortals Palace. Such immense force would easily breach a foundational spiritual pool. Could it truly be the Qin Yuan sect that was behind this? Ding Kuan clenched his fists tightly. The master of the Heavenly Palace nodded, continuing his analysis. The Qifeng sect is one of our subordinate sects, committed to aiding us in unifying the entire Xianling continent. We supply them with refined iron stones, and there is no need for deception here. Furthermore, what I am about to disclose is likely to astonish you even more. Ding Kuan immediately turned his gaze, urgency etched on his face. Speak. The master of the Heavenly Palace bit his lip lightly, articulating each word with precision. The Qifeng sect has formed an alliance with the Qinyu sect. Crack. Upon hearing this, Ding Kuan felt as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. The Qifeng sect and the Qinyu sect allied? Can the sects of immortals and demons truly unite? Is this true? Ding Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the revelation. The master of the Heavenly Palace, though troubled, nodded in affirmation. Initially, I too found this hard to believe. However, disciples of the Qifeng sect witnessed Xiaohe and Shuekue appearing simultaneously in a village. And they collaborated under the banner of the Qin Yuan sect to annex all the villages of the Qifeng sect, purportedly for agricultural purposes. Is the Qifeng sect truly so foolish? Ding Kuan could no longer suppress his emotions, finally erupting. What could possibly be worth exchanging villages for an alliance with the Qin Yuan sect? The Qinyu sect was already united. Surrendering villages only serves to nourish our enemies. Does the Qifeng sect not understand that the Qinyu sect thrives on blood? The master of the Heavenly Palace furrowed his brow, sighing. Ding Master, please refrain from interrupting, for the crux lies ahead. The focal point is that alongside Shuekue and Xiaohe, there was a young man present, devoid of cultivation, and beside him was a colossal creature capable of flight. Ding Kuan, who had just been in a frenzy, suddenly fell silent. A flying, enormous being. Immortal. This aligns perfectly with the descriptions from the Qing Fa of the Falling Cloud Valley, as well as the events that transpired yesterday at the Jiogong sect. The Qin Yuan sect has entangled itself with a formidable power. Ding Kuan exclaimed. The master of the Heavenly Palace nodded in resignation. This is indeed the reality. Ding Kuan sat in a daze upon the throne. The alliance between the Qin Yuan sect and the Qinyu sect was already a formidable challenge, and now that terrifying, enigmatic mortal was somehow entwined within their ranks. Moreover, it was certain that he held a leadership position in both sects. If the Jiogong sect aspired to conquer the Xianling continent, they had now encountered a significant threat. With the Qin Yuan sect supported by this mysterious power, it would not be long before the other sects began to waver in their loyalty to our celestial order. coupled with the Qingyu sect. The situation for us appeared dire. Without needing to be told, Ding Kuan had already discerned the precariousness of their predicament. If left unchecked, the Qin Yuan sect would soon marginalize the Jiugong sect and ascend as the foremost celestial sect on the continent. Inaction was not an option. At that moment, Ding Kuan abruptly rose to his feet. The mysterious figure from yesterday had come to save Blood Kuei, instead of attacking anyone. He had vented his frustration by destroying the mountain gate, a clear indication that he lacked the strength to confront the Jiugong sect directly. How foolish of me. I should have eliminated him on the spot. Master Ding, do not act rashly. The strength of that mysterious individual is indeed formidable, beyond doubt. If one were to speculate, it is likely that he felt incapable of facing the entire Jiugong sect alone, which is why he refrained from making a move yesterday. The analysis from the Heavenly Palace Master was profoundly rational. He continued, now, we face the obstruction of the Qin Yuan sect ahead, and the Shura sect lurking behind. I believe a prudent strategy would be to organize a competition among the disciples of various celestial sections. This would not only showcase the strength of our disciples, deterring other sects from hastily aligning with Xiao He, but also help us avoid direct conflict with the Qin Yuan sect, thereby not granting the Shura sect an opportunity to exploit the situation. During this interval, we must intensify our efforts to locate our ancestral master. The Jiugong sect had a founding ancestor at the divine connection stage who, after encountering obstacles over a decade ago, resolutely departed from the sect. At that time, there was no Jiuxian palace, only the 10 inner elders and the law enforcement hall. By virtue of his cultivation level, Ding Kuan ascended to the position of sect leader, while the 9 elders were elevated to the rank of masters of the 9 celestial palaces. The position of the elder with green hair and white beard remained unchanged. He continued to serve in the law enforcement hall. The words of the Heavenly Palace Master rang true. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed essential to invite the ancestral master back to preside over matters. However, he had vanished for over a decade, and with the myriad ruins scattered across the Xianling continent, searching for him was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Do you have any suggestions regarding the search for our ancestral master? Ding Kuan inquired softly after a long pause, devoid of any confidence. To his surprise, the Heavenly Palace Master suddenly produced a vividly colored stone. Master Ding, this is a sensing spirit stone gifted to me by our ancestral master before his departure. Within a certain range, it can detect the essence of the master. Likewise, he will receive our messages. The master also bestowed upon you a stone of this nature? Ding Kuan's eyes lit up, and instinctively, he felt a glimmer of hope for the Jiugong sect. Yet, after the moment of joy, a shadow fell over him. He had not anticipated that, as the heir, he would not enjoy the ancestral master's favor. It felt like a cruel jest. Indeed, the master of the Heavenly Palace is the most cherished disciple of the ancestor. Though a pang of jealousy stirs within, Ding Kuan would not allow such trivial matters to disrupt the harmony. As long as the Jiugong sect can unify the Xianling continent, he has no qualms about relinquishing the leadership to him. Following the directives, the master of the Heavenly Palace has taken upon himself the significant responsibility of seeking the ancestor. Meanwhile, the other celestial palaces have called upon numerous sects, preparing for a grand competition of disciples to be held at the Jiugong sect in a few days. Due to the decline of the law enforcement pavilion, the disappearance of Elder Bai has been entirely overlooked. Ding Kuan had not anticipated that the enigmatic figure he so feared, along with the menacing Shui Kuei Xiao He, was currently traversing from afar. They even passed directly through the common villages under the jurisdiction of the Jiugong sect. Among them was his steadfast ally, Shi Haiqing, the leader of the Chiefing sect, who cast furtive glances toward the Jiugong sect several times. He too wished to flee, yet found himself unable to escape. Not to mention the terrifying individual nicknamed Helicopter, even a single Shui Kuei could easily annihilate him within 100 paces. Is Master Shi reminiscing about an old friend? Tang Xian suddenly inquired from the side. Chapter 84. The Pump Draws Blood. Shi Haiqing, quick-witted, pondered how he had awoken from slumber. Commander Tang chuckled, stating that their relationship did not amount to old friends, merely a cooperative alliance. The Jiugong sect indeed possessed an abundance of fine ironstones. Was Commander Tang not inclined to consider this? I could venture to the Jiugong sect, Tang Xian proposed with a smile. The fine ironstones held significant value for Longhua, yet presently, there were insufficient spirit stones for procurement. Do you comprehend why I insist on retaining you within Longhua? Shi Haiqing realized that this matter was a delicate subject, fraught with peril should he misstep. He could only feign curiosity and inquired, Commander Tang, I am unaware. Tang Xian's smile deepened as he resolutely proclaimed, it is, of course, because you are capable of purchasing the fine ironstones. Once I have accrued enough spirit stones, you shall become my envoy. Henceforth, All dealings with the Jiugong sect will rest solely upon your shoulders. From the very first glance, I discerned that Master Shi would undoubtedly become an ally of Longhua. Thus, I have taken the liberty of introducing you to the Buddhist sect today, endeavoring to smooth over connections and cultivate our alliance. Tang Xian spoke with utmost seriousness, igniting a fervor within Shi Haiqing. What a revelation! He had been regarded as an ally, with the prospect of engaging in negotiations. This could very well pave the way for his escape. With both hands clasped in a fist, Shi Haiqing earnestly declared, I am deeply grateful for Commander Tang's recognition. In light of this, the Qifeng sect is willing to provide spirit stones to procure fine iron stones on your behalf. Tang Xian's eyes brightened at these words. Is Master Shi speaking earnestly? Your word is your bond, Shi Haiqing hastily affirmed. Already devising a plan on how to convey matters of Longhua to Ding Kuan upon arriving at the Jiugong sect, he felt a genuine sense of trust bestowed upon him. At that moment, Tang Xian nodded. Once we return from the Buddhist sect, you must promptly draft a letter. Draft a letter? Upon hearing this, Shi Haiqing's mind was instantly thrown into disarray, bewildered. He then asked, Commander Tang, what do you mean by this? Observing his perplexity, Tang Xian explained earnestly, you have been away from the Qifeng sect for quite some time. If you were to retrieve the funds personally, what if those individuals harbored murderous intent, who would not aspire to be the sect leader? Should you encounter peril, it would signify the greatest loss for Longhua. Thus, I have resolved to send someone else to deliver the message, to gauge their intentions. Shi Haiqing nearly spewed blood at this revelation. He was acutely aware of the disposition of his subordinates. How could they possibly conspire against him? A mere letter would certainly demand the immediate release of funds. If the money were to fall into the hands of Longhua, who could predict whether they would allow him to procure the fine iron stones? After all, until now, Longhua had never engaged in transactions. All they had done was seize. Alas, this was undoubtedly a trap. Longhua was likely to employ gentlemen to command the lords. A daunting predicament indeed. Though such thoughts raced through his mind, Shi Haiqing dared not voice them. He could only feign calmness and subtly inquire, Commander Tang, there is no problem with writing a letter. Once the funds are received, I can go directly to the Jiugong sect. Oh, how can that be? Commander Tang's serious demeanor once again left Shi Haiqing bewildered, and he asked in a daze, Commander Tang, what is inappropriate about that? Commander Tang began to elaborate, explaining, if your letter can secure funds, it can equally procure exquisite iron stones. The Dragon Kingdom's requirement for high-ranking officials is to remain in the office. How could you be tasked with running errands? Shi Haiqing felt his patience nearing its limit. What do you mean by remaining in the office? I wish to leave the Dragon Kingdom base. With a forced smile, Shi Haiqing resorted to his trump card, stating, Commander Tang, the Jiugong sect requires face-to-face transactions, and only I can procure the exquisite iron stones. Upon hearing this, Commander Tang laughed. What? Does sect leader Shi share some special connection with the Jiugong sect? Not at all. Shi Haiqing pondered for a moment before replying. It's just that we have had business dealings for quite some time, so it's convenient. Oh. Commander Tang nodded. Then it's settled, as the saying goes. Every beginning is difficult, but who doesn't he engage in business? Just set the initial price a bit higher. After speaking, Commander Tang turned to Xiao He and inquired. Sect leader Xiao, what is the selling price for a single piece of exquisite iron stone? That varies, the old man replied. I've heard that in a previous public auction, a single piece fetched up to 1,000 spirit stones. Shi Haiqing's expression changed. He seemed to sense Commander Tang's intentions. Before he could say anything, Commander Tang turned back. Then let us offer him 500 spirit stones for each piece. How about we start with 300? Poof. Shi Haiqing's face turned as pale as a sheet. He quickly responded, Commander Tang, the Qifeng sect doesn't have that many. Ah. Commander Tang interrupted him, continuing, Sect leader Shi, having been away from the sect for so long, you must have gaps in your understanding of internal matters. Here is what you should do. Draft the letter, and let your elders handle the financial arrangements. Commander Tang, enough. No need to say more. I'm feeling a bit dizzy from the flight. I need to rest for a while. Commander Tang no longer afforded Xiaohe an opportunity to explain. Reclining in his chair and closing his eyes. What nonsense about feeling dizzy from the flight. He was actually exhilarated, his lips curling into a broad smile. Fortunately, he had considered Shi Haiqing's relationship with the Jiugong sect, which led him to alter his course. Coming into the jurisdiction of the Jiugong sect would certainly give Shi Haiqing more to ponder. See, it was all a clever trap. This way, not only would the money be secured, but it would also allow for the exploitation of the Qifeng sect while controlling Shi Haiqing through house arrest. After all, the contents of the letter would necessitate intervention from the Dragon Kingdom. For instance, incorporating subconscious phrases like, I have gone traveling, contact me through the letter, and do not commit any misdeeds would prevent chaos within the Qifeng sect. This strategy would avoid losses among combat personnel while ensuring the resources for agricultural labor remained intact. It was rather delightful. This sudden change in course was indeed a wise decision. Upon his arrival, Ling Feng lamented the lack of talent among those selected. However, once the funding for the chiefing sect was secured, he promptly set off for Peicing to recruit skilled individuals. Tang Xian felt increasingly satisfied, as he had truly ascended to a higher echelon. Li Fei observed his commanding officer's demeanor, stifling a laugh. He whispered to the observer Zhou Tong beside him. It seems that Commander Tang intends to siphon resources from the chiefing sect. Zhou Tong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the demands were indeed extravagant, yet reassured, rest assured. Commander Tang's targets are hardly formidable, haha. 3 hours later, the helicopter pierced through the clouds, revealing majestic peaks before them. The landscape was picturesque, with clear waters and fragrant blossoms, accompanied by the distant sound of bell chimes. Duong, duong. The resonant bells echoed through the valleys, yet no structures were in sight. Clearly, the mountains concealed the Buddhist enclave, adding to its enigmatic allure. Commander Tang, shall we fly directly in or find a place to land? Time is of the essence. As Tang Xian had mentioned, Elder Qingfa's condition was precarious, and he could pass away at any moment. However, entering directly posed risks. Being mistaken for intruders could lead to complications. Contemplating this, Tang Xian retrieved a USB drive and connected it to the helicopter's external speaker system to broadcast the Great Compassion Mantra as a means of identification. Chapter 85. The power of the Great Compassion Mantra within the Buddhist temple. An elderly man clad in a flowing black robe, emaciated and haggard, ignited a coil of incense, reverently suspending it within the hall. Amitabha. The monks within the temple pressed their palms together in prayer, striking a metallic wooden fish a few times, the sound resonating loudly, rivaling even that of a bronze bell. As the echoes of the sound subsided, a monk approached, cradling a substantial merit box, which he naturally placed before the old man in black. The elderly figure, understanding the unspoken cue, retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and tossed it into the gaping mouth of the merit box. Master, within lies 500 spirit stones and 10 yellow-grade elixirs. The Shura sect has commanded me to seek an extension of my life. I implore you to relay this to the master. Upon hearing these words, the monk once again joined his hands in prayer. Amitabha, I fear the abbot may not be available today. Not available. The old man's expression shifted, his tone rising slightly. Yet, he quickly recalibrated his demeanor, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Master, my days are numbered. Delaying even a single day could lead to my demise. Might I beseech you to assist me? It is imperative that Abbot Shiyun intervenes. Amitabha, life and death are the natural laws of heaven. Moreover, the abbot is currently away, which seems to be fate's design. But I do not wish to perish. Where has Abbot Shiyun gone? The monk gestured towards the temple's exterior, speaking in a calm manner. He has departed to gather alms and alleviate suffering. The black-robed elder fell silent, swiftly realizing that the offering he had presented was insufficient. The monks here evidently deemed it inadequate. Driven by an instinct for survival, he hastily vowed, Master, should your esteemed sect extend my life, I shall compensate you manifold in wealth henceforth. The monk offered a slight smile, yet remained silent, reflecting inwardly. Alas, the last individual to utter such promises was decades ago, and not a single return was witnessed. Trust was a rare commodity. Perceiving the monk's sentiments, the elderly man understood that further entreaties would yield no fruit, compelling him to hastily depart to enlist aid from the Shura sect. After his departure, 3 high-ranking monks emerged from behind the statue, shaking their heads at the meager storage pouch within the merit box. Amitabha, what could the Shura sect possibly be thinking? This paltry sum is hardly sufficient to alleviate the plight of the impoverished, let alone cover a single day's entrance fee to Peicing. The nearby monk nodded in agreement. The populace is starving. This amount is indeed far too little. If we were to make an exception and extend his life today, they would only grow more audacious, offering even less in the future. At that point, not only would we fail to assist the common folk, but the dignity of the Buddhist community would also suffer a severe blow. Fortunately, the abbot is astute, having foreseen this. He has decreed that only one benefactor be received each day, announcing that assistance will be rendered to the one who provides the most resources. This perfectly circumvents those who would seek to exploit the system. At this juncture, one monk inquired with curiosity, by the way, is the Shura sect the only one here today? The monk responsible for receiving guests nodded in affirmation. It has been quite some time. The individuals from the Azura Gate continually arrive, for the threshold set by the abbot is exceedingly high. The leading monk among the 3 stood in a daze, and after a long moment, he joined his hands together in prayer. Amitabha, in my opinion, this matter requires the abbot's reconsideration. The conditions should be lowered. Otherwise, the Azura Gate will grow increasingly unruly. Just as several monks were engaged in discussion, a particularly melodious sound of chanting wafted in from outside the hall. Namohi luo dina duo luo yi. The sacred sounds enveloped the air, acting as a potent tranquilizer that rooted the four monks in place. Their eyes sparkled with enlightenment, and their hands pressed together fervently, as if they had encountered liberation, as if they had glimpsed the profound simplicity that the Buddhist path seeks. Amenba, this. The monk leading the trio was utterly astonished, tongue-tied and unsure of what to articulate. Could this sound be the manifestation of the true Buddha? The words flowed forth from the heart, laden with wisdom. It was not only them. Even the disciples within the Buddhist community abandoned their tasks. Some cast aside their brooms, while others discarded their buckets. Some, even in the midst of attending to nature's call, rushed to the great hall square, hands clasped in prayer, their expressions radiating enlightenment. From the helicopter, Tang Xian beheld this scene. Behind the throng of monks stood a grand hall towering several dozen meters high, resplendent and glorious, with incense rising in purple smoke, swirling upwards like a celestial dragon. It nearly enveloped the entire Buddhist enclave. However, the area was not vast, seemingly only half the size of Qingyu Gate, a splendid location, a sanctuary for seclusion. Tang Xian remarked with a hint of admiration for the Buddhist community's ability to select such a site. Without the helicopter, it would indeed be a futile endeavor for outsiders to locate the Buddhist sanctuary. Captain Tang, shall we proceed inside? The pilot inquired. Yes, let us enter directly. We have already acquired a pass, Tang Xian replied, retracting his binoculars and addressing Xiaohe and the others. Everyone, upon arrival at the Buddhist enclave, please refrain from speaking carelessly. This caution was warranted, as their mental states had shifted. Xiaohe maintained a semblance of composure, but Xuekuwei was a different matter. He had the audacity to confront the 9 great immortal palaces alone. Tang Xian had limited interactions with the Buddhist community, and should Xuekuwei decide to enact a scene of how dare you speak to Captain Tang in such a manner, it would complicate matters significantly. One must always keep the greater picture in mind and remain vigilant. Xiaohe and Xuekuwei nodded in understanding, falling silent from that moment onward. Moments later, the helicopter, blaring the great compassion mantra, appeared within the sight of the Buddhist disciples. Their expressions faltered, quickly giving way to panic. Amenba, what is that? Hurry. Summon the abbot and the 3 great masters. No one responded to this futile question, for no one knew. The previously tranquil scene of enlightenment in the great hall square erupted into chaos. Some raced towards the hall, others sought the abbot, while the remaining individuals, armed with wooden staffs imbued with spiritual energy, anxiously gazed upon the approaching unknown entity. Before long, 3 monks swiftly emerged from the temple, gazing bewilderedly at the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, they activated their spiritual energy and soared into the air. How dare this creature? The 3 masters urged each other not to panic. As the monks charged forward, Tang Xian clearly observed Blood Kuei drawing a butter gun. He promptly spoke into the megaphone. We have merely come to pay a visit to your esteemed sect. There are myriad ways to express this sentiment. Although their true intention in visiting the Buddhist temple was to extend the life of the old sage, their preliminary understanding of the Buddhist community suggested a tendency towards mercantile thinking. Should they discover that the Dragon Kingdom has need of their assistance, their demeanor would undoubtedly shift. Tang's words left the disciples of the Buddhist sect utterly astonished. To think that within this creature dwelled a human. In their terror, the 3 monks unleashed their consciousness, only to find that there truly was life within. Chapter 86. The shock of the Buddhist sect with the astonished gazes of the disciples of the Buddhist sect upon them. The helicopter descended steadily. Tang Xian and a group of special forces emerged from within. Following them were Xiaohe, Blood Kuei, and Shi Haicheng, who also touched down shortly thereafter. Finally, Ling Shi appeared, dragging a heavy load of supplies to the ground. Upon seeing Tang Xian, the 3 monks were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, confirming their recognition. This was indeed the young man they had encountered previously. Back in Shishui village, he had effortlessly defeated the disciples of the demonic sect, an act that had been nothing short of instantaneous annihilation. He had even issued threats towards them. Fortunately, his distribution of food to the impoverished had prevented any conflict from arising. They recognized Tang Xian, and he too was familiar with them. Clad in the earth-grade spiritual armor he had fortuitously acquired during that encounter, he greeted the 3 masters with a smile. Masters, it is good to see you again. The 3 monks joined their hands in prayer. Amenba, it is indeed a fortunate encounter. May we inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Buddhist sect? Nothing much. I merely heard that the Buddhist sect alleviates suffering, and thus I came to pay my respects. As Tang Xian spoke, a sharply pungent aroma reached his nostrils. The source of this scent was none other than the incense burner, which was currently alight. From a distance, the rising blue smoke appeared dignified, yet the smell was unexpectedly. He approached Ling Shi and withdrew 3 sticks of sandalwood incense. each over a meter long. The yellow sandalwood bore exquisitely beautiful Buddhist totems, a sight to behold. The three monks and the gathered disciples widened their eyes in astonishment. Why is the incense so thick? In response to their astonished expressions, Tang Xian retrieved a package of prayer matches from the supplies. With a swift motion, he struck a match, and a flame sprang to life instantly. Incense has its causes and effects. Thus, it must be ignited with a match. Am I not correct, esteemed masters? The three masters were oblivious to this knowledge. Their gazes fixed in bewilderment upon the match in Tang Xian's hand. What is this item that ignites so effortlessly? The lotus design upon it is exquisite, truly lifelike. Desiring it, they yearned for it. Tang Xian, oblivious to their longing, prostrated 3 times before the grand hall and then inserted the sandalwood into the incense burner. In no time, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, refreshing and transcendent. Hiss! The 3 monks were utterly captivated, and the foremost stepped forward. Amitba, might I inquire where the esteemed benefactor acquired these 2 items? Or from where they were purchased? The Buddhist sect is in dire need of them. Hearing this, Tang Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Look, the bait was taken. Masters, please do not be modest. After all, we have met once before. I shall gift you some. With that, the special forces extracted several more sticks of sandalwood incense, each over a meter long, along with a large package of prayer matches, which they presented to the 3 monks. The masters stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. The Buddhist sect had thrived on the mystical spirit continent for nearly a century, becoming accustomed to the sharp scent of burning incense. Yet, suddenly, an irresistible and unparalleled offering of sandalwood incense had emerged before them. To his astonishment, the benefactor offered without hesitation. Furthermore, when the 3 monks beheld the substantial bundle of matches upon the ground, they hastily joined their hands in prayer. Amitba, the benefactor's noble deed is deeply appreciated by the Buddhist community. They exclaimed. May I inquire your esteemed name? Tang Xian, he replied. Quickly, inscribe Tang benefactor's name upon the merit tablet. Upon hearing this, one disciple hurriedly departed. Tang Xian's strategy of enticing them with a modest offering was nothing short of masterful. By initially captivating them with a few items, he intended to acclimatize them to these Buddhist products, leading them to eagerly purchase more. The promise of extended longevity required no further elaboration. How delightful it was, as the Buddhist community reaped rewards across the continent, while the Dragon Kingdom profited from the Buddhist sect, a most delectable scheme indeed. Before long, Tang Xian was treated as a distinguished guest and ushered into the main hall. The grandeur of the hall was breathtaking, adorned with suspended incense coils and various Buddha statues. It appeared that the Buddhist community's loyal followers would not be easily exhausted. Tang Xian pondered silently, unable to suppress a broad smile that crept upon his lips. Tang benefactor, please wait here for a moment. We shall summon Abbot Suyun shortly. With that, the 3 monks departed, and Tang Xian commanded the officials to commence their tasks. All the meditation cushions, iron wooden fish, and altar cloths were to be replaced. After a considerable time, the enigmatic Abbot Suyun arrived. His long white beard nearly reached his collar, yet his demeanor was extraordinary, exuding the vigor of a middle-aged man. After all, with a buff that extended his lifespan, he had little reason to remain idle for decades. Upon entering the Buddhist hall, Suyun was immediately astounded by the transformation before him. As the abbot of the Buddhist sect, he had witnessed grand spectacles, yet he could not conceal his astonishment. This has completely changed. The 3 monks exchanged wide-eyed glances, unable to articulate their shock. Could the items brought by this Tang benefactor truly have descended from the heavens? Esteemed masters, would you mind if I tidied up your esteemed sect a little? Tang Xian inquired kindly. No. One monk began to respond, but a mere glance from Suyun silenced him. He quickly realized that his composure had faltered. In the presence of the abbot, he had no standing to speak. Ultimately, it was Suyun who clasped his hands together in prayer. Amitba, may I ask from where the benefactor hails? Tang Xian was tempted to proclaim that he came from the great Tang of the East, but he held his tongue, responding instead, we hail from the Dragon Kingdom. Amitba, I see. Suyun nodded, though he was utterly perplexed. Where was the Dragon Kingdom? He had never even heard of it. Yet, as a master, he maintained his composure, a slight nod sufficing as an appropriate reply. As the saying goes, one is indebted to those who give. Thus, Suyun graciously inquired, Tang benefactor, one does not receive rewards without merit. What brings you to our Buddhist sect? During their first interaction, it was unnecessary to impose lofty expectations. Otherwise, the preceding efforts would be in vain. He aimed to ease their suspicions, taking advantage of human frailties whenever possible. Without hesitation, Tang Xian replied, alas, a friend of mine, whose family was slaughtered by the Shura sect, has, in a moment of despair, resorted to practicing the forbidden technique of the immortal sect, the prisoning heaven true art. The outcome revealed that he was utterly no match for the Azura sect, having suffered grievous injuries and facing imminent death. Fortunately, he awakened in time. Realizing the futility of vengeance and wishing to witness the splendor of the world one last time. Thus, he sought the Master's assistance in extending his lifespan, assuring him that he harbored no intentions of revenge or murder, as he was indeed incapable of such feats. The duration required was not excessive. Merely a year or two would suffice. At that very moment, the elder with green hair aboard the helicopter appeared gravely ill and, in an unfortunate twist of fate, sneezed, nearly succumbing to death. Who dares to insult me? He mused, barely able to tolerate his own words, yet surprisingly, Su-Yun believed him. With hands clasped, he calmly remarked, "Amaba, what you say, Tang benefactor, is indeed true. Vengeance begets vengeance. There is still hope for redemption if one turns back in time. However, as per your request, I can only grant you a year of life, for I cannot ascertain whether the desire for revenge will reawaken within you. Within that year, he shall be unable to contend with the Azura sect." Su-Yun's considerations were astutely thorough. He understood well the limitations of the heavenly prison true art, and, coupled with his knowledge of the Azura sect's strength, acknowledged the hopelessness of vengeance within a year. This approach not only spared him from incurring the sins of saving another, thereby affecting his cultivation, but also successfully garnered a favor, achieving both reputation and profit. He felt he had gained, and Tang Xian believed he had gained even more. He was acutely aware of how habitual behaviors could manifest. Securing a year of extended life now would pave the way for countless extensions in the future. Indeed, his earlier cautious negotiation was a wise move. "Then I shall express my gratitude on his behalf to the master," Tang Xian said with a smile. Just as the critically ill elder was being carried into the grand hall, and Su-Yun was preparing to perform the rite, a sudden tempest arose outside. "Su-Yun, the elder from the outer sect of the Azura sect has indeed offended. I have come specifically to offer my apologies and have prepared a generous gift for the Buddhist community." Chapter 87. Is this not too forceful? A melodious and enchanting sound of magic wafted into the air. Shuekui's expression tightened as he whispered to Tang Xian, "Captain Tang, this fellow is the Black Brow Protector of the Shura sect, a formidable adversary at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. His sudden appearance, will it disrupt our plans?" "It's nothing," Tang Xian casually replied, seemingly unfazed by the arrival. Before long, the Black Brow Protector entered the grand hall, accompanied by the recently defeated elder. Upon seeing Shuekui, Xiaohe, and Shi Haiqing, a look of doubt crossed his face. He wondered how these three could still be together. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the Buddhist sects had the means to prolong life, and every faction aspired to cultivate good relations. Yet, was it not overly presumptuous for the Qinyu sect, the Qin Yuan sect, and the Qifeng sect to approach the Buddhist sect? With the meager resources of their sects, did they dare to seek the favor of the Buddhist order? A light chuckle escaped the Black Brow Protector's lips, laced with disdain. He strode past Tang Xian and the others without sparing them a glance. It seems the Buddhist sect has truly lost its standards. Even oddly dressed mortals are allowed entry. The irony is that mere mortals cannot prolong their lives. What business do they have causing a ruckus? As he approached Master Su-Yun, the Black Brow Protector clasped his fists in greeting. "Master Su-Yun, I implore you to extend the life of my sect's elder. Just 100 years will suffice." His demeanor was bright and confident in the gravity of his request. However, the subsequent words of Elder Su-Yun rendered him momentarily speechless. "Amitabha, Black Benefactor, you have arrived a moment too late. This old monk has already resolved to assist this benefactor in prolonging life." The Black Brow Protector furrowed his brow, glancing at the green-haired elder on the ground, unable to recognize him. He spoke with a hint of indignation. "Master Su-Yun, the Buddhist tenet allows for only one beneficiary per day. If you save this individual, will my elder not be left to await death? Amitabha, each life has its fate. This is heaven's will." He regurgitated the usual bureaucratic rhetoric, prompting the Black Elder to spit out a mouthful of blood in frustration. He seethed, recalling how he was told earlier that the master was unavailable, attributing it to fate. Now, with the master present, it was also fate, was it? Was it truly that he was destined to die? Seeing the outer sect elder nearing his end, the Black Brow Protector's frown deepened. Yet, after a moment, he relaxed, taking a deep breath as he unfastened a storage pouch from his waist. "Master Su-Yun, within this pouch lies 50,000 spirit stones. The salvation of the individual will be your reward." The three monks inhaled sharply, their hearts stirred by the revelation. 50,000 spirit stones, a fortune. Such wealth could alleviate the plight of many impoverished souls, leading to remarkable cultivation outcomes. Not only the three of them, but even Su-Yun appeared swayed. Although Benefactor Tang had previously presented the Buddhist sect with numerous unique offerings, they bore no value for cultivation, serving merely to foster tranquility. The Black Brow Protector's offering, however, held the potential to save countless lives and expedite cultivation significantly. Umitba. It seemed Master Su Yun had reached a decision. He turned to address Tang Xian, but noticed him pulling out a long, dark box from the storage pouch. Without uttering a word, Tang Xian directly approached the altar and placed the high-definition player upon it. He pressed the switch, and immediately, the air was filled with the resonant recitation of Buddhist scriptures. It was as if 100 monks were chanting in unison, their voices crystal clear, enveloping the hall. Despite the presence of only a few, it felt as though one stood amidst a myriad of Buddhas. Su Yun and the three monks found their thoughts suddenly soaring into the ethereal expanse, as if they were suspended between heaven and earth. Reaching out to touch the essence of the Buddha's path, the experience was instantaneous, leaving no room for struggle whatsoever. Duong. At that moment, Tang Xian struck the wooden fish, the deep yet spirited tone merging seamlessly with the harmonious chanting of the monks. Like a beacon of light piercing the night, it instantly illuminated the path for several monks. Enlightenment dawned upon them, immediate and profound. Although it did not elevate their cultivation, their state of mind undeniably reached an exalted realm. The teachings of compassion and salvation for all beings resonated. Great compassion, selflessness, and universal illumination. Ka. Just as their consciousness was on the verge of transcending to the blissful realm, Tang Xian pressed the off button. The four monks simultaneously opened their eyes, a hint of dissatisfaction evident among them. Tang Benefactor, what is this? Su Yun inquired eagerly, still entranced. Tang Xian smiled gently. This device is called a player. It contains hundreds of classic Buddhist scriptures, including a version with the recitation of all Buddhas. A recitation of all Buddhas? Elder Su Yun exclaimed in astonishment. The grandeur of such a scene was beyond imagination. They had only just experienced the unity of 100 monks. And now there was the prospect of 1,000 Buddhas. Very well, since the master intends to extend the life of this benefactor, we shall not intrude further. Tang Xian lifted the player, preparing to depart. With emotions heightened to this point, how could Su Yun allow him to leave? He quickly pressed his palms together, blocking Tang Xian's path. Tang Benefactor, I am a man of my word. I have resolved to assist this benefactor on the ground. After all, he is indeed in grave peril, and I wish to help him witness the splendor of the world. Master, when he was brought in just now, he mentioned that a year might not suffice and expressed a desire not to wait. Umitba, then let us add 10 years. Is that agreeable? Absolutely agreeable. The black-browed protector interjected. The old man in black. Protector, am I to perish? The old man in black, tears streaming down his face, looked pitifully at the black-browed protector. The latter gritted his teeth and admonished, you have taken many lives. You deserve your fate. With that, he angrily swept his sleeve and exited the hall. Seeing this, the old man straightened up, immediately heading towards the depths of the infernal realms. The Buddhist order had likely encountered such occurrences often, categorizing them simply as natural deaths. Two disciples entered and dragged the old man away. At this juncture, Tang Xian discreetly pressed a button on the radio, signaling the helicopter outside to take off. The recently departed demon held a substantial sum. I wondered if we could borrow it. Captain Tang, I believe that is unnecessary, as that fellow has concealed himself right under my nose. He is most likely plotting to rob us. Tang Xian? Well then, let him wait. Tang Xian raised the stakes, successfully extending Elder Qingfa's lifespan by a decade. Xu Yun had also placed his wager. If the individual he saved refrained from committing any acts of violence within those 10 years, it would undoubtedly yield a profit. Should he seek vengeance, he would merely incur a loss of a few years, an acceptable risk, considering the formidable nature of this so-called player. Even a loss of a few years of cultivation would be inconsequential. After approximately half an hour of incomprehensible rituals, Elder Qingfa's complexion indeed improved. His hair darkened, and the wrinkles on his face vanished. How intriguing, Tang Xian observed with keen interest before inquiring, Elder Xu Yun, is there any possibility for mortals to extend their lives? Beads of sweat formed on Xu Yun's forehead, yet he maintained a smile as he replied, Tang Benefactor. The cultivation within the immortal sect is fundamentally a struggle against the heavens to attain longevity. Mortals lack such formidable powers, thus they cannot extend their lives. Tang Xian nodded thoughtfully, and then remarked, in that case, Elder Xu Yun, I shall take my leave for now. Others will come to visit in due time. Is there not someone else in need of life extension, Tang Benefactor? Xu Yun asked, a hint of concern in his voice. He had acquired everything he desired, but such a state could not persist. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. Tang Xian smiled gently at Xu Yun's expression. No, there is no one else. After departing the grand hall, he fell into contemplation. In a few days, when the player's battery ran out, it would need to be replaced. Moreover, once the sandalwood burned out, it would require replenishment as well. Chapter 88. More diabolical than the devil, the Buddhist sect possesses numerous resources awaiting exploration. Beyond consumables, there exist scriptures and statues. To be candid, when juxtaposed with the Buddhist traditions on Blue Star, we are indeed lacking in many respects. Securing the Buddhist temple is akin to affixing a lifeline to the Dragon Kingdom, leaving no room for hesitation. After departing from the Grand Hall, Tang Xian pressed the radio to inquire, where has that individual gone? He has ventured beyond the mountain, in the direction we previously occupied. Very well, heed my command. We must refrain from using rockets, as the destruction of spiritual stones is excessively wasteful. At this moment, Blood Kuei volunteered, Commander Tang. Permit me to confront him and assess the potency of the Xian-grade butter gun. Had it not been for Tang Xian's intervention, he would have acted during the previous ambush of the helicopter by those 3 monks. He yearned to gauge the efficacy of his latest weapon. Yet, Tang Xian shook his head. We are in close proximity to the surrogate. Swift resolution is paramount, not experimentation. If you wish to train, return and practice with Master Shi. This time, we shall let it pass. Commander Tang jested further, prompting Master Shi to assume a woeful expression, incessantly declaring his unworthiness and utterly frightened. Blood Kuei cast a disdainful glance his way, remarking coolly, indeed, you are incapable. As the helicopter ascended, it stirred a whirlwind upon the ground. Master Su Yun and the 3 monks struggled against the gusts, squinting to shield their eyes as they watched the helicopter depart. Amitba, the benefactor Tang has shrouded this old monk-ass world in a veil of mist. Such a benevolent and compassionate individual truly stirs my spirit, Master Su Yun stated, expressing boundless reverence for Tang Xian. The 3 monks exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, they cautiously articulated, Master, in truth, this benefactor Tang. Before they could finish, a resounding explosion echoed from beyond the mountain. Boom. That was the sound of Li Fei's sniper grenade, a symbol of truth. The 4 monks were momentarily stunned, still attempting to comprehend the situation when a disciple rushed forth. Reporting to the master and esteemed monks, the black-browed protector has perished. Amitba, what has transpired? Master Su Yun inquired. The disciple witnessed the black-browed protector charging towards the formidable presence brought by the benefactor Tang, only to fall thereafter. What of the spiritual stones? Are they still intact? The 3 monks inquired anxiously. The disciple shook his head in bewilderment. By the time we arrived, the black-browed protector was stripped of all possessions. Even his garments were charred. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the 3 monks nearly pinched themselves to ascertain reality. That was 50,000 spiritual stones. Master, what we intended to convey earlier is that this benefactor Tang is indeed a paragon of compassion. Yet in matters of life and death, he is no less formidable than the devil himself. Oh, black-browed, why did you provoke him of all people? Upon absorbing the words of the 3 monks, Master Su Yun clasped his hands in prayer, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Amitba, as fate would have it, properly handle the remains of the black-browed disciple. If the Shura sect comes seeking answers, let them be told we are unaware. After all, it is a sin born from the Buddhist realm. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Revealing the truth may only incite another round of conflict. Amitba, how benevolent. The 3 monks joined their hands in reverence. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, Tang Xian grasped the heavy storage bag, his eyes gleaming with excitement. See how effortlessly wealth can be acquired? Just half a day prior, he had fretted over the spiritual stones, and now he would return wealthy beyond measure. This did not even account for the portion extracted by the chiefing sect. He was elated, yet Shi Haicheng was genuinely alarmed. The protector of the foremost demon sect in the Xianling continent had been slain by a mere soldier under Tang Xian's command, with a mid-stage nascent soul strength. If all those from the Dragon Kingdom possessed such abilities, the chiefing sect would stand no chance, coupled with Tang Xian's ruthless demeanor. If chiefing sect failed to produce funds, they would surely be decimated. The thought of the Black Brow Protector's demise and Tang Xian's calm demeanor while seizing the storage bag sent chills down Shi Haicheng's spine. A vision of Dragon Kingdom soldiers laying siege to the chiefing sect, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, flashed in his mind. Terrified, he quickly dismissed his previous nonchalant attitude. This letter must be written, and it must convey both emotion and command. Should the elders become reckless, the chiefing sect could face annihilation. In the afternoon, upon Tang Xian's return to the base, before he could await old Lu's report on the grain harvest, Shi Haicheng hurried over. Commander Tang, I wish to promptly fulfill the promise made to you this morning. The suddenness of his actions left Tang Xian somewhat taken aback. Little did he know that the mere act of dispatching the Black Brow Protector had cast an indelible shadow over Shi Haicheng. Tang Xian had been firmly established in his mind as a decisive individual, ruthlessly pursuing his objectives, perhaps even more ruthless than he had anticipated. Hence, Shi Haiqing was eager to deliver the funds to avoid any protracted complications. Very well, sect leader Shi. I shall send someone to retrieve the stationery. Please wait a moment. Commander Tang, Shi Haiqing called out, continuing, last time at the Falling Cloud Valley, I encountered the so-called tablet with Valley Master Ling Feng. He even took a portrait of me. Oh? Tang Xian's lips curved into a subtle smile, imbued with deeper meaning. He captured your likeness? Shi Haiqing nodded with certainty. Indeed. The portrait was strikingly lifelike, resembling me perfectly. I was contemplating whether possessing that item would enhance our chances of success. Tang Xian chuckled. Sect leader Shi. You've made a valuable point. Come with me to the office. I will record a video for you. The elders will undoubtedly be convinced. At that moment, Tang Xian truly comprehended Shi Haiqing's intentions. He was indeed afraid. Upon entering the office, Tang Xian gestured for Shi Haiqing to take a seat. After complying with the request, Tang Xian retrieved his mobile phone and pressed the recording button. Shizhangman, let us commence, he declared. Shi Haiqing was momentarily taken aback. Tang Lzhing, how do we begin? To facilitate his understanding, Tang Xian casually recorded a few moments of him and then presented it to Shi Haiqing. Upon witnessing his own animated self on the screen, Shi Haiqing sprang to his feet in astonishment. Tang Lzhing, what? What is this miraculous device? It can actually encapsulate me. Tang Xian chuckled. This device is called a mobile phone, equipped with a recording function. Therefore, feel free to express whatever you wish directly. There is no need for letters. Shi Haiqing's expression was one of utter disbelief. Such a small object could capture his movements and speech. With this capability, the likelihood of success could indeed be heightened. He promptly returned to his seat, placing his hands firmly on his thighs, and his aura surged dramatically. It was as if he had returned to the throne of the chiefing sect, his eyes widening as he gazed into the lens of the phone. I am Shi Haiqing, and I hereby revoke the position of the Elder of Changshan. Shi Haiqing was undoubtedly immersed in the moment. His first order of business was to dismiss Changshan. What the hell? I have been absent for so long, and not a single action was taken. I suspect you harbor intentions of rebellion. Chapter 89. The shortcomings of grain cultivation. As the bold words echoed, Shi Haiqing suddenly recalled the presence of Tang Xian. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, Director Tang. Is it acceptable to say so? Tang Xian replied. Master Shi, the recording process cannot be interrupted. Just pretend I am not here, shall we? Oh, I see now. Shi Haiqing nodded, adjusting his posture before continuing. I am Shi Haiqing, currently traveling afar. All matters of the sect are temporarily entrusted to the second elder. From the moment you laid eyes upon me, the position of the first elder of Changshan is hereby abolished. Furthermore, I find myself in dire need of funds, an exorbitant amount of funds. Immediately gather all spirit stones and fine iron stones to be handed over to. At this juncture, Shi Haiqing cast a sidelong glance at Tang Xian, who remained silent. Thus, with remarkable wit, Shi Haiqing declared, ensure everything is delivered to the Qin Yuan sect without fail. Upon pressing the end button, Tang Xian found himself somewhat admiring Shi Haiqing. His swift change of allegiance was indeed impressive, a perceptive individual. Director Tang, within the chiefing sect, there are brutes. Should any incident occur with the messenger, I implore you not to hold it against me, Shi Haiqing said, clasping his fists. Tang Xian chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Do not worry, Master Shi. I have an affinity for intelligent individuals. Now go and rest. With a heavy heart, Shi Haiqing departed. Shortly after his exit, Xiaohe arrived to report. Director Tang, there are two matters I must bring to your attention. Speak, Master Xiao. What is it? Xiaohe produced a sheet of paper from his sleeve and presented it to Tang Xian with both hands. Director Tang, this document indicates the number of disciples stationed in each village. To date, the number of Qin Yuan sect personnel ensuring normal grain cultivation has reached 5,000. So many? Tang Xian took the paper and scrutinized it. Merely in Shishui village, several acres of fertile land occupied over 50 individuals. The growth of crops necessitates abundant spiritual energy, and a mere handful of guards cannot suffice. They rotate shifts, while one group operates, another rests. Hence, the personnel shortage has arisen, Xiaohe explained. Tang Xian set the document aside and looked up. How many disciples does the Qin Yuan sect currently have? Fewer than 1,000, Xiaohe stammered, appearing somewhat troubled. Tang Xian's brow furrowed immediately upon hearing this. How can this be acceptable? Currently, both the Qin Yu sect and the chiefing sect are in stable conditions. If any additional unstable factors arise, the Qin Yuan sect may face peril. A dispersed force is a grave military misstep. Why did you not mention this sooner? Noticing Tang Xian's growing ire, Xiaohe quickly clasped his fists. Director Tang, I was merely observing your intense focus on grain matters. And considering that the Qin Yu sect and the chiefing sect have nearly turned against each other, I did not regard this issue with sufficient urgency. In the realm of meticulous planning, certain matters cannot be overlooked. Tang Xian rose from his chair and, after a considerable pause, inquired, "Is it particularly challenging for your sect to recruit new disciples?" Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Xiaohe awkwardly replied, "The Jiugong sect dominates the landscape, having recruited nearly all disciples of commendable talent. Those who are eliminated are then redistributed among various sects, leaving scarcely any viable candidates for us." Tang Xian instantly grasped the implications of Xiaohe's words. It appeared the situation mirrored that of universities on Blue Star, albeit with a significantly smaller pool of individuals possessing the means for cultivation. After pondering for a while, an idea struck Tang Xian. "Xiao sect leader, what if we increased the stipends and offered each successful disciple a copy of a cultivation technique? Might this entice some from the Jiugong sect?" Only then did Xiaohe recall that Tang Xian possessed the ability to replicate techniques. Recently preoccupied with agricultural endeavors, he had yet to capitalize on the previous batch of cultivation manuals and novels, but their popularity was undeniable. If these were offered as incentives for new disciples, the outcome could indeed be promising. "Tang Xian, I believe this initiative is worth exploring. As the saying goes, people prioritize sustenance. Given the current circumstances, I must recruit cultivators. Please proceed with my suggestion, and should it fail, do inform me." Tang Xian was deeply invested in this matter. It was evident that, in this otherworldly realm, the number of cultivators was limited compared to the billions on Blue Star, making the latter the primary market. Securing a stable food supply on Xianling continent was imperative, necessitating the urgent and extensive recruitment of talent to bolster the Qin Yuan sect. Additionally, the issues concerning the Qifeng sect demanded prompt resolution, with plans to expand military influence following the establishment of agricultural production. When the might of the army could pose a genuine threat to both the Jiugong sect and the Shura sect, the Dragon Kingdom would emerge victorious in Xianling continent. As previously stated, if the Jiugong sect could coexist, there would be no need for conflict, as those celestial beings were invaluable resources. The same could not be said for the Shura sect. "Tang Xian, I will diligently pursue the tasks you have outlined. Now, I must report a second matter. The Jiugong sect has notified all sects of an impending grand competition for disciples to be held within the Immortal Palace. Are all sects summoned?" Tang Xian inquired. Xiaohe nodded. "It appears that all sects have received the announcement. This time, it is likely a display of strength to assert dominance over the smaller sections. Therefore, the Qin Yuan sect will not participate in this competition. Had I not encountered you and aligned with the Dragon Kingdom, I would have undoubtedly sought to ingratiate myself then. But the circumstances have changed. The Qin Yuan sect has gained confidence and prominence. Why should I still seek your favor? My focus is not on whether you will attend, but rather on the 4 smaller sects at the Frontier Observatory. The Wudi sect has already been occupied by you. If the remaining 3 are equipped with the Dragon Kingdom's radar and air defense systems, do you think they would dare to participate?" Originally a hidden danger, Tang Xian, with a smile upon his face, uttered these words, leaving Xiaohe utterly perplexed. "Commander Tang, do you mean?" Tang Xian continued, his smile unwavering. "Let them go. It would be best if they divulged the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, the Dragon Kingdom might just showcase a bit of its strength. After all, the base lies within Yuanshan. Even if they reached the forward observation post, it would not make a difference." Having said this, Tang Xian comfortably stretched, contemplating the potential favorable impact on future peace negotiations. Xiaohe widened his eyes upon hearing this. Could it be that Immortal Tang is employing a strategy of feigned retreat, exposing our position to the enemy, only to demonstrate our prowess? By the time they approach our gates, their hearts would already bear the weight of fear. Thus, it would greatly aid in our negotiations for peace. Brilliant. Immortal Tang truly is a remarkable figure. Chapter 90. Upgrading the portal. Xiaohe, filled with enthusiasm, greatly admired Tang Xian's intellect. Just as he was about to take his leave, Tang Xian handed him a mobile phone. Having observed Ling Feng use it a few times, Xiaohe was not entirely unfamiliar with this high-tech device. "Master Xiao, take this to the Qifeng sect and collect some interest. Exercise caution if complications arise. Do not entangle yourself with them. Prioritize safety." After glancing at the footage, Xiaohe was left utterly astonished. "Director Tang, sure Haicheng is most likely surrendering, right? Don't dwell on it too much. Just proceed." Understood. Xiaohe ultimately took the phone and departed from the Dragon Kingdom base. Meanwhile, the base playground was bustling with activity. Elder Qingfa, rejuvenated in longevity, immediately took on the crucial task of satellite launch. His astonishment and admiration for Tang Xian's audacity had led him to become wholly devoted. Elder Baihu stood nearby, providing support, exuding an air of camaraderie. After casting a few glances in their direction, Tang Xian shook his head with a wry smile, pondering the abundance of eccentricities in this otherworldly realm. Not delving too deeply into thought, Tang Xian noticed old Lu observing the spectacle and beckoned him over. Director Tang, what's the matter? Have we conducted several satellite tests by now? Just completed one. The current data analysis speed is sufficient, but confirming the orbit remains challenging. Old Lu replied, continuing, I believe the success rate is low. The technicians mentioned that without high-precision supporting equipment, it's difficult to achieve completion. Although Tang Xian had not engaged with the aerospace sector, he had seen the instruments at the launch center. Each process was meticulously interconnected, with no room for error. Realistically, relocating an aerospace center to another world would require immense manpower and resources. Even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of success could still hold promise. Currently, our dependency on satellites is not critical, especially in the absence of a super threat that necessitates guided weaponry. Inform the technicians that we prioritize stability over speed. Tang Xian instructed. Old Lu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll follow Director Tang's arrangements. By the way, Director Tang, our grain total has reached approximately 500,000 gene over the past few days. Should we send it back to the real world? Hearing this, Tang Xian glanced at the neatly stacked bags of grain. A sight that was indeed impressive. A smile crept onto his lips. To have completed 500,000 gene so swiftly is remarkable. Do we have any reserves at the base? Rest assured, Director Tang, everything needed for the base has already been set aside, Old Lu assured him. Tang Xian nodded. Good. Let us load the trucks immediately and send it back shortly. As he spoke, another thought struck him. The storage bags could preserve elixirs and spirit stones while preventing food from spoiling. He wondered how much rice could be stored in them. Old Lu, have you tested how much can be stored in the bags? Old Lu chuckled at the inquiry. I've tried. As Xiaoyi mentioned, low-grade storage bags cannot hold much. They are less practical than burlap sacks. High-quality storage bags are difficult to procure, thus this matter has been temporarily shelved. Tang Xian nodded. With that, there was nothing more to discuss. That night, Tang Xian returned to the real world, driving 2 trailer trucks laden with 500,000 pounds of grain. As he set foot on the land of Blue Star, the long-absent voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Main task successfully completed. Portal level upgraded to LV5. Portal activation time extended to 25 minutes day. An additional reward of 200 kilograms of strength has been credited. As the system's words faded, Tang Xian suddenly felt a remarkable transformation occurring within his body. A powerful force coursed through him, his bones creaking and his skin tightening. After a while, he gently clenched his fist, realizing that even a casual exertion could crush stones. Perfect. A satisfied smile graced Tang Xian's lips. His strength now approached 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms equates to 1 ton, which is just slightly more than the total weight of a small car. With that thought, he slowly raised his fist again. The prospect of delivering 1 ton of damage with a single punch was terrifying, yet exhilarating. Now that his strength had reached new heights, it was imperative to enhance his physical attributes accordingly. In essence, he needed to consume elixirs to bolster his bodily resilience. Previously, it took numerous elixirs to balance his physical strength when he reached 800 kilograms. This time, he would undoubtedly require even more. However, it was worth noting that the elixirs he had consumed before were of the lowest grade. Utilizing higher quality elixirs would likely expedite the process. With ample funds and spiritual stones at his disposal, he planned to resolve the elixir matter while seeking skilled artisans in Pei City. General Tang, what is contained within this truck? At that moment, General Zhang Yi approached suspiciously. Upon getting closer and seeing Tang Xian, his eyes widened in astonishment. General Tang, how have you suddenly become so youthful? This remark momentarily left Tang Xian taken aback. He thought to himself, I am merely in my 20s. How could I appear suddenly younger? However, recalling the invigorating sensation he had just experienced, he surmised it was perhaps due to his skin becoming tighter and more refined. Without responding to the subsequent questions, Tang Xian lifted the tarpaulin, revealing bag after bag of grain from the truck. General Zhang, this is all rice, totaling 500,000 pounds. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Zhang Yi's eyes widened even further as he hurried to inspect the bags. To his astonishment, they indeed contained rice. General Tang, does the other world grow rice? No. This is cultivated by our dragon nation. The practitioners from the other world merely assisted in the process. Tang Xian explained how the practitioners utilized spiritual energy to enhance the crops. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, applauded fervently. The expression on his face was beyond mere excitement. Though our dragon nation is populous, we still need to import grain annually. General Tang, you have resolved a monumental issue for our nation. In just a few short days, you have remarkably cultivated 500,000 pounds of rice. Tang Xian smiled faintly. Ultimately, the greatest credit belongs to Elder Yuan. General Zhang, In the future, I will continuously transport grain to you. You may coordinate with the Ministry of Agriculture to manage it appropriately. Excellent. Zhang Yi nodded with delight. After a long pause, he continued, General Tang, do you have any thoughts on the oil and mineral resources of the alternate world? Of course, do not feel pressured. I merely inquired casually. After all, you are more acquainted with the circumstances and nuances of that realm than I am. Whether it is suitable for development is ultimately your decision. Tang Xian understood the reason behind Zhang Yi's inquiry. As previously mentioned, the world currently faces a critical shortage of oil resources, and the prevailing tensions are largely a consequence of this scarcity. However, from a military perspective, any endeavors to develop oil and gas in the alternate world must be approached with caution. After a moment of reflection, Tang Xian replied, at present, oil is akin to an oasis in the desert for the nations of Blue Star. It would not pose a problem to send technicians for exploration. But once it reaches the Dragon Kingdom, I am uncertain how the higher-ups will choose to arrange it. To put it plainly, should we consider exporting it after ensuring domestic demand in the Dragon Kingdom? Might exporting lead others to speculate that the Dragon Kingdom has discovered significant oil fields, thereby inviting trouble? After all, some nations are on the brink of paralysis due to oil shortages. Chapter 91. The arrogant Tang Xian's considerations were grounded in the present reality. This included the need to avoid the use of the most advanced heavy weaponry when transporting it to another world. Much like the Dragon Kingdom's base, once others detect any oversights, one inevitably becomes the target of scrutiny. Both Zhang Yi and Tang Xian held the rank of general, lending significant weight to their discussions within the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, their conversation could very well foreshadow future decisions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi, fully aware of the potential risks, inquired, I understand you possess not only special operations capabilities, but also a strategic acumen for overseeing the grand scheme. I would like to hear your thoughts so that I may report to the military commission later. Tang Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this approach was undoubtedly the most prudent, ensuring all matters were clarified to preclude any vulnerabilities. General Zhang, the truth always lies within the range of cannon fire. When the Dragon Kingdom matures to a point where no one dares to covet it, all issues will naturally resolve themselves. First, we must solidify domestic demand and reinforce national defense, and only then can we reap the benefits from them. To put it bluntly, we shall bide our time, and, when the moment is ripe, inform them that we have discovered a vast oil field that could be mined for centuries. By the time they harbor ulterior motives, they will find themselves powerless against the Dragon Kingdom. As he spoke, Tang Xian gestured expressively. Sanctions will prove futile, and military action is out of the question. Subsequently, a multitude of nations will gravitate towards the Dragon Kingdom, paying homage. Tang Xian's succinct remarks instantly resonated with Zhang Yi, particularly as he envisioned the expressions of those nations rendered helpless. He chuckled heartily. General Tang, I too believe now is not the time for oil exports. I trust that the higher-ups share this sentiment. As for the storage of oil, I believe the underground civil defense facility closest to the Special Operations Brigade would be the most suitable. It is not only remote but also highly secure, a perfect choice. Seeing the joy on Zhang Yi's face, Tang Xian could not help but smile. Since General Zhang has already considered this so thoroughly, please report to the military commission. Tomorrow, I will lead the technical reconnaissance team into the other world. Very well. Meanwhile, within the Qin Yuan sect, Xiaohe engaged in an in-depth discussion with numerous elders regarding the recruitment of disciples. Given Tang Xian's keen interest in the matter, Xiaohe arranged matters almost overnight. Additionally, he dispatched several spies to prevent any targeting due to his absence from the sect's grand competition. The internal strength of the Qin Yuan sect was currently too feeble. As Tang Xian had pointed out, any oversight could potentially lead to a catastrophic extermination. Once everything was settled, Xiaohe returned to the Master's hall, retrieving a jet-black pistol from a wooden box. This had been a gift from Tang Xian earlier, and it contained several rounds of ammunition. Since he was to collect funds from the Red Phoenix sect, it was prudent to be well prepared for safety. Later that evening, standing atop a cloud, wearing sunglasses, Xiaohe departed on his sword ride. Wearing sunglasses at night seems a bit excessive, he mused, but for the sake of appearances, he certainly would not remove them. Recently, a unique method of donning sunglasses has been devised, undeniably stylish. Meanwhile, the Qifeng sect remains restless, diligently selecting combatants for the disciples' competition organized by the Jiugong sect. Presiding over the high platform is Elder Tang Xian, supported by a council of elders. A few promising disciples, brimming with enthusiasm, bear their spirit swords and gaze intently at the elders seated before them. After a prolonged moment, Tang Xian slowly rose to his feet. The sect leader, has been absent for several days, and the prognosis appears grim. Fortunately, Our Qifeng sect has the backing of the Jiugong sect, ensuring we do not fall into the clutches of others. Moreover, this competition could very well be tailored specifically for us by the leader of the Jiugong sect, aimed at elevating the status of the Qifeng sect within the realm of immortals. Thus, it is imperative that you all secure second place in this contest. Are you capable of achieving this? The disciples exchanged glances and nodded silently, their voices barely audible, devoid of any confidence. The first place from the Jiugong sect seems uncontestable, yet the second place is still up for grabs, particularly with the rising prominence of the Qin Yuan sect, bolstered by their rich heritage and spirit pool. Observing the lack of resolve among the carefully selected disciples, Tang Xian's frustration bubbled forth, just as he prepared to reprimand them. The second elder intervened, raising a hand in restraint. "Hold on, Elder Chang," he urged, his expression tinged with skepticism. "From where did you hear that this competition is designed for our Qifeng sect?" During Shi Haicheng's disappearance, Tang Xian, as the Grand Elder, had certainly relished the power of his words, commanding obedience without room for rebuttal. A sense of hierarchy had emerged within him. He turned away, brow furrowed. When the leader of the heavenly palace visited, I recounted the circumstances of sect leader Shi's disappearance. Upon his return, the competition was arranged. Could this merely be coincidence? In other words, even if this were not for the Qifeng sect, what harm is there in voicing my thoughts? Tang Xian's demeanor left the second elder momentarily speechless. However, after a brief hesitation, he spoke. "I believe the Jiugong sect, and we are merely utilizing one another. We must not alter our perceptions, lest it jeopardize the future development of our sect." His words were firm and resonant, striking at the heart of the matter, which only served to infuriate Tang Xian. Was the second elder implying that he had become a puppet of the Jiugong sect? "That is not my intention," the second elder clarified. "But I fear you may misconstrue the nature of our relationship." "Humph." Tang Xian scoffed lightly before responding. "This relationship was originally established by sect leader Shi. I am merely executing it now. I suggest you exercise caution in your words, lest they reach the ears of the Jiugong sect, and the one bearing the blame for our sect's misfortune becomes you." The second elder remained silent. Tang Xian felt his own momentum overpowering the situation, then smoothly continued. "Upon returning from this grand competition, I shall publicly announce my ascension to the leadership of the Qifeng sect, assuming the position of the sect master." Hearing Tang Xian's declaration, the second elder was rendered speechless. "The fate of Master Shi is uncertain, and you dare to usurp his position." Tang Xian's eyes widened, yet they bore a look of incredulity. As if gazing upon a fool, he responded in a calm and measured tone. "In the century-long history of the Qifeng sect, have you ever witnessed Master Shi absent for an extended period without informing the elders? Have you seen our jurisdiction being annexed by the Qifeng sect while Master Shi remained silent? With the upcoming grand competition among the disciples of all sects in the Xianling continent, do you truly believe that if Master Shi were alive, he would not return?" His three probing questions left the second elder at a loss for words. While Tang Xian's assertions were indeed factual, the second elder found them hard to accept. Unwilling to embrace such a reality, he boldly retorted, "Even if the position of sect master were to be re-elected, that is a matter for the elder council, not something you can dictate alone. It is utterly preposterous." Tang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile, his gaze towards the second elder laced with sarcasm. "Firstly, I am the most favored elder under Master Shi. I can typically anticipate his thoughts, which is why I am entrusted with the position of the first elder. By the order of succession, it is my rightful turn. Of course, the notion of mere succession seems rather trivial. I will contend with you all based on strength. I trust none will object to this?" The other elders, save for the second elder, nodded in agreement, their presence almost negligible due to the vast disparity in strength. Finally, Tang Xian turned his attention back to the second elder and smiled, asking, "Upon assuming the position of sect master, my first decree will be to strip you of your rank." Chapter 92. The sudden turn of events. Initially, Tang Xian held a favorable view of the second elder. However, after today's incident, he deemed the individual excessively meddlesome and lacking in wisdom, unable to discern the prevailing trends. At such a critical juncture, daring to oppose me was unacceptable. Thus, upon assuming the position of sect master, I shall promptly revoke your status as elder. Those words were not only heard by the elders, but also resonated clearly among the disciples below. To them, Tang Xian undeniably appeared as a usurper. Had he sought the endorsement of the elder council, he might have avoided such a tarnished reputation. Regrettably, due to Tang Xian's formidable prowess and significant influence, even the elders hesitated to voice their dissent, let alone the disciples. What voice could those at the bottom possibly have? Embrace the change. There is no other recourse. Reporting to Elder Chang, the sect master of Qin Yuan, Xiaohe, has arrived. Just when the atmosphere had become stifling, a disciple rushed in, breathless and flustered. Upon hearing Xiao He's name, the elders felt a chill run down their spines, and Cha Shan was no exception. His strength was unparalleled within the chiefing sect, however. Before Xiao he felt utterly diminished, akin to a mere younger sibling. Moreover, the Qin Yuan sect had a notorious substance. A foul-smelling sludge that had once obliterated the foundation of their spirit pool. While others may have merely heard tales, Changshan had witnessed the horror firsthand, making him the most articulate on the matter. Xiao He had indeed survived. This individual who had negotiated the exchange of villages with Qinjiaomen, how had he suddenly appeared here? A look of terror crossed Changshan's face, prompting a nearby elder to inquire, have we perhaps overreached in our request for compressed biscuits? Taking a deep breath, Changshan considered. It is indeed a possibility. How reckless we were. Our initial demand of trading a complete grain field for merely half a block of compressed biscuits was far too ambitious. Quickly, summon Xiao He. Ensure your demeanor is exceptionally cordial. Inform the other disciples to awaken at once and come forth to welcome Xiao He. Changshan's commands left the elders speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. What is happening? Are we to hold a grand welcoming ceremony? Must it be to this extent? Little did they know, Changshan harbored ulterior motives. He was on the verge of taking over the chiefing sect, and maintaining a good rapport with the Qin Yuan sect was paramount. After all, his own strength was lacking, making him susceptible to being easily overpowered. Survival was stability, and stability could lead to resurgence. This was strategy. Observing the bewildered expressions of the stubborn elders, it was evident they were not suited for great endeavors. Once all arrangements were made, Changshan adjusted his robe and stepped outside with utmost solemnity. When Xiao He arrived, he was greeted by rows of chiefing sect disciples, meticulously aligned from the mountain gate straight to the Master's hall. The display was grand, extending 100 feet in length. Changshan approached with a genuine smile, radiating sincerity. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao He momentarily doubted whether this fellow had anticipated his arrival. Xiao He was perplexed, yet Changshan appeared utterly stunned. Just moments ago, he had been laughing naturally, but now he stood rigid. What was that imposing headpiece Xiao He wore? It exuded an aura of dominance. Indeed, one could not help but marvel at the rise of the Qin Yuan faction, as bizarre artifacts emerged in abundance. With a resolute smile, Changshan approached Xiao He step by step. However, Changshan's subsequent actions left Xiao He utterly speechless. As he drew within 2 or 3 meters, Changshan suddenly knelt down with a thud. There was no warning whatsoever. He then straightened his back and clasped his fists together. Master Xiao, I apologize. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and it felt as if a whirlwind swept overhead. Xiao He was left dumbfounded by this unexpected display, and the disciples of the Qifeng faction were equally astonished. This bow had caught everyone completely off guard. As the saying goes, as long as one is not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others. In order to ensure a smooth sailing after becoming the sect leader, Changshan deemed this kneeling to be immensely worthwhile. Master Xiao, I have decided to generously gift those villages to you. No more compressed biscuits, Changshan declared resolutely while still on the ground. Upon hearing this, Xiao He was momentarily bewildered again, but he quickly regained his composure. Stand up, I cannot abide such behavior. Moreover, I did not come today to discuss compressed biscuits. With that, Xiao He elegantly removed his sunglasses and retrieved his phone from within his robe. His fingers glided across the screen, unlocking it effortlessly. A soft glow illuminated the device. The entire sequence felt utterly seamless. Had it not been for his long robe, one might have mistaken him for a modern individual. The simplicity of the act left everyone dumbfounded, wondering in disbelief what kind of artifact this was that could emit light. It seemed to be controlled solely by his fingers, without the use of any spiritual energy. Observing the astonished disciples around him, Xiao He mused to himself, this is what it means to be inexperienced. He began to speak softly. This artifact is called a mobile phone, also known as a portable communication device. It possesses remarkable capabilities. It can even replace candles at night. As he spoke, he wore an expression of nonchalance and ease. After some fiddling, the flashlight function finally activated. Before the onlookers could exclaim their astonishment, Xiao He abruptly turned it off. Just like that. He thought to himself, you've seen the artifact, that's enough. Master Xiao, this artifact. Changshan stared wide-eyed, filled with longing. You shall never possess it. Let us discuss matters of importance. Xiao He's cold words fell like a bucket of icy water. Changshan was momentarily taken aback, but after a long pause, he nodded and respectfully inquired, Master Xiao, since you did not come to discuss the farmlands, then what is your purpose? I am here to convey a message from your leader. Upon hearing this, the elders behind Xiao He instantly became excited. Our master sure is not dead. Of course he is not. He is alive and well. Their joy was palpable, while Changshan stood in a state of disbelief. If Shi Haicheng were not dead, then the endeavor to become the sect leader would be but a fleeting fantasy. Xiaoshan incredulously inquired, Master Xiao, please do not jest. Sect leader sure has been missing for several days. How could he possibly? How could he still be alive? With one thought on his lips. Another echoed in his heart, surely he perished at your hands. Do not deceive us further. If you have any conditions to propose, simply state them, and I shall certainly comply. Seeing Changshan's skepticism, Xiao He grew weary of further parley. He retrieved a pre-recorded video from his phone and pressed play. In an instant, the formidable figure of Shi Haiqing materialized on the screen. What on earth? The disciples and all the elders promptly clasped their fists in greeting, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect. We pay our respects to sect leader Shi. Then, they heard Shi Haiqing's voice emanate. His first proclamation being the dismissal of Elder Changshan from his position. He even uttered a vehement expletive, imbued with palpable animosity. Upon hearing this, Changshan was rendered speechless and hastily knelt down. Sect leader, I was your most favored elder. Why must you dismiss me? Yet, Shi Haiqing paid him no mind, instead instructing that all spirit stones and fine iron be handed over to the Qin Yuan faction. The video concluded with a reminder to obey the orders of the second elder and to refrain from leaving the mountain without permission, effectively glossing over the impending grand competition among the disciples of the Nine Palaces sect. Once Xiao He turned off the screen, the group slowly came to realize that sect leader Shi was not physically present. What wondrous device was this phone that could capture the words of the sect leader? Second elder, from this day forth, you shall serve as the acting sect leader. Will you heed the words of Shi Haiqing? Chapter 93. Today you shall meet the second elder, clasped his hands solemnly and declared, I shall comply with the instructions of Master Shi. Someone, immediately gather all the spirit stones and fine iron stones and hastily deliver them here. Yes. Several disciples cupped their fists and were about to depart. Do not go. Changshan, teetering on the brink of despair, bellowed. He had never anticipated that his ambitions as the sect leader would be thwarted so soon, just as his grand aspirations began to surface, only to be dismantled by this so-called Master Shi. Master Xiao, permit me to speak candidly. Your actions are indeed highly suspect. You would have us surrender all the wealth of the chiefing sect to you? When Master Shi was in power, he always sought to absorb the Qin Yuan sect. How could he possibly engage in such an act? Having resolved to fight to the bitter end, Changshan first issued a resolute statement, then softened his tone. A sincere smile crept across his lips, and in a hushed tone, only audible to the two of them, he said, I understand that Master Shi has fallen by your hand. Is it not the resources of the chiefing sect that you desire? I can provide them all. There is no need for such elaborate theatrics to dispose of me. I assure you, the second elder is far too rigid, while I am much easier to manage. Upon hearing this, Xiao He inhaled sharply. Goodness, were it not for Tang Xian's request, I might have entertained your proposition. These words are indeed quite tempting. Yet alas, you currently resemble a mere jester. I will reiterate this for the last time. Those were the very words spoken by Shi Haiqing himself. Do not attempt to obstruct my path again. I have no desire to waste time with you. Now leave, immediately. Confronted by Xiao He's predatory gaze, Changshan trembled. Though resentment simmered within him, he dared not linger further. While the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. With that, Changshan fled in disgrace. The second elder, still a firm believer in the efficacy of mobile video, collected all the spirit stones and fine iron stones, presenting them to Xiao He. When dozens of weighty storage bags were delivered before Xiao He was taken aback, exclaiming, Good heavens! Is the chiefing sect truly this affluent? This must amount to hundreds of thousands in spirit stones. While astonished by the wealth of the chiefing sect, he felt an even deeper envy for Tang Xian's position. Such strength is indeed advantageous. When money is needed, it comes forth effortlessly, and beauty willingly draws near. Yet, it is said that Tang Xian's taste has yet to discern the true worth, as rumors suggest Schwerer remains untouched. Gently dispelling the murky thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao He murmured to himself, achieving the prowess of Tang Xian in this lifetime is surely unattainable. However, clinging tightly to such a powerful figure is still within reach. Onward. Xiao He, strive to fulfill the tasks entrusted by Tang Xian and swiftly elevate Schwerer to his. Originally, he was merely encouraging himself, yet, regrettably, the murky thoughts resurfaced with a vengeance, akin to a surging flood that could not be contained. Regaining his composure, Xiao He chose not to linger any longer and departed. Such a vast fortune could not be carried on one's person. Thus, he resolved to return it to the Dragon Kingdom base overnight. The following morning, Tang Xian, accompanied by several mineral and petroleum survey technicians, arrived in this otherworldly realm, bringing along ammunition supplies and new weaponry. My heavens, this is truly magnificent. Even with ample mental preparation, the technicians from the various units displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Firstly, The other world was breathtakingly beautiful. Secondly, General Tang had managed to construct such a colossal base in such a short span of time. Comrade Xiao Wang, I shall send someone to show you around, allowing you to acclimate to this new working environment. We will officially commence the exploration of minerals and petroleum in a few days, Tang Xian instructed. Understood, General Tang. The sentiments of Tang Xian resonated with the technicians. Upon their arrival in this foreign realm, it was essential to take in the sights. After they departed, old Lu, brimming with excitement and disbelief, inquired, Captain Tang, have you been promoted to general? Tang Xian nodded with a smile. 3-star general. The decision was made several days ago. I simply did not inform you. Good heavens, a general indeed. Old Lu rubbed his hands together joyfully, finding himself inexplicably elevated to the chief of staff. Observing old Lu's exhilaration, Tang Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. This old partner had followed him for so long and had often spoken of his grand ambitions. Now, they were finally coming to fruition. Old Lu, work diligently. Several army groups will be awaiting your coordination in the future. Rest assured, Captain Tang, oh no. I should say General Tang. Your subordinate shall not fail in his duty and will dedicate himself wholeheartedly. All right, Tang Xian chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Let us dispense with the formalities between us. The grain harvest must not cease, and the air raid shelters require attention. I must step out for a while to attend to certain matters. General Tang, where are you off to again? Old Lu pondered, realizing that now, as a general, he was in demand not only in this other world but also within the Dragon Kingdom. Why then did he still possess that spirit of charging into battle? Understanding old Lu's concerns, Tang Xian was aware of his unspoken thoughts. However, this time, in pursuit of recruiting talents in weapon refinement and gathering high-quality elixirs, he truly needed to go personally. Ling Feng, a genius in the art of weapon crafting, would make the endeavor significantly more efficient. Of course, various troubles would accompany this, for the Lord of Falling Cloud Valley was no trifling matter. Should he be captured or should Ling Feng escape, the situation would become exceedingly complex. As for the elixirs, their necessity for enhancing physical strength was paramount. The sooner they were consumed, the better. After conveying his intentions to old Lu, who remained visibly troubled by the potential for danger, Tang Xian understood that the secret of his physical condition could no longer be concealed. There was no longer any need to hide it from old Lu. With a slight smirk, he said with a hint of profundity, Old Lu, have you ever heard of the indestructible body? Old Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of it, but had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Well, today you shall see it. Two individuals resemble the playful banter among friends, as Tang Xian swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into his own arm. Startled, old Lu hurriedly reached out to intervene, but Tang Xian's speed was too formidable. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of iron clashing against iron. Old Lu stood in stunned disbelief as he beheld a gash appear in Tang Xian's garment. Subsequently, he witnessed the illustrious General Tang leisurely retrieve the dagger, waving it before him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the blade's tip had curled. My heavens, General Tang, what sort of physique do you possess? Perhaps it is something beyond my comprehension. Indeed, it stems from studying under Master Ma, the founder of the Lightning 5-connected whip. Tang Xian spoke with utmost confidence. Having mastered the art of boasting, old Lu marveled and applauded. Is that Master Ma truly so extraordinary? Well then, you need not worry any longer. Moreover, I am clad in spiritual armor, significantly enhancing my safety. Coupled with the protection of our special forces, what is there to fear? Old Lu, still in a daze, nodded slowly before shaking his head once more. Just this once. Tang Xian chuckled. Very well, just this once. Following this brief demonstration, Tang Xian gained a renewed understanding of his own physique. Originally possessing a force of 800 kilograms, along with complementary physical attributes, his body had attained astonishing strength. Yet, this was not the pinnacle. He might very well achieve an indestructible state in the future. How absurdly remarkable, yet Tang Xian found himself utterly enamored. Importantly, despite the terrifying prowess of his body, it remained undeniably flesh and blood, not steel. Chapter 94. The Expedition Commander Tang arrived at the Dragon Nation base. Unveiling the precious spirit stones and refined iron he had brought from the Crimson Phoenix sect. Please have a look at this, he said. Tang Xian examined each piece, an overwhelming joy swelling within him. The Crimson Phoenix sect was indeed affluent, practically brimming with wealth. With this stroke of fortune, he had effortlessly transformed into a magnate. His elation reached its zenith, while beside him, Shi Haicheng gazed in a daze, his heart bleeding at the thought. The Crimson Phoenix sect's long-standing wealth vanished overnight. He wiped away a bitter tear and forced a smile. Well, let us take it easy. Every gain comes with a loss. Consider it a financial setback that averts disaster. He sighed. Didi, Shi Haicheng, Stop dawdling and hurry over to excavate the cave. Shui Kuei had already mastered operating the 8-wheeled dumper truck. Yet he refused to let Shi Haiqing learn, relishing the sight of him pushing the cart. He honked twice and shouted energetically, occasionally waving the grease gun in his hand. "All right, I'm coming." Shi Haiqing raised his hand stiffly, his expression as grim as it could be, and hurriedly pushed the cart over. In Tang Xian's office, all personnel from Old Lu's command were present. They were diligently selecting the accompanying members for Tang Xian's expedition. Shui Kuei was promptly ruled out due to his conspicuousness as a demon. Given the task's particularity, a cultivator was essential. With Xiao He preoccupied recruiting new disciples, and Shi Haiqing not entirely trustworthy, Old Lu proposed, "General Tang, how about inviting Morong Shui to accompany you?" He winked, and the other staff members quickly grasped his insinuation. "I believe Morong Shui would be quite suitable," they echoed. Indeed, as the saying goes, a male and female pairing makes labor less burdensome, and she could play the role of a spouse when the situation calls for it. Tang Xian cast a cold glance at the group of scheming individuals. He was uncertain how long this journey would take. Having a beauty like Morong Shui accompany him would surely tempt fate. He had been enduring this for a while now. Yet, their reasoning was not without merit. After much contemplation, Tang Xian reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, let us have Miss Shui accompany me." The staff exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Tang Xian, observing their demeanor, couldn't help but smile. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. Keep your comments to yourselves, understand?" "Yes, General Tang," the advisors responded in unison, smiling as they exited. Old Lu, wait a moment. "Ah, General Tang, do you have further instructions?" "Be serious, no more jesting." Upon hearing this, Old Lu quickly straightened his posture and saluted. "General Tang, please give your orders. I brought a few long-range rocket launchers. Ensure they are protected from moisture. Rest assured." "General Tang, we will accomplish the mission." As noon approached, Tang Xian departed from the Long Country base with 10 Special Forces soldiers and Morong Shui. On the helicopter, the 10 soldiers were crammed together in a row, some nearly stacked upon one another. Wearing large headsets and communication devices, they glanced around but seldom looked ahead. The most amusing among them was Ling Feng, an outsider who had never before boarded a helicopter, yet found himself relegated to the co-pilot seat by the soldiers. He thought to himself that he should at least steal a glance at the good fortune of General Tang. Morong Shui sat beside Tang Xian, and as a clever young lady, she was well aware of the situation. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her delicate hands clasped together, and her head gently bowed, displaying none of the imposing aura of a golden core master. Furthermore, she possessed considerable talent in crafting. In truth, Tang Xian found little amusement in the scenario. It felt more akin to teasing a girl. Observing Morong Shui's current state of embarrassment, he felt a surge of protectiveness. At attention, yes, the soldiers instinctively raised their heads. "Ready for orders. Parachute in place, target paging. We must arrive before 2 o'clock this afternoon." After issuing his command, Tang Xian casually tossed out a map. Without hesitation, the special forces strapped on their parachute packs and prepared to jump. Ling Feng was also dragged along, forbidden from using his sword to fly, and compelled to jump as well. One must consider that this was a helicopter, which necessitated a pilot. Otherwise, even the driver would have jumped. Tang Xian merely wished to afford his future sister-in-law more opportunity for communication. "Miss Shui, please do not mind. These soldiers simply need more practice." "Commander Tang, you jest. Shui does not mind." Morong Shui blinked her long-lashed eyes and gently nodded. Her voice was soft and elegant, reminiscent of a refined young lady from a prestigious family. It was hard to imagine that she had never known her parents. Her cautious demeanor only intensified Tang Xian's sense of protectiveness. After a while, Tang Xian smiled and said, "Miss Shui, I am not a monster. There is no need for you to be so reserved when you are with me. I rather prefer the way you were after having a drink the other day, more open and carefree." Morong Shui nodded, her heartfelt gaze and slightly flushed cheeks directed at Tang Xian. "Commander Tang, Shui will strive to become the person you admire." "Ah well." At that moment, Tang Xian nearly lost his composure. The predicament of a solitary man and woman in the days to come loomed before him. At 1:50 p.m., Tang Xian and Morong Shui awaited outside the city of Peiqing. The 10 Special Forces soldiers and Ling Feng arrived, panting heavily. Truthfully, Ling Feng was on the verge of tears. He could have flown on his sword, but was instead forced to run. "Report, Commander Tang. The squad is assembled and ready for your instructions." Li Fei straightened up, gripping his steel rifle. "Quickly change gear. Stow all weapons in storage bags. We will enter the city in 10 minutes. "Yes, sir." Moreover, Tang Xian continued, "Today, the events that transpired aboard the helicopter are not something I wish to witness again. Do you understand?" "Understood." The team members could clearly see that Tang Xian was genuinely enraged this time. They would not dare to act so recklessly again. They promptly donned long robes and adorned themselves with flowing wigs. Tang Xian also busied himself, donning the black cloak emblazoned with a dragon totem. When he affixed the wig, a strikingly handsome figure from another realm was born. Morong Shui gazed at Tang Xian, her heart fluttering as it was the first time she beheld her beloved dressed in such a manner. Her large eyes blinked gently, which brought a smile to Tang Xian's face. Am I blooming with flowers on my face? No. Morong Shui quickly averted her gaze, chuckling as she spoke. Shui simply found Commander Tang exceedingly handsome. Morong Shui's transformation was quite rapid. She understood that Tang Xian preferred individuals who were outgoing and unpretentious, and she began to compel herself to adopt a more generous demeanor. Tang Xian naturally noticed this shift with delight, though he refrained from commenting. 10 minutes later, the team was prepared and strode confidently towards Peiqing. Chapter 95. If I Were a DJ. Tang Xian arrived at the otherworldly trading center for the first time. From a distance, Peiqing appeared as an ancient city nestled in vast fields, surrounded by towering walls and even a moat. Based on previous knowledge, Tang Xian understood that this was a deliberate act by the Buddhist sect, aimed at preserving a sanctuary amidst the chaos of the Xianling continent. Entering the city required a payment of spirit stones and a prohibition against violence. Despite the restrictions, many visitors approached, gracefully descending on their swords from afar and entering on foot. Before long, Tang Xian and his party reached the city gates. Amitabha. Two monks clad in robes greeted them with hands clasped in reverence, offering a large merit box. They seemed to be long-term residents, failing to recognize Tang Xian, unaware that he was the benefactor who had recently assisted the Buddhist sect. However, they did recognize Ling Feng, the foremost master of weapon crafting on the Xianling continent, whose status was undeniably elevated. After Li Fei discreetly inserted several hundred spirit stones into the box, the monks did not part ways, continuing to hold the merit box up, nearly pressing it against Ling Feng's abdomen. Ling Feng, slightly taken aback, thought to himself, how could I possibly afford this? It was Tang Xian who then produced a few hundred spirit stones and added them to the box, smiling as he said, esteemed masters, how about this? As he spoke, he retrieved a portable music player from his storage pouch. After plugging in the headphones, he presented it to the two monks. The monks, puzzled, hesitated, unsure of what this offering entailed. Driven by curiosity, they cautiously accepted it. Amitabha, benefactor, can this item be exchanged for spirit stones? Tang Xian smiled and gestured to the headphones, lightly touching his own ears. Masters, just place this in your ears, and you will understand its nature. Upon hearing this, the monks, albeit awkwardly, placed the headphones on their ears. When Tang Xian pressed play, one monk's eyes widened in astonishment. If I were a DJ, a DJ. A DJ, a DJ, he grimaced, sharply inhaling as an uncontrollable urge to nod his head overcame him. After a moment, he abruptly removed the headphones, clasping his hands together in a posture of deep contrition. Amitabha, what a sin I have committed. The other monk, witnessing this, was bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Tang Xian was equally perplexed, glancing at the display of the player. To his surprise, it was the king of DJs. He quickly pressed the switch discreetly. As the other monk stepped forward to try, he was immediately enveloped in the soothing melodies of Buddhist scriptures, his hands clasped in prayer, his expression serene and transcendent. A stark contrast to the first monk. Once the playback concluded, the second monk took a deep breath and beseeched, Amitabha, benefactor, may I purchase this item from you? At this utterance, the first monk, who had just experienced the DJ tunes, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Oh, how could you? Such matters I must speak of with a degree of circumspection, yet here you are, eager to purchase. Does the monk not desire it as well? Since you have laid your intentions bare, I shall not hold back. The thoughts that emerged within me prompted the first monk to express his discontent. Amitabha, I too wish for this item. Whatever you offer, I shall double it, he proclaimed. Rest assured, it shall not be procured with charitable funds. Witnessing his reaction, Tang Xian exclaimed in astonishment. It seems DJ music has enthusiasts across various domains. This sentiment was shared by the soldiers nearby, who could not suppress their laughter, envisioning the formidable scene should they sway to the rhythm. Thus, the two monks engaged in a spirited competition, pushing and shoving as they began to bid. Ultimately, the price soared to 1,000 spirit stones, which appeared to be the entirety of their savings, leading to a rather comical standoff. Amitabha, raise your bid. Continue to call out. One insisted. I shall not. For did you not promise to double your offer? Let us see you do it. The tension mounted, and the camaraderie between them began to fray. With an abundance of visitors in the city and a desire to uphold the dignity of the Buddhist order, a physical altercation loomed. To avert further escalation, Tang Xian produced a portable music player. Masters, let us quell this discord. I shall provide each of you with one. Is that not agreeable? The two monks, previously embroiled in conflict, were rendered speechless at the sight of such a powerful and exquisite device. He possessed too. Without hesitation, they eagerly reached into their pockets to pay Tang Xian, ultimately obtaining their coveted treasures. However, the songs contained within differed. Tang Xian precisely tailored the first device for one monk, offering a complete DJ set that was all the rage online, while the other contained a selection of Buddhist scriptures, predominantly the Great Compassion Mantra. Delighted with their spirit stones, Tang Xian and his entourage officially entered the city. After their departure, the two monks joyfully donned their headphones. One clasped his hands in reverence, transported to a realm beyond, while the other raised his hands high, trembling with excitement. Amitabha, perhaps we could trade and try each other's? The monk, absorbed in the ecstatic beats, could not contain his enthusiasm, prompting the one who had been listening to the scriptures to lower his stance in a gesture of reconciliation. After all, we are from the same family, though we quarreled. I would gladly lend it to you. They exchanged their music players. Upon hearing the exhilarating DJ tracks, the monk who had been steeped in scriptures nearly exclaimed in surprise. After a moment, he slowly removed the headphones, relishing the experience. Amitabha, yours is indeed superior. General Tang, you truly astound. 2 MP3 players sold for 4,000 spirit stones. As they traversed the streets of Peicheng, Li Fei raised his thumb in admiration, gazing at the rows of ancient city scenery. With vendors calling out and the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air, Tang Xian inhaled deeply. How delightful! It could be the allure of the 4,000 spirit stones, or perhaps the tantalizing aroma of the delectable snacks wafting through the air. In any case, it is undeniably enticing. Brother Ling, Tang Xian and Murong Shui, walking ahead, turned back to inquire. You must possess a unique understanding of genius in the art of weapon forging. Please share your thoughts on how we should attract such talent. This matter holds significant importance not only for the Dragon Kingdom, but also for Ling Feng. Without a few formidable individuals assisting him, given Tang Xian's demanding expectations, it may very well exhaust him. At this juncture, he spoke with utmost sincerity. The craft of forging primarily tests the practitioner's spiritual energy. The higher and stronger the spiritual energy, the more adept one becomes in the mastery of forging. Therefore, before officially raising the banner to recruit disciples, Commander Tang must first make a modest investment. He should procure a colorful stone for testing spiritual energy from the Wanbao Pavilion in Peicheng. Chapter 96. You could have lived in the bustling heart of Peicheng. There lay a vibrant area where 3 grand shops united, adorned with the flamboyant characters Wanbao Pavilion. The throngs of people gathered in clusters, elegantly dressed in luxurious silks and satins, exuding affluence. The proprietor of this establishment was known as Fat Dahai, a figure of considerable wealth and a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He had been running this shop for decades, becoming acquainted with countless gentry and wealthy locals. Due to the extreme rarity of the colorful stones, coupled with their ability to test soul power, their prices were exorbitant, and availability was not guaranteed. Ling Feng gazed at Wanbao Pavilion and explained to Tang Xian. After a while, a thought struck him, and he continued. Fat Dahai has a good relationship with the Jiugong sect. If I intervene, he is likely to notify them. However, if I do not take action, even if he possesses the colorful stones, he might not sell them to you. Ling Feng's implication was clear to Tang Xian. Yet, the distance between Peicheng and the Jiugong sect's base was roughly equal. Even if one were to forcefully intervene, there was uncertainty about success. Furthermore, the enforcers in this area were from the Buddhist sect. How could one dare to disregard their authority? That is of no concern. Just proceed as planned. Tang Xian replied with a smile. However, to the soldiers, it seemed there lay a hidden dagger beneath his words. Goodness. General Tang's implication is that if one resorts to trickery, their thoughts were interrupted, and they swiftly quelled any notions. Reminding themselves that General Tang was a man of virtue, they quietly produced a miniature listening device, silently praying for the proprietor's compliance. Brother, you must behave. The premise of my general's virtuous approach is that you too must possess virtue. A group traversed through the crowd and entered Wanbao Pavilion. The interior was vast, the 3 shops combined being more spacious than an underground supermarket. Wooden shelves were filled with an array of goods, elixirs, precious metals, martial arts manuals, spiritual swords, and armor, everything one could desire. Had I known the selection here was so comprehensive, I would have come directly to purchase the precious iron, Li Fei murmured. Ling Feng quietly responded, Brother, you are unaware. Everything displayed on the counter is counterfeit. Only those with discerning eyes can procure the genuine items. Ah, Li Fei gasped in shock. This proprietor lacks integrity. His lips curled into a wild grin as he turned to his companions. Brothers, quickly, let us scout for valuable items. Keep your eyes peeled. Ling Feng was bewildered. What did he mean by keeping an eye on it? Ling, Why don't you inquire with the proprietor if he has the colorful stones? We'll just browse around, Tang Xian suggested as he approached. Ling Feng nodded and strode confidently towards the counter. Observing this, Li Fei hurriedly followed, clutching a miniature listening device, which he affixed to the counter. Miss Schwer, shall we take a stroll? Tang Xian observed that Murong Shui appeared to be quite curious about Peiqing, as though she had never visited before. Murong Shui nodded enthusiastically, resembling a child filled with joy. Very well. Upon leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, the clamor of the streets seemed to pale in comparison to the din within the shop, allowing their ears a moment of respite. As they walked along the thoroughfare, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Oh my, such a stunning beauty. And she is at the golden core stage, yet she has settled for a mere mortal as her companion? One passerby exclaimed. But that mortal is rather handsome. Don't you see? Another female bystander retorted, revealing her infatuation. A partner as dashing as him is certainly worth our protection. Their voices were soft, yet Murong Shui, being a cultivator, heard them distinctly. She gently pressed her pink lips together, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What are they saying? Tang Xian inquired with a smile. Having noticed her discomfort, Murong Shui hesitated before softly replying, Captain Tang, they said you were protected by Shui. At this, Tang Xian chuckled heartily. Then you must protect me well. Just then, a young man clad in a blue robe blocked their path. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with eyebrows that arched sharply, exuding a somewhat menacing demeanor, standing with an air of insolence. Brother, you have insulted those of us without partners, he stated bluntly. Glaring at Tang Xian, the Special Forces soldiers trailing behind him were incensed. They reached into their storage bags, drawing their weapons in preparation. How dare you speak to our General Tang in such a manner? Shooting you 10 times wouldn't be enough. Their agitation mirrored that of Murong Shui, who, once demurely nestled beside Tang Xian, now revealed her icy demeanor. Her slender hand drew forth her spirit sword, the tip aimed directly at the arrogant youth. Undeterred, the young man merely laughed. My lady, this is Peiqing, where the use of spiritual energy is prohibited. Surely you are aware of this? However, if you wish, you may join me in a duel at the arena. If you lose, you must abandon this worthless mortal and become my celestial partner. Murong Shui, having her heart set on another, could not tolerate such insolence. She swiftly gathered her spiritual energy, preparing to strike. Hold on, Miss Schwer. Tang Xian gently grasped her delicate hand, slowly lowering it. Let us show some courtesy to the Buddhist sect. Ha! You, a worthless mortal. Dare to speak of courtesy to the brash young man's words were cut short as a fist hurtled towards him. Terrified, he hastily summoned a shield of spiritual energy, but it proved futile. The force behind Tang Xian's punch was nearly a ton. Upon impact, a resounding crack echoed as the arrogant youth's abdomen was nearly perforated. He was sent flying over 5 meters before collapsing lifelessly. Tang Xian retracted his fist, casting a cold glance in his direction. You could have lived. This act left the onlookers utterly astounded. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished by the power unleashed by a mere mortal. How could a cultivator at the golden core stage be vanquished by a single punch? What unfathomable terror lies within such might? My heavens, it is utterly breathtaking. The spectators were left in a daze. Even the special forces accompanying them were bewildered. They were aware of General Tang's extraordinary prowess and mastery of various lethal techniques, yet they could scarcely fathom the notion of a single blow bringing down a practitioner. Murong Shui's delicate hand remained clasped in Tang Xian's grip. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, her gaze unconsciously drawn to him. Her eyes brimmed with awe and an overwhelming sense of security. The one she cherished, he was no ordinary man. Not only did he wield formidable power, but he was also an undeniable force in his own right. It was simply that he chose to conceal it. Chapter 97. The new forces in the face of Murong Shui's complex gaze filled with admiration, her enchanting features akin to that of a celestial being. Tang Xian could no longer suppress his laughter. He reached out with his right hand and gently touched the tip of Murong Shui's nose. The political landscape of Pei City was rather intricate, thus it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing spiritual energy recklessly. Moreover, it seemed that your beloved did not require your protection, did she? Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback by Tang Xian's playful gesture. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. It dawned on her that her beloved truly accepted her. In truth, Tang Xian had harbored feelings for Murong Shui from the very beginning. Of course, it was her beauty that initially captivated him. After all, Murong Shui's allure surpassed even the most prominent actresses of Long Country, deserving of the phrase stunningly beautiful. Yet, through prolonged acquaintance, Tang Xian discovered a deeper admiration for the essence of this girl. At that moment, the Buddhist enforcers arrived. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of a practitioner on the ground, they clasped their hands together and bowed their heads. Amitabha. Subsequently, wielding their Zen staffs, they approached Tang Xian, esteemed benefactor. All forms of martial combat are prohibited within the confines of Pei City. You have violated the tenets of the Buddhist order. Please cooperate with us in relinquishing your cultivation. With a casual shrug, Tang Xian responded with a smile, very well, let us proceed. The Buddhist enforcers were taken aback by his compliance. However, upon employing their discernment technique, they were astonished to discover that he possessed no cultivation whatsoever, not even a trace. The monks exchanged glances, bewildered. Such a situation was unprecedented. A mortal had slain a practitioner? Bah, they murmured, struggling to comprehend the incongruity. After much deliberation, they resolved to summon their senior brothers, those tasked with guarding the gate. Well aware that such matters necessitated the involvement of qualified individuals. Before long, the two monks hastily arrived. When the Buddhist enforcers concluded that Tang Xian was indeed the perpetrator, the two monks stood in silent disbelief. How could a mortal possibly vanquish a practitioner? They pondered. One of the monks, more adaptable in nature, clasped his hands together solemnly and proclaimed, Bah, the demise of a practitioner at the hands of a mortal is but the will of heaven. The onlookers were left speechless. It seemed that the Buddhist phrase was uttered with alarming frequency. Though the crowd was left nonplussed, they recognized there was little alternative but to disperse. The two monks approached Tang Xian with measured steps, speaking softly, esteemed benefactor. While Pei City does not impose special requirements on mortals, we kindly ask you not to make our duties excessively burdensome. Thank you for your efforts, revered masters. I shall be mindful, Tang Xian replied with a smile. From this exchange, the efficacy of the two monks was evidently discernible. Without uttering a word about receiving favors, it undoubtedly plays a pivotal role. At this moment within the Wanao pavilion, the rotund Fat Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Ling Feng. Ling Feng, what brings you here? The master of Luoyun Valley is famously aloof and seldom ventures out. Fat Dahai's surprise was palpable. There's no need for further inquiries. I seek the colorful stones. Do you have any? Ling Feng assumed a haughty demeanor, aiming to allay any suspicions Fat Dahai might harbor and directly procure the stones. Having spent considerable time in the Dragon Kingdom base, he had developed a fondness for the place and feared the Nine Palaces sect's resurgence. However, he overlooked the fact that the abduction of Luoyun Valley's master was already common knowledge, especially to someone like Fat Dahai, who maintained close ties with the sect. After a moment of contemplation, Fat Dahai suddenly broke into a smile. So it is the colorful stones you desire, my friend. That is easily arranged. Though we currently do not have any in stock. Would tomorrow suffice? Ling Feng nodded in agreement. I shall return tomorrow to collect them. With that, he took his leave, followed closely by Li Fei and the others. Upon exiting, Li Fei inserted an earpiece into his ear. After confirming the device was functioning properly, a smile crept across his face. He glanced back at Wanbao Pavilion, silently urging, stay honest, my plump friend. Later that evening, on a bustling street in Peicheng, a man clad in a white robe hurriedly emerged from the shadows and entered the central building. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow as several middle-aged men raised their glasses in hearty toasts. Elder Qing, I have urgent matters to report. The speaker, King Yunshin, lifted his cup and took a delicate sip. What is so pressing? Speak swiftly. Today, I encountered a piece of Earth-grade spiritual armor. Upon hearing this, King Yunshin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that truly the case? Did you see it clearly? I beheld it distinctly. Though the circumstances are rather peculiar, the disciple hesitated, his expression betraying unease. The owner of the armor exhibited no discernible cultivation yet managed to slay a mid-stage golden core cultivator with a single punch. I only recognized the armor when he struck. King Yunshin, initially expectant, now wore a look of skepticism. You claim a mere mortal killed a golden core cultivator? I would not deceive you, Elder, it is indeed true, and there were many witnesses, including enforcers from the Buddhist sect. The disciples recounted the events in detail. King Yunshin pondered for a moment, then raised his cup again, a look of relief washing over his face. With the support of our substantial ally, Fat Dahai, who has long been a benefactor, we possess the backing of the Buddhist sect as formidable influence. In Peicheng, this is our domain. I trust that if we secure the Earth-grade armor, Fat Dahai will be most pleased. In that case, our Jiulong sect will surely revel in prosperity for some time to come. However, Elder Qing, that individual appears extraordinary. Should we not seek the counsel of the sect leader? The disciple expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, the members of Qinyun Mountain erupted in laughter. The sect leader is even more ruthless than we are. Do you not recall the massacre of 46 souls in Luoyun Town? Was that not solely due to the immense wealth of the Morong family? Nonetheless, if they had not been exterminated back then, we would not have the prominence we enjoy today as the Nine Dragons sect. The others nodded in agreement, their memories vivid of those events. The Morong family was undoubtedly the wealthiest in Luoyun Town, Yet they possessed a significant shortcoming: the absence of cultivators. In the early days of the Nine Dragons sect, we were in dire need of resources, and it was through the plundering of the Murong family that we were able to rise. It was also during that time, through the liquidation of the Murong estate, that we became acquainted with the corpulent Dahai, thus embarking on a path of no longer having to worry about sustenance. Now, having encountered a piece of Earth-grade spiritual armor, if we were to inform the sect leader, he would undoubtedly wish to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 98, Broken. The words spoken atop Tang Xian Mountain unveiled everything. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, and then raised their glasses in unison. No matter how one might argue, he was but a mortal. Surely, we, as cultivators, could deal with him. Tonight, let us send disciples to take his life and seize the Earth-grade spirit armor. The members of the Jiolong sect nodded in agreement. Elder Qing is indeed wise. Tang Xian and his companions had taken lodgings at an inn. The ambience here bore a striking resemblance to that of ancient costume dramas, though the cuisine was somewhat lacking in flavor. Fortunately, they had brought along a substantial amount of food. After a modest banquet, a disagreement arose regarding the allocation of rooms. There were 12 of them, yet only 2 rooms available. Sleeping on the floor was not an issue for the soldiers, but Ling Feng expressed his discomfort with the idea. Commander Tang, perhaps I should. He intended to suggest finding another inn, but before he could finish, he was pulled away by the soldiers. He thought to himself, you truly lack awareness. If you delay our general's important matters, you will regret it. In the inn's room, only Tang Xian and Murong Shui remained. Enough standing, please take a seat. Tang Xian gestured, then retrieved a bottle of fine wine from his storage bag, waving it enticingly before Murong Shui. The last time we shared a drink was quite enjoyable. Would you care to indulge with me once more? Without a moment's hesitation, Murong Shui replied softly, it is a privilege to drink with Commander Tang. I could not wish for more. However, I must confess, my tolerance for alcohol is lacking. Should I offend you, please do not take it to heart. You are already the most adept drinker among the women I have encountered, Tang Xian remarked, not without reason. In both this life and the last, he had never met a woman capable of consuming half a gin of national liquor without losing her composure. Seated beside the tea table, with a few small dishes and 2 cups of fine wine before them, they gazed out at the twinkling stars as they clinked their glasses together. Commander Tang, forgive my candor, but I once believed you to be merely a mortal, an extraordinary mortal capable of commanding thousands, wise beyond measure. Tang Xian took a sip of his drink and smiled. I am still a mortal. No, you are not, Murong Shui asserted with certainty. Having witnessed your prowess today, I realize you are a person of great depth, even if not a cultivator. Her large eyes sparkled with admiration, revealing the immense sense of security he imparted. Rather than mere safety, it was a newfound understanding. After all, the sense of security had long been established, but this new insight pertained to Tang Xian's martial prowess. To kill a cultivator with a single punch is indeed formidable. However, Tang Xian preferred not to dirty his hands with such matters, as those scoundrels would soil his fists. Commander Tang, may I ask you a question? What is it? I am quite curious about the Dragon Kingdom. Is it truly a realm of immortals? Upon hearing this, Tang Xian raised his glass and stood by the window, gazing into the vast sky. Although it is not a paradise, it surpasses one in beauty. Murong Shui slightly parted her lips and gazed in the direction Tang Xian was looking. Is it that way? Tang Xian chuckled and shook his head, returning to his seat. He then took out his phone and introduced it to Murong Shui. Are you interested in the Dragon Country? Come, take a look. Murong Shui nodded eagerly and quickly sat beside Tang Xian. As breathtaking images of the Dragon Country appeared before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Towering skyscrapers, cars bustling along the streets, throngs of people, and the enchanting lights of the night. Is this the Dragon Country, Commander Tang? Indeed, this is the Dragon Country. My homeland. Murong Shui stared at the photos, unable to compose herself for a long time, before finally speaking. It is extraordinarily beautiful. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to visit the Dragon Country in this lifetime. After saying this, Murong Shui seemed a bit disheartened, continuing. My cultivation is at the golden core stage, granting me a lifespan of merely 200 years. It seems unlikely that I will ever reach the Dragon Country. In Murong Shui's understanding, the Dragon Country was a realm where powerful beings ascended after breaking through, akin to a form of transcendence. Hence, her sense of loss. Tang Xian looked at the ethereal beauty before him, her forlorn expression evoking a smile, as he gently explained. The average lifespan of us Dragon Country folk is around 80 years. It is not that different from yours. Therefore, lifespan should not be a deterrent. If you truly wish to visit, once we return to the base, I will take you. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui paused, her mood shifting instantly. Her large eyes filled with excitement. Commander Tang, is that truly the case? Yes, it is. With Tang Xian's affirmation, Murong Shui was overjoyed. However, After a moment, her expression suddenly darkened. Tang Xian furrowed his brow, asking with concern, "What troubles you now?" To his surprise, Morong Shui grasped Tang Xian's hand without warning. Then, she uttered a phrase that he would never forget. "Commander Tang, I currently possess a lifespan of 200 years, and I wish to immediately transfer my life force to you through sacrifice. You cannot be limited to just 80 years. That simply will not do." As she spoke, Morong Shui resolutely channeled her spiritual energy, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. The room was still, yet her robes fluttered gently. To have someone willing to offer their life for him, what more could one desire? Tang Xian replied calmly, assuring her, "My lifespan is aligned with the heavens. There is no need for concern. Commander Tang, I..." Morong Shui's words were interrupted as Tang Xian gently kissed her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "From this moment on, you shall be my woman." Approximately half an hour later, Tang Xian emerged from the room, fully dressed. Just as he was about to catch his breath, Li Fei's voice crackled over the radio. "Commander Tang, thermal imaging has detected 4 suspicious targets outside. At this hour, the streets are deserted. These intruders cannot harbor good intentions. Uncertain if they are here to cause trouble, one can only say the probability is exceedingly high, especially since Ling Feng has made an appearance." Tang Xian pressed the radio, equipping all firearms with silencers. If their target is indeed us, they would strike directly. Acknowledged. Outside the inn, 4 figures clad in dark attire moved with agility, leaping effortlessly 3 to 4 meters. They approached the window, effortlessly slipping inside, making not a sound. At this moment, they traversed the inn like phantoms, utterly silent. Upon reaching their intended room, they produced a small dagger and deftly unlatched the door, their movements displaying remarkable expertise. Then, they pushed the door open and entered in single file, closing it behind them to avoid detection. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 met their end. "General Tang, these individuals are destitute. They do not even possess storage bags. Aside from their clothing, they carry nothing." Tang Xian contemplatively nodded. "It seems they are not from the Jiogong sect. If they were targeting Ling Feng, knowing the formidable strength of their opponent, how could they dare to attempt an abduction without even carrying weapons?" Chapter 99, Plotting Deceit Again. General Tang's situation. Just as Tang Xian pondered the identity of the newcomer, Li Fei spoke once more. "The corpulent figure from Wanbeige has sent word to the Jiogong sect." There was a hint of suppressed glee in Li Fei's tone. Indeed, it was almost as if he wished for the blunders of that rotund man to facilitate a heist at Wanbeige, for one would be remiss to overlook such critical intelligence. At this juncture, Tang Xian was resolute. Those 4 individuals were certainly not from the Jiogong sect. "General Tang, under the cover of night, should we not proceed to apprehend that rotund fellow directly?" Li Fei whispered through the radio. Tang Xian shook his head and replied with righteous conviction, "We must act with integrity. Are we the kind of people who resort to thievery? Did you not mention that the goods on his shelves were all counterfeit?" "Indeed, General Tang, that was directly stated by Ling Feng." Tang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Then let us procure a few items tomorrow and ascertain the truth. We must not wrong the innocent. Rest assured, General Tang, our nation embodies justice. Such actions are beyond us." After Li Fei finished speaking, he set down the radio and instantly began celebrating with his comrades. "Brother Li Fei, my word, how could you have anticipated this?" exclaimed a Special Forces soldier, playfully striking Li Fei on the shoulder, prompting a hearty laughter from him. "I have been waiting for him to slip up since I placed the listening device. My efforts have finally borne fruit. Tell me, brothers, did you keep an eye on the items you fancied during the day?" "Yes, I have my eye on a dagger." "How fortuitous. I too have my sights set on a cold weapon." The 10 Special Forces soldiers exchanged jovial banter, oblivious to Ling Feng's watchful gaze. He wondered what was amiss. How could the actions of that rotund man have been detected? He had heard of whispers traversing great distances, yet had never encountered such keen ears. Moreover, what were they discussing? Could it be that they were contemplating a raid on Wanbeige? In the bustling heart of Peicheng, within the stronghold of the Jiolong sect, a disciple rushed in, panic-stricken. "Elder Qing, we have a grave situation." The loud exclamation roused Qingyun Mountain from his slumber. He muttered curses as he shoved aside the woman beside him, donned his clothing, and stepped out. What calamity has befallen that demands such raucousness? "Elder Qing, the 4 brothers dispatched on a mission have perished. While they were inside, we had people on lookout, yet we heard not a single sound. The deaths were too abrupt. Not even a hint of conflict had been detected." Upon hearing the disciple's report, Qingyun Mountain's eyes widened in disbelief, and he seized the disciple by the arm. "Are you asserting that our men are dead?" The disciple, trembling, nodded vigorously. "Yes, they are truly dead." With a resounding crack, it felt as though thunder had struck Qingyun Mountain. The 4 disciples sent on this mission were the finest within Peicheng. Whether for assassination or ambush, they were indeed the pillar of strength. However, As the disciple recounted, they were slain without uttering a single word. How could this be possible? Elder Qing nodded. It was evident that this individual was no ordinary foe. Yet, he soon shook his head in disapproval, glaring at the disciple. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? The disciple trembled. I dare not. I dare not. In a fit of frustration, he struck his own face several times. It was my impertinence. Please forgive me, Elder. Elder Qing chose to ignore him, as dawn was approaching. After a prolonged silence, he finally clenched his fist and commanded, "Inform the portly innkeeper of this matter." Relieved, the disciple felt a sense of clarity in the elder's decision. Just as he prepared to report, he heard Elder Qing add, "Do not tell the innkeeper that the individual is merely immortal. Convey that he is a nascent soul cultivator. Do you understand?" The disciple was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the implications of this instruction. Elder Qing's reasoning was profound, aimed at averting potential reproach. Should he declare that it was a mere mortal whom they could not handle, who would believe him? The portly Dahu would likely consider him a coward, fearful of incurring the wrath of the Buddhist sect. If this information reached the sect leader's ears, Elder Qing's position would be at risk. For Dahu was a substantial benefactor of the Nine Dragons sect. Thus, it was wiser to present the adversary as a nascent soul, allowing Dahu to confront him directly. Should the foe be easily vanquished, they could always deflect blame onto a disciple for claiming he was just a mortal. This particular disciple was a suitable scapegoat, as it was he who had spoken those words. Why question my orders? Just do as instructed. Yes, yes. The disciple clasped his hands in respect and hastily departed. Around 7 in the morning, Tang Xian and his companions finished their morning routines and exited the inn. Li Fei led the way, with Tang Xian and Murong Shui trailing behind. At that moment, Murong Shui resembled a frightened little rabbit, her hands clasped together nervously, lost in thought. She could scarcely believe the events of the previous night, particularly Tang Xian's final words to her. You shall be my woman from now on. Given Tang Xian's formidable strength and status, Murong Shui found it difficult to entertain any aspirations, or rather, she dared not voice them, fearing they were but fleeting dreams. As her heart oscillated between joy and sorrow, Tang Xian unexpectedly reached out his warm hand, grasping her delicate fingers. It was like a ray of dawn, dispelling the shadows that lingered in her heart. Murong Shui turned to him in astonishment, hearing Tang Xian say, "Believe in yourself. From now on, you are Tang Xian's woman." Overwhelmed with emotion, Murong Shui nodded in agreement. In that moment, she felt like the happiest woman alive. Her beloved truly accepted her. This subtle exchange did not escape the notice of Li Fei and the others, who were walking ahead, their fists pumping with enthusiasm, on the verge of exclaiming their excitement. It has come to fruition. Ha ha. We now have a sister-in-law. Let us return and inform Advisor Liu. He will surely be overjoyed. He has been orchestrating this scheme for quite some time, and General Tang has finally taken the bait. What are you all so excited about over there? Tang Xian tilted his head to glance ahead. Li Fei and the others promptly adjusted their posture, standing tall as they declared, reporting to General Tang. The morning air is delightful, and we couldn't resist engaging in a bit of activity. Very well, your words suffice. Upon our return to the base, we shall double our morning exercise routine. Absolutely. They chimed in, doubling it is no issue. After all, we now have a sister-in-law. After a brief passage of time, they arrived at Wanbao Pavilion. Just as they were about to enter, they noticed an individual nearby, who, upon casting a nervous glance at their group, swiftly slipped inside. Tang Xian and the others observed this subtle action, but chose not to comment, proceeding to enter. Chapter 100. I am going to rob this store. Upon entering the Wanbao Pavilion, Tang Xian led Murong Shui to select merchandise. Hand in hand, they resembled a young couple strolling through the mall. In reality, handsome and beautiful, a perfect match. Meanwhile, Li Fei and his companions divided into a group to trail the individual who had just exhibited unusual behavior. The remaining members stayed close to Tang Xian for protection. It is no wonder that Li Fei possesses the qualities of a spy. He discreetly affixed a miniature listening device to his finger. As he passed by the target, he swiftly slapped his hand down. Hey, Lao Tan. Startled, the disciple from the Jiolong sect felt a jolt of fear and turned to face him, terror evident in his eyes. What do you want? Li Fei, finding the situation tedious, thought to himself, with such poor mental fortitude, how could he harbor any malice? Oh, my mistake, brother. I mistook you for someone else. I have a friend named Lao Tan who looks just as unfortunate as you. Unfamiliar with the term unfortunate, the Jiolong disciple merely understood that he had been mistaken for another. He quickly nodded in agreement. I do not know the Lao Tan you speak of, and my appearance is not something I can control. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes, go ahead. Watching him depart, Li Fei then approached Ling Feng. Brother Ling, is that person a cultivator? Ling Feng, in a daze, nodded slowly. He was puzzled. As a cultivator, how could he allow a mere mortal to toy with him without displaying any temper? Ever since encountering the people from Long Country, he found it increasingly difficult to explain the myriad of inexplicable events. With Ling Feng's affirmation, Li Fei could almost confirm that the individual who had been slapped had indeed failed to maintain his composure. He discreetly inserted the miniature earpiece into his ear and ambled casually towards Tang Xian. At that moment, the Jiulong disciple located Fat Hai. As a thug within Peiqing, Fat Hai immediately recognized him. Internally, he grumbled about the sudden appearance of this individual in the store, fearing exposure. How dare you come here? While receiving customers, Fat Hai reprimanded him in a hushed tone. The Jiulong disciple, visibly troubled, whispered back, Fat Master, there's a serious problem. Yesterday, we discovered someone wearing a low-grade spirit armor, and when we attempted to seize it, we were countered and defeated. Fat Hai's eyes lit up at the mention of low-grade spirit armor. Indeed, it must be low-grade spirit armor. What level of cultivation did the opponent possess? Fat Hai inquired greedily. The disciple hesitated and stammered for a while before finally responding, Yuaning. Upon hearing this, Fat Hai nearly spat out his saliva. The look of greed was instantly replaced by shock as he stared at the disciple, his mouth twitching as he asked, Has your elder Qing become so formidable that he dares to act against a Yuaning? The disciple swallowed hard, feeling utterly flustered by the question. He thought to himself that he was merely there to relay information. He had no idea how to answer regarding Elder Qing's prowess. Realizing he could not evade the matter, the disciple steeled himself to say, Fat Master, those individuals are currently in your store. Upon hearing these words, Fat Hai followed the gaze of the speaker and, after scrutinizing the scene thrice, realized they were merely mortals. Is the Jiulong sect truly so idle that they would make a fool of your esteemed self? Fat Hai gritted his teeth, contemplating that had there not been others nearby, he might have torn this individual apart. The disciple, sensing the ominous aura, hastily retreated a few steps and clasped his hands in apology, stammering, Fat Lord. Elder Qing instructed me to convey his message, which I have conveyed. Forgive my inadequacy, I can no longer remain in the Jiulong sect. With that, the disciple made a hasty exit, not returning to the Jiulong sect's lair, but fleeing the city entirely. He vented his frustrations, cursing Fat Hai and the ancestors of Qingyun Mountain. What a hassle it is just to deliver a message. You two couldn't communicate directly, forcing a mere disciple to bear the brunt of your folly? Damn it. This divine lament was keenly captured by Li Fei, who mused upon the unfortunate plight of the lad. How much resentment must one accumulate to utter such pent-up grievances? Even in his decision to resign, he dared not unleash a torrent of curses. Have we received any new intelligence? Tang Xian inquired, twirling a jade pendant in his hand. Li Fei leaned in closer, whispering, General Tang can now be assured that the group from yesterday intended to rob us. They coveted the earth-grade spirit armor you possess, known as the Jiulong sect. As for that rotund individual, he is likely their leader, the puppet master behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian exclaimed in admiration, Remarkable. The earth-grade spirit armor is concealed so well, yet they have laid eyes upon it. And this rotund fellow, playing both sides. However, General Tang, that man does not trust him and has already driven him away. Oh, a smile spread across Tang Xian's face. If he does not trust him, then there is no need to pursue the matter of his counterfeit goods. A casual display of the earth-grade spirit armor this evening will surely bring him right to us. At that point, we can turn the tables and take over the Wanbao Pavilion with ease. General Tang, I shall inquire about the 5-colored stone from Fat Hai. Ling Feng approached, seeking Tang Xian's approval. Ling brother, I will accompany you. General Tang wishes to join me? Indeed, this individual is quite astute, and I am eager to make his acquaintance. Tang Xian and Ling Feng proceeded to the counter. Fat shopkeeper, where is the 5-colored stone? Fat Hai surveyed Ling Feng, then focused his gaze on Tang Xian for several seconds, sensing an extraordinary presence in this man. Cloaked in black, adorned with a dragon totem embroidery, there was an undeniable air of authority about him. He appeared anything but ordinary. After a prolonged silence, Fat Hai suddenly chuckled and clasped his fist in greeting. Ling brother, I sincerely apologize. The 5-colored stone has yet to arrive. Ling Feng's expression darkened. Fat shopkeeper, your methods seem rather unprofessional. We agreed it would be ready today. Oh, Ling brother, please do not take offense. The 5-colored stone is exceedingly precious. I must take my time to locate it. Fat Hai clearly had intentions of stalling, as the messenger to the Jiulong sect had yet to return. Ling Feng holds significant importance for the Nine Palaces sect, while the refined iron stone of the sect is of even greater value to Pang Hai, for it represents wealth. The earlier remarks made by Pang Hai were captured by listening devices, and Tang Xian was well aware of his intentions. Thus, He straightforwardly placed a pouch of spirit stones upon the counter. "Shopkeeper, here are 10,000 spirit stones. I wish to purchase a yellow-grade spirit sword." As a gesture of friendship, 10,000 spirit stones? Pang Dehai's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing that this individual was no ordinary person. To be so generous. Offering 10,000 spirit stones for a yellow-grade spirit sword? Pang Dehai chuckled and was about to speak when Tang Xian interjected. "I am quite aware of the quality of the items on display outside. As I mentioned earlier, it's about making friends, so do show some sincerity." Pang Dehai paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Rest assured, with Brother Ling here, how could I possibly deceive a friend?" He then called out, "Shaoli, come here." Pang Dehai extended his hand, and the young attendant serving the customers outside hurriedly navigated through the crowd to approach. Unbeknownst to him, a miniature locator had already been affixed to his person. Chapter 101. The target is set. Xiao, you're doing splendidly, Li Fei remarked with a playful wink at the observer, Zhou Tong. Zhou casually waved his arm, exuding an air of nonchalance. When Commander Tang mentioned purchasing a yellow-grade spirit sword with such a substantial amount of spirit stones, I immediately understood his intentions. It was merely a ruse to draw us in. We must ensure the locator is arranged and ascertain the location of the warehouse. Subsequently, Zhou Tong and Li Fei retreated to a corner and retrieved the monitor. They observed that once the waiter entered the inner hall, the coordinates remained unchanged. Exchanging meaningful glances, they simultaneously exclaimed, "The basement." "Ha ha ha, great minds think alike." Zhou Tong continued, "Since it is indeed a basement, shall it be my turn to take the stage now?" The demolition expert, appearing harmless, approached curiously, glancing at Li Fei and then at Zhou Tong. "Grant me, the king of explosions, an opportunity." Zhou Tong and Li Fei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, trustworthy." After a brief interlude, the waiter emerged from the inner hall, holding an exceedingly subpar spirit sword. Fat Dahuai received it with a grin and presented it to Tang Xian. "This is the yellow-grade spirit sword you requested." Tang Xian took it in hand and swung it vigorously a few times. At that moment, Fat Dahuai's eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted a piece of earth-grade spirit armor. His expression shifted to disbelief. A mere mortal possesses earth-grade spirit armor. Such a treasure is priceless and cannot be bought. Goodness, could it be that this Ling Feng is after wealth? He mused, realizing that the mortal before him was an undeniable affluent individual. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Tang Xian's hand closed around the yellow-grade spirit sword. It shattered into two pieces. "Shopkeeper, your honesty leaves much to be desired." Tang Xian placed the broken sword back on the table. "I offered 10,000 spirit stones for a yellow-grade spirit sword, and this is the outcome?" His voice, though subdued, attracted the attention of onlookers, many of whom were aware that the Wanao Pavilion dealt in counterfeit goods but had refrained from speaking out. Now, with the scene unfolding, they were eager to join in the commotion, for there is no such thing as too much excitement. Is this truly a spirit sword? It shattered. Impossible. Indeed. What abysmal quality must it possess to be so fragile? The crowd began to murmur, transforming the Wanbao Pavilion into a hub of activity, with even passers-by squeezing in for a glimpse. Fat Dahuai felt a wave of anxiety. This was not a favorable turn of events. He swiftly slapped the waiter, producing a resounding crack. "You imbecile, hurry and fetch the customer a quality spirit sword." The waiter, taken aback, nodded vigorously while covering his mouth and hastily retreated into the inner hall. Tang Xian whispered into the radio, "Continue tracking once more, and ascertain how many underground warehouses they possess." "Understood," Zhou Tong responded, and once he confirmed that the target remained in its previous position, he reported back to Tang Xian. However, just after his report, he found himself perplexed. How does General Tang know it's an underground warehouse? Zhou Tong and the demolition expert were both astonished. General Tang truly is a remarkable individual. At this juncture, one cannot help but mention Tang Xian's exceptional capabilities in special operations. He had already calculated the entire area of the Wanbao Pavilion. If the shop assistant had gone to retrieve the spirit sword from the street or elsewhere, it would have taken considerably longer. The only plausible explanation is that a warehouse had been constructed underground. The shop assistant returned, holding the spirit sword, passing it directly to Tang Xian, much to the bewilderment and disbelief of the portly Ba Dahai. Not only was Ba Dahai stunned, but even Ling Feng was taken aback. For that was indeed a high-grade mysterious spirit sword, named Phoenix Dance, crafted by a reclusive master of weaponry. It is the only one of its kind in the Xianling continent. Rather than merely being expensive, its value lies in its rarity. It is inconceivable that it could be purchased for merely 10,000 spirit stones. "Good sir," that sword Ba Dahai attempted to intervene. But before he could finish his words, Tang Xian presented it to Morong Shui. "Shui'er, this sword is as sharp as frost and dances like a phoenix. Perfectly suited to your elegance." Thank you, Captain Tang, Marong Shui replied. The cleverness of this young lady was no exaggeration, although she had not overheard any conspiracies. She observed Tang Xian's every move. At this moment, her expression remained composed as she casually stored the sword in her spatial pouch. Her demeanor aligning well with Tang Xian's. Bada Hai, however, was incensed. How could a businessman allow such a loss? His tone shifted abruptly to one of anger. Esteemed guest, Phoenix Dance cannot be given to you, unless you pay an additional 90,000 spirit stones. Tang Xian chuckled in response, his demeanor unchanged. What is this? Is the shopkeeper unable to conduct business? You sent this assistant to fetch a fine spirit sword, and now you wish to go back on your word? My intention was to have him select a good quality yellow-grade spirit sword. Bada Hai retorted, that is no concern of mine. It is a matter between you. Having essentially achieved his objective, Tang Xian could not be bothered to waste further words on him, viewing him as merely a fish in a barrel. He turned to leave. But Bada Hai was unwilling to relent, darting forward to block their path. I have stated that you cannot take that sword. And what if I insist on taking it? Tang Xian responded, unflappable, his icy gaze fixed squarely on Bada Hai. It was a confrontation between a mere mortal and a nascent soul cultivator, infused with confidence and disdain, leaving onlookers in awe. It would not be an exaggeration to crown him the foremost mortal of the Xianling continent. Such audacity was extraordinary. As the situation reached a stalemate, Bada Hai smiled lightly, his teeth clenching as he opened the path. Safe travels, esteemed guest. With a carefree laugh, Tang Xian departed, never having imagined that someone would dare to threaten him. He uttered no further words and led his companions away. Once outside, he instructed, everyone, slow down. We wouldn't want to be lost. The 10 Special Forces soldiers chuckled in agreement, nodding fervently. Ling Feng, watching from the side, swallowed hard, contemplating how Bada Hai had indeed kicked a metal plate. How dare you threaten Commander Tang, and even present yourself with an attitude of vengeance? It is over for you. Your fate is sealed. Not even the deities could save you. If Blood Kuei were here, the likelihood of your demise would be certain. After murmuring a few prayers, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel that Fat Daha truly deserved his fate. Brother Ling, where can one procure storage bags? Aside from the Wamao Pavilion? Tang Xian inquired, turning his head. Ling Feng casually replied, how many does Commander Tang require? Tang Xian displayed a contemplative expression. That depends on how many assets that Fat Dahu possesses. How many storage bags do you think would suffice, Brother Ling? Ling Feng paused for a moment, then softly replied. Approximately 200 storage bags should be adequate. Hiss. Tang Xian inhaled sharply. This was poised to be a lucrative venture indeed. This could save decades of effort. Chapter 102. The beginning of profit. Since 200 storage bags would barely suffice, let us procure 300. We shall take everything from the goods outside as well. I believe those peculiar counterfeit items could fetch a handsome price on Blue Star. Splendid. Li Fei and the others were nearly in fits of laughter. This poor fellow is truly in a dire predicament. Ha ha ha. The Wanbao Pavilion closed its doors prematurely. The attendant who had presented the Phoenix Dance Spirit Sword to Tang Xian met his demise at the hands of Fat Dahai, who struck him down with a single blow. Damn it. This one oversight has rendered my efforts over the past few weeks futile. Fat Dahai seethed with rage, pacing back and forth within the pavilion. After a while, another attendant quietly entered through the door. What news? Where did that group go? Did they leave the city? Fat Dahai was poised for action, ready to pursue and eliminate them the moment he confirmed their departure. However, the subsequent words left him utterly astounded. Master Fat, those individuals did not leave the city. They purchased a plethora of storage bags and then proceeded to the Dragon Spirit Inn. They did not leave the city and went to an inn instead. What purpose could they possibly have for the storage bags? I cannot say for certain, but I assure you, I did not miss C. And I have already dispatched someone to keep watch. Should there be any news, they will report back immediately. Though Fat Dahai was a merchant, his cultivation at the nascent soul stage was not to be taken lightly. In essence, he was a shrewd individual. The threatening words he had just uttered clearly exuded a murderous intent, yet those people appeared completely unfazed. Furthermore, when he locked eyes with the so-called Commander Tang, he discerned not a shred of fear or trepidation. It was evident that they were not mere mortals. Something is amiss. There is definitely something amiss. After much contemplation, he irritably sank into a chair. This situation has become somewhat precarious, unless one is certain that those individuals are merely feigning, in which case, one could strike directly at night. Otherwise, it would be an act of folly. Alas, wait. At that moment, Fat Dahai suddenly recalled that he had yet to summon his hidden ally. That is, the Jiogong sect. Upon learning of Ling Feng's whereabouts, they would undoubtedly send someone to apprehend him. Allowing them to wade into this murky water would be prudent. Go and see if the messenger to the Jiogong sect has returned. Master Fat, I have returned. Just as he spoke of them, the exhausted attendant who had gone to deliver the message walked in. Fat Dahai could hardly contain his impatience. Where are the Jiogong sect's people? Master Fat. The Jiogong sect is currently holding a grand competition among all disciples of the immortal sects. They said they were too busy. What? Fat Dahai was rendered speechless by this response. The Lord of Falling Cloud Valley, the foremost alchemist of the Xianling continent, has been abducted, and they suddenly appear. And yet, you are too preoccupied for this trivial competition? A pack of worthless fools, sacrificing the greater for the lesser. Fat Dahai erupted in a torrent of curses. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the Jiogong sect was genuinely considering the greater scheme at play. In their eyes, the Qin Yuan sect's rising status was swiftly encroaching upon the Jiogong sect's position as the foremost immortal sect. If we do not organize a grand disciples competition to expand our connections, we are not far from our inevitable downfall. Moreover, the Qin Yuan sect is supported by a unique force, and hosting this competition will also allow time for their ancestral master to emerge from seclusion. At this moment, it is unknown how Fat Dahu scolds them. If he were aware, several resounding slaps would likely ensue. Master Fat, what shall we do next? Inquired the young attendant. Fat Dahu was already on edge, being pressed to take action himself. After a prolonged contemplation, he devised a temporary strategy. You must make another trip to the Buddhist sect, ensuring the abbot personally comes to Pei City. Understood. The messenger set forth once more on his journey. The remaining young attendant asked, Master, what are your intentions? Fat Da's fierce gaze turned cold as he replied, Do not ask what should not be asked. Hurry and keep an eye on those individuals. If they manage to escape, I shall hold you accountable. The young attendant trembled and hurried away. Now, Fat Daha resumed his seat, a calm expression gracing his features. Aside from the Jiogong sect, I also possess the support of the Buddhist sect. The contributions made over the years to the Buddhist sect can finally be put to use. Tonight, I will test your strength. If I can kill you, I shall not hesitate to do so. If not, I certainly possess the means to escape. In that case, I will confine you all within Pei City, and once the abbot arrives, he chuckled, I shall render you all useless. The phoenix dance will be reclaimed, and even the earth-grade spirit armor shall be mine. As for the compensation for the Buddhist sect, a mere token will suffice. As dusk began to fall, the streets of Pei City grew increasingly sparse with pedestrians. Li Fei positioned a high-precision sniper rifle by the window, affixing a silencer, and grinned as he peered through the scope. Little rascal, I have found you. The young attendant of Fat Dahu was within Li Fei's crosshairs. The other one must have gone to relay the message, leaving him to knock at the gates of the underworld. Li Fei, take action, commanded Tang Xian, holding a pair of binoculars, followed by an almost imperceptible sound, bang. The unfortunate young attendant fell into a pool of blood without even hearing the sound of his demise. The special forces immediately sprang into action. They first dragged the body to a concealed corner, then circumvented the main street to stealthily approach Wanbao Pavilion. Zhou Tong activated the thermal imaging in real time. Once the target exited Wanbao Pavilion, a throng quickly surrounded him, since the goods displayed outside were all counterfeit. The significance of the door lock was pronounced. The silenced pistol swiftly breached it. Entering the shop marked the true beginning of the performance. Two special forces soldiers frantically collected the items displayed outside, moving with such speed that Ling Feng was left astonished. Brother Ling, stop dawdling. Let us go, Tang Xian urged. And Ling Feng promptly followed him into the basement. Commander Tang, how did you know there was a hidden chamber here? Just a guess. Such trivial inquiries did not warrant extensive answers. The priority was to secure profit. The basement door loomed before them, an imposing iron barrier towering at least as high as a person. Ling Feng, understanding the gravity of the situation, began to channel his spiritual energy to breach the door. However, Tang Xian swiftly intervened, calling out, Demolition expert, step forward. Understood. The demolition expert hastened to position micro C4 charges at each of the four corners. Upon their return to the surface, they activated the control lever. With a resounding thud, the door was effortlessly blown open, donning their helmet-mounted flashlights. Tang Xian and his companions were utterly astonished by the wealth that lay within. The ground was strewn with numerous ancient wooden chests, each brimming with spirit stones. Nearby, an array of elixirs, swords, and mystical armor were piled high. Everything one could possibly desire. What are you all waiting for? Tang Xian urged, prompting everyone to surge forward. Having spent their lives in the regular army, none had ever experienced anything quite like this. Yet, it was undeniably exhilarating. With storage bags in hand, they swiftly filled them to the brim, one after another, accumulating countless packages. Chapter 103. Your intentions align with mine in an instant. The rooster transformed into a phoenix. The once modestly affluent Tang Xian now emerged as a magnate. Gazing at the dazzling array of spoils, a wild smile spread across his face. Having conducted business for many years, Fat Hai surely possessed high-quality elixirs. Currently endowed with nearly a ton of strength, yet with much room for improvement in his physical resilience. Those elixirs would serve as his most potent nourishment. This was a tremendous windfall. Commander Tang, here are the colorful stones. It must be said that Ling Feng was truly dedicated. While the soldiers frantically filled their storage bags, he remained singularly focused on locating the colorful stones. At last, his perseverance bore fruit, and his delight was palpable. With the colorful stones in hand, he could attract talents for refining weapons, thus sparing himself from exhaustion. As Tang Xian approached, he observed Ling Feng retrieving a strikingly beautiful, multifaceted stone from a wooden chest. If one were to draw a comparison, it could be likened to a diamond in the real world, yet its vibrant hues rendered it even more distinguished. Commander Tang, this stone is worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. Ling Feng eagerly explained, also detailing the stone's applications. However, Tang Xian was indifferent to the usage, as he was not an expert in such matters. He merely gestured towards the chest below. What lies within? Ling Feng shook his head and casually opened it. The ensuing scene nearly left him wide-eyed in astonishment. The chest brimmed with colorful stones, at least 100 in total. Hiss! Ling Feng drew in a sharp breath. As the master of Falling Cloud Valley and the foremost weapon refiner in the Xianling continent, he had witnessed countless spectacles and was never short of wealth. Yet, he had never encountered such an abundance of colorful stones, collectively worth millions. Commander Tang, we have struck it rich. Ling Feng uttered a phrase he would never have spoken had he not encountered the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, his heart surged like tumultuous waters. An uncontrollable swell of excitement. One could not help but wonder about Fat Hai's wealth. Could such a vast enterprise be entirely built upon the sale of counterfeit goods? A sudden windfall, indeed. Tang Xian smiled as he waved his hand grandly. Take it all away. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Fat Hai's Wanbao Pavilion was thoroughly ransacked. Aside from the wooden shelves and the counter, everything of value had been claimed. The soldiers wore broad smiles, for the thrill of a free acquisition was simply sublime. General Tang, where shall we head next? Li Fei inquired with a grin. Tang Xian was amused by the soldiers' exuberance and chuckled in response. Let us return to the inn to rest and recuperate. I recall you mentioning the Jiolong sect. Yes, Li Fei exclaimed, smacking his forehead. That Jiolong sect is the underhanded enforcer for Fat Hai. They must have reaped considerable benefits as well. Thus, they returned along the same path, ready to rest well for the night and anticipate the grand spectacle awaiting them the following day. Tang Xian and his companions made their way back to the inn, unaware that Fat Hai had already been left in a state of utter bewilderment. He had missed his mark entirely. Not only had the target eluded him, but even the inn's attendant who had been keeping watch had vanished. On the way back, the errand-running attendant, upon seeing the grim expression on Fat Hai's face, instinctively dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Master Fat, I assure you, everything I told you was the truth. They truly checked into the Jiling Inn, and our people were indeed watching from the shadows. How could they suddenly disappear? He pleaded for mercy, his voice trembling. Fat Hai clenched his teeth and turned to glare at the attendant. You had better pray the Haven Tea left the city, or I shall flay you alive. As they continued their journey, when they were but a few paces away from the Wanbao Pavilion, Fat Hai suddenly froze. Struck dumb with shock, he beheld that the door, which had been securely locked, was now swaying in the breeze, creaking ominously. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the shelves were completely bare, devoid of goods. With an urgency fueled by despair, Fat Hai raced towards the underground warehouse, only to find it empty. Stripped of all its treasures, not a single item remained. This was the entirety of his life's savings, without exception. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, and his body trembled in rage. After a prolonged moment, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout Peicheng. Oh, who was the wretched soul responsible for this? The volume of his voice reverberated through the city, igniting candles in every nook and cranny. While curious onlookers emerged from the inn, they witnessed a cloud of blood mist erupting in the air. Fat Hai appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell, his hair and face soaked in crimson. Suspended in the air, he swung a severed arm down with ferocity. The blood mist was none other than the unfortunate attendant, who had been brutally dispatched by Fat Hai. Listen well, all of you. No one is permitted to leave Peicheng without my command, or face dire consequences. Fat Hai bellowed, his voice filled with wrath. Instantly, an aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, and a cherished artifact materialized in his grasp. This treasure, resembling a golden bowl, emitted a half-spherical radiance upon contact with the spiritual energy, casting a cloud-like glow that enveloped the entire Peicheng. Commander Tang, it seems Fat Hai is indeed furious, one remarked. He wielded a profound-grade spiritual treasure, the prisoner-esque cup, capable of sealing off a vast area, rendering even nascent soul cultivators powerless to escape temporarily. Typically, this was a treasure he seldom used, holding it in the highest regard. Within the inn, Tang Xian and his companions, who had committed misdeeds, remained unfazed, peering through their telescopes to observe the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Ling Feng spoke up, prompting Tang Xian to turn with a serious expression. Is everything you said truly the case? Absolutely no doubt, Commander Tang. That is indeed the confounding immortal jar, the most prized possession of the corpulent sea. No, what I mean to say is it true that this treasure can enclose a vast area? Meeting Tang Xian's gaze, Ling Feng seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. He paused for a moment, and after a lengthy silence, he subtly nodded. Commander Tang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Ling, this lead you've provided is exceptionally valuable. Commander Tang praised him, and then added, I believe that it is merely the unfortunate fate of that corpulent sea. Realizing he had misspoken, Ling Feng quickly corrected himself. Commander Tang, that's not what I meant. I intended to say. Before he could finish, Tang Xian raised his hand to interrupt. No need for explanations. Your meaning aligns perfectly with mine. Any further clarification would be superfluous. Chapter 104. The turmoil in Peicing, the station of the Jiolong faction. Upon hearing the anguished cries of Fat Dahu, Qingjin Mountain rushed out. He gazed at the sky where Fat Da danced like a specter, nearly failing to recognize him. What calamity has befallen the proprietor? Someone summon assistance. Responding to Qingjin Mountain's call, several disciples hastened over. Who was sent to deliver a message to the proprietor? What did he say to provoke such a reaction from him? Faced with Qingjin Mountain's inquiries, the disciples wore expressions of confusion. They were utterly in the dark. Elder Qing. We have not heard anything regarding this matter. With a sharp slap, Qingjin Mountain struck 3 of them. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of anything. After chastising them, he soared into the sky on his sword, dashing towards Fat Do, leaving the 3 disciples swaying in the breeze, their anger stifled. What a ridiculous situation, ignorance deserving of punishment. Amitabha, what is the meaning behind the actions of the proprietor? The enforcement officers of the Buddhist sect had arrived ahead of time, hands clasped in reverence as they inquired. Due to the long-standing financial ties with the proprietor, they refrained from discussing the recent homicide. As for Fat Dahu, despite his imposing demeanor, he remained respectful towards the officers. Masters, the Wanbao Pavilion has been completely looted, and the thieves are still within the city. Thus, I have sealed off the entire city, awaiting the arrival of Abbot Shuyan tomorrow to seek justice. Upon hearing that their abbot was coming, the enforcement disciples nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a prayer before departing. This illustrates the significance of wealth. As soon as the enforcement officers left, Qingjin Mountain arrived. He was taken aback by the terrifying presence of Fat Dahu. What has transpired to evoke such a response from my benefactor? Qingjin Mountain, I require you to mobilize your men to assist me in sealing off Peicing immediately. Very well. That poses no issue, but what exactly has transpired? Qingjin Mountain queried cautiously. Fat Dahu's expression was icy as he spoke each word with gravity. My decades of hard work have been plundered. I have lost everything. This revelation left Qingjin Mountain momentarily speechless. The Wanbao Pavilion has been emptied? Good heavens. What a fortune that must be. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and act. Fat Dahu shot him a fierce glance, compelling Qingjin Mountain to flee like a frightened child. As he flew, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Who could be so audacious as to strip Fat Dahu of his wealth? Now, amidst this chaos, could I perhaps discreetly seize a portion for myself? After all, Fat Dahu's riches are staggering. Even if I were to extract a fraction, it would likely go unnoticed. With this thought, he decided that this scheme was feasible. You, Fat Dahu, will hold the skies while I search the ground. Resolute in his plan, Qingjin Mountain returned to the station and promptly dispatched all disciples to conduct a thorough search. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, as the city of Peicing is thrown into chaos by the clashing of 2 formidable factions among the disciples of the Jiolong sect. Some have taken this opportunity to engage in thievery, brazenly seizing valuables and threatening those who resist with the ire of the formidable Fat Hai, who currently looms in the air like a vengeful deity, instilling fear in all who dare defy him. The air is thick with discontent. Yet the lure of profit has rendered their search excruciatingly slow. Dawn has broken, yet they have barely scoured half the city. Meanwhile, Tang Xian and his companions enjoyed a restful slumber. As morning arrived, Tang Xian emerged from his quarters, stretching his limbs with a sense of indescribable vitality. In contrast, Mu Rongshui remained in repose, though her prolonged rest was inconsequential since she had already fasted. After partaking in breakfast, Tang Xian leaned against the window, observing the practitioners milling about below, shaking his head in disappointment at their inefficiency. He had anticipated wrapping things up last night. But the sluggish pace of the robbers had thwarted his plans. It must be said, the Jiolong sect was playing the role of the rogue all too well. And Tang Xian had no reason to refrain from joining the performance. After all, whatever they seized would ultimately flow into his hands, and the more, the better. Compassion was a luxury that could not be afforded here, for the only individuals who ventured into Peicheng were wealthy gentry, while the impoverished remained excluded. At this moment, Mu Rongshui stepped out, her face reflecting fatigue, yet it did nothing to diminish her unparalleled beauty and delicate charm. Tang Xian affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "No need to call me Captain Tang anymore. Just call me Tang Xian. Now, let us orchestrate a grand spectacle." As fortune would have it, they encountered Qingyan Mountain just as they stepped outside. The disciple who had previously met Tang Xian had since abandoned the Jiolong sect and slipped away, leaving no one to recognize him. However, Tang Xian keenly observed the identities of those opposite him. He merely chuckled and remarked, "You've done well. Keep up the good work," before departing. Qingyan Mountain watched their retreating figures with a sense of confusion, feeling that something was amiss. His disciples whispered among themselves, "Elder, should we not interrogate them and perhaps seize some spoils?" Yet, Qingyan Mountain's bewilderment stemmed not from this suggestion, but rather from the girl accompanying the mortal. She seemed hauntingly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. After a prolonged moment, Qingyan Mountain's eyes widened in realization. Luoyuan Town, the Mu Rong family's child. What? Several disciples gasped in astonishment. The Mu Rong family of Luoyuan Town had been annihilated at the hands of their own sect, and those who participated in the massacre recalled that there had been no survivors. "Elder, are you certain? The Mu Rong family even killed their dogs. How could there be any survivors?" "I am absolutely certain," Qingyan Mountain asserted confidently. At that moment, Mu Rongshui turned her head back suddenly, as she sensed a familiar aura emanating from the individual in question. Regardless of a practitioner's level, each would possess a unique essence that lingered from the moment they embarked on their path of cultivation. Like a fingerprint, unique and unparalleled. Hence, the art of disguise can only deceive mortals in the mystical realm, proving futile against cultivators. This is also the reason why Ling Feng, as a distinctive individual, did not resort to disguise upon arriving in Peicheng. "Shuer, what is it?" Tang Xian turned his head, following Mu Rongshui's gaze. Mu Rongshui, lost in thought, shook her head in confusion. "I don't know. I just feel that person's aura is very familiar, as if I have encountered them before." "Never mind, if that's the case. We shall spare him for further interrogation later." With that, Tang Xian and his companions departed, vanishing from the sight of Qingyan Mountain. After a moment, Qingyan Mountain clenched her teeth in frustration. "She has already sensed my presence. She must be a descendant of the Murong family. But how is that possible? I personally ensured her demise. Although the Murong family may lack cultivators, their daughters are born with innate spiritual veins. The aura is unmistakable. It is indeed her. Why has she not perished?" Chapter 105. They are unworthy. Qingyan Mountain found it hard to believe that the girl who had perished so completely in their hands was somehow still alive. Moreover, she had remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in such a short span, her cultivation speed astonishingly swift. "Elder Qing, what shall we do next?" A disciple inquired cautiously, observing the terror-stricken expression on Qingyan Mountain's face. Forcing himself to suppress his emotions, Qingyan Mountain took a deep breath as if reaching a resolution. "We must seize the opportunity to eliminate them, leaving not a single one alive, especially that member of the Murong family." Given her rate of progress, it would not be long before she ascended to the nascent soul realm. If that occurred, it would be catastrophic if the Jiolong sect were implicated. Yes, the disciples of the Jiolong sect quickly gathered, numbering around 20, trailing behind Tang Xian and his group as they departed. "General Tang, they are tailing us," Li Fei remarked while walking. Tang Xian turned his head to glance back and then addressed Mu Rongshui. "Could it be related to your lineage?" Mu Rongshui shook her head in confusion. She was too young at that time, merely sensing a familiar aura but unable to pinpoint its origin. "I was taken in by my master, who said my surname is Murong. He never divulged anything else to me." Tang Xian nodded and commanded, "Prepare to strike. Eliminate everyone except for the leader." "Understood." The special forces promptly drew their storage bags, their assault rifles at the ready. By this point, daylight had fully broken. Following the commotion caused by Fat Hai and Qingyun Mountain the previous night, nearly all the inhabitants of Peicheng had taken to the streets. Upon seeing the group from Qingyun Mountain, they were filled with righteous indignation. They brazenly exploited their connection to Fat Hai. Seizing wealth and acting with impunity, such behavior was utterly detestable. Some lamented that even the last bastion of purity on the Xinling continent had succumbed to darkness. The enforcers of the Buddhist sect had become mere phantoms of their former selves. Death to the Jiogong sect. At that moment, a middle-aged man in tattered robes raised his arm and condemned them vehemently, perhaps serving as a catalyst that ignited the suppressed emotions of the crowd. They erupted in furious denunciations. These colluding scoundrels, the Jiogong sect, are nothing but robbers, demons. Do they think they can conceal their heinous massacre of the Murong family in Luyan Town over a decade ago? I was a witness. Your actions have forced me to live in fear, my wealth hidden away. Now, you have taken everything from me. I will fight back. Upon hearing these words, Murong Shui froze in place. The special forces discerned the implications. It was this very group that had rendered her a. They simultaneously drew their steel firearms from their storage bags, chambering rounds in unison, their eyes filled with a fierce resolve as they turned to face the Qingyun mountain entourage. Tang Xian noticed the tears streaming from the corners of Murong Shui's eyes. A person who had never known their parents could not find humor in such matters. Nor could they be ridiculed by their companions. However, when the truth was laid bare, it pierced the deepest recesses of her heart like a dagger. It was akin to the wellspring of torment. Despite her desperate attempts to find solace, it proved futile. Just a moment ago, she had been lost in the familiar scent, clinging to a flicker of hope of reuniting with her family. Yet, the outcome revealed a foe steeped in enmity. Murong Shui bit her lip, striving to suppress her tears. Drawing forth the Phoenix Dance spirit sword, she intended to turn and exact vengeance upon her adversary when Tang Xian gently embraced her. These insignificant ants are unworthy of my woman's wrath. Swear, the fate of the Jiolong sect's stronghold now rests in your hands. After uttering these words, Tang Xian tenderly wiped away the tears at the corner of Murong Shui's eyes, encircled her waist, and departed without a backward glance. As she watched her arch-nemesis prepare to leave, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Qingyun Mountain no longer concealed its intentions and drew their spiritual swords in fury. The first order of business was to eliminate the informant charging towards them. You little brat, damn it. Today, I shall turn you into a sieve. Li Fei seethed, abruptly pulling a Gatling gun from his large storage bag. The other Special Forces soldiers, indifferent to notions of humanity, retracted their assault rifles and equipped themselves with heavy weaponry, rocket launchers, RPGs, Barretts, and grenade launchers. Before Qingyun Mountain could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the battle erupted. In an instant, smoke billowed and gunfire echoed. Over 20 disciples of the Jiolong sect were engulfed in black smoke. While Qingyun Mountain was battered into a grotesque semblance of its former self, their bodies nearly reduced to fragments. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, but shortly thereafter erupted into applause, raising their arms in fervent cheers. Though they knew not the nature of the weapons employed, they unanimously condemned the Jiolong sect's malignant presence. As the smoke cleared, Li Fei and his comrades, still seething with rage, approached the remnants of flesh scattered before them. Li Fei retrieved a wolf fang pursuit order from his storage bag. Crafted from special paper, the exterior was black, accented with blood-red embellishments, resembling the gates of purgatory. A saying circulated on Blue Star, when the wolf fang order is issued, even the deities cannot intervene. Originally intended for terrorists, it marked the first issuance to beings from another realm. In a meticulous manner, he inscribed the 3 characters Jiolong sect upon the black paper, casually discarded it upon the ground, and then strode away. The commotion was so significant that the rotund Dahai, hovering in midair, caught sight of the thick smoke from a distance. He was unaware of the exact events transpiring below until Tang Xian and his companions approached, revealing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Li Fei had already hefted an anti-tank missile, targeting Dahai. Did you have any involvement with the Murong family's affairs? Tang Xian inquired coldly. Upon hearing this, Dahai was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the events surrounding the Murong family in Luyan Town. How could he not know? He had been the one to collect the Murong family's assets and was the first to unearth their wealth, effectively guiding the Jiolong sect toward their annihilation. I know nothing of the Murong family. Tell me, was Wanbeiger doing? Fat Dahai was reluctant to mention the matter, fearing that his lifelong reputation could be tarnished in an instant. Yet, justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. The middle-aged man who exposed Qingyun Mountain stood up once more, pointing an accusatory finger at Fat Dahai. This glutton was once a failure, wandering in hardship. Yet, after the destruction of the Murong family, he suddenly became wealthy. His cultivation has made astonishing leaps, leading to the establishment of Wanbao Pavilion. Do not speak such nonsense. Fat Dahai roared, raising his hands to gather an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. In an instant, the atmosphere darkened, and the space around him began to warp. Bystanders, sensing the impending chaos, hurriedly fled, anticipating that something significant was about to unfold. Due to the sealing of the city by the prisoner of immortals, a multitude of people gathered outside Peiqing. They were unaware of the events transpiring within the city, yet they could clearly see that Fat Dahai was approaching madness. The power of his nascent soul stage was terrifying, and they silently rejoiced for not hastily entering the city, for it would surely be a purgatorial ordeal inside. Chapter 106. I believe I am speaking correctly. The corpulent Dahai was nearing madness, a terrifying aura enveloping him in waves. Just as the atmosphere grew so tense that it felt as if one might forget to breathe, an enormous sound shattered the heavens. Bang! The Special Forces Barrett sniper rifle shattered one of Dahai's arms. In an instant, his arrogance vanished, and he fell uncontrollably to the ground. The golden bowl clattering down with him. When speaking with General Tang, one must kneel. With that, another Special Forces soldier raised his assault rifle and shot through Dahai's leg. The latter lost his balance and knelt down. There was no need for mercy with such a man. He was a living executioner. Dahai gritted his teeth against the agony, his eyes nearly bursting with blood as he glared at Tang Xian. Who are you? What divine artifact has injured me? Tang Xian stepped forward to shield Murong Shui from sight, noticing that she was on the verge of tears. He did not wish for hatred to cloud her mind. Tang Xian spoke calmly. You no longer have the chance to learn these matters. Amitba. At that moment, Master Su Yun arrived. Upon seeing him, Dahai's previously vacant eyes suddenly sparked with light. He provocatively taunted Tang Xian. Haha, I cannot die now. You had better not let me see you again, or I shall tear your heads apart. Hearing this threat, Tang Xian not only felt no fear but suddenly laughed. I initially intended to grant you a swift death. Yet you wish to experience the torment of despair. Very well, I shall oblige you. Tang Xian turned to face Su Yun. When Su Yun saw Tang Xian, it was akin to spotting an oasis in the desert, as the player had fallen silent, and he could no longer hear the Buddhist scriptures. He hurried forward. Amitba. Tang Benefactor, I have sought you for a long time. The player you donated to the Buddhist community has suddenly ceased to function. Tang Xian smiled gently. No worries, Master. I will send someone to check on it in a few days. Amitba, that is splendid. The days without hearing the scriptures had nearly driven Su Yun to despair, as he felt a void in his life. Upon hearing Tang Xian's promise, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. Every action of the two was closely observed by Dahai, who had initially reveled in his triumph, but now wore a look of terror. These two knew each other. Moreover, their conversation revealed a profound bond. Master Su Yun, Abbot. Dahai almost dragged himself over, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. You must stand up for me. This man not only robbed my Wambao pavilion but has also reduced me to this state. Observing Dahai's pitiful appearance, Su Yun finally realized the purpose of his visit. He quickly joined his hands in prayer. Amitba, Tang Benefactor, what has transpired here? To kill the body is one thing, but to slay the heart is the crux of the matter, Tang Xian replied with a smile. It is of no concern, I simply find him displeasing. I have indeed seized the Wambao pavilion, which is replete with treasures. My joy is nearly overwhelming. Su Yun? To inflict such harm upon a person and seize all his possessions merely because of personal distaste? Master Tang, allow me to speak candidly. Your actions are quite improper. Moreover, the corpulent benefactor is a significant supporter of the Buddhist community, and your conduct places me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, the stout benefactor seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope. He hastily implored, Abbot, if you incapacitate him, I shall donate half of my entire fortune to the Buddhist temple. Shi Yun was tempted by this proposition. Disabling one man would not hinder the cultivation of the Buddhist heart, and the benefactor's half of the wealth would sustain the temple for an extended period. Abbot, your thoughts are somewhat perilous. Tang Xian, discerning the subtle greed within Shi Yun's heart, seized upon this moment. It was precisely Tang Xian's words that roused Shi Yun from his reverie. The imposing figure who had soared into the Buddhist realm, the demon guardian who was swiftly slain, along with the corpulent benefactor kneeling before him, rendered the notion of incapacitating this individual utterly fanciful. A cold sweat broke out upon his brow. Fortunately, he had not strayed from the righteous path. Yet, the temptation of such wealth loomed large. Shi Yun was compelled to regain his composure, assuming the demeanor of a master, and joined his palms in prayer, inquiring, Amitba, would Master Tang be willing to donate a portion to the Buddhist community? Not a single coin. Tang Xian stated resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. He thought to himself, does the Buddhist community expect me to enrich them? Do they truly believe that the peace of the Xianling continent hinges upon their efforts? After hearing Tang Xian's words, Shi Yun felt a surge of discontent. As the abbot, he had never been so summarily dismissed. Yet, he failed to reflect upon the rarity of a Buddhist institution boldly soliciting funds. After a prolonged silence, in an effort to preserve his dignity, Shi Yun remarked, Master Tang, if that is the case, might you spare the life of the benefactor? For within Peicheng, killing is strictly forbidden. Very well, I can agree to that request. Tang Xian nodded with a smile and then addressed the corpulent benefactor. Be gone. The stout benefactor's teeth were nearly ground to dust. This act of cruelty truly struck home. He had never anticipated that the esteemed abbot would be fearful. Even more surprising was the fact that the Buddhist community had made a request, only to be rejected in front of so many witnesses. But what could he do? Fate had sealed his outcome. The stout benefactor growled, "Boy, I reiterate. Do not let me see you again." After speaking, he picked up the golden bowl and prepared to leave. "Put that down." Tang Xian spoke coolly. The stout benefactor. He wore a befuddled expression, glancing between the golden bowl and Xu Yun. He thought to himself, "You do not intervene? This is outright theft. Bah. This is indeed the will of heaven." Xu Yun truly could not intercede. He could only join his hands in prayer, sympathizing with the unfortunate fate of the stout benefactor. The benefactor grimaced, his expression more grotesque than tears could convey, and he reluctantly nodded. "Very well, you have done well. I fervently pray that the heavens do not grant me the chance for a resurgence." Upon uttering his final, vehement words, the rotund figure of Pang Dahai trembled as he ascended into the air, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. Those waiting outside the gates, yet to enter, gaped in astonishment at his woeful appearance. Good heavens, the illustrious Pang Dahai of Wanbage has been reduced to this pitiful state. What a terrifying display. Who could possess such ruthless strength? Truly formidable, indeed. One must tread carefully in Peicheng from now on. Before they could finish their murmurs, a whistling sound echoed through the air. A figure, ignited with flames, pursued Pang Dahai with fervor. In a heartbeat, at the very moment Pang Dahai cleared the city walls, a tremendous explosion erupted, scattering him like petals in the wind. The spectators stood in stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They nearly synchronized in swallowing hard, countless exclamations of disbelief racing through their minds. What unfathomable power could obliterate a nascent soul cultivator into mere ashes? Not even a trace of his primordial form remained. He was utterly annihilated. Within the city, a subtle smile graced Tang Xian's lips. "I promised you a swift demise. Yet you refused to accept it. Now, you have experienced the full spectrum of life's highs and lows. Well then, Schwerer, the scoundrel has truly become refuse." Tang Xian turned, affectionately ruffling Morong Shue's hair. The sight of her tears was indeed heart-wrenching. "Master Tang, why did you have to kill him?" Xu Yun, though astonished by Tang Xian's might, harbored resentment for his breach of trust. Tang Xian turned with a smile, replying, "He met his end just outside Peicheng." Chapter 107. A new development plan. Tang Xian's words rendered Xu Yun momentarily speechless. Within Peicheng, slaying was prohibited, yet there were no such restrictions beyond its borders. Particularly since he had brought it up himself. Had he remained silent, the situation might have been less precarious. Tang Xian, wishing to maintain a cordial relationship with the Buddhist sect, understood the value of mutual benefit rather than resorting to thievery. He casually produced a portable music player, inserted headphones, and placed them into the ears of the astonished Xu Yun. The latter, who had initially harbored grievances against Tang Xian, now found his eyes wide with disbelief. Could the chanting of the myriad Buddhas truly be experienced in this manner? Tang Xian smiled, yet chose not to respond to this query, diverting the conversation instead. "Master Abbot, the demise of Fat Dahu is well deserved. The Buddhist sect can perform a simple ritual to absolve him. Just look at the citizens of Peicheng. They appear quite content, which is ample evidence of his malign influence. Allow me to take on the role of the villain. I assure you, I will cooperate fully with future law enforcement." "What do you say?" Xu Yun glanced around, albeit symbolically, for there were no joyous faces to be seen, only expressions of shock from those still reeling from the explosion. Bah. I do see that these benefactors are indeed quite happy." The old monk declared. "I shall return to the Buddhist sect and perform the necessary rites for the late benefactor." "Master Abbot, your profound understanding is greatly admired by me," Tang Xian continued, "however. I have a modest request. The Wanbao Pavilion appears to be vacant. Might it be made available for use by Longhua? Its prime location is ideal for commerce. And should modern goods be introduced, they would undoubtedly sell well." Upon hearing this, Xu Yun's expression faltered. Bah, the Wanbao Pavilion is the largest establishment in Peicheng, contributing the most spiritual stones. Thus, I believe this matter requires discussion with the Buddhist hierarchy. Before he could finish, Tang Xian handed him 3 portable music players. Xu Yun gasped sharply. "Master Abbot, I am aware that your sect boasts 3 esteemed masters, and I understand the significance of the scriptures to them. To prevent those 3 from troubling you, I believe this would be exceptionally beneficial." Tang Xian's words struck a chord within Xu Yun. If those 3 monks were to catch sight of these devices, they would surely clamor to listen. The additional 3 players conveniently resolved the dilemma. Bah, the Wanbao Pavilion shall be entrusted to you, Benefactor Tang." Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Yun accepted the music players and departed with remarkable forthrightness. At this juncture, Ling Feng was utterly astonished by Tang Xian's maneuvers. From the moment Fat Dahu was shot down to his eventual obliteration, all transpired within the span of merely 30 minutes, leaving Ling Feng in a state of perpetual disbelief. Yet, the most astonishing moment was undoubtedly the final negotiation with Master Xu Yun. It is widely acknowledged that the Buddhist sect is the recognized enforcer of law, a refreshing presence within the Xianling continent. Which celestial sect would not afford them a modicum of respect? Yet, not only did Captain Tang refuse, he spoke with such audacity, ultimately seizing control of the one-out pavilion. Most importantly, the venerable Su Yun surprisingly agreed. This is nothing short of miraculous. How could Ling Feng comprehend the significance of the forces compelling the Buddhist sect to compromise? It is none other than Tang Xian's magnanimity. Otherwise, the next time they visit, the one-out pavilion could easily be acquired. Ling, what are you pondering? At that moment, Tang Xian patted Ling Feng's shoulder, startling the latter into a shudder. Nothing, Commander Tang. I merely believe that your actions today have been exceptionally admirable, striking with precision and intent, living up to your reputation. It is merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Now, shouldn't you be considering the recruitment of talents? This serious matter had lingered in Ling Feng's mind for quite some time, nearly forgotten due to this distraction. He promptly produced a colorful stone, affirming his identity, and began to attract talents in plain view of the crowd. Before long, he was surrounded by a throng of people, filled with inquiries. Commander Tang, just moments ago, a few brothers visited the hiding place of the Jiolong sect. These are their possessions. Across the crowd, Li Fei approached Tang Xian, holding several storage bags. Tang Xian opened them to find a few tens of thousands of spirit stones and a considerable number of elixirs. These individuals had indeed profited from associating with the corpulent Dahai. With just a few dozen people, such wealth had been amassed, suggesting their stronghold held even more. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Li Fei whispered, Commander Tang, I have issued a Wolf Fang order to the Jiolong sect. Tang Xian nodded, approving of Li Fei's actions. The entire Murong family had perished at the hands of the Jiolong sect. Such a faction must be eradicated entirely from the Xianling continent. After a moment, Tang Xian suddenly recalled something and turned to look back. He noticed the middle-aged man who had exposed the Jiolong sect, and Dahai had not yet departed. Clad in tattered robes, with a face marred by soot, he appeared both despondent and remarkably dignified, reminiscent of a suddenly fallen nobleman. Perhaps sensing Tang Xian's gaze upon him, the middle-aged man straightened up, forcing a smile in acknowledgement. Tang Xian approached him, smiling. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Qiuzhen. Paying my respects to the immortal, Qiuzhen replied, cupping his hands, his sorrow evident despite his efforts to conceal it. I understand that the Jiolong sect has seized your belongings. Would you be interested in becoming a shopkeeper under my auspices? I shall grant you a monthly remuneration in spirit stones. Upon hearing Tang Xian's proposal, Qiuzhen was momentarily taken aback, as if struggling to believe the offer was genuine. However, after a lengthy pause, his expression dimmed once more as he cupped his hands, apologetically stating, Immortal, I have elderly dependents and young children. Our current plight is dire, and the sustenance for my family has become a pressing issue. I cannot afford to remain here, bearing the shame of being scorned. Although you would provide me with remuneration, I fear I cannot be a burden to you. Qiuzhen had previously mentioned that he had established himself through trade. Coupled with his identity as an outsider, he would be perfectly suited to manage the future Longwa supermarket. As for the concerns he harbored, Tang Xian could easily disregard them. Any reason can pose a problem. But when it comes to food, even if you have a multitude to feed, it shouldn't be an issue. Tang Xian gently patted him on the shoulder. Brother Qiu, feel free to bring your entire family to Peiqing. Tell them to eat their fill. The Dragon Kingdom will take care of it. After saying this, Tang Xian, accompanied by Murong Shui, strolled away. Qiuzhen gazed at their departing figures, lost in thought for a long while. It was Li Fei who approached and spoke to him. Brother, put in your best effort. Our general does not have many favored individuals. Later in the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Ling Feng arrived at the Dragon Spirit Inn with a group of over 20 people. The joy on his face was palpable, almost bursting into laughter. When Tang Xian saw him, he was wearing that very expression. How is it, Brother Ling? Did you select all these individuals? Yes, they all passed the assessment. Their spiritual prowess is exceptional. After this, Ling Feng leaned closer to Tang Xian and whispered, the best part is, they don't even require payment. Chapter 108, Returning to the Real World. I have heard that these individuals do not seek remuneration, which piqued Tang Xian's interest. Brother Ling's influence is indeed substantial. He has done remarkably well. Ling Feng hastily waved his hand. Commander Tang, you truly overestimate me. They are all here for you. When I mentioned that I was recruiting talent for the Dragon Kingdom's forging endeavors, they nearly jostled each other in their eagerness. They believe that the major forces in Peiqing have changed hands, and that it shall henceforth be your domain, Commander Tang. They seek only to fight alongside you, not for any reward. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian glanced back. The young forging prodigies promptly nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After a considerable pause, Tang Xian spoke. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. When our nation rises, you shall all be esteemed elders. Thank you, Commander Tang, for your recognition. They chorused in unison, mimicking Ling Feng's tone. Although the profession of a forger is indeed noble, it is essential to align oneself with a formidable patron. Clearly, Tang Xian embodies their hopes for future renown and success. At 7 in the evening, within the Dragon Kingdom's base, Tang Xian and his companions returned successfully, depositing all their acquired items into the warehouse. Old Lu stood by, his eyes wide in astonishment. General Tang, have we struck gold? To speak candidly, yes. Tang Xian replied with a slight smile, his heart filled with overwhelming satisfaction. He pulled Old Lu aside. I must tell you, I discovered a location in Peicheng where the Dragon Kingdom can conduct business. We plan to sell our goods from the real world there. I have already secured a shopkeeper. We just need to stock the inventory and dispatch peacekeeping personnel. That sounds promising. In truth, selling for profit is not our only option. We can also trade for resources from another realm. Tang Xian nodded in agreement with Old Lu's perspective. Our thoughts align, thus we can prioritize this matter. What we currently lack is real-time communication. The radio range is too extensive, necessitating a few signal stations. Commander Tang, I'll take care of the signal stations and also bring our technicians to survey the mineral resources and oil. During your absence these past few days, our technicians have conducted several surveys within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom base, but the results were rather lackluster. Only scattered iron ore was found, yielding minimal extraction value. We must venture further afield. Now that the Dragon Kingdom base has taken shape, we must indeed act with urgency regarding mineral and oil resources. However, Tang Xian did not intend to let Old Lu undertake this task. He elaborated, currently, the Jiogong sect is hosting some grand competition among immortal sects. With both the Qinyuan sect and the Qifeng sect absent, a wave of turbulence is surely on the horizon, and we must remain vigilant. Particularly since the 3 forward observation posts have participated in the event, I fear our air defense weapons and radar may be exposed. Therefore, you must keep a watchful eye here and drive out any potential saboteurs. Although the 3 forward observation posts lack military guards, they are under constant surveillance from all angles. With the assistance of radar, remote control is achievable. General Tang, where do you plan to go? I have an important matter to attend to. Tang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering for a while before inquiring, how have you preserved the long-range rocket artillery I brought back last time? Old Lu hesitated for a moment, then replied, it has been preserved impeccably. That is satisfactory. I shall return to the real world tonight and tomorrow morning. I will have the technicians accompany me. With that, Tang Xian departed. Once he left, Old Lu hurriedly summoned Li Fei. Li Fei, what transpired during your absence? Why does General Tang intend to employ long-range rocket artillery? Li Fei recounted the events in detail to Old Lu, clarifying the relationship between Tang Xian and Murong Shui. Upon hearing this, Old Lu's eyes gradually brightened. However, when he learned that Murong Shui's family had been slaughtered by a force known as the Jiolong sect, the light in his eyes dimmed and was replaced by a palpable aura of grim determination. He quickly grasped Tang Xian's intention. It was to eradicate the hatred that burdened Murong Shui. With a resounding clap, Old Lu slammed his hand on the table and instructed Li Fei, informed Yan to deploy the rainbow drones as well. Ensure that the process of the Jiolong sect's annihilation is synchronized with General Tang's operational display. Li Fei stood tall and saluted. Understood, Chief Lu. However, should we attach aerial bombs? Old Lu cast him a knowing glance, and Li Fei comprehended immediately, hastening to make the arrangements. In Old Lu's estimation, the Jiolong sect and the Jiogong sect were fundamentally different in nature. General Tang refrained from indiscriminately exterminating the Jiogong sect members due to their potential future utility. As for the Jiolong sect, they were only fit to serve as cannon fodder. Damn it, let us obliterate this pack of scoundrels. Old Lu's anger surged in waves, yet he suddenly recalled something important and dashed out. As night fell, Tang Xian and Murong Shui stood in a grassy field. Behind them several trucks laden with provisions. Tang Xian, why have you brought me to this place? Murong Shui, feeling somewhat reserved, addressed him for the first time. Tang Xian pointed to the star-studded sky above. I promised you back in Peicheng that I would take you to Longhua. It is time to fulfill that promise. You wish to take me to Longhua? Murong Shui exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Tang Xian, with a fond smile, reassured her, indeed, this time I return. I shall bestow upon you everything that the girls of Longhua possess. With a gentle wave of his hand, he murmured, open the portal. In an instant, a shimmering azure portal appeared. Taking Murong Shui's hand, Tang Xian strode confidently into it, followed closely by the trucks. They re-emerged at the location of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade, where soldiers were still engaged in rigorous training. General Zhang Yi, stationed on the observation deck, immediately spotted Tang Xian. Continue your training. he commanded, then swiftly approached Tang Xian. Before he could speak, his attention was drawn to Murong Shui standing beside Tang Xian. General Tang, who is this? Tang Xian smiled gently. General Zhang, this is my wife, Murong Shui, hailing from another realm. Ho! Zhang Yi's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment as he pulled Tang Xian aside. You rascal, after being single for so long, you managed to find a partner within just a few days in another world. This girl is both innocent and beautiful. You have a keen eye. General Zhang, I'm not here merely to indulge in romantic displays. Tang Xian said half-jokingly, then produced several storage bags. Inside were items from the underground warehouse of Fat Dahai, including spiritual swords and elixirs. After ensuring that both he and the Longhua base had their fair share, the remainder was delivered here. As I've mentioned before, we must equip the Longhua Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade as an elite tactical unit. The supplies here are from another world and can support a contingent of personnel. The truck is loaded with food, approximately 800,000 pounds. Hearing this, Zhang Yi eagerly accepted the provisions with both hands, elated. The Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade will mark a monumental advancement for Longhua's special forces. You've worked hard, General Tang. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Adopting a modest demeanor, then continued, General Zhang, could you assist me with a favor? Certainly, just speak your mind. Tang Xian glanced at Murong Shui behind him. She had never visited Longhua, and due to time constraints, she could not linger for long. Thus, I wish to show her the splendid sights of Longhua in the shortest time possible. Chapter 109, the new system task. Upon hearing Tang Xian's request, Zhang Yi did not hesitate for a moment. He was acutely aware of the underlying intentions and promptly agreed. Rest assured, General Tang, I shall ensure this matter is handled to your satisfaction. Ding. Please complete the main task. Task: locate an oil field. Task reward: enhancement of the portal's level. Additional reward: 10 additional years of lifespan for the host. At this juncture, the system's task resonated within Tang Xian's mind. The nature of the task was straightforward and aligned perfectly with his current ambitions. Elevating the portal's level would afford him more time, enabling the procurement of food supplies and the deployment of weapons. This would significantly aid in the establishment of a second base for the future. Apart from the Dragon Country base, Tang Xian had now acquired another stronghold in Peicheng. By positioning weaponry in that location, it would transform into a new bastion. Although the distance prevented it from posing a direct threat to the Jiugong sect, it would nonetheless enhance the influence of the Dragon Country. Moreover, being a trade center, the one who claims it holds the reins of power. Therefore, the upgrade of the portal is of paramount importance. As for the additional reward, it is even more critical. To put it simply, possessing such a formidable advantage, it would not be an exaggeration to claim a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Who would complain about living longer? Especially with a beautiful wife of over 200 years by his side, the need to extend life is ever more pressing, to share their days together. After showing Murong Shui the splendors of the Dragon Country tomorrow, he would promptly return to the base to commence oil exploration. At this moment, Zhang Yi had already departed. He returned to his office and immediately made a phone call. This is Zhang Yi. Notify the Air Force to dispatch a command aircraft to the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade at once. Additionally, inform civil aviation that the troops have a special mission tomorrow. Please avoid the flight paths. After arranging the transportation for Tang Xian and his companions, Zhang Yi reached out to various scenic spots. The request was simple: clear the parking lots for the aircraft's landing. This endeavor was no longer merely about Tang Xian and his wife enjoying a trip. In fact, Murong Shui represented a guest of the entire Dragon Country, a visitor from another world. Every aspect had to be meticulously prepared. It was a matter of prestige. Knock. Knock, knock. Just as he finished making arrangements, there was a knock at Zhang Yi's office door. Come in. The Special Forces driver who had returned with Tang Xian entered the office. He quickly approached Zhang Yi and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he broke into a smile. You know, Liu Kanmu is quite astute. How did I not think of this? Go ahead and execute Liu Kanmu's plan. Wait a moment. Just as the Special Forces soldier was about to leave, Zhang Yi called him back. Transfer some savings from the past few years. Remember to buy plenty, and make sure to get the most expensive. Rest assured, General Zhang. Inside Tang Xian's office, he was swallowing elixirs one by one. Murong Shui gazed at him with wide, incredulous eyes. Tang Xian. Can medicinal pills be consumed in such a manner? As Tang Xian experienced a surge in his physical strength, he chuckled. This is the fastest way, let it be crude. Thus, he proceeded to swallow dozens of pills in succession. Though he felt an enhancement, the sensation of satiety eluded him. This so-called satiety is the awareness of one's physical strength, indicating that, thus far, these pills were insufficient to balance his physical prowess and strength. Observing the dwindling supply of pills, Tang Xian couldn't help but inquire, Schwerer, What grade are these celestial pills? They are of the low-grade Xian level, and their efficacy should be quite potent. Which is why I was astonished at your method of consumption. Can your body absorb them so swiftly? Morong Shui approached slowly, sitting beside Tang Xian, her delicate fingers resting above his dantian. She then circulated her spiritual energy, sensing the changes occurring in the pills Tang Xian had just ingested. A warm current surged into his abdomen, a most pleasant sensation. When he looked up at Morong Shui, he found her in a state of careful contemplation. Her gentle demeanor and clear, thoughtful eyes rendering her both adorable and beautiful. This sight stirred Tang Xian's heart. Just as he was about to attend to more serious matters, Morong Shui suddenly lifted her head, a look of realization dawning upon her. Before Tang Xian could speak, she gently pressed her fragrant lips against his. Tang Xian's eyes widened in surprise, but a smile soon graced his lips. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, indulging in the moment. After a few moments, Morong Shui's spiritual energy began to flow from her lips into Tang Xian's body like a spring. Once the pills in his abdomen came into contact with the spiritual energy, they reacted as seeds do when meeting water, unleashing their expected potency. At that moment, Tang Xian felt his lower abdomen surging like a tempestuous sea, responding to the cleansing waves of Morong Shui's energy. Each wave washed over his meridians and bones, a sensation akin to wielding a magnificent sword, leaving him utterly exhilarated, transcending the ordinary. After a considerable time, the feeling of satiety emerged, signifying that the required physical strength to wield a ton of power had been achieved. With a kiss from his beautiful wife, success had come so effortlessly. Sensing the completion, Morong Shui gently pushed Tang Xian away to examine him. However, just as she did, he pulled her back into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Shui, you must help me check thoroughly." The following morning, Tang Xian and Morong Shui emerged from the office, their faces radiating happiness. At that moment, the private jet was ready, and as they boarded, it took off immediately. Since the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade was stationed in a desolate wilderness far from any city, it resembled the base of the Dragon Kingdom from another realm. Thus, Morong Shui did not appear overly surprised. However, as the plane flew beyond the brigade's restricted area, her clear eyes widened uncontrollably. As I sat on the airplane, a glance out the window revealed towering buildings that reached into the clouds, a sight of remarkable grandeur. Below, countless cars raced along the streets, a scene of unparalleled prosperity. Tang Xian and Morong Shui clasped hands in excitement. "This is the Dragon Country." Tang Xian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, this is but a glimpse of the Dragon Country. Comrade, please take us to the capital." "Certainly, General Tang." The military aircraft descended at the capital airport, where, thanks to Zhang Yi's prior arrangements, a multitude of people awaited to extend their warm welcomes. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Morong Shui resembled a fairy stepped out from the television screen. She graciously returned the greetings of those present, exuding elegance. Afterward, Tang Xian took her shopping. After all, girls are universally fond of such pursuits. He purchased an abundance of clothing and cosmetics for Morong Shui, followed by indulging in delectable cuisine, exploring scenic spots, and riding the high-speed train. They reveled in their adventures until well past 2 in the afternoon. Throughout this time, Morong Shui's laughter never ceased. Tang Xian had never witnessed her so joyfully animated. "Shui, do you enjoy this place?" Tang Xian inquired, gazing at Morong Shui on the airplane. Morong Shui nodded affirmatively. "I adore it here. It is so beautiful. And there is no strife like that of the Xianling continent." This latter statement held great significance, for Morong Shui's past had been fraught with hardship. Having experienced the specter of life and death from a young age, she longed for a tranquil environment. Tang Xian gently grasped her hand and confidently declared, "In the near future, the Dragon Country will bring peace to the Xianling continent. At that time, we shall traverse between both realms, living wherever our hearts desire." With a mischievous grin, he added, "Let us have a few more children." Chapter 110, Preparations for Departure in the Realm of Another World at the Dragon Kingdom Base. A pale blue light screen appeared on the grassland as Tang Xian, Morong Shui, and several transport vehicles made their entrance. Upon noticing this, Old Lu hurriedly approached, disregarding Tang Xian, and swiftly departed with the transport vehicles, seemingly in a great rush. Tang Xian inquired, "Old Lu, why the haste?" "Quickly arrange the supplies, so we can send you off," Old Lu replied over his shoulder, striding away. "Where are you going, Tang Xian? May I accompany you?" Morong Shui, now deeply reliant on Tang Xian, cautiously asked. Tang Xian nodded affirmatively. "Of course, you must come along. You shall be the leader of our expedition to the place we are bound for." "Li Fei, is everything prepared?" Li Fei vigorously nodded. "General Tang, all is ready. We can depart at any moment." He silently added in his mind, "Furthermore, the Rainbow drone awaits with high explosive aerial bombs, eager for action." "Good. Inform the mineral and oil survey personnel that we shall depart in 10 minutes. Yes, the soldiers immediately commenced checking their weaponry, loading equipment necessary for constructing the base station onto the helicopters. Given the unique nature of this mission and the involvement of technical survey personnel, 2 helicopters were required. As the second helicopter emerged from the hangar, Blood Kuei and Shi Haiqing, engaged in tunnel excavation from afar, turned their gazes towards it, initially stunned for a few seconds. Their expressions morphed into grimaces. They had witnessed the might of helicopters. Such a contraption could obliterate an entire sect. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom possessed 2 of these fearsome machines. What grand undertaking was Commander Tang embarking upon, necessitating such elaborate preparations? General Blood Kuei, come here, Tang Xian called over the radio. Blood Kuei promptly leapt from the dirt truck, a manic smile gracing his face. The butter gun in his hand could no longer contain its restlessness, and he brandished it vigorously. At last, a grand scene is mine to partake in. Beside him, Shi Haiqing appeared to seize an opportunity, hastily clasping his hands in respect. General, might I inquire if this truck could? Don't even think about it. Blood Kuei shot him a glare, contemplating. Do you wish to commandeer my rear wheels? Go push your own vehicle. After Blood Kuei departed, Shi Haiqing stood frozen in place, a bittersweet sensation welling within him. What was the purpose of living now? As he shook his head, lamenting the unfairness of fate, old Lu approached him. Would the esteemed sect leader be willing to assist the Dragon Kingdom in arranging a wedding? A wedding? Shi Haiqing turned, questioning with skepticism. Whose wedding are you referring to? Old Lu smiled gently. It is the wedding of General Tang and Miss Murong. Our Commander Tang is exceedingly busy and may be somewhat overwhelmed by the task of organizing a wedding. However, we cannot allow Miss Murong to be slighted. A proper wedding is an absolute necessity. After consulting with several advisors from our Dragon Nation, we have decided to merge traditional Chinese wedding customs with those of your realm. In order to host a grand ceremony for General Tang and Miss Murong, you need not worry about the materials. We have already prepared everything. Zhang Yi expressed his surprise over the wedding arrangements, stating that he had not anticipated such an event. He generously contributed a substantial amount of money to procure an extravagant quantity of wedding candies, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the ceremony, so he could bring them back to reality for everyone to enjoy. To be honest, Zhang Yi desired to personally attend Tang Xian's wedding in the other world. However, the portal's opening time was too brief. And given the necessity for personnel in the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade, he felt he could not abandon his duties. Thus, it must proceed in this manner, with plans to hold a supplementary celebration for the couple in the real world in the future. Master Shi, do you need to contemplate this matter? No, I do not, replied Shi Haiqing, setting down the handcart and brushing off the dust with a smile. It is a profound honor to be involved in planning the wedding of Commander Tang. My heart is filled with joy, as this is a rare opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. If I showcase my efforts well, perhaps in the future, Blood Kuei will no longer bully me, and the days of driving the dirt truck will not be far off. Meanwhile, Tang Xian and the others ascended into the sky aboard a helicopter, with the Spirit Lion towing 2 long-range rocket launchers. However, old Lu, who had appeared anxious moments before, promised to come and see them off once his arrangements were complete, but he did not show up, leading Li Fei and the others to feel perplexed. General Tang, why does it seem like Advisor Lu has something on his mind? Tang Xian, seated in the helicopter, gazed down at the bustling figures below and smiled slightly. Who is Tang Xian? He is a master of special operations. Would he be oblivious to the thoughts of his comrades? The transport driver had secretly gone to find Zhang Yi. How could Tang Xian remain unaware? He was well aware of what was being transported into the other world. Old Lu believed he had kept Tang Xian in the dark, but in truth, Tang Xian was merely playing along. After all, this surprise was intended for Murong Shui. At this moment, Tang Xian's eyes were filled with gratitude. Burdened by work and unable to voice these desires, he found his brothers stepping in to assist him. Such is the bond of true friendship. This life is enough. To dispel Li Fei's suspicions, Tang Xian produced a photograph and handed it over. In it, he was clad in military attire, exuding a gallant presence, while Murong Shui donned a pristine white wedding gown, radiating purity and beauty. This image was captured during his visit to the real world, specifically for this occasion. Of course, Murong Shui was unaware that it was a wedding dress. She simply thought it was stunning. When Li Fei and the others beheld the photograph, their smiles were uncontainable, eagerly passing it around to admire. They now understood Advisor Lu's intentions. Their outward joy was matched by an inner elation. What an immense honor it was to personally participate in General Tang's wedding. This assertion was undoubtedly true. In the entirety of the Dragon Nation, the number of 3-star generals could be counted on one hand. All right, hand me the map. Tang Xian's voice broke through their reverie. Li Fei promptly handed over the meticulously drawn map, clearly marking the location of the 9 Dragons sect. General Tang, The rocket artillery we have brought possesses an effective range of 40 kilometers, with precision controlled within 10 meters. Shall we first deploy a drone for reconnaissance before opening fire? No, that would make their demise far too effortless. Tang Xian folded the map, a trace of malevolence appearing on his face. The Jiolong faction is steeped in sin. They must be made to experience true despair. He cast a glance at Shuekui. General, I grant you 10 minutes to wreak havoc. You must withdraw after that. Is there any issue with that? At that moment, Shuekui's gaze was still fixated on the photograph, internally lamenting how fortunate the woman of Colonel Tang must be. Suddenly called by Tang Xian, he momentarily failed to respond. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, "No problem, Colonel Tang. I am aware of what needs to be done." As he spoke, a slight smile crept across his lips, the exquisite butter gun firmly in his grasp. Feeling as if he was about to become the most dashing figure of the Jiolong faction. Embrace despair, you bastards. At this juncture, the Dragon Country base had already launched the Rainbow Reconnaissance Strike Drone, equipped with several high-explosive aerial bombs below. Chapter 111. The Butter Gun and Blood Demon. In the mystical realm of Xianling, nestled in the southeastern region, lies a town known as Luyan. Once a bustling hub of prosperity, brimming with talented individuals and rich resources, its fate drastically changed following the annihilation of the Morong family. Gradually, the affluent gentry and landowners departed, leaving behind only the impoverished, unable to escape their dire circumstances, enduring a life rife with suffering. Not far from this town stands a sect, the Jiolong sect, which, to be precise, was established by drawing upon the lifeblood of Luyan. The opulent structures of the Jiolong sect starkly contrast with the destitution of Luyan. On one side, revelry and extravagance abound. On the other, the sun beats down mercilessly upon those laboring tirelessly, their bodies gaunt and their stomachs empty. Suddenly, several cultivators, soaring through the air on flying swords, cast down putrid chunks of beast flesh, barking orders at the starving populace. Don't starve. Hurry up and eat. Finish and get back to work. The famished townsfolk, eyes glazed with hunger, rushed towards the discarded meat, descending into chaos as they fought over the scraps. Amidst the turmoil, a middle-aged man, missing an arm, struggled against the desperate crowd. Falling to his knees, he bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Please, I beg you, my daughter is on the verge of starvation. Just a morsel. I implore you." But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Some had already begun to devour the rotten flesh. The man turned and glanced at his 6-year-old daughter, standing a short distance away. Instinctively, he rose, using his remaining arm to gesture towards the throng. Yet, as a disabled individual, his efforts were futile. He was soon knocked to the ground, his body bruised and bloodied. Despite the relentless beating, his determination to protect his daughter persisted. While enduring the assault, he struggled to maintain his position, kneeling and bowing profusely. I am sorry, but my daughter is so small, she cannot endure this. I beg of you, leave her something to eat." His bloodied visage elicited laughter from the cultivators. "I told you they would fight. You lost. Hurry up and bring out 50 spirit stones." One of the cultivators, having lost a wager, gritted his teeth and tossed a storage bag before returning to the scene. He landed before the kneeling father. Before a word could be uttered, he struck the man's face with a resounding slap. Blood gushed from the middle-aged man's mouth, yet he still humbly nodded, weakly imploring, "Lord Immortal, my daughter." In an abrupt flash, a sword beam severed the man in two, leaving no chance for further words. The Jiolong cultivator spat in disdain. "Damn beast. It's your fault I lost my spirit stones." "Father." At that moment, the man's 6-year-old daughter, driven by desperation, sprinted towards him, her mind only recalling her father's promise of a full meal that day. However, why must one endure such brutality? Why has the practitioner, once regarded as a guardian, now been deemed a slayer of the innocent? The little girl, with cracked lips and a pallid complexion, bore eyes that had long lost their sparkle, utterly drenched in tears. Starving for an extended period, she stumbled and collapsed before reaching her father. The pain of her fall, compounded by her father's departure, intensified her weeping, though her voice was barely a whisper, devoid of strength. "You little wretch, I see you are a menace too." The practitioner's bloodlust showed no signs of abating as he swung his spiritual sword, aiming directly at the girl's arm. "Let this serve you as it did your father." Swish! The sword descended mercilessly. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from above. Ants are only worthy of tormenting the common folk. Almost instantaneously, Blood Kuei appeared, wielding a butter gun, its blade honed to a lethal sharpness, plunging down upon the practitioner's head. With a swift kick, the slain practitioner was sent sprawling several meters away, blood gushing from his head like a fountain. "Blood Kuei, that fiend is Blood Kuei." The practitioners who had been spectating from the air were paralyzed with fear, frantically attempting to flee. Yet, Blood Kuei would not grant them such a reprieve. A confrontation between a nascent soul and several golden core cultivators was akin to a grandfather besting his grandchildren. In mere moments, they were all vanquished, leaving a mist of blood enveloping the space. This act terrified the commoners, who retreated in terror, huddling together in trembling fear. Only the little girl persisted in her struggle to rise, her eyes brimming with tears as she sought to glimpse her father, who had met a tragic end. At that moment, Blood Kuei gently lifted her, covering her eyes. Turning away, he retrieved several bags of food from his storage pouch. Eat, fill your stomach, and forget everything. He then tossed a few bags toward the trembling crowd of commoners, coolly stating, "Sometimes, humans are colder than demons. These provisions will suffice for now. The future is a matter of fate." Without pausing, he took flight, cradling the little girl in his arms. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Jiugong sect. They sensed Blood Kuei's presence, gripped by terror, as if sitting on needles, ready to flee. The Jiugong sect, born of thievery, held their lives in high regard. And at that moment, their leader harbored no illusions of resistance. They hastily gathered their treasures, preparing for escape. Blood Kuei, astute as he was, understood Tang Xian's intentions and recognized that the true protagonist was not himself, but Murong Shui. Thus, he refrained from an immediate assault, choosing instead to guard the perimeter of the sect, vowing to slay anyone who dared to emerge. After dispatching several Jiugong sect disciples, the remaining members were paralyzed with fear, unable to flee or remain. Blood Kuei, I am the leader of the Jiulong sect. If you spare me, I shall share half of my wealth with you. The leader, too frightened to show himself, could only negotiate through telepathy with Blood Kuei. Blood Kuei responded with a cold smile, then boldly proclaimed, "In this moment, the Dark Lord presents you with an opportunity. Kneel upon the sacred grounds of the sect." Driven by the primal instinct for survival, the sect leader emerges and, without hesitation, kneels on the plaza. "Commander Tang, these beasts deserve to perish," Blood Kuei communicates via radio. Meanwhile, the rainbow drone ascends gracefully to the skies above the Jiugong sect. Tang Xian's combat screen reveals the silhouette of the sect, showcasing an individual trembling in the center of the square. The remote rocket launcher locks onto its target. Tang Xian shifts the combat display before Murong Shui. "The vendetta for your father's demise is one that cannot be overlooked. This reckoning must be addressed. I hope you will not be burdened by this event any longer. I shall forever be your guardian." Murong Shui nods in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Xian gently holds her hand, pressing it softly against the launch button. Chapter 112. The Dragon Clan. The command to launch was issued. At the base of the long-range rocket artillery, 2 launch vehicles belched forth torrents of flame. Rockets ascended into the sky, piercing the heavens, cascading like a rain of missiles towards the Dragon Clan's direction. The sheer volume was reminiscent of the apocalypse descending upon the earth. Each vehicle bore an astonishing payload of 36 rockets, and with simultaneous fire, they almost instantly enveloped the surrounding space. A chilling sound echoed as Blood Kuei swiftly lifted the little girl and retreated, hovering in midair to gaze at the Dragon Clan, pondering silently. Beasts have their own fates, and this truly brings a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dragon Clan stood frozen in shock, oblivious to the nature of the oncoming threat, yet acutely aware of the palpable aura of intimidation. It was the breath of death. Boom. Before his thoughts could settle, a missile crashed to the ground. Violent explosions erupted, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air, as the once sturdy blue stone ground of the Dragon Clan was shattered into fragments, akin to petals scattered by a celestial maiden. The disciples, caught off guard, were obliterated by the missile strikes, their bodies torn asunder. Whoosh! Another shrill sound pierced the air, and the dazed leader of the Dragon Clan suddenly looked up. A massive iron projectile was plummeting towards him. His eyes widened in instinctive preparation to teleport away. Yet, just as he managed to retreat a mere 3 meters, the high-explosive missile from the rainbow drone detonated. Boom! Flames shot skyward, even forming a mushroom cloud. The terrifying shockwave hurled the leader of the Dragon Clan several dozen meters away, devoid of any power to resist, akin to a kite swept away by the wind. Puff! Before he could assess his injuries, blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. He felt utterly lost, engulfed in despair. His disheveled hair fell chaotically over his shoulders as he glared angrily into the sky. "Who are you?" No one responded. Only the relentless series of explosions could be heard. The main hall of the Dragon Clan lay in ruins, the area nearly flattened, strewn with scorched earth and smoke. Minutes later, as the explosions gradually subsided, Tang Xian's helicopter approached. Observing the chaotic remnants of the Dragon Clan below, his expression remained unfazed. As the ancients say, one reaps what one sows. The battlefield would be swiftly cleared, and departure would follow in half an hour. After issuing his orders, Tang Xian's special forces immediately descended to commence the collection of spoils. The mineral and oil survey teams joined them, precisely as Tang Xian had anticipated. All were selected from the military district, though not on par with the special forces. Their combat proficiency far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. Armed with assault rifles, some stood guard while others conducted reconnaissance. General Tang, this is the site for the base station survey. Please take a look. A construction officer seated opposite Tang Xian presented a map, marking the locations required for establishing a base station to facilitate unobstructed communication with Pei City. He explained, General Tang, we are approximately 60 kilometers from Peking. To achieve wireless communication, we would need around 6 base stations. Considering the potential for natural disasters or human sabotage, I believe we should increase that number to 10. Tang Xian nodded, observing that the proposed locations for the base stations were quite discrete on the map. Let us proceed with this plan. How long will it take to complete? 3 days should suffice, the infrastructure officer asserted with great conviction. The prowess of our construction team is no mere boast. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days. During this period, all your other tasks will be set aside to prioritize this endeavor. Understood, General Tang. Approximately half an hour later, the officers gathered all the resources of the Jiolong sect. In summary, they were quite affluent. While they may not rival Fat to High, they could at least account for 50% of his total assets. A slight smile crept across Tang Xian's lips. The annihilation of the Jiolong sect was indeed worthwhile. The Dragon Nation now stood robust and well-equipped, capable of fulfilling any need. The Jiolong sect could wait. They could bide their time, tending to their fields. In addition to the oil exploration, we can also commence the construction of the second base. The site selection for the second base is straightforward. It should be in proximity to the Jiolong sect. Within a 40-kilometer radius, long-range rocket artillery can provide coverage, while drones or fighter jets could also meet deterrent requirements. A base would offer greater security. Moreover, establishing a Dragon Nation base in the heart of the Xianling continent would hold tremendous significance for future dominion over the entire region, as it would facilitate rapid response based on proximity. Tang Xian once again consulted the map, and after assessing the terrain, he circled the location of Lingmiao Mountain with a marker. This is the site. Lingmiao Mountain lies close to the Jiolong sect, satisfying the requirements for rocket artillery deterrent strikes. Additionally, it is crucial to note that there is a plain at a gap in Lingmiao Mountain, allowing for the easy movement of armored troops in and out of the base, enabling swift operations across the Xianling continent. The strategic implications are simply outstanding. Before long, the surveying personnel returned to the helicopter. General Tang, we have discovered that the geological structure here is quite unique. We should be able to find oil further south. The technician declared with fervor, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. Their joy was palpable, and Tang Xian felt even more exhilarated. The Dragon Nation supermarket in Peking needs supplies, and the second base requires various anti-aircraft weapons and armored vehicles. Discovering an oil field would equate to the successful completion of our mission. With the upgrade of the portal, my time would no longer be so constrained. Excellent. Let us head south, Tang Xian proclaimed with generosity. At this moment, within the Jiolong sect's main hall, the 9 leaders of the Xian Palace regarded Ding Kuan, who wore a discontented expression, in silence. The Grand Elder of the Chiefing sect, Tang Xian, having been expelled from his own sect, had come to the Jiolong sect and recounted the events in detail. Ding Kuan had initially believed that he could rely on the Chiefing sect as a powerful ally to suppress the Qin Yuan sect, only to discover that the Chiefing sect had been subverted. It was evident that Shi Haicheng had either been threatened or lured into betraying him. After decades of tending to a Pekingese that suddenly bit him, it is only natural for anyone to feel displeased. After a considerable pause, Ding Kuan returned to his seat and spoke softly. The disciple competition has concluded, and all participating sects have witnessed the strength of the 9 Palaces sect. It is unlikely they will turn against us in the short term. However, the enemy remains vigilant, and the 9 Palaces sect is still in a precarious position. Following his remarks, he turned his gaze towards the Heavenly Palace's leader. Is there still no news from our ancestor? The leader of the Heavenly Palace shook his head with a sense of helplessness. During these days of the disciple competition, I have traversed nearly every mountain range of the Xianling continent, yet I have found nothing. Only Yuan Mountain remains unexplored. There is good reason for the Heavenly Palace's leader to avoid Yuan Mountain, as it lies within the influence of the Qin Yuan sect, making any venture there fraught with peril. Ding Kuan was acutely aware of the implications, given the dire circumstances. Any misstep by the Heavenly Palace's leader could lead to catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, if the 9 Palaces sect does not swiftly extricate itself from this predicament and overpower the Qin Yuan sect along with that mysterious force, the foremost sect will inevitably change hands. At that point, the unification of the Xianling continent will be a distant dream. And even the preservation of our foundation would be in jeopardy. At this moment, a disciple hurriedly entered, reporting, Master Ding, the leader of the Sanqing sect, Xian, requests an audience, stating that he has urgent matters to discuss. Chapter 113, Tang Xian's prediction. Xuanhe, the leader of the Sanqing sect, is also one of the 4 prominent observation posts at the Dragon Kingdom base. After a brief moment, he entered the hall, his demeanor awkward, lacking the poise expected of a sect master. Faced with the foremost immortal sect of the Xianling continent, he felt fortunate merely to refrain from bowing in submission. With a slight bow, Xuanhe reported, Master Ding, a few days ago, our Sanqing sect was subverted by Xiao He and his followers. Thankfully, I possess a profound understanding of righteousness, and in a bid to maintain peace, I consented to the construction of a device known as a radar. Having recently participated in the grand sect competition organized by your esteemed sect, I have come to realize the formidable strength and depth of the Jiugong sect. And thus I have halted my actions. I beg your forgiveness. How astute this elder is, managing to extricate himself with just a few concise words. His head hung low, an embodiment of sincerity, displaying a demeanor of contrition. Although his words were simple, their implications left the gathered crowd in a state of confusion. What precisely is this device called radar? Ding Kuan waved his hand, signaling Xuanhe to forego further formalities, and inquired, Are you aware of what this radar is? Xuanhe stammered, unsure of how to elucidate, and could only mimic what he had heard. Report to Master Ding. It is a metallic object that rotates. Oh, and it has a circular structure, with several stick-like appendages alongside it. The crowd was perplexed. Stick-like appendages? They exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. While they had previously engaged with the forces behind the Qin Yuan sect, they did not fully comprehend their capabilities. Yet, what could these stick-like appendages possibly be? Was their taste truly so lacking? Ding Kuan, after a moment of realization, connected the dots. That day, when the bloodthirsty troops approached the Jiugong sect, were they not the very objects that destroyed the sect's stone pillars? The damage remains unrepaired to this day. My disciples reported that stone debris was blasted to the mountain's peak. Their power cannot be underestimated. But why would they establish such a device within the territory of the Sanqing sect? After a prolonged silence, Ding Kuan's eyes sparkled with insight. The precise location of the forces behind the Qin Yuan sect remained shrouded in mystery. Could it be that they deployed such a terrifying artifact within the Sanqing sect to safeguard their position? Ding Kuan, ever astute, recognized that actions are invariably driven by purpose, prompting him to make this connection. Bring forth the distribution map of the Xianling continent, he commanded, gesturing with urgency. Shortly thereafter, a person approached with a piece of animal hide, upon which various locations were crudely marked. Although simplistic, this was the most refined map possessed by the Jiugong sect. Upon locating the Sanqing sect's position, Ding Kuan discerned no irregularities. Other locations appeared too vacant, and relying solely on the Sanqing sect to pinpoint an area was overly broad. At that moment, 2 other sect leaders sought an audience, presenting accounts strikingly similar to Xuanhe's, successfully distancing themselves from culpability, as if they had conspired in advance. They even revealed the news of the invincible sect's annihilation. Upon arriving at this juncture, Ding Kuan's thoughts crystallized in an instant. He connected the 4 sects together, realizing they were collectively surrounding Yuan Shan. I have found you, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he cast a rudimentary barrier to muffle sound and addressed the 9 palace masters. I can assert with confidence that the forces backing the Qin Yuan sect reside within the Yuan Shan mountain range. To further substantiate his hypothesis, he unfurled a hide upon the table. The palace masters gazed upon it, instantly gasping in astonishment. Is this a protective circle you have constructed for yourself? Thus, those fiery rods cannot strike within these unmarked areas? This was hardly surprising. Ding Kuan tapped the map and gazed out towards the palace's exterior, vividly recalling the scene of the fiery figure soaring towards the Jiugong sect's mountain gate. Their placement of the artifact there indicated their confidence in establishing this protective circle. And one must not underestimate it. The 9 masters nodded in agreement, then inquired, So, Master Ding, should we not eliminate these thorny obstacles and advance upon Yuan Shan? Hearing this, Ding Kuan inhaled deeply. How I wish to do so, yet the power of that artifact is formidable, and it is not as simple as it seems to remove it. Upon finishing his statement, he withdrew the barrier and cast a meaningful glance at Xian He and the others. Esteemed masters, those fiery rods have not harmed you, have they? The 3 masters, having not overheard their conversation, exchanged puzzled glances, their minds swirling with questions. They pondered, isn't it merely a fiery rod? The only distinction being it is made of iron? There is nothing particularly fearsome about it, is there? These individuals, lacking experience with the might of surface-to-air missiles, felt no trepidation. However, Had they truly witnessed such power, would they dare to divulge secrets? Such is the audacity of the inexperienced youth, currently in a phase of oblivion. Ding Kuan, discerning their sentiments, allowed a slight curve to form at the corner of his mouth, though it faded swiftly. He steadied himself and spoke with utmost courtesy. Esteemed masters, the Jiugong sect seeks to collaborate with you. The three masters, elated by his words, beamed with joy. The Jiugong sect, being the foremost celestial sect, possessed an abundance of refined ironstones with resources and wealth beyond measure. Typically, acquiring such resources through purchase was an insurmountable challenge, and now the prospect of collaboration emerged. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Leading the way, Xinhe and the others hastily clasped their fists in gratitude. We are deeply honored to collaborate with the Jiugong sect. Ding Kuan nodded in acknowledgement and continued, in the future, my Jiugong sect shall provide the three sects with refined iron stones, each receiving 100 monthly. 100. The three masters nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The Jiugong sect's generosity was astonishing. As for the terms of collaboration, I would like to request your assistance in dismantling the obstructions within your territories. What do you think? Ding Kuan wore a benign smile, exuding an air of harmlessness, leaving the three masters entirely unguarded. They reasoned that their initial agreement to construct was largely due to their amicable relations with Xiaohe. Now that the Jiugong sect had designated the Qin Yuan sect as an adversary, it was indeed time to choose sides. Each month, 100 exquisite ironstones bestow immense opportunities in development upon the sect. Without a hint of hesitation, the decision was made to agree, to inspire their diligence. Ding Kuan generously prepaid each sect with 1,000 exquisite ironstones. When the three sect leaders received the stones, their legs nearly buckled from the weight of such treasure. Having served as leaders for so long, they had never encountered such a bounty. They could hardly contain their excitement and immediately planned to return and distribute the treasures. Meanwhile, the Qin Yuan sect was also bustling with activity. At this moment, Xiaohe sat atop the throne in the entrance examination arena, wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of aloofness. Gazing upon the thousands of disciples preparing to enter, his heart danced with joy. The strategy devised by the esteemed Tang was truly brilliant. Offering a yellow-grade technique upon entry was an irresistible temptation for novice cultivators. After decades, Xiaohe had never witnessed such a scene. Previously, it was always the Jiugong sect playing host, while he merely reaped the benefits. Now, taking advantage of their disciple competition, he found himself in a fortuitous position. After a moment, Xiaohe slowly rose, elegantly removing his sunglasses with a grand gesture. All newcomers, proceed to the technique pavilion to receive your yellow-grade technique and a novel. Once that was accomplished, they were to gather at the back mountain for agricultural duties. Chapter 114. A new task unveiled. Those who obstruct me shall face misfortune. Farming. The disciples, who were on the verge of entering the sect, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden proclamation. Just as they were about to voice their confusion, Xiaohe added, in the Qin Yuan sect, farming is equivalent to cultivation. What? Do you not wish to partake? For those unwilling, each would receive a volume of advanced battle techniques. At this exclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is the Qin Yuan sect truly this extravagant? I have never heard of such a thing before. The gift of advanced battle techniques was indeed an extraordinary gesture. Surely, the Jiugong sect could not match such generosity. The Qin Yuan sect was impressive. I love farming. It has always been my passion, one disciple exclaimed, while others echoed their sentiments. My ancestors have farmed for 18 generations, and I take great pride in it. Who dares to contest that? Indeed, farming is beneficial not only for physical strength, but also for tempering one's character. Xiaohe was filled with joy, contemplating how plentiful battle techniques were, and as long as he mingled with the esteemed Tang, he would surely enjoy a life of abundance. At that moment, a disciple stationed at the Longhua base rushed over, his face alight with happiness. Sect leader, a significant matter has arisen. What is it? Xiaohe immediately inquired, recognizing the disciple was sent by the Tang faction. The disciple smiled broadly, then excitedly relayed, recently, Senior Tang is to wed Senior Sister Morong, and Chief Lu specifically tasked me with informing you to attend. Xiaohe gasped, his eyes brimming with overwhelming joy. Good heavens! Shuer and Senior Tang have finally achieved their union. We of the Qin Yuan sect have secured a formidable ally. Quick! Dispatch the newly initiated disciples with their cultivation techniques and battle skills, and once that is done, let them commence farming. When Senior Tang's wedding occurs, I shall prepare a grand gift of 100,000 pounds of grain. Yes, with that, Xiaohe hurried to the sect leaders' hall to draft invitations for the three clear sect at the frontline observation post. Having previously attended internal weddings of these sects, he had gifted them numerous spiritual stones and treasures. Now, it was time to recoup those expenses. What delightful news! In the southwest of the Xianling continent, a broad depression welcomed the descent of Tang Xian's helicopter. As he stepped out, a wave of humid air greeted him, fresh and reminiscent of post-rain. The ground was adorned with lush grass and vegetation, with traces of water visible. In the distance, a few modest mountains loomed, significantly smaller than the Yuan Mountain. Surveyors began their work, while Tang Xian unfolded a map to ascertain his location. After some time, he remarked, "This position is rather awkward." The reason for his discomfort lay in the proximity of several obscure celestial sects, while being far from his planned second base. Should an oil field be discovered here, it would necessitate the stationing of troops and safeguarding of equipment. After all, oil fields held immense significance for Longhua, and one could not afford to be careless. Certainly, there exists a solution, namely coercion and inducement, to compel the nearby sects into submission, deterring them from rash actions. And what of General Shuekui? At this moment, Tang Xian called for Shuekui. He promptly approached, cradling a sleeping young girl in his arms. "Commander Tang, you called for me?" Tang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired suspiciously, Where did this child come from?" Shuekui, with an awkward smile, recounted the events concerning the Jiulong sect, expressing his hope that Tang Xian would permit him to keep the child. Tang Xian moved closer, noticing tears still glistening on the girl's eyelashes. She slept soundly, her small lips pursed, occasionally stirring as if startled. Murong Shui, being a girl, felt her heart melt at the sight. She quickly took the child from Shuekui's arms and carried her back to the helicopter. Tang Xian smiled at her tenderness and then turned to Shuekui, asking, "General, have you had any dealings with these sects? Are you aware of their circumstances?" Tang Xian handed over a map, and after a few glances, Shuekui displayed a look of disdain. "These insignificant minions, I could easily handle them all on my own." After saying this, he noticed Tang Xian's expression remained impassive, prompting him to straighten up and amend his words. "Well, Commander Tang, these sects are minor ones, numerous but lacking in strength. To put it bluntly, they are inferior even to the invincible sect that was recently obliterated by Longhua. They are utterly worthless. They lack even the right to speak in the celestial sect, let alone in the demon sect, as these places possess neither terrain nor resources, rendering them unworthy of attention. Oh, and by the way, there are no rivers nearby. They rely solely on rain or dew for water." "Oh." Tang Xian nodded thoughtfully. This made things quite manageable. "We can simply dig a few deep wells for them." Although the issue of electricity remained unresolved, as solar panels would be too conspicuous, manual water wells could suffice. "Yes, this is feasible. Commander Tang, we have discovered an oil field." At that moment, a few technicians hurried over, confirming the initial exploration had indeed located oil. Due to the limitations of portable equipment, they could not ascertain the exact reserves, but the presence of oil was undeniable. Beep. Main task of locating oil field has been completed. Teleportation portal level upgraded to LV6. Daily opening time extended to 30 minutes day. Additional rewards have been granted. Current host lifespan, 120 years. Note, host lifespan reaching 500 years will unlock a new dimensional gateway. As the system's voice faded, Tang Xian felt a refreshing breeze caress his face. Soon after, a sense of ease enveloped his body. His complexion became more radiant, and his eyes sparkled with clarity. In that moment, he felt as though his very cells were pulsating, as if he were on the brink of soaring into the ether. After a long sigh of relief, Tang Xian exclaimed, "What a delight! With the system's confirmation, it is certainly true that this place holds an oil field. Beep. Please fulfill the primary task. Transport 100 tons of oil to the Dragon Nation. Task reward, enhancement of portal level. Additional reward, host gains 400 kilograms of strength." 400 kilograms? Tang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, it was merely 200 kilograms, and now it has doubled. If this continues, he would surely achieve enlightenment through strength. Splendid. Upon completion of this system task, he would possess an explosive force of 1,400 kilograms, approaching 1.5 tons. With such power, a single punch could likely create a sonic boom. Coupled with the Earth-grade Dragon Roar Blade, he would navigate the Xianling continent with remarkable ease. Having just discovered the oil field, the system assigns him the task of extraction. Very well, he shall demonstrate his capability. This is an auspicious sign, a profitable venture indeed. He instructed the helicopter to return to the base and to lift the drilling rig. Furthermore, he directed a message to Advisor Liu, informing him that they had discovered an oil field. Until oil is extracted, anyone who dares to challenge the authority of the Dragon Nation shall be met with ruthless retribution. At this moment, Tang Xian's focus must shift to the construction of the second base and the development of the oil field, leaving little room for other concerns. The orders issued were indeed targeted, primarily aimed at the three sects at the forward observation post. Tang Xian had previously warned that after the Jiugong sect's grand competition, a sinister wind would undoubtedly blow their way. Should those three sects dare to provoke, he would silence them with firepower. Whoever dares to disrupt his progress shall be left to rue their decision. Chapter 115. Xiao Yuan is Sanqing Gate at this moment. Blood Kuei gazed at Tang Xian with astonishment, for he experienced a sudden illusion that Tang Xian's lifespan had seemingly increased. Goodness! Tang Luzhong exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy. How could his lifespan be extended? Surely, even the bald monks of the Buddhist sect could not achieve such a feat. As the lifespan of mortals is inherently fixed, he swallowed hard, previously believing that Tang Xian triumphed solely through strength. But now he was convinced that Tang Xian was a deity, an insurmountable god. 10 kilometers away from the Jiugong sect, Xian He and the other three sect masters hastily descended. In a grove, they exchanged glances before retrieving their storage bags. Upon seeing the densely packed refined iron stones within, their expressions turned fervent. Ding Kuan did not deceive them. There were indeed 1,000 refined iron stones. Was this transaction truly viable? After a prolonged silence, Xian He cautiously stowed the storage bag and spoke with deliberation. Esteemed masters, let us contemplate Ding Kuan's intentions. After all, the Jiugong sect possesses extraordinary strength. Why would they bestow these refined iron stones upon us? In their view, this was indeed a gift, for the fiery rods appeared quite fragile. The Jiugong sect could easily destroy them on their own. Why would they need to involve themselves? At this juncture, another master, lost in thought, remarked, "Could it be that Ding Kuan seeks to incite us to provoke Xiao He, thereby undermining his strength?" No, I believe you are mistaken," interjected the previously silent master, shaking his head in dissent. "The Qin Yuan sect cannot possibly compare to the Jiugong sect. Is it feasible for us to weaken him with our own forces? Perhaps the Jiugong sect simply wishes to avoid this turmoil. Come now. Is it more important to navigate this turmoil or to possess the refined iron stones?" The two continued to argue fervently. Xian He found himself overwhelmed by their discourse. As the leader among the three sects, while he could not issue direct commands, his words certainly carried weight. The earlier conversation with Ding Kuan at the Jiugong sect was his proposal, and the other two masters respected Xian He's eloquence. They now turned to him, eager for his final summation. "I believe the matter is far from simple." Xian He's contemplative demeanor immediately instilled tension in the two masters. "What do you mean? Does this situation pose a danger?" "Goodness, if there is danger, why did you agree so readily? Now that we have accepted their money, to abstain from action would be courting death. Master Xian, please spare us the ambiguity. Your words are making us quite anxious. What exactly is the problem?" "Indeed, Master Xian. Do enlighten us. Do not keep us in suspense." After a moment's pause, Xian He looked at them and declared, "Let us act together and dismantle it one by one." The two masters were left utterly bewildered. This was akin to saying nothing at all. "Quite frankly, I cannot discern what the issue is. It is merely a hunch. By acting together, we can prevent Xiao He from retaliating. After all, Xiao He is merely in the late stage of the Golden Core. The three of us can easily handle him." Xian He continued to elucidate. "As for alternatives, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. However, it must be said that your banter is rather disruptive. Despite the lack of substance in our conversation, you still manage to bring up trivial matters. My previously buoyant spirits have been shattered by this exchange, and yet we find ourselves with no resolution. I inwardly cursed at you, but I still had to maintain appearances." The three of us nodded to each other, mounted our swords, and soared towards the nearest Sanqing Gate. At this moment, at Sanqing Gate, Xiao He stood inside the master hall wearing sunglasses, a red invitation card in hand, brimming with pride. The elder present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't quite comprehend what kind of affectation Xiao He was sporting. Yet it struck him as rather pretentious. Quite impressive. It far surpassed the aura of their own sect leader. Truly, the Qin Yuan sect has risen in prominence, producing such peculiar novelties. Alas, when will Sanqing Gate have its moment of glory? "Master Xiao, might you take a seat for a moment?" "No need," Xiao He replied softly, perfectly embodying the image of a distinguished figure. The elder twitched again, clasped his fists, and departed. Not far from the exit, he encountered his own sect leader returning alongside the other two sect leaders. He pondered what was happening today. The leader of Qin Yuan had come, and even nearby sect leaders were present. "Elder, has something transpired within the sect?" After landing, Xian He inquired, rushing towards the radar with an anxious demeanor. However, the elder's next words caused him to halt abruptly. "Master Xian, Master Xiao of the Qin Yuan sect is waiting for you in the main hall." "Xiao He?" The leader of Sanqing Gate was taken aback, quickly pulling the elder aside, lowering his voice in a state of nervousness. "What is he here for?" The elder, Startled by Xian He's expression, stammered. He is here to deliver an invitation. It is said there will be a wedding in a few days at the Qin Yuan sect, and he wishes to invite you. Phew. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xian visibly relaxed. It was merely an invitation. He had feared they had been discovered for not taking action. All right, you may leave now. Do not proceed to the master hall. I shall go personally shortly. Understood. Dismissing the elder, Xian looked towards the main hall and addressed the other two sect leaders. Let us strive to avoid conflict with Xiaohe. We shall go investigate shortly. After all, since he has come here, he will undoubtedly visit your sects as well. It would be prudent to allow him to distribute the invitations in one go. This reasoning was sound. The two leaders had no objections. Once the invitations were distributed, they could seamlessly proceed to dismantle the radar, unnoticed. Indeed, we will safeguard our 1,000 pieces of refined iron. They believed their actions would go undetected. Unaware that their conversation had been entirely captured, the three of them were too close to the radar station. Their voices and expressions were crystal clear. Just as Tang Xian's firm orders reached the base, the three sects began to stir, an extraordinary anticipation unfolding. Old Lu fixated on the three sect leaders displayed on the screen and then commanded the operators. Follow my instructions shortly. First, elevate the camera. Understood. The Sanqing Gate is akin to a live broadcast, captivating not only Old Lu but also other beings from different realms, such as Shi Haiqing and Ling Feng. Their expressions mirror one another, each face reflecting sheer astonishment. Gazing at the modest screen, they are filled with wonder. Is this not the Sanqing Gate? How has the Dragon Kingdom managed to operate under their very noses without detection? This is utterly ruthless. Not only can they see the individuals, but they can also hear their conversations. This is simply astonishing. Old Lu remarked, what do you mean by this? This is precisely why I invited you all, to appreciate the spectacle. A grand performance is about to commence. Suddenly, Old Lu inquired, Ling Feng, do you still have sufficient refined ironstone? Startled by the unexpected question, Ling Feng quickly shook his head. Commander Lu, the recent batch of craftsmen we recruited is exceptionally talented, allowing for rapid production. Thus, our reserves of refined ironstone are dwindling. Very well, then let us procure these few individuals. Old Lu spoke softly, and Ling Feng inherently trusted him. Thus far, anything that transpired within the Dragon Kingdom has been beyond reproach. There is no room for doubt. He finds this eye particularly intriguing, seemingly far more appealing than his own tablet. Chapter 116. Once again, he was brought to the Hall of the Three Purities. The three sect leaders arrived synchronously as per their plan, ready to deal with Xiaohe. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they beheld the silhouette of Xiaohe, who stood tall with both hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing presence. Xian could not help but furrow his brow, pondering how this fellow, already regarded as an adversary by the Jiugong sect, could remain so unfazed in the face of danger. What a master of pretense he was. Ah, sect leader Xiao, what brings you to our humble sect today? Xian remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao slowly turned, adjusting his sunglasses and holding an invitation in hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. The three sect leaders, upon witnessing his attire, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, what on earth is this dark and mysterious getup? Xiao merely smiled at their reaction, thinking to himself how lacking in discernment they were, as they did not even recognize the utility of sunglasses, an essential artifact for sword riding. He gracefully removed his sunglasses, tossing his head in a flourish. After a while, he addressed the three leaders. What a coincidence that you all arrived at the same time. Xian, taken aback, exclaimed, wait, have you mistaken the location? This is the Three Purities sect, not your Qin Yuan sect. What do you mean by arriving simultaneously? It was not entirely Xiaohe's fault. As his interactions with the Dragon Kingdom increased and their collaboration deepened, his status continued to rise uncontrollably. Moreover, with Morong Shui on the verge of marrying Tang Xian, it was no exaggeration to say that he had been remarkably restrained. Ah, sect leader Xiao, we have just participated in an event organized by the Jiugong sect. One of the leaders, perhaps overwhelmed by Xiaohe's aura, replied without hesitation. However, he soon realized he had misspoken. The Qin Yuan sect's absence from the grand competition clearly indicated their opposition to the Jiugong sect. Had he not exposed himself? He fell silent, hastily closing his mouth. Yet, this only rendered his suspicions more pronounced. Though Xiao was indeed putting on a show, he was not without wits. He furrowed his brow, recalling what Tang Xian had previously mentioned. If these three sects participated, the information regarding the equipment constructed by the Dragon Kingdom could very well be leaked. At that time, the Jiugong sect might send someone to cause havoc. As a late-stage golden core cultivator, he knew he would be ill-equipped to handle any assailants from the Jiugong sect. Therefore, Should he not head towards the air defense artillery? Clearing his throat, Xiao He took a few steps forward, approaching the three leaders. Sect Leader Xian, I wish to visit the radar station. Upon hearing this, the three leaders collectively inhaled sharply. Was Xiao He some sort of oracle, heading straight for the radar station? Xian He, forcing himself to regain composure, replied slowly. Ah, Sect Leader Xiao, you've traveled such a distance. Why venture to that monotonous place? I heard from the elders that you came to deliver an invitation. Xiao He's eyes started as he became increasingly convinced of his theory. These individuals were merely stalling for time. Surely, the Jiugong sect's members would arrive shortly. Xian He, when I first entered the cultivation world, you were still a mere infant. Do you know who bestowed this name upon you? Now, you dare to threaten me. The fragile vessel of friendship has capsized. Two factions are engulfed in mutual suspicion, albeit incorrectly. At this moment, Xiao He is unwilling to prolong the matter any further, as he surmises that these individuals will undoubtedly abstain from attending the wedding, let alone contributing to the monetary offerings. Without uttering another word, he swiftly strides towards the radar station. Upon witnessing this unusual reaction, Xuanhe and the others momentarily freeze, exchanging glances before drawing their spiritual swords in unison. Xiao He, halt. Xiao He comes to a standstill, turning to face the three sect leaders. What is this? The fox's tail has been revealed, and you intend to act against me. Xiao He, let us part ways amicably. We do not meddle in your grievances with the Jiugong sect. But do not presume to constrain us within the confines of the Qin Yuan sect, Xuanhe declares with righteous indignation. The two other sect leaders nod in agreement. Indeed. Sect Leader Xiao, do not compel us to take action. We merely wish to dismantle the radar station, nothing more. To be frank, this is our territory, and we possess the right to do as we please. Upon hearing this, Xiao He seems to comprehend the situation. It appears that these three individuals have been incited by the Jiugong sect, intending to carry out destruction themselves. Then what are you all waiting for? Xiao He chuckles softly, then suddenly sweeps his sleeve. A pitch-black handgun emerges. Xiao He dons his sunglasses, aiming the gun at Xuanhe. Little Xian, have you forgotten how you learned to cultivate under my guidance during your childhood? Now that you have grown wings and established a small sect, you wish to target your former mentor? Xuanhe and the others, having never encountered a handgun, are momentarily bewildered, mistakenly believing Xiao He has lost his mind. Attempting to intimidate them with a mere chunk of metal. The flamboyant manner of his actions is infuriating, nearly catching them off guard. However, upon hearing references to their childhood, Xuanhe's lips twitch uncontrollably. Indeed, during my childhood, you had already embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet, you foolishly advised my mother against allowing me to inherit my father's surname, suggesting I adopt yours instead. And to add insult to injury, you included a homophone of your name. What were your true intentions? It is lamentable that during that time, cultivators were held in such high esteem that my mother actually believed your nonsense. Xiao He, feeling somewhat awkward, acknowledges the truth in this. However, he protests that it was merely folly. Who could have foreseen that she would take it to heart? Enough of those old tales. I merely wish to convey this to you. Do not entertain thoughts of the radar station. While it is indeed your territory, you must not do so. Xiao He is aware that Tang Xian places great significance on these 4 locations, which were negotiated smoothly. Otherwise, they would all meet the same fate as the invincible sect, facing annihilation. In other words, Xiao He remains their benefactor. Nonsense. When did it become your prerogative to dictate to us? Xuanhe curses, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that envelopes his sword. Xiao He, I grant you one final chance. Heed my warning, you are no match for the 3 of us. Bang! Just as the words leave his lips, Xiao He pulls the trigger. A resounding voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing the 3 sect leaders to instinctively retreat in unison. This is madness, Xiao He mused inwardly, plagued by self-reproach. How could I have squandered such a magnificent artifact? The stone pillars of the hall bore the mark of a bullet, leaving a deep indentation that made the 3 leaders break into a cold sweat, as if pierced by an unseen blade. What on earth is this? It actually shattered the stone pillar, they exclaimed, bewildered by the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations that could explain such devastation. Observing their reactions, Xiao He's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this truly possible? He thought. He nonchalantly flicked his handgun and, with an air of confidence, proclaimed, Do not move. If you do, I assure you the bullets will find their mark upon you. What is that in your hand? Xian inquired, his demeanor betraying an unusual mixture of fear and defiance. Xiao He responded with a calm smile, a firearm. Chapter 117. A remote display of power. The term firearm was entirely unfamiliar to the trio. Xiao He confessed that he had never heard of it before either. It was a gift bestowed upon him by the immortal Tang. Unfortunately, only one bullet remained, and it was imperative to subdue this group. Otherwise, dealing with them would indeed become exceedingly troublesome. Turn back now, little Xuanzi. The Jiugong sect's influence has waned. From this point forward, it is my Qin Yuan sect that will protect you. Xian he clenched his teeth, and after a long pause, he spoke. The Jiugong sect is the foremost sect on the Xianling continent. Do you truly believe your Qin Yuan sect can confront them head-on? It is nothing short of ludicrous. However, I do regret revealing the existence of the radar station to Ding Kuan. Yet, there are no chances for retreat now. We have taken money to resolve calamities for others. Xiao He, even if you wield a divine artifact, we shall acquiesce, for in the end, we are all destined for death. With a swift motion, Xian he brandished his spiritual sword and addressed the two other sect leaders beside him. If we do not destroy the radar today, the possibility of our extermination by the Jiugong sect looms large. However, should Xiao He choose to eliminate us, our sect may yet survive, for we have a protector. You understand the gravity of the situation. Why do you hesitate? Let us charge together. Upon hearing Xian He's words, the other two immediately donned their spiritual armor and surged toward Xiao He. One must concede that while Xiao He had a flair for the dramatic, he too felt the weight of desperation in this precarious situation. Alas, bang, the last bullet was fired, creating a small crater in the ground. Another blunder. There was no time to ponder further. Xiao He quickly donned his spiritual armor and raced toward the radar station. The surveillance cameras at the Dragon Nation base captured every detail with clarity. The close-in defense cannon whirred to life, locking onto its target with precision. On my command, lower the angle by 5 degrees and fire. Understood. The close-in defense cannon pivoted downward sharply, then unleashed 3 thunderous rounds of large-caliber ammunition. This was no mere handgun. The sound was astoundingly loud. The 3 sect leaders pursuing Xiao He instinctively looked up in unison, only to witness a metal tube expelling flames. In the next instant, the ground mere meters away from them erupted, shrouded in a cloud of yellow smoke. As the dust settled, 3 enormous craters had formed on the ground, each larger than a human head. At that moment, the loudspeaker atop the radar station crackled to life. Stopping now is not too late. If the 3 sect leaders persist in their attempt to destroy the radar station, I can assure you that you will not survive a single second. Xiao He recognized the voice. It was none other than Colonel Liu. How impressive. It became evident that everything was indeed under the control of the Dragon Nation. He rejoiced. While the 3 sect leaders were nearly paralyzed with fear, staring at the loudspeaker in shock, rendered speechless. How can this contraption speak our language? What an abomination. Hey, what are you 3 still pondering? Hurry up and apologize. Since Xiao He shared a bond with these 3, he was reluctant to see them perish and felt compelled to offer a timely warning. The pivotal figures have yet to return. Master Xian, do you intend to breach the promise made at the Jiugong sect? Suddenly, a voice echoed from an unknown source, resembling that of the master of the Xian Palace from the Jiuxian Palace. Startled, Xian and his companions were thrown into a state of panic. If they were to go back on their word, the Sanqing sect could very well face annihilation. Just as he prepared to grasp his spiritual sword once more, the radar emitted another ominous signal. Whoosh! A fire stick shot forth, ignited. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a blaze illuminated the heavens nearby, followed by the sound of an explosion. Boom! The speed of light surpassed that of sound, as anyone would understand. Thus, Xian and the others stood utterly dumbfounded, swallowing hard as their spiritual swords slipped from their grasp and clattered to the ground. They could distinctly sense that someone had perished from a great distance. It was unfathomable. The fire stick had flown over with a mere snap. Moreover, who was the master of the Xian Palace? Ranked 3rd among the 9 celestial palaces, he was undoubtedly a figure of immense stature. Yet, with a single utterance, he was obliterated. This is utterly absurd. Thud. The master with lesser fortitude suddenly knelt, fervently bowing towards the radar in apology. Forgive me, O immortal. I acknowledge my error, and I shall henceforth venerate the radar within our sect. Old Liu. Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Ling Feng. Sure Haiqing. It seems this fool resembles the otherworldly beings of your, mistaking the radar for some unknown entity. You too. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to linger. Old Liu's voice rang out once more, prompting Xian and the other master to nod urgently. Given the current situation, any pretense of resilience was utterly futile. Moreover, Xian suddenly pondered a pressing question and quickly inquired, O immortal, might this radar assist us in fending off the assault from the Jiugong sect? We have accepted their benefits, and they will undoubtedly not let us off easily. Old Liu, standing by the monitor, smiled slightly and responded through the microphone, indeed. Hand over the items they provided you to Xiao He. Your 3 sects, devoid of ulterior motives, will have your safety assured by us. This. To part with the precious iron ore that had just been acquired? A swell of indignation surged within, yet his hands involuntarily extended the storage bag. Xiao He received the bag, donned his sunglasses, and nodded in satisfaction. Young Xian, We have ample time ahead. Here, accept this invitation. Remember to attend. Oh, and do prepare substantial gifts, lest you regret it." As he spoke, Xiao gestured towards the radar station. Xian, ever astute, recognized the significance of this simple action, his eyes gleaming with realization. What could it mean? Was the old man Xiao hinting that the future wedding would be for the immortal? If so, preparations for lavish gifts were indeed in order. On the other side, the helicopter returned to the wet fields where Tang Xian was located. It gently descended, lowering the drilling equipment. Upon disembarking, the pilot reported to Tang Xian regarding the situation at the forward observation post. Upon hearing the news, Tang Xian smiled. "Did I guess it right? I have nearly mastered the operational style of those from the Nine Palaces sect. However, Old Lu's approach is truly commendable. Not only did he profit from the precious iron ore, but he also instilled a sense of fear in the hearts of others. Commander Tang, when shall we depart?" Blood Kuei inquired. Tang Xian summoned the spirit lion to assist in transporting the drilling equipment and replied, "Now," accompanied by several special forces soldiers. He mounted the spirit lion and swiftly flew towards the nearest forward gate. As they soared over a row of low mountains, a diminutive sect came into view. The architecture of this sect was sparse, and the central hall was in a pitiful state of disrepair. No wonder Blood Kuei claimed he could single-handedly annihilate them. It was indeed too small. Chapter 118. The Vanguard Gate. Do not be deceived by the seemingly diminutive and shabby appearance of the Vanguard Gate. Its early warning capabilities are remarkably proficient. Before Tang Xian and his companions could advance further, an individual ascended rapidly into the air to obstruct their path. Who dares approach? The disciple, clad in a tattered robe, exuded an intense gaze and an air of authority that surpassed that of many disciples from esteemed sections. Confidence emanated from him, leaving even Xue Kuei in awe. He pondered silently. What a marvel! In this desolate place, such an exceptional disciple exists in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It is truly astonishing. This thought arose from the fact that few practitioners engage in arduous cultivation. To speak plainly, many embark on the path of cultivation seeking pleasure and longevity. To confine them in such a wretched location, where even water is scarce, is unthinkable. Devil. At that moment, the disciple suddenly sensed the aura emanating from Xue Kuei. He remained composed, grasping his sword, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy. Ah, before this demon lord. Do not indulge in frivolous displays of martial arts. Summon your sect leader. In Xue Kuei's eyes, labeling the early Golden Core practitioner as engaging in mere theatrics was already a significant concession. Observing that Xue Kuei bore no murderous intent, the disciple's expression shifted to one of suspicion. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he summoned a flying sword to navigate towards the sect. While he maintained his stance against Xue Kuei, unwavering in demeanor, this maneuver amused Xue Kuei, who found it both comical and puzzling, realizing the sect possessed a certain rigidity. Tang Xian and several special forces operatives remained silent atop the spiritual lion, initially unnoticed by the disciple. However, when he took a moment to employ his insight, his eyes widened in astonishment. The individuals seated upon the exalted spiritual beast were, astonishingly, mere mortals. Xue Kuei, Demon Lord, pray tell. What brings you to the Vanguard Gate from such a distance? At that moment, the sect leader, Du Qing, descended upon his spiritual sword. Upholding the principle of hospitality for guests from afar, he cupped his hands respectfully toward Xue Kuei, his tone exceedingly courteous. At this juncture, Xue Kuei recognized that his mission was accomplished. He stepped aside, holding his butter gun, standing in the void. This esteemed leader, we harbor no ulterior motives. We have come specifically to cultivate amicable relations with you all, Tang Xian remarked with a smile from atop the spiritual lion. Though his words were simple, their meaning was unmistakable, leaving Du Yuqing and the earlier disciple momentarily perplexed. Upon arriving, Du Yuqing promptly utilized his insight technique, easily discerning that those seated on the spiritual lion were indeed mortals. Initially, he presumed they were captured by Xue Kuei for cultivation purposes. Unexpectedly, it appeared that the leader was, in fact, a mere mortal. Xue Kuei was at the nascent soul stage. How could a mortal possibly exert control over him? Awe surged within Du Yuqing, prompting him to clasp his hands in respect toward Tang Xian, stating reverently, "Then I invite you all, esteemed friends, along with the demon lord Xue Kuei, to gather at the Cold Hall." Tang Xian and his companions were welcomed into the hall of the Vanguard Gate. This fellow referred to it as the Cold Hall, and it was indeed a sincere invitation, truly beyond the ordinary chill. On the roof, there were numerous holes of varying sizes, beneath which lay a multitude of stone-carved vessels intended for water collection. It appeared that the scarcity of water resources had reached an extreme. My apologies for the spectacle before you. Du Yuqing did not seem overly embarrassed, for the nearby sects were all in a similar predicament, having grown accustomed to it over the decades. However, he had not anticipated an unexpected visitor today. The sect leader was courteous. Thus, I shall be direct. Tang Xian stated plainly. I am preparing to develop a project not far from your sect. In the spirit of camaraderie and mutual assistance, I hope your esteemed sect can lend its support. In return, I can assist the Xian sect by drilling a well to address the water shortage. Upon hearing this, Du Yuqing raised his gaze. May I inquire what project you speak of, young friend? Oh, shouldn't he, the sect leader, be more concerned about the well? Tang Xian chuckled. Du Yuqing slowly shook his head, offering a wry smile. In the surrounding regions, there are countless wells. However, what use are wells without water? Since you speak of friendship, I must know what you intend to do. If it does not adversely affect the Xian sect, I require no recompense. As he stated, there are numerous wells over 10 meters deep in the vicinity. Yet, without water, what purpose do they serve? You might as well be forthright about your intentions. I can grant you and Blood Kuei a favor. The sect leader indeed was a straightforward individual, but forgive my candor, even if I divulge the project. You may not fully comprehend it. As for the well I mentioned, it is not the same as the one you envision. The sect leader may hold high hopes for it. Ah, by the way, I notice the land in these regions is quite promising. Besides the well, I can also provide seeds, with high-value returns upon harvest. Upon hearing this, Du Yuqing felt a sense of mounting pressure. Seeds inherently require water, and currently, water is a significant issue. How could one dare to hope for farming? This was true even within the sect, as very few could endure fasting. Most had perished from starvation. Consequently, when the sect sought to recruit new disciples, the requirements had markedly increased. One must be able to endure hunger, or else be capable of fasting. Thus, over time, the Xian sect had deteriorated, with only a handful of exceptional individuals remaining. He chuckled. Young friend, I believe just as Du Yuqing was about to politely decline, several cultivators suddenly flew in from outside. A grave situation has arisen, sect leader Du, Zhao and Sun. What has transpired? Seeing the terror-stricken faces of the two, Du Yuqing hurriedly inquired. The nearby sect Zhao stammered. The northern wet fields have been occupied, and a colossal lifeless creature is stationed there. Indeed, before we could draw near, a small creature flew towards us, astonishingly capable of articulate speech. Master Sun added, recalling the previous incident with lingering trepidation. Initially intending to approach for a closer look, he was confronted by this diminutive being, inquiring about his purpose. Not only was it devoid of life, but it also conversed in human language. None had ever encountered such an occurrence, and the sheer shock nearly caused a loss of composure. In their helplessness, the two eventually decided to consult with Du Yuqing regarding the matter. Good heavens, Blood Kuei. In their haste to report, they had overlooked the identity of the individual beside them. A swift glance revealed Blood Kuei bearing an unusual object, a treasure of the highest caliber. Fear not, esteemed leaders, for today, Lord Blood Kuei has come as a guest. Observing the sudden panic in both their expressions, Du Yuqing quickly elaborated. The atmosphere had been relatively serene, and he feared that any display of distress from the two might provoke an unfavorable reaction from Blood Kuei. Chapter 119. A sudden turn of events. The blood demon, at the nascent soul stage, could effortlessly obliterate the outpost sect, so one must tread carefully. Upon hearing that guests had arrived, Sect Master Zhao and Sect Master Sun exchanged startled glances, hastily clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. Yet, their bodies instinctively retreated several steps. The blood demon disdainfully cast a glance at them, remaining silent. By the way, where were we? Tang Xian inquired of Du Yuqing. Du Yuqing nodded in affirmation. My young friend, you need not trouble yourself with the matter of the water well. While I may not comprehend the project you mentioned, could you perhaps clarify its exact location? It pertains to the direction of the marshy fields as mentioned by these two sect masters. Tang Xian's casual remark nearly caused Sect Master Zhao and Sect Master Sun to choke on their own blood. They had not caught the earlier conversation, but this particular statement was unmistakably clear. So, it is the marshy fields where you intend to meddle? Du Sect Master, who are they? Sect Master Sun swiftly approached, whispering. Du Yuqing shook his head. I am equally in the dark. They expressed a desire to develop something in the direction of the marshy fields and offered to assist us in drilling a water well in return. What? Upon hearing this, Sect Master Sun almost lost his composure on the spot. However, under the oppressive presence of the blood demon, he quickly suppressed his expression and continued in a hushed tone. If it were not for the rainy season, our sects would rely entirely on the marshy fields for water. If they were to ruin that place, would we not be signing our own death warrants? Furthermore, even if we drilled 100 wells, what good would it do if there is no water? I understand what you mean. Du Yuqing furrowed his brow, turning to face Sect Master Sunday. But what can we do against the blood demon? If we refuse today, wouldn't our sects be declaring our own demise? And what of that? Have we not endured humiliation and hardship for decades? Sect Master Sun declared with fervor, continuing, "The issue of water has plagued us for many years, and we have faced countless scorn and neglect in that time. Yet, despite all, we have persevered. Some celestial sects have even begun to admire us, particularly the demeanor of our elite disciples. After standing strong for decades, are we to kneel today? I apologize, but I cannot acquiesce to that." With that, Sect Master Sun stepped forward, bowing slightly towards the Blood Demon. "Blood Demon, I implore you to spare us. As long as the marshy fields remain intact, I, Sun Xian, will serve you loyally." Du Yuqing? This unexpected proclamation left Du Yuqing utterly flabbergasted. Hadn't they agreed not to kneel? This sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. At this juncture, Du Yuqing could no longer hesitate. He candidly spoke, "My young friend, Blood Demon. The water resources within the marshy fields hold immense significance for our sections. I must apologize for our rudeness, but we cannot acquiesce." As the two engaged in their verbal exchange, the Blood Demon, who had remained silent on the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. He furrowed his brow and chided them mercilessly. "Are you three completely lacking in common sense? Commander Tang has already stated he will assist you in drilling a well. Yet you are still fixating on that wretched patch of wetland. I am truly tempted to administer a harsh reprimand." The trio stiffened, instinctively retreating several steps, their expressions of trepidation evoking sympathy. "General Xuekue, please refrain from speaking so recklessly." Tang Xian cast a glance at Xuekue, who promptly tucked away his reprimanding tool and nodded obediently. Before the leaders, Sun and Zhao, could express their astonishment at Tang Xian's status, he continued, "Esteemed leaders, I have always honored my word. Let us proceed with drilling the well. Should we find no water, I shall relinquish my claim to the wetland." "Is what the young friend says truly the case?" Du Yuqing inquired cautiously. Only upon seeing Tang Xian affirmatively nod did his heart settle. "Splendid. If this young friend knows when to withdraw, the wetland shall be preserved. I hope he remains true to his word and does not suddenly retract it later." As Tang Xian and his companions stepped outside the hall, the technicians retrieved the water source detector, performing circular motions in a relatively open area. At that moment, a group of otherworldly beings gazed at the device with astonishment. "What on earth is that? It beeps and makes sounds. What's more, I just saw it illuminate with a blue light." Du Yuqing and the other two leaders were equally intrigued, whispering and nodding in agreement, contemplating the remarkable nature of the device. After a brief interval, the technician approached Tang Xian. "General Tang, in order to extract water, we must drill at least 60 meters deep. However, the manual water well has a depth limitation, and I fear we may not be able to retrieve it afterward." Tang Xian surveyed the eager faces of the otherworldly beings around him, their expressions brimming with anticipation to witness a miracle. He addressed the technician. "We must have faith in their speed and strength." The technician paused, then considered the validity of the statement. The unique physique of the otherworldly beings, combined with atmospheric pressure, suggested that if their speed was sufficient, it could rival that of a water pump. Without further ado, the spirit lion swiftly hoisted the drilling equipment, the lengthy drill bit paired with a powerful diesel engine. The moment it ignited marked the breathtaking beginning. Thud, thud, thud. A plume of black smoke billowed forth, and as the clutch was released, the drill bit descended into the earth with fervor. The adjacent water tank dispensed water for cooling, swiftly reaching a depth of 1 meter. This operation left the otherworldly beings utterly shocked. Not only was the noise alarming, but the wastage of water was also disheartening. The sight of it flowing was painful to behold. "Quickly, fetch containers." Du Yuqing was the first to lose composure, urgently commanding his subordinates to procure stone vessels to collect the flowing wastewater. Observing this, Tang Xian extended his hand to halt their efforts, retrieving several bottles of mineral water from his storage pouch and offering them instead, in a bid to convey their uniqueness. Du Yuqing and the other two leaders were presented with carbonated beverages. Master Sun, observing the nearly transparent liquid held by his disciples, glanced at the yellowish, spotted concoction in his own hand. Could this possibly be urine? The fact that it also fizzed was quite alarming. Someone, let us swap drinks." Master Sun called out to one of his disciples. The disciple, taken aback, shook his head resolutely. "No way." "Hiss," exclaimed Master Sun, "you little rascal. Do master. As a guest, why don't you trade that dark concoction of yours with me?" Du Yuqing managed a wry smile, but out of courtesy, he complied and exchanged his drink. Following the demonstration by the officials, a group of beings from another realm deftly twisted open what they regarded as exquisitely crafted bottles. They then gulped down the contents. "Wow, this water is incredibly sweet. Indeed, it's absolutely delightful." Witnessing the enjoyment of their peers, the three masters hesitated before bringing their drinks to their lips. Master Sun, however, with a mischievous glint in his eye, prepared to drink while casting a sly glance at Du Yuqing. Chapter 120. The unrestrained output of Master Zhao. But the conclusion left him astounded. As Du Yuqing inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from the bottle of water in his hand, his previous hesitation vanished in an instant, and he began to gulp it down eagerly. A sharp sensation coursed through his throat, yet it was immensely refreshing. Burp. As the carbon dioxide escaped from his stomach, the fragrance intensified. This water was simply exquisite. A brilliant light sparkled in Du Yuqing's eyes. He could confidently assert that this was the most delightful water he had ever tasted. Observing such an extravagant expression, Master Zhao exchanged glances with Master Sun, who cautiously took a few sips. Master Sun's eyes lit up. Delicious. Without a care for decorum, he commenced drinking heartily. Burp. After the gas escaped, he nodded in satisfaction. This was extraordinary. He suddenly remembered that in his eagerness, he had consumed it too rapidly, and now there was hardly any left. Such a delectable drink should have been reserved for his beloved wife. Approaching the young friend, Master Sun, with a sheepish smile, inquired, "Young friend, I wonder if there is any of this water left? I would like to purchase a bottle to share with my wife and children." Tang Xian was pleasantly surprised by the man's familial consideration. Had he desired it for himself, a fee would have been inevitable. However, since it was for his family, he decided to be generous. Tang Xian produced another bottle of the beverage and handed it to Master Sunday. Just a token of appreciation, no need for monetary discussion. However, children should consume such things sparingly. Very well, thank you, young friend. Thank you. Master Sun expressed his gratitude profusely. Master Zhao, observing nearby, swallowed hard, wishing for another bottle himself, but alas, he had no wife or children. The diesel engine continued its relentless roar as drill rods were lowered one after another. Approximately 2 hours later, the machinery ceased operation. A technician approached Tang Xian with a report. "General Tang, the task is complete." "Mm," Tang Xian replied. Then joined the three masters at the drilling site. Du Yuqing peered downward with his spiritual sense and was so startled that he stumbled back 3 steps. What is this? In such a short time, the hole has been drilled so deep. My young friend, what kind of miraculous tool is this? The hole you have created is both narrow and deep, something we cultivators could never achieve in our lifetime. After the initial shock, a profound respect illuminated Du Yuqing's face. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence, and then said, "My people have informed me that we have found water. Now it depends on whether you can extract it. Bring forth the pressurized water well." A 60-meter-long water pipe was lowered, connecting to a metal pressurized well. The inhabitants of this otherworldly realm had never seen such a contraption and gathered around in curiosity. Tang Xian explained, "We will pour the water into this container, and then we will pressurize it vigorously. A physically robust individual, quick in action, is needed. Who will the 3 leaders appoint?" "I shall volunteer." Zhao, the leader who has long been overshadowed, stepped forward, stroking his beard. Much like his earlier craving for soda, devoid of a family, he felt confident in his speed. With a splash, water poured into the well. Upon Tang Xian's command, Zhao began a fervent exertion. His robe fluttered as he worked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After pressing for over 10 minutes, his mouth began to twitch. The pace was still insufficient. Tang Xian's words seemed to provoke Zhao. "Is this speed inadequate? Very well. Let us escalate the challenge." Zhao summoned a flying sword and deftly stepped upon it, enveloping his hands in a golden aura of spiritual energy. He positioned himself with his feet firmly on the sword and hands pressing down towards the well. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Water, come forth." The next moment, he entered a frenzied output mode, akin to a machine, his hands moving so swiftly they nearly became a blur. Success. The well's outlet stirred with activity. "It's coming. It's coming." Zhao gritted his teeth and bit down on the hem of his robe. He then swallowed a mysterious pill, its effects instantaneously enhancing his speed. Minutes later, water surged forth from the well in copious amounts. "Quick, fetch containers to collect the water," Du Yuqing shouted, prompting the disciples to scatter. Soon, each returned with various vessels in hand. Zhao endured the strain of continuous output for a full hour. By the time he finally relinquished the pressure on the well, he could barely stand, swaying at the edge. Yet, the joy on his face was unmistakable. "Wonderful, we shall have water for the sect henceforth. Du, son. This time I have done the labor. Next, it shall be your turn." Joyful as it was, the vital matter still required addressing, for this endeavor had been exceedingly laborious. "I have achieved what I promised. Now, regarding the wet fields. Young friend, you are the savior of our sects. You may do as you wish with the wet fields. Indeed, not only that, we shall spare no effort in ensuring their safety." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian smiled subtly. Thus, the matter was settled. Below lies an oil field. Extracting it will not only fulfill our task, but also significantly bolster the Dragon Nation. Esteemed leaders, it is agreed then. Farewell, until we meet again. Young friend, until we meet again. Tang Xian and his companions departed from the outpost. Upon returning to the wet fields, he instructed Li Fei, immediately bring 2 anti-air missile vehicles from the base. This territory is ours and shall not be provoked. Understood. After Li Fei left, Morong Shui approached Tang Xian, cradling a young girl. Tang Xian, this little girl's past is fraught with hardship. I wonder if we might. Morong Shui hesitated, her words trailing off. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xian addressed her. I am aware of your thoughts. I harbor no objections. The little girl's plight closely resembled that of Morong Shui, both being unfortunate souls in dire need of guardianship. Given the formidable power of Long Kingdom, the likelihood of Morong Shui taking matters into her own hands in the future is virtually non-existent. Even if such a chance were to arise, Tang Xian would never permit her to act. Thus, in his busy schedule, having a little girl accompany her would indeed be quite delightful. My dear, what is your name? Tang Xian inquired with a gentle smile, bending slightly. The girl timidly nestled into Morong Shui's embrace, too afraid to utter a word. Tang Xian, perplexed, remarked, Do I appear that fearsome? After a moment of contemplation, Morong Shui responded earnestly, Your demeanor is somewhat intimidating, yet your visage is rather handsome. Allow me to introduce her. Her name is Yi Tian Ai, and she is 6 years old. Is that not correct, Tian Ai? The little girl gazed at Tang Xian and cautiously nodded. Tang Xian affectionately ruffled her hair and, producing a few pieces of candy from seemingly nowhere, said, Here, little one, take this candy, and we shall be friends from this day forth. Morong Shui observed Tang Xian's gentle side, her heart swelling with joy. She had never anticipated that he possessed such a facet. Chapter 121. Ultimately unable to restrain himself, Tang Xian's plans proceeded smoothly, in stark contrast to the difficulties faced by the Jiugong sect. Within the Hall of Merit and Virtue, sect leader Ding Kuan and several palace masters of the immortal palaces witnessed the shattering of the life token belonging to the master of the Xian palace. This signified his demise, leaving behind no remnants of his primordial spirit, his essence utterly extinguished. The palace masters of the immortal palaces gaped in disbelief, their breaths quickening, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. What manner of adversary could so effortlessly annihilate a nascent soul, obliterating even the primordial fetus? Ding Kuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the shattered life token, his silver teeth clenched in a tight embrace. He had been careless, and it was a grave mistake to have sent the master of the Xian palace into peril. At the height of this tense atmosphere, the master of the underground palace entered the hall. Upon seeing the broken life token, his expression turned blank. Old Third, he rushed forward, cradling the mangled token, and then erupted into inconsolable tears. Old Third. In the Jiuxian palace, the master of the Xian palace held the third position. Their bond with the master of the underground palace was the strongest. Before their master departed, the two had trained together, progressing side by side, akin to brothers. Witnessing the loss of his comrade, the master of the underground palace could scarcely contain his emotions, weeping openly in the Hall of Merit and Virtue. The other palace masters did not intervene. Let him weep, for it was better to release his sorrow. After a considerable time, the master of the underground palace appeared to have regained his composure, carefully gathering the fragments of the life token. After a moment, he addressed Ding Kuan, sect leader. What actions do you intend to take regarding the death of the master of the Xian palace? The underlying tone was unmistakably charged, compelling Ding Kuan to make a decision. Ding Kuan sighed softly and turned to face him. I understand the depth of your sorrow. You are not alone in this. However, this matter requires careful deliberation. The three sects have not genuinely compromised. Instead, they have deceived the Jiugong sect. In the coming days, I will dispatch disciples to investigate the true nature of these three factions and will refrain from any rash actions. Your sole task, as palace masters, is to locate our ancestor as swiftly as possible. Ding Kuan's words were imbued with sincerity. He intended to shield the pillars of his sect from perilous reconnaissance, entrusting the endeavor to ordinary disciples instead. This decision also conveyed his deep regret for sending the master of the Xian palace into danger. His death bore an inescapable weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. The master of the underground palace seemed satisfied with this reasoning, nodding in agreement. Sect leader Ding, your understanding of principle and willingness to amend your mistakes commands my utmost respect. However, I have a strategy that warrants your consideration. What strategy? Ding Kuan inquired. The master of the underground palace produced a piece of animal hide, upon which was sketched a complex design featuring a large round belly and a long tail. He explained. Yesterday, I ventured into the Buddhist realm, intending to foster connections and collaborate in addressing the forces behind the Qin Yuan faction. However, this seemingly simple endeavor yielded a significant revelation. I inadvertently overheard that a protector of the Azura sect had met his demise outside the Buddhist gates. Thus, I expended considerable spirit stones to bribe a disciple of the Buddhist order, who disclosed that the entity responsible for slaying the protector was this object. Master Ding. Does this appear familiar to you? Upon hearing this, Ding Kuan hastily picked it up and examined it closely. After a prolonged silence, his demeanor darkened. How does this resemble the lifeless behemoth that attacked the Nine Palaces sect? Moreover, it emits an exceedingly blinding light. Observing Ding Kuan's reaction, the master of the underground palace surmised the situation and continued, "Therefore, master, that mysterious force has eliminated the protector of the Azura sect. Now, the entire Azura sect is in pursuit of them. We could effortlessly seize this opportunity to reap the benefits. Regardless of who prevails, it would serve our interests. Our task is straightforward. We merely need to provide the coordinates of that mysterious force to the Azura sect." After the underground palace master spoke, he looked at Ding Kuan with anticipation. However, to his surprise, Ding Kuan abruptly raised his head and resolutely declined. No. Why not? The underground palace master's retort was louder than he had anticipated. Not only he, but the other palace masters also failed to comprehend Ding Kuan's intentions. Why would he not take advantage of such a fortuitous opportunity? Ding Kuan turned and seated himself, gazing at the assembled masters as he questioned. The Azura sect is a den of evil, committing heinous acts without remorse. I care not what that mysterious force is or what threat it may pose to the Nine Palaces sect in the future. However, as long as we resist the Azura sect, they and I exist on the same plane. As you all have suggested, should I provide their location to the Azura sect? Would that not be collusion? The underground palace master was left speechless, countering, "That force will inevitably obstruct our unification of the Xianling continent." "Master, you are courting danger." "Nonsense." Ding Kuan shot a cold glance in his direction, admonishing, "A gentleman conducts affairs with integrity. I must have just cause to collaborate with the celestial sects. But with the demonic sect, such thoughts are out of the question. Genuine collaboration is impossible, and even a feigned alliance is unacceptable. I would even prefer that force annihilate the Azura sect, allowing me to compete with them for supremacy." You. The underground palace master was so incensed he could scarcely catch his breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ding Kuan. "Ding Kuan, you are foolish. I cannot fathom why our esteemed ancestor entrusted you with the position of master. You dawdle and fail to grasp the principle of sacrificing the small for the greater good." Seeing the underground palace master so agitated, the other celestial palace masters quickly intervened to restrain him. Even in such a heated moment, Ding Kuan remained unperturbed. He surveyed the crowd and spoke. "Thus is the manner of my conduct. The enigmatic force shall not be dismissed lightly, yet this adversary belongs solely to me, not to the Azura sect. Should any of you harbor dissent, hasten to seek our ancestral master to subdue me. Otherwise, as long as I remain here, the affairs of the Nine Palaces sect shall be dictated by me." With that proclamation, Ding Kuan strode away. "Fools, utter fools," the master of the underground palace scolded, pointing at his retreating figure. Not far from the forward gate, on the expanse of the wet fields, an array of drilling equipment from the Dragon Nation had been assembled in merely a few hours. For anti-aircraft vehicles had also taken their positions, strategically placed 10 kilometers away. Given the significance of this location, it necessitated a military presence. Tang Xian resolved to further advance the infrastructure only after ascertaining the oil reserves. In the meantime, the soldiers' lodging would be temporarily accommodated in mobile dormitories. As twilight approached, Tang Xian gazed upon the vast wet fields and surveyed the surrounding low hills. Inspiration suddenly struck him. Although this site is somewhat distant from the Nine Palaces sect and lacks the advantages of Lingyo Mountain, the terrain of plains and hills is ideally suited for the deployment of armored units. It would be prudent to advance the armor here. Once this oil field stabilizes, a formidable armored force could then shift its focus to Lingyo Mountain. The display of power could be magnified, ideally maneuvering under the very noses of the Nine Palaces sect, thereby inflicting a far greater psychological impact upon them. This would also greatly benefit the peaceful reclamation of our territory. Chapter 122. Wealth can command the Buddha's voice at this moment. A technician approached General Tang Xian. "General Tang, our drilling equipment has commenced operations, and we anticipate that it will be approximately 2 weeks before we extract oil. The wells for oil extraction cannot be equated with water wells. 2 weeks is quite rapid." "I understand. I appreciate your efforts during this period. Once the oil is extracted, I shall personally host a celebration for you," Tang replied. "Thank you, General Tang." After confirming that there were no oversights, Tang Xian boarded a helicopter, setting off back to the base. "Li Fei, upon our return, take the team to distribute seeds to the 3 sects near the wetlands. In agricultural matters, we cannot afford to overlook any available resources." Understood." Li Fei's response to the command was somewhat hesitant, as nearly everyone, apart from his sister-in-law, was aware that General Tang was to hold a wedding. Such a significant occasion had initially filled him with joy at the prospect of attending, only to be met with dismay. What a fate I have, Li Fei mused to himself, his face clouded with disappointment. Noticing his demeanor, Tang Xian recalled the wedding. He then cleared his throat and amended his statement. I permit you to take a night's rest. Upon hearing this, Li Fei's spirits lifted instantly. Yes, General Tang. Sister Shuer, where are we going? Yi Tianai, seated beside Murong Shui, inquired softly. We are bound for the Longhua base, the sect of brother Tang Xian. No one shall bully little Tianai anymore, Murong Shui replied fondly, entirely oblivious to the impending events. Meanwhile, Tang Xian eagerly anticipated the moment when Murong Shui would don her wedding dress and walk down the red carpet, envisioning her breathtaking beauty. In the heart of the Xianling continent, at Heiyun Mountain, the Shura sect was shrouded in an atmosphere thick with the scent of blood. As night fell, a heavy cloud loomed over the mountain's peak, suffocating the air, devoid of even the faintest sounds of wildlife. Deep within Heiyun Mountain lay a cave, its entrance intricately carved, adorned with a massive skull emblem. Beside it stood a giant stone statue, its features grotesque, eyes bulging like brass bells, and mouth agape like a wild beast. Clutched in its hand was an imposing 3-meter-long ghostly blade, frozen mid-swing in a lifelike manner. Report. At that moment, a disciple of the devil sect rushed in, reporting to the demon lord, the Buddhist sect has sent a message, providing us with leads on the perpetrator who slaughtered our guardian. Bang! Upon hearing this, an elderly man in a purple robe, seated in the highest position, slammed the table in anger and demanded, Speak. Who are they? This purple-robed elder, known as Zun Xia, was the leader of the Shura sect. He had been deeply troubled by the recent loss of a guardian. On the surface, it was merely the death of a protector. Yet beneath lay a blatant disregard and trampling of the Shura sect. In a small context, it was a matter of personal disgrace. In a larger sense, it could render the Shura sect a laughingstock. Should another sect or faction be responsible, vengeance must be sought. Even the Zhogong sect would be made to pay in blood. This breath cannot be endured. I report to the demon lord that the followers of the Buddha merely claim to be in the vicinity of the Yuanshan mountain range. Upon hearing this, Zun Xia's brows furrowed in displeasure. Is not Yuanshan the territory of the minor sects of the Qin Yuan faction? How dare they show disrespect to the Shura sect? This stark contrast in strength is evident. Zun Xia has never regarded them as worthy opponents. Are the Buddhists mocking me? The most formidable among the sects near the Yuanshan mountain range is Xiao He, yet he is merely a trifling golden core cultivator. How could they possibly possess the capability to slay the guardians of my Shura sect? The disciple quickly discerned Zun Xia's fury and hastily spoke up. My lord. When I first heard this, I too found it hard to believe, and I suspected the Buddhists were merely shirking responsibility. However, they claimed that behind the Qin Yuan faction lurks a mysterious and powerful force. They warned that we must send a substantial contingent if we were to investigate, lest we suffer losses. Indeed, these words were relayed by the leader of the Zhogong sect's underground palace. He harbored a deep disdain for Ding Kuan-'s methods and had contemplated using the Shura sect to exact vengeance on those behind the Qin Yuan faction for the leader of the Xuangu palace. Yet, considering Ding Kuan-'s temperament and strength, he had to spend a considerable sum to bribe another Buddhist disciple to deliver the message, resulting in the current predicament. Zun Xia slowly rose, his mind racing with thoughts. He had traversed the Xianling continent for such a long time, encountering various factions, and he was aware of those with potential. Yet, no matter how promising they might be, they would not dare confront the Shura sect, as the disparity was far too great. What has transpired with the Buddhists to make such claims? My lord, one disciple interjected, I believe we must investigate, regardless of their identity. Indeed, my lord, another added. The death of the guardian is already well known. Our inaction thus far will surely render us the laughingstock among our peers. The two guardians beside them echoed in agreement. Zun Xia understood the implications. Given the circumstances, one could only confront them to ascertain their identity. Who among you is willing to undertake this mission? I will. Before any other guardian could respond, a yellow-haired guardian stood up. He licked his lips, a glint of greed in his eyes. My lord, leave the task of killing to me. Very well. I command you to take 300 of our forces and thoroughly investigate Yuanshan. The yellow-haired guardian twisted his neck and made a strange sound. I will slay them all and drink their blood. Later, around 10 o'clock, Old Lu had already received word at the base that Tang Xian was returning. Logically, a wedding should not be held at night. Thus, he turned off all the lights to surprise Tang Xian and the others. When they returned, they would find the base shrouded in darkness, with only a few faint lights, likely those from surveillance equipment. Tang Xian, what is happening? Murong Shui inquired. Tang Xian smiled knowingly and replied, It is of no consequence. The current trend emphasizes energy conservation and emissions reduction. You should take Xiaotianai to rest. After Morong Shui departed, old Lu approached with a theatrical air. General Tang, there seems to be a minor issue with the power system. The technical department assures that it will be restored by tomorrow. Enough of that. Tang Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Do you really think your petty schemes can deceive me? Old Lu, bewildered by the inquiry, responded, Huh? It was then that he noticed Tang Xian resting his arm upon his shoulder, smiling as he said, Thank you. Only then did old Lu grasp the reality that everything he had done was within Tang Xian's control. General Tang, might you show a modicum of consideration and maintain an air of mystery? What need is there for mystery between us? Let us discuss matters of importance. Tang Xian proceeded to inform old Lu about the situation at Wet Fields, particularly regarding the deployment of armored units, and exchanged opinions on the matter. Tang Xian remarked, Originally, I intended to stockpile lethal weapons on Lingmiao Mountain to coerce the Jiugong sect into submission. However, upon visiting Wet Fields, I discovered its strategic location is quite favorable, coupled with the significance of the oil fields to us, making it an ideal transit point. Chapter 123, The Ultimate Weapon. Upon hearing this, old Lu had no objections whatsoever and considered the proposal highly feasible. General Tang, our sphere of influence is continuously expanding, and we have established our deterrent capabilities. With the completion of the base's air defense tunnels, it is time to directly threaten the Jiugong sect and display our might. Indeed, that is why I returned overnight. Tang Xian remarked with a smile as he glanced at old Lu. Do you recall our previous conversation regarding our armored brigade? Old Lu, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously. Of course, I remember. I have been eagerly anticipating the formal deployment of the armored forces. The thought of an iron tide is truly exhilarating. His enthusiasm mirrored that of Tang Xian. After finishing their conversation, he opened a portal on the grassland. Before departing, old Lu offered a reminder, General Tang. Tomorrow is your wedding. You mustn't be late. Rest assured, I won't forget such a significant occasion. Remember to continue the performance and keep the lights off. Tang Xian chuckled. Haha, don't worry, General Tang. In the real world, Tang Xian drove to the armored brigade of the military district. From a distance, rows of main battle tanks stood imposing, instilling a sense of visual pressure. He longed to transport these formidable machines into the other world, yet reason cautioned him against such recklessness. The Dragon Kingdom faced numerous external threats. Hastily relocating main battle tanks could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just then, a military jeep sped towards him, its headlights illuminating the path. Upon stopping, a middle-aged man clad in military camouflage disembarked and saluted Tang Xian. General Tang, greetings. Tang Xian reciprocated the salute and was soon grasped by the hand of the middle-aged man, who expressed his admiration. General Tang, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. From the commander of the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade to your current rank among several army groups, you truly embody the ideal of contemporary military personnel. Tang Xian chuckled as he patted the man on the shoulder, striding confidently toward the armored brigade while conversing. Commander Yin, you are quite impressive yourself. A few years ago, during the Red-Blue military exercise, you downed one of my drones with a tank on the verge of retirement. It was humorously dubbed the sniper of tanks by the military. Am I mistaken? Hearing this, Commander Yin of the armored brigade chuckled heartily. General Tang, was that truly your drone? You flatter me. It was actually the active defense system that shot it down, not the cannon. Moreover, if your drone hadn't flown so low, our tank forces wouldn't have been exposed. Subsequently, your troops identified each of our positions, targeting the lookout and the tank commander. I was thoroughly reprimanded by the commander afterward. Alas, discussing it brings back painful memories. What could have been a tragic experience carried a hint of satisfaction when recounted by Commander Yin. He had long suspected that the opposing force had been the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade, yet he had hesitated to confirm it. Now, with the former brigade commander's acknowledgement, his suspicions were validated. It is no exaggeration to state that the armored forces of the entire Dragon Nation have only engaged in combat with the Wolf Fang. Though they faced defeat, they emerged with honor. Commander Yin, I wish to inquire about something. Please, General Tang, go ahead. Do you have any equipment in your armored division that is nearing retirement or currently sidelined? Indeed. Commander Yin took a list from the clerk. General Tang, within your requisition, there are 10 armored infantry fighting vehicles, 15 Type 93A tanks, and 50 units of various artillery, including large-caliber howitzers, self-propelled guns, and vehicle-mounted artillery. Additionally, there are several rocket launcher vehicles allocated specifically for you from other military divisions. Aware of the mission that Tang Xian bears, Commander Yin added, the entire army is gradually replacing its equipment, and many more assets are soon to be retired. Tang Xian understood the implication of his words. But when it comes to weaponry, quality trumps quantity. It is imperative to fully consider their intended utilization. Presently, the primary force that requires deterrence is the Jiugong sect. A show of military might is essential to compel their submission and ensure they cultivate their lands diligently, minimizing personnel losses. However, the Jiugong sect possesses considerable strength, with most disciples capable of flight, rendering tanks somewhat ineffective. After all, they are two-dimensional weapons primarily designed for ground engagement. Therefore, while tanks may maintain law and order over the long term, they are inadequate for subduing the Jiugong sect. As for howitzers, while they can deliver devastating firepower, their transportation is cumbersome, and the soon-to-be-retired models require manual loading, diminishing their practicality. For large-area bombardments, long-range rocket artillery is more expedient, although their lethality is slightly lesser. Their density and rapid firing rate are advantageous. The armored personnel carriers, however, are of paramount importance. Aside from a few mountainous regions, the Xianling continent predominantly consists of plains with firm soil that is exceptionally suited for wheeled transport vehicles. They are invaluable for logistics and suppression operations. Commander Yan, I will take the rocket artillery and armored personnel carriers, and do not hesitate to include any expiring ammunition. Load it all. Furthermore, I require several anti-air armored vehicles. No need for missile defense, just autocannons with a large caliber. Understood, General Tang. I shall arrange it immediately. After Commander Yin spoke, he was about to leave when a thought struck him, and he turned back to Tang Xian. General Tang, I have heard that the rocket force is preparing to launch a Dongfeng 40 ballistic missiles soon, as it is nearing expiration and has been replaced by new equipment. Upon hearing Commander Yan's words, Tang Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Opposed to the Jiugong sect is the Shura Gate, a nefarious organization notorious for its wickedness. If a ballistic missile were to strike, the intimidation factor would surely send tremors throughout the entire Xianling continent. Although the navigation satellite has yet to be successfully launched, Qing FA and Baihu are diligently working, conducting hundreds of trials daily. It is only a matter of time before they succeed. If the formidable weapon nearing its retirement is not retrieved now, it may never be possible to obtain it again. Tang Xian promptly contacted Zhang Yi to acquire the phone number of the commander of the rocket army. Upon learning of Tang Xian's identity and intentions, the commander immediately communicated with the military committee. Within half an hour, the matter was settled. The Dongfeng 41 missile would not undergo a test launch. Instead, it was to be transported to another world for Tang Xian. The following dawn, all the weaponry and equipment required by Tang Xian arrived. 5 rocket launch vehicles, 10 armored personnel carriers, and 6 armored anti-aircraft vehicles were present. Additionally, 3 retired tanks were included to maintain ground security. These weapons were accompanied by 3 trucks carrying a total of 40 tons of ammunition, offering a formidable display of firepower. However, when compared to the Dongfeng 41 missile launch vehicle parked nearby, it still seemed rather insignificant. The Dongfeng 41 ballistic missile measures approximately 17 meters in length and 3 meters in diameter, housing 10 independently targetable re-entry vehicles. Although this particular missile was not armed with a nuclear warhead, each re-entry vehicle still possesses an explosive yield equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT. It is not an exaggeration to assert that if it were to detonate in the region of the Azura Gate, even Xiao He would be able to hear the commotion. Chapter 124, The National Treasure. In order to surprise Murong Shui, Tang Xian planned to embark on his journey under the cover of darkness. After all, once dawn broke, everything prepared by Old Lu would be revealed. Old Lu, anxious and sleepless, paced back and forth on the playground, fearful that Murong Shui might catch wind of their plans. Fortunately, just after 4 in the morning, a faint blue portal materialized on the playground, and Old Lu hurried towards it. To his astonishment, armored vehicles began to emerge from the portal: rocket launchers, heavy tanks, armored personnel carriers, and anti-aircraft vehicles. Goodness gracious. The backbone of the Dragon Nation in this other world was being fortified. It was indeed an iron backbone. Suddenly, unable to contain his astonishment, Old Lu let out an expletive he had never uttered before, for he had just laid eyes on the massive front of a missile launcher, slowly making its way out. Missiles. Genuine ballistic missiles. Old Lu stood transfixed, watching as the heavy launcher gradually revealed its true form. The missile body was painted in white, marked as DFC-40. Long and imposing. My heavens, General Tang has truly procured a national treasure. How does it feel to behold such a marvel? Tang Xian inquired with a smile, stepping beside Old Lu. Old Lu, still in a daze, nodded slowly, his gaze fixated on the missile. It was not merely exhilarating. It was an overwhelming sense of pressure. The DFC-40, with a single shot capable of obliterating a small city with its conventional warhead, and one could only imagine the devastation of a nuclear warhead, equivalent to 200 little boys. So, General Tang, this cannot be a nuclear warhead, can it? What are you thinking? A nuclear warhead would annihilate half of Xianling continent. What significance would remain for us? Tang Xian replied with a look of gentle reproach. Old Lu, feeling embarrassed, nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that he had allowed his astonishment to cloud his judgment, asking such an ill-conceived question. It seemed that the two elders with green hair and white beards would face a daunting task ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Old Lu spoke softly. Ballistic missiles are unlike others. They require satellite positioning for targeting. As of now, the satellites have yet to be successfully launched, which is indeed worrisome. Such a formidable weapon, once the satellites are in orbit, could determine the fate of several sections. Let us not even broach the issue of sect sizes. Under the east wind, all becomes scorched earth. He glanced towards the quarters of the two elders, wishing he could commence testing immediately if it weren't for the wedding preparations for Tang Xian scheduled for the following day. Sensing Old Lu's thoughts, Tang Xian calmed him. Do not fret. We still need the god of east wind to vanquish that sect. It is merely a matter of timing. I only brought them in as the situation warranted. The satellite launches must proceed methodically without disruption to the rhythm. Currently, stabilizing the oil reserves, signal base stations, and the secondary base at Lingmiao Mountain are of utmost priority. Of course, with Lingmiao Mountain having the wet fields as a turning point, we can afford to set it aside for now. Securing the oil base must come first. By the way, how has the recent grain harvest fared? Tang Xian inquired. Upon reaching this juncture, Old Lu felt compelled to extol the merits of Xiao He, exclaiming his admiration. Master Xiao brought 100 tons of grain yesterday, along with 3,000 pieces of exquisite black iron. Indeed, a remarkable contribution. Furthermore, he managed to gather the leaders of 3 frontline observation posts to celebrate General Tang's wedding. These 3 leaders are no less impressive, bringing with them a plethora of rare treasures, including gold. Tang Xian's eyes sparkled at the mention of gold. Gold. Indeed. Old Lu nodded with conviction before continuing. However, they seemed to misunderstand the essence of gold, presenting instead mere carvings, perhaps solely for decorative purposes. Tang Xian's lips curled into a wild smile. In this world, gold might hold little value, yet in reality, it is a robust currency, a rare metal. It not only serves as money, but also plays a pivotal role in numerous high-tech fields. It is exceptionally precious. Old Lu, did you inquire about the source of the gold? Tang Xian asked eagerly. Old Lu nodded but bore a conflicted expression. I did ask. He mentioned finding it by a great river during his travels. A great river? Tang Xian pondered over the existing maps in his mind, attempting to identify the river in question. However, it appeared non-existent. General Tang, our maps are still incomplete and do not extend to the edges of the Xianling continent. Thus, the great river he refers to may lie beyond our maps. Moreover, I suspect that what is deemed a great river by cultivators is likely to be a sea, Old Lu analyzed. Tang Xian found his reasoning sound. Nevertheless, this matter would have to be placed in abeyance. The issues within the maps were yet unresolved, and one cannot rush to consume hot tofu. Once the affairs of the Jiogong sect were settled, they could then expand outward. As dawn broke, several female soldiers within the Special Operations Brigade had risen early, adhering to Old Lu's request to visit Murong Shue's quarters. Without further ado, they produced a makeup kit and began adorning Murong Shue, styling her hair. The sudden onslaught left the stunning beauty somewhat flustered. However, no inquiries were made. The soldiers simply addressed her as sister-in-law with sugary sweetness. Nearby, Yutian Ai leaned on her chin, momentarily entranced, upon seeing Murong Shue don a pristine white wedding gown. Her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands in delight. Sister Shue, you look so beautiful. Inside, preparations were in full swing, while outside, activities were equally lively. Some were setting off firecrackers, others were laying down carpets, and some were hanging red lanterns in accordance with the customs of the otherworldly wedding. As the chief planner for this otherworldly wedding, Shi Haiqing was quite occupied, bustling about with palpable enthusiasm. Shuekui stood nearby, dumbfounded, exclaiming, goodness. One moment of distraction and you've risen to prominence. You're even planning General Tang's wedding now. What a transformation in just one day. Brother, could you spare me that ribbon? Li Fei approached a soldier in a corner of the field, a smile playing on his lips as his eyes fixated on the colorful firecrackers in the soldier's hands. This contraption, when twisted by hand, can spray forth flowers. An indispensable item for weddings, eagerly sought after by the masses. Alas, I returned too late yesterday, and by then all had been distributed, leaving Li Fei empty-handed. The soldier, well aware of Li Fei's sentiments, tucked the colorful cannon behind him and chuckled. Hee, not for you. Upon hearing this, Li Fei grinned mischievously and replied, I've heard you have a fondness for sniper rifles. I can let you fire a couple of rounds. 20 rounds. No way, a maximum of 10. 15 rounds. Deal. After a moment's hesitation, Li Fei acquiesced. Once the colorful cannon was in his grasp, he was filled with uncontainable joy. However, Before he could fully relish his delight, he noticed that the soldier had produced another one. "Hey, how come you have two?" "Because this one is prepared just for you, huh?" With a hearty laugh, the soldier pointed at Li Fei and cautioned, "You better not renege. 15 rounds of high-precision sniper fire, not a single one less." Chapter 125. Tang Xian's wedding. Li Fei discovered that he had been deceived. Remarkably, this fellow still desired to wield a high-precision sniper rifle. Each bullet for that weapon cost a staggering 50 yuan. "I assure you, I agreed to let you handle a sniper rifle, but not a high-precision one." "Oh, I see." The officer pondered thoughtfully and then remarked, "I shall leave the operation of the saluting cannon to someone else. I had initially reserved one for you." 16 saluting cannons have already been arranged. Saluting cannons? Li Fei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly grasped the officer who was about to depart. "High-precision sniper rifle it is, then. Once this is decided, anyone who backs out is a fool." In another realm's contingent, Ling Feng, with his green hair and white beard, stood alongside a group of later-arrived blacksmiths, all of whom were utterly astounded by the setup of the traditional Chinese wedding. The crimson drapes, the expansive stage, the vibrant floral arrangements, and several camera cranes created a spectacle that was both alien and magnificent. "Hey, Master Xiao, why are you crying?" The two elders with green hair and white beards observed as Xiaohe shed tears. Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback, then wiped the tear stains from beneath his sunglasses. He had thought he could conceal them, yet they remained visible. To be honest, could one not shed tears of joy at such a moment? How long had I waited for this? Meanwhile, in a corner of the base, Xian and the other 3 frontline observers stood rigidly, appearing somewhat bewildered. If Ling Feng and his companions were merely unfamiliar with the traditional wedding, these 3 leaders were utterly astonished by what they beheld. In the Sanqing sect, a fellow wielding a fire stick had effortlessly vanquished the master of the Xian Palace in the 9 Immortals Hall, a formidable nascent soul warrior, without giving him the slightest chance to retaliate. Now, this place was adorned with numerous fire sticks. If each fire stick corresponded to a nascent soul, the cumulative power could obliterate hundreds. And how many nascent souls existed in the entire Xianling continent? This group was truly terrifying. "Master Xian, what? What is that?" One leader pointed towards a distant missile launcher, inquiring with skepticism. Xian raised his eyes and gasped in astonishment, eventually uttering, "Could it possibly be a siege weapon?" To equate a ballistic missile with a battering ram required a certain ingenuity. Nevertheless, the might of the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly etched deeply in their minds. Standing at a distance, they felt an urge to forge connections and integrate into the circle. Yet, their frail bodies and empty pockets rendered them isolated. Gasping for breath seemed excessive. In Tang Xian's office, he had donned a pristine military uniform. His features were strikingly exquisite, almond-shaped eyes, a high nose, exuding a unique charisma. Clad in military attire, he appeared even more dashing and heroic. "General Tang, how are the preparations coming along?" At that moment, old Lu entered, carrying a statue of a giant dragon. Glistening with gold, vividly lifelike, and exuding an extraordinary majesty, Tang Xian adjusted his attire and approached. He accepted the hefty golden dragon, gazing at it for an extended period, incredulously exclaiming, "The purity of this gold is remarkably high. Indeed, it was exceptionally pure. I have never encountered such purity without refinement." After old Lu spoke, he moved to the window and pointed out, "This is what he provided, the leader of Sanqing men, Xianhe." Tang Xian looked at the 3 awkward leaders and smiled, saying, "Please have a few soldiers attend to them. Guests deserve a warm welcome. Once the ceremony concludes, I shall converse with them personally." "Certainly." Several soldiers escorted the 3 leaders to their esteemed seats, surrounded by prominent figures. There was no need for introductions regarding Xiaohe. They were all familiar with him. However, who were Shuekue and Qingfe by who? How could the Jiugong sect sit alongside the Qingyu sect? Moreover, the renowned master alchemist from the Xianling continent, the leader of Luoyun Valley, was present. Goodness, was the host here a deity? Swallowing hard, the 3 leaders sat upright, not daring to be negligent. Around 11 in the morning, old Lu, as the host, donned his military attire and ascended the stage. The soldiers below erupted with cheers, while a few, whistling playfully, lightened the atmosphere. Grasping the microphone, old Lu solemnly declared, "We warmly welcome everyone to attend the wedding of Mr. Tang Xian and Ms. Murong Shui. Now, let us invite the newlyweds to make their entrance." A wedding? In the dormitory, Murong Shui heard old Lu's somewhat unprofessional hosting and gazed incredulously at the female soldiers beside her. They nodded with smiles. Shortly after, Tang Xian entered, and the soldiers departed. Standing before the vanity, Tang Xian beheld the ethereal beauty of Murong Shui in the mirror, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Shui, you look stunning today." Tang Xian. "So this dress?" she inquired. "It is called a wedding gown. In Longhua, every girl must wear one when getting married." although we have donned it once before. That occasion was merely for the wedding photos. After speaking, Tang Xian presented a bouquet of fresh flowers to Murong Shui. He then produced a diamond ring, softly saying, "Forgive me for claiming you before our wedding ceremony. Let us consider the past as though it never occurred. Tonight, we shall consummate our union." With a mischievous expression, he playfully touched Murong Shui's nose. "Come, Shui, let us not keep everyone waiting for too long." Murong Shui, her lips slightly pursed, gazed affectionately at Tang Xian and nodded. Donning her veil, they exited the dormitory. Underfoot lay a 100-meter-long red carpet, flanked by vibrant red lanterns and an array of colorful flowers. At that moment, the salute of 16 cannons erupted, their deafening roar shattering the heavens and echoing into the skies. Fireworks and firecrackers ignited simultaneously, crackling as though it were New Year's. The officials and soldiers covered their ears, their faces alight with excitement, while the otherworldly visitors were utterly petrified. They had witnessed the power of rocket artillery. And at that moment, they mistakenly believed there was an impending enemy threat. Fortunately, someone promptly clarified the situation, preventing chaos from ensuing. After the ceremonial cannonade, the wedding march resounded, heralding the official union of Tang Xian and Mu Rongshui in the sacred bond of matrimony. The officers and soldiers nearby operated the colorful cannons, creating a cacophony of pops as vibrant ribbons cascaded upon the heads of Tang Xian and Mu Rongshui. At that moment, Mu Rongshui's eyes brimmed with tears, which she valiantly suppressed. She had always deemed herself unworthy of Tang Xian, never daring to dream of a wedding akin to those of others, believing that merely being with Tang Xian was a monumental privilege. Yet, unexpectedly, what she had never dared to envision materialized, and in even grander fashion. With a multitude of guests, "Tang Xian, thank you," Mu Rongshui silently mused as she gazed at him. At that juncture, Tang Xian glimpsed her gaze through the veil. He uttered no words, but gently grasped her hand, striding purposefully toward the center of the stage. Meanwhile, outside the Black Cloud Mountain, affiliated with the Surrogate, the enforcer Huang Ho convened with 300 disciples. Each wielded a gleaming, ghostly blade, their faces etched with an insatiable thirst for blood. Huang Ho licked his lips, his crimson eyes narrowing into slits as he peered into the distance. It had been 3 years, and at last, an opportunity had arisen for him to emerge. Chapter 126. The mobilization of the armored vehicles. All disciples, heed my command. We shall not proceed to Yuanshan. Instead, we will first cleanse the village and the wild town thoroughly. Upon hearing these words, the disciples raised their ghostly blades in fervor, shouting with unrestrained enthusiasm. However, one disciple from the demonic sect voiced his doubts. "Lord Huang, does the master not mean for us to swiftly assault Yuanshan? Might this course of action be?" At this, Huang Hu, whose earlier good spirits had been lifted, felt his mood plummet. He clenched his jaw gently, revealing the tension of several veins on his face. "What kind of wretched place is Yuanshan that it could conceal anyone? I have lingered in the Black Cloud Mountain for 3 years, nearly forgetting the sin of blood. And you dare to obstruct me now?" The disciple trembled in fear. "I would not presume to do so, Lord Huang." Meeting Huang Hu's icy gaze, he quivered uncontrollably. This enforcer was notorious for his ruthless demeanor, relishing the torment of his victims. At this moment, he dared not utter another word and retreated, nodding repeatedly. Huang Hu awaited his departure, then coldly pronounced, "Should anyone disturb my tranquility again, I shall flay them alive." "Yes, Lord Huang." The demonic entourage surged forth into the world. Slaughtering indiscriminately, villages fell before them, and rivers ran red with blood. The overwhelming power of the Shura sect rendered the lesser immortals too terrified to show themselves. Many, sensing the aura of the demonic beings, fled their sects in abject fear, leaving no thought for the protection of the common folk. Huang Hu reveled in the carnage. Drenched in the sanguine flow, even his hair dripped with the remnants of his violent spree. After a considerable time, he wearily lifted his ghostly blade, lazily twisting his body after extinguishing the last life in the village. "Damn it, after such a long hiatus from killing, even my blade feels unwieldy. This is exhausting. Onward. Everyone, leave no survivors." "Yes, Lord Huang." The disciples raised their blades in rapture, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the wedding ceremony of Tang Xian and Murong Shui drew to a close. They stood upon the dais, raising their goblets high. "Let us all drink this toast in gratitude for your blessings." None dared to delay, quickly lifting their cups and downing the contents in one gulp. Those who had previously tasted the national liquor of the Dragon Kingdom fared better, having prepared themselves. Upon swallowing, they merely grimaced slightly. However, those unaccustomed to it suffered greatly, feeling a fierce burn in their throats, and might have suspected it was poison had they not seen others partake. Yet, after a while, a delightful warmth enveloped them. Their heads became light, and exhilaration surged through them. This liquor is remarkably exquisite. After the final rites were completed, Tang Xian summoned old Lu to his office, instructing, commenced the deployment of armored units into the marshlands. I am not entirely reassured with only a few anti-aircraft vehicles in our radius. General Sheng, I shall arrange it immediately. Once old Lu departed, Xian He and the other two sect leaders were summoned to Tang Xian's quarters. They remained apprehensive, unaccustomed to engaging with formidable figures. Tang Xian, with a warm smile, gestured toward the nearby sofa. Gentlemen, please, make yourselves comfortable. Only then did they bow respectfully and take their seats. Ah, this seat is remarkably soft. With a gentle flick, I marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship. If only the bed could be fashioned in such a manner, it would indeed be utterly delightful. The three of us, seasoned connoisseurs, shared an uncanny consensus, our expressions betraying our thoughts. Ahem. Tang Xian coughed lightly, prompting us to straighten our posture as if under scrutiny. You are the esteemed leader of the Sanqing sect. Indeed, I am. General Tang. Xian hesitated momentarily, as some referred to him as Commander Tang. While others called him General, he was uncertain which title was appropriate. Ultimately, he arbitrarily chose one. Tang Xian nodded and inquired about the golden dragon. Master Xian, from whence did you acquire this item? It was found by a great river at the northernmost edge of the barbaric mountain range. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian replied, continuing. The barbaric mountain range lies at the fringes of the Xianling continent, desolate and devoid of resources, with not even fierce beasts to be found. During my travels, I inadvertently stumbled upon it, yet returned empty-handed, only to bring back this beautiful object and have a master carve it into a dragon. General Tang, do you fancy it? Tang Xian smiled without uttering a word. To be precise, he had a greater affection for gold. However, according to Xian, if the barbaric mountain range lacked any cultivation resources, it was not surprising that no sect had established a presence there. Thus, it seemed likely that Xiao He had omitted it from the map, genuinely deeming it worthless. Master Xian, might I request that you mark the barbaric mountain range on my map? When Tang Xian unfurled the map before the three masters, they exchanged wide-eyed glances. Goodness! What a remarkable writing instrument. It is exceptionally clear. Trembling slightly, Xian took hold of the unfamiliar pen and drew a long oval circle at the northernmost point. General Tang. It is located here. Tang Xian observed the marking and noted that the barbaric mountain range was quite distant from the Jiugong sect, possibly bordering the ocean of the Xianling continent. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he continued to inquire. Master Xian, is the water from that great river palatable? Ah. Upon hearing this, Xian promptly shook his head with seriousness. It is not good. It is too salty. Tang Xian. Oh, I wonder what substitutes for salt in this otherworldly realm, as the food is rather unpalatable. Now there is a plausible explanation. They do not use sea salt. Well then, this opens a significant avenue for future profit. First, I shall note the barbaric mountain range and, after addressing the Jiugong sect, personally venture there to investigate. Logically speaking, the armored forces marching boldly across the Xianling continent should soon attract the attention of the Jiugong sect. The target is within reach. At this moment, the armored vehicles were being hoisted onto the open plains one by one. As the helicopter departed, they surged forth like untamed stallions, galloping wildly. Under the orders of Chief Lu, everyone was urged to press the accelerator to the floor, striving to capture the attention of the otherworldly forces. However, one must remain vigilant and adequately prepare for defense. Do you understand? Acknowledged. With this affirmation, they became more audacious. The infantry fighting vehicles charged ahead, and the anti-aircraft vehicles followed closely, equally formidable. The tanks, albeit heavy and somewhat sluggish, were rendered somewhat ineffective at this moment, embodying a sense of capability hindered by their own weight. Intermittently, commands were relayed over the radio, urging them to hold their positions. The operation here was entirely under the control of the base, as several signal towers had been erected, providing sufficient tracking capability. Otherwise, Commander Lu would not have issued such a directive. Approximately an hour later, the vehicle-mounted radar detected a target. Li Fei emerged from the hatch of the infantry fighting vehicle, holding a high-precision sniper rifle, his lens revealing a dozen or so practitioners clad in blue robes. The practitioners, sensing the unusual activity on the ground, widened their eyes and came to an immediate halt. What on earth is that group below? A disciple of the Nine Palaces sect exclaimed in astonishment. In light of the recent demise of the Xian Palace Master, Ding Kuan had acted with caution, dispatching them to covertly scout the radar of the Three Pure Ones sect. They had not anticipated an encounter with the armored forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 127. The emergence of the target. The members of the Nine Palaces sect had encountered helicopters and fire-spitting torches before, but the armored vehicle was indeed a first. They were not fools. It was evident that the force backing Qin Yuan was responsible for this peculiar contraption, for only they possessed such bizarre and formidable machinery. To be precise, it was an astonishingly terrifying apparatus. It had transformed the 9 celestial palaces into merely 8. The master of the Xian Palace, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, had not managed to escape. His soul was utterly extinguished, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Being at the bottom rung, they understood the importance of not recklessly engaging in a fight. They resolved to return and accurately relay their account to the sect leader. Though the disciples of the 9 Palaces sect did not exchange words, their expressions communicated their thoughts perfectly. They exchanged knowing glances, swiftly retreating from the armored unit's line of sight without hesitation. This demonstrated the resolute awareness of the foremost celestial sect. Li Fei stowed away his sniper rifle and returned to the armored vehicle, exuding confidence as he addressed everyone. We have now reached a point where no one dares to provoke us. Those cultivators we encountered earlier fled like frightened mice. The soldiers erupted into hearty laughter, and one of them quietly remarked, "I believe the true explosive spectacle will commence the moment the East Wind God takes flight." Exactly. The others nodded in agreement. Although they were all part of the Special Operations Brigade and had seen plenty of equipment, this was their first encounter with ballistic missiles. The vehicle was suddenly abuzz with lively discussions, eagerly anticipating the moment it would break through the atmosphere and execute a supersonic strike. Captain Li Fei. A significant number of targets have appeared 3 kilometers to the northwest. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion about the East Wind God missile, news arrived from the warning vehicle ahead. The soldiers immediately fell serious, readying their weapons in unison. The recently seen cultivators and the current report did not originate from the same location, rendering their allegiance uncertain. At this moment, Li Fei reported to Old Lu. The command received was to adapt to the situation. If they were enemies, they were to fire without hesitation. A small drone promptly took off, heading towards the direction of the targets. To their astonishment, even from a distance, the drone transmitted vivid imagery. The group comprised roughly several hundred individuals, led by a disheveled figure, bloodied and bearing red eyes. Observing this scene, Li Fei silently removed his high-precision sniper rifle and prepared his anti-material sniper rifle. He then communicated over the radio, "Everyone, take note. We are approaching cultists from the demon sect. Let them come closer to prevent their escape." Upon hearing that the approaching figures were from the demon sect, the soldiers could scarcely contain their excitement. Inside the armored troop carrier were members of the Special Operations Brigade, who had relished the thrill of combat against beings from other realms. However, those operating the armored vehicle were new to this world and eagerly anticipated a hard battle. At this moment, tank shells were loaded, their barrels elevated, while the anti-aircraft artillery was even more impressive, as 2 soldiers collaborated to hoist a large ammunition box, capable of penetrating light armor, with an impressive caliber. After ascertaining the enemy's situation, the drone withdrew. The members of the Yellow Monkey continued their advance, and after approximately 10 minutes, the leader, Yellow Monkey, suddenly raised his hand. The disciples of the demon sect swiftly drew their ghostly blades. "Guardian Huang, what is the matter?" The corners of Yellow Monkey's mouth twitched. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath, sensing the surging demonic energy within him, which had suddenly manifested. This guardian is on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the disciples hurriedly approached to offer their congratulations, for this was a rare opportunity to curry favor. "Congratulations, Guardian. Your ascension to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage allows you to rival the 2nd Guardian. The Shura sect boasts several Guardians, ranked according to their cultivation levels, with Yellow Monkey currently positioned 4th. A breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th level would place him on par with the 2nd Guardian. According to the Shura sect's rules, Guardians ranked higher possess the privilege to venture out at will. This meant that the Red Monkey could finally be free from constraints. Having been confined in Black Cloud Mountain for 3 years with no progress in cultivation, achieving a breakthrough after just one outing was enough to demonstrate the benefits of bloodshed. Haha. At this thought, Yellow Monkey could not help but burst into laughter, and then commanded, "You shall halt here and form a protective formation for this guardian. If anyone dares to disturb my breakthrough, slay them without hesitation." "Yes." The disciples, clutching their ghostly blades, responded in unison. Yellow Monkey then descended and sat cross-legged on the ground. His crimson eyes slowly closed as a formidable surge of demonic energy began to proliferate and swirl around him. At that moment, a gust of wind arose, rustling the foliage with a cacophony of sounds, sometimes sharp, at other times deep, akin to the wails of spirits. As the demonic energy intensified, the surrounding space transformed into a veritable hell on earth, shrouded in dark clouds and oppressive in nature. The cultivators of the immortal sect are acutely sensitive to demonic energy, and this display soon caught the attention of the disciples from the 9 Palaces sect, who had just arrived. "There are demons breaking through nearby." "Indeed, I sensed it too. Could it be the Shura sect? How audacious of them to attempt a breakthrough in such a desolate area. Why concern ourselves with that? A significant achievement lies within reach." It would be regrettable not to seize the opportunity. Whether they be righteous cultivators or demons, those undergoing a breakthrough are at their most vulnerable, akin to lambs for the slaughter. Hence, it is customary to seek protection or to break through within one's own sect to prevent unforeseen incidents. Of course, even protective formations do not guarantee absolute success, as tranquility of mind is indispensable. The disciples of the Nine Palaces sect recognized this opportunity, even if they caused a disturbance. They could earn merit. Such an easy accolade would be a shame to forego. Consequently, these individuals promptly altered their course, heading towards Yellow Monkey and his entourage. However, their calculations were slightly premature. As they drew near, they sensed not just one, but several demons. Indeed, hundreds. Hiss. Several disciples gasped in shock, silently relieved that they had not rushed in, or they would surely have met their doom. The young captain of the Jiugong faction remained remarkably composed in the face of adversity. He retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy before thrusting it forward with great force. The blade pierced the heavens, emitting a sharp sound that resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the demonic sect swiftly turned their heads, drawing their ghostly blades and leaping into action to cleave it in half. How infuriating! Not a single cultivator had been encountered along the way, yet they chose this moment of the Protector's breakthrough to make their appearance. It must be that the commotion here has attracted nearby cultivators. We must hold our ground and ensure that Protector Huang is not distracted. Hundreds of disciples formed several concentric circles, some in the sky and others on the ground, not daring to let their guard down for an instant. Their protector was bloodthirsty and exceedingly brutal. After years of waiting for this breakthrough, should it fall into their hands, the consequences would be dire, likely resulting in the most excruciating of fates. Chapter 128. The experience of sanctions. The extraordinary phenomenon triggered by Huang Ho's breakthrough did not escape the notice of Li Fei and his companions. However, they remained motionless, primarily due to their insufficient firepower. Relying solely on rockets would greatly increase the likelihood of their escape. To annihilate their foes entirely, patience was essential. At that moment, the wind grew increasingly fierce, dark clouds loomed overhead, and a tempest began to swirl. Huang Ho's entire body felt as though it was being drained of blood. His hair clumped together as if it had not been washed for 3 months, refusing to budge even in the gusts. Yet, his aura intensified, and his eyes trembled, as if he were exerting immense effort. In critical moments, vigilance must be heightened. The disciples of the demon sect gathered their demonic energy, and the simultaneous unleashing of their skills caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet several degrees. The members of the Jiugong sect, witnessing this turn of events, were frantically stamping their feet. It was akin to having $1 million in cash before them, yet being unable to carry it away. They desperately pondered how to stop him. After all, he was a nascent soul and likely a protector of the surest sect. If they could thwart his breakthrough, the sect leader would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. Such thoughts, however, felt futile. Everyone understood this principle, yet they were at a loss for a solution. In this critical hour, the team leader suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Taking a deep breath, he utilized spiritual energy to project his voice and shouted, "Elder Ding, come quickly. We have discovered the Shura sect's waste." Upon hearing this, the distant disciples of the demon sect widened their eyes in astonishment. What? Ding Kuan is coming? Hurry. We must carry the protector away. They dared not contemplate further. If Ding Kuan truly arrived, Huang Ho would be rendered as insignificant as a pile of refuse, let alone their motley crew. Being subdued would be the least of their concerns. 7 or 8 demons hastily lifted Huang Ho and sprinted away. Huang Ho's rear was firmly grasped, causing him to grimace intermittently. The pain was one aspect, but his breakthrough was also affected. Nevertheless, his strength was formidable. Even amidst the breakthrough, he managed to release another wave of demonic energy, enveloping him in a vast, dark shield. Once the shield formed, it weighed down like a ton, and the disciples of the demon sect found themselves unable to maintain their grip. In that fleeting moment, Huang Ho crashed to the ground like a colossal bell. Darkness enveloped the sky and earth, while the demonic energy shield undulated like serpents, slithering from him and entering through his mouth and nostrils. As the demonic energy dissipated, the black shield gradually dimmed, ultimately shattering with a resounding bang. Subsequently, Huang Ho's body began to emanate a deep crimson glow, illuminating his entire being. In this dim realm, his dark red form stood out remarkably. He gently clenched his fist, and a cataclysmic force erupted forth. The surrounding disciples of the demon sect had no time to react. As they were hurled several meters away by the sudden surge of power, bleeding from their mouths and noses, their faces pale with shock. The disciples of the Jiugong sect stared in disbelief, terror etched on their faces as they beheld Huang Ho on the verge of a successful breakthrough. "Quick, everyone flee." A voice, unknown to its origin, echoed through the crowd as though a bomb had detonated among them, prompting the disciples to flee in a panic. Yet, at that moment, the yellow monkey had already opened his eyes. With a swift strike of his palm, he propelled himself into the sky like a bolt, gazing down upon the fleeing disciples. A sanguine greed curled at the corners of his mouth. The blood of the immortals from the Jiugong sect must be exceptionally nourishing. The yellow monkey spoke coldly, his arms extending as a pitch-black blade of demonic energy materialized abruptly. With a sweeping motion, he grasped the ethereal blade, launching himself towards the retreating Jiugong disciples with the ferocity of a thunderclap. As he brought the blade down, it seemed as if he had torn a rift in space itself, cleaving 3 of the Jiugong disciples in half within the radius of his strike. The yellow monkey reveled in the sanguine mist that filled the air, his eyes becoming ever more crimson. The blood of these immortals was intoxicating, akin to a potent stimulant that heightened his murderous fervor. This fiend was utterly terrifying. The surviving disciples of the Jiugong sect were paralyzed with fear, devoid of even the slightest desire to fight. Upon hearing their squad leader's suggestion, they scattered frantically, racing in diverse directions to escape. But who was the yellow monkey? At that moment, brimming with confidence as a fourth-layer nascent soul, he was certain that none of them would escape. They were all destined to perish. The yellow monkey languidly tousled his disheveled hair, regarding the fleeing disciples with disdain, as if toying with his prey. "I wager with you, guardian of the sect, that I shall slay every last one of you within 10 minutes. The disciples of the demon sect erupted in laughter, their scorn for the Jiugong sect palpable. As the yellow monkey lunged towards one hapless disciple, they eagerly followed to witness the spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently entered the crosshairs of Li Fei's sniper scope. "Ah, at last, my little quarry," Li Fei grinned maliciously, and the assembled warriors understood immediately. Whether it was the barrel of a gun or the mouth of a cannon, all were aimed squarely at their target. At that moment, the yellow monkey remained buoyant, wielding the illusory demonic blade over his shoulder, taunting, "Run, keep running, I dare you to flee another 200 meters. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening sound erupted from the ground. The yellow monkey was taken aback. What was that sound? Boom. A round from an anti-material sniper rifle soared through the air, obliterating the yellow monkey's head. His golden hair shattered, scattering like confetti in the wind. Oh no, oh no. The demon sect disciples trailing behind, transfixed by the unfolding drama, were stunned. They had never witnessed the might of modern weaponry from the Dragon Kingdom and were left bewildered by the sudden chaos. Yet, it was this brief hesitation that sealed their fate. Gunfire erupted simultaneously. The tank shells flew with alarming speed, piercing through multiple bodies as though they were inconsequential. The gruesome fate of those struck by the shells need not be elaborated. The imagination suffices. The anti-aircraft vehicles, comparatively merciful, unleashed a torrent of bullets, akin to a rain of death. The rate of fire was so rapid that mere seconds elapsed between the sound of gunfire and the fall of the slain. The battle concluded within a mere 5 minutes. Aside from some damage to their ammunition, the Dragon Kingdom suffered no significant losses. The entire faction of the Azura Gate met an untimely demise, witnessing the brutal end of their relentless pursuers. The disciples of the Nine Palaces sect felt no joy in their survival. Instead, they fled, crying out for their mothers. The terror they experienced was 1,000-fold greater than that of the Guardians. "Mother, I no longer wish to cultivate. I yearn to return home and tend to the fields." The reason they were not exterminated was that Li Fei believed allowing them to return and relay their message would serve as a far more effective deterrent. Such is the nature of the situation, whether one accepts it or not. One might receive a volley as a reminder. Once the battlefield was cleared, the demon storage bags were all confiscated. To be frank, aside from spirit stones, there was little of value within. Yet for the now affluent Dragon Kingdom, these mere tens of thousands of spirit stones were of little consequence. Chapter 129. Indulging them in amusement, Captain. Come quickly and take a look. Just as Li Fei was polishing his sniper rifle, a soldier shouted over the radio. He approached to witness the fallen demon he had shot, revealing a gaping hole in its abdomen. During their leisure time, they had all familiarized themselves with the knowledge of cultivation, and it was evident that this was the escape of a primordial spirit. "Damn it, I was careless. I should have used artillery," Li Fei lamented. However, he could not entirely blame himself, as there were no cultivators in his team, and they were unaware that this individual was at the nascent soul stage. He promptly reported to Old Lu, who reassured him that there was no need for concern. Let it run. Once the satellite launch of the Dragon Kingdom was successful, the god of the East Wind would descend upon the Shura sect. They were instructed to continue their advance towards the marshy fields and expedite their deployment. Meanwhile, Within the Dragon Kingdom's base, soldiers were engaged in their daily training. With the air raid shelters completed, the workload was considerably lighter, especially compared to the two elders, Qing Fa and Bai Hu, who were tasked with launching the satellites. Since the wedding concluded, they had not paused for rest. Clad in space suits and carrying large satellites, they shot skyward with great fervor. It appeared arduous, yet they never voiced a complaint, for Tang Xian had provided them with a delightful incentive, instant noodles, the kind that had never been trampled by foul feet. Whenever they craved a meal, a single flight entitled them to a whole bucket, enough to their heart's content. The otherworldly beings had never tasted instant noodles before. Upon their first bite, their eyes lit up with delight, exclaiming how delicious it was. In their leisure, the aerospace technicians took note of Qing Fa's limits. He could consume 6 buckets in one go. After completing 6 consecutive flights, he devoured everything, even the broth, leaving observers in awe. As for Tang Xian, he was not idle either. With the wedding festivities behind him, it was time to attend to serious matters. He remained indoors all afternoon, only emerging from his room around 7 in the evening, impeccably dressed and radiating vigor, devoid of any signs of fatigue. 2 words, invigorated. This was entirely due to the enhancement of his strength and lifespan. One could understand the exhilaration he felt. General Tang. The armored units have arrived at the marshy fields and completed their deployment. There was a minor incident. Approximately a few hundred disciples of the Shura sect were annihilated. One primordial spirit managed to escape, and there were witnesses from the celestial sect observing the entire ordeal. Old Lu recounted the events in detail. Tang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. No matter, as long as the oil fields remain secure, showcasing our strength is advantageous. I shall return to the real world shortly. Instruct Ling Feng to load all the recently forged weapons and spiritual armors onto the vehicles. Also, food supplies. Let's transport them back as well. Understood, Old Lu replied before departing. Upon Tang Xian's return to the real world, Zhang Yi, upon receiving the news, hurried over eagerly. Tang Xian, there is crucial news. What news? Tang Xian inquired. Zhang Yi's mouth curled into an ecstatic grin as he joyfully announced. The energy cannon has yielded results. Really? Tang Xian hurried over upon hearing the news. Ever since his first entry into the otherworld and the subsequent return of the spirit stones, researchers had discovered the latent energy within them. It was highly likely that significant breakthroughs would be achieved in the fields of lasers and energy cannons. To his astonishment, this had indeed come to pass. Did this not signify that the Dragon Nation had made monumental strides, positioning itself decades ahead of the international community? As the saying goes, a prosperous nation ensures the peace of its people. The more stable the foundation of the Dragon Nation, the lesser the burden on Tang Xian. This would allow him to devote himself wholeheartedly to the development of the otherworld, secretly striving to outpace them by centuries. Indeed, preliminary research had yielded success, and the formal production phase should not be far off. However, the consumption of these resources was substantial. It required hundreds of stones to fire a single shot. Nonetheless, the power of that shot was astonishing, capable of penetrating a 50mm steel plate at supersonic speeds. Should this cannon be further enhanced with additional spirit stones? The implications were beyond imagination. During the trials, Zhang Yi had witnessed this firsthand, and even now, he recalled it with a sense of awe. Tang Xian nodded gently. No worries, I shall handle the spirit stone matters. Inform the weapons research department to proceed with their production. I am eager to see the Dragon Nation rise above all others. Frankly speaking, the Dragon Nation supermarket in Peicheng had yet to open, but with instant noodles, chocolates, candies, and cigarettes readily available, who would fret over the spirit stones? Of course, this was merely one avenue for profit. To truly amass wealth, locating a spirit stone mine was essential. It could not have materialized from thin air. There must be a source. Although Xiaohe and the others were unaware, with time, Tang Xian was confident that the entire enigma of the otherworld would gradually be unveiled. He planned to generate income through the supermarket, and once all the goods were stocked, he would swiftly arrange for the Zhogong sect. After the unification of the Xianling continent, he could then focus on the spirit stones and gold. Tang Xian, known for his decisiveness, promptly dropped several storage bags filled to the brim with spirit stones. These were provided by Fat Dahai, contributing to the scientific advancement of the Dragon Nation. Upon seeing such an abundance of raw materials for energy cannons, Zhang Yi could hardly contain his joy. General Tang, you truly are remarkable. Tang Xian, slightly taken aback by the praise, replied to Zhang Yi, if possible, let them first research energy rifles. I have brought back a significant number of spirit armors and spirit swords. This should sufficiently equip half of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. And with the addition of energy rifles, our specialized equipment brigade will be taking shape. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of establishing the specialized equipment brigade. General Tang is correct. We must expedite the formation of the brigade. The border situation has been unstable lately, with those from across the river and the Vietnamese frequently provoking us, even resorting to primitive traps. Our soldiers possess high military discipline, yet compared to these ruffians, they may occasionally suffer setbacks. Sometimes, I truly wish to retaliate and remind those brutes of the tragedies from decades past. Upon hearing of further disturbances at the border, Tang Xian's displeasure was evident. Hasn't the previous lesson been sufficient for them? Zhang Yi scoffed in response. Educating a group of individuals, only to have another rise in their place, seems to be a perpetual cycle. It is often said online that the so-called Asians are akin to slumbering maggots. When they awaken, the entire world will be repulsed, and this sentiment is certainly not without merit. They boastfully proclaim that they are no longer the same as they were decades ago, yet their minds seem as if they've been struck by a mule, believing that the Dragon Kingdom remains as it was in those bygone days. At this juncture, Tang Xian interjected, not out of rudeness, but rather an inability to endure further nonsense. How could that group of fools be so utterly dim-witted? General Zhang, since the previous lesson did not yield clarity, let us ensure that this time they receive a thorough understanding. Upon my return tomorrow evening, I shall bring along several cultivators to entertain them. I shall not return until they are thoroughly moved to tears. Cultivators? Very well. Upon their arrival, I shall extend to them my utmost hospitality. By the way, General Tang, since they are guests from another realm, how should I address them? A knowing smile graced Tang Xian's face. There is one with red hair. Simply refer to him as Blood Fiend. Chapter 130. A state of panic confronted with the provocation from the A3 and the Vietnamese. Tang Xian deemed it appropriate to summon Blood Kuei for assistance. Be it cold weapons or barehanded combat, it would suffice. At this moment on the Xianling continent, within the Shura sect, several disciples gathered together, enviously discussing the exploits of Huang Ho and his entourage. It was well known that Huang Ho's style of operation was anything but subtle. After such an extended period of seclusion, his sudden emergence would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Those accompanying him would surely revel in the opportunity, likely achieving several breakthroughs in their cultivation, enough to awaken with joy even in their dreams. As their conversation intensified, the disciples found themselves becoming rather excitable, and they unwittingly shifted the topic towards the Grand Protector, criticizing him for being overly modest, suggesting that his subordinates were missing out on glory. If only he could adopt a more assertive approach like Huang Ho, they mused. He too could swiftly advance and leave the other protectors far behind. Just as they were engrossed in their lively discussion, a yuan tai suddenly soared through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Startled, the group jumped, fearing that their private discourse about the Grand Protector had led to someone losing their head. After a moment of panic, they focused their eyes, only to discern, through the aura emanating from the figure, that it was none other than Huang Ho. Grand Protector, what on earth has transpired? They exclaimed in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? A yuan tai cannot speak. Quickly, summon the demon lord. Clutching the yuan tai, they hurriedly rushed into the Shura sect. Their earlier notions swiftly overturned. It seemed one should never emulate Huang Ho. His expedition had met with disaster, resulting in the loss of his yuan tai. Oh dear. What a calamity. With over 10,000 disciples in the Shura sect, when they discovered someone bearing a yuan tai and sensed Huang Ho's aura, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Their faces etched with shock. Is our fourth protector truly finished? Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with the Yuan Mountain? What has transpired? In mere minutes, the news of Huang Ho's brutal demise and the fortunate escape of his yuan tai spread like wildfire throughout the Shura sect, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The other major protectors convened in the Heiyun cave, where the demon Lord Zun Yi sat in a forbidding manner at the highest seat. He glared at the yuan tai being held aloft below, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in fury. Immediately seek a suitable demonic body for the Grand Protector to possess. Yes. The disciples swiftly departed, not daring to linger. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward as, to this point, they remained oblivious to the actual events that had unfolded. Moreover, it was evident that the 300 accompanying disciples must have also perished. Demon Lord, it appears our adversary is formidable. Huang Ho, with his 3-layered yuan in cultivation, should have had a fighting chance even against the leaders of the Jiugong sect. It is inconceivable that he would meet such a fate. This is exceedingly strange. The Grand Protector, Hun Qing, known for his cautious nature, spoke earnestly. The other protectors nodded in agreement, affirming his sentiments. Zun Ye's brows furrowed slightly. He would rather believe that all of this was orchestrated by the Jiugong sect than acknowledge the emergence of a mysterious force. Due to the overwhelming power of this faction, surpassing even that of the Nine Palaces sect, the nascent Soul Protector led 300 disciples to their doom, leaving no room for justification. At this juncture, There exists no viable alternative. One must await the successful possession by the Huang monkey before personally addressing the matter. After a prolonged silence, Zunyu rose and pondered deeply. He instructed all disciples to refrain from venturing outside during this period, or they would face the sect's disciplinary measures. The Shura sect possesses a solid foundation for protecting its lineage. As long as they refrain from unnecessary excursions, he is confident in ensuring the sect remains unthreatened. The identity of their adversary remains unclear, making it imperative to avoid provocation. It is wise to maintain a steady approach and deliberate on the next steps once the truth is unveiled. However, a pressing concern remains: the Buddhist sect. The information was disseminated by them. What could their true intentions possibly be? Master of demons, I shall venture to the Buddhist sect, suggested one subordinate. Among them, the astute Grand Protector, Hun Qing, recognized the potential breakthrough in the situation. The Buddhist sect undoubtedly possesses a comprehensive understanding of these events. Yet, Zunyi intervened, stating, "If the Buddhist sect harbors ill intentions, your visit would be tantamount to a death sentence. I have just lost a protector. I cannot afford to lose another." He promptly ordered a disciple to pay a formal visit to the Buddhist sect, as this master of demons must ascertain their true motives. Simultaneously, within the Nine Palaces sect, the few surviving disciples recounted their harrowing experiences to Ding Kuan and the leaders of the celestial palaces with fervor, gesturing animatedly. They spoke of the demonic protector's sudden breakthrough in the ensuing chaos, describing how their side's intervention proved futile, leading to relentless pursuit. The figure seemed akin to Ashura, mercilessly slaying all in its path, culminating in a thunderous explosion as a head burst forth. The cacophony that followed was deafening and profoundly shocking. Then, they witnessed the hundreds of disciples from the Shura sect plummeting to the ground like stones, the scene utterly horrific, drenched in blood. Their enthusiastic recounting led the squad leader to solemnly advise Ding Kuan to reconsider his stance, warning against further provocations. For the Nine Palaces sect was not to be trifled with. It would lead to certain demise. Initially, the grand figures of the Nine Palaces sect were taken aback, continuously analyzing the true strength of their opponents. However, upon hearing the disciples' warning, their expressions turned ashen, particularly Ding Kuan, who, usually composed, nearly erupted in anger. Everyone understood the ultimate ambition of the Nine Palaces sect, to unify the Xianling continent and establish themselves as the supreme rulers. The notion of surrender was intolerable, especially when their path was obstructed. "Enough. Such talk must cease immediately," declared the leader of the celestial palaces, keenly observing the room to safeguard Ding Kuan's dignity. The squad leader, feeling unjustly treated, earnestly argued, "Master, esteemed leaders of the celestial palaces, we are well aware of the strength of the Shura sect. With hundreds of elite disciples, not to mention a nascent soul protector, they could easily annihilate anyone who dares oppose them. I must ask the 8 masters, aside from confronting that mysterious faction, who among us can confidently lead hundreds into battle against them?" Several lords of the celestial palaces were left astonished after hearing the words. It is undeniably clear that cultivators of the same level are no match for the demon race. The peculiar techniques employed by the demon clan inherently grant them an advantage. The Nine Palaces sect's ability to contend with the Shura sect is solely due to their abundance of nascent soul cultivators. The Shura sect possesses only a handful of guardians, while the Nine Palaces sect boasts 9 lords of the nascent soul stage alone, not to mention 2 more from the law enforcement pavilion. Of course, this was the situation in the past. Yet even now, there remain 8. If we consider the disciples' account, a single lord of the celestial palace, accompanied by several hundred elite disciples, would indeed struggle against the members of the Shura sect, not to mention the enigmatic forces. However, your candidness may have ruffled some feathers. Do you not fear offending others? This is where one's perspective truly manifests. The team leader, motivated by the best interests of the Nine Palaces sect, speaks from experience and holds the most authority on the matter. If these lords cannot even guarantee victory against comparable demons, how can they hope to stand against that mysterious power? They would be utterly annihilated. Consider this keyword, annihilation. Those demons were swiftly vanquished. Reflect on what would have transpired had it been you. You might last a few minutes at best, though the words may be blunt. The team leader undoubtedly bared his soul, leaving the Celestial Palace lords deeply affected. Chapter 131. You two may go together very well. You all may now retire to rest. Do not disclose this matter to anyone. It is the rule. Ding Kuan, ever the meticulous strategist, contemplated the implications of praising their opponents to the skies without having engaged them in battle. Should they indeed cross paths in the future, such inflated accolades would surely diminish morale. The captain of the squad widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing these words. My goodness, I have articulated my thoughts so clearly, and yet you remain obstinately ignorant. Fine, if you seek your own demise, I shall not hinder you. I am done with this. I have heard that the Qin Yuan faction is vigorously recruiting disciples, offering foundational skills upon entry. I shall make my way there, and perhaps forge connections with formidable powers that may ensure my future stability. Spare me discussions of unifying the Xianling continent. What benefits would I derive from that? It is but a matter of cultivating and patrolling the mountains. Moreover, considering your ineptitude, you cannot even heed suggestions, yet you aspire to unify the Xianling continent? Ridiculous. The captain's thoughts were confined to his mind. Were he to voice them directly, he feared he would be unable to escape the consequences. Instead, he respectfully cupped his fist and spoke with feigned obedience. This subordinate shall certainly heed the instructions of Master Ding. I shall take my leave now. Once the captain departed, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as the previous remarks had struck a deep chord. This disciple is unworthy. They harm their own kind at the slightest provocation. Is there no news from the ancestor? After a long pause, Ding Kuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "How much time has passed? You previously mentioned that only the Yuanshan mountain range remained unexplored, yet the opposing forces have now revealed themselves. Surely we cannot infer that the ancestor has gone undercover, or worse, that he has already departed from this world." His gaze turned towards the leader of the heavenly palace, who slightly bowed and clasped his fists, responding, "Master Ding, it is indeed peculiar. I have traversed all the resource-rich cultivation areas, yet I have not sensed the ancestor's presence. Logically, given his profound cultivation, he cannot possibly have perished." Such words, however, were mere conjecture, devoid of substance. Ding Kuan pondered for a moment before asserting, "Let us not dwell on whether the areas we search are suitable for cultivation. I require you to scour the entirety of the Xianling continent in the swiftest manner possible, leaving no corner unexamined. The strength of our adversaries has already been revealed, and time is of the essence for our Jiugong sect." At this juncture, Ding Kuan suddenly recalled a matter. He slowly arose and directed his gaze towards the leader of the underground palace, only to seemingly retract it nonchalantly. "I trust that you will execute what has been conveyed. The righteous sect's confrontations do not permit the Azura Gate to interfere. Should I learn of any information being leaked, you shall bear the consequences." "Yes." The leaders of the immortal palace responded in unison. Meanwhile, the leader of the underground palace felt his heart racing, overwhelmed by anxiety. Especially when Ding Kuan focused his gaze upon him, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to kneel and confess. To defy an order is a capital offense, and Ding Kuan had granted him a reprieve. Nevertheless, one must wonder, are the individuals from the Azura Gate truly so inept? Like stones cast into the sea, they have stirred not a single ripple. From now on, such antics must be avoided. Should Ding Kuan take offense, one's demise would be inevitable. Thus, the short-term strategic objectives of the Shura sect and the Nine Palaces sect have largely taken shape. The Shura sect adopts a defensive stance, observing the developments while gathering strength. The Nine Palaces sect is not far behind, focusing primarily on the quest to locate their ancestral master. It can be asserted that the results of Li Fei and his companions' recent endeavor were remarkably splendid, having essentially met expectations. The Nine Palaces sect no longer harbors an unwavering belief that they can contend with Long Country. The following morning at the Long Country base, Tang Xian returned with several trucks laden with supermarket supplies, including several exceptionally large solar panels. "Let the vehicles stay here for now. We shall head directly to Pei City shortly." "Understood." After instructing the drivers, Tang Xian strode purposefully toward the office. Morong Shui was engaged in playful banter with Xiao Tian, their laughter creating a picturesque scene. The two elders, Qing Fei and Bai Hu, were still engrossed in their tedious experiments, with a small mound of instant noodle boxes accumulating nearby. At this moment, Shi Haiqing and Shui Kuei found themselves rather at a loss. Having completed the air raid shelter with nothing much else to occupy their time, they wandered aimlessly, occasionally observing Ling Feng in his forging workshop. Initially, they had been at odds, but now they had practically become inseparable companions, united by their shared idleness. "General Shui Kuei, come over here for a moment." Upon hearing Tang Xian's call, Shui Kuei assumed something significant was afoot that might alleviate his boredom, and he hurried over. Shi Haiqing quickly followed, yearning for a breath of fresh air. "Hey, brother Haiqing, if they need just one person this time, let it be me first. You can go next time. How does that sound?" Shui Kuei raised an eyebrow, proposing the idea. To his surprise, Shi Haiqing shook his head vigorously. "Brother Shui Kuei, you just went out a few days ago. I have been cooped up here for several days now. Therefore, you cannot go this time. I shall strive with all my might to secure it." "Hey," Shui Kuei, taken aback, looked at him in disbelief. "I say, Shi Haiqing, have you become arrogant after planning a wedding for Captain Tang? I am not consulting you. I am informing you." The fragile boat of friendship capsized in an instant. Just moments ago, they had been strolling together, and now tensions flared. However, Shi Haicheng stood his ground, acutely aware of Tang Xian's current regard for him. Previously intimidated by Shui Kuei, he now felt a sense of newfound courage. With a defiant gaze, he declared, "I will not." "How dare you?" Shui Kuei exclaimed, raising his hand in exasperation when Tang Xian approached. He quickly donned a cheerful expression. "It's nothing, Captain Tang. We were just playing. Shi Haicheng insists I should go. He claims to be a bit tired lately." "Captain Tang, Shui Kuei is merely spouting nonsense. I am not weary at all. Whoever is tired is a fool." Shi Haicheng pressed his advantage, relentless in his pursuit, which further incensed Shui Kuei, who glared as if ready to devour him. Observing this, Tang Xian interjected, "Do not compete with each other. This mission shall be undertaken together. I intend to take you both back to the Dragon Kingdom to punish those who have brought ruin upon themselves." "To the Dragon Kingdom?" Upon hearing this, both individuals displayed expressions of excitement. This base is already impressive. How formidable must the true Dragon Kingdom be? Can we truly be this fortunate to embark on a mission there? They swallowed hard and exchanged glances, their exhilaration palpable as they clasped each other's hands, rekindling the sails of their friendship. At this moment, Tang Xian continued, "This mission is extraordinary. I require you to summon all your strength to utterly demoralize the provocateurs. Soon, Shi's hangman will go to Lingfeng to acquire a weapon. We shall depart tonight." "Understood, Commander Tang." They responded with immense joy. Blood Kuei even pulled out a profound-grade butter gun, gripping the barrel tightly and giving it a few vigorous twists. "Goodness, I wonder which delightful soul will fall victim to this demon lord's whims. Ha. A wild demon lord coupled with a sect leader. Asan and Yugo must be thrilled, wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 132. A sudden turn in the battlefield. General Tang, the satellite experiment has yielded results. Upon returning to the office, before Tang Xian could settle into his chair, old Lu rushed in, eager to share the momentous news. Tang Xian's face lit up with joy. "Has it succeeded?" "Indeed, the satellite has entered orbit. And with a few more adjustments, it will be operational." "Splendid," Tang Xian exclaimed, rising from his seat, his lips curving into a broad smile. The success of the satellite heralded the imminent launch of the East Wind missile, drawing him closer to his ultimate objective. "Old Lu, our research department has developed an energy cannon that requires a substantial amount of spirit stones. Therefore, a supermarket must be established in Peicing immediately. I have brought sufficient supplies and will head there shortly. Meanwhile, you must travel to Shitian to assess the oil extraction progress and relocate all long-range rocket launchers to this location." Tang Xian pointed at the map, indicating Lingmiao Mountain. Shitian, being a key oil-producing area, should primarily focus on air defense, as there are no long-range missile targets nearby. It would be a waste to leave the rocket launchers there. We can maintain order with tanks and anti-aircraft guns. The rocket artillery should target the Jiugong sect. Old Lu examined the map, nodding in agreement. "Understood, General Tang. This will indeed give us an upper hand. I will also take a few anti-aircraft vehicles to secure Lingmiao Mountain completely." "Exactly," Tang Xian affirmed. "Once the rocket artillery is deployed, there is no need to rush into action or show force. A mere display will suffice to remind them that we are at their gates. They should ponder whether to negotiate or not. If they refuse, the ballistic missiles will inevitably find their mark, and I doubt they will remain defiant then." The current situation seemed to be set in stone. Victory was imminent, and they awaited the arrival of East Wind. Tang Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. Unifying the Xianling continent was within reach. Soon, he could focus on development and governance. Imagining all the sects across the continent as his subordinates, with abundant food and unrestricted access to oil and minerals, filled him with delight. Old Lu departed to carry out his orders while Tang Xian, accompanied by a team of officers, boarded a helicopter bound for Peicing. This time, their approach was markedly different. During their initial visit, they meticulously planned their route to avoid detection by the celestial sections. Now, only a short time later, they boldly strode forth, confident in their understanding of the nearby sect's capabilities. A few hours later, the helicopter landed on the outskirts of Peicing, with trucks laden with goods arriving shortly after. The drivers, Blood Kuei and Shi Haicheng, were exhilarated by the long journey they had undertaken. They noticed an influx of people entering the city, even more than before. The previous incident involving Fat Dahai had not hindered trade activities. As Tang Xian led the convoy, they had yet to enter the city when they found themselves surrounded by a throng of onlookers. What on earth is this? With so many wheels, it can still run. Goodness gracious. They were solely focused on the truck and failed to see who was behind the wheel. At that moment, through the mirror, they suddenly caught sight of a person with a mane of red hair. Could it be Blood Kuei? Blood Kuei let out a cold chuckle, slapping the steering wheel a few times with his large hands. The sound of the horn startled the onlookers, causing them to retreat several steps. It was deafening. One must wonder, have the disciples of the Qingyu sect grown so audacious to brazenly conduct business in Peicing? While such thoughts crossed their minds, the shock of the situation was palpable, yet they dared not show it openly. Blood Kuei, a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage, was not to be trifled with. At that moment, they noticed a familiar face. Spotting Tang Xian, several individuals gaped and pointed. However, before they could raise their fingers fully, they hastily withdrew them. This was the ruthless individual who had slain Fat Dawai. Carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Amitabha. At this juncture, two disciples from the Buddhist sect approached with their palms pressed together. It seemed there had been a change in personnel, and Tang Xian did not recognize them. They pushed a merit box in front of him, saying, "Esteemed benefactor, please contribute your offerings." In truth, Tang Xian was reluctant to engage with them on this matter. However, after sending his spirit stones to the real world, his finances were somewhat lacking. Thus, he replied, "Masters, let us enter first, and I shall double the payment afterward." Amitabha. That will not do. The two monks spoke in unison, clearly indicating that without payment, entry was not permitted. Blood Kuei's temper flared. He leapt from the driver's seat, glaring with his crimson eyes as he approached the two Buddhist disciples. Though they trembled with fear, the rules dictated they could not relent. Amitabha, esteemed benefactor, please do not disrupt the order of Peicing, they managed to utter, quaking slightly. At that moment, several cultivators nearby could no longer bear the sight. You two bald monks truly cannot discern right from wrong. Do you even know who you are obstructing? Very well. If that is the case, do not blame us for taking action. Such opportunities were rare. This group entering the city was the new authority of Peicing. If not now, then when? Esteemed master, do you know who they are? One of the first cultivators to step forward, with his right hand raised, introduced Fat Dawai, that scoundrel. Met his demise at their hands, ridding the people of a menace. The two Buddhist disciples' mouths twitched, and they inhaled sharply. Fat Dawai was killed by him. Goodness. The abbot had mentioned that the slayer of Fat Dawai was surnamed Tang, a fierce character. This was the first time the abbot sought money. Yet benefactor Tang had not offered a single coin, leaving them breathless with his audacity. Moreover, the loudspeaker from the Buddhist headquarters was yet to sound, and the abbot was growing increasingly frustrated. Should they further offend benefactor Tang, the abbot would surely hold them accountable. Well then, if you refuse to let us pass, I shall cover these expenses for the esteemed immortals. Yes, count me in. I shall pay for the esteemed immortals. All the kind words have been spoken by one individual, and those who wish to flatter have failed to keep pace. In a state of urgency, they hastily reached for their precious stones, eager to present themselves to the esteemed figure. Alas, do not. The two disciples of the Buddhist sect were nearly rendered speechless by surprise and quickly made way. Master Tang, please come inside. I am most grateful to both of you, esteemed masters. As Tang Xian and his companions successfully entered the city and arrived at the Wanao Pavilion, they discovered Qiuzhen diligently tidying up the premises. The interior and exterior gleamed with a polished sheen, and within, 7 or 8 children frolicked about, accompanied by 3 modestly dressed women. Tang Xian could not suppress a chuckle. Goodness, after dealing with the Rotund High, he had entrusted this Qiuzhen with the management of Wanao Pavilion. At that time, he had declined, citing responsibilities for both the elderly and the young. Who would have thought he truly had a bustling household? 3 wives and 4 concubines, indeed? With 7 or 8 children. Remarkable. Captain Tang? At that moment, Qiuzhen also spotted Tang Xian and quickly set down the burlap cloth, rushing out to greet him. Chapter 133. Qiuzhen's business acumen. I have come to pay my respects to Commander Tang. No need for excessive formalities. How are you finding your stay here? Thanks to Commander Tang's consideration, our family is quite comfortable. Aside from the rooms, is there any extra space available? Commander Tang Xian jested lightly. Qiuzhen scratched his head. Commander Tang, we are merely in temporary residence as we have yet to stock our goods. Oh, no need for explanations. I was only making a jest. Commander Tang waved his hand and continued, you need not feel any psychological pressure. My previous words stand firm. Shortly, I will send someone to assist your family in acquiring a courtyard in Peicing, allowing you to properly manage Wanbage. Oh, I misspoke. Wanbage will soon be renamed. From today onward, it shall be called Dongxing Supermarket. Without a doubt, the very name Dongxing Supermarket evokes a sense of familiarity among the officials and soldiers. This bears the distinctive mark of the Dragon Kingdom. Qiuzhen nodded appreciatively and then joined the soldiers in stocking the goods. The solar panels have also been installed. This equipment will provide power to the supermarket and ensure the proper functioning of surveillance cameras. Dongxing Supermarket is destined for great success, with so many spirit stones. Anyone would be tempted. After all, there has not been much interaction with Qiuzhen, and one must always remain cautious. Moreover, A garrison is necessary to maintain the Dragon Kingdom's standing in Peicheng. I have noticed that the flow of people in Peicheng has increased significantly lately. Once everything was completed, Tang Xian handed Xiao a bottle of water. Xiao hastily responded, "Commander Tang, you may be unaware that previously, Fat Dahai exploited merchants and cultivators who came here to trade. Many suffered in silence, harboring long-standing resentment towards him. With this malignant presence removed, the flow of people has naturally surged. Furthermore, we possess a natural advantage. The cultivators here hold Commander Tang in the highest regard. Business will undoubtedly flourish from now on." Tang Xian grasped this, having witnessed it at the city gate. It is indeed a positive development. He promptly arranged for the soldiers to organize an opening ceremony, while also testing Xiaozhen's business acumen. Fireworks, ceremonial rockets, and all manner of celebratory displays were arranged, with a red carpet and firecrackers laid out. The beings from other realms, unfamiliar with such grandeur, gathered around, captivated by the change in the sign of Wanbage, and they could not help but engage in spirited discussions. "Did you see that, everyone? Wanbage has changed hands. I told you so." "Indeed, it has." "So what exactly transpired last time?" Some had not witnessed Fat Dahai's demise and were quite curious. Consequently, a few informed individuals took on the role of narrators, vividly recounting the events of that day. Of course, there were embellishments, such as Fat Dahai being blown to bits, and even tales of him being struck in a rather ignoble manner, leaving behind a dramatic scene. Those listening were both thrilled and astonished. Who would have imagined that mortals from the Xianling continent could be so formidable? The moment the term mortal was mentioned, several cultivators immediately retaliated with slaps to their own faces, their expressions wild with bravado. The individual who had been struck wore a bewildered expression. "Why did you hit me? You were all friends, and yet I struck you. Are you courting death? How dare you refer to someone as a mere mortal? One should call me an immortal. Do you realize that an immortal's staff could vanquish you countless times, and the sound it makes is extraordinarily loud, bang, bang, bang." It was during that debate among the fellows that the inauguration ceremony commenced. The deafening crackle of fireworks startled the visitors from another realm, prompting them to hastily seek refuge. Exclaiming in fear, "Oh no, the immortal is enraged." Once they retreated to a corner, they discovered that all was well. Gazing at the swirling smoke at the entrance, they could still detect a pungent odor. The ground was strewn with red firecracker paper, resembling a crimson carpet laid out before them. "Brother Qiu, it's time for your performance," Tang Xian said with a smile directed at Xiaozhen. Were it not for Tang Xian's presence, Xiaozhen would have likely fled at the sound of the firecrackers. His heart still raced, but he stifled the tremors. However, it seemed from Tang Xian's tone that he intended to test Xiaozhen's mettle. Xiaozhen, a shrewd businessman, understood the significance of this opportunity, knowing that the fate of his entire family depended on their potential settlement in Peicheng. Taking a step forward, Xiaozhen unveiled a significant trump card. He aimed to contrast Tang Xian's greatness against that of his rivals. He recognized that the hearts of the people of Peicheng were presently inclined towards the Wanbao Pavilion, coupled with their disdain for Fat Dahou. Showcasing Tang Xian's previous achievements was indeed the most reliable strategy. With righteous indignation, Xiaozhen recounted the despicable deeds of Fat Dahou, embellishing his narrative for effect. As a victim himself, he conveyed his experiences with palpable intensity, causing the crowd to feel as if they had lived through the events firsthand. Each person shaking their fists in anger, barely suppressing cries of "Fat Dahou deserves to die." Those who had also suffered under Fat Dahou's tyranny were particularly moved. Their wounds felt reopened, and they could scarcely hold their spirit swords. Noticing the charged atmosphere, Xiaozhen swiftly introduced Tang Xian, portraying him as a savior, a divine being descending to punish evil and promote righteousness. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, the excitement reaching a fever pitch. Tang Xian merely smiled silently. To be honest, did the products of our Dragon Kingdom require such embellishment? One could simply sell them directly. Alas, this young man, while adept in business, was indeed quite the smooth talker. Tang Xian thought to himself, not doubting Xiaozhen's capability as a shopkeeper, but rather believing that his sales tactics could use refinement. There was no need to rely solely on this approach. Finally, Xiaozhen concluded his opening remarks and took out a product from behind him, a bag of devilishly spicy strips, priced at 20 spirit stones. He brandished the spicy strips and proclaimed loudly, "After the demise of Fat Dahou, the esteemed Tang Xian naturally ascends as the new owner of Wanbao Pavilion. From this day forth, it shall officially be renamed Dongxing Supermarket. Tang Xian, fully aware of the oppression you all faced, sympathizes deeply with you, and today, he graciously invites everyone to taste the devilishly spicy strips for free. Let this soothe your wounded souls." At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Tang Xian is truly a paragon of righteousness. However, such a benevolent individual as Tang Xian would never allow anyone to suffer losses. Immediately, someone stepped forward, speaking with resolute conviction. Tang Xian has eradicated the scourge from Peiqing and restored peace to the Xianling continent. Such merit is forever etched in our hearts. How can we allow Tang Xian to bear the burden of treating us all to a meal? I, Li Si, of humble origins, wish to express my gratitude for Tang Xian's kindness and hereby declare my intention. After finishing his statement, Li Si promptly retrieved his storage bag and, with utmost respect, placed it upon the supermarket table. Then he received the devilishly spicy snacks and bowed slightly towards Tang Xian. I am but a man of limited means. I hope Tang Xian will not look down upon my offering. I shall indulge in this devilish snack. With that, he tore open the packaging and began to devour it eagerly. After a few bites, his eyes sparkled with delight. Soon, his complexion began to flush, gradually deepening to a vibrant crimson, as if the warmth were radiating throughout his entire face. Chapter 134. The monks were left bewildered. Onlookers were left in a daze, uncertain of what had transpired. After a considerable time, beads of sweat appeared on Li Si's forehead as he gasped for breath, his astonishment unmistakable in his wide-open eyes. This was exceptionally spicy, delectably delicious, and utterly exhilarating. Goodness, Master Tang was truly performing a noble deed. He had shortchanged him by 500 spirit stones. Inside the storage bag Li Si had submitted, there were 500 spirit stones. He had intended to express his gratitude, but after consuming the devilishly spicy snack, he realized his grave miscalculation. Such a delicacy could hardly be purchased for a mere 500 spirit stones. Master Tang was indeed engaging in a benevolent act. Not to mention, the fiery intensity surged straight to his heart, causing the spiritual energy within him to boil. This was undoubtedly a remarkable tonic. Observing Li Si's exaggerated expression, the surrounding spectators began to feel a tantalizing urge. Those who had come to Peiqing were not insignificant figures. They imitated Li Si and rushed in to procure the spicy snacks. In a short while, hundreds of bags of the spicy treats were snatched up, while dozens of cultivators outside curiously leaned in, their noses drawn to the enticing aroma of chili oil. Upon inhaling the fragrant scent, delighted expressions blossomed across their faces. As previously mentioned, food from other realms is often unpalatable, lacking even the simplest seasoning of sea salt. Thus, how could they possibly resist the allure of such a well-seasoned snack? One by one, they began to sample it. Tentatively taking small bites, they quickly swallowed the morsels whole, fearing they might drop them. Their lips and teeth became coated with chili and numbing pepper, the flavor cascading down their throats. What a fiery sensation! They could feel their spiritual energy bubbling, their bodies almost compelled to leap with exhilaration. This was electrifying. The reactions of the crowd did not escape the notice of Tang Xian and the officials. It became evident that this spicy snack was universally appealing. Few could resist its allure. Merely from this product, Tang Xian had already amassed thousands of spirit stones. The grand supermarket of Longwo was indeed a resounding success, making profits effortlessly. Qiu Zhen had also maximized the human psyche to its fullest potential. Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had not misjudged his choice. He would allow him to continue his endeavors. The situation here was essentially settled. With a base established, communication with headquarters was now wireless and seamless. Peiqing was firmly under control. Leaving a portion of the officials to maintain order, Tang Xian departed the city with a few companions, boarding a helicopter en route to the Buddhist sect. It had been a while since his last visit, and he suspected that the player's device and MP3 had long since run out of power. The offerings for the temple must have been nearly depleted, making this an opportune moment to collect funds. Currently, Longwo required spirit stones to develop energy cannons. Tang Xian needed to gather as many as possible, leaving no opportunity unseized. Moreover, he had to make a swift round trip, as he was expected to bring Shui Kuei and Xiaoyi back to the real world that evening. After all, Asan and Yugo were still waiting. As the helicopter soared westward, traversing majestic mountains, it arrived at the Buddhist sect. The abbot, Su Yun, hurriedly stepped outside upon hearing the roar of the helicopter. Watching the long-awaited arrival approach, his heart surged with anticipation. The old monk had waited so many days. Finally, Master Tang had come. As the myriad Buddhas chant in unison, I must inquire, which monk could possibly resist such a force? 3 monks, too, have prepared their MP3s, eagerly awaiting the return of Tang Xian. However, before the helicopter could even touch down, several shadowy figures swiftly approached from the opposite direction of Tang Xian. This subtle movement was initially detected by the radar aboard the helicopter. Tang Xian dismissed the concern, stating that anyone could come as they pleased. Hindering his profits would be unwise for anyone. During his time in Peicheng, even the abbot of the Buddhist sect had not been afforded any respect. Across the Xianling continent, there truly was no one who could instill fear in Tang Xian. His methodology had dramatically shifted following the successful launch of the satellite. He had transitioned from meticulous caution to a more carefree approach. He simply needed to seize the opportunity. The Xianling continent was akin to a piece of meat, firmly within his grasp. Amitabha, abbot, those are members of the Azura sect, the three monks stated, directing their words towards Su Yun. Upon hearing this, Su Yun furrowed his brows. The last time, the Azura sect's protector had perished outside the Buddhist gates. Their arrival here was likely due to that incident. What should be done? Once Tang Xian arrives, their adversaries would inevitably meet. Amitabha, let us observe the old monk's demeanor before taking any action. Su Yun replied with his palms pressed together, and the three monks promptly echoed his sentiment. Suddenly, Su Yun inquired, Amitabha, I have heard that the number of entrants to Peicheng has doubled recently, resulting in a significant increase in the spiritual stones we have collected. Is this true? The three monks smiled and nodded, their spirits lifted at the mention of this matter. Indeed, abbot, ever since the chubby benefactor was elevated by Tang Xian, the number of people entering Peicheng has indeed doubled. Our sect has gathered a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Excellent, Su Yun nodded thoughtfully. Since Peicheng had amassed more wealth, it could conveniently fill the gap left by the Azura sect's aid. If you have come to the Buddhist sect to engage in cordial discourse, that is well and good. However, should any conflict arise with benefactor Tang, hindering my opportunity to listen to the myriad Buddhist chant, I shall feign ignorance. Even Su Yun harbored great trepidation towards Tang Xian's prowess. He did not believe the Azura sect could stir any substantial turmoil, only that they would be met with defeat. Thus, feigning ignorance became his ultimate act of defiance. As the helicopter gradually descended, several disciples of the demonic sect simultaneously stood before the Buddhist hall. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and fear. Was this not the mysterious force behind the Qin Yuan faction? It appeared they were indeed colluding with the Buddhist sect. What a predicament! Should they pay and flee, or face dire consequences? These disciples had been ordered to bring a substantial sum to the Buddhist sect to gather intelligence. And the reality was now unmistakable. Paying and retreating was undoubtedly the prudent path. With the Huang monkey's protector having been ousted from the primordial infant stage, they possessed no inclination for resistance. Thus, they hastily approached, producing several hefty storage bags, poised to hand them over to Su Yun. In their anxiety, they had not prepared a single word, eager only to complete their task and escape. Hey, you all, wait a moment. Tang Xian observed the situation keenly, immediately discerning that they were members of the Azura sect. The contents of the storage bag need not be mentioned. They are undoubtedly intended for bribery. Coupled with the reactions of these individuals, who appeared utterly terrified upon encountering their group, it was only natural for them to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Despite being within the realm of the monastic order, they would rob with the same fervor. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply that I am in need of funds. Upon hearing someone calling from behind, the disciples of the Shura sect were startled into stillness. Their lips trembled as they swallowed hard and slowly turned around. Are you calling us? Indeed. You are the disciples of the Shura sect, are you not? Recently, we have expended considerable manpower, resources, and ammunition in efforts to suppress your activities. Hand over what you possess. It shall be used as compensation. Su Yun? The three monks? Tang Xian's words left these monks bewildered. They were acutely aware that the Shura sect was not there to cause trouble, but rather to deliver funds. In such circumstances, fairness should prevail. What does it mean for you, Tang benefactor, to obstruct the road and demand money? Furthermore, what justification is there for inflicting harm and then seeking compensation? Chapter 135. The Buddhist Harvest. A profound gain. Perhaps the Buddhist community is unaware that strength dictates all. At this moment, a myriad of questions filled their minds. Simultaneously, they approached, standing beside the disciples of the Azura sect, hands clasped in reverence, and spoke. Amitabha, Master Tang, this course of action seems rather inappropriate. Indeed, Master Tang. They continued, the Azura sect maintains extensive connections with the Buddhist community, and their benevolent offerings are intended for the salvation of all beings. Your actions, however, appear to contravene the natural order. After the abbot Su Yun's remarks, three monks echoed his sentiments. It was well known that the Azura sect's generosity provided invaluable resources for virtuous cultivation. Yet, in the face of the four monks' vehement objections, Tang Xian remained unfazed, instead smiling. Abbot Su Yun, I shall refrain from elaborating on the Azura sect's heinous deeds. Let us discuss instead the matter of the longevity you bestow upon them. Have the esteemed masters never pondered why, despite your lavish donations, your cultivation has stagnated? Tang Xian's inquiry left the monks momentarily taken aback. In their routine of worship and offerings, they had never considered this aspect. Ba, performing good deeds is our duty. Whether one achieves enlightenment is determined by the Buddha. Suyin replied with sagacity. The three monks nodded in agreement, praising the abbot's eloquence. However, Tang Xian chuckled and continued. The Buddhist teachings often advocate the laying down of the butcher's knife, yet the masters seem to sharpen it instead. It is a wonder how one's cultivation could possibly advance under such circumstances. Have you not contemplated the lives lost in extending a demon's lifespan? Your modest offerings of spirit stones cannot possibly compensate for that. Tang Xian spoke with unflinching directness, leaving no room for pretense. Siyun, upon hearing this, hastily refuted, Ba. Master Tang's assertions are misguided. Before he could conclude his thought, Tang Xian interjected, I understand your skepticism. Allow me to conduct a small experiment. I am, after all, but a mortal, am I not? The four monks exchanged glances, acknowledging the obviousness of his humanity, albeit with a peculiar weapon. They nodded in acquiescence. Ba. Although Master Tang is a mere mortal, he remains deeply concerned for all beings. Enough with the flattery. I merely wish to convey that a mortal's cultivation can surpass yours in both speed and vigor. With that, Tang Xian unsheathed the earth-grade dragon's roar sword. With a swift motion, the blade cut through the air, leaving behind a shimmering arc. By heavens! The three monks exclaimed, momentarily losing their decorum. Their dignified images shattered in an instant. Yet, one could hardly blame them. How could a mortal wield an earth-grade artifact? Suyun too was taken aback. As this reality transcended all prior understanding, Tang Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued, Ever since I vanquished a guardian, and subsequently another, I have transformed. This sword is a divine gift, and my formidable physique is bestowed by the heavens. This is the essence of virtuous deeds. Do you comprehend? Tang Xian spoke with such audacity that the four monks were rendered speechless. The notion that a mortal could wield a spiritual artifact defied all principles of celestial law. Yet, it had manifested before their very eyes. Could it truly be? As they contemplated this, their gazes shifted towards the disciples of the demonic sect. And an impulse to test the limits of this phenomenon stirred within them. The disciples, however, were paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating. At that moment, Tang Xian spoke again, demanding, Hand over your storage pouches, and I shall spare your lives. The disciples dared not hesitate in a frantic rush. They threw their pouches to him and fled in a panic. Before the grand hall, the four monks swayed in the wind, bewildered. Didn't they say that killing demons yields double the experience? What trickery is this, Tang benefactor? Tang Xian, with righteous fervor, replied, Earlier, the masters harbored murderous intent. I believe that saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. After all, there is potential for repentance. Furthermore, financial loss should avert disaster, such as the way of the heavens. The four monks exchanged perplexed glances. Financial loss? It hasn't even reached our hands. A few soldiers chuckled. So, Tang benefactor, can the disciples of the Azura sect truly elevate our cultivation? Unable to contain their curiosity, the three monks pressed the question. Tang Xian nodded. Yes, but one must seize the opportunity and gauge the circumstances. The depths of this matter are profound, and I fear you may falter. The soldiers perceived this as mere jest, lacking any semblance of credence. Yet, the four monks were convinced, utterly unwavering in their belief. The undeniable evidence lay in Tang Xian's ability to wield a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact. There could be no doubt. Ba, Tang benefactor, what do you suggest we do? It was Su Yun who spoke, nearly venerating Tang Xian as a divine guide descended to instruct them in their practice. This spectacle left the soldiers dumbfounded. The hostess' enlightenment was indeed remarkable. Faced with the monks' fervent thirst for knowledge, Tang Xian reluctantly produced the Tao Te Ching. Masters, if you cultivate according to the teachings within this text, you shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Su Yun received it with both hands, his eyes alight with astonishment. This tome is exquisite. The calligraphy is beautiful and meticulously arranged. It must be of great value. Before Su Yun could voice his thoughts, Tang Xian interjected. This is a collector's edition, priced at 50,000 spiritual stones. Seeing your admiration, I shall act as a benefactor. Let us settle on 30,000 spiritual stones. Excellent. Su Yun responded without hesitation. Tang Xian's mind reeled. Was he truly to part with such a sum? The Buddhist community's patrons were rather costly. In a swift motion, he withdrew several more books, including the 3-character classic and the Art of War. The monks were astounded. So many? Tang Xian remarked. Reading them together enhances the effect. Ba, is that so? I shall take them. Upon my visit to the Buddhist temple, I garnered nearly 100,000 spirit stones solely from the sale of books. In addition to batteries, sandalwood, and wooden fish, resulting in a substantial profit of a total of 180,000. Truly a remarkable gain. Exhilarating. In the Black Cloud Mountain, the disciples, frightened and disheveled, rushed into the cavern of the Azura sect. It is dire news, master of demons. The mysterious force has allied with the Buddhist temple. Upon hearing this, Xunxie and several other guardians immediately rose to their feet. Observing the distraught disciples, Xunxie inquired, "Repeat what you just said, master of demons. When we arrived, we encountered that mysterious force as well. They engaged in extensive discussions with the Buddhist temple regarding cultivation. And to our astonishment, the abbot Su Yun exhibited murderous intent towards us. It is the first time the Buddhists have displayed such hostility. They have completely succumbed." Upon hearing this, Xunxie felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The Buddhist temple, which had maintained a stance of neutrality, had betrayed their position. The Grand Guardian, Hun Qing, addressed Xunxie, master of demons, "We can no longer remain passive. While our collaboration with the Buddhist temple was beneficial, if they truly defect to another side, the Azura sect will undoubtedly suffer." Chapter 136. A reluctant necessity. As Huanqing's words faded, several disciples hastily interjected, "Master Demon, the Great Protector is indeed correct. The Buddhist sect has been ensnared by that formidable force." At that time, those individuals informed Xu that slaying disciples of the Shura sect could enhance their cultivation, which is why he harbored murderous intent towards us. What? Xunxie could no longer remain seated upon hearing this. Such utter nonsense. Were we not being driven into opposition against the Buddhist sect? The disciples nodded affirmatively. It had indeed transformed into an antagonistic relationship quite unexpectedly. A heavy silence enveloped the scene, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Previously, the Shura sect's greatest rival had been the Jiugong sect. But now they faced the added challenge of the Buddhist sect, diminishing their chances of victory significantly. Not to mention the existence of a mysterious force, a terrifying entity capable of obliterating the Yuan. Have we retrieved the spirit stones? As long as we possess ample spirit stones, we can recruit new disciples. Xunxie clung to the last thread of hope. With sufficient funds, attracting righteous disciples to counter the Jiugong sect would pose no difficulty. Cultivators are driven by profit. Money can facilitate many endeavors, alleviating personal burdens considerably. The adage rings true: the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. The flame of Xunxie's aspirations was swiftly extinguished. The trembling disciples spoke. The spirit stones were given to that mysterious force. With a crack, it felt as if Xunxie had been struck by lightning. "Are you jesting with me?" Knowing full well it was an antagonistic relationship, "You still surrendered the spirit stones to them. What was meant to consolidate our alliance with the Buddhist sect has been carelessly bestowed upon others. Useless fools, imbeciles." Xunxie slammed his palm down, causing the temperature in the space to plummet several degrees. The protectors remained unfazed, yet the disciples immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Master Demon, please quell your fury. It was he who claimed that by relinquishing the storage bags, our lives would be spared. That is why we acted as we did." As the last word escaped their lips, Xunxie unleashed a palm strike, sending several disciples hurtling out of the Heiyun mountain cave, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Breathing heavily, Xunxie spoke with icy disdain. "Do you think your lives are worth something? A wretched lot, having squandered such a vast amount of spirit stones, and yet you dare return. Master Demon, please temper your wrath. The situation is dire, and we must remain composed, regardless of these disciples' blunders." Great Protector, Hun Qing interjected respectfully. Xunxie took a moment to calm his emotions, eager to hear Huanqing's counsel. "Great Protector, we lack both resources and personnel. What do you suggest we do now?" In response, Hun Qing stated, "Master Demon, before we proceed, I must bring two matters to your attention. First, have you noticed that this mysterious force has consecutively slain two of our protectors? Yet they have never launched an attack against the Shura sect? It is highly probable that they are aware of the protective grand array of the Shura sect. Furthermore, concerning the Jiugong sect, credible sources indicate that only 8 of the 9 celestial palaces remain, and even the enforcement hall has been rendered ineffective. The only forces capable of inflicting such upheaval, aside from the Shura sect, are the enigmatic powers at play. Thus, I am convinced that this mysterious faction is engaged in a dual confrontation, simultaneously contending with us and the Jiugong sect. Given this comprehensive analysis, it is prudent for us to prioritize defense, allowing the Jiugong sect to take the lead. However, let me reiterate that defense must not be mistaken for passivity. We must take decisive action. Huanqing's analysis is thorough and meticulous, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned strategist, which is precisely why Xunxie places his trust in him. After a moment of contemplation, Xunxie inquired, "Speak plainly, Great Protector. Seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Buddhist sect and plunder their assets." Hun Qing asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, The protectors collectively inhaled sharply. The reputation of the Buddhist sect is deeply entrenched. Though their strength may not rival that of the surest sect, they command the allegiance of numerous celestial sections. After all, the abbot of the Buddhist sect possesses the ability to extend life, an achievement unattainable by any cultivator. A reckless assault on the Buddhist sect would essentially equate to declaring war against all celestial sects on the Xianian continent. The last bastion of purity and Peicing would fall, and the order of the Xianian continent would be utterly dismantled, leading to escalating chaos among the sections. Might this gamble be excessively audacious? Even the protectors, as well as Zhongxi, sense the boldness of this proposition. The current landscape of the Xianian continent has endured for nearly a century. If we were to act as Hunqing suggests, it would be akin to pulling a thread that unravels the entire tapestry. The continent would surely descend into turmoil. And should the Shura sect emerge victorious as the instigators, it would be well and good, but in the event of failure, the consequences would be irrevocable. Perceiving their doubts, Hunqing rose to elucidate, chaos is inevitable. Even if we, the Shura sect, refrain from attacking the Buddhist sect, we will inevitably confront the Jiogong sect in battle one day. At that juncture, the Xianian continent will also be engulfed in disorder. Do you believe the Buddhist sect would aid us then? For decades, we have sent them spirit stones numbering in the millions, yet just yesterday, they betrayed the Shura sect, revealing murderous intent towards our disciples. Thus, the events of yesterday may well have scripted our future. If today we were facing not the mysterious faction, but rather the Jiogong sect, we would still find ourselves besieged on all sides, ultimately succumbing to the combined might of the Buddhist and Jiogong sects. In light of this, it would be prudent for us to take the initiative and devour the Buddhist sect first, seizing the wealth they have amassed over the past century. Subsequently, we can rely on the protective array of our sect to fend off adversaries from outside while quietly seeking out capable individuals, thus preserving a glimmer of hope. Hunqing's theoretical approach is remarkably sound. This strategy is both offensive and defensive, aligning seamlessly with the current predicament of the Shura sect. Affirming his own thoughts, Hunqing found himself resonating with Zhongxi and the protectors, who were also swayed by this analysis. Nearly 1 million spirit stones cannot purchase the loyalty of the Buddhist sect. In the future, one is bound to be bitten back. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to reclaim all the funds and allow the battle to restart. Once the Buddhist sect is successfully breached, an influx of cultivation resources will pour into the Asura sect, marking a significant victory. The Asura sect possesses a unique advantage: its protective formation and deep-rooted heritage. Even if all the immortal sects of the Xianling continent were to launch an assault, what difference would it make? As long as they endure through the most arduous times, the populace will gradually forget the matters concerning the Buddhist sect, gravitating towards cultivation resources. At that point, the Asura sect, holding substantial wealth, will be able to hold their heads high. I believe that establishing a grand sect where demons and immortals coexist is not beyond the realm of possibility. Ultimately, Zhongxi made the decision, immediately organizing the disciples of the demon sect to prepare for an assault on the Buddhist sect. Additionally, a separate group was dispatched to seek out isolated villages and towns to stockpile food and blood, anticipating the future siege from the immortal sects. Chapter 137, The Poised Shami Master Ding. I must report that a mysterious force has emerged in the southeast at Lingmiao Mountain. In the Hall of the Nine Palaces sect, Master Ding Cohen scrutinized the map, seeking any overlooked clues regarding the whereabouts of their ancestor. It was at this moment that a disciple rushed in, panic-stricken, and blurted out his news without even pausing to salute. Upon hearing this, Ding Kuan instinctively rose to his feet, his heart racing. The recent troubles brought about by this enigmatic force had left him in a state of turmoil. And this news struck him like a depth charge, sending waves of anxiety crashing over him. What did you say? Figures from that faction have been sighted at Lingmiao Mountain? Indeed, Master Ding. I witnessed it with my own eyes. A considerable number of their forces have gathered at Lingmiao Mountain. Moreover, there are more than a dozen of those explosive projectiles. Ding Kuan felt his head spin, nearly collapsing into his chair. The proximity of Lingmiao Mountain to their sect made the intent of this gathering all too clear. What were they to do? With the leaders of the 8 Immortals Palace all dispatched in search of their ancestor, the sect was left vulnerable, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Those projectile-like weapons had remarkable range, speed, and destructive power. Should they launch an assault on the 9 Palaces sect, it could very well lead to their annihilation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ding Kuan clenched his teeth, as though resolving to make a momentous decision. Inform everyone. Every disciple must withdraw from the 9 Palaces sect. The disciple, taken aback, could scarcely believe his ears. The 9 Palaces sect had been established for a century, and now they were to relocate? Yet he had no authority to question the command, and hurriedly bowed in acquiescence. Yes, Master, I shall notify them at once. Wait. Ding Kuan interjected, his tone firm. Do not misunderstand me. I mean for us to withdraw temporarily from the Nine Palaces sect to avoid confrontation, not to abandon it. Make sure to clarify this when you inform the others. Should any disciple misconstrue my intentions, I shall hold you accountable. There is a significant difference between a strategic retreat and a forced exit. If the message is miscommunicated, the morale of the Nine Palaces sect, which is already low, could plummet further, potentially leading to defeat without a fight. The disciple comprehended Ding Kuan's intent and nodded before swiftly departing. A few hours later, members of the Nine Palaces sect, laden with various bundles, retreated in a manner reminiscent of a flight from disaster. This movement did not escape the surveillance of radar. Upon detecting the target retreating in the direction of the Nine Palaces sect, Li Fei immediately surmised the situation. He promptly reported back to the Longwa base, inquiring whether they should pursue the fleeing sect members. At that moment, General Tang was back at the base, preparing for the arrival of otherworldly beings to engage in combat in the real world. In addition to the formidable duo of Blood Kuei and Shi Haiqing, he needed to dispatch additional forces. If they were to fight, they must ensure it was a painful encounter for their adversaries. General Tang. Li Fei has reported that the Nine Palaces sect has retreated from their original base. Old Lu hastened to the playground and addressed Tang Xian. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian nearly doubted his own ears. Is Ding Kuan truly so cowardly? Retreated? How can the Jiugong sect, as the foremost celestial gate of the Xianling continent, lack even a modicum of courage? I had anticipated they would rally their disciples for a fierce confrontation, allowing Longwa to seize the opportunity to further diminish their morale. Yet, this is how they choose to play it. Nevertheless, it matters little. A relentless advance is still an option. Tang Xian commanded. Inform the frontline troops to penetrate deeper and occupy the Jiugong sect. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch an additional armored division for support, ensuring we firmly establish our foothold. In the meantime, Old Lu, you must remain vigilant and maintain constant communication with them. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, promptly dispatch a helicopter for assistance. Although the likelihood of a counterattack is minimal, we must not afford to be complacent. After hearing Tang Xian's orders, Old Lu stood tall. Rest assured, General Tang. If anything goes awry with the brothers, you may hold me accountable. Old Lu understood Tang Xian well. He was a protective general. The paramount condition of all actions must be to safeguard the lives of the officers and soldiers as much as possible. A promise holds significant weight, and certainly, Old Lu was confident in fulfilling this task. Commander Tang. At that moment, Xiaohe arrived. Even behind his sunglasses, he could not conceal the joy radiating from his face. Upon landing, Tang Xian observed Xiaohe and chuckled. Master Xiao, you seem to have gained some weight in our brief absence. Hee, thanks to Commander Tang, I am now eating heartily and sleeping well. How could I not gain weight? Xiaohe spoke with utmost sincerity. Morong Shui had fulfilled her wish by marrying Tang Xian, and the Qin Yuan sect had become a formidable power that none dared to provoke, not even the Jiugong sect or the Azure Gate, thus achieving an unprecedented status among celestial gates. The recruitment of new disciples was progressing smoothly, and in just a few days, they had expanded by several thousand, becoming a robust force. Commander Tang, I have come to inform you that the number of practitioners in the Qin Yuan sect has risen back to 10,000. Even members of the Jiugong sect have come to seek refuge. Disciples of the Jiugong sect have approached you? Tang Xian asked with keen interest. Xiaohe nodded. Indeed. Commander Tang, they expressed disdain for the Jiugong sect's reckless audacity and resolutely chose to align themselves with us. A few possess commendable cultivation levels, and I wanted to inquire if you would like to assign them to combat positions. Grateful for those who provide support. Xiaohe was quick to recommend promising talents to Longwa. Meanwhile, Tang Xian was in need of individuals for the real world. Currently, most of the personnel at the Longwa base were skilled in weapon crafting, which was not particularly useful. Xiaohe had indeed resolved a minor predicament. Master Xiao, have them come here immediately. I truly have a mission for them. No need. They have already arrived. Xiaohe turned around, and soon, over 20 practitioners, bearing spiritual swords and riding flying swords, swiftly approached. Upon landing, they all clasped their hands in salute. Greetings, Commander Tang. Among them was a squad leader who had once encountered a skirmish involving Li Fei and the disciples of the Huaho demon sect. It was he who, in a moment of treachery, abandoned the Jiugong sect to ally himself with the Qin Yuan sect. Upon meeting Tang Xian, his heart was filled with profound shock. The leader of such a mysterious force was astonishingly youthful, an utterly unimaginable revelation. Furthermore, what was that object? The former squad leader beheld the base's anti-aircraft vehicle. His previously modest eyes now widened in awe. He had witnessed the might of the anti-aircraft vehicle before, yet he was astounded to discover that Yuanshan harbored such an arsenal. His exaggerated expression was too conspicuous, easily drawing the attention of others. Xiao He's lips twitched. He initially suspected the man to be a spy and promptly pulled him aside. Commander Tang, this individual has defected from the Jiogong sect. Given the ambiguity of his intentions, it would be prudent to revoke his qualifications. Chapter 138. The otherworldly team is ready. Upon hearing Lao Lu's remarks, the squad leader hastily clarified, Commander Tang, please do not misunderstand. My allegiance is genuine. I earnestly urged Ding Kuan to abandon his futile resistance, and upon realizing the futility of my efforts, I resolutely chose to depart, without any ulterior motives. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. I trust you. Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly. With that, Tang Xian intended to leave, but Xiao He quickly caught up, whispering, Commander Tang, the expression of that individual earlier was rather concerning. Is there a risk in leaving him behind? Not at all, Tang Xian assured confidently. Look around you. Who among those arriving at the Longhua base harbors ambiguous intentions? This statement holds true. From the most humble artisans to the esteemed sect leaders, all are united in their commitment to stay and contribute. Let us not even mention an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, the destination we are heading to is Longhua, a place well equipped with modern weaponry. What danger could possibly arise? Xiao Xiaomin. Focus on your farming. In due time, a greater responsibility will be entrusted to you, Tang Xian continued. At this, Xiao He's eyes sparkled with excitement. He distinctly remembered Tang Xian once stating that he would become the leader of the Xianling continent sections. Could this be the moment of fulfillment? Swallowing hard, Xiao He cautiously inquired, Commander Tang, are you suggesting? Tang Xian, meeting his fervent gaze, replied without hesitation, you shall lead the Jiogong sect, expanding its ranks. By the heavens! Xiao He nearly exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. When was the Jiogong sect destroyed? It was evident that Xiao He had overthought the matter. Tang Xian merely intended for him to intensify recruitment efforts and seize control of the Jiogong sect. The fate of the sect post-surrender would be discussed later. The infrastructure-loving Longhua took such matters lightly. Furthermore, once the Xianling continent is unified, Tang Xian envisioned constructing a quaint villa, enjoying the beauty of the otherworld while developing resources for Longhua, alongside the enchanting Murong Shui. What a blissful existence that would be. Having not disclosed the full truth, Tang Xian merely instructed Xiao He to recruit disciples vigorously. After relaying his directives, he gathered the recently acquired provisions and spiritual stones, setting forth towards the real world. Within the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade, Zhang Yi had long anticipated Tang Xian's return that evening, growing increasingly restless due to the issues with the neighboring nations. As the portal opened, and Tang Xian emerged alongside over 20 individuals from the otherworld, Zhang Yi promptly approached, exclaiming, General Tang, it has been a long journey. General Zhang, you are too kind. Allow me to introduce you, Tang Xian said, summoning the bewildered Blood Kuei and Shi Haiqing, who had just arrived in the real world. This is Blood Kuei. I mentioned him to you previously, General Zhang. This is Shi Haiqing, the leader of a sect, renowned for his formidable strength. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand, preparing for a handshake. Both Shui Kuei and Shi Haiqing, unfamiliar with this custom, quickly clasped their fists and, emulating Tang Xian's tone, greeted, we have met General Zhang. Zhang Yi hesitated momentarily, awkwardly returning the gesture. Please, do not stand on ceremony. The Dragon Nation has prepared a feast especially for you, he invited warmly. Upon hearing the word feast, both Shi Haiqing and Shui Kuei revealed expressions of delight. During their time at the Dragon Nation base, they had savored Chinese cuisine, which was truly delectable. The authentic flavors of the Dragon Nation must surely be even more exquisite. Though they were filled with longing, they turned to Tang Xian with inquiring gazes, mindful of their elder brother's presence. Tang Xian, slightly taken aback, replied, why are you looking at me? Let us go. Ah, certainly. Shui Kuei chuckled heartily, and Shi Haiqing beamed with joy. Meanwhile, the practitioners brought by Xiao He felt somewhat awkward. They had no prior acquaintance with Tang Xian, making their presence feel rather superfluous. As they walked behind, they were uncertain how to position their hands. Upon arriving in the Dragon Nation, we are all brothers. Although we may not be familiar with one another, we will gradually get to know each other, Tang Xian reassured, his warmth palpable. At this, the practitioners clasped their fists in gratitude, deeply moved. Thank you, Captain Tang, for your recognition, they exclaimed. They were all soon to take the battlefield for the Dragon Nation, and Tang Xian's words resonated with truth, for they were indeed brothers. The banquet took place in the grand dining hall of the Wolf-Tooth Special Operations Brigade. At this moment, nearly 10,000 individuals sat in the banquet hall, donned in uniform combat attire, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Upon entering, Shui Kuei and Shi Haiqing could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. They had assumed that all of Dragon Nation's elite had been dispatched to the base, Yet they were taken aback by the sheer number present here. One soldier could easily vanquish a nascent soul, and with so many gathered, could they not traverse the Xianling continent with ease? Unconsciously, the steps of Shui Kuei and his companions became heavy and somewhat uncoordinated, a result of their nervousness. Please rise and welcome our new comrades, Zhang Yi announced with a resonant voice. In the next moment, the soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade stood in unison, their movements remarkably synchronized, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. Shui Kuei and his companions did not dare to delay, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. Thank you all. It is our privilege to fight alongside you. After a while, dishes began to arrive, each more exquisite than the last, causing Shui Kuei and his companions to salivate, their tension dissipating significantly. They thought to themselves how fortunate it was to be a citizen of the Dragon Nation. General Shui Kuei, Master Shi. And the rest of you brothers, please indulge yourselves. Later, you shall demonstrate your prowess to everyone, Tang Xian said, lifting his wine glass toward the soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade. Though this current brigade is not under my command, I wish to take this opportunity to share a matter with you all. Warriors possess no boundaries. Each individual has their unique strengths. Henceforth, let us complement each other's advantages and strive for collective progress, contributing to the rejuvenation of the Dragon Nation. To our friends from another realm, I, Tang Xian, humbly entrust you with our care. Such is the sentiment expressed. Yet, may I inquire among this esteemed assembly of special forces, who among you does not admire Tang Xian? Tang Xian, the Dragon Nation's soldier king, the youngest special operations expert, and a general to boot. Always serving as a guiding beacon indeed. The special forces raised their glasses, though they contained not wine, but refreshments. In unison, they proclaimed, "We shall heed General Tang's teachings and diligently forge ourselves into the next generation of Dragon Nation's blade warriors. As our predecessors venture into another world, we shall take up their mantle. We shall not bring shame to our mission, but rather, aspire forward. Cheers." With that, the toast was made, and the banquet commenced in earnest. As they dined, familiarity began to blossom, and they eagerly inquired about the specialties of their otherworldly companions. Blood Kuei and Shi Haiqing, ever enthusiastic, began to showcase their ethereal and magical prowess after several rounds of drinks. The audience of soldiers erupted into applause, marveling at their formidable close combat abilities, truly unmatched. Chapter 139. The impending turmoil, while festivities abound on one side. Tang Xian and Zhang Yi have convened in the war conference room to deliberate on the forthcoming strategy. General Zhang, the situation in the other world is poised to stabilize, and I will require a substantial number of research personnel. We must initiate comprehensive energy exploration activities across the continent of the other world. However, I have a stipulation. Tang Xian paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. Zhang Yi, too, lifted the corners of his mouth in amusement. It seems General Zhang wishes to imply that only military personnel should be involved, not civilians. Rest assured, we have already prepared a robust reserve of scientific talent, all hailing from military backgrounds. Ha ha ha, splendid. Tang Xian chuckled heartily. The ethos of prioritizing martial prowess over scholarly pursuits has become ingrained in his very being. A sentiment unlikely to change in his lifetime, particularly given his origins as an assassin. By the way, General Tang, is our current arsenal sufficient to control such a vast territory? To be frank, it is barely adequate. With that, Tang Xian unfurled the map of the other world on the operational screen. The map was densely marked with the positions of various sects in their affiliated villages and towns. This land is called the Xianling continent. We all know the Earth is round, so this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Presently, our weaponry is somewhat adequate for controlling this area, but we must consider future needs, much like Columbus discovering the New World. Whether the Dragon Kingdom is discovered by others or vice versa, our military strength will inevitably be insufficient. Of course, if we were to deploy intercontinental missiles, these concerns could be swiftly alleviated. However, our aim is development and utilization. Minimizing casualties equates to maximizing labor force. Thus, I will require a significant influx of personnel and equipment moving forward. Zhang Yi wholeheartedly concurred with Tang Xian's perspective. The optimal state for developing the other world is one of mutual benefit, where the Dragon Kingdom acquires what it needs while the others obtain their desires. Should we indiscriminately resort to violence and chaos, it would surely incite local unrest. Not only would we fail to develop the other realm, but we would also find ourselves mired in the quagmire of peacekeeping. Then, General Tang, I shall commence preparations for the necessary personnel and equipment from this moment forward. However, for tanks and artillery, we may need to utilize retired models. As generals, their considerations were aligned. To avert the suspicion of spies that might arise from extensively deploying active duty equipment, it is imperative to utilize outdated resources in the other world. Nonetheless, this poses no significant issue. The realm of fantastical cultivation does not necessitate weapons of mass destruction, as our primary objective is peacekeeping. The current arsenal suffices quite well. On the other side of the Xianling continent, night has fully descended, the sky devoid of stars, imbued with an eerie atmosphere. The Shura sect has dispatched over 1,000 disciples for preliminary reconnaissance, aiming to ensure the success of their plan to assault the Buddhist sect. In their eyes, the Buddhist sect represents a lucrative target, and their reconnaissance primarily focuses on the mysterious forces to avoid encountering formidable opposition. Furthermore, the demon lord Zhengxi is preparing for the next phase, which includes determining when to activate the protective formation of their sect and how to clandestinely recruit disciples. With meticulous contemplation and formidable execution, only the reconnaissance results from the disciples stand between the present moment and the initiation of this unprecedented endeavor. The once anxious figure of Zhengxi has transformed into one of unwavering confidence. He is now prepared to personally participate in the plunder of the Buddhist sect, eager to confront Master Xuyun in a decisive battle. In contrast, Ding Kuan, situated in the Xianling continent, finds himself in a state of distress. Reports from the disciples ahead indicate that the Jiugong sect has been overtaken by a mysterious force, with the Qin Yuan sect also infiltrating, leaving their base in ruins. This turn of events is shockingly abrupt. Previously, efforts were made to conceal the retreat, assuring that a counterattack was still feasible. Now, however, all hope has evaporated. A sect that took nearly a century to establish has fallen into the hands of others. Suspended in midair, Ding Kuan gazes longingly at the Jiugong sect. Waves of sorrow surging within him, causing his eyes to moisten. Have I erred in my judgment? Should I have heeded the counsel of the palace master from the underground, uniting with the demonic sect to suppress this enigmatic force? Had I done so, perhaps the Jiugong sect could have survived. He murmurs to himself, allowing the gentle night breeze to dry his tear-stained cheeks. After a prolonged moment, Ding Kuan gently closes his eyes and speaks from the heart. My greatest aspiration is to witness the Xianling continent attain tranquility, with the populace living in peace and harmony, and practitioners coexisting amicably in their pursuit of cultivation. Undoubtedly, the Shura sect stands as the most formidable obstacle on this path. I stand corrected. The true fault lies with the mysterious forces who should never have attacked the Jiugong sect. With such formidable power, could they not obliterate the Shura sect? At that juncture, I, Ding Kuan, would willingly submit. Ding Kuan has already prepared for the worst. With the Jiugong sect now occupied, if the ancestral masters do not return, their thousands of disciples are destined to wander, seeking to establish a new base. Judging by the modus operandi of that mysterious force, even a newly formed sect would not experience tranquility. Unless the ambition to unify the Xianling continent is entirely abandoned, they must practice in obscurity, refraining from expansion and avoiding any semblance of threat. Of course, such a course of action would amount to submission, allowing oneself to be mercilessly exploited. In the past, Ding Kuan would not have even entertained such thoughts. He would have resolutely refused. Yet, the current reality looms large, and the situation has solidified into an inescapable fate. Without the return of the ancestral masters, the Jiugong sect must endure in silence. Thus, he now finds himself counseling compromise, urging himself to be magnanimous and to accept reality when the time comes. However, Ding Kuan is a man of principles, and all of this must be predicated on one fundamental tenet: peace. Should that mysterious force come to dominate the Xianling continent, exploiting the populace or practitioners, Ding Kuan shall undoubtedly resist. Even if it means relinquishing the sect's base, he will engage in guerrilla warfare against them. At worst, it would be a case of mutual destruction, but at least he would remain true to himself. In the span of just a few minutes, Ding Kuan's thoughts have wandered extensively, his heart a cacophony of emotions. Yet, it is premature to draw conclusions. The 8 masters of the celestial palaces have yet to return, and all remains uncertain. The journey must continue. With a deep breath, Ding Kuan reasserts the demeanor befitting the leader of the foremost sect. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and addressed several disciples beside him. You shall immediately scout the Azura sect. Report back to me promptly with any information. Yes, sect leader Ding. In Ding Kuan's eyes, it was only a matter of time before the Azura sect followed the same path as the Jiugong sect. Whether out of schadenfreude, hidden agendas, or genuine concern for the populace, he simply wished to witness the Azura sect's decline, even hoping for its complete obliteration. Restoring peace to the Xianling continent. The following morning, Tang Xian personally affixed arm badges to Shui Kuei and Shi Haicheng. Dozens of individuals from other realms donned military uniforms, exuding a spirited air with a hint of mixed heritage. Commander Tang, when will you take us back? It seemed to border on personal adoration. Shui Kuei was eager to follow Tang Xian, and promptly inquired upon learning of Tang Xian's impending return. Chapter 140. The Azura sect begins to move. Tang Xian gazed at them, speaking with unwavering conviction. The timing of our return hinges upon the speed at which we accomplish our mission. As I have previously mentioned, we must subdue, intimidate, and humiliate the enemies provoking the Dragon Kingdom. They must understand that the consequence of defying the Dragon Kingdom is dire, compelling them to retract into their shells completely. Once our task is fulfilled, I shall summon you back at any moment. His words acted as a potent stimulant, and a fierce determination sparked in the eyes of Shui Kuei and Shi Haiqing. These cultivators, true emperors of cold weaponry and hand-to-hand combat, displayed expressions that ignited Tang Xian's eagerness to witness the outcome. He yearned to oversee the operation personally, yet due to the nature of their roles, he had to refrain. Around 9 o'clock, they boarded a helicopter bound for the border, setting their sights on dealing with the Asans. Meanwhile, Tang Xian conjured a portal, transporting a new batch of weaponry back to the other world. Upon his return, Murong Shui flew over, hand in hand with Yitian AI. Both donned white dresses, one radiating beauty and elegance, the other exuding youthful innocence like a delicate porcelain doll. The scene was quite picturesque. Yet Tang Xian felt a twinge of discomfort. Since Yitian AI's return, he had suffered greatly. She clung to Murong Shui day and night, calling her sister incessantly, leaving Tang Xian with no opportunity to draw near. It had been hardly any time since their marriage, and with a wife as stunning and gentle as hers, he felt quite stifled. At that moment, a light seemed to illuminate in Tang Xian's mind. This time, he had not only brought weaponry but also an array of advanced technological products from the real world, including balanced scooters and flying toys. He summoned someone to bring these items over, and Yitian AI was instantly captivated. With the balanced scooter in her arms, she dashed off to the grassy field. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Xian completed 3 tasks. From top to bottom, from inside to out, it was immensely satisfying. Around noon, Tang Xian arrived at his office, and Old Lu was promptly summoned. Old Lu, is our operation proceeding smoothly? Quite smoothly, General Tang. The Jiugong sect has been occupied, and Xiaomi's team is entering sequentially. They have not retaliated. The distance is not far, and we are currently within the newly established radar reconnaissance range of the Jiugong sect. Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Contemplating Xiao He's swift actions and effective recruitment of disciples, he recognized the necessity for such decisive individuals as he aimed to gain control over the entire Xianling continent. Old Lu, ensure that all newly acquired weaponry is stationed at the Jiugong sect. Since we have taken it, we must solidify our position. Understood, General Tang. I will make the arrangements immediately. However, let's not rush. Tang Xian gestured for Old Lu to take a seat once more. What stage are we at with the satellite experiments, and how long until we can expect results regarding the oil from the wetlands? Old Lu replied, General Tang. The satellite has entered its final testing phase, and is expected to be operational within the next few days. The oil drilling in wet fields is progressing smoothly, and it will also be completed shortly. I see that your fuel trucks are ready, and when we deliver the equipment to the 9 palaces, we can conveniently head over to wet fields. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xian's heart was filled with an indescribable joy. Do you see this? Double happiness has arrived. The satellite will be operational, the god of the east wind will launch, the Shura gate will advance, and the 9 palaces will submit. We shall completely control the Xianling continent and enter a phase of full development. Oil is being extracted, fuel trucks will return to the Dragon Kingdom. System upgrades will extend time and provide a reliable input for comprehensive development. This is a harmonious synergy. Indeed, it appears that a grand spectacle is about to unfold, and significant waves will emerge in the coming days. Old Lu departed to carry out his mission, transporting a large quantity of air defense weaponry to the 9 palaces. Meanwhile, the Shura Gate received critical intelligence. Hundreds of disciples returned to Black Cloud Mountain, having searched outward for many miles centered around the Buddhist sect, without discovering any trace of mysterious forces. The Buddhist sect was undoubtedly isolated and without support. Moreover, the Grand Protector, Han Qing, was meticulous in thought. Having concealed observers in the peripheral areas, they began their assault on the Buddhist sect, and should any other forces intervene, they would be promptly informed, ensuring that the Shura Gate faced no distractions. Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord Zun Yu could no longer conceal the delight on his face. The historical pattern of nearly a century on the Xianling continent would be rewritten by the Shura Gate. With a powerful clap of his hand, he commanded all disciples to set forth and attack the Buddhist sect. Yes, outside Black Cloud Cave, thousands of disciples wielding ghostly-headed blades clasped their fists in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Led by various protectors, they all sprang into action. The mass of black figures surged forth like a dark cloud, charging towards the Buddhist sect. The Shura Gate had transformed into an empty fortress, its entirety spilling out. Zunyi gazed upward at the sky, his steps powerful as if he were a soaring arrow piercing the clouds. He formed a complex hand seal, striking down with one palm, unleashing a vast, boundless surge of demonic energy that enveloped Black Cloud Cave. At that very moment, the entire Black Cloud Mountain began to tremble, and amidst the dark demonic energy, two red points of light suddenly emerged. These lights grew larger, breaking through the demonic haze to reveal their true form. A towering statue wielding a massive, ghostly-headed blade, now even larger and more imposing than before, standing over 30 meters tall with a 15-meter blade. Its eyes blazed with fierce flames, resembling a demonic deity risen from the depths of Shura Hell. This was the foundational essence of the Shura Gate, the Shura Demon Array. This formation had safeguarded the Shura Gate for decades. In times of weakness, it had preserved their roots and repelled countless assaults from celestial sections. Now that the Shura Gate had grown powerful, it still needed to be summoned as the landscape was about to be transformed. And the dangers ahead could be exponentially greater than those faced before. Gazing upon the colossal guardian statue, the Dark Lord Zunxi slightly bowed before descending to the ground, where he forcefully extracted all the cultivation resources from the treasure chamber. Among them were the aged and the young, men and women, even entire families, some cradling infants still nursing. They looked up at the towering statue in terror, instinctively retreating to the corners, cowering in fear. A few elderly individuals stepped forward, kneeling before Zunxi, pleading for mercy for the young women and children, offering their lives in exchange. Yet, in Zunxi's eyes, they were merely resources for cultivation, insignificant insects destined for slaughter. To spare them, was that even a possibility? Without further ado, Zunxi hurled them one by one into the air, as the statue wielded its enormous demonic blade, capable of reducing a person to mere pulp without even using its edge. In that moment, a mist of blood enveloped the scene, coalescing into droplets of crimson rain that fell from the skies. Several mothers, unwilling to part with their children, were ruthlessly tossed into the air alongside their offspring. Tragically, the 3-year-old child, still devoid of memory, perished alongside its mother. The entire Dark Cloud Mountain was abruptly transformed into a hellish realm of suffering. Chapter 141. The unveiling of truths and the onset of battle. Once the slaughter was complete, the statue donned a shroud of blood, its pupils, though dimmed, transformed from a vacant gaze to one imbued with life. Indeed, it now bore the semblance of a human being. O Lord of Azura, I entrust this to you. Once I accomplish my grand ambitions, I shall offer you fresh human tributes daily. With that declaration, Zunyi hastened towards the Buddhist temple, reporting to Master Ding. The Azura sect has mobilized en masse. A disciple rushed in, breathless, having been dispatched to scout the Azura sect. Upon witnessing a legion of demons take flight, fear gripped him, prompting an immediate return to relay the dire news. Master Ding Kuan was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. The Azura sect was on the move? But where could they possibly be heading? The disciple, having fled at the first sign of danger, could hardly be expected to know their destination. Reporting to Master Ding, given the gravity of the situation and the multitude of demons, I feared detection and thus did not pursue further. Just as he finished speaking, 8 figures suddenly soared in from the distance. They were none other than the 8 masters who had ventured out to seek their ancestral teacher. Seeing the return of the Celestial Palace Masters, Ding Kuan hurried to greet them, his heart a tumult of anticipation. What transpired? He inquired. The Celestial Palace Master stepped forward, the look of terror still evident upon his visage. The 8 had just fled from the 9 Palaces sect, or more accurately, they had escaped. Unbeknownst to them, the 9 Palaces sect had been overrun, and upon nearing the vicinity, they encountered a terrifying array of beings capable of launching fiery projectiles. Thanks to Tang Xian's mercy, no attack orders were issued upon their discovery. Instead, they were allowed to observe the spectacle. Their hearts raced with fear, their initial excitement transforming into a rapid retreat. The cause of their earlier exhilaration was the discovery of clues regarding their ancestral teacher. Yet, the overwhelming sense of dread from the 9 Palaces sect quickly subdued their spirits, leaving them in a state of shock. The Celestial Palace Master forced a breath, managing to muster a faint smile as he addressed Ding Kuan. Master Ding, we have found leads on our ancestral teacher in the Wild Mountains and received a response. Upon hearing this, Ding Kuan nearly leaped with joy. Indeed, every circumstance is subject to change. The ancestral teacher has been located. The 9 Palaces sect can rise anew. However, maintaining the composure befitting his station, he tempered his excitement and posed a measured question. If the ancestral teacher has responded, why has he not returned? It is due to our awareness of the gathering of dark demonic energy, seemingly indicative of the Azura sect's mobilization. Fearing an assault on the 9 Palaces sect, We hastened back to defend, not waiting for the ancestral teacher's appearance, the celestial palace master replied, silently adding a thought. They had not anticipated the fall of the Nine Palaces sect. You felt the demonic energy, even in the wild mountains? Ding Kuan inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. However, the explanation that followed from the celestial palace master illuminated his understanding. The stones left behind by the ancestral master possess a keen ability to probe, communicate with one another, and detect demonic energy. Given that the master resides in the wild mountain range, it is likely that he has sensed the presence of the Shura sect. His silence suggests that he believes we can handle the situation ourselves. However, if the Shura sect has not come to us, then where have they gone? The Lord of the Heavenly Palace expressed his confusion. At that moment, Ding Kuan could not ascertain the answer. Nevertheless, he surmised that the only force capable of stirring such commotion, aside from themselves, would be that enigmatic power. Could it be that they have taken the initiative to launch an attack? Ding Kuan's suspicions validated the meticulous scheming of Zun Yi and Han Qing. This operation would never lead anyone to associate it with the Buddhist sect, yet it precisely unfolded there. After a lengthy pause, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace spoke. Master Ding, why not launch a direct assault on the Shura sect? Given the current circumstances, regardless of whether the Shura sect triumphs or falters, they will incur significant losses. They possess the foundation to protect their sect, but we could ambush them en route. Clearly, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace also believed that the Shura sect was intent on confronting the Dragon Kingdom. Should the Shura sect emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving them with a remnant of soldiers and a shattered force, allowing the Nine Palaces sect to reap the benefits and utterly annihilate them. Conversely, if they were to face total defeat, the protective foundation of the Shura sect would inevitably crumble, enabling the Nine Palaces sect to seize the opportunity and occupy their territory, circumventing decades of development. Moreover, sending troops against the Shura sect aligned with Ding Kuan's principles, as it did not involve marginalizing the righteous forces, prompting his suggestion. Upon hearing this, Ding Kuan was stirred. This indeed presented a monumental opportunity, a chance for the Nine Palaces sect. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately commanded his disciples to assemble and ambush the Shura sect. Nearly 10,000 disciples soared into the sky, creating a stunning spectacle, and a square appeared on the radar screen. The reconnaissance unit hurriedly relayed this information to headquarters. Tang Xian sat in his office, lightly drumming his fingers on the desk. After a long while, he issued a response. In essence, he would not interfere with any matters that disrupted the progress of the Dragon Kingdom. A true master of the overarching situation does not alter strategic thinking for minor issues. Tang Xian had his own objectives: the formal launch of satellites, the extraction of oil, and the fortification of the Nine Palaces sect's defenses remained of paramount importance. If he were to divert his attention to every incident, it would likely hinder the completion of the Dragon Kingdom's base. Thus, the situation unfolded as such. Let them play their games. Meanwhile, within the Buddhist sect, Abbot Su Yun and the three eminent monks stood before the disciples of the Buddhist order, holding their staffs. The followers behind them, wielding wooden sticks imbued with spiritual energy, gazed resolutely at the disciples of the demonic sect in the sky. Amitabha, Honorable Han Qing, what brings you here today? Su Yun inquired calmly. Han Qing regarded Su Yun and replied, I have come to safeguard all your spirit stones and treasures. If the abbot wishes to spare the Buddhist sect from the agony of slaughter, I kindly ask you to comply with my request. Three eminent monks stepped forward, their staffs enveloped in a swirling aura of spiritual energy, their bodies swathed in ethereal robes of enlightenment. With resolute conviction, they proclaimed, Amitabha, the plundering of the Buddhist realm is intolerable. Do not tread the path of no return. A faint chuckle escaped the lips of Han Qing, his eyes glinting with profound irony and disdain. The establishment of the Buddhist order owes a significant debt of gratitude to my Ajura sect. Yet mere days ago, you displayed murderous intent towards its disciples. Is this your way of repaying your benefactors? You chose your own path, initially. A sincere collaboration with the Ajura sect promised great achievements. Yet, here you stand on the opposing side. I, as your protector, shall reiterate, surrender all your spiritual stones and treasures at once, and I shall spare your lives. Amitabha, Su Yun offered a single-handed gesture of reverence. As the staff in his right hand began to resonate with a rich spiritual energy, exuding an aura of pressure, he continued, since you, Master Han Qing, insist on this course of action, then let it be so. Very well, Han Qing declared, drawing forth his demon-slaying blade, its dark energy pulsating, and he launched the first attack. The three monks did not hesitate, raising their voices in unison. Disciples of the Buddhist order, heed our command, incapacitate them, but do not take lives. Having contemplated the Tao Te Ching, the Buddhist order had long since abandoned the absolute principle of non-killing. However, within this sacred ground, The fall of any living being could not be permitted. Chapter 142. The inevitability of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect found itself constrained, unable to unleash its full combat potential. Shortly after the clash commenced, numerous disciples of the sect perished. 3 eminent monks engaged in a fierce struggle with their protectors, each side evenly matched. Su Yun, forming intricate hand seals, endeavored to alter the tide of battle through a mystical formation. In that moment, the battlefield resembled an ancient war zone, littered with remnants and echoing with cries of agony. Just as Su Yun's staff radiated brilliance and the celestial sealing formation was about to be invoked, the entity known as Zhu Ni made his entrance. A dark cloud materialized in the distant sky, composed of the purest demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the battlefield. Before Su Yun could react, a colossal claw emerged from the abyss of black mist, a skeletal appendage devoid of flesh. This claw shimmered ominously, expanding menacingly as it lunged towards Su Yun. In a moment of peril, Su Yun gripped his staff with one hand and thrust it forward with great force. At that instant, the very fabric of the heavens dimmed, and the space around them warped. The point of impact erupted in a dazzling display of black and white luminescence. Su Yun, you cannot prevail against me. Cease your futile resistance. A guttural voice reverberated from within the ominous cloud, resounding throughout the Buddhist enclave. Unfazed, Su Yun remained steadfast, recognizing this as an inevitable trial. Amitabha, if I do not descend into hell, who shall? Very well, this fate is of your own making. Zunya's malevolent intent surged forth. His purpose for being here was to obliterate the Buddhist sect. He had anticipated that Su Yun, as a venerable monk, would discern the gravity of the situation and yield to spare his disciples. To his astonishment, Su Yun proved obstinate. With a disdainful snarl, Zhu Ni revealed his true form from within the cloud. In the next heartbeat, he unsheathed the earth-grade demonic blade. As his hand vanished, the cursed weapon, suffused with boundless demonic energy, cleaved through the air towards Su Yun with a ferocious intent. The force was so overwhelming that even the sunlight of the day was eclipsed. Zunya's cultivation had ascended to the realm of transcendence, rendering him a formidable adversary far beyond the peak of the nascent soul stage, which Su Yun occupied. In fact, only Ding Kuan on the entire Xianling continent could contend with him. Thus, he had never regarded the Buddhist sect as a rival. With a resounding impact, Su Yun braced himself against Zunya's assault with his staff. However, the next moment, blood spilled from his lips, and his complexion turned ashen. The 3 eminent monks, witnessing his plight, sought to rush to his aid, yet were entangled by the protectors, unable to extricate themselves from the fray. Zhu Ni hovered above, observing the beleaguered Su Yun with a scornful smile. You are woefully inadequate. With that, he swung his blade once more. A surge of even denser and more potent demonic energy converging instantaneously. It resembled a black sun, casting shadows over half of the Buddhist sect. Master, we cannot continue this fight. If we do, the Buddhist sect will be no more. The 3 eminent monks seized a moment when the protectors faltered to escape. They approached Su Yun, imploring him, Master, let us preserve our strength. We still have the support of the Tang benefactor. We must retreat. Su Yun surveyed the battlefield, noting that most of his disciples bore wounds. The words of the 3 venerable monks rang true. Should the conflict persist, the Buddhist sect would inevitably face annihilation. However, calamity does not signify an end. Su Yun promptly called upon all disciples of the Buddhist order to withdraw immediately. The disciples, engaged in fierce battle, heeded his words, repelling their adversaries' assaults and retreating swiftly. This turn of events perfectly aligned with Zun Ye's aspirations. The obliteration of the Buddhist sect was a necessary measure. An amicable withdrawal would be even more favorable. For what he desired was wealth, spiritual stones to be amassed within the Shura sect, ensuring its eventual rise. Should Su Yun survive, there remained a possibility of future allegiance. Of course, should he refuse to submit, threats could easily compel him to assist in prolonging his life. Su Yun's vulnerability had been laid bare. Though unafraid of death, he was deeply concerned for the fate of the Buddhist sect. Zun Yi was confident that should he brandish a ghostly blade against the disciples, Su Yun would not remain indifferent. The silhouettes of the retreating disciples gradually faded from Zun Ye's view, and a triumphant smile graced his lips. He proclaimed loudly, Great Protector, your contributions today are indispensable. Upon our return to the Shura sect, I shall personally commend you. All disciples of the demonic sect were commanded, take everything you can carry swiftly, and upon completion, return to the Shura sect immediately. The demonic disciples could barely contain their glee. The Buddhist sect was universally acknowledged as the wealthiest faction, and the prospect of plundering their treasures was exhilarating. Groups of Shura disciples surged into the Buddhist stronghold like marauders, seizing whatever they could find, smashing what they could not. Laughter and jubilation echoed throughout the halls. Moments later, someone shouted, "I have discovered the Buddhist sect's treasure vault. Everyone, come quickly." This announcement ignited even greater excitement among the disciples, who flocked towards the vault. Even the protectors and Zun Yu could not resist the allure. Rushing towards the Buddhist treasure chamber. Within the grand hall of the Buddhist temple, a concealed door behind the wall swung open, and when the crowd beheld the interior, they were left utterly astounded. A modest chamber was brimming with spiritual stones and an array of elixirs and treasures. It was conservatively estimated that the spiritual stones alone amounted to no less than 10 million. "Quickly, fill your storage bags and take everything," Zun Yu stammered. For despite being the lord of the Shura sect, it was his first encounter with such a vast quantity of spiritual stones. The sheer abundance was unfathomable, prompting thoughts of the immense resources the Buddhist sect had amassed over the decades. He envisioned a future where, after numerous failed assaults on the Shura sect, the various celestial factions gradually forgot about the Buddhist order and, under the pressures of cultivation, all flocked to the Shura sect. This unprecedented event was destined for the victory of the demonic lord. Zun Yu's heart raced as he watched the disciples eagerly filling their storage bags with spiritual stones. Nearly 10,000 disciples, each clutching bags brimming with spoils, engaged in the plundering that lasted a full 2 hours. When there was nothing left to seize, the Buddhist sect was ignited in flames. It can be said that no escape routes were left. Near the abyssal gate, Ding Kuan led the 8 sovereigns of the celestial palaces and nearly 10,000 disciples, lying in wait to ambush the remnants of the abyssal gate. They could vaguely discern that the protective formation of the abyssal gate had already been activated. A colossal statue loomed like a war deity, instilling a profound sense of dread merely by its presence. They were approaching. At that moment, the leader of the heavenly palace, holding a stone, keenly sensed the aura of the demons. However, as soon as he spoke, shock washed over his face, and he looked at Ding Kuan with confusion. "Master, it seems that something is amiss. The demonic energy emanating from the disciples of the abyssal gate is indistinguishable from what it was when they departed. It appears they have suffered no losses." Chapter 143. The confrontation between the 9 palaces sect and the Shura sect. Not a single casualty. This statement not only startled the several leaders of the celestial palaces, but also left Ding Kuan in disbelief. Where on earth had they been? If they had indeed ventured to confront that enigmatic force, how could they have returned unscathed? Ding sect leader, given the change in circumstances, "I believe we should withdraw at once," urged the leader of the heavenly palace, for the members of the Shura sect were drawing ever closer. At this moment, Ding Kuan found himself in a quandary. Should he remain to fight, he could certainly contend with Zun Xia, and his disciples would not be inferior to those of the Shura sect. However, casualties were inevitable. It would be entirely prudent to wait for the return of their ancestor to address the situation. Yet, what explanation could he offer upon the ancestor's return if they retreated without a fight? After all, the 9 palaces sect had already been diminished. If they awaited their ancestor's return to regain control, wouldn't he, as the sect leader, appear utterly ineffectual? Human nature is fraught with desires. And Ding Kuan was no exception, despite his righteousness. After a prolonged contemplation, he arrived at a pivotal decision. He drew forth his spiritual sword with a flourish and proclaimed, "The disciples of the Shura sect have mobilized entirely, and our protective formation is but a fade. Previously, we were at a loss, but this time is different. I am confident we can annihilate them. You need not fear. I shall lead the charge and slay Zun Xia. The 9 palaces sect shall thereby claim a rightful victory." The 8 leaders of the celestial palaces, who had once trained alongside Ding Kuan and his brothers, could hardly be oblivious to his intentions. However, it was evident that his position was dire. A sect that had endured for nearly a century was now under siege. If they were to wait for their ancestors' return to assault the Shura sect, they would lose all semblance of dignity. Thus, they resolved to follow him. After all, they were bound by brotherhood. Together, the 8 leaders unsheathed their spiritual swords, positioning themselves at 8 cardinal points, each commanding their respective realm. They stood suspended in midair, the gentle breeze lifting their robes, their sword tips angled toward the ground, exuding the aura of seasoned warriors. "All disciples, heed my command. Let us jointly set up the demon-slaying sword formation. We must ensure the demise of the Shura sect here," the leader of the heavenly palace declared boldly, prompting an immediate mobilization of thousands of disciples. Some soared into the sky to arrange heavenly nets, while others fortified the ground with traps. As the Shura sect was the foremost adversary of the 9 palaces sect, the demon-slaying sword formation was a fundamental lesson for all initiates. Although they had never put it into practice before, this was an opportune moment to test their skills. Stop. As the disciples of the demonic sect, led by Zun Xia, were about to reach the Shura sect, they noticed a multitude of practitioners gathered ahead, with Ding Kuan's presence particularly palpable. "Ah," Zun Xia chuckled. surprised that the Nine Palaces sect had the audacity to confront them at such a moment. It seemed Ding Kuan possessed some merit, having learned from the Shura sect to act as an informant. However, he was overly presumptuous, believing that their combat prowess had diminished upon exiting the Black Cloud Mountain. Take a good look at your position. You are merely a few hundred meters from my protective formation, truly a path to self-destruction. Regarding the protective formation of the Shura Gate, the sects are only aware that it safeguards the Black Cloud Mountain from incursions. However, they remain oblivious to its range of attack, and are utterly unaware that within the treasury of the Shura Gate lies a perpetual assembly of humans intended to awaken the Shura deity. To be precise, the statue of the Shura deity possesses fiery eyes that burn with flames, devoid of consciousness. It functions merely as a machine. It autonomously defends the Black Cloud Mountain, executing any intruder on sight. Yet, following the sacrifice of humans, the Shura deity briefly attains awareness, causing its eyes to glimmer with sentience. This is precisely why Zun Xie can venture forth with assurance. Nearly a few hundred meters away, Ding Kuan finds himself within the lethal range of the Shura deity, a fact that Zun Xie perceives as tantamount to courting death. A terrifying and avaricious smile spreads across Zun Xie's face. Indeed, the heavens favor him. Having just plundered the Buddhist sect, now the Nine Palaces sect comes forth to meet its doom. It appears that if the Shura Gate does not rise, the heavens will not allow it. Should this battle succeed in dismantling the formidable forces of the Nine Palaces sect, there will be no need to await a future. Excluding the mysterious powers, all shall submit. At this moment, Zun Xie even feels a twinge of regret that the mysterious forces do not come. How splendid it would be to unite and conquer the Xianling continent. All disciples of the Shura Gate are commanded to crush the Nine Palaces sect and then swiftly assault their stronghold. The disciples of the demon sect are ablaze with excitement. Such exhilaration, plundering two major sects in succession. They roll up their sleeves, gripping their ghostly blades as if preparing for a 100-meter dash. At this juncture, Hun Qin offers his admonition. This time, unlike the plunder of the Buddhist sect, the disciples must strive to eliminate all foes without leaving any survivors. Yes, they respond in unison, and the disciples of the Shura Gate surge forth like a dark tide. Before any contact occurs, they unleash their demonic techniques. Waves of black arrows, indistinguishable from actual projectiles, rain down in a dense and overwhelming barrage. The air is pierced, the sharp sounds filling the space with a cacophony of slaughter and the scent of blood. The disciples of the Nine Palaces sect, undaunted in the face of danger, simultaneously release their spiritual energy and erect a colossal shield. The demonic arrows strike against it, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. And just as the shield is on the brink of shattering, the first wave of assault concludes. Naturally, the disciples of the Shura Gate seize this moment to close in. Observing the opportunity, the Heavenly Palace Lord immediately issues an order. Activate the demon-slaying sword formation. The command, thunderous as a storm, resonates as the disciples collectively draw forth their spiritual swords. In the next moment, tens of thousands of flying swords traverse the space with reckless abandon. The density is overwhelming, akin to wasps swarming a hive, and the sound of slicing through the air is incessant. The disciples of the Shura Gate likely did not anticipate such a grand formation. By the time they attempted to conjure demonic energy to form protective armor, it was too late. Many suffered cuts and stabs, with some even losing their heads. The sky abruptly became shrouded in a thick mist of blood. Fall back, Zun Xie commands, leading the charge through the panicked disciples. Wielding a ghostly blade of the earth rank, standing resolutely at the forefront. Certainly, he also became a target of the demon-slaying sword array. However, how could a superpower in the out-of-body stage fear a demon-slaying sword array set by a supreme nascent soul? Zun Xie directly disregarded it. The mere release of his demonic energy shield was sufficient to nullify everything. Surrounded by a flurry of swords, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Ding Kuan. Ding Kuan, I have awaited this day for far too long. Come forth for a duel. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Kuan shot forward like a beam of light. And before he could even approach, he furiously unsheathed his earth-grade spirit sword. A golden sword radiance illuminated the surroundings in an instant, and then, like the axe of creation, it carved a terrifying arc through the air. His spirit sword was of a superior earth grade, holding an inherent advantage over Zun Xie's inferior earth grade demonic blade. Just at that moment, Zun Xie suddenly moved. Instead of countering with an attack, he swiftly ascended, evading Ding Kuan's skill. It was precisely when Ding Kuan prepared to pursue that he felt an ominous gust of wind approaching from behind. Chapter 144. The essence of the Shura sect. The sound of the wind was fierce and unrelenting. As Ding Kuan and the disciples of the Jiugong sect prepared to evade, they felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloping them. It was as though their bones were being filled with lead, rendering their movements unexpectedly heavy. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Shura deity descended to the ground. Dust billowed into the air, and the earth was left with two large craters. Simultaneously, the ghostly blade in his hand swept through the ranks like a tempest, striking down at least 100 individuals. The majority of the disciples met a tragic end. While a few palace masters from the celestial palace managed to endure the onslaught, their bodies were hurled several meters away by the immense force. Crashing to the ground in utter disarray, blood gushed uncontrollably from Ding Kuan's mouth, his eyes wide with shock. Why was the protective array of the Shura sect still operational? Haha. Zongxi laughed incessantly, mocking Ding Kuan's naivety and ignorance. Ding Kuan, in warfare, deception is paramount. Did you truly believe that this demon lord intended to confront you head-on? Did you think that my departure with the demon horde was without any precautions? How foolish. The protective essence of our Shura sect has been concealed so deeply for so long, and now it can finally astonish all. Regrettably, you lack any value to the Buddhist sect, so simply prepare to meet your demise. Ding, master, retreat. The palace master of the celestial palace rushed forward, clutching the stone left by their ancestor. Zongxi, prepare to face my wrath. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered, unleashing the full force of the celestial palace's ancestor. A golden fist emerged, though small in size. It was imbued with extraordinary strength. The very fabric of space distorted, and the accompanying spiritual pressure caused many demons to falter, collapsing to the ground. Some even bled from their mouths and noses, succumbing to death. In that moment, Zongxi sensed the ominous presence of death, the shift occurring in an instant. However, the Shura deity did not hesitate, swinging the ghostly blade to counter the blow. A tremendous noise erupted. The ghostly blade shattered instantly, and the Shura deity's eyes flickered, clearly sustaining grave injuries. The golden fist was nullified, and Ding Kuan along with the Jiugong disciples vanished without a trace. Zongxi erupted in fury. This group of doomed souls had shattered the Shura deity's ghostly blade. That was the very essence of their protective array. Without the ghostly blade, the Shura deity was rendered virtually powerless. Damned it all, the protective foundation of the Shura sect, safeguarded for decades, was lost. Now, it was Zongxi's turn to suffer. Everything that transpired today hinged on one crucial premise, the protective array. With the array now gone, how could they withstand the oncoming assaults from the celestial sects? The Grand Protector, Hun Qing, was left in shock, his previous confidence shattered. He had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the Jiugong sect. What was initially a stroke of fortune had now resulted in severe damage to the Shura deity. My lord, we have no other recourse. We must gather all our strength and pursue the Jiugong sect at once, obliterating them and eradicating this source of calamity. Otherwise, when they recover, we will truly be finished. Within the realm of the Celestial Gates, the most formidable faction is undoubtedly the Nine Palaces sect. Should they be utterly eradicated, the Azura sect might still cling to a slender thread of survival. Zun Xia, however, finds himself devoid of any opportunity for regret. Despite having seized an abundance of spiritual stones and treasures from the Buddhist sect, these spoils pale in comparison to the might of the Azura deity. Now, with his teeth clenched, he must swallow his grievances and press onward, for retreat is no longer an option. All disciples, heed my command. Surround the Nine Palaces sect at once and sever their roots. Zun Xia bellowed, his voice imbued with fury that was palpable to his followers. Their combat fervor inexplicably surged. Thus, nearly 10,000 disciples of the Azura sect swiftly redirected their efforts toward the Nine Palaces sect, unaware that the latter had fortified their defenses and were at ease. Recently dispatched by Tang Xian, anti-aircraft vehicles and large-caliber artillery had arrived, with over 20 units strategically positioned in the vicinity. It is no exaggeration to assert that not even a bird could penetrate the radar's coverage zone. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation base, Tang Xian received an urgent communication from Pei City. Upon connecting, he recognized the voice of Su Yun. Abbot Su Yun, what brings you to Pei City? He inquired. Ba. Tang benefactor, the Buddhist sect has been besieged by the Azura sect. Tang Xian rose abruptly, taken aback. What is the meaning of this? The Azura sect has launched an assault on the Buddhist sect? Due to the radar's warning range, neither faction was under the surveillance of the Dragon Nation. Abbot Su Yun, what are the casualties among your brethren? Casualties are minimal, for we could not withstand the might of the Azura sect. I led my disciples to retreat in time. And the wealth? The spiritual stones? This inquiry was, in truth, the one Tang Xian yearned to pose, though he opted for a more courteous phrasing. After a brief pause, Su Yun responded, Ba, the spiritual stones and treasures must surely have been taken by them. Nearly 10 million spiritual stones. This is a violation of the heavenly order. The agitation was evident in Su Yun's voice. Do not worry, Abbot Su Yun. The task of punishing the Azura sect will be entrusted to me. They shall not escape retribution this time. Once the urgent communication was terminated, a sudden smile crept across Tang Xian's previously furious visage, an abrupt transformation. Indeed, his earlier display of anger had been a fade. Having reaped the benefits from the Buddhist sect on numerous occasions, he had only scratched the surface. He had not anticipated that they possessed nearly 10 million spiritual stones. What a fortune! With the Azura sect's intervention, it would be only natural for him to seize it all. Moreover, he would gain the reputation of a righteous avenger. Of course, when discussing this with Su Yun later, he would not confess to embezzlement. Rather, he would claim that the treasures had been concealed by the Azura sect. Without delay, Tang Xian exited his office and personally made his way to the satellite testing ground. How is it progressing? How much longer will it take? General Tang, it will be completed within 2 hours. Excellent. As for the launch crew, prepare to erect the Dongfeng missile immediately. Tang Xian, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together in anticipation. After such a prolonged wait, the moment of launch was finally at hand. The Dongfeng God missile launch vehicle arrived at the center of the playground, its massive body gradually rising upright. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the area instantaneously. Murong Shui and Xiao Tianai approached with wide eyes filled with curiosity. Ling Feng and the other talented artisans also set aside their tasks, gathering around the launch vehicle. They had been observing this colossal machine for some time, but its purpose remained a mystery to them. Commander Tang, what is this? Inquired Ling Feng, the leader of Luoyun Valley, with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian spoke with pride. This is the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed a true artifact. One shot into the grave, and the land becomes scorched earth. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. To be referred to as an artifact by Commander Tang, it must possess unimaginable terror. They could only wonder which fortunate individual would be privileged enough to possess it. Given that Commander Tang occasionally handed out a bag of instant noodles or a syringe, many speculated that this extraordinary item would also be bestowed upon someone, and to obtain it would be an immense honor. General Tang, we have received urgent news. Shadows of the demon clan have been spotted on the outskirts of the Jiugong sect. Just then, stationed at the Jiugong sect, Li Fei communicated with Tang Xian via radio. Chapter 145. The blood loss of the Azura sect. Horrified, Tang Xian was taken aback by the audacity of the Azura sect, who, after attacking the Buddhist sect, dared to assault the Jiugong sect as well. He immediately issued a command: repel these intruders and dispatch drones to follow them. Inform me when they return to the Azura sect. In an instant, the soldiers stationed at the Jiugong sect were poised for action, ready to take their positions. All fire control systems were activated, pre-targeted according to radar indications. Xiao He and the newly arrived practitioners were not idle either. They busied themselves ensuring support for the soldiers of Longhua by transporting ammunition and fetching water. In the presence of advanced weaponry, even the most formidable practitioners were relegated to menial tasks. In Tang Xian's eyes, they were vital assets, as the future agricultural bounty of Longhua depended upon them. Meanwhile, the agitated and anxious Zun Xia was hastening with the Azura sect's entourage towards the Jiugong sect. Should this battle end in defeat, the annihilation of the Azura sect would be inevitable. It was crucial to decisively subdue the Jiugong sect, leaving them no opportunity to rise again. Gripping the Earth-grade demon blade, Zun Xia was acutely aware that, despite Ding Kuan's grievous injuries inflicted by the Azura deity, he lacked absolute confidence. After all, there were still at least 6 Yuanying practitioners remaining, aside from the recently wounded one. The atmosphere grew tense. As they advanced, Zun Xia admonished all disciples, heed my command. Fully exploit the inherent advantages of our demonic techniques to minimize casualties. He continued, only after we have dealt with their lesser minions should we engage in close combat. Yes, the disciples of the Azura sect responded in unison. But before they could lower their hands, a sharp whistling sound echoed from afar. The sound was piercing and increasingly distinct, culminating in a deafening roar. This was none other than the air defense missiles launched from the direction of the Jiugong sect. The missile system brought by Tang Xian had a maximum range of 3,800 meters and a speed of 600 meters per second. Before Zun Xia and his group could even glimpse the outlines of the Jiugong sect, the missiles were upon them. Although not a barrage, dozens of missiles were en route, trailing long red plumes. By the time these projectiles came into view, they were merely a kilometer away, leaving the group with just over a second to react. By the heavens, these are the fire sticks of a mysterious force. Those who had once traversed the high echelons had heard tales of such enigmatic powers. The exclamation nearly escaped their throats, and as the words left their lips, they instinctively bolted several meters forward, displaying remarkable quick-wittedness. Of course, the truly astute simply fled without uttering a sound. However, such individuals were in the minority, and dozens of missiles rained down upon their ranks, resulting in cataclysmic explosions within the throngs of over 10,000, with an effective kill radius of 30 meters. Nearly half of those within this range met a tragic fate. This initial volley of missiles alone claimed the lives of several hundred members of the Azura sect. Yet, this was merely the harbinger of a far graver terror. Several kilometers away, within the confines of the Jiogong sect base, the observer promptly reported the coordinates of the adversary to the air defense artillery units. The target was located at an angle between 11 and 12 o'clock. Within a 30-degree sector, at a distance of 2,630 meters, with a wind speed of 2 meters per second from left to right. The commander waved a flag, and dozens of anti-aircraft guns erupted with a thunderous roar. Bang, bang, bang. The firing pedals were incessantly pressed, and the gunners maximized their speed, pivoting 30 degrees to the left and right. From a distance, one could witness a most peculiar spectacle. Numerous anti-aircraft guns belching flames, swaying as if in agreement, with shells cascading in a fan-like formation, dense as a torrential rain. Those from the Shura gate no longer saw mere sticks of fire, but rather a multitude of spinning projectiles. Zunxi's eyes widened in alarm. In an instant, he unleashed all his demonic energy, erecting a colossal black shield before the members of the Shura gate, resembling a massive thundercloud that obscured their path. The shells detonated against it, producing a deafening cacophony. Indeed, the strength of an out-of-body expert was formidable, and the shield was impressively robust. However, while it might withstand 1, 2, 5, or even 10 impacts, how could it endure hundreds? The large-caliber anti-aircraft shells weighed an astonishing 150 kilograms, and factoring in their inertial force and impact energy, a single shell could inflict nearly 10 tons of damage. To put it simply, it was akin to an excavator equipped with a demolition hammer. One strike might not shatter you, but a barrage would surely overwhelm. Soon, cracks began to form in Zunxi's shield. We cannot hold. Everyone, retreat. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and hastily commanded the demons to withdraw as the shield threatened to shatter. Yet, the overwhelming number of Shura Gate members led to chaos, and several hundred disciples fell victim to the onslaught, fleeing in disarray, shedding their armors. Zunxi gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed angrily upon the Grand Protector as he returned. Damn it all, this is all due to your brilliant suggestions. Had we not attacked the Buddhist sect today, the Jiogong sect would not have intercepted us. The foundation of our sect would remain intact, and the Shura Gate would not find itself in such a dire predicament. We've just lost hundreds of disciples, many of whom carried storage bags filled with treasures from the Buddhist sect, and we just handed them over. This is an utter loss. In Zunxi's eyes, the status of Hunqing plummeted drastically. Now, with the Shura Gate in peril, it was a critical time for manpower. Otherwise, Zunxi might consider stripping him of his Grand Protector position, or worse, directly sentencing him to death. Of course, he conveniently forgot the appreciative look on his face at the time, as well as that it was he who had ultimately made the decision to proceed. Hunqing noticed the disdain in Zunxi's gaze. What could he say? He had nothing to say. Who would have anticipated that the Jiogong sect possessed such a powerful stone? Who could have foreseen that the Jiogong sect had been overtaken by mysterious forces? Alas, one could only blame the Demon Lord for the inadequate reconnaissance in the early stages. Just moments ago, he reveled in his display of the sect's profound heritage, oblivious to the myriad of telltale signs. Have you not noticed the multitude of circumstances surrounding you? Hunyuan Qing was engulfed in a frenzy of introspection, ultimately deciding to embrace a vow of silence from this moment forward. The remnants of the Shura sect, battered and beleaguered, retreated to their stronghold, while drones from the Jiogong sect relentlessly pursued them. In addition, a contingent of soldiers was dispatched to scour the battlefield several kilometers away with meticulous thoroughness. For Tang Xian had proclaimed that they had just plundered the Buddhist sect, and thus they must be laden with treasures. And indeed, this proved to be true. Each disciple was adorned with storage pouches, some even bore 3. These pouches brimmed with spiritual stones and celestial elixirs. One individual had even stuffed a wooden fish into his pouch, a sight both absurd and amusing. Just envision the scene of the demon striking the wooden fish. It was utterly eye-watering. The battlefield's outcomes were promptly reported to Tang Xian, who could hardly contain his delight upon hearing the news. This haul was indeed bountiful. General Tang, those individuals have returned to the Shura sect. Very well, let them wait. Here, the Eastern Divine Missile is already poised for launch, eagerly anticipating its moment. Ensure you are perpetually prepared to cleanse the battlefield. And remember to stock up on plenty of storage pouches. Haha, understood. Chapter 146. The Awakening of Ding Kuan. Unbeknownst to them, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had grown fond of this exhilarating feeling of reaping benefits from others' misfortunes. They swiftly sought out Xiaohe, gathering a substantial number of storage bags, eagerly awaiting the next action. Ding Zhongmen, are you alright? In the unknown mountains surrounding the Jiugong sect, the severely injured disciples had taken refuge in these secluded areas. Ding Kuan coughed up blood, his internal injuries grave. The Lord of Shura had also struck 2 other masters of the celestial palaces, their conditions equally dire. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the celestial palace master, who employed the sealing power of the ancestor, the consequences would have been unfathomable. He presented several elixirs to Ding Kuan, his face etched with concern. I'm fine, Ding Kuan replied weakly. Tell the disciples to remain vigilant to prevent any pursuit from the Shura sect. Rest assured, Ding Zhongmen, arrangements have already been made. Focus on your recovery. You must not falter. In such a critical moment, if anything were to happen to Ding Kuan, the Jiugong sect would be left with no hope. Why had they fallen to such depths? Just then, a resounding voice echoed from afar, resonating from all directions. The masters of the celestial palaces widened their eyes in astonishment, rising excitedly to scan their surroundings. With trembling hands, they clasped together and proclaimed in unison, "We humbly welcome the ancestor." In an instant, a figure dashed through the air, and before they knew it, an elderly man in a blue robe with a white beard stood before them. He extended his hand, and a gentle azure aura emanated from his palm, enveloping Ding Kuan. Gradually, Ding Kuan's pallid complexion began to regain its color, and his internal injuries healed at a perceivable pace. Your disciple is inept. Please punish me, ancestor. After enduring for so long, Ding Kuan felt as though a child, who had been bearing a heavy burden, suddenly reunited with his parents. A wave of sorrow surged within him, compounded by guilt, rendering him utterly bereft of his usual commanding presence. The Jiugong sect's ancestor, Yi Xiu, promptly erected a barrier to isolate the situation. Enough, you cannot bear all the blame. Rise. He continued, what will the disciples think if they see you in such a state? How will you lead the Jiugong sect henceforth? Ding Kuan stood up, akin to one seeking forgiveness, remaining silent and motionless. After a prolonged moment, Yi Xiu stroked his beard and addressed Ding Kuan and the celestial palace masters. Do you understand why the Shura sect, as a demonic faction, has endured for so long? This question left everyone momentarily speechless. The reason for their longevity was undoubtedly their formidable strength. However, they suddenly recalled the moment when the Shura sect's protective foundation had been shattered. It contained merely a fraction of the ancestor's sealing power from decades past. This indicated that the ancestor had possessed the capability to annihilate the Shura sect even back then. The celestial palace masters and Ding Kuan turned their gazes towards Yi Xiu, who continued, decades ago, I sensed the presence of a foreign continent in the wild mountains, just across the great river. Since that time, I have known that the day of departure would eventually come. The Nine Palaces sect is the foremost celestial gate in the Xianling continent, unmatched by any other sect, which even trembles at the mere mention of our name. As he spoke, Yi Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vastness of the sky. However, your cultivation levels at that time fell woefully short, and you lacked any sense of crisis, resulting in a sluggish pace of advancement. Thus, I feigned a journey for the purpose of safeguarding you, allowing you to experience a semblance of danger and to inspire you to strive more diligently. I wanted you to understand that without hard work in your cultivation, you would be consumed by other sections. That looming threat was the Azura sect. Decades have passed, and I have witnessed your transformation from carefree disciples into responsible leaders. Yet, the outcome leaves me somewhat dissatisfied. With these words, Ding Kuan bowed his head heavily. He wished to mention the emergence of a mysterious force. Yet he believed that the ancestral master was already aware of these matters. Regardless, without the sealing power of the ancestor, the Nine Palaces sect would have perished. And Ding Kuan bears an undeniable responsibility for that. It is lamentable that Yi Xiu's catfish effect led to the growth of his proud disciples, who nearly faced ruin in the end. Thankfully, he did not hasten to leave. Ding Kuan, I wish to impart a piece of wisdom to you, Yi Xiu continued earnestly. Uniting the Xianling continent is not as simple as you imagine. Your strength today may be supplanted by another's tomorrow. The finest order arises from mutual cooperation and the collective exploration of the righteous path. Always remember my words. They will shape the future of the Nine Palaces sect. Yi Xiu seemed to be making a final statement. The assessment had concluded, and he appeared prepared to depart, offering nothing but sage advice to Ding Kuan. The cultivation realm is perpetually evolving, with a continuous influx of talented cultivators joining this grand assembly. If everyone strives for the unification of the Xianling continent, peace will remain elusive unless a superlative power emerges. Of course, at this moment, Yi Xiu could indeed be considered the most formidable immortal in the Xianling continent. Yet, he harbored greater aspirations and could not linger here, for this place no longer held what he sought. After finishing his speech, Yi Xiu dropped the barrier and surveyed the eager faces of the Nine Palaces disciples. Seeing their eyes filled with anticipation, he softened. He addressed Ding Kuan. Take the disciples with me to the Azura sect and bring back the resources. This is all I can assist you with. Master, what about that mysterious force? One of the palace masters could no longer contain himself. If the ancestral master aims to obliterate the Azura sect, what shall we do if that mysterious force returns? Upon hearing this question, Yishio's brow furrowed slightly. So, you did not comprehend what I just conveyed. Indeed, the mysterious force is formidable. Yet it has never actively attacked the Nine Palaces sect. If you choose to withdraw from the sect, cannot they simply take residence there? During the period of clandestine protection, I have either visited or surveyed using my divine sense, gaining a vague understanding of the Dragon Kingdom. The first realization is profound strength. The second is a steadfast adherence to principles, not an organization that bullies the weak. This old man remains remarkably low-key, swallowing concealed elixirs of hidden prowess whenever he ventures out, and he never takes to the skies, thus eluding radar detection. His words strike deeply. For it is true that a mysterious force has indeed established a presence on Lingmu Mountain, yet they have never initiated an assault. The Jiugong sect withdrew of their own accord. At this moment, Ding Kuan felt his face flush with embarrassment, nearly overwhelmed with shame. Upon reflection, he recognized that had it not been for his belief in unifying the Xianling continent, he and the mysterious force could have potentially forged a friendship. To this day, Ding Kuan vividly recalls the first encounter with the enigmatic power, when one among them had remarked that they would meet again and specifically expressed a desire to share a cup in camaraderie rather than in conflict. Yet, he had repeatedly intruded upon them, even seeking to probe their stronghold. Although a master of the Xian Palace had perished, it was indeed a consequence of his own actions, for they had shown restraint. Had they chosen to act without mercy, they could have launched an assault on the Jiugong sect upon arriving at Lingmiao Mountain, resulting in devastating casualties. Ding Kuan despises himself, loathing the wicked thoughts that have ensnared him. After decades of leadership, he lacks a sense of the greater picture, only to be awakened by the guidance of his ancestor. Chapter 147. Someone has set their eyes on the spirit stones. Ding Kuan has come to the realization that it is not too late, especially considering that there has been no significant loss of personnel. However, Yishio's intentions are rather alarming. He aims to seize all the resources from the Shura sect and transfer them to the Jiugong sect. Would Tang Xian consent to such a plan? Just as he commenced his actions, he was detected by radar. Shortly thereafter, drones began to follow from a distance. When the footage reached Jiugong sect, Xiaoye's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Removing his sunglasses, he exclaimed in disbelief, "This is the ancestor of Jiugong sect. At this rate, he has likely reached the spirit separation stage." Li Fei, upon witnessing Xiaoye's expression, sensed that the situation was dire and swiftly contacted Tang Xian via radio. Upon learning of the situation, Tang Xian was indeed taken aback. Previously, he had believed that the most formidable practitioners in the Xianling continent were the demon lord of the Shura sect and Ding Kuan. He had not anticipated the existence of a spirit separation powerhouse. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. Tang Xian acknowledged that he had overlooked this aspect. Nevertheless, there was still no need for concern. The air raid shelter of the Dragon Kingdom base was specifically designed to prevent such occurrences. Furthermore, guided missiles, integrating satellite imagery, had long been installed within the shelter to counter any sudden appearances of formidable individuals. This served as the last line of defense, a testament to the foundation of the base's construction. Had it not been for the current malfunctioning of the satellites, this cutting-edge weapon of the Dragon Kingdom would have already been deployed. Among all the weaponry, this was the only one of its kind, known as the land-based anti-ship missile, Dongfeng 21D. In the real world, employing such a weapon for air defense would be an extravagant luxury. However, in this alternate realm, it is prudent to have a hidden weapon as a safeguard. General Tang, the satellites are operational again. The visuals have been transmitted to your command screen. At that moment, several technicians rushed in, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, a wild grin spread across Tang Xian's face. Timing is everything. He pressed the radio and commanded Li Fei, "Do not concern yourself with those from Jiugong sect. Redirect the drones to Shura sect." General Tang, I believe that one be necessary, as they have already proceeded to their destination, which is indeed Shura sect. They are likely seeking to save face. Hearing this, Tang Xian furrowed his brow. This is not about saving face. They are clearly intent on plundering. How could Jiugong sect be unaware of the massive looting of the Buddhist sect? What a coincidence that our ancestor appears at this moment. Surely, he is there for the sake of wealth. Aligning with my own thoughts of utilizing the Shura sect for profit. Li Fei, you must bring the drones in closer. I need to have a serious discussion with them regarding this matter. Who dares to rob me of nearly 10 million spirit stones will face my wrath. Understood, General Tang. Although Tang Xian misjudged Yishio's intentions, it was of little consequence. The ultimate outcome would still align with his predictions. Indeed, Yishio intended to leave behind a substantial fortune for his sect before his departure. The drone swiftly approached, utilizing a medium-sized reconnaissance and strike drone rather than a conventional rotary model. The lightweight missile mounted on the drone boasts an effective range nearing 1,000 kilometers. In comparison to propeller-driven unmanned aerial vehicles, it presents a substantial target, having been detected approximately 200 meters away from the members of the Jiogong sect. There is no need to boast about the formidable reconnaissance abilities of the practitioners. Even in the presence of lifeless entities, they must remain vigilant. This is troublesome. It is that enigmatic force. The disciples, nearly paralyzed by fear, instinctively yearn to flee at the mere mention of this mysterious power. However, the elite few among them, bolstered by the presence of their venerable ancestor, exhibit remarkable resolve and seize the opportunity to showcase their prowess. They assert in a commanding tone, "Do not panic. Let us bring it down with the demon-slaying sword formation. Cease all actions." This decisive command was issued by Ding Kuan, who has fully comprehended Yishio's philosophy and is prepared to reconcile with the mysterious force for mutual cooperation. He also seeks to ascertain whether they would refrain from launching an unprovoked assault on the Jiogong sect. As Ding Kuan's words resonated, the ambitious disciples hurriedly sheathed their spiritual swords, only to meet the gaze of their sect leader, who regarded them with an expression akin to that of a caretaker to a fool. This nearly caused them to bury their faces in shame. Realizing they had overstepped in their display of bravado, the reconnaissance drone executed a circuit around them, illuminating its underside to reveal the lightweight missile it carried. Aside from Yishio, the others gasped in astonishment. They understood that this fiery stick could be launched from the ground and from massive flying vehicles. Yet they had never anticipated such a diminutive device could also be armed. How utterly ruthless! It is well known that such a fiery stick could slay a nascent soul. However, while it is one thing to be vanquished by a larger entity, being struck down by something so small would be a source of profound humiliation. Ding sect leader, might you introduce us to your esteemed ancestor? The voice of Tang Xian resonated from within the drone. At that moment, satellites were observing the unfolding situation from a divine perspective. As the satellites orbited the Earth in a prograde trajectory, they had fortuitously aligned at this juncture. Thus, it was imperative to conclude negotiations swiftly to determine whether to obliterate the Shura sect with a ballistic missile. Upon hearing Tang Xian's voice, everyone was taken aback. They had not expected this device to articulate human speech. Yishio, too, was witnessing this for the first time and was equally astonished. This enigmatic force had indeed crafted such an intricate puppet. Ding Kuan recognized the voice. It belonged to the one who had intended to share a toast with him. Just as he was about to step forward to speak, Yishio raised his hand to halt him. "I am Yishio. May I inquire your name, esteemed one?" "Oh, you are the revered ancestor Yishio. I am Tang Xian. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Upon hearing this, Yishio grasped the situation. The voice was not emanating from the puppet but rather transmitted from elsewhere. He had not detected any signs of a mysterious force while traversing the barbarian mountains. So was this individual truly within the confines of the Jiogong sect's base, or in Yuanshan? Controlling a puppet from such a distance was beyond even his capabilities. While he was still grappling with shock and contemplation, Tang Xian continued to speak. "Master Yishio, due to time constraints, I shall speak candidly. The Shura sect has plundered the Buddhist community, seizing a substantial quantity of spirit stones. The abbot of the Buddhist sect has entrusted me with the task of rectifying this injustice. Therefore, there is no need for the Jiogong sect to intervene. The implication is quite straightforward. The spirit stones are mine, and I urge you not to covet them." Frankly, the leadership of the Jiogong sect has undergone a transformation. They no longer seek to unify the Xianling continent. Particularly, Ding Kuan has reaffirmed that the mysterious forces will not attack the Jiogong sect, which has intensified his desire to befriend Tang Xian. Furthermore, the Jiogong sect is quite affluent, as it possesses a hidden iron ore mine. While the treasures taken by the Shura sect are considerable, they do not incite overwhelming greed. Ding Kuan clasped his hands and remarked, "Friend Tang Xian, we are all righteous factions. Since you are acting on behalf of the Buddhist abbot, it would indeed be inappropriate for the Jiogong sect to intervene directly. However, given that the Shura sect is currently in a weakened state, it is imperative that this malignant force be eradicated promptly. Thus, I propose that the Jiogong sect take on this task, and we shall ensure that all spirit stones are returned to the Buddhist community thereafter." Chapter 148. Retreat. A bit upon hearing Ding Kuan's words, Yishio contentedly stroked his beard. This mysterious force was formidable. Should the Jiogong sect manage to coexist peacefully with it, they would no longer fear any threats. While he felt satisfaction, Tang Xian was far from pleased. What would become of the Dragon Kingdom if all the spirit stones were collected and handed over to the Buddhist sect? Wasn't it merely a matter of doing good deeds to enhance one's cultivation? The Dragon Kingdom had ample food grown in other realms. They could simply allow the Buddhist sect to distribute it. There was no need to offer spirit stones. In the end, they would have to earn them back, making the entire endeavor redundant. Moreover, the Buddhist sect was notoriously frugal. If they intended to fully harvest his resources, it could take 5 to 10 years, which was an unacceptably long timeline. The satellite was about to pass over the Shura Gate. Tang Xian stated earnestly, "Master Ding, and Ancestor, ye need not worry. I shall eradicate this malignant tumor known as the Shura Gate right now. You may withdraw." Yishio, Ding Kuan, all disciples of the Jiugong sect. Everyone was rendered bewildered by Tang Xian's declaration. They glanced at the drone and then at the Shura Gate not far away. How could they possibly annihilate it now? Surely, they wouldn't resort to using this device. The fire stick was indeed impressive. But with tens of thousands of demons in the Shura Gate, it sounded like sheer bravado. Lord Tang Xian, we have had our misunderstandings in the past, but now that I have clarified them, please do not hesitate. The Jiugong sect can truly assist in this matter. Really, it is unnecessary. Please retreat quickly, my goodness. Tang Xian was nearly speechless. How had Ding Kuan suddenly transformed like this? Sensing Tang Xian's growing impatience, Ding Kuan turned to Yishio for guidance. Ancestor, should we perhaps withdraw? Yishio nodded. Let us retreat for now. If it doesn't work out, the Jiugong sect can step in later. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Jiugong sect stepped back several dozen meters. Retreat a bit more. All right. They retreated another several dozen meters. Now, retreat 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters? The crowd was puzzled, yet they complied. As they moved back, Tang Xian pressed the launch button. Whoosh! The rocket engine emitted a tremendous tail flame, turning the green grass in the field to ashes. The Dongfeng missile ascended slowly, gaining speed. Moments after breaking through the atmosphere, it soared above the Shura Gate and began its descent. Keen-eyed disciples observed the drone hovering a few meters away, eager to witness how this small device would obliterate the Shura Gate. However, those lost in thought suddenly noticed something amiss and pointed to the sky, shouting, "Look! What is that? Oh my goodness!" The universal exclamation of shock resonated throughout. They saw a bright spot in the sky from afar. Due to the distance, they could only make out the tail flame. However, having witnessed the fire stick, they could guess what it was. Justice was descending from the heavens. What manner of existence was this mysterious force, capable of launching an attack from such heights? The luminous point was so immense. One could only imagine the size and length of the firewood stick. Their eyes widened like copper bells, including Yishio and Ding Kuan, all transfixed with astonishment. The sheer terror of the scene was overwhelming. Mere seconds later, the Dongfeng missile began to separate, its warhead shattering, unleashing a flurry of submunitions. This time, there was no tail flame. They dove solely on the wings of inertia. The practitioners of the Jiugong sect were caught utterly unawares. Then, deafening booms resonated from the direction of the Shura Gate. Boom, boom. Mushroom clouds ascended, and the earth trembled beneath them. The statue of the Shura deity was pulverized, and the Shura Gate was instantaneously reduced to rubble. The scorched earth was not merely a figure of speech. After the explosion, shockwaves surged forth like ocean waves, propelling the onlookers several meters away, effectively rousing them from their stupor. Hiss! The entire assembly gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom the unfolding reality. The Shura Gate had been annihilated, not a single soul in sight. If the mysterious forces had employed such measures against the Jiugong sect initially, the thought sent a chill down their spines. The words of the patriarch rang true. Ding's final decision was exceptionally wise. Indeed, the mysterious forces were not to be trifled with. Whoosh! Whoosh! As they pondered these thoughts, 2 helicopters approached. Yishio and Ding Kuan stood dazed, watching as a multitude of individuals from the mysterious faction descended rapidly via ropes. Each one wielded a firewood stick. This was utterly ruthless. Firewood sticks were everywhere. In truth, the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom were equipped with instruments for detecting spiritual stones, akin to metal detectors. Although the explosion was monumental, the stones were resilient and would not shatter into powder. While some may have been propelled away, the instruments were remarkably efficient, boasting a wide range of detection. With a bit of time and thorough scanning, it was certainly more reliable than returning the stones to the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, they could justifiably inform them that nothing had been found. Yishio, the patriarch, Ding Kuan, would you be interested in a discussion? Discuss. Ding Kuan replied without a moment's hesitation. At the site of the former Jiugong sect, the authorities had prepared a makeshift mobile office equipped with a large screen and monitors. This was a precaution arranged by Tang Xian for safety reasons. Just as during their initial arrival in the Xianling continent, they navigated cautiously, for one could never be too careful with human intentions. Ding Kuan and Yishio were en route, while Tang Xian observed the satellite imagery with great interest. Beyond the Shura Gate lay an expansive sea, and at the horizon, land indeed emerged. One could see diligent farmers cultivating their crops, yet astonishingly, they appeared to be flying. The imagery was not particularly clear, and from a divine perspective, it was uncertain whether they were soaring through the air or flying on swords. In any case, they were not merely farmers, they were also practitioners. This is indeed intriguing. It seems that this continent is an advanced version of the Xianling continent, where the combat prowess is certainly superior. This, of course, implies that the resources there will be even more abundant. A formidable challenge awaits. Tang Xian does not fear challenges, rather, he yearns for them. Much like the awakening of the portal, his arrival in this otherworldly realm is filled more with exhilaration than trepidation. He has silently resolved to thoroughly explore this new continent. General Tang, the people have arrived, Li Fei called out over the radio. Tang Xian activated the screen and turned on the camera in his office. The imagery was transmitted in real time to the makeshift mobile room. Master Yishio, Sect Leader Ding. It is a pleasure to see you both well. Tang Xian greeted with a smile as he observed Ding Kuan and Yishio on the screen. Ding Kuan and Yishio appeared utterly bewildered and profoundly astonished, wondering what manner of device could project human likenesses. Moreover, it seemed that those within could also see themselves. Chapter 149. The fate is sealed. What is this all about? Gazing at the figure of Tang Xian on the large screen, both Yishio and Ding Kuan felt as though they were shrouded in a dense fog. The enigmatic power had always been shrouded in mystery, and it now appeared that their understanding was merely the tip of the iceberg. As a revered master and a formidable being at the divine separation stage, Yishio's curiosity surpassed even that of Ding Kuan. He clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Tang Xian, from whence do you hail? And how is it that you possess such an array of extraordinary artifacts?" "Longhua," Tang Xian replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. "Longhua?" In Yishio's understanding, he had never encountered this name before. Could it be from a foreign continent? Master Yishio, Sect Leader Ding. The entire Xianling continent is now on the brink of peace, Tang Xian continued, and we have initiated profound cooperation with Longhua. The Shura sect should be regarded as the last remaining antagonistic force, but it has now been eradicated. There was a subtle implication in Tang Xian's words, particularly the emphasis on the word should, which placed considerable psychological pressure on Ding Kuan. The scene of the Shura sect's destruction remained vivid. The fiery rods descending from the heavens were like divine retribution, utterly unstoppable. Master Yishi was indeed correct. Cooperation was paramount, for the alternative was too daunting to contemplate. It was difficult to envision what the Jiogong sect would become if it adhered to the belief of unifying the Xianling continent. Ding Kuan, as the heir of the Jiogong sect, found himself in a pivotal position, while Yishio, the elder statesman, had resolved to depart from the Xianling continent. Consequently, he had entrusted the reins of authority entirely to Ding Kuan, for it would be he who would navigate the future. Yishio remained silent, and Ding Kuan cupped his fists and addressed Tang Xian. "Esteemed Tang Xian, as I mentioned earlier, we have previously misunderstood each other. The Jiogong sect has, on multiple occasions, provoked Longhua, and I hope you do not take offense. I am willing to lead the Jiogong sect in collaboration with Longhua for mutual progress and development." Tang Xian nodded with a smile, yet his next statement left both Ding Kuan and Yishio astounded. "Sect leader Ding may have misunderstood my intentions. What I seek is not merely cooperation, but also compliance." Ding Kuan gasped, turning to Yishio for an explanation. It was evident that Tang Xian's intention was to unify the Xianling continent, yet you had just stated that such unification was impossible. To Ding Kuan's disappointment, Yishio remained silent, perhaps having resolved not to interfere any further in the affairs of the Xianling continent. "Esteemed Tang Xian," Ding Kuan bowed respectfully, reiterating Yishio's previous sentiments. "What should prevail on the Xianling continent is cooperation, not unification. For if everyone seeks to unify, even in the absence of the demonic sect, chaos will inevitably ensue. After all, who is not tempted by the allure of power? Would you not agree?" Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively, speaking with unwavering certainty. "I do not fully endorse Sect Leader Ding's perspective. Firstly, the Xianling continent can be understood as being in a state of imminent disintegration. In the absence of a dominant leader and a unified set of rules and order, disputes are easily ignited. After all, cultivators might even quarrel over a single elixir. Establishing a comprehensive framework of regulations and just laws would render such conflicts moot. Moreover, the scenario you described is virtually non-existent. A ruler, impervious to provocation, possesses formidable strength and acts with righteousness. For anyone to contemplate overthrowing such a sovereign would be sheer folly. Otherwise, if everyone aspired to be the leader, chaos would ensue. Clearly, the Dragon Nation stands as the unequivocal choice for governance." Tang Xian's words momentarily silenced Ding Kuan, as he seemed to recall the subsequent remarks of his master, suggesting that only a superlative power could govern. Thus, could the Dragon Nation not be the rightful choice? Yushio, revered master of this. Ding Kuan found himself in a precarious position. Initially aspiring to unify the Xianling continent, he later learned from Yushio about the necessity of sincere collaboration and mutual development. Now, facing the prospect of being governed, the twists and turns of fate were overwhelming, and he struggled to accept it. Consequently, he cast a questioning glance towards Yushio, uncertain and aware that this decision was exceedingly challenging to make. Yushio sighed softly, reflecting on Ding Kuan's youth at this moment. Should he not consider what to do after establishing dominion? Alas, with no other recourse, Yushio felt compelled to take action himself. He turned to Tang Xian, inquiring, "Your Excellency, you have subdued one of the two great demon sects on the Xianling continent and annihilated the other. Logically, with the populace able to live peacefully, there would be minimal disputes. Do you deem it necessary to unify the Xianling continent?" "Absolutely necessary," Tang Xian affirmed resolutely. He continued, "The current state of the Xianling continent resembles a scattered heap of sand. Without unity, how can we harness our full potential? Beyond the Xianling continent, other lands exist. If they were to rebel one day, would we need to hastily elect a leader? Unified development is the optimal path. If Master Yi finds this hard to grasp, I possess a tome on the Great Qin dynasty for your perusal." Yushio's eyes widened in surprise, filled with perplexity. His confusion stemmed not from the Great Qin dynasty itself, but rather from how Tang Xian was aware of the existence of other continents. His thoughts were remarkably composed. Recognizing the existence of foreign lands allowed him to prepare in advance. This individual was indeed extraordinary. "Your Excellency Tang, I was under the impression that I alone was privy to the existence of other continents within the Xianling realm. I had no idea that you had uncovered this secret too." Tang Xian smiled. "Not only have I discovered it, but I have also seen it." As he spoke, he presented satellite images. Though the visuals were somewhat unclear, both Yushio and Ding Kuan immediately recognized that this was certainly not the Xianling continent. The landscape was filled with structures reminiscent of Peiqing, impressively prosperous. They were profoundly astonished. Peiqing, as the foremost trade hub of the Xianling continent, was notably affluent and harmonious. Yet, compared to this foreign land, it was as if a minor sorcerer stood before a great wizard. There was simply no comparison. First, they marveled at the existence of peace in this foreign continent, and in the next moment, their eyes met with astonishment. The Dragon Kingdom was capable of surveilling an entirely new land. What were they, deities perhaps? Yushio and Ding Kuan, the two eminent figures, felt as though they were unboxing a mystery, each revelation about the Dragon Kingdom leaving them in awe. The terror of the Dragon Kingdom reached a certain threshold. After a considerable pause, Yushio discreetly signaled to Ding Kuan. Although Ding Kuan found it difficult to accept, he had no choice but to embrace this reality. With what seemed like immense resolve, he extended his hand and clasped it in a gesture of respect, articulating each word with intent. "I hope that you, esteemed Tang Xian, can transform the Xianling continent into a realm of such splendor. On behalf of the Jiugong sect, I, Ding Kuan, am willing to offer my utmost assistance to you." Tang Xian, "Rest assured, Master Ding, the Xianling continent will only surpass them. There is no alternative path." After concluding the conversation, Tang Xian terminated the video call. With a decisive slap on the table, he declared, "It is done. The Xianling continent shall become the most significant base of the Dragon Kingdom, a true realm of fantasy. And I, Tang Xian, am coming." The satellite imagery of the continent may not represent the final frontier. This fantastical world undoubtedly harbors greater strength and more advanced civilizations. The challenges that lie ahead will be numerous, and Tang Xian will undoubtedly persevere with even greater determination. Chapter 150, Mission Accomplished. Power elevated in the operational conference room of the Dragon Kingdom base, Tang Xian summoned all the advisors to convey this exhilarating news. Upon hearing it, the room nearly erupted in joyous exuberance. Was the entire Xianling continent now under the dominion of the Dragon Kingdom? Such elation was almost overwhelming. Tang Xian allowed them 10 minutes to revel in their excitement, only to discover that it was insufficient as they continued to engage in animated discussions. Reluctantly, he intervened early. "Enough, everyone. Let us address a matter of practicality, though I do not wish to dampen your spirits. The satellite is launched, and we have discovered a continent even mightier than Xianling. Therefore, consider this place as a vast base rather than a sanctuary. The challenges that lie ahead are formidable, and we must remain vigilant." The advisors responded in unison, "Yes, General Tang." With that, the meeting commenced. As his words resonated, the chiefs of staff adopted solemn expressions, ready to take notes on their desks. Tang Xian stated, "We have just taken control of the Xianling continent, which is in utter disarray and lacks any semblance of order that we must restore. My directives are as follows. First, we shall unify the currency, monopolizing the spiritual stones through the Dragon Kingdom's grain and goods. All individuals can engage in labor, agriculture, alchemy, or weapon forging directly from the Dragon Kingdom. Second, we will establish an interdimensional cultivation academy to create our own sect within this new realm. Given the uncertainties of this unknown continent, it is vital to cultivate our own elite practitioners. Thirdly, we must formulate laws. Due to the peculiarities of the Xianling continent, the legal framework need not be overly stringent. Our primary concern is to ensure the safety of civilians, followed by a prohibition on mutual killings among practitioners. All resources within the continent shall belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Any endeavor for development will incur a tax of 50% on profits. Finally, we shall establish departments composed of interdimensional practitioners and Dragon Kingdom soldiers to form a joint force aimed at combating unlawful activities and maintaining public order. Anyone serving the Dragon Kingdom, whether from another realm or as a soldier, will have access to cultivation resources. After articulating his directives, Tang Xian regarded the advisors with gravity. The initial actions will be complex. We must strike decisively, leaving no room for dissent. Those who defy the rule of the Dragon Kingdom will be imprisoned and face public trial. Understood. The advisors agreed, each preparing to allocate their respective tasks without further need for Tang Xian's oversight. After the meeting adjourned, Old Lu was retained for further discussion. Old Lu. With the Jiogong sect now compliant, I plan to establish a model interdimensional military camp. I am curious about your thoughts on this. Tang Xian had previously asserted that the Jiogong sect, now under their control, would not be relinquished, and if necessary, they would assist in constructing another. While the concept of an interdimensional military camp may seem far-fetched, its implications were profoundly significant, an endeavor towards cultural infiltration. In the future, to achieve a complete unification of the Xianling continent, it is imperative to cultivate a distinctive culture of our own, one that is truly unparalleled. Initially, we shall implement a militarized management approach through the Jiogong sect, followed by the gradual integration of various esteemed sects, thereby fostering order and culture over time. Without a doubt, the otherworldly academies of the Dragon Kingdom must also instill the cultural values of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Old Lu did not hesitate for a moment and wholeheartedly agreed. In the coming days, Tang Xian would be exceedingly busy, and the foundational order would be entrusted entirely to Old Lu. At noon, Tang Xian arrived at the grassland. The oil tanker had already arrived, and oil was officially being extracted from the well. As the saying goes, it is better to be timely than early. The Xianling continent currently demands an immense influx of manpower and resources. The significance of the portal upgrade is profound. Without wasting any time, Tang Xian returned to the real world with the oil tanker. Ding. Main mission completed. Portal level upgraded to LV7. Time extension increased to 35 minutes per day. Additional rewards have been granted. As the system's voice faded, a force of 400 kilograms surged into Tang Xian's body like a torrent of steel. Instantly, he felt as if his entire being was infused with an overwhelming explosive power rather than burdened by heaviness. At that moment, Tang Xian could not resist taking out the earth-grade long and blade. Almost immediately, a Taoist figure burst forth, exuding an aura of dominance. The blade, which once felt substantial in Tang Xian's hands, now seemed as light as a feather, wielded with remarkable ease. What exhilaration! With nearly 1.5 tons of strength, my punch could rival that of a cannonball. A manic smile crept across Tang Xian's lips as he strode confidently towards Zhang Yi's office. Upon entering, he discovered that he was not alone. Shui Kuei, Shi Haiqing, and others were present as well. Commander Tang, you have returned, Shui Kuei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of his idol, nearly leaping forward in joy. Did you complete the mission so quickly? Absolutely. At that moment, I took down 4 of them with a single shot from my butter gun, and the rest fled in terror, Shui Kuei replied, grinning proudly at Shi Haiqing, who had not even had a chance to showcase his prowess. Shi Haiqing could only remain speechless. After all, it was true, Shui Kuei was formidable, leaving no opportunity for anyone else. Yet, the adversaries were rather pathetic. How could they fall so short when compared to the Dragon Kingdom? General Tang, this mission has indeed been successfully accomplished. The enemy has retreated without a fight upon learning of the situation, never even showing their faces, Shui Kuei reported. Tang Xian nodded with a smirk, contemplating that those two ought to understand the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, the next time they entered, it would not merely be 20 otherworldly beings, they would bring an entire sect to crush them. General Shui Kuei, please step outside for a moment. You will accompany me back to the Xianling continent shortly. Understood. With that, Shui Kuei and the others exited. After settling down, Tang Xian turned to Zhang Yi with a smile. General Zhang, I have some monumental news. The Xianling continent is now entirely under the control of the Dragon Kingdom, enabling large-scale military deployment for resource extraction. Is that truly the case? Zhang Yi exclaimed, rising to his feet, brimming with excitement. General Tang, are you suggesting that the Dragon Kingdom has seized an entire continent? Indeed, this continent is under our control. However, we have also discovered new territories. Therefore, I am preparing to deploy 3 divisions, reminiscent of our initial entry into the otherworld, to arm the Xianling continent. No problem, Zhang Yi declared with unwavering conviction. General Tang is always preoccupied with matters of the otherworld, leaving the military commission with little time to spare, hence I have assumed the role of messenger. However, the higher-ups place an emphasis on the portal that far exceeds General Tang's expectations. This year's conscription has been intentionally excessive, aimed at providing reserves for the major army groups. General Tang need only draw from the ranks, and I shall arrange for the personnel vacancies. There is no need for concern on your part. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Tang Xian felt a profound sense of relief. With the formidable backing of the Dragon Kingdom, he harbored no worries in the otherworld. Chapter 151. The release of a new mission after midnight. The first batch of soldiers prepared for deployment to another world has arrived. A total of 5,000 personnel, equipped with various weapons and ammunition, are present. Among them, a contingent of 1,000 is composed of resource exploration specialists tasked with locating minerals, oil, and gold. Among the transport vehicles, one truck is specifically loaded with satellites. To conduct prolonged observation of other continents, it is imperative to increase the density of satellites in space. With all preparations complete, Tang Xian activated the portal. Given the substantial number of personnel and equipment, the half-hour opening time of the portal proved somewhat insufficient. Fortunately, the soldiers were well trained, and they managed to enter, albeit with some difficulty. With the dawn, everyone attended to their respective duties. Some were installing foundational radar systems. This type of radar boasts a wider and more precise detection range than vehicle-mounted ones. Signal towers were also being hastily prepared, as seamless communication within the realm of Xianling must be achieved in the future. The infrastructure troops also proceeded to Jiogong Sec to construct a military camp for Ding Kuan and his team. Simultaneously, the site selection for the Otherworldly Academy was underway. Alongside the formulation of laws and the issuance of regulations, all progressing concurrently. In a word, it was busy. In 2 words, it was exceedingly busy. At this juncture, Tang Xian found himself by the seaside, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean while contemplating the images from the satellites. He momentarily believed that the Xianling continent was, in fact, a large island, surrounded entirely by water. Upon this realization, Tang Xian pursed his lips. A military port should be constructed. With such considerable distance from other continents, it would be impractical to build a bridge for trade. It would merely waste time. Moreover, establishing a military port would allow for the inclusion of warships, submarines, and even aircraft carriers. Not only would this facilitate amicable communication, but it would also serve as a formidable naval asset. Although this plan seemed somewhat distant, Tang Xian felt it was quite pragmatic. He took out a memo to jot down this matter, and then turned to the nearby Old Lu, saying, "Old Lu, within half a month, I need you to carve a passage through Yuanshan. Do you think this is feasible? It can be done, but General Tang, you must provide me with large-scale demolition materials." "Of course," Tang Xian chuckled. "Do you think I would have you gnawing with your teeth?" "Record this matter," he continued. "And when I return to the real world next time, I will bring you some nuclear-grade explosives. Yuanshan must be opened up to facilitate the transport of our assembled equipment." "Wait a moment, General Tang," Old Lu interjected. "Isn't it true that wherever we open the portal, the equipment will arrive at the new location upon our return?" He vaguely recalled that during their initial journey to the otherworld, they did not enter through the Yuanshan base, but rather through a jungle. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Initially, I shared your thoughts, believing that if I opened the portal by the seaside, we could return to the same spot from the real world. However, that was a mistake. The portal cannot be activated anywhere but within the Yuanshan base, let alone return from elsewhere. Thus, there is no need to dwell on this issue. Merely opening a passage at Yuanshan would suffice to accomplish the task. Transportation is not a concern. With so many celestial beings capable of flight, it is hardly an obstacle." "Very well, I understand. Ding. Please complete the main mission. Mission. Locate a gold mine for the Dragon Nation. Mission reward. Portal upgrade. Additional reward. 20 years added to the host lifespan." Before the system could finish its statement, Scout Dian hastily interjected. "General Tang, an unidentified target has been spotted 1 kilometer away, rapidly approaching us." Clack, clack, clack. The soldiers on guard quickly readied their weapons for anti-tank missiles at the ready. Tang Xian took out his binoculars and saw that the approaching figure was Yi Xiao. "General Tang, should we engage?" "No need," Tang Xian replied confidently. During their last video call, he had already discerned the intentions of these individuals. "Lord Tang Xian, Yi Xiu projected his voice through spiritual energy from a distance, concerned that Tang Xian might misinterpret his arrival. Only after confirming that there were no anomalies did he continue to approach, landing before Tang Xian. "What brings you here?" "Master Yi Xiu?" Yi Xiu nodded in response. "I am preparing to depart and wish to entrust you with the care of the Jiugong sect. I also hope that you will honor your promise and allow the Xianling continent to develop as you envision." After speaking, Yi Xiu produced several tomes of martial arts manuals. "I have nothing of great value to offer you, but I have heard that the Dragon Nation intends to establish an interdimensional academy. Here are a few martial arts techniques of local grade, which I hope will contribute, albeit modestly, to the development of the Xianling continent. Unfortunately, these are not complete volumes. The first halves are with my disciples." Yi Xiu had cleverly secured a life-saving token for the Jiugong sect. Local grade martial arts techniques are indeed quite rare. I possess half a volume, while the Jiugong sect retains the other half. It is up to you, Tang Xian, to consider whether to invite them as instructors. Once he handed over the manuals, Yi Xiu ascended and flew toward the sea, disappearing shortly thereafter. Lao Lu stared blankly at the direction of his departure, then glanced at the satellite map. Did he just fly the wrong way? Tang Xian handed the manuals to Lao Lu, saying, "Take these for printing and create new promotional slogans. Enroll now and receive local-grade martial arts techniques. Let the Jiugong sect and top cultivators like Xiaohe teach." Yi Xiu's concerns are entirely unfounded. Even without the gifts, they will not be wronged. After all, agriculture still needs tending. Lao Lu nodded, just about to speak when he noticed a yellow metallic object being pushed ashore. "General Tang, look at that." Tang Xian approached and picked it up, only to discover it was gold. This confirmed that the former sect leader was not lying. The raw materials for the golden dragon sculpture were indeed found by the seaside. Could there be a gold mine beneath the sea, or was it washed ashore by the waves? Lao Lu, contact the technicians immediately to analyze the composition of the sea and this piece of gold. Yes. As night fell, the team dispatched to the seaside discovered their answers. The salinity of this ocean was many times greater than that of the blue planet, akin to the Dead Sea, possessing formidable buoyancy. The gold nugget, too, had originated from the land rather than the seabed. These two research findings pointed to a singular truth. The gold or had drifted from elsewhere, from another landmass. With this revelation, the two elders with azure hair and white beards were inundated with tasks. They tirelessly operated satellites, launching them throughout the night. Naturally, the rewards at this juncture extended beyond mere instant noodles, encompassing spicy strips, beer, and fried chicken. The two were thoroughly indulged. By dawn, they had successfully deployed over 10 satellites. With the increase in satellite density, the visibility time and range naturally expanded significantly. Upon returning from the realm of reality, Tang Xian brought back numerous troops and nuclear-grade explosive materials. After arranging their assignments, he eagerly ventured to the office to peruse the satellite imagery. The office was manned around the clock, with the sole purpose of meticulously charting every area the satellites traversed, striving to create an expansive, detailed map. At that moment, as Tang Xian magnified the image, he noticed a small island situated 100 kilometers from the Xianling continent. Though modest in size, it was inhabited. Chapter 152. A new objective on the satellite imagery. Moving black dots could be discerned, seemingly engaged in some form of activity, yet their specific actions remained elusive. Due to the limitations of satellite resolution, Tang Xian could only glean such rudimentary information. As the satellite continued its orbit, the principal continent of this otherworldly realm gradually unveiled itself. The landmasses were predominantly interconnected, crafted from mountains and rivers, forming two expansive territories. Their vastness was indeed remarkable, with one of them easily rivaling dozens of the Xianling continent in size. The two continents gazed across a vast ocean, separated by a distance of at least 10,000 kilometers, slightly shorter than the polar spans of Blue Star. The Xianling continent was, as it turned out, merely the tip of the iceberg. Gazing at the satellite imagery, Tang Xian murmured to himself. Having made this discovery, exploration was imperative. In light of the unknown combat capabilities of the other side, caution was essential. As for the initial target, he decided upon a small island, with a red marker. He circled the island on the rough sketch he had drawn, designating it as Island Number 1. This island was in close proximity to one of the continents, making it an ideal entry point. With a plan in mind, action must follow. Tang Xian promptly mobilized air defense weaponry to assemble at the relevant shoreline and instructed the infrastructure department to commence the immediate construction of coastal radar for reconnaissance purposes. Even the Dongfeng 21D missile system within the air defense shelter was deployed, regarding the northeastern island and the continent beyond as hypothetical adversaries. Once these preparations were complete, Tang Xian convened a meeting with the general staff to deliberate on strategies for close reconnaissance. Observing the vast operational map displayed on the screen, the generals were genuinely taken aback, astonished by the immense size of this foreign world, with land area nearly comparable to that of Blue Star. General Tang, I believe we could employ large drones to circle around to the rear of the island for reconnaissance. This way, even if we are detected, they would not suspect the source to be from the Xianling continent, suggested one of the advisors. As soon as he finished speaking, another advisor chimed in, General Tang. We could also utilize manned submarines, leveraging their stealth capabilities to gather first-hand intelligence. Large drones are conspicuous and noisy, making them susceptible to attack. The latter advisor spoke the truth. Due to the considerable distance, although the Rainbow drone possessed excellent stealth and reconnaissance capabilities, its endurance was insufficient. Hence, deploying large drones was unavoidable. Their size and noise were indeed drawbacks. In contrast, submarines appeared to be more practical, concealable, with greater endurance, and capable of mapping underwater terrain, thereby laying the groundwork for future strategic submarines. However, a pressing concern arose. The presence of cultivators and ferocious beasts on land was already known. Was it possible that the ocean also harbored its own aquatic monstrosities? Tang Xian posed this question, leading to a moment of silence among the advisors. They understood Tang Xian's meticulous nature and his profound regard for the safety of his troops, leaving them uncertain about how to respond. After all, Blue Star's oceans were home to great white sharks and whales. Who could fathom what creatures lurked within the waters of this other world? General Tang, how about we embark on a fishing expedition first? Old Liu, who had remained silent until now, responded. At that moment, he took on the responsibilities of the chief of staff and proposed. We could capture a batch of ferocious beasts from the Xianling continent and release them into the sea to assess the conditions therein. According to the technical department, this ocean resembles the Dead Sea. If it weren't for the ferocious beasts within, it surely would not sink. This would also facilitate our observations. Coincidentally, our interdimensional academy has recently initiated a beast master course and is currently searching for spirit beasts on the Xianling continent. We might as well seize this opportunity to capture a few ferocious beasts. Tang Xian nodded. This was indeed one viable approach. After making arrangements, Tang Xian returned to the real world. He had come to procure equipment and to inquire about the progress of the energy cannon's development. With the Xianling continent now conquered, the Dragon Kingdom faced new adversaries. Therefore, upgrading weaponry had become paramount. The energy cannon, powered by spirit stones, might inflict additional damage on cultivators. Upon finding Zhang Yi and discussing the matter, he learned that mass production was still some time away. However, there were prototypes available for Tang Xian. He was escorted to the weapons warehouse, where a black tarp was drawn back to reveal a nearly transparent weapon with a long barrel. This new experimental model was not yet ready for vehicle mounting and was classified as a fixed weapon. The barrel extended over 3 meters and featured a radar device. The ammunition box was high-tech, a large disc with numerous circular cavities designed to hold spirit stones. The technician explained, General Tang, this energy cannon can be loaded with 50 spirit stones at once, but it can only fire once. It approaches the speed of light and can effortlessly penetrate a 30mm steel plate from a kilometer away. The drawback is that the loading speed is slow, and the preheating time for firing is lengthy. As for whether it can inflict additional damage on interdimensional creatures, we have been unable to test that due to the conditions. Tang Xian nodded. To be candid, he was quite satisfied with the current research outcomes. 50 spirit stones capable of penetrating a 30mm steel plate. Imagine what could be achieved in the future with larger models, potentially targeting warships. Impressive, indeed. As for the experiments, they could be conducted gradually once they reach the other world. General Tang, the development of spirit stones has only just begun. While other departments have commenced research on spirit wave fragment bombs, this involves replacing the high explosive material in the shell with spirit stones, utilizing the energy from the spirit stones to accelerate the fragments. It is conservatively estimated to exceed 5 times the speed of sound, boasting 6 times the power of conventional fragment bombs. Of course, there are many other projects, including advancements in rocket propulsion and new power sources for vessels. However, for now, only the energy cannon and one energy generation project have entered the experimental phase. After the technician concluded, he gazed at Tang Xian with great admiration and respectfully continued. General Tang, you have led the Dragon Kingdom into a milestone development. On behalf of all the researchers, I extend my sincere respect to you. The technician bowed deeply, but Tang Xian gently stopped him with a raised hand. We are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, so why should we differentiate between you and me? Moreover, your researchers toiled diligently, and for that, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. By the way, what type of device did you refer to regarding the new energy generation? Currently, In the alternate world, there exists a scarcity of electrical power. Relying solely on solar energy is insufficient to meet the demand. Upon hearing General Tang's inquiry, the technician promptly responded, General Tang, new energy generation is categorized into 3 types: low voltage, high voltage, and ultra-high voltage. All these systems utilize the placement of spirit stones to convert energy for the purpose of electricity generation. The sole distinction lies in the size of the devices. The low-voltage apparatus occupies approximately 2 cubic meters, the high-voltage device around 6 cubic meters, and the ultra-high-voltage system reaches up to 12 cubic meters, necessitating specialized trucks for transport. Naturally, the output of ultra-high voltage is formidable, with instantaneous voltage levels capable of rivaling that of lightning. Chapter 153. No negotiation. Upon hearing the technician's introduction, Tang Xian was utterly astonished. The instantaneous voltage could reach levels comparable to that of lightning. How terrifying. With this, the new propulsion system for vessels seemed to be a foregone conclusion. All that remained was the development of the motor. However, it must be noted that national-level technicians seldom exaggerate. The mere fact that he dared to share the research project with Tang Xian indicated that considerable progress had been made. Confidence in technological innovation was firmly established. Yet, Tang Xian did not dwell on this point for long. Instead, 2 words sprang to mind: electric fish. What kind of formidable beast could withstand such a lightning strike? Moreover, this was not merely a strike, but a continuous electric current. The sustained voltage of lightning would likely send any creature into a frenzy. Of course, this was merely a whimsical thought, a nostalgic reflection of childhood amusement. If such issues could be resolved with artillery, there would be no need for elaborate endeavors in this direction. After all, ultra-high voltage also entailed a significant investment in precious resources. However, utilizing it for power generation posed no problems. 12 cubic meters was ample. It would only require disassembly and reassembly at the destination. Let us start with 1 unit, and if its practicality proves robust, we can proceed with further imports. The following day, Tang Xian transported a manned submarine, the latest energy cannon, and the ultra-high voltage energy generation device back to the alternate world. By then, the formidable beasts were already present, reportedly dispatched by Shui Kuei himself, eliminated with a butter gun. The group hastened to the seaside, bringing along the energy cannon. After casting several beasts into the ocean, they observed, as the experiments had indicated, that they floated. With the aid of the engine apparatus, a dozen miniature boats gradually towed these creatures further into the sea. Tang Xian and his companions wielded binoculars, scrutinizing every movement on the water's surface. Meanwhile, the technician operating the energy cannon activated the device, with radar meticulously locking onto that particular maritime area. Just as the sea lay calm and everyone felt at ease, the surface suddenly began to roil, as if a spring had erupted. The water churned violently, and then, without warning, a massive wave surged forth. A colossal black creature, adorned with menacing fangs, breached the surface, reminiscent of a whale in pursuit of prey. Holy moly, a terrestrial-level beast! Shui Kuei exclaimed, pointing at the water's surface. Before his words could dissipate, the energy cannon ignited in an instant, unleashing a beam of light with no prior indication. Boom! The unknown marine beast was instantaneously pierced, its enormous form crashing onto the water's surface, sending forth a tremendous splash. The sea churned violently, yet the carcass quickly sank, wholly unlike land creatures. Goodness! That terrestrial-level beast is finished. Shui Kuei swallowed hard, astonished at the prowess displayed. Could it truly be that easy to slay a terrestrial-level beast? At that moment, Tang Xian approached the technician with great delight. How was it? Any additional enhancements? Indeed, the technician's face radiated joy, unable to conceal his excitement. General Tang, the power just now was far superior to our trials in the real world. Tang Xian chuckled heartily. This was splendid news. The energy cannon, combined with radar technology, can achieve precise targeting. With its unparalleled speed of light, its practical application in this otherworldly realm far surpasses that of the Dongfeng Shun 21D. Truly magnificent. General Tang, what on earth is this? A group of stunned advisors approached, all awestruck by the might of this device. Not only is it remarkably accurate, but it also operates with absolute silence, an extraordinary feat. General Tang Xian proudly declared, this is the latest energy cannon developed by our researchers in the Dragon Kingdom, providing us with formidable support for our endeavors in this alternate dimension. Just now, General Shui Kuei mentioned that it was a terrestrial-level ferocious beast. If that is the case, we must revise our strategy. We will not proceed underwater. Instead, we will deploy drones. Synchronize the footage captured by the drones to the Jiogong faction, allowing Ding Kuan and Xiao He to assess the power of the practitioners on this foreign continent. Understood. Logically speaking, discerning the cultivation levels can only be achieved through insight. However, A top-tier expert like Ding Kuan should possess a vague sense of judgment. General Tang did not expect him to pinpoint the exact cultivation levels, but merely to provide a rough estimate for psychological preparedness. General Tang, shall we arm the drones? Yes. On island number 1, a group of cultivators clad in resplendent silks, their eyes sharp and their demeanor exceptional, were overseeing a contingent of civilians as they excavated stones. The small island was riddled with holes as they extracted blocks of yellow stone, which would be collected by designated personnel and transported back to the miraculous continent. Senior Brother Qi, I never anticipated such an abundance of golden ironstones here. If we bring these back to the Tang Xian sect, the sect master will surely be elated. Qi Tianyu nodded gently. Securing the golden ironstones would enable them to exchange for cultivation manuals and materials from the Xiaoao sacred land, representing a tremendous opportunity for the Tang Xian palace. However, within every opportunity lies a hidden peril. If others discover this place, or if the Xiaoao sacred land learns of our finding the golden iron mines, the Tang Xian sect would be in grave danger. Our current situation is not much different from drinking the blood of the Xiaoao sacred land. Thus, this matter must remain confidential, should anyone approach. We must eradicate the threat completely. There is no alternative. The schemes employed by the Xiaoao sacred land are akin to those of General Tang, controlling the entire continent through a unified currency. The Tang Xian sect is akin to counterfeiting money, and if caught, it would spell disaster. As the two conversed, they suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Their gazes instinctively turned skyward, and without a moment's hesitation, they drew their earthly spiritual swords and soared into the air. Locating the source of the sound, they struck down with their swords, unleashing several streams of light reminiscent of colorful clouds that sliced through the heavens. Tang Xian, along with Ding Kuan and Xiaohe from the Jiogong faction, witnessed this scene through the footage captured by the drones. While Tang Xian remained composed, Ding Kuan and Xiaohe were left utterly speechless. Such auditory acuity from such a distance, coupled with their reaction speed and the skills they unleashed, clearly indicated they were in the out-of-body stage. Moreover, wielding two earthly spiritual swords with such ease suggested an extraordinarily prosperous land. While the Xianling continent may possess a few earthly-grade weapons, they are all in the hands of the powerful. On this seemingly ordinary island, even the disciples wielding such levels of spiritual swords allude to the formidable strength of the foreign continent. As the attacks from the cultivators approached, the operator swiftly commanded the drone to ascend. However, in the blink of an eye, the screen suddenly went black. Technical analysis revealed that the drone had been shattered. The operator stared at Tang Xian in astonishment. Unfazed, Tang Xian patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. You have performed admirably. Moreover, I have gathered the first-hand information I sought. Please inform the command center to convene. Old Liu and several strategists hurried to the operations conference room. Tang Xian displayed the last few images captured by the drone on the operational screen. Upon seeing them, the group expressed their confusion. How can this be gold? For cultivators, enhancing their prowess renders gold insignificant. What purpose does mining this serve? Once their discussion concluded, Tang Xian interjected, speculating now is futile. First and foremost, I shall secure that gold. Secondly, we must capture someone for interrogation. Tonight, I will retrieve equipment from the real world and deploy inhalation anesthetic aerial bombs to strike them. All infrastructural projects shall be temporarily halted. I wish to see the runway take shape as swiftly as possible. Tang Xian felt an unusual familiarity with the gold. It possesses a unique allure for modern humanity, and the system's upgrade mission is to locate a gold mine. There is no margin for negotiation in this operation. We must strike decisively. Chapter 154. The Miraculous Continent. The nation of establishment. The utilization of inhaled anesthetic aerial bombs bears two profound implications. Firstly, it enables the assessment of the immunity levels of practitioners from foreign continents against such anesthetics, thereby allowing for a rough understanding of their strengths compared to those from the Xianling continent, facilitating targeted remedies or the creation of specific anesthetic drugs in the future. Secondly, and most crucially, the Dragon Kingdom currently possesses zero knowledge regarding these continents and is in urgent need of capturing a living specimen for thorough interrogation. Satellite imagery suggests that these newly discovered continents likely harbor a well-established ecological order, in stark contrast to the chaotic and conflict-ridden Xianling continent. Therefore, it is imperative for Tang Xian to apprehend a subject to ascertain this fact, facilitating the formulation of new developmental strategies. At this moment on Island Number 1, Qi Tianyu of the Celestial Fairy sect and several disciples were exchanging glances at an assortment of unidentified fragments in their possession. These were remnants of a Dragon Kingdom drone, which they had pieced together and laid on the ground. Nearby, for missile-like objects, each over a meter long, lay conspicuously. Senior Brother Qi, what on earth is this? I've never seen anything like it. This inquiry felt futile, as Qi Tianyu was equally perplexed. The object resembled a bird yet lacked any skeletal structure or semblance of life. Its surface material was peculiar. Although light, it exhibited remarkable toughness, not resembling any ordinary metal. As for the 4 oddly shaped rods, Qi Tianyu lifted one of the missiles, feeling its weight. Despite being unable to discern any grade, its pointed tip and the tail-like appendages suggested it was weaponry. What exactly is this? Perhaps due to a twinge of guilt, their illicit activities made them hesitant to continue their excavation upon encountering such an enigmatic situation, fearing the emergence of any incriminating evidence. After all, matters that could determine the fate of the celestial fairy sect warranted utmost caution. Setting aside their tasks, they erected multiple layers of barriers around the small island and abandoned their laborers there. Without delay, they embarked on their journey back to the celestial fairy sect, eager to present their findings to the sect leader for further investigation. Crossing the vast expanse of ocean, they entered the nation of Establishment within the miraculous continent through a remote mountain range. The nation of Establishment spans a considerable area, protected under the aegis of the celestial fairy sect. This location, devoid of human presence, offered the maximum chance of remaining undetected. It was also a transportation route personally tested by the celestial fairy sect after the discovery of Island Number 1. Due to the considerable distance traveled, they arrived at the sect around 3 in the afternoon. Despite their physical exhaustion from the prolonged journey, they dared not rest. Hastily making their way to the sect leader's residence, the group, carrying 4 missiles, navigated through the disciples of the sect, instantly attracting significant attention. Everyone was intrigued by the objects, yet, sensing Qi Tianyu's urgency, they refrained from inquiring further, quickly parting to clear the way. The celestial fairy sect was expansive. Nestled against a towering mountain, extending 8 kilometers forward, encompassing numerous buildings and halls. The sect leader's residence, serving as both a resting and administrative space for the sect's head, was strategically positioned against the mountain, offering a commanding view of the myriad halls below. The opulence of the surroundings was hardly inferior to that of the sleeping quarters belonging to Ling Feng, the master of the falling cloud valley. Master, we have encountered something quite extraordinary. Ascending the several dozen jade-like stone slabs, Qi Tianyu led the way into the master's estate. Just as he was preparing to report to the master Hong Qi while clasping his fists in reverence, he suddenly noticed several individuals clad in azure robes seated in the guest area. The robes were adorned with 7 pale blue stars, unmistakably indicating their affiliation with the 7 Stars sect. How did they come to be in the heavenly immortal sect? Qi Tianyu pondered internally. The 7 Stars sect and the heavenly immortal sect were not on amicable terms, and the 2 sects were situated quite far apart. The heavenly immortal sect resided in the northern part of the state of Dinghua, while the 7 Stars sect lay to the south. As sects serving as protectors of the state, they were instrumental in resolving myriad troubles domestically, such as vanquishing malevolent forces and thwarting invasions from other nations. Consequently, the state's rulers would periodically bestow certain offerings to the sects, alongside providing free labor to assist in their construction efforts, land reclamation, and even the mining of spiritual stones. This arrangement fostered a delicate balance, with each party deriving its own benefits. However, the emergence of 2 sects within a single nation would complicate matters. For instance, the heavenly immortal sect and the 7 Stars sect frequently accused one another of receiving offerings that exceeded their fair share while failing to exert adequate effort. The Emperor of Dinghua found himself in a precarious position, as both sides comprised immortals, making it challenging for him to take sides. He could only publicly offer tributes to avoid being caught in the crossfire. This led to a persistent desire between the heavenly immortal sect and the 7 Stars sect to establish superiority and garner the greatest benefits. Were it not for the oversight of the celestial paradise, they might have already clashed. At that moment, an elder from the 7 Stars sect noticed the items in Qi Tianyu's group. A look of suspicion crossed his face. The quality of the items was indiscernible, yet their craftsmanship was undeniably exquisite, slender, and elegantly designed, with alternating hues of white and blue. He feigned calmness and inquired, Master Hong, could those possibly be weapons recently forged by your esteemed sect? They must still be in the final stages of production, which would explain their lack of visible quality. Hong Qi felt a twinge of unease. He was only aware that the disciples present were responsible for mining gold and iron stones. He dared not confirm whether the items they held were related to Island Number 1. At this juncture, he could not afford to provide an indiscriminate answer, for being caught by the 7 Stars sect would spell disaster. His gaze turned to Qi Tianyu, who remained unfazed and swiftly altered his narrative. Indeed, these are the prototypes of weapons crafted by our weapon refining pavilion, known as the Jian. Seizing the rare opportunity to assert dominance over the 7 Stars sect, Qi Tianyu boldly declared it as a Jian. The Jian is a type of weapon characterized by its simplistic exterior yet intricate craftsmanship. when pitted against swords of the same grade. The Jian would undoubtedly shatter them to pieces. While various sects had indeed studied the Jian, regardless of the materials employed, the end result typically resembled mere oversized clubs. Though capable of inflicting fatal blows, they were utterly ineffective against other weapons. Thus, upon hearing Qi Tianyu's proclamation, the elder from the Seven Stars sect was left profoundly astonished, yet amidst that astonishment lay a multitude of doubts. As an esteemed and venerable sect, the craftsmanship of the Forging Pavilion in the Celestial Immortal sect is indeed commendable. However, the existence of the mace is shrouded in mere rumors. Could it be an intentional deception? Why not put it to the test? The elder from the Seven Stars sect, brimming with curiosity, yearned to uncover the truth. Master Hong, since I have the fortune to encounter the weapons of your esteemed sect, might you graciously exhibit one or two? A cold sneer escaped Hong Chi's lips. You lack the qualifications for such a request. If you wish to see, have your sect leader come personally. Furthermore, inform him that in this rare time of peace, should the Seven Stars sect continue to stir up trouble, do not blame me for my unrelenting demeanor. In Hong Chi's eyes, the elder held no standing to converse with him. Merely meeting him was already a significant concession. Moreover, although Hong Chi was unaware of the object in Qi Tianyu's possession, he was acutely aware that it was certainly not a mace. A mere scare sufficed. To delve deeper into the matter was wishful thinking. Master Hong Yu, the elder of the Seven Stars sect, taken aback by Hong Chi's insolence, felt a surge of anger clouding his mind. After a considerable pause, he declared with grandiosity, Master Hong, my sect leader wishes to challenge you on the Stormwind platform. This serves as our declaration of war. Chapter 155. You have reduced it to ashes. A piece of parchment was thrown forward, yet before it could reach Hong Chi, it was shattered by a single palm strike, scattering its fragments across the ground. Hong Chi coldly remarked, I have no time to engage in a duel with him. Once I am done with my current matters, I shall personally seek him out. This was merely a pretext. In truth, Hong Chi lacked the strength to confront the leader of the Seven Stars sect. Had he been capable, the emperor of the state would not find himself in such a dilemma. This stark reality was evident to all, and Hong Chi understood it all too well. He felt a strong urge to shout coward, yet he feared provoking Hong Chi and inviting calamity upon himself. With a reluctant, sardonic smile curving his lips, he and his companions departed. Once they left the sect leader's residence, Hong Chi, seething with anger, slammed his hand on the table. The audacity of the Seven Stars sect was intolerable. How dare they send an elder to provoke him? How was the development of the islands progressing? The situation of the Celestial sect was far from optimistic. The emperor had begun to doubt their strength, resulting in a significant reduction in tribute of gold, iron, and stones. With such a scarcity, it was nearly impossible to exchange for sufficient spirit stones, and the cultivation of the disciples had become a pressing issue. The gap was widening, and to extricate himself from this predicament, he needed to take risks and expedite the island development, trading those precious resources with the carefree sacred land. Master, this is what we discovered on the island. Qi Tianyu hurriedly recounted all that he had witnessed. Upon hearing this, Hong Chi was momentarily taken aback. No living entity capable of flight? Could it be a puppet? Yet puppets require spiritual energy to operate, and they typically resemble humans. I have never heard of one fashioned into a bird. Bring it to me. Qi Tianyu cautiously handed over a hollow missile. Hong Chi examined it closely for a moment, but discerned nothing substantial, although he could confirm it was a metal object. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck him. If it is indeed made of iron, could it be a peculiar material? Might it be possible to forge weapons from it? Go. Summon the head of the artifact refining pavilion for me. Then he reconsidered. No, I shall seek him out myself. Perhaps it was the earlier frustration that compelled him. He took the missile and vanished from his location in an instant. The artifact refining pavilion was situated to the left of the Celestial sect, and due to the constant forging, the temperature there was notably high. Upon landing, spiritual energy naturally coalesced around him, forming a circular barrier. Greetings, sect leader. The head of the pavilion clasped his hands in respect, but Hong Chi strode past him directly to the furnace, where flames roared vigorously. Placing the hollow missile on the table, he commanded, Melt this down. I wish to discern its true material. Yes, sect leader. The head of the artifact refining pavilion, though curious about the object, dared not inquire further, knowing Hong Chi's decisive nature. Gently stroking his beard, he grasped the empty missile and with a decisive push of his right palm, the lid of the furnace swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the missile inside. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom. The windows of the refining pavilion shattered in an instant, and cracks appeared in the walls. The furnace within shifted on its base, its lid blown off, creating a significant hole in the ceiling, with the setting sun shining down. Hong Chi and the pavilion master were left with ashen faces, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Fortunately, the furnace was robust enough that missile fragments did not harm them, yet their ears still buzzed from the blast. What on earth was that? How could it produce such a commotion? And even send a terrestrial-grade furnace flying? Master, forgive my frankness, but what exactly did you bring here? The pavilion master's wide eyes reflected his shock, his beard and hair singed to carbon. At this moment, he resembled a bald monk, with every exposed area devoid of hair, even his eyebrows incinerated. He now even questioned whether Hongqi was playing a prank on him. Upon entering, he was shielded by a great protective barrier, suffering only from the auditory aftermath of the explosion. Damn it, is this master amusing himself at my expense? This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. After a moment of confusion, Hongqi's face transformed into one of exhilaration as he hastily departed. He left the pavilion master swaying in the wind, a look of existential doubt etched across his features. Damn my hair. After leaving, Hongqi sought out Qi Tianyu, instructing him to promptly bring the remaining 3 items collected from the island to the master's residence. Once everyone had retreated, Hongqi formed hand seals, conjuring 4 layers of confinement arrays that encircled the empty missile on the ground. Taking a deep breath, a sphere of purple flame suddenly manifested in his palm. With a vigorous push, the flame surged into the confinement, striking the missile. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous roar resounded once more. Boom. The master's residence trembled thrice, 2 layers of the confinement array shattered, leaving a significant crater on the ground. Remarkable. Witnessing this, Hongqi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he leaped to his feet. This was indeed a divine artifact. He hurried out of the master's residence, only to find his disciples staring at him, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. They had all been drawn by the sound of the explosion, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Yet, Hongqi boldly proclaimed, I challenge the 7 Stars sect. I shall duel with Du Xing to determine supremacy. Later, Qi Tianyu and the others learned of this news, each receiving generous rewards. They were instructed to return to the island immediately, with a mandate to retrieve any such items should they encounter them again. They were elated, never imagining this peculiar object would be deemed a divine artifact by their master. Moreover, they felt emboldened to contend with the master of the 7 Stars sect, a matter of considerable significance. Without a moment's delay, they hurried back to the island the following day. Like hunters lying in wait, they had no mind for mining. Their eyes fixed skyward, occasionally turning to shift their positions. Anticipation builds as the rabbit is expected to approach. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Kingdom base, General Tang Xian arrives with 2 retired bombers. Beneath them hang hefty bombs resembling plump figures. However, their casing is composed of plastic, rendering them nearly harmless. Their lethality relies solely on the concentrated inhalation anesthetic contained within. At this moment, the runway has been extended by over 500 meters. A feat accomplished by the soldiers working tirelessly day and night. Yet, military runways typically measure around 1,200 meters, signifying that only a little over half of the work has been completed. General Tang, this is the utmost limit of our brother's efforts. Let us wait 1 more day. After that, the runway will surely be finished, one of the soldiers remarked. General Tang Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of this course of action. Just then, 2 pilots approached. General, due to the lightweight nature of the anesthetic bombs, we are confident in our ability to take off over a short distance. Chapter 156. Tang Xian is about to experience great joy upon hearing the pilot's words. Tang Xian inquired, what is the success rate? 100%. The 2 pilots responded with unwavering confidence. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were well aware of Tang Xian's modus operandi, and given the rarity and high value of pilots, General Tang would certainly not take such a risk due to runway issues. Thus, they had to provide absolute assurance. Otherwise, General Tang would never consent to this mission. Prior to their arrival, they had already been informed of the critical significance of this bombing operation. Although they were not part of the vanguard in developing the otherworld, they felt compelled to make amends. As seasoned pilots with thousands of flight hours, their words were far from empty. They were indeed capable. Tang Xian nodded, finding the arrangement most agreeable. He promptly organized the pre-flight checks, scheduling takeoff for 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, the first team members from the other continent had gathered, including practitioners Xue Kuei, Xiao He, Ding Kuan, and Shi Haicheng. Their participation was a voluntary endeavor. There was no need to elaborate on Xue Kuei and Shi Haicheng. They were eager to seize opportunities and would compete for any task available. Despite their awareness that the individuals on Island Number 1 were no ordinary beings, they remained undaunted. Their immense confidence in Tang Xian and the Dragon Kingdom led them to believe that any accolades would be effortlessly claimed. In contrast, Xiaohe and Ding Kuan held simpler aspirations. They wished to witness what the other continent was like. As top-tier practitioners, they had flown over the great river without ever seeing the end, assuming there was nothing beyond. The sudden emergence of another continent piqued their curiosity immensely. The four leaders of the sects standing together created a striking scene. Had the Dragon Kingdom not ventured into the Xianling continent, such a scenario might typically result in a fight to the death. The reconnaissance team for the Otherworld was fully assembled, and the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were also prepared. Led by Li Fei, they boarded helicopters equipped with heavy artillery. 10 minutes later, two bombers were towed onto the runway. The engines roared to life, emitting long flames from the rear, creating a thunderous sound. Upon receiving the commander's signal, the bombers began their pre-takeoff run, accelerating rapidly. At around 450 meters, they began to ascend, successfully flying out of Yuanshan. Following closely was the second aircraft, its skilled flying techniques astonishing the assembled soldiers. Guided by radar, the bombers flew towards the airspace above Island Number 1. Simultaneously, drones took flight, tasked with confirming the effects of the dropped bombs and paving the way for the entry of the second wave. An hour later, the bombers reached an altitude of several thousand meters above Island Number 1. Calling General Tang, "We have arrived in the target airspace and are ready to drop the bombs. We can initiate the attack upon confirmation of the target," came the message. Understood, the two pilots replied, and the bomb base slowly opened, releasing a multitude of aerial bombs that began to plummet. Whoosh! The sharp sounds echoed, instantly filling the air. Qi Tianyu and the others also heard it. It should be noted that the moment the bombers initially entered the airspace, they became aware of their presence. However, the range of sounds was too broad to discern their exact location. At that moment, the cacophony of noise heightened their terror, leaving them bewildered. Their eyes fixated on the sky, constantly shifting direction. Soon enough, they spotted a multitude of bombs. "Wow, Brother Qi, look, we're about to strike it rich," exclaimed one disciple as terror gave way to exhilaration. With such an abundance of divine artifacts, returning them to the celestial sect would surely earn the favor of the sect leader. Moreover, they appeared to be even larger than those discovered the previous day, truly the finest among treasures. In an instant, several disciples unsheathed their swords, ready to charge forward. At that moment, Qi Tianyu sternly interjected, "No. Last time we nearly damaged a divine artifact. This time, we must refrain from using swords. Follow my lead. Attempt to catch them with your hands to avoid any breakage." The crowd, filled with admiration, quickly charged their hands with spiritual energy, their heads tilted toward the heavens. Upon confirming their targets, they soared upward, arms outstretched to embrace the treasures. However, an explosion ensued. Boom! A series of relatively muted explosions echoed, enveloping Island Number 1 in a thick, misty gas. They all plummeted to the ground, clutching the shattered remnants of plastic in confusion. What is this? Before they could officially communicate, their legs suddenly weakened, and their consciousness began to fade. Soon, they began to collapse one by one, eyes wide with fear. Brother Qi, we're poisoned." The scene was relayed back to the Dragon Kingdom base, and the second team promptly rushed to the site. After over an hour, they arrived to find these individuals completely unconscious. "Well done." The delight on Tang Xian's face was unmistakable as he immediately instructed Old Lu to clear the detention room to welcome new guests from the other continent. Ding. Main mission completed. Portal level upgraded to LV8. Time extension increased to 40 minutes per day. Host lifespan extended by 20 years. Current lifespan, 140 years. Huh? Tang Xian was momentarily bewildered by the system's sudden announcement. Alongside a delightful surge of vitality, his lips curled into an ecstatic smile. It appeared that discovering the treasure mine had indeed fulfilled the mission, resulting in an increase in lifespan. In the afternoon, Qi Tianyu and the other three were transported to the Dragon Kingdom base. At that moment, Xiaohe and his companions could ascertain that they were indeed formidable experts at the transcendent stage. The other continent was astonishing. Even the disciples had achieved such heights, remarkable. Due to the potency of the aerial bombs agents, the military doctor stated that these individuals would not regain consciousness for some time. Tang Xian, undeterred, eagerly sought out Xiaohe, wishing to witness firsthand the contents of the storage bags from the other continent. Xiaohe and the others were equally curious, gathering together to open the 4 storage bags. "Wow!" Xiaohe exclaimed in shock, turning to Tang Xian. "General Tang, the spiritual stones within this realm have reached the earth grade, exuding an exceptionally rich aura that possesses a remarkably potent effect on the cultivation speed of practitioners. Moreover, the fine iron stones are all of high earth grade, which is simply terrifying." Xiaohe was immensely excited, as he now comprehended why even the junior disciples could wield earth-grade spiritual swords. This place is incredibly affluent. To be candid, Tang Xian was equally exhilarated. The resources from this other continent are astonishing, and Tang Xian was eager to uncover whether they possess a complete ecological order. If such an order exists, he could infiltrate as a merchant, discreetly engaging in trade and reaping the benefits across the entire continent. After all, financial harvesting and manipulating public sentiment have never been employed. Additionally, services like courier and takeout. Yes, 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 and let's not forget a hospital, perhaps a urology clinic, which would surely be immensely profitable. Tang Xian's excitement was entirely fueled by desire. His lips were nearly unable to contain his elation. Oh my, the thoughts alone are exhilarating. It was akin to a bachelor discovering a kingdom of women, brimming with imagination. Meanwhile, Ding Kuan, as the possessor of fine iron stones in the Xianling continent, has only now begun to grasp the true nature of the world. It turns out he has merely been a frog at the bottom of the well. Never mind. It is best to leave the fine iron stone mines to the Dragon Kingdom for development. Retaining them would indeed serve little purpose. Chapter 157. United Deterrents. At this moment, Ding Kuan held an immense admiration for Tang Xian and the Dragon Kingdom, his respect reaching such heights that mere words could not encapsulate it. His astonishment felt as though it might erode the very corners of his vision. The notion that two individuals from the Dragon Kingdom could capture 4 transcendent cultivators while seated upon colossal iron birds was utterly inconceivable, an enigma that left him speechless. With a respectful gesture, he clasped his hands towards Tang Xian, expressing, "My apologies, General Tang. I regret concealing the existence of the iron or mine from you, and I hope for your forgiveness." Tang Xian, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. "There has been much to occupy my time of late. I believe you simply had no opportunity to mention it. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom has already located it and commenced orderly extraction. So there is no need for you to bear excessive guilt." Ding Kuan, taken aback, pondered, "Found it? When did this happen?" Ignoring Ding Kuan's astonished gaze, Tang Xian continued, "With a large team of survey technicians deployed, if we could not locate a single iron or mine, what would be the point?" Having secured the storage bag, Tang Xian strode away, for the contents within were invaluable. The implications of Earth-grade spirit stones on energy cannons and power generation devices were profound, especially considering that ordinary spirit stones could yield such immense power when combined. One could only imagine the potential of high-grade spirit stones. Yet, speculation must be tested, otherwise, recklessly integrating them into the energy cannons could lead to catastrophic losses. After delivering the spirit stones to the researchers of the energy cannon and handing over the high-grade iron ore to Ling Feng, the cultivators from the other continent awakened. Upon receiving the news, Tang Xian hurried over. Inside the confinement chamber, he beheld 4 cultivators bound tightly with ropes, not mere ordinary ropes, but intricately woven spirit ropes, crafted using the forging techniques of spirit armor, utterly indestructible. They were secured to imposing iron chairs, which were connected by 2 wires leading to an outdoor high-voltage spirit stone power generation apparatus. Qi Tianyu and his companions glared, their jaws clenched, veins bulging in anger as they gazed at the gathered mortals. "Are you seeking death? How dare you disrespect the celestial beings? Release us at once." Tang Xian, intrigued, seated himself in a chair and inquired with a smile, "Everyone who enters this chamber tends to utter those very words. We have grown accustomed to it." Ha ha. The guards chuckled heartily at his words, for was it not the truth? Anyone confined would inevitably voice such complaints. "You insolent wretches. We are disciples of the celestial immortal sect. Do you truly wish to court death?" One of the disciples spat vehemently, his frustration palpable. Though their sect was indeed falling into neglect under the gaze of the ruling emperor, they had not yet descended to the level of being trifled with by commoners. As they surveyed the encircling mortals, they felt an overwhelming urge to tear them apart with their bare hands. Attempting to shift their bodies, they released their spiritual energy. Yet their immobility rendered their martial techniques useless, which only heightened their agitation, their faces flushing with rage. "Who are you?" Qi Tianyu is indeed the more astute among them. Though angered, he discerns that those before him do not appear to be from the kingdom of Ding. Tang Xian did not respond directly, but countered with a question, insisting they divulge everything regarding their continent, including the existence of rulers, methods of cultivation, and the distribution of benefits. "How dare you demand we share such information?" One particularly stubborn disciple, known for his rigidity, felt a sudden jolt coursing through him before he could finish his retort. His hair stood on end, resembling a disheveled nest, and streaks of soot marred his face. This electric shock, having been transformed through a transformer, was considerably weaker than lightning, thus preventing any fatal incidents. "Gentlemen, I strongly advise you to comply and answer my inquiries with utmost sincerity," Tang Xian cautioned, aware that his patience had its limits. At this moment, he was particularly invested in understanding the ecological order of the foreign continent. Should these individuals continue to evade his questions, their fate would likely be dire. Old Lu, ever perceptive, zeroed in on one individual. He promptly dispatched troops to remove the obstinate, shocked disciple, chair and all. He was transported to the medical room, where several medical personnel hastily tore open his shirt, affixing him to a heart monitor. The foreign individual, unfamiliar with such devices, gaped in astonishment at the fluctuating heart rate displayed on the screen. "What is this? What do you intend to do?" he exclaimed, but old Lou ignored his protests, commanding the medical staff to employ electric shock therapy to rescue him. The defibrillator was grasped firmly, delivering a series of shocks to his abdomen. The convulsions caused the foreigner to roll his eyes back in agony, while the heart rate monitor displayed erratic peaks and valleys. The room echoed with his anguished cries. The detention room, not far from the medical facility, resonated with these sounds, instilling dread in the remaining 3 disciples of the celestial immortal sect. What on earth is happening? Why such torment? They wondered, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. "Do not worry, your turn will come soon," the guards remarked with a knowing smile. After a prolonged period, the screams ceased. The foreigner, having endured repeated shocks, lay frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazed over. Yet, the medical team showed no signs of halting. They retrieved an ultrasound device, placing it upon his abdomen, while wielding a gleaming scalpel, performing a flourish with it. "Behold," one of the medics said, with a compassionate tone, "this is your appendix. It resides in the lower right quadrant of your abdomen, nestled between the cecum and the ileum. I merely need to make a 10-centimeter incision, part the fat and muscle, and I can extract it. Endure a bit longer, it won't be too painful, as your anesthetic still retains 1% of its efficacy." The disciple of the celestial immortal sect did not comprehend the medical jargon. Yet he could see his own anatomical structure on the ultrasound screen. He had committed acts of violence before and had witnessed death firsthand. However, witnessing one's own organs in such a manner is truly a novel experience. Moreover, from what I gather, they intend to extract them without taking a life. These individuals must be demons. As the surgical blade approached the skin, the disciple hastily exclaimed, "You all should inquire." Hiss. Nearby, in the confinement chamber, Chi Tianyu and others were all ears, and upon discerning the final statement, their faces turned a ghastly green. "So, after all that bravado, you couldn't even last 10 minutes. Could you? Coward, worthless. You are bringing disgrace to the celestial fairy sect." The disciples vented their frustrations, hurling insults at the individual through the wall. Yet, the heavy burden in their hearts had finally been lifted, for they had overheard the medic's words. "Frequently harvesting human organs. What on earth are these people? Thankfully, I am not the one on trial. When I return to the celestial fairy sect one day, I shall certainly expose him." Everything he said. Chapter 158. A sudden surprise. These individuals indeed overthought the situation. Under abnormal circumstances, none could escape from the Dragon Kingdom base. It would be prudent to remain compliant. As the disciple from this foreign continent prepared to confess, the medical personnel promptly reinforced the electrocardiogram, positioning themselves before the screen with utmost vigilance. Tang Xian approached and inquired, "What is the name of your continent? How is the power distributed?" Faced with Tang Xian's piercing gaze, the disciple could hardly believe that he was dealing with a mere mortal. The methods employed were exceedingly ruthless, and confronting a cultivator with such unwavering composure was undoubtedly the hallmark of a devil. He nervously swallowed and replied, "The continent is called the continent of miracles, with a hierarchy comprising towns, nations, sects, and sacred grounds. There are 4 major sacred grounds governing several sects and dozens of nations. Our heavenly immortal sect resides in Dinghua." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian cast a sidelong glance at the medical personnel, who nodded slightly in affirmation of the disciple's honesty. Tang Xian then relished the revelation. Indeed, an ecological order was in place. He continued his inquiry, "Does gold hold any significance for your cultivators? What purpose do you serve by mining it?" The disciple momentarily froze, suddenly feeling guilty. The extraction of gold and iron ore on the island was a closely guarded secret. Should it leak, the heavenly immortal sect would be doomed. The electrocardiogram began to fluctuate erratically, a telltale sign of deceit. Before Tang Xian could issue a command, the medical personnel brandished a scalpel, poised to intervene. "Wait, don't do that." The disciple, gripped by fear, could hardly think straight, shouting desperately. After a moment of catharsis, he confessed, "It is because these sacred grounds control the scarce resources of gold and iron ore, using them as currency. We mine gold and iron ore solely to exchange for cultivation resources. There are no ulterior motives. Please spare me. This is all I know. Let me go, so I can escape." The disciple mentally prepared himself for a potential pursuit by the heavenly immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian grew increasingly intrigued by the sacred grounds the disciple spoke of. They had already unified their currency. The ecological order seemed remarkably intact. A slight smile graced his lips as he continued, "Are there many mortals engaged in commerce there? Do they suffer under the oppression of cultivators?" "There are some, but they are few. Typically, it is the loose cultivators who partake in such endeavors. However, in nations protected by sects. The sects intervene to eliminate those who disrupt the order. After all, commerce relies heavily on mortals. A portion of the gold and iron or they earn is submitted to the sections. When loose cultivators rob, it is akin to stealing from the sect, which is intolerable. After responding, the disciple sensed that Tang Xian's focus was no longer on the island. He steadied himself and tentatively asked, "Are you perhaps a merchant? Shall we consider a collaboration?" Tang Xian, intrigued by the proposition, replied, "Oh, pray tell, what kind of collaboration do you propose? Do not disclose our endeavor of extracting gold and iron. Once the island is hollowed out, I shall report to our sect leader and allocate a portion to you." Tang Xian? The assembled officers and soldiers were left speechless by his words. "What time is it, brother, and you still contemplate leaving? Moreover, do we truly require your assistance in distributing the gold and iron? This is sheer nonsense. Ding. Please complete the side mission. Mission, transport gold ore to the Dragon Kingdom. Mission reward, unlock the portal to the magical world. Note, the portal allows one to traverse the same alternate world, with the unlocking method being consistent with that of the main teleportation portal. Here, consistency refers to the frequency and timing of activation. Special attention, once the location of the portal is confirmed, it cannot be altered. This is the first time Tang Xian has encountered a side mission. The reward for this mission is simply extraordinary. It implies the ability to open another gateway to the miracle continent. Once items from the real world are transported to the Dragon Kingdom base, they can then be relayed through the portal to the miracle continent. This is remarkable, as it would save an immense amount of time. After all, the distance between the Xianian continent and the miracle continent is considerable. A helicopter journey would likely take 4 hours. Furthermore, traveling to the real world must be conducted personally by Tang Xian, resulting in a round trip of over 8 hours. On such a day, without engaging in any other tasks, the transportation of supplies would be exhausting. With the portal, this inconvenience could be elegantly circumvented. Opening a door to the miracle continent would instantly return him to the Dragon Kingdom base, and upon opening another door, voila, he would arrive in the real world. Incredible. Truly incredible. The corners of Tang Xian's mouth rose in exhilaration. This system is remarkably user-friendly, and he adores it. After confirming the mission, Tang Xian posed his final inquiry. How do you typically communicate with the sect? After extracting the fine iron stone, how often do you send it back? If you do not return for an extended period, will the sect dispatch someone to seek you out? A torrent of questions left the disciple bewildered. Utterly confused about Tang Xian's intentions, he could only respond, somewhat dazed, because this plan is highly clandestine. All those sent by our heavenly immortal sect to execute this task are true disciples. They have unwavering faith in our capabilities. Therefore, we always return voluntarily, and they would not take the risk of coming to find us. As he spoke, his heart began to falter. What a splendid true disciple, captured by mere mortals. Impressive. After a moment of introspection, Tang Xian departed the infirmary. Lao Lu, begin reinforcing the confinement chamber. We must prepare for their prolonged imprisonment. If there are any uncertainties, we must inquire at any moment. Ensure the conditions are somewhat agreeable. Treat them well enough to avoid escape. Additionally, the nuclear-grade explosive materials I retrieved previously should not be used to blow up Yuan Mountain. Instead, employ them to assist me in extracting gold. Xiao He and Ding Kuan, I require you to gather all disciples of the sect here within the hour. A series of commands were issued, and the Dragon Kingdom base immediately sprang into action. Particularly, Ding Kuan and Xiao He were utterly perplexed, oblivious to the reasons behind the sudden summons of their disciples. Nevertheless, they dared not delay and hurriedly soared towards their respective sects with unprecedented swiftness. General Tang, is there a significant operation underway? Old Lu approached at a brisk pace, only to catch sight of a wild grin curling at the corners of Tang Xian's mouth. With a chuckle, he proclaimed, "The recent interrogation has yielded a groundbreaking revelation. The universal currency of the new continent is none other than gold. I intend to entirely deplete the gold reserves of Island Number 1 in one fell swoop. A portion will be transported back to the Dragon Kingdom, while the remainder will be utilized to acquire estates and establish enterprises in the foreign land, laying a robust foundation for future capital ventures." As Tang Xian articulated these words, he was filled with exhilaration and fervor, his entire being brimming with an invigorating thrill. Gold as a universal currency. Once I excavate that island, I shall metamorphose into a magnate. Engaging in any business endeavor necessitates capital, and this is the most substantial form of it. When the funds materialize, coupled with modern business acumen, financial harvesting and capital expansion will merely be a matter of time. Chapter 159, Completion of the subtask. At this moment, not only was Tang Xian filled with excitement, but even old Lu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What a splendid opportunity. General Tang, You will certainly have your hands full from now on. Profit and seize resources. Being busy is of little consequence. Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively and, after a pause, spoke earnestly to Old Liu. Old Liu, I may not have ample time to manage the Xianling continent in the future, so I will rely entirely on you. Remember the key points I previously mentioned. Strike with a heavy hand, prioritize the otherworldly academy and food cultivation, and be extremely vigilant. Rest assured, General Tang. Your words are etched in my memory, Old Liu replied with unwavering conviction. Taking advantage of the absence of Xiaohe and Ding Kuan, Tang Xian made his way to the armory to pre-select a batch of weaponry and equipment destined for the miraculous continent. Despite the current intelligence indicating that the miraculous continent was relatively peaceful, one must prepare for unforeseen circumstances and be ready for war. Approximately 40 minutes later, a multitude of cultivators appeared around the outskirts of Yuanshan, resembling a swarm of ants. Among them were over 10,000 disciples from the Jiogong sect and the Qingyuan sect. Even Shi Haiqing could not contain himself and called for reinforcements, summoning all the members of the chiefing sect. The scene was nothing short of grand. With about 80% of the cultivators from the Xianling continent present, Tang Xian led the group by helicopter, a throng of people soaring toward Island Number 1. Engineers descended rapidly via ropes from the helicopter, working at breakneck speed to drill holes. 2 hours later, everything was completed. Nuclear-grade explosives were dropped into the holes. Everyone retreated several kilometers away. As the button was pressed, the entire small island bulged upwards like tofu, emitting a subdued rumble. However, it was evident to the naked eye that the island had been shattered, reduced to scattered pieces of yellow stone. At that moment, Xiaohe shouted, "Disciples of the Qingyuan sect, advance." The disciples of the Jiogong sect responded to the command, gathering all the iron and stone to transport back to General Tang. Whoever carries the most shall be generously rewarded. Ding Kuan also rose to the occasion, implementing an incentive scheme. Shi Haiqing, known for his ruthless demeanor, seized a weapon and charged forward, followed closely by the disciples of the chiefing sect. They were aware that a competition was afoot, and each of them became frenzied in pursuit. In an instant, the small island was teeming with people, all hurriedly stuffing stones into their storage bags. In less than 2 hours, Island Number 1 was completely excavated, nearly leveled with the surface. Tang Xian watched in delight, exclaiming in exhilaration. This group of cultivators was almost comparable to a transport brigade. Upon returning to the Dragon Nation base, when gold was piled into a small mound on the playground, the 4 disciples of the Tianjin sect in the confinement room stared in disbelief. Their mouths twitched incessantly at a frequency even higher than Zhao. Surely, they could not have emptied the island so swiftly. How could it be done in such a short time? The Tianjin sect had employed civilians for nearly a month and had only managed to fill a few dozen storage bags. Yet, in the hands of these demons, entire mountains had been moved in mere hours? Qi, Brother Qi, I am uncertain whether we should rejoice or lament. The disciple, who had been subjected to consecutive defibrillations, bore traces of white foam dissipating at the corners of his mouth. He gazed blankly at Qi Tianyu, as if to convey, my words did not bring ruin to the celestial sect. Look, they did not betray us. Instead, they chose to evacuate the entire island. Qi Tianyu remained silent, at a loss for words, for the speed of excavation was nothing short of extraordinary. That evening, Tang Xian dispatched a portion of gold to the Dragon Kingdom. As he stepped through the portal, the system's voice echoed, "Ding. Side quest completed. Reward. A connecting gate for the host. Current status. Inactive. Activation method. Silently invoked to open the connecting gate." Note, the connecting gate can be closed at any time and operated similarly through silent invocation. Splendid. This implies that once I arrive at the miracle continent, I can activate the connecting gate upon finding a suitable location. Tang Xian, now affluent and possessing transport channels, was thoroughly prepared, with the winds of fortune at his back. He could hardly contain his excitement to commence his ventures in the new continent. Under the cover of night, he stockpiled a significant amount of modern supplies and gathered an armed force of several thousand. After midnight, he hastily activated the portal and returned to the other world. After a brief respite with Murong Shui, he made his way to the war conference room at dawn. Gazing upon the expansive map that had been hung, he noted that one continent was marked with locations and names, which astonished him. Upon inquiry, he learned that these markings were the handiwork of the medical personnel, who had intimidated the otherworldly beings with surgical tools to delineate the areas. Tang Xian expressed his admiration, remarking, "Impressive, this is truly special forces." Upon locating the position of the kingdom, Tang Xian discovered it was in close proximity to the ocean, including the celestial sect situated along the coast. No wonder they were able to discover Island Number 1. It was decided that entry to the miracle continent would commence from here, specifically landing in Yinqing of the kingdom. The choice of Yinqing was predicated on its vastness, being several times larger than Peiqing, and its proximity to the ocean. According to his plans, should he establish a navy in the future, the coastal regions would offer the highest level of protection. Moreover, trade would flourish, as modern individuals are aware of the prosperity of coastal cities due to shorter transport distances. After all, there exists but one connecting gate. Future trade with another continent would likely necessitate cargo ships. Thus, a coastal town would be considerably more convenient, which was another significant reason for Tang Xian's choice. With all preparations complete, Tang Xian selected 20 elite special forces operatives, including Sniper Li Fei, Observer Zhou Tong, and Scout De Yen. They concealed an array of weaponry within storage bags, each donning the universally accepted long robes of the other world. Tang Xian was no exception, as he adorned a black cloak embroidered with a golden dragon, exuding an air of gallantry and striking handsomeness. However, the contents of his storage bag were rather singular. Aside from the longing treasure blade, it was brimming with gold, undeniably portraying him as a true magnate. At this moment, Morong Shui had already risen, adorned in a light cyan robe, her hair elegantly pinned up, with tresses cascading over her shoulders. Her celestial demeanor and unparalleled beauty were vividly displayed. "General Tang, please allow Shuer to accompany you," she said. Then, turning to Yi Tianai, she crouched down and inquired, "Little Tianai, would you like to accompany your sister to another continent?" Yi Tianai shook her small head vigorously, reminiscent of a tambourine. Ever since Tang Xian began bringing her toys, Yi Tianai inexplicably found herself surrounded by numerous friends, including even those in their 30s who acted like children, eager to play with her drones, hoverboards, and video games. While she genuinely enjoyed being with Morong Shui, her sister often insisted on teaching her about cultivation, which felt monotonous. After all, children are inherently playful. Tang Xian fully understood this. He grasped Morong Shui's slender, delicate hand and remarked, "Recently, the Xianling continent will be implementing compulsory education. If little Tianai constantly follows you, wouldn't that hinder her studies?" Tang Xian spoke with sincerity, genuinely concerned about Yi Tianai's academic progress. Chapter 160. Arrival at Yinxing. With all preparations complete, Tang Xian, accompanied by Morong Shui and 20 elite soldiers, set forth towards the wondrous continent. During this journey, the reconnaissance officer, Big Eye, bore a considerable workload, his gaze fixated on the radar screen. Fortunately, no signs of cultivators were detected throughout the journey, allowing them to reach the coastal region without incident. Before Tang Xian lay a series of low hills, draped in verdant foliage. Due to the helicopter's considerable noise, Tang Xian soon commanded their return after entering the wondrous continent. They were now approximately 10 kilometers from their destination, Yinxing, and given the uncomplicated terrain, marching on foot posed no hindrance. Thus, the group proceeded methodically towards their objective. Occasionally, Big Eye would pass his detection device to Li Fei, alleviating some of the workload. After an hour had elapsed, Tang Xian and his companions ascended a slightly taller mountain, from where the outline of Yinxing came into full view. It was vast, immensely so. As far as the eye could see, there were houses galore. "General Tang, look over there." Li Fei pointed towards the 3 o'clock direction. Tang Xian raised his binoculars to observe, discovering a grand estate on the outskirts of Yinxing. Its scale rivaled that of a sect, sprawling over several hundred acres, adorned with various opulent structures within its walls. "Shuer, is there any trace of cultivators in that direction?" Tang Xian inquired, retracting his binoculars to face Morong Shui. According to the map annotated by the otherworldly beings, no sects were indicated in that vicinity. Yet Tang Xian sought to confirm this once more. Morong Shui, now in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, extended her spiritual awareness to probe the surroundings. After a lengthy moment, she shook her head, indicating that there were no signs of cultivators nearby. Tang Xian nodded gently, a smile gradually forming on his lips. It seemed the information provided by the otherworldly beings was indeed accurate, quite commendable. The group continued onward, and soon, the luxurious courtyard came into clearer view. A grand gate, steeped in ancient charm, bore an inscription that read "Due Residence." Arriving at this point, one could surmise that the owner of this estate was either a high-ranking official or a wealthy merchant. However, it must be said that the location was truly advantageous, situated on the periphery of Yinxing, with sparse population, few buildings, and scant foot traffic. Moreover, with such a vast area, it was perfectly suitable for establishing a portal. Of course, this was merely conjecture, as the righteous force of Longhua that could not simply intrude and evict the occupants. Without lingering further, Tang Xian and his party circumvented the Due residence and proceeded towards the main urban area of Yinxing. As they drew closer, the throng of people gradually increased. Observant as ever, Tang Xian noted that some pedestrians donned extravagant garments, embroidered robes exuding an extraordinary aura, while others wore new clothes adorned with patches. Though their demeanor lacked uniqueness, it was evident they were not of common stock. This sparked a flicker of curiosity within him, as one would not expect newly made clothing to bear such repairs. Were they perhaps feigning poverty? "Excuse me, young man," Tang Xian called out, halting a passerby nearby. His clothes were similarly patched, and upon seeing Tang Xian adorned in a magnificent black robe with golden dragon motifs, he instinctively took 2 steps back. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what brings you here?" Tang Xian, somewhat bemused by the address, responded with a smile. "Young man, why have you adorned your brand new attire with several patches?" Caught off guard by the question, the passerby stared in astonishment, then glanced around. Noticing no one else was present, and quietly replied to Tang Xian, "You must be an outsider, correct?" "Indeed. No wonder." The passerby shook his head repeatedly and continued. "In Yinqing, there is a regulation that mandates anyone unable to pay the state in full must wear patched clothing. Otherwise, they risk being taken away." Tang Xian and his companions exchanged bewildered looks. What kind of bizarre regulation is this? Before they could voice their thoughts, the passerby cautioned. "I advise you to procure some patched garments from the Du family tailor in the city center of Yinqing as soon as possible if you lack funds. Otherwise, if the patrolling guards catch sight of you, even outsiders will be apprehended." "The Du family tailor?" the young man asked. "So, that establishment behind us is the Du residence?" "The grand courtyard belongs to Du Lao San, the proprietor of the tailor shop." Perhaps fearing the repercussions of lingering too long, the passerby hurriedly departed after his warning. At this moment, the soldiers exchanged glances, incredulous at the notion of being categorized by their attire. So even new clothes must bear patches. What a peculiar practice. "General Tang, what shall we do? Should we really purchase some tattered garments from this so-called tailor shop?" "By what?" Tang Xian retorted. "We are not impoverished. We have brought a fortune with us. We are affluent, after all." Tang Xian had fully embraced the persona of a wealthy merchant. In the future, he intended to engage in business, and integrating into the tax-paying circles and associating with the wealthy merchants of Yinqing would facilitate the discovery of lucrative opportunities. Given that this town adhered to such absurd regulations, wearing patched clothing would only draw the disdain of the affluent. Not to mention, it would hinder any chance of meaningful interaction. Tang Xian firmly stated, "We shall not engage in any subterfuge. Upon entering the city, we must exude grandeur, ensuring everyone knows a wealthy magnate has arrived in Yinqing. People should maintain a long-term perspective. While they may squander now, I shall reclaim it 100-fold in the future." The soldiers erupted in laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Having never experienced the life of a wealthy individual in the real world, they were eager to relish it in this fantastical realm. With renewed vigor, Tang Xian and Murong Shui led the way, followed by the remaining soldiers, striding boldly toward the bustling heart of Yinqing. The city center was abuzz with activity, lined with 2- and even 3-story shops, far surpassing the scale of the Wanbao Pavilion in Peiping. Among these establishments were restaurants, antique shops, general stores, and even fragrant establishments. This entourage of over 20 individuals, clad in opulent attire, immediately captured the attention of many citizens of Yinqing. In their eyes, he epitomized the archetypal wealthy gentleman, while Tang Xian and Murong Shui, the strikingly handsome couple, were swiftly categorized as scions of affluent families. The soldiers trailing behind required no further elaboration. They were mere attendants. Soon, a shopkeeper hurried over, enthusiastically beckoning them as if to attract customers. "Young master, young lady, our humble establishment has just received a new batch of ceramic vases adorned with gold plating. Whether displayed in your esteemed residence or presented to your venerable father, they would make splendid gifts. Might you care to step inside and take a look?" Tang Xian waved his hand in refusal, making his way directly to a nearby open baozi stall. After all, his future lay in commerce, not in admiring vases. The culinary offerings in the Xianling continent were rather unimpressive. He was curious about the fare here. "Shopkeeper, what is the price of your baozi?" The young man selling the baozi responded politely, "Esteemed guest, each baozi is merely half a piece of gold ironstone." Tang Xian was uncertain about the value of half a piece in this locale, so he casually retrieved a gold ironstone from his storage pouch. "Is this sufficient?" That will do. Please wait a moment. I will fetch it for you." The baozi vendor promptly handed over a baozi and hurriedly began looking for change. "No need for change," Tang Xian interjected. Just then, a little girl squeezed through the crowd, her innocent eyes sparkling as they gazed at Tang Xian, her tiny mouth beaming with a charming smile. He affectionately ruffled her hair. "If you wish to eat, I will buy you another." "Xiaoya, why are you out wearing those clothes?" The baozi vendor, seemingly acquainted with the girl, rushed past the stall, scooping her up before he could even find the change. At that moment, the patrolling soldiers from Yin City arrived. Chapter 161. Just handle it. At that moment, a group of patrolling soldiers, armed with long spears and donned in armor, seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly approached the bun shop. The young vendor hurriedly concealed the girl beneath the table and forced a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, what brings you to my humble establishment today? Come, come. The freshly steamed buns are on the house, free for all." With a sudden crash, the soldiers disregarded the vendor's words, overturning the table. Buns scattered across the ground, and the hidden girl shrieked in terror, her face marred by a cut from the table, blood trickling down her cheek. "Take her away," commanded the leading soldier, pointing coldly at the girl. Several soldiers nearby immediately moved to comply, but the vendor quickly stepped in front of the girl without hesitation. His smile unwavering, he pleaded, "Gentlemen, she is just a child, unaware of the regulations of Yinqing. I implore you to show mercy and let her go." The commotion drew the attention of many passers-by, who gathered around, some rushing to find the girl's parents. The frightened girl curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes averted from the soldiers. The patrolling soldiers showed no concern, shoving the vendor aside as they approached the girl, reprimanding her harshly. Doesn't her family know she's just a child? Did they not consider the consequences when they bought her clothes? Listen up, everyone. Anyone who fails to pay the required taxes is forbidden to wear complete robes. The frightened citizens recoiled, their hearts heavy for the little girl. If she were taken to the magistrate, she would undoubtedly receive severe punishment. How could such a small child endure that? Wait. At that moment, Tang Xian stepped forward, surveying the soldiers with indifference. Is it not shameful for several adults to bully a child? Without waiting for a response, he approached the girl and lifted her into his arms. The patrolling soldiers exchanged glances and asked, "Who are you? You're not from Yinqing. Did I ever claim to be from Yinqing?" Tang Xian did not even look at them, focused solely on comforting the girl. Those not from Yinqing should familiarize themselves with its laws. With a swift motion, the soldiers raised their long spears, their cold blades aimed at Tang Xian. Observing the tension, the special forces swiftly positioned themselves in front of Tang Xian. Morong Shui also prepared to intervene, but Tang Xian silenced her with a look. They are merely mortal soldiers. There's no need to attract the attention of cultivators with spiritual energy. Let us resolve this matter with money, as Tang Xian is not keen on engaging with cultivators at the moment. After all, the prosperity of Yinqing's commerce is evident, brimming with opportunities. Upon encountering individuals who dared to defy the laws of Yinqing, the patrolling soldiers swiftly surrounded Tang Xian and his companions. The crowd retreated to the sidelines, fearful of being caught in the fray. A few elderly onlookers, unable to bear the sight, voiced their discontent. Today marked the birthday of Xiaoya, a child who had worn tattered clothes since childhood, with the concept of social hierarchy ingrained in her heart. Today, she merely wished to stealthily don a new outfit in celebration of her special day. Why must you be so obstinate? Indeed, what malice could a child possess? Is it truly necessary to drag her to the magistrate over such a trivial matter? For years, since the clothing reforms initiated by the Du family, how many young children have faced discrimination? Now, they cannot even wear something new on their birthdays. Are you intent on eradicating all joy? The murmurs grew louder, hinting at rising discontent among the populace. The leader of the patrol, with a fierce glare, declared, "If you cannot afford new clothes, then you contribute nothing to Yinqing or the nation. Do you think wearing new garments will ease your conscience?" He warned, "As the captain of this squad, I advise you to refrain from speaking, or else you shall all be taken in." He then turned his ire towards Tang Xian, stating, "I care not whence you came. Once you enter Yinqing, you must abide by its rules. Since you have donned this skin, wear it well. If you fail to produce the required tribute, I shall personally sever your arm." Without further ado, the patrol soldiers sprang into action. Tang Xian remained still, cradling the young girl, while Murong Shui did not budge, merely observing the unfolding events. However, the special forces, invigorated by the tense atmosphere, shifted into gear. After so long with firearms, their hand-to-hand combat skills had nearly atrophied. "Let us take them down." And in a moment of levity amidst the tension, the special forces engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. After eliminating the losers, they faced the patrol soldiers one-on-one. The patrol soldiers were utterly bewildered. What manner of absurdity was this? How could they still find time for games at such a critical juncture? "Subdue them swiftly," they commanded. With no more hesitation, the soldiers lunged forward, their long spears aimed at their designated targets. Li Fei deftly sidestepped the oncoming spear and, like an agile eel, darted towards the patrol soldier. With a swift throw and an elbow strike, the soldier crashed heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. What a feeble opponent. Li Fei chuckled with satisfaction, glancing around, only to realize he was the last to take down his adversary. His comrades looked on with disdain. Clearing his throat, he remarked from a distance, "It takes time to close in, you see?" "Indeed, Captain Li's reasoning is quite sound," came the murmured agreement. "By heavens, how are they so formidable?" The crowd erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. As mere mortals, their skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Well done. A voice from the back of the crowd echoed. Likely concealed out of fear of being seen, yet still managing to convey their awe. A cacophony of voices erupted simultaneously, accompanied by the fluttering of vegetable leaves. The scene was devoid of any visible individuals, with the citizens in the front row acting as a protective shield, displaying innocuous smiles. This spectacle sent a shiver down the spines of the patrolling soldiers lying on the ground, their anger surging uncontrollably. Rebellion, rebellion indeed, you unruly lot. Just wait. The leading patrolman dashed out swiftly, presumably to summon reinforcements. Li Fei quietly inquired of General Tang, should we retreat? Retreat? Why should we? Tang Xian responded with a piercing question, continuing, have you experienced the power of wealth yet? Li Fei shook his head in bewilderment. No. Then it's settled. We shall patiently await their actions. Initially, Tang Xian had no intention of clashing with these individuals, yet he soon discerned the rigid nature of their rules. He also gleaned a crucial piece of intelligence. A citizen mentioned that the regulation regarding patched clothing originated from the Du family. The fact that a merchant could dictate the order of the town indicated the formidable influence of wealth in this place. And what he lacked the least was money. He would simply maneuver his way through the situation. Chapter 162. Have you ever witnessed the power of currency? Soon, a large contingent of soldiers from Yinqing rushed over. Reminiscent of a scene from an ancient costume drama, on a mission. Each soldier brandished either a sword or a spear, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Make way, everyone. Clear the path. They began to shout even before their arrival. Upon reaching the scene, they formed two lines, from which emerged a greasy middle-aged man sporting a distinctive mustache. He cleared his throat with a couple of coughs and then, with a tone steeped in disdain, inquired, pray tell, who dares disrupt the order of Yinqing? My lord. It is them, replied the squad leader, who had just been knocked down and was hastily retreating. His gaze was sharp as a blade, with blood still trickling from his nose. The special forces had struck hard, had it not been for the unique physique of the otherworldly beings. It would have been a miracle if they could rise again. The official followed the squad leader's pointed finger and frowned slightly. He stroked his mustache, expressing mild grievance. How dare you don such ostentatious attire? You, gentlemen, are deliberately causing me embarrassment. Furthermore, you have audaciously assaulted the officers of the court, compounding your crimes. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your offenses? With the official's pompous rhetoric, Tang Xian grasped the reality that corruption ran rampant in this world. He had no desire to engage in circumnavigation with him, so he entrusted the little girl to Murong Shui and strode directly toward the official. The armed soldiers tensed immediately, blocking Tang Xian's path, while some encircled the official. Observing this, Tang Xian found himself at a loss for words, almost finding it amusing. His physical strength was nearing 1.5 tons, and his resilience was unwavering. These ordinary weapons were utterly insignificant in comparison. The official seemed to harbor ulterior motives, not intending to strike directly, but rather scrutinizing Tang Xian and the contingent of special forces behind him. Dressed in finery and exuding an air of distinction, he might very well be the scion of a wealthy family from a grand town. If that were the case, despite being the head of Yinqing, the official would hesitate to offend him, considering the intercity trade and entangled interests. Most crucially, affluent individuals visiting Yinqing who had not paid their dues could be quite beneficial. My lord, you must swiftly command their arrest. Just moments ago, my brothers were assaulted by them. They openly defy the laws of Yinqing, shielding a farmer's child. As you said, their crimes are certainly compounded. The squad leader of the patrol could no longer contain his agitation. He had suffered immensely today, his dignity obliterated. If the instigators were not apprehended, how could he maintain his standing in Yinqing? His authority would be irrevocably diminished. Just as he finished speaking, the squad leader felt a sudden impact to his abdomen, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward. It was only thanks to the soldiers behind him that he did not fall. With blood now pouring from his mouth in addition to his nose, shock and disbelief were etched across his features. You dare strike in front of the Lord? You are finished. My lord, this man is truly heinous. I implore you to order his immediate execution. To be frank, the official had not anticipated that Tang Xian would possess such audacity. Although the officers of the Yamen may not be deemed as high-ranking officials, they indeed serve as enforcers of the law that upholds the nation. To strike an enforcer is to invite charges of disturbing the peace, not to mention doing so in front of their very eyes. Bring this person to me. The official was about to proclaim his intent to uphold the dignity of Yinqing, but his words faltered. He had noticed Tang Xian brandishing a storage bag, undoubtedly filled with a considerable amount of gold, iron, and stone. With a sharp intake of breath to mask his embarrassment, the official rephrased his command, insisting that the individual disclose the truth before any decisions were made. The patrol team leader stood bewildered, turning to his superior with wide eyes. "My lord," he just silence. "Execute my orders." The official's voice thundered with righteous indignation as he fixed an authoritative gaze upon the team leader. The team leader felt as though his heart was being torn asunder, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, confronting Tang Xian with a stern tone. "You scoundrel! Speak! Where do you come from, and what is your purpose in Yinqing?" At that moment, Tang Xian responded with a swift kick to the team leader's abdomen. His strike was not intended to cause grave harm, but carried a significant psychological impact, ensuring that the leader would not be in mortal danger. Following this act, silence enveloped the scene, as both citizens and soldiers alike stared, speechless, at the team leader sprawled on the ground. "Is this the situation? My lord, are you blind? You allow such treatment from this man?" Tang Xian spoke calmly. "Apologies, my lord, but your soldier's arrogance does not align with the values of a nation," he mused to himself, understanding that a few more kicks would serve to create a spectacle. Everyone was aware of Yinqing's strict regulations, and any breach of protocol at this moment would be etched in the memories of the citizens and merchants. Moreover, this patrol team was already unpopular. Now was the opportune moment to win the hearts of the people, which would benefit future business endeavors. "Should you dare to utter another word after rising, I shall give you another kick." As Tang Xian anticipated, the onlooking citizens, though hesitant to voice their thoughts, felt a surge of exhilaration within. These bullies deserved to be punished. Meanwhile, the official found his mind wandering into a new hypothesis. Could this individual be the offspring of a high-ranking official? His speculation was not without merit. The laws of the nation were exceedingly stringent, and even rogue cultivators faced dire consequences. No ordinary person would dare to provoke them. After all, the nation was protected by two formidable sects, the Heavenly Immortal sect and the Seven Stars sect. This individual was either a wealthy magnate or a scion of the elite, emboldened by powerful connections, hence his audacity. With his thoughts trailing in this direction, the official quickly rebuked the team leader, Sun Chuang. "I have advised you countless times to speak with courtesy. Return at once." Sun Chuang, bewildered, thought to himself, "Am I merely a pretender to the title of team leader? I have been struck 3 times in less than half an hour. Is this my fate?" While the Yaman turns a blind eye, disregarding the mournful gaze of Captain Sun Chuang, the official stepped forward to address Tang Xian. "Young friend, my name is Zhou Yuha. May I inquire how you are addressed?" "Tang Xian," came the reply. "Ah?" A flicker of suspicion crossed Zhou Yuha's face upon hearing the name. He had not heard of any distinguished officials with the surname Tang, nor was there any notable merchant from the state of Dinghua sharing that name. "Young Tang, may I ask from whence you hail? Let us not dwell on such trifling inquiries. I have heard that the wealthy of Yinqing are required to pay in Jin Taisher. Is that correct?" With his initial objective largely achieved, Tang Xian now sought to probe the limits of Zhou Yu's patience. Producing a storage pouch, Tang Xian opened it to reveal a handful of Jin Taisher. "Lord Zhou, will this suffice?" Zhou Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young man would carry such a substantial amount of Jin Taisher. "Young Tang, on behalf of the state of Dinghua, I extend my gratitude. This will be sufficient." "Ah, but wait, Lord Zhou," Tang Xian said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "As we are newcomers to this place, we find ourselves without a proper residence. Might there be a larger courtyard available in Yinqing? It need not be overly grand. Something akin to the Du residence over there would suffice." Chapter 163. Confirmation of the national base. It remains a mystery why Zhou Yuha agreed so readily to this matter. In the interest of fostering a long-term partnership and managing the local officials, Tang Xian offered a portion of gold and iron as compensation. Zhou Yuha, the avaricious official, could hardly contain his glee, envisioning the arrival of yet another affluent benefactor in Yinqing, whom he must treat with utmost reverence. Once the officials departed, the parents of the little girl rushed in, receiving a stern reprimand from the vendor selling buns, who remarked that it was thanks to Tang Xian that a disaster was averted. The couple expressed their gratitude profusely, prompting the surrounding townsfolk to bow in appreciation as well. The impoverished citizens, clad in coarse garments, had long held on to the hope of Yinqing's revival. This young man had audaciously disrupted the status quo for the first time, and the local magistrate had not yet expressed his ire, a promising sign indeed. On the southeastern edge of Yinqing, a sizable courtyard stood, seemingly abandoned for ages. The main gate, though relatively new, was cloaked in dust. As it creaked open, a garden appeared, featuring a rockery and a large pond nestled beneath it. A winding pebble path led directly to the inner quarters. Venturing further along the path, numerous buildings came into view, and behind them lay a spacious clearing, likely used for storing goods beneath a thatched shelter. With its tranquil surroundings of mountains and water, and ample space, Tang Xian found the location quite satisfactory. He resolved that this would be the site of the connecting gate. As for his initial business venture, Tang Xian pondered briefly, a smile slowly gracing his lips. Was the Du family the most significant merchant in Yinqing? Thus, he intended to engage with this prominent entity. Tang Xian's aim was not to instigate conflict, but rather to recognize that substantial capital represented the prevailing consumer trends in the vicinity. Much like Datong, a coal-producing hub where coal barons dictated the market direction. Those who deviated from the norm often faced swift failures, akin to the chill of midwinter. With the first business direction confirmed, Tang Xian silently contemplated and activated the connecting gate. Beep. The connecting gate is initializing. Beep. The connecting gate has successfully located and opened in the clearing behind the courtyard. A pale blue portal gradually manifested. Stepping through it, Tang Xian found himself surrounded by special forces from the Dragon Kingdom base, all of whom stared in astonishment, their expressions rife with skepticism. Old Lu, utterly flabbergasted, stammered, "General Tang, I thought you were heading to the Miracle Continent. How did you suddenly appear here?" Tang Xian briefly explained the situation regarding the connecting gate and then addressed Old Lu. "We have established a foothold in the nation. Tomorrow, please gather 200 personnel and their weaponry here. I intend to bring them back. One must always be vigilant. It is not only wealth that is essential, but also the backing of formidable military strength. Thus, stationing troops is imperative." Old Lu nodded in agreement. "Understood, General Tang. However, I have something significant I wish to show you." Accompanied by Tang Xian, they entered the research department's chamber, where a miniature device resembling an antenna rested upon the table. Several individuals clad in white lab coats were diligently engaged in their studies. Upon noticing Tang Xian's arrival, they promptly straightened their postures and respectfully offered a military salute. "General Tang, this is our latest scientific achievement, aptly named the spirit detection device." Intrigued, Tang Xian inquired, "Pray tell, what are its functionalities?" "General Tang, this device emits a series of beeping alarms whenever a practitioner approaches within its vicinity. It disregards any walls or obstacles, effectively detecting movements within a range of approximately 3,000 meters. Moreover, it is also responsive to spirit stones." Upon hearing this introduction, Tang Xian's delight was palpable. This invention was remarkably practical. It was well known that radar could only detect airborne targets, while thermal imaging, although capable of observing the ground, had a severely limited range. With this apparatus, one could entirely avert the approach of practitioners within the confines of one's residence. However, a sudden thought struck Tang Xian. But what about Murong Shui, who is also in Dingguo? If it continuously alarms, how will we maintain our warnings? As he voiced his concern, the technician smiled and elucidated. "General Tang, you need not worry. The device operates based on the unique spiritual energy emitted by each practitioner. Therefore, the sounds produced will vary. Additionally, the intensity of the sound correlates with the number of practitioners present. More individuals result in a louder alarm, and vice versa, thus preventing the erroneous alerts you mentioned." "Ah." Tang Xian nodded gently, feeling reassured. He marveled at the ingenuity of the researchers from Longhua. This technology would undoubtedly alleviate a significant dilemma for him. "Old Lu, please install this device for me as well. I shall take it with me tomorrow." "Understood," came the reply. After finalizing the arrangements, Tang Xian activated the portal and returned to the real world. Immediately, he coordinated with the clothing design department to finalize the styles for the otherworldly robes. Once the final designs were established, he engaged 10 garment factories for mass production. By the following morning, the newly recruited special forces, along with weaponry and over 20,000 garments, arrived at the Tang residence in Dingguo. At that moment, Li Fei jogged over. "General Tang, early this morning, the Yamen sent word that their officials are hosting a garden party for the affluent and would like to invite you." "A garden party?" Tang Xian waved his hand dismissively. "No, I cannot attend. Engaging in business is of utmost importance. I have no time to stroll through gardens." Tang Xian's initial batch of goods was crucial for market penetration, and the subsequent manufacturing processes were to be established in Dingguo for convenience in sales and transportation. Thus, he procured several sewing machines and enlisted 5 technicians. He then instructed Li Fei, "Take a few individuals to the city center and scout for any available shops. Secure one for our use. Organize a grand clearance sale for the garments, selling them all at half price." "Oh, and this half-price offer is not for everyone. Only those garments with patches will be eligible for this discount." As he spoke, Tang Xian produced a sample robe, adorned with beautiful patterns of stars and moons, replacing the previous patches. Exquisite and beautiful, akin to the embellishment of a brocade. The reason for this endeavor is that Tang Xian has discerned the utter lack of moral boundaries within this city. Wealth grants one the authority to command respect. With affluence comes the ability to influence the reform of civic laws. Consequently, having designated the Du family as the primary target for suppression, it is imperative to oppose them vigorously. This scenario indeed begets heroes amidst tumultuous times. While the Du family's actions have won the allegiance of numerous affluent individuals, inflating their sense of superiority, the common folk still constitute the majority. Should the Du family be toppled, the restoration of equitable order would foster an advantageous market environment. There is no fear that the wealthy will withdraw their patronage or refrain from purchasing garments. In due course, there will be ample opportunities to reclaim their wealth. Thus, the plan is set in motion to manipulate the situation. At this moment in the grand courtyard of the magistrate's office, a dozen middle-aged individuals clad in opulent attire were engaged in jovial conversation with Zhou Yuha. Master Du, everyone has been awaiting your arrival, announced Du Laosan as he entered through the crescent gate. The affluent patrons exchanged pleasantries with respectful gestures toward Du Laosan, including Zhou Yuha, who, stroking his handlebar mustache, offered a courteous smile. I have heard that Master Du has recently opened several tailor shops in other towns, which must have cost a considerable fortune. Chapter 164. The first clash. With a hearty laugh, Du Laosan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little consequence. He then tossed a storage bag, containing a modest amount of gold and iron ore, into the air. It was evident that Du Laosan was no naive fool. He had built his business empire through cunning and shrewdness, much like Zhou Yuha, who was equally astute. Upon hearing the words, Du Laosan discerned that Zhou Yuha was seeking some form of sustenance, as all his connections in other towns had been facilitated by Zhou. At such a crucial moment of opening his shop, neglecting to show gratitude could undoubtedly lead to potential sabotage. Once the storage bag was in his grasp, Zhou Yuha smoothly tucked it into his long sleeves. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of one individual, the newcomer who had arrived in town just the day prior. The other affluent patrons also recognized this detail and inquired softly, Lord Zhou, I have heard that a wealthy individual from Yinqing has recently arrived. Is that true? I also heard he is quite young and has even clashed with the local officials. Is there any truth to this? Du Laosan seized the opportunity to respond, wearing a smile, although his tone betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. It is only natural for Lord Zhou to be concerned for the populace and wish to acquire more gold and iron ore. However, that individual dares to assault the local officials, blatantly disregarding the laws of Yinqing. Is such behavior truly permissible? Du Laosan had invested heavily many years ago to alter the regulations of Yinqing, establishing a clear demarcation between the rich and the poor, thereby granting the affluent a sense of superiority. Now, with the sudden arrival of this individual, who carelessly tossed gold and iron or to save a child clad in tattered garments, and even brazenly assaulted the officials, it was a clear affront to the established order. The implications of this challenge directly threatened the interests of the Du family. For over a decade, the wealthy in the neighboring towns of Yinqing had recognized the garments from Du's tailor shop as a mark of distinction, enhancing their status. Thus, the flourishing success of the Du family was well-founded. Yet here was a newcomer, having reaped the benefits of their long-standing efforts, overshadowing them with ease. Zhou Yuha perceived the underlying message from Du Laosan and, with a soothing tone, replied, I understand your concerns, Master Du. While I cannot make any promises, I can assure you that the laws of Yinqing will remain unchanged. Moreover, purchasing a brief exception with such wealth is not a significant issue. There is no need for such anger. The young man is little more than a child, lacking wisdom aside from his fortune. Surely, we can all profit together. In fact, my intention to summon him today was merely to extract some advantage, nothing more. Thus, Lord Zhou continued, he was never prepared to come. Yet he has once again challenged your boundaries. Du Laosan spoke candidly, lifting his teacup for a sip. Having run his tailor shop for so long, he had never regarded anyone lightly. His discontent was solely directed at Zhou Yuha's approach. As Zhou had mentioned, despite the youth's naivety, even the most cunning merchant like Du Laosan had his means of dealing with such challenges. Otherwise, all his years in the corridors of power and commerce would have been in vain. At that moment, a retainer from the Du family hurriedly entered the room. Whispering softly into Du Laosan's ear, the attendant said, Master, a tailor shop has unexpectedly opened next to our store in the city center. We sell our garments for 10 pieces of gold ironstone, while they are offering theirs for merely 5. Upon hearing this, Du Laosan scoffed dismissively. Engaging in a price war? How outdated. The ones who dared to challenge me 3 years ago have long since become mere memories, their graves overgrown with grass. Let them be. It is of no concern to us. Yet, Master, their sales are booming. The key is that the common folk can purchase at half price, while the wealthy pay 100 pieces of gold ironstone for a single garment, yielding a 10-fold profit. Those affluent individuals seem bewitched, eagerly snatching up items. Several of our loyal customers, upon entering our shop, were lured away, purchasing 10 pieces in one go. They remarked that upon seeing the garments from across the street, they realized just how inferior our clothing truly is. At the sound of his attendant's relentless words, Du Laosan's expression transformed from disdain to a deepening scowl, eventually paling in color. When he heard the critique of his garments as inferior, he could not contain himself and spat out his tea in shock. Who dares to question the quality of our Du family's tailor shop? Master, it is not a question. It is the truth. Their designs are remarkably innovative and exquisitely beautiful. Even the patches on the commoner's clothing have been replaced with golden stars. Upon hearing these words, Du Laosan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively delivered a resounding slap. You insolent dog! How dare you bolster the competition while undermining our prestige? Are you blind to the folly of the wealthy? The affluent patrons in the garden looked on in confusion. I shall excuse myself for now, Lord Zhou, Du Laosan declared, disregarding them as he strode away with purpose. He was eager to discover who dared to challenge his domain. Lord Zhou, perhaps we should accompany him, one of the onlookers suggested. It is rare to see Du Laosan so enraged. Something significant must be unfolding. Zhou Yuhan nodded in agreement, and they all departed the magistrate's office, making their way toward the city center. Grand opening sale. Half price for all commoners. The loudspeaker blared as Li Fei's enthusiastic voice echoed. Next door, they charge 10 pieces. We charge 5. They charge 5. We charge 2. When Du Laosan arrived, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The modest shop was adorned with several red silk ribbons, boldly announcing the grand opening in bright yellow letters. Below, a figure resembling a human swayed back and forth, reminiscent of a ghost, and it even spoke. Is the competition so fierce now that even puppets are employed in this industry? He gasped. That is no puppet. It is an inflatable figure equipped with a speaker, powered by a spirit stone device. Moreover, the interior was aglow with spotlights, showcasing magnificent long robes hanging from the walls, illuminated to perfection, elevating the store's status immensely. Good heavens! At that moment, Zhou Yuha and a dozen wealthy patrons arrived, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Why is it so brilliantly bright in this room? Moreover, those garments are indeed exquisite. Ahem. Li Fei emerged holding a microphone, standing solemnly atop a grand chair. Today marks the grand opening of our Tang family tailor shop. Anyone who enters wearing patched clothing will enjoy a delightful half-price discount. Furthermore, we are offering a complimentary vibrant portrait to immortalize your beauty. As he spoke, a soldier appeared, camera in hand. Dressed in a long robe, he gestured a peace sign to the crowd. The audience, though oblivious to the gesture's meaning, eagerly complied, finding it rather impressive. They all struck the pose, and with a click, the photograph was captured. Upon seeing the image, exclamations of astonishment erupted. Goodness, what a divine masterpiece! And what remarkable speed! How can it be so quick? I must purchase an entire outfit. And please, create a portrait for me to keep as a memento. Those who had previously been hesitant suddenly lost their composure upon viewing the photograph, thrusting their hands forward in eager anticipation. The notion of a memento was taken seriously. The realism was striking, truly preserving beauty for eternity. Chapter 165, Du Laosan's resignation. The throngs of people nearly obstructed the entrance of the shop. To avert any mishaps, the special forces assisting on-site temporarily took on the role of crowd control. Everyone, please remain calm. There is enough for all. Form a queue over there. After a while, a lengthy line of patrons materialized, weaving through several shop entrances. The once illustrious Du family tailor shop found itself completely besieged. Inside, the sales assistant stared blankly at the proprietor not far away. Du Laosan's lips twitched, and he found himself questioning his existence. Who is this newcomer? And how has he suddenly managed to produce so many garments? Lord Zhou, you see this, don't you? This is what you refer to as a mere child. Devoid of anything but money. He has now usurped all my business. Moreover, he brazenly defies the customs of Yinqing. Just look at those commoners. Their clothing is devoid of patches, even more splendid than that of the wealthy. If this continues, the affluent will surely abandon Yinqing, and you, Lord Zhou, will find it a losing venture. My esteemed friend, I shall offer 1,000 taels of gold for that sheep-patterned robe. A man of exceptional demeanor, undoubtedly wealthy, pointed eagerly at the joyous robe adorned with festive decorations, swiftly extracting his storage pouch. Instantly, Du Laosan's countenance darkened. He recognized the buyer as a regular patron of his store, someone who typically haggled over purchases. Who would have thought he would flaunt his wealth today? 1,000 taels for a mere garment. Du Laosan felt his blood boil. His face burned with indignation. Just moments ago, he had claimed that the wealthy would distance themselves from Yinqing. Yet, helplessly, he found no recourse. With a furious stomp, he stormed away. Du Laosan resolved to investigate his competitor's background immediately, aiming to sever his supply of fabric. Furthermore, he planned to invest heavily in recruiting tailors. Ensuring that skilled workers would be locked in, leaving no room for opportunity. Otherwise, at this rate, the Du family would inevitably face ruin. As Du Laosan departed, the dozen or so wealthy individuals exchanged glances. Shortly thereafter, they blended into the crowd, discreetly donning patched clothing. Though they had never worn such attire before, it felt surprisingly delightful. At half price, they could acquire numerous outfits for their collection. Of course, while they patronized Tang Xian's business, they did not regard him as a friend or partner. It was purely the allure of the garments that drew them in. Du Laosan was affluent, and most believed this overwhelming situation would be fleeting. Once the competitor tightened his grip on materials and manpower, there would be no garments left to sell, even at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhe observed with a knowing smile, contemplating deeply. This individual possessed the potential to be a lucrative taxpayer. He hoped the newcomer would successfully challenge the obstinate Zhou Yuhe. This would allow him to earn a steady income. Zhou Yuhe viewed Tang Xian as a docile lamb. How absurd. General Tang, we have returned. In the afternoon, Li Fei burst into the Tang residence, a multitude of storage pouches in hand, his face alight with excitement. Tang Xian observed his demeanor, knowing that the rewards would be substantial. A great sale? Indeed, an extraordinary success. Li Fei spoke as he untied his storage bag, pouring out the gold ironstones. The delightful sound was music to the ears, truly pleasing. It appeared to be at least several thousand pieces. Based on the current gold price of 360 per gram on Blue Star, although unrefined, these gold ironstones together would be worth at least over 100,000. The cost of that robe was merely a few dozen, a tremendous profit. General Tang, I also saw several wealthy individuals entering the store in patched clothing. Should we expose them next time? There's no need for that. Tang Xian waved his hand with a smile, continuing. Their choice to don patched garments indicates they have not yet reached the height of arrogance. There is hope for them. Furthermore, while our goal is to profit, we also aim to alter the division of wealth in Pei City. This is destined to be our future hub of commerce. Without a favorable trading environment, success is unattainable. Therefore, there's no need to confront them. Once they wear such clothing once, they will likely do so again, and our objective will be fulfilled. Tomorrow, we will continue selling garments, expanding our influence, and ensuring the nearby towns are aware that the Tang residence has been established. Indeed, Li Fei saluted and left cheerfully. Shortly thereafter, soldiers reported to Tang Xian. General Tang, yesterday, Zhou Yuhe arrived, requesting to see you. Tang Xian nodded. Let him in. Ah, what brings you here, Lord Zhou? Upon Zhou Yuhe's entrance, Tang Xian immediately adopted a formal tone. Zhou Yuhe smiled. Do not mock me, my young friend. Today's events have indeed impressed me. However, I must caution you, the influence of Manager Du in Yinshan was not built overnight. So, young Tang, you must exercise caution. Rest assured, Lord Zhou. You need not worry about me while you attend to your duties. Tang Xian's words left Zhou Yuhe momentarily speechless. Shouldn't you be offering your gratitude and requesting additional protection? Zhou Yuhe remarked, perplexed. Little did he know, Tang Xian had already discerned his intentions from the very start. You've chosen the wrong person to seek profit through protection. The Dragon Kingdom does not operate in such a manner. When I'm pleased, I might offer you something. When I'm not, do not bother me. Tang Xian harbored a strong aversion to Zhou Yuhe's duplicitous nature, finding him incomparable to Xiao He, who prioritized duty over reward, dedicating his utmost to his master. Zhou Yuhe, having faced rejection, felt frustrated but chose not to press further. With a casual bow, he uttered, I wish you smooth sailing. My young friend, I shall take my leave. Upon departing from the Tang residence, Zhou Yuhe's teeth gradually clenched together. He pondered inwardly. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. I have articulated my stance with utmost clarity, yet you remain obstinately ignorant. Do not blame me for compelling you to realize the treachery of human nature. In this line of work, colleagues are often adversaries. Li Fei, come here for a moment, called Tang Xian over the radio. Li Fei hurried over, asking, what instructions do you have, General Tang? Devise a means to investigate Zhou Yuhe's background. I sense he is a malignant presence that must eventually be eradicated. We must prepare thoroughly. Understood, General Tang. I will arrange for someone to look into it at once. Since we intend to establish a long-term business presence in Yinqing, we must deal with these avaricious officials who are merciless and always demand compensation. It is essential to elevate a trusted confidant into a position of influence. Chapter 166, Conclusion. 1. In the afternoon, Tang Xian personally visited the tailor shop, which was still bustling with a crowd. Many garments had already sold out, and some affluent customers were demanding custom orders, though the shop declined their requests. At that moment, Tang Xian truly realized the allure of modern fashion concepts in this otherworldly realm. The aesthetic sensibilities within the same nation are unlikely to differ significantly. What sells well in Yinqing will undoubtedly thrive elsewhere. Thus, it was imperative to plan for investment in establishing a factory, as relying solely on transportation from Longwa was excessively time-consuming. Moreover, to fully supply this alternate world, the modern apparel industry would inevitably face challenges due to insufficient production capacity. A long-term strategy would best utilize the local labor force to construct a factory here, with technology sourced from Longwa. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian retrieved a map of Yinqing and contemplated the ideal location for the factory, ultimately deciding on a site near the Tang residence. There was ample vacant land in the vicinity, ensuring that any future factories would be conveniently located for management purposes. That very evening, Tang Xian returned to the real world, procuring a plethora of garment manufacturing equipment and assembling a skilled team of over 100 technicians. As dawn broke, the infrastructure personnel from Longwa tirelessly set about constructing the factory using makeshift housing. Simultaneously, Li Fei and his associates took to the streets to recruit laborers, offering diverse forms of compensation, including gold, iron, stone, rice, or a variety of Longwa goods. The commotion was substantial, and it swiftly reached the ears of Du Laosan. Still simmering from the previous day's frustrations, Du Laosan was incensed by the sudden emergence of the tailor's shop, prompting him to make a hasty visit to a dozen fabric workshops overnight. He spent an exorbitant amount of gold and stone to secure his acquisitions. In the past, he would have dismissed such matters, but this time he truly felt a sense of impending crisis. His competitors seemed to have appeared with forethought, catching him completely off guard. Upon hearing that the rival was aggressively recruiting, his ire intensified. Zhou Yuha truly is inept. After nurturing him for over a decade, it seems to have been in vain. My lord, what should we do next? Our tailor shop hasn't opened today. What else can be done? Their first batch of garments is likely sold out. They are undoubtedly preparing to produce more. Follow my instructions from yesterday and send our house servants out at once. We must offer exorbitant sums to acquire any tailors with experience, leaving them with none. Yes. Wait. Du Laosan suddenly recalled something and added, find a trustworthy person to infiltrate their ranks. I must see how their garments are being crafted. Understood, my lord. In the center of the city, the Tang residence's tailor shop displayed a large poster on its facade, captivating the attention of numerous citizens, including several wealthy patrons. Without even considering the text, the quality of the paper astounded them. Smooth and pristine, with legible script, it was far superior to animal hide parchment. If only one could paint portraits on such material. Clearly, many citizens were still enthralled by yesterday's grand display, eager to preserve their beauty through any means available. Li Fei was remarkably astute, perceptively discerning the fervent gazes of those around him. He solemnly addressed the crowd through a loudspeaker, declaring, for all who come to work at the Tang Manor, remuneration may also be chosen in the form of this exquisite copperplate paper. Each individual shall receive 100 sheets per month. The moment his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly, igniting a flurry of discussions. Such an exquisitely crafted paper, provided at a staggering rate of 100 sheets per month. Good heavens, this must be immensely valuable. We could certainly toil and then sell it. Even the common folk found themselves captivated by this notion. While the small merchants quickly recognized a lucrative opportunity, they hastily dispersed, rushing to the opposite side to recruit talent, specifically targeting tailors, offering a handsome reward of 500 taels of gold and iron. Just like in contemporary times, some individuals were solely motivated by monetary gain, indifferent to the intrinsic value of goods. A throng of eager applicants surged forth, only to be met with the stipulation from the merchants. The job required them to work across the way and subsequently hand over their earned 100 sheets of paper for payment. Li Fei, overhearing this from afar, couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. He then seized the loudspeaker and called out, brothers, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed. May our partnership be prosperous. The merchants echoed with forced smiles. At that moment, Tang Xian approached them. Gentlemen, it is evident that you are quite intrigued by the Tang Manor's copperplate paper. Would any of you be interested in becoming distributors? What is a distributor? Tang Xian explained with a smile, as a distributor, you can procure goods directly from me at a significantly reduced price. For instance, if you currently offer 500 taels of gold and iron for 100 sheets, as a distributor, I can lower the price to merely 2 taels per sheet, amounting to just 200 taels for 100 sheets. Upon hearing this, the merchant's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly so inexpensive? We shall become distributors. Absolutely, we shall. Who wouldn't want to? Observing their enthusiasm, Tang Xian continued with a smile. However, I must clarify that there is a paramount condition to becoming a distributor. Each individual must remit 10,000 taels of gold and iron each month. Ah? The merchant's spirits plummeted upon hearing this, their earlier excitement evaporating, replaced by disdain. Young man, have you lost your mind? 10,000 taels? And you dare to demand that amount monthly? Do you comprehend the significance of 10,000 taels? That could sustain me at the fragrant pavilion for 2 months. While the price per sheet had indeed decreased, the total cost remained substantial. What do you take us for, fools? Indeed. We would rather be dogs than be treated as simpletons. The stall was hastily dismantled. Their earlier intent to recruit tailors was abandoned, as they deemed such a shrewd merchant unworthy of their business. The Dew Manor's representatives have come to recruit labor. A voice from across the way called out, prompting the crowd to direct their attention towards the Dew family's tailor shop. In front of the establishment stood 2 rows of large tables, manned by a dozen servants, while an elderly gentleman wielding brush and ink was drafting a contract for employment, seemingly determined to secure new hires. Once everything was meticulously inscribed, the old steward cleared his throat and, with an air of indifference and grandeur, proclaimed, "The Dew residence is seeking tailors for the first time. Those with even the slightest grasp of the craft will receive a monthly remuneration starting at 1,000 taels of gold." 1,000 taels. The crowd erupted in excitement. Those who had experience in tailoring surged towards the shop, while the novices remained behind, lamenting their lack of skills in needlework. Did you see that? They're offering 1,000 taels right off the bat. And look at you all, huh? A small vendor shot a disdainful glance at Tang Xian, and with a sudden change of demeanor, he stuck a thick needle into his hair, declaring, "I shall sign up as well. I am a tailor too." Chapter 167. The Grand Finale. 2. As the crowd continued to swell, drawn by the allure of wealth, numerous affluent individuals joined the throng. Among them were many pretenders, including those who had never even laid eyes on a loom. Yet, their rhetoric bore a striking similarity. They all understood the prevailing circumstances. The Dew family's tailor shop and the Tang family's establishment were at odds with one another, in a bid to curry favor with their future patrons. A few skilled tailors took the lead in vociferously promoting their services. Having operated for over a decade, the Dew family's tailor shop enjoyed significant influence, ensuring that patrons were making a wise choice by selecting it. Indeed, while I may be of humble background, I have steadfastly chosen to purchase patched garments from the Dew family. One's status cannot be artificially inflated. Why feign opulence by acquiring extravagant attire? Furthermore, the quality of the garments from the Dew family has always been commendable, a fact I can attest to. This was clearly a provocative topic, prompting the bystanders to cast disparaging glances. They silently lamented the pitiful state of those who would forsake their integrity for profit. Nevertheless, money, under certain circumstances, possesses an almost magical quality. The foot traffic in front of the Dew family shop reached a small peak. In stark contrast, the Tang family's tailor shop languished in desolation, much to the delight of the scheming Tang Xian, who relished this moment of vindication, expelling the resentment of the previous night. However, at that moment, Li Fei held a loudspeaker close to his mouth, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, work should be a source of joy, yet you insist on flocking to those with dismal productivity. Enough pretense. I lay my cards on the table. If you are not a tailor, come to me. The Tang family will accept everyone. As he spoke, several soldiers began to carry an electric sewing machine out from within. Li Fei, wearing a look of disdain, casually placed fabric onto the machine, pressed a button, and it effortlessly whirred into action. Without even glancing at the sewing machine, he regarded the treacherous tailors beside him with an expression that seemed to say, "Behold, it is as simple as this. Can you fathom it? Ah, money is easily earned. Are you stunned? Confounded? Misled? Not so impressive now, are you? Alas, you amount to nothing." Suddenly, the eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief. What was this contraption? Was it truly capable of stitching without manual intervention? And at such an astonishing speed? This was a harbinger of liberation for their hands, truly remarkable. "Hey, young friend. Let me have a look." An elderly tailor from the Dew family's line approached briskly, disregarding the astonished gazes of others, and began to scrutinize the garment being sewn. After a lengthy examination, he gasped in awe and sighed. "This is a masterpiece. The stitching is orderly, dense yet unruly, and the needlework is divine. Truly a miraculous invention. Young friend, I, the finest tailor in Yinqing, declare my allegiance to the Tang family's shop." "Get lost, you were just praising the Dew family," Li Fei retorted, pushing the old tailor aside, addressing the nearby onlookers. "What just transpired was but a minor test conducted by the Tang family, and the results are evidently clear. I hereby announce that at the Tang family factory, each person's monthly remuneration consists of 100 sheets of paper, along with 2 bottles of bawang shampoo, 3 packets of spicy strips, 4 bags of laundry detergent, and 2 boxes of small balloons." Li Fei proclaimed this as the soldiers arranged the goods on the table, a dazzling array of various items. The common folk, upon seeing this, did not hesitate and gathered in droves to sign their contracts of servitude, their faces radiant with joy. Of course, the contracts devised by Tang Xian were merely labor agreements. The group in front of Dew's tailor shop was filled with regret, especially the inexperienced Bai. who lamented that had he known, he would have committed fully to the line. For even if he had gone to do securing wages was not guaranteed. It would eventually come to light. The oldest tailor in Yinqing looked on at Li Fei with a forlorn expression, desperately wishing for another chance. However, Li Fei was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, tossing over a box of balloons instead. "Take these and enjoy, but do not disturb me," he said. The old tailor managed a bitter smile, feeling it was not a complete loss. Upon leaving, he unwrapped the package, gazing curiously at the balloons in his hand. "These are remarkably smooth," he thought. Blowing into one, he soon discovered its wondrous feature. Lo and behold, it was a water storage marvel. Once filled, it could be hung at the waist for easy access to drink. Absolutely ingenious. Meanwhile, the crowd in front of the two tailor shops had nearly equalized. One side comprising professional tailors, and the other, the unskilled commoners. Tang Xian was quite pleased with this outcome. The future of intelligent production required no specialized skills. The common folk would, in fact, be easier to manage. Just as Tang Xian was about to depart, several vendors stealthily approached him, wearing sly grins. "Young friend, we've come to a realization. It's better to be a fool than a dog. We have decided to become your distributors. It is a must." Tang Xian, upon hearing this, said nothing and strode away with purpose. "If you want to do it, then do it. If you don't, then don't. Do you think this is a marketplace?" He knew that within a few days, the threshold of the Tang family would be trampled by those small vendors. The products showcased by Li Fei were all rare treasures, each capable of earning a fortune among the wealthy. In truth, Tang Xian also aspired to open a large supermarket. However, there is a saying in business: one does not earn money alone. In such a thriving trade area, adopting a distributor model for mass supply would yield greater profits with less effort. The time saved from marketing should be invested elsewhere. The faces of the small vendors turned pale, despondent. Just moments ago, they had scoffed at Tang Xian's demands, and now they wished to pay immediately. Alas, they had missed the opportunity for distributorship. Later that evening, at the Du residence, the expression of Du Lao-san was as pale as paper. His hands trembling around a teacup, causing the liquid to spill. He had not anticipated that his competitors possessed such a miraculous tool for garment creation. No wonder their production speed was so swift. This meant their labor costs were lower, resulting in reduced manufacturing expenses. How infuriating. Truly infuriating. "My dear sir, have we not secured control over the fabric? The opposition cannot produce anything of significance," the old steward murmured softly. However, he was met with a vehement rebuke. "Nonsense. They are capable of producing even such items. Is fabric truly a challenge for them? If I were that confident, my hands would not tremble so violently. A staggering sum of over 100,000 taels of gold is at stake. Having just penetrated the industry, I cannot afford to see it all go to waste." With a sharp crack, the teacup was crushed in the grip of Du Lao-san, blood trickling from his palm as his trembling intensified. "Prepare the horses. I must seek out Zhou Yua. With such a significant incident in Yinqing, if he does not intervene, there will be consequences." He wished to find Zhou Yua, yet the latter had no desire to meet him. At that moment, Zhou Yua was devising a strategy to instill a sense of crisis in Tang Xian, compelling him to part with his funds willingly. Chapter 168: The End Under the Moonlit Sky. In a small grove outside Yinqing, Zhou Yua stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Opposite him stood 5 rugged cultivators, each appearing quite formidable. "I have summoned you for a particular matter," he began. "Recently, a merchant of some repute has emerged in Yinqing. He has proven to be quite obstinate, and I wish for you to teach him a lesson. My only stipulation is that no lives should be lost. A mere fright will suffice. Here is his address. You may find it yourselves." Without even turning, Zhou Yua tossed a piece of parchment made from beast hide onto the ground, embodying the role of a patron with remarkable flair. The corners of the 5 cultivators' mouths lifted slightly, and with a flicker of intent, the parchment soared into their hands. It indeed bore a clear indication of the target's whereabouts. Exchanging glances of agreement, they accepted the task. "Ensure it is executed with finesse. Upon successful completion, I shall reward you with 5,000 taels of gold. Do not waste time, act swiftly." The cultivators seemed to find his words quite amusing. "You are an official?" one inquired. "Indeed, I am Zhou Yua, the magistrate of Yinqing." Suddenly, Zhou Yua felt a searing blow to his head. As his consciousness flickered, he beheld the merciless looting carried out by the very cultivators he had summoned. Zhou Yua was robbed, all valuables stripped away, his face bruised and battered, and he barely managed to feign unconsciousness to escape further harm. The cultivators exchanged satisfied glances, amused by their newfound wealth contained within the plump storage bags they seized. They abandoned Zhou Yua, leaving him behind as they retreated, their laughter echoing in the night. Is this official a fool? To hire cultivators for such a task? Indeed, it was a first for them to witness someone flaunting wealth before cultivators in such a manner. Cultivators, as the name implies, are practitioners without formal organizations. Lacking the support of major sects, their cultivation levels are typically lower. With diminished power comes a lack of funds, compelling them to devise means of acquiring money. Robbery becomes their avenue, targeting those whose whereabouts are scouted by informants within the city. The notion of hiring an assassin is utterly foreign to them, as the wealthy are their prime targets. Foolishness, indeed, an utter display of ignorance. Under the moonlight, Zhou Yuha lay on the ground, his heart bleeding. The dignified posture he had once held was now replaced by utter disgrace. Little did he expect that the individuals he sought to employ were, in fact, cultivators. He lamented, "I merely wished to teach Tang Xian a lesson. Yet I find myself at a loss, suffering a significant loss instead. I hope these ruffians do not squander my gold and iron, and indeed give Tang Xian a taste of his own medicine, so that he may seek the protection of the magistrate." In the Tang residence of Yinqing, although absent today, the merchants who had received tidings through the grapevine had gathered. They sought nothing more than for the Tang family to sell the items displayed earlier that day, each one bearing gifts of various kinds, showcasing their earnest intentions. Tang Xian, naturally, welcomed all visitors with open arms, for they were the prospective distributors of the future. He ushered them into the conference hall, illuminated brightly by a grand light, akin to daylight. The small vendors marveled in astonishment, incessantly inquiring about the nature of the goods displayed. Tang Xian offered a brief overview, swiftly glossing over the details. For the distributors could not sell electric power. The future hinged on the infrastructure developments in Longhua. He then delved into the main agenda, first inquiring about their business locations before commencing the bidding process. The purpose of this bidding was to identify the largest distributor, as regional exclusivity necessitated that only one could operate in a given area. The vendors soon engaged in fierce competition. In certain towns, where only one vendor was present, they remained composed, realizing there was no one to contest them. However, Tang Xian made it clear that the highest bidder would secure the distributorship, a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Of course, sales volume was also tied to this. Should sales falter, even a high bid would be rendered moot, and a replacement would be sought immediately. The vendors still held considerable confidence in Longhua's products, particularly in balloons. One individual eagerly pledged a staggering 100,000 taels of gold for exclusive rights to distribute balloons. Tang Xian could only commend the person's foresight, decisively setting the unit price at 50 taels, approximately equivalent to 500 yuan per box. Upon hearing this quotation, the individual nearly beamed with delight. It was a bargain. "General Tang, several cultivators are approaching us." Tang Xian's radio crackled to life. Before he could respond, the scout, Zhou Tong, continued, "My sister reports that there are 5 individuals at the early stage of Golden Core." "Understood," Tang Xian replied, summoning Li Fei. "Li Fei, create a dossier for the distributors, record all their information and make annotations." "Yes, General Tang," Li Fei affirmed. After issuing his instructions, Tang Xian departed. These distributors were destined to sell assorted goods, akin to a chain supermarket. However, this would merely be one avenue for profit, not the primary one. Tang Xian harbored his own ambitions. His foremost goal was to dismantle the Du family, whose estate was quite substantial and could serve well as a warehouse or factory in the future. Once he secured the commercial rights in Yinqing and eliminated Zhou Yuha, he could then aggressively expand throughout the entire Dinghua. It remained a mystery who possessed the audacity to summon cultivators for such schemes, and Tang Xian felt compelled to investigate personally. Under the cloak of night, the 5 cultivators approached stealthily, resembling phantoms before they arrived at the Tang estate. Tang Xian observed from a second-floor window, peering through binoculars, the moonlight casting a blood-red hue on the lenses, resembling 2 large, watchful eyes. As the 5 figures vaulted over the courtyard and proceeded a few steps forward, they soon detected something amiss. "What on earth is that? Why do those eyes appear so large?" The leading rogue cultivator, upon noticing the binoculars, stumbled back a few paces, trembling fingers pointing towards the second floor. Before his companions could discern the source of his alarm, a resonant voice echoed through the night. "Gentlemen, would you be interested in venturing into the fields?" Only the sound was heard, yet the individuals remained unseen. The scattered cultivators quickly realized they had fallen into a trap and prepared to flee in all directions. Unfortunately, with the guns already loaded, they were afforded no opportunity to escape. The series of gunshots rang out, and before long, these brothers lay prostrate. Indeed, they were truly down. The officials employed anesthetics specifically designed for those in the out-of-body stage, rendering them instantly incapacitated. They were swiftly dragged away to a dimly lit room, where Tang Xian inquired, "You possess quite the audacity. Who sent you?" It was Zhou Yuha. The scattered cultivators, known for their disregard for martial ethics, were undoubtedly aware of the bigger picture. Before any further questioning could be pressed, the information was divulged. Tang Xian, deeming them amateurs, thought to himself that since they were so forthcoming, he too would reciprocate with transparency. He stripped them of all their valuables and unceremoniously cast them into the Xianling continent to toil in the fields. Subsequently, the individuals dispatched by Li Fei uncovered Zhou Yu's background, revealing that he had support from within the sect. As Longhua, a nation with formidable influence, would not tolerate such insolence, a significant influx of weaponry and equipment was deployed, initiating a comprehensive harvest of the miracle continent.